I was lost in the sound of gears grinding, though I didn't pay much attention to it. My eyes were glued to the computer screen, where Iron Man was playing. I laughed heartily. After Avengers 3 hit theaters, everyone's coming back to catch up on the earlier movies. Watching the stream of bullet comments flash across the screen. Things like makeup lessons, Avengers 3 returns, First Class, next up, The Invincible Hulk. I couldn't help but chuckle. Unlike the others, I had already watched every Marvel film before. Now I was just revisiting them, savoring that sense of nostalgia. The grinding of gears finally ceased, and that's when I shifted my attention to another display window. It turned out to be Dungeon and Fighter, a game everyone knew. My relationship with it was a complicated one, equal parts love and hate. After so many years of ups and downs, now I only played it occasionally to kill time. Announcement. Equipment disassembled successfully. Colorless Crystal, Shard X103, Rare Soul. I yawned and muttered absent-mindedly. This is so boring, just as I was about to log off. Suddenly, my computer screen began to quake violently, and the in-game disassembler started glowing red. What's going on? Startled, I hadn't even managed to get up before. A deafening explosion rang out. The disassembler had blown up. This is ridiculous. Even if the durability's gone, it shouldn't explode. I was still grumbling to myself when a surge of crimson light from the explosion swallowed me whole. At once, my computer screen went black, and I felt as if I'd plummeted into a black hole. Everything vanished from sight. When I finally regained consciousness, a barrage of images flashed before my eyes. Raging battles, explosions, blood-curdling screams. The chaos on screen was mirrored by the confusion in my mind. I snapped my eyes open, relieved, thinking it was just a nightmare. But before I could gather my thoughts, I heard someone shouting at the top of their lungs, "What are you doing, soldier? Get up, get up. They've broken through our lines. We're under surprise attack. Fight back now." Looking around, I realized I was in the midst of a chaotic battlefield. Trenches surrounded me, smoke billowed in the distance, and the air was thick with gunfire, artillery blasts, and anguished cries. My mind went blank. What on earth was happening? One moment I'd been at home, comfortably gaming and watching movies, and the next, I was thrust into this perilous war zone, a real battlefield straight out of World War II. What a wild way to begin. While I was still dazed, the burly young man who had been dragging me along suddenly took a bullet to the head. Blood splattered onto my feet. I collapsed onto the ground, my mind in turmoil, completely unable to comprehend what was happening before my eyes. Bullets screamed overhead, and I instantly shrank my neck and ducked into the trench, overwhelmed by a sense of unreality. What on earth is going on? I kept asking myself. I'd read plenty of time travel novels, but I'd never heard of anyone being dropped straight onto a battlefield. I knew all too well that if I wanted to survive in this hellish place, I had to fight with everything I had, and the only thing I could rely on was a gun. The problem was, I'd never even handled a gun before. In my panic, I started patting myself down, and to my surprise, I actually found a gun slung over my shoulder, but I had no idea what model it was. I was about to sneak a look at how others were using their weapons, so I could pick up a trick or two, when suddenly, a familiar mechanical, grinding sound reached my ears. I froze. That sound was just like the disassembler in Dungeon Fighter Online. Was I hallucinating? At that moment, a virtual interface suddenly popped up in front of me. It read, "Do you want to disassemble the M1 Garand rifle?" Below were the options. Yes and no. Is this some kind of joke? I was completely stunned. But a second later, it hit me. Could this be the legendary cheat code? On second thought, though, other protagonists always get powerful systems or magical artifacts. Why did I end up with a disassembler? I glanced around. The battlefield was strewn with corpses, and everyone had a weapon. There was nothing to lose by disassembling just one gun. Gritting my teeth, I chose yes. After all, this might be my only shot at survival. The grinding sound rang out again as I huddled in the trench, clenching my jaw tight. Bullets screamed overhead, kicking up dirt that splattered all over my face. I was utterly miserable, never. In my wildest dreams had I imagined I'd end up in a situation like this. I nearly broke down and cried right there in the trench, but then I remembered I was now part of the great army of time travelers. How could I embarrass myself here? How would I ever face the others? Not that I'd ever meet another time traveler. After all, double time travel was practically unheard of, even in fiction. Muttering to myself like a madman, I listened to the endless mechanical grinding in my ear. Why isn't this over yet? I stomped my feet anxiously in place. No sooner had I finished speaking than there was a sudden hissing sound, like the release of steam. Instantly, a new virtual prompt popped up before my eyes. The words "announcement" flashed across the screen, leaving me speechless. At a time like this, who was even reading these announcements? Equipment dismantled successfully. Primary rifle shooting insights X6. Primary rifle melee. Insights X3. Tattered warrior's soul. Dismantling experience +1. Dismantling complete. Would you like to claim your rewards now? Dismantling complete. Would you like to claim your rewards now? Did that even need to be asked? Xiaoji's face darkened. Claim them. The next moment, 9 books appeared in his hands, along with a glowing orb of white light that hovered in the air. Is this some kind of joke? Do you want me to study hard on the battlefield, then take the college entrance exam, go to grad school, fall in love, marry my dream partner, become a CEO, and finally reach the peak of life? Though his words were full of complaints, Xiaoji's experience with countless novels had taught him these things were definitely not meant to be read in the ordinary sense. All around him, the soldiers were still holding their positions. In reality, all of this had taken place in just a few short minutes. Seizing the moment while no one was paying attention, Xiaoji quickly hid the books behind his back and randomly pulled one out. He didn't have time to worry about whether his actions looked strange. He simply slapped his hand onto the book. In an instant, the book transformed into a ray of white light that shot straight into Xiaoji's mind. Countless insights and techniques about handling a rifle flooded his thoughts in a flash. Just as I expected, Xiaoji nearly leapt up in excitement, but the bullets whizzing overhead reminded him that standing up would make him an easy target. He forced himself to stay calm. Without further hesitation, he slapped the remaining books one by one. After absorbing the 6 volumes of rifle shooting insights and 3 volumes of rifle melee insights, Xiaoji felt as if he'd become a sharpshooter overnight. Finally, he reached for the orb of white light. As he touched it, it burst into countless tiny stars, enveloping his entire body. A strange wave of soreness and numbness swept through his muscles and bones. The feeling came and went in a flash, but when it faded, Xiaoji realized his entire body was brimming with power. Now this is a real cheat code. He still didn't understand the principle, nor could he fathom why dismantling a broken gun could yield something as mysterious as a warrior's soul. But right now, Xiaoji felt invincible. He immediately wanted to grab his gun and rise to meet the enemy head-on, but when he reached for it, his hand came up empty. Where's my gun? Did I just dismantle it? The thought made him look down. Sure enough, not a trace of it was left. The weapon had been completely dismantled, not even leaving behind a scrap. Left with no other choice, he hunched over and darted toward the nearest weapon like a starving wolf pouncing on its prey. He took the rifle, discovering that it was already loaded and the safety was off. Disassemble the M1 Garand rifle? No. Disassemble it now? That would be the same as sending himself into the fray barehanded. There was no time to hesitate. Xiaoji lifted his head, quickly scanned the other side, then raised his rifle and fired. The shot rang out. He didn't even have time to check if he'd hit the target before ducking back down an instant. Did I hit him? Xiaoji swallowed hard, not at all certain whether he'd struck the enemy. To be honest, his nerves were on edge. Not even 10 minutes ago, he'd been just an ordinary guy, holed up at home, watching movies and playing video games. In the blink of an eye, he'd been thrown into the chaos of a war-torn battlefield. Even with what people might call a golden finger, his mind suddenly filled with knowledge and techniques about firearms. None of that changed who he truly was. Still, at his core, an ordinary person. Kill someone? That's a crime. What really drove him to pull the trigger wasn't skill or courage, but the piles of corpses before his eyes and the near-desperate pressure to survive. Whether that shot had actually killed the enemy, Xiaoji didn't know yet. But he was keenly aware that his old beliefs and values had been shattered in a single moment. After a brief bout of panic, Xiaoji grit his teeth and stood up again. He raised a rifle, took aim at a distant enemy, and squeezed the trigger once more. Bang! This time, Xiaoji didn't duck away. He saw with his own eyes as the bullet struck the enemy's face. Blood sprayed. The sight of the enemy collapsing sent tremors through Xiaoji's whole body. He couldn't tell whether it was excitement or terror overwhelming him. He kept raising the rifle, firing again and again. Most of his shots struck their targets, though hitting the head was rare. More often, he hit the enemy's body, and sometimes he missed altogether. The battlefield was a place of extremes, especially for a newcomer. The shock to his worldview, the gruesome sights, the awakening of a primal instinct to kill, all of it threatened to strip away his reason. But the most terrifying thing of all was the threat of death. The pressure of it was enough to push a person to the brink of collapse. At this moment, Xiaoji felt himself teetering on the edge of madness. It wasn't until the weapon in his hands began to click with a harsh, metallic emptiness that he realized he was out of ammunition. Immediately, a wave of intense unease surged through him. Almost on instinct, he rolled to the side, just in time to avoid a bullet that whizzed past where he'd just been. Is someone targeting me? Xiaojia's heart clenched. He pressed himself flat at the bottom of the trench, not daring to lift his head. There were snipers on the battlefield. The weapons in their hands were like the scythes of death itself, mercilessly harvesting every life in their sights. Was that last shot meant for him? Fired by a sniper? Xiaojiji was not sure about this, because he lacked the necessary knowledge. However, one thing was painfully clear: someone had their sights on him. At that moment, he recalled some practical tricks he'd picked up from watching movies. Noticing a corpse to his left, he quickly ducked down and took the steel helmet from it. Clutching the helmet in one hand, he cautiously raised it above the edge of the trench, taking care not to expose it too much. Bang! A gunshot cracked through the air. Xiaojiji instantly felt the helmet blasted out of his grip by a bullet. So, I really am being watched. Now, he was certain a hidden enemy had him in their crosshairs, and the moment he showed himself, they would shoot without hesitation. What do I do now? Xiaojiji drew a deep breath. Judging from the earlier battle, even though he had written 9 books, his marksmanship was still that of an ordinary person, far from sharpshooter skill. So, the enemy probably couldn't completely lock onto him. But what if that guy suddenly decided to charge? In that case, Xiaojiji took another deep breath, glanced at the rifle in his hands, and muttered, "Forget it. Let's try again." Clenching his teeth, he whispered, "Dismantle." As the gears began to turn with a faint mechanical whir, he activated the dismantling function. About 30 seconds later, the disassembler gave a soft chime. Announcement: equipment dismantled successfully. You have obtained basic rifle shooting insights times 7. You have obtained basic rifle melee insights times 5. You have obtained damaged war spirit. Dismantling experience +1. Dismantling complete. Extract now. Extract. Xiaojiji's eyes turned bloodshot. Crawling along as he searched for weapons left behind by fallen comrades, he gritted his teeth and muttered, "Once my shooting improves, I won't even need a sniper rifle to take you out with a single shot." He continued crawling, determined to gather more weapons, break them down into skill books, hone his marksmanship, and eventually get rid of that sniper. But just after he said, "Extract," 12 books and a war spirit suddenly materialized right beside him. At that very moment, he happened to crawl behind another soldier. The man heard the noise and whipped around. The instant the soldier turned, time seemed to slow to a crawl. Sweat beaded on Xiaojiji's forehead from sheer nerves. If the man noticed the sudden appearance of a dozen books by his side, how on earth could he explain it? "Hey, brother, even in the middle of war, we can't give up on learning. After all, knowledge is what keeps us moving forward." Seriously? As important as knowledge is, who on earth would think about reading in the middle of flying bullets and roaring gunfire? Alright, even if you truly have an overwhelming passion for books, there's really no need to lug around 12 of them when the enemy is closing in, is there? In moments like this, squeezing off a few more shots is far more important than anything else. As for the war soul, that's even harder to explain. What am I supposed to say to the enemy? "This is my latest invention, a new type of smoke grenade." What if they simply toss it right back at me? There's a saying that rings true. Only when a person is pushed to the brink do they unlock their hidden potential. At that instant, Xiaojia was cornered, and a sudden inspiration struck him, a moment of do-or-die resolve. A thought flashed through his mind. Store it. If he could extract objects, why not try storing them as well? At this point, Xiaojia was out of options. He could only take a leap of faith and hope for the best. In the blink of an eye, the 12 books and the war soul vanished without a trace. Almost immediately, the soldier's gaze shifted to Xiaojia. Feeling his heart rate settle just a little, Xiaojia forced a smile at the soldier, a smile meant to be friendly, though tinged with awkwardness. The soldier stared at him, dazed and expressionless. At that moment, Xiaojia was lying prone on the ground, still a fair distance away from the soldier. Strangely enough, Xiaojia's smile seemed to unsettle the man even more than if he'd remained stone-faced. The soldier instinctively clutched his back, his expression gradually morphing into one of utter despair. "Don't look so hopeless," Xiaojia muttered inwardly, thinking he should be the one feeling desperate. What on earth had this soldier been through to look at him with such eyes? Just then, a bullet tore through the soldier's forehead. The soldier's body collapsed in front of Xiaojia, that look of despair still frozen on his face. No one would ever know. His despair was about more than just dying. For a moment, Xiaojia was speechless, unsure what to say. Was he the cause of this man's death? He quickly dismissed the thought. No, this wasn't his fault. It was the fault of the times. No, it was the fault of war itself. Taking a deep breath, Xiaojia gently closed the soldier's eyes. This was the true cruelty of war. Nothing is more direct, more effective at forcing a person to grow than the scene before him. Blood spilled before their eyes, life extinguished in an instant. One moment, a living, breathing human being, the next a cold corpse with only that look of despair remaining. With that thought, Xiaojie forced himself to snap out of it. He could no longer bear to dwell on the word despair. Then, he picked up the soldier's rifle. After his earlier reckless attempt at storing things, Xiaojie had become much more careful when collecting weapons. If he wanted to avoid drawing attention, he'd have to stay on constant alert for comrades who might fall around him at any moment. And if he wanted to survive, he would also have to watch out for bullets, shells, and stray gunfire from the enemy. He had to stay completely focused, not daring to relax for even a second. Most of the time, Xiaojie dismantled weapons while quietly extracting a skill book from the disassembly machine and slapping it onto himself. Time ticked by. Although the enemy launched surprise attacks, the soldiers on his side showed extraordinary tenacity. The battlefield remained chaotic, filled with a cacophony of sounds. Most prominently, soldiers shouting for ammunition or calling for medics. Blending into the crowd, Xiaojie moved under cover of the confusion. He picked up a rifle and swiftly took it apart, his movements crisp and efficient, attracting little attention. Then, he would covertly extract another skill book to enhance his abilities. Feeling himself growing stronger with each passing moment, Xiaojie was filled with a deep sense of satisfaction. For the first time, he felt a real hope of survival. As long as he could keep dismantling weapons, even on a battlefield as brutal as World War II, he stood a chance of making it to the end. Yes, even if it meant clinging to life by the barest thread, Xiaojie was willing to do whatever it took now. But reality wasted no time in delivering its first blow. Announcement. Equipment dismantled successfully. Reward. Basic rifle shooting insights times 10. Reward. Damaged battle spirit. +1 dismantling experience. Disassembly machine experience maxed out. Beginning upgrade. During the upgrade, dismantling function will be temporarily unavailable, but extraction remains usable. Disassembly machine upgrading. Equipment dismantled successfully. Extract reward now. Xiaojie froze in place, completely caught off guard. He hadn't expected the disassembly machine could even upgrade. To be honest, he hadn't had a moment to thoroughly study his own disassembly machine. Bullets zipped through the air, while the roar of fighter planes overhead kept everyone's nerves stretched to the breaking point, the threat of annihilation looming at any moment. In such an environment, Xiaojie had no energy to ponder what other hidden functions his golden finger might have, apart from dismantling. At this moment, he could only accept reality with resignation. Still, glancing at the nearly 100 skill books stockpiled in his machine's storage, Xiaojie felt a bit of relief. At least for the time being, those skill books should be enough. But then, reality dealt him a second, merciless blow. Just as Xiaojie was marveling at his ever-improving marksmanship, another prompt suddenly appeared. Basic rifle shooting skill upgraded. All basic rifle shooting insights will now merge into intermediate rifle shooting insights. At the same time, the 50-plus skill books he had were instantly reduced to just 32. And of those, 30 were all basic rifle close combat insights. In other words, he was now left with only 2 intermediate rifle shooting insights. And who could say how long the disassembly machine's upgrade would take? History, both real experience and the lessons from novels, reminds us that system upgrades are never completed in the blink of an eye. This is just too much. Xiaojie's gaze turned vacant, his eyes beginning to glaze over. Gradually, his eyes reddened, a burning urge for revenge against the sniper who had been dogging his every move, filling his heart. One thought consumed him. Since fate had already played its hand, he had nothing left to lose. At this moment, Xiaojie let everything go. Since he had already crossed over into another world, why bother hoping for a way back? What was there to fear about the battlefield now? He had already made up his mind. If he was going to die, he'd at least take a few enemies down with him. But just as Xiaojie was about to act on impulse, a soldier suddenly ran up to him, shouting, "You, come with me." Xiaojie looked baffled, wondering if the soldier had mistaken him for someone else. His spirits were low, and he didn't want to bother, but the soldier added, "We're pulling out of this position." Hearing this, Xiaojie didn't hesitate. He followed the man at once, putting his thoughts of revenge aside for now. After all, given the choice, who wouldn't rather live than die? They crossed through the trenches, and before long saw 3 people waiting ahead, 2 men and a woman. One of them, a man wearing the sergeant's stripes, addressed Xiaojie. "We're heading out on a mission, and we need a sharpshooter. I've had my eye on you for a while. You're exactly who we need. We leave right now. I'll fill you in on the details as we go." Xiaojie didn't ask any questions. As far as he was concerned, any mission was fine as long as it got him away from here. The group skirted around the left flank of the main battlefield, a stretch almost devoid of enemy presence. It wasn't until then that the sergeant revealed their objective. We're on a decapitation strike. Agent Carter will lead us. Deep behind enemy lines. Our goal is to disrupt their assault plans. Man, time is tight. Judging by the way things are going, our line will collapse completely by midnight at the latest. The outcome of this battle depends on us. Xiaojie was momentarily stunned, utterly incredulous. He only wanted to ask, is it still possible to back out now? He hadn't even avenged himself yet. His life felt stranger than fiction. Just over an hour ago, he'd been a regular guy, staying in, watching movies, playing games. And now, he'd somehow become a member of an American World War II commando unit? Could anyone tell him how such a dramatic twist of fate had even happened? Clearly, this whole business of crossing over wasn't to be taken lightly. Think crossing worlds will make your life perfect? In reality, it could turn your whole world upside down. At this moment, Xiaojie's heart brimmed mostly with pessimism. After all, whether in movies or novels, it's always been hammered into him. So-called decapitation missions are almost always one-way trips. What's more, there were only 5 of them on this side. While Xiaojie was lost in such thoughts, gunfire erupted without warning. In the blink of an eye, their group of 5 was down to 4. Get down, take cover. There's a sniper. Hide behind the rocks. Where is he? As his teammates shouted out orders, Xiaojie had already dropped to the ground, taking shelter. Through the gaps in the grass, his eyes scanned the surroundings with heightened vigilance. From what he'd learned in movies and novels, he knew you could roughly judge a sniper's position by the sound of the shot, and the glint of a scope could give away the enemy's exact spot. But he saw nothing at all. He whispered, "Do we have a sniper?" "Yes," the sergeant replied quietly. "He's already fallen." Xiaojie was left speechless. At this range, the only one who could go up against the sniper was another sniper. And now their only sniper had been killed. "Xia!" Suddenly, a woman's voice called out. Xiaojie turned to see Agent Carter had come up beside him. He froze for a moment. What did she just call him? "Xia, if you can pinpoint the enemy's location, do you have the confidence to take him out with a single shot?" Agent Carter asked directly. In her tone, Xiaojie could sense a firm trust. He thought carefully before answering. "Within 500 meters, I'm confident I can hit the head. At 600 meters, I'd say I have a 70% chance. At 700, it's about 50-50. My rifle's maximum range is only 730 meters, so if the target is beyond 800, I'd just be relying on luck." "Relying on luck?" Agent Carter pressed. "Exactly, just leaving it to chance. If it really comes to that distance, whether I hit or miss, or where I hit, it's all up to fate." "That's enough," Agent Carter said with a smile. "Xia, I take back what I said before. You're an outstanding soldier." "What? Take back what she said?" "Since we met, we've barely spoken a handful of words. Now she's suddenly retracting a previous statement. This is baffling." Xiaojie's mind raced. Following the usual logic of time travel novels, if this wasn't a soul transmigration, it might be a direct replacement of someone. And if it were soul transmigration, usually he'd have memories from the original host, but he had none. So the second scenario seemed more likely. In other words, he had physically replaced someone, a person named Xia, who evidently already knew Agent Carter. Xiaojie couldn't shake the feeling that things were about to get a lot more complicated. Yet, just as he was thinking this, Agent Carter suddenly did something utterly astonishing. Pay close attention. No sooner had Carter's voice fallen than she sprang up nimbly, rolling to the side with feline agility. Bang! Almost simultaneously, a sharp gunshot sliced through the air, and a burst of blood blossomed in midair. Xiaojie froze for only an instant before instantly grasping Carter's intent. He drew a deep breath, ignoring whether Carter was safe or not, and swiftly fixed his gaze on the direction from which the shot had come. He heard Carter hit the ground nearby, along with the sergeant's urgent shout, but all these sounds seemed to fade into the background, as if his mind had blocked them out. In that moment, Xiaojie entered a state of focus unlike anything he had ever experienced before. He raised his M1 Garand, steadying it in his hands, and spoke in a low, determined voice. "I see you." He drew another breath, his senses razor-sharp, about 750 meters away. The effective range of the M1 Garand was 730 meters. The extra 20 meters would come down to luck. Every bit of knowledge he had about rifles, their mechanics, their quirks, flashed through his mind in a heartbeat. He made a split-second decision, held his breath, and pulled the trigger. Bang! A deep, thunderous shot echoed, and almost instantly, a streak of crimson flashed through his view. On the battlefield, life and death are decided in an instant. Exhaling slowly, Xiaojie felt his eyes burn with fatigue. Only the combination of his sharpened focus and improved physique had allowed him to spot the hidden sniper in the grass nearly 800 meters away. In truth, if the enemy hadn't shifted positions immediately after firing, rustling the grass in the process. Even Xiaojie's heightened senses might not have been enough to spot him. Success, he realized, had relied on a string of lucky breaks. Even if faced with the same scenario again, he couldn't be sure he'd succeed a second time. But there was no time for celebration. Slinging his rifle over his shoulder, he rushed to Carter's side. He was surprised to find her crouched low, and couldn't help but ask, "Are you all right?" "Just a scratch." "Get down," Carter hissed. "There's no guarantee there aren't more snipers out there. You're too exposed, it's dangerous." Hearing her words, Xiaojie let out a sigh of relief. Then the sergeant's voice rang out from nearby. "Nicely done, soldier. You're a godsend." Carter kept her voice low, warning the others, "We're not out of danger yet. Stay alert, everyone." She glanced at Xiaojie, her eyes full of approval. "You've definitely exceeded my expectations." "I thought you had it all under control," Xiaojie admitted, looking at Agent Carter in surprise. Carter gave a quiet laugh. "If I'd been sure, it wouldn't have been a risk. In that situation, we really didn't have any other choice." For a moment, Xiaojie was at a loss for words. Was this woman out of her mind? Yet, strangely enough, he found himself wanting to laugh. In his world, among the circles he once inhabited, he had never encountered a woman who dared to be so bold on the battlefield. This quality struck him as both novel and admirable, stirring a measure of respect within him for the agent standing before him. Still, why did the name Agent Carter sound so familiar? Just as Xiaojie pondered this, Agent Carter abruptly asked, "Have you ever heard of the Super Soldier Program?" Keywords sprang to mind. Agent Carter, Super Soldier Program, World War II Battlefield, American Soldiers. As these words came together, Xiaojie felt his expression change. Any one of those terms alone might have seemed like the makings of a dangerous, possibly deadly, but ultimately ordinary time travel adventure. But when combined, only one name surfaced in his mind: Captain America. Before his journey, Xiaojie had been watching the Iron Man film. Yet, instead of entering Iron Man's world, he had landed on the World War II battlefield where Captain America fought. Was this a sign that he had ended up in the Marvel Universe? The Marvel Universe? Suddenly, Xiaojie felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him. What kind of world was this? The universe teemed with aliens, and battles could ignite at any moment. Villains seemed to spend their days plotting the world's destruction, as if they had nothing better to do. Worse still, Xiaojie had just finished watching Avengers: Infinity War, and he vividly remembered how Thanos had snapped his fingers just to watch the sunset on his homeworld. Ultimately, there was only one word to describe how he felt: despair. Why, of all places, had he ended up in this world? And he couldn't even be sure if this was the cinematic universe or the even more chaotic world of the comics. If it was the latter, words could hardly express what awaited him. In this universe, there were far too many beings capable of destroying Earth, with unimaginable and indescribable powers roaming free, some even existing between different universes and dimensions. To be honest, if this were just an ordinary World War II battlefield, Xiaojie figured he had a good chance of surviving, thanks to his decomposition machine, the skill books he could obtain from it, and the battle soul that could enhance his physical abilities. He might even contribute enough on the battlefield to earn honors, become a high-ranking officer, and enjoy a carefree life. That didn't seem entirely out of reach. Perhaps there was something to look forward to in the future. But now, Xiaojie realized just how naive he had been. The Super Soldier Program Agent Carter began was led by Dr. Abraham Erskine. Through the injection of the Super Soldier Serum, it can greatly enhance a person's physical capabilities, transforming an ordinary soldier into a formidable warrior. Seeing that Xiaojie didn't react, Agent Carter assumed he knew nothing about the plan, so she leaned in and explained it quietly. Then she added, "This isn't the place to talk. Once we finish this decapitation mission, I'll tell you everything in detail. With your qualifications, I think you might be eligible to join the experiment." At that moment, the sergeant, who had somehow already run ahead, stood up and waved to signal that the path ahead was clear. Agent Carter gave Xiaojie's shoulder a reassuring pat and said, "Good luck, soldier." That simple phrase, "good luck," carried special weight in this moment. If he didn't give it his all now, what would happen when fearsome foes like Loki, Ultron, or Thanos eventually threatened Earth? Would he still be nothing more than a bystander? Wait, will I even live long enough to see that day? Suddenly, Xiaojie realized a troubling fact. This was the battlefield of World War II. According to the movies, Captain America had been frozen for 70 years before reappearing. By the time those supervillains emerged one after another, he himself would likely be old and frail. Even if he gained extraordinary power now, how useful would it be by then? Would he end up hobbling into battle with a cane, trying to fight the enemy? Oddly, this thought actually made Xiaojie feel a bit relieved. Compared to the looming catastrophes of the future, this battle, just another skirmish in World War II, suddenly seemed far less intimidating. At least for now, there was no villain who could wipe out half the universe with a snap of his fingers. For a moment, Xia Zi's confidence soared. He almost felt like he didn't need to worry about the enemy in front of him at all, as if storming into Berlin and making his name by dragging out the infamous mustachioed leader was well within reach. Of course, that sense of invincibility was just a fleeting illusion. Once he calmed down, another thought crept in. Maybe the real enemy coming up isn't the little mustache, but Hydra. Agent Carter's presence suggested that, even if this wasn't exactly the world of Captain America, it was undeniably linked to it. And during this era, Captain America's main adversary was Hydra. Sigh, what am I even thinking about? Xia Zi shook his head and gave himself a light smack. It was far too early to be worrying about all that. The journey must be taken step by step, just like a meal is eaten one bite at a time. So, he had no choice but to keep following the squad forward. As they pressed on, they encountered no further ambushes. Even the sniper from before seemed to have vanished. The sergeant joked that the sniper had probably just been a random fluke. Even so, they advanced with utmost caution, doing their best to avoid enemy detection. The greatest threat now came from enemy planes that occasionally roared overhead, forcing them to hug the ground and hold their breath. The hardships of this journey went without saying, if not for the fact that Xia Jie had absorbed so many battle souls before, greatly enhancing his physical condition. He would have long since been unable to carry on. Even so, he still felt as though every inch of his body was caked with sweat and dirt. Xia Jie had always been a young man accustomed to a life of comfort, never having experienced such suffering. But now, whether it was to win this war or simply to survive, he could only grit his teeth and persevere. As for the idea of running away during the journey, Xia Jie had certainly considered it, but he understood perfectly well that he knew nothing about this unfamiliar World War II battlefield. Even if he managed to escape, where could he possibly go? If luck was on his side, and he ran into friendly forces, he might still be taken for a deserter, punished, and eventually sent back to the front. If he refused to comply, he'd likely face a military tribunal, with his fate hanging in the balance. And in the worst-case scenario, if he wandered into enemy territory by mistake, the outcome would be even grimmer. Given those odds, it was better to give his all and see the mission through. What gave him the courage to keep going wasn't just experience drawn from movies and novels, but, more importantly, his newly strengthened body and improved marksmanship. A single day on the battlefield hadn't made him indifferent to life and death, but at least it gave him the nerve to risk everything. It was now 7:45 p.m. In a patch of woods at the northwest corner of the enemy camp, for figures crouched low. Agent Carter checked his watch, murmuring, "There are 15 minutes until the appointed time. Our contact will meet us outside the camp and provide enemy uniforms. Once we've changed, we'll blend in with the enemy and use the chance to assassinate their commander, Jasper Bell, that notorious butcher." Xia Jie listened quietly to Carter's plan. As for who Jasper Bell was, he honestly had no idea. He worked to steady his breath, trying to calm himself. At this moment, he could hardly tell whether he was nervous or excited. Every cell in his body, even his mind, was taut with a level of tension and anticipation he had never felt before. He even felt the sudden, uncomfortable urge to use the bathroom. That, more than anything, made him miserable. Who had ever heard of someone holding it in while fighting for their life with bayonets drawn? But seeing how serious everyone else looked, Xia Jie felt far too embarrassed to bring it up. Would they think he was a coward if he said anything? All right, that's everything I have to say. Did you all get that? Agent Carter finished speaking. Everyone nodded in quick succession, and Xia Jie followed suit, bobbing his head along with the others. At this moment, the sergeant spoke up. "Remember, there's only one key to this mission. Our objective is assassination. After all, there are only 4 of us. We can't possibly go head-to-head with an entire enemy regiment. So during the operation, everyone must remain calm. Until we see Jasper Bell, no one, absolutely no one, is to reveal their identity." The sergeant glanced around at everyone, then gave a faint smile. "So for now, just relax. If there's anything you need to take care of, now's the time. I don't want the first thing you do when we see our target to be wetting your pants instead of pulling the trigger." Everyone looked at each other, not quite sure how to react. The sergeant's smile turned a bit awkward. Was my joke really that bad? Just then, the soldier whose name Summer Night still didn't know let out a quiet, toothy laugh. Summer Night, Agent Carter, and the sergeant all turned to look at him. Embarrassed at the lack of reaction, the soldier stood up and said, "I'll go take a leak." Seeing someone take the lead, Summer Night quickly followed him outside. The two of them didn't dare go far. They just found a nearby tree to take care of business. "Are you scared?" the soldier asked Summer Night. The question caught Summer Night off guard, leaving him speechless for a moment. How could he not be scared? The rest of them had been through countless battles. They were already used to it. But just this morning, he'd been at home watching movies, playing games, sipping on cola, completely at ease. And now, here he was, pulled onto the battlefield in the afternoon, having already killed quite a few people. He even felt, absurdly, as if he were the main character in some story. Yet all those complaints, when they reached his lips, shrank down to a single word. Scared. The soldier nodded. Being scared is good. It keeps you alive. You're a good guy, and a damn good shot, too. Even if you've got that odd little habit, I really hope you make it out alive. At least, long enough for this damned war to end. Summer Night managed to smile. I appreciate the compliment, but what odd habit? The soldier hesitated, then said, back when the sergeant, Agent Carter, and I were watching you, we noticed something. After you took down an enemy, you'd always clap your hands. I mean, I get that those guys weren't good people, but is it really something to clap about? Clap? What kind of joke was that? Summer Night froze, dumbfounded. How can anyone be clapping here? But the sound of slapping a book, now that was possible. He had thought his actions had gone unnoticed, but apparently someone had seen him, and worse, misunderstood it as applause. Could it be? A sudden thought struck Summer Night. Maybe they couldn't see the books or the battle spirits at all. If that was the case, all his careful attempts at hiding it must have looked utterly ridiculous. Just as he was stewing in regret, the soldier suddenly lowered his voice and asked, So, what do you think of Agent Carter? Isn't she stunning? Xiaozhiji was still immersed in the shame he'd felt just moments before, and answered without thinking, I don't feel much. Her face is too square. Oh, come on. I just don't get your taste at all. The big soldier shook his head with a sigh. If I survive this war, I'll definitely find myself a woman like Agent Carter. Then go for it, Xiaozhiji replied. She's right behind you. The big soldier hesitated for 2 seconds and whispered, Even if I managed to, I'm afraid she'd just pull a gun on me and shoot me the moment we argued. If you're scared of dying, you shouldn't even think about chasing girls, Xiaozhiji scoffed. What's the point of pursuing anyone if you're afraid? Are we really talking about chasing girls here? Or are we discussing suicide? The big soldier shot Xiaozhiji a dubious glance as he casually packed away his tools. How did you even pee that much? Healthy kidneys, Xiaozhiji replied with a hint of pride. Their banter was light and pointless, yet somehow it drew the two men closer together without them realizing it. From start to finish, neither Xiaozhiji nor the big soldier asked each other's names. But now, they had to join forces, slipping behind enemy lines into a heavily fortified zone to carry out an extremely dangerous decapitation mission. Life really is absurd, Xiaozhiji mused. Yet the unexpected information he'd picked up from the big soldier turned out to be extremely useful. If only he could see the things he'd decomposed, and no one else could, future missions would be much easier. When they returned to the rendezvous point, Agent Carter checked her watch and said, Time to move out. Everyone nodded. The big soldier took the lead, dashing ahead and signaling the all-clear with a few quick hand gestures. As they inched closer to the enemy camp, the tension in the air grew thicker with every step. All spoken communication was strictly forbidden. They relied entirely on hand signals. The gestures were simple enough that, even if Xiaozhiji hadn't understood them at first, after watching a few times he more or less caught on. There were hardly any surprises along the way. The only unexpected event was running into an enemy soldier who'd stepped outside for a smoke. The big soldier crept up silently and dispatched him from behind. Xiaozhiji, keeping his objective in mind, grabbed the fallen man's weapon without hesitation. Under that oppressive, nerve-wracking atmosphere, the 10-minute walk felt like it dragged on for a decade. At last, they found the legendary contact from our side. The rendezvous wasn't as complicated as expected. After exchanging a few coded phrases, their contact confirmed the group's identity. In truth, Xiaozhiji thought the code words were overkill. Wearing an American uniform, it was hard to imagine a Nazi soldier daring to stroll around this close to the enemy's camp. Once introductions were complete, their contact swiftly led them into a hidden corner of the military camp. I'm the only one on patrol here. It's very safe. Their guide was a young man in his 20s. As he spoke, he led them into a tent. He reached under a bed and pulled out 4 sets of military uniforms, handing them over. You'll need to act fast and find your own opportunities, he said. Here's a map of the camp's defenses. Good luck. With that, he distributed the uniforms. As Xiaozi took his set, a notification suddenly popped up before his eyes. Decomposer upgrade complete. Would you like to decompose the uniforms? The first message brought a surge of delight to Xiaozi's heart. Here, the decomposer was by far his greatest asset. Nearly all his abilities depended on it. But the second prompt left him at a loss for words. Can even military uniforms be decomposed? And what would I even get from that? Some linen cloth. Still, now wasn't the time to experiment with new features. After accepting the Nazi uniform, he heard Agent Carter speak up. Let's go over the plan one more time. Once we've changed, we'll split up and infiltrate the camp separately. Everyone needs to memorize the patrol points on the defense map and do your best to avoid direct contact with enemy patrols. Of course, if you do run into them, it's alright. These uniforms will give us the best possible cover. Just remember, stay calm, and don't reveal your identity. Xiaozi paused for a moment. Agent Carter had actually explained this before, but at the time, he'd been too distracted debating whether or not to use the bathroom to pay attention. So this was how they planned to get in. His instincts told him that splitting up was risky, but then again, even if the four of them stuck together, once discovered in a camp crawling with hundreds of enemies, their fate wouldn't be any better. From a more cautious perspective, splitting up might even improve their odds. If someone was discovered, the others might still get away. And in the chaos, there might even be a chance to flush out the enemy's commander. But of course, if anyone was captured alive, the rest would have to withdraw immediately. After all, almost no one could endure torture. Xiaozi knew himself well. If he ever got caught, he'd spill everything he knew before they even laid a finger on him. All right, let's get changed. Agent Carter spoke again, her tone brisk. Xiaozi looked at her in surprise, not expecting she'd be so straightforward. Was she really going to change right here in front of everyone? Before his imagination could run any wilder, he saw Agent Carter simply slip the Nazi uniform on over her existing military clothes, calm and matter-of-fact. Xiaozi was taken aback. Carter glanced at him. You look like you were expecting something else. I think everyone here probably had a similar thought just now. He glanced over at the soldier and the sergeant standing beside him. Agent Carter also glanced over at them. As the two quickly changed into their disguises, the sergeant urged them on, hurry up, move. Faster. Locate the target, take out the target, and then evacuate immediately. We must eliminate their commander before midnight. Xiaozi rolled his eyes and began changing as well. Wearing multiple layers of uniforms felt anything but comfortable. Pairing up, everyone helped tidy each other's appearance, making sure there were no visible flaws. Next, the defense map was spread out before them, and each person had to commit every detail to memory. Xiaozi had thought he wouldn't be able to remember it all, but after just 2 glances, he found that most of the layout was etched into his mind. He was quietly amazed. He'd never had such a sharp memory before. It seemed that the battle spirit hadn't just strengthened his body, but it also enhanced his memory and mental focus. Unfortunately, less than a day had passed since he arrived in this world. He had been either fighting or on the move, and now he was about to start a covert operation. There hadn't been a single moment to study his disassembler in detail. If he ever got the chance, he was determined to understand these things more deeply. Once everything was ready, the sergeant gave Xiaozi and the others a final look and said, "Good luck to all of you. Move out." The 4 of them exited the tent together, then split up, each heading in a different direction. A cold wind swept by, and Xiaozi shivered involuntarily. There's always a gap between making plans and putting them into action. The moment things truly began, nerves were inevitable. No matter how much he told himself to stay calm and composed, not to panic, his body still trembled on its own. He couldn't tell if it was fear or excitement. Finally, he took a deep breath, focusing on recalling every detail from the defense map. Gradually, his nerves began to settle. Suddenly, the measured beat of marching footsteps came from ahead, precise and in perfect rhythm. This unexpected disturbance shattered Xiaozi's composure. He stared as a patrol unit appeared right in front of him, and Carter's warning echoed in his mind. Do your best to avoid contact with enemy patrols. At that moment, he felt as if his luck couldn't get any worse. But, to his surprise, the patrol didn't even spare him a glance. They marched straight past him without hesitation. Only then did Xiaozi truly realize what this uniform meant. It was nothing short of a shield. He breathed a silent sigh of relief, grateful that he hadn't made any rash moves in his anxiety. If he'd done anything to arouse suspicion, just one quick search would have revealed his American uniform hidden underneath, and the mission would have been over before it even began. After letting out a breath of relief, Xiaozi began to wander through the enemy camp. But searching for his target without any clues was like looking for a needle in a haystack. He checked several locations, but still found no trace of the opposing commander, leaving him feeling somewhat frustrated. Seeing that no one was around, he lifted the flap of a tent, intending only to find a place to deal with the books he was carrying. On the one hand, this could strengthen himself. On the other, it would give him a brief moment to rest and relax his tense nerves. Unexpectedly, as soon as he stepped inside, he came face to face with someone who looked like an officer. Xiaozi froze, completely unprepared for the fact that there was an officer hiding here. The other man was equally shocked. The two of them stared at each other, and for an instant the air between them seemed to solidify. Perhaps it was the exaggerated look on Xia Zhiyue's face that tipped him off, but the officer immediately became alert, his first instinct to reach for the weapon at his waist. Life and death balanced on a knife's edge. At that moment, Xia Zhiyue had no choice left. Almost on reflex, he lunged forward. His movements were lightning fast. In the blink of an eye, he was upon the officer. The man's hand had only just brushed against his pistol when Xia Zhiyue tackled him to the ground. Now, it didn't matter that Xia Zhiyue knew nothing of hand-to-hand combat. Even if he did, it wouldn't have made a difference here. This was a contest of sheer strength. He clamped a hand tightly over the officer's mouth and nose to prevent any cry for help, while pinning the man's struggling arm with his other hand, using his weight to immobilize the officer's legs. They grappled in silence, locked in a desperate struggle, until finally, the officer's eyes began to roll back. Xia Zhiyue's heart jolted, and he hesitated. Should he really take a life? But that moment of doubt lasted only a heartbeat. This was the battlefield. Naive hope was pointless here. There was only one rule for survival. Kill or be killed. Gritting his teeth, Xia Zhiyue's eyes took on a blood-red tinge. His grip not only didn't loosen, but tightened even further. In the end, the officer never managed any effective resistance. Xia Zhiyue suffocated him to death right there in the tent. Only when a man fell completely still did Xia Zhiyue roll off and sit on the ground, murmuring in a daze, "This is so much harder than any stealth game." He couldn't remember who had said it, but the idea was that perfect infiltration meant eliminating anyone who saw you. Perhaps those weren't the exact words, but it didn't matter. What mattered was that Xia Zhiyue suddenly realized he seemed to be heading down that very path. The corpse lay on the floor, and Xia Zhiyue sat beside it. Those eyes, still wide open, stared at him unblinking, sending his thoughts into turmoil. All his previous kills had been from a distance, with a rifle, but this time he had ended a life with his own hands. Or rather, with just one hand. But that didn't really matter. What surprised him was that he didn't feel much fear at all. Could it be that I was born with the genes of a cold-blooded killer? Xia Zi murmured softly, shaking his head. His eyes shifted to the uniform on the corpse, then lowered to look at the clothes he was wearing. After a moment's contemplation, he stood up and began stripping the enemy's uniform. Although he wasn't very familiar with the ranks of the opposing army, it was obvious that this man's uniform was of a higher grade than his own. The reason was simple. Not only was the uniform more refined, but it was adorned with several badges. A higher rank would undoubtedly make it easier to move around. In some places, just changing clothes could get you through, provided no one recognized you. Xiaozi didn't know this officer's exact identity, but he guessed that as long as the man wasn't someone particularly important, few people in the entire camp would recognize him. That gave him a chance. In fact, when he had studied the deployment map earlier, there was an area that had always intrigued Xiaozi, but with his original identity, there was no way he could get in. Now, though, he took off his own uniform and changed into the enemy officer's attire. Then, Xiaozi issued a command in his mind. Dismantle. He intended to break down a uniform he'd just taken off. He didn't understand why uniforms could be dismantled, but whatever the reason, anything that could be broken down was usually valuable. The sound of whirring gears echoed softly inside the tent. As he waited, Xiaozi took out the only 2 intermediate rifle marksmanship manuals he had left, brushing off the dust gently. A torrent of knowledge about rifle use flooded into his mind, and his expression shifted suddenly. He whispered, "Is this for real?" At the same time, the disassembler let out a faint hiss, and new information appeared before his eyes. Xiaozi quickly rubbed his eyes, half afraid the system would give him another underwhelming reward like last time. Something along the lines of 3 flax cloths. Announcement. Equipment successfully dismantled. Beginner military hand-to-hand combat technique ×5. Dim and broken war spirit. Dismantling experience +1. Dismantling complete. Would you like to claim your rewards now? The results of the dismantling caught Xiaozi completely off guard. He never expected that a set of clothes could yield a hand-to-hand combat skill. It was almost unbelievable. What stunned him even more was that the war spirit he received this time wasn't just an ordinary broken war spirit, but a dim and broken war spirit, which seemed even more degraded than what he'd gotten from dismantling a rifle. But he didn't hesitate. He immediately claimed every reward. In an instant, the techniques of military hand-to-hand combat became crystal clear in Xiaozi's mind, and he could feel those skills rapidly becoming second nature. Even Xia Zhiji, who had seen much of the world, couldn't help but marvel at this. Though the slapping motion looked a bit comical, its effectiveness was strikingly obvious and incredibly convenient. As for the faint and tattered battle soul, the enhancement effect after absorbing it was far weaker than that of the battle soul he had previously obtained, but it was still better than coming away empty-handed. If every set of military gear I dismantle grants me a battle soul, A sudden realization struck Xiaojiji. There was vast potential behind this. If that truly were the case, then his path of strengthening himself would be virtually limitless. But I wonder if there's a ceiling to how much a battle soul can be enhanced. He put these thoughts aside for now and reached for his waist, pulling out the pistol that the enemy from earlier had failed to draw, even in death. Would you like to dismantle the Walther P-38 pistol? Yes. The gears began to whir again as the dismantling device kicked into action. At that very moment, Xiaojiji caught the sound of footsteps approaching from outside. His nerves instantly tensed. Without hesitation, he slipped to the entrance of the tent, pressing himself out of sight. The footsteps drew nearer and nearer. Thanks to his heightened senses, he quickly determined that there was only one person, and their destination was clearly his tent. Once he confirmed the visitor was alone, Xiaojiji let out a quiet sigh of relief. Still, a cold, lethal glint flashed in his slightly reddened eyes. Holding his breath, he listened as the footsteps stopped just outside the tent. The instant the visitor lifted the flap, before the newcomer could even. Taking the scene inside, Xiaojiji seized his wrist, yanked him into the tent, spun behind him, and locked his right arm tightly around the man's neck. A crisp, decisive snap echoed in the tent as the basic military combat technique Xiaojiji had just learned proved its worth. The intruder didn't even have time to react before his body went limp and slumped to the ground. The stack of documents he was holding scattered across the floor. War makes people cold. I'm no longer as kind as I used to be. Xiaojiji ignored the mysterious documents and instead found himself reflecting on the fading innocence of his youth. He carefully laid the body flat and began removing the man's clothes. Since clothing could be dismantled, there was no reason to waste any resources. Announcement. Equipment dismantled successfully. Acquired. Basic pistol shooting insights X6. Acquired. Faintly glimmering battle soul. Dismantling experience +1. Dismantling complete. Would you like to extract now? As Xiaojiji busied himself stripping the clothes, the dismantling of the P-38 pistol was also completed. But what he received this time took him by surprise. A faintly glimmering battle soul. Just what kind of rules govern these results? He took out the battle soul and examined it. Ordinary battle souls only emitted a faint white glow, while those that were dim and broken were nearly transparent. Yet this one, with its weak shimmer, was obviously much brighter than any of the shattered ones he had seen before. He pondered over it for quite some time, but still couldn't unravel its mystery. In the end, he decided to simply use the battle soul on himself, and immediately felt an extraordinary sense of comfort and vitality wash over his whole body. As I thought, these faintly glowing battle souls are indeed of a higher grade, and it seems that battle souls produced from weapons are better than those gained by breaking down clothing. After a brief moment of reflection, he refocused on the task at hand. Once he had stripped and dismantled all of his opponent's clothing, Xiaojiji obtained 6 more copies of the Beginner Military Combat Manual and another dim, broken battle soul. At the same time, the P-38 pistol he had taken from the corpse was not dismantled. He simply slipped it into the holster at his waist. Xiaojiji didn't dare waste any more time. He had only intended to take a short rest in the tent, but instead, he had ended up killing 2 people in a row. He hid both corpses under the bed, when suddenly a thought flashed through his mind. What if I set a fire? What would happen? The idea had barely surfaced when he felt as if a spark had already ignited in his heart. Somehow, it seemed like a good plan. But thinking about the uncontrollable consequences that might follow, he forced himself to suppress the impulse. He realized, with a jolt, that he was actually having thoughts of murder and arson. This war had truly changed him. He was no longer that kind and innocent person he once was. With a heart full of anger and sorrow, he stepped out of the tent. The entire camp remained eerily quiet. None of his companions had found their target, but at least they hadn't been discovered by the enemy either. That at least was good news. Time ticked by second, as Xiaojiji made his way toward the destination he most longed for. His goal was the armory. The moment he saw the word armory marked on the defense map, a surge of excitement welled up inside him. But for what he'd learned in the movies, such places were always heavily guarded. Getting in would not be easy. However, the enemy uniform he now wore presented him with a new opportunity. His logic was simple. Since he had to find that legendary target, who could say the person wasn't hiding in the armory, directing the battle from there? So, searching for the target in the armory made perfect sense. Along the way, he could also acquire plenty of enemy weapons. Better to seize and dismantle them himself, strengthening his own position rather than leaving them in enemy hands. With that thought in mind, Xiaojiji strode forward with his head held high. But just then, a sudden, urgent alarm sounded across the enemy camp. Xiaojiji reacted instantly, slipping into the shadows at the corner and cautiously surveying his surroundings, his face filled with bewilderment. What's going on? A shrill, piercing alarm shattered the calm of the military camp, plunging it into utter chaos in an instant. Confused and uneasy, Xiazi watched as a squad of soldiers rushed past him. Without hesitation, he grabbed the last soldier in the group. Relying on his uniform, Xiazi adopted a stern demeanor and demanded, "What happened?" "The commander is dead." The soldier, recognizing Xiazi's uniform, snapped to attention and replied loudly, "Commander, you were just assassinated." The words hung in the air, leaving both men momentarily dumbfounded. Clearly, neither of them could make sense of the turmoil around them. Xiazi recovered first, noticing the soldier's gaze had suddenly turned strange. He quickly stepped forward and landed a punch squarely on the man's neck. With his enhanced body unleashing tremendous strength, Xiazi's blow choked off any cry the soldier might have uttered, forcing him back 2 steps in pain. Yet even so, the soldier was astonishingly quick to react. Instead of fumbling with his rifle, which would have been useless at such close range, he drew a dagger from his thigh and lunged at Xiazi. Xiazi dodged to the side in a flash, grabbing the soldier's wrist and driving his knee hard into the man's lower abdomen. In a fight for survival, there was no room for rules. Only the most effective tactics mattered. The soldier's reflexes were razor-sharp. He clamped his legs together, flicked his wrist, and let the dagger slip into his other hand. Without hesitation, he thrust it straight at Xiazi's forehead. The fluidity of his movements revealed elite training. But before the blade could strike, a wave of agony twisted across his face. He hadn't managed to block Xiazi's kick. He had overestimated his own strength, thinking it would be enough to fend off the attack. But Xiazi's power was far beyond ordinary, and that kick was delivered with full, merciless force. The soldier's legs tried to clamp shut, but the impact sent them flying apart. There was a sickening crack. The dagger slipped limply from the soldier's grasp. For a man, Xiazi's kick was enough to utterly destroy any will to fight. The soldier crumpled in agony, curling up like a shrimp scalded by boiling water. Seizing the moment, Xiazi slipped behind him, locked his arms around the man's neck, and with a swift twist, the soldier's neck snapped. "That's another one down," Xiazi muttered under his breath, dragging the body into the darkness, his heart weighed down with helplessness. This infiltration had truly been flawless. Outside, chaos still reigned. Xiazi, he crouched in the shadows, his mind awash with tangled emotions. What puzzled him most was why the enemy commander was not in a proper operations room, one equipped with a telegraph, orderlies, and thick with the tension of battle, but instead stayed in a shabby, empty tent like this. That was why, earlier, he had searched all over the camp. It was based on that very assumption. In the end, he never expected the enemy to abandon all conventional tactics. So now, the enemy was dead for no clear reason, and Xiaji had killed for no clear reason either. What should he do next? Though nothing had gone as planned, the mission seemed to be complete. Was it time to retreat? At that thought, excitement surged in Xiaji's chest, but he quickly calmed himself. Experience from novels and movies had taught him that, in the midst of chaos, opportunity was at its ripest. Now the entire camp had plunged into confusion. If this were a scene in a film, the next ranking officers would struggle to regain control, but relying on their rank, they would eventually restore order. It was only a matter of time. This chaos, for now, was a perfect opportunity. But once the soldiers regrouped, they would certainly hunt down the killer. By then, he, the murderer, would either be gunned down on the spot or pursued relentlessly until he was forced to flee to the American camp. If he wanted to leave with dignity and safety, there was only one way. He needed to make the chaos even worse. The current confusion was far from enough. Relying on his memory, Xiaji knew he was close to the armory. This was his chance. Clenching his teeth, he silently recited that old saying, "Since you're here, you might as well go all in." He decided to risk everything. Without hesitation, he quickly stripped off his clothes. This outfit was far too conspicuous. He had to change. He tossed his own clothes into the disassembler space, planning to deal with them later. Then, he put on the uniform of the soldier he had just knocked out. He also threw his knife and gun into the disassembler space, making sure nothing would give him away. Next, he feigned panic and hurried towards the armory. Perhaps because most of the troops were fighting on the front lines, the rear defenses were thin. When Xiaji reached the armory, he was surprised to find only 2 soldiers guarding it. He drew a deep breath, steadied himself, then ran up to one of the soldiers, putting on a flustered act. He started babbling loudly, stringing together a jumble of meaningless words. Even he didn't know what he was saying. His speech was pure gibberish, not belonging to any known language. The 2 guards were thoroughly baffled. Seizing their confusion, Jiak quickly closed in on one of them. By the time the soldier realized something was wrong and tried to stop him, it was already too late. The fight unfolded in 2 swift steps. First, he landed a punch squarely on his opponent's unguarded throat. Then, grabbing the man's head, he yanked it downward and drove his knee mercilessly into the man's face. A flurry of motion, brutal and precise. Blood spattered through the air. The soldier didn't even have time to scream before crumpling to the ground. The other soldier had already raised his rifle, ready to fire. In that instant, a P-38 pistol appeared in Xia Jie's hand. At such close range, a handgun was far more agile than a rifle. He barely needed to aim. The gun was up, and he squeezed the trigger. A sharp crack rang out. One shot, instant death. He tucked the pistol away without a second glance. There was no time to check if either soldier was truly dead. Time was slipping away. That gunshot would rouse the entire garrison in no time. If he got trapped here, there would be no way out. So Xia Jie didn't hesitate. He charged straight into the armory. Inside, weapons were arrayed in neat rows, an overwhelming display that dazzled Xia Jie for a moment. This place is paradise, he marveled to himself. But he was acutely aware that danger was closing in fast. If he lingered, he might well be cornered and killed. Collect, 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 he muttered under his breath, issuing the command as he dashed past, using the disassembler to swiftly sweep weapons from both sides into his storage space. The disassembler's ability to gather items was nothing short of miraculous, a true artifact. As Xia Jie tossed a scoped 98K rifle into the disassembler's compartment, his sharp hearing caught the sound of hurried footsteps outside. They're coming. His heart tightened. He turned to make his escape. But just as he stepped forward, he paused. If he made a break for it now, he might get out, but it would surely attract attention. Not the wisest choice. At that moment, a bold idea flashed through his mind, inspired by a television drama he'd seen long ago. In that show, there was a locked room murder. After the killer struck, he didn't flee. Instead, he hid by the door and deliberately shouted for help. When people rushed in, he blended into the crowd and slipped away unnoticed. Simple, but incredibly risky. Xia Jie took a long breath, reassuring himself. No way these guys have seen that detective cartoon. They'd never guess I try a trick like this. After everything he'd faced today, his courage had grown. He made up his mind and sprang into action. He hurried to the main entrance, calmed his breathing, and waited for the right moment. In less than 30 seconds, the door burst open and a group of men rushed in. Xia Jie melted into the crowd without a hitch, even surprising himself at how smoothly it went. He kept his head down, quietly observing those around him. These men were still clearly shaken, lost in confusion and unable to recover from the shock of their commander's death. They burst in, all talking at once, their voices overlapping as they began frantically searching the area. The loss of their commander had put everyone on edge, and the theft from the armory left them even more bewildered and helpless. As expected, this is the perfect opportunity. A faint smile played at the corner of Xia Jie's lips. He was just about to slip away, quietly, when suddenly, someone barked, "You stay here and continue searching. You few come with me." By unfortunate coincidence, Xia Jie was assigned to the group that had to leave with that man. Seeing the others beside him already falling in line, Xia Jie had no choice but to go along. After leaving the armory, the man leading them didn't rush after anyone. Instead, he paused at the doorway, closely examining the 2 bodies sprawled on the ground. A chill ran through Xia Jie's heart. Anyone who could remain calm and attentive to details at a time like this was bound to be a formidable opponent. Why did he think so? Because in movies and novels, those who could stay this composed were almost always the most dangerous adversaries. What if this guy really is like the protagonist in those detective stories and realizes I haven't left yet, just by looking at the bodies? As soon as this thought surfaced, a flash of murderous intent flickered in Xia Jie's eyes. Just then, a sudden blaze erupted in the southeast corner of the camp, flames leaping into the night. The officer leading the group immediately abandoned his inspection of the bodies, shouting, "Follow me!" At the same time, he pointed at Xia Jie and ordered, "Go relay my orders. Seal the camp. No one leaves." Without a backward glance, Xia Jie spun on his heel and dashed off. Letting someone else deliver the orders would be one thing, but making me do it? You really are out of luck. Once free from the group, Xia Jie raced northwest as fast as he could. The entire camp was now thrown into chaos, and no one paid any attention to his suspicious movements. Ironically, it was the officer who had issued the order who now stood rooted to the spot, looking perplexed, as if something just didn't add up. But so much had happened in the span of a single night. First, the commander was inexplicably found dead in his tent. Then, the armory was robbed, and now a fire was raging in the camp. One disaster after another had left the officer's mind muddled and his judgment clouded. He simply couldn't piece together how it all connected. Xiaozi, still lurking within enemy lines and not yet at the designated rendezvous point, suddenly heard a volley of gunfire erupt from the southeast. He froze for a moment. What's going on? Did the commander's death spark some kind of internal conflict? But he quickly dismissed that absurd notion. Standing here, puzzling over it was clearly pointless. Just as he was about to leave, he caught sight of someone sprinting toward him. Looking closer, he recognized Agent Carter. "You're here, thank goodness." Agent Carter's excitement was palpable the moment she spotted Xiaozi. Her enthusiasm was contagious, and Xiaozi felt his own tension ease a little. He looked at her in surprise and asked, "Why are you so thrilled?" "You did an incredible job," Agent Carter exclaimed, barely able to contain herself. "How did you manage to kill their commander? How did you know it was me?" Xiaozi was genuinely astonished. After all, he hadn't even realized the person he'd killed was the commander. There were 4 of us in total. Who else could have been besides us 3? But that doesn't matter right now. What matters is that we need to get out of here, fast. Agent Carter said urgently. "What about the sergeant and that other soldier? They're in the camp stirring up chaos. They'll join up with us soon." Agent Carter grabbed Xiaozi by the arm, and together they sprinted toward the tent of our people. Xiaozi, still reeling, asked, "Are all those gunshots they're doing? Have they already broken in and started a full-on assault?" "No," Agent Carter responded as she ran. "That's our own troops arriving." "Our people?" Xiaozi asked hesitantly. "Wasn't he just supposed to supply us with enemy uniforms?" Agent Carter nearly lost her breath at that, pausing to glare at Xiaozi with exasperation. "I meant our ambush squad. We have an ambush squad," Xiaozi said in astonishment. "I thought it was just the 4 of us on this decapitation mission." "Of course not." Seeing Xiaozi's confusion, Agent Carter gave a brief, no-nonsense explanation. "They've been lying in wait around the camp all along, just waiting for the right moment to strike. We took advantage of the chaos to sneak in and carry out our mission. Even if we failed and only managed to create disorder, that would still give our forces a chance to attack." At this point, Agent Carter stopped and looked at Xiaozi, catching her breath before continuing, "Our operation is actually the second phase. In fact, the moment the enemy launched their surprise attack on us, our ambush squad was already here." After listening to Agent Carter's explanation, Xiaozi finally understood how everything fit together. To put it simply, first, the enemy launched a surprise attack. In response, the Americans immediately devised a counterattack plan and assembled a team to strike straight at the enemy's main base. However, perhaps because the team was put together at the last minute, they hadn't prepared thoroughly enough. So, the counterattack plan failed, and they had to come up with a second strategy, a decapitation operation. If the decapitation mission succeeded, it would throw the enemy camp into chaos. The first team could then take advantage of the confusion to wipe out the enemy's headquarters, turning the enemy's invading force into a stranded, isolated unit, one that could be crushed with ease. Even if, in the worst-case scenario, the decapitation failed, as long as the enemy commander was wounded, it would still be a golden opportunity for the first team. As for why the decapitation squad wasn't chosen from the first team, Xiaozi had no idea. There could be countless reasons. After all, wars are fought by people, and every step is determined by human decisions. And people are the most complicated creatures in the world. Self-interest, principles, and countless shifting circumstances all influence how orders are given. But after thinking it over, Xiaozi still voiced his confusion. "Since we have our people here, why didn't the ambush team use this route to rush in directly? Why bother going through all the trouble of planning a decapitation mission?" Agent Carter explained, "First, if too many people come through this passage, they'll easily be spotted by the enemy. Second, by the time they thought of this idea, they had already been discovered." Xiaozi could only chuckle in response. What else was there to say? Was it simply because they were too rushed? Or maybe someone just wasn't thinking straight. But to Xiaozi, none of that mattered anymore. After all, things had turned out well in the end. Whatever happened next was no longer his concern. After regrouping with their people and waiting a while without any news from the soldiers or the sergeant, Agent Carter decided it was time to withdraw. Xiaozi didn't insist on staying behind to wait for his comrades. For one thing, their absence didn't necessarily mean something bad had happened. With the first team already inside, the enemy's attention should be fully occupied. In the chaos, those two would have a much easier time slipping through unnoticed. For another, even if something had happened, waiting here wouldn't change anything. That was exactly why Agent Carter chose to retreat immediately, and Xiaozi saw no reason to object. As they were about to leave, our man finally showed his face. After exchanging a few words with Agent Carter, he gave a crisp salute and strode off into the camp. Xiaozi had no idea what he was about to do, nor did he have any reason to speak up. He simply watched the man's silhouette disappear into the distance. With the thunder of artillery echoing through the camp, Xiaojiji couldn't help but feel an odd urge to laugh. Just this morning, he'd still been a homebody, lounging on his couch, sipping soda, watching movies, and playing games. He was the kind of ordinary guy who could roll from one side of the bed to the other. Even if he ended up on the floor, he'd just stick his butt out and keep on sleeping. But now, what on earth had he gone through in just one afternoon and half a night? Life is just surreal, Xiaojiji muttered under his breath. Keep up. Agent Carter called out from not far off, and Xiaojiji quickly trotted after her. There'd be plenty of time to reflect later. Right now, what he wanted most was simply to find a place to get some solid sleep. When he next opened his eyes, the light in the room was dim. Shielding his eyes with his hand, he glanced out the window and realized the sun was already setting. He smacked his lips, suddenly aware of the emptiness in his stomach. He and Agent Carter had only returned to camp around 4 in the morning, and the moment they arrived, they'd both headed straight for the command center. But as soon as he sat down, Xiaojiji began nodding off, so he'd been sent off to get some rest. Judging by the look of things, he must have slept the whole day through. He stood up and stretched, feeling strength surging through his body. He felt as vigorous as a dragon or a tiger. Inspired by scenes from the movies, he couldn't help but throw a couple of playful punches with a spirited "hapa." Just then, the door swung open and Agent Carter stepped inside, carrying 2 tins of canned food. Seeing his burst of energy, she couldn't help but laugh. Chinese Kung Fu. Xiaojiji's face turned beet red. He'd been out of his cringe phase for years, but who would have thought a sudden, childish impulse would make him embarrass himself in front of a foreigner? You've slept the whole day. It's time you ate something, Agent Carter said, her smile growing as she set the cans in Xiaojiji's hands. We can't let a hero go hungry, can we? Hero. Xiaojiji rubbed his nose awkwardly, feeling that title couldn't be further from the truth. Of course you're a hero, Agent Carter insisted. During last night's operation, you played a crucial role. You personally took down that butcher of a commander and saved so many of our comrades. Xiaojiji said nothing, thinking to himself that when he'd killed that guy last night, he had no idea what the man's real deal was. Accidents, pure accidents. There hadn't been time to think last night. He'd been too exhausted, too drained. Looking back now, so many things had happened purely by chance. Who could have imagined that the enemy's commander would be hiding in an ordinary tent, without a single guard at his side? And Summer Knight's trip to the armory was an act of sheer recklessness. The bold idea that suddenly struck him in the end was nothing short of madness. In truth, if it hadn't been for the lead officer on the other side suddenly asking Summer Knight to deliver his orders, it would not have been so easy for him to leave. Only when all these elements came together, the first wave of the ambush troops' attack, the fire set by the sergeant and his men, did last night's mission succeed, allowing them to withdraw safely. If not for so many coincidences aligning, Summer Knight figured he could already sing himself a farewell dirge for so-called heroes. Do you still remember what I told you before? Agent Carter suddenly broke the silence. Which part are you referring to? Summer Knight probed. Surely it wasn't about romance, was it? If you'd like, I could discuss some matters of love with you in the future. But right now, I'd much rather talk about the Super Soldier Project. Agent Carter spoke with a hint of resignation. But it seems you've already forgotten all about it. At her words, Summer Knight finally recalled that they had indeed discussed this topic before. But as far as he was concerned, it had nothing to do with him at all. He wasn't Captain America, nor did he have any intention of becoming one. It was already absurd enough for a homebody like him to land in this world. Did he really have to become that man with a grand vision for the stars and stripes? For Summer Knight, 2 simple words summed up the idea: complete nonsense. Rather than waste time on such topics, he'd much rather focus his attention on the can of food in his hand. Agent Carter seemed a bit surprised by Summer Knight's indifference. Don't tell me you really have no desire to become a super soldier. How super does a super soldier get, anyway? Summer Knight replied, without even looking up. Could he snap his fingers and make that little mustache man in faraway Berlin disappear? That's impossible. Agent Carter shook her head. After all, even a super soldier is still human. What are you talking about? Well, only a god could do that. But don't you want to be a hero? We need heroes. There will always be people who want to be heroes, right? Bathed in glory, idolized by the masses. Summer Knight smiled. But I don't. If he had his way, his philosophy was to keep his head down and survive until the war was over. Ever since he was suddenly transported to this world yesterday afternoon, he had been living in a constant state of anxiety and fear. He was not an assassin, nor a mercenary, nor a martial arts prodigy. He was just an ordinary guy, simple, a little reclusive, and definitely not a hero. One moment, he had been in a world of absolute peace, and the next, he found himself in a place where death lurked at every corner. With all the shocks and unexpected dangers, it was a miracle he hadn't already lost his mind to this harsh new reality. To be honest, Xiaojie couldn't help but admire himself a little. So, to hell with Captain America, and to hell with Hydra. He decided he'd rather just keep his head down and deal with these ordinary foes at hand. He had no desire to provoke those beings who had already surpassed the limits of humanity. Agent Carter seemed about to say something else, but the door swung open again. This time, a middle-aged man entered the room. He had a stern face and rarely smiled. With a serious expression, he walked in, glanced at Agent Carter, and she hurriedly stood up and saluted Colonel Phillips. The moment Xiaojie heard the name, he instantly recalled the man's identity. A colonel. He was Agent Carter's superior, and he had a bit of complicated history with Captain America. In the movie, when it came to selecting the subject for the Super Soldier program, he had originally disagreed with choosing Captain America. He thought Captain America was far too weak. So, during training, he threw a grenade into the group. When everyone else scrambled away in panic, only Captain America leapt forward, covering the grenade with his own body. That moment revealed Captain America's spirit to everyone and became the main reason he was ultimately chosen for the experiment. Saluting alongside Agent Carter, Xiaojie started to wonder, why has this man shown up? Was he about to ask him to join the program too? You may leave now. Colonel Phillips addressed Agent Carter. Agent Carter glanced at Xiaojie, then at Colonel Phillips, but could only turn and leave the room. Once she was gone, the stern look vanished from Colonel Phillips's face. He walked over to Xiaojie, gave his shoulder a reassuring pat, and said, "Have a seat." Xiaojie blinked in confusion. What kind of twist was this? A little flustered, he sat down. Colonel Phillips began, "I'm sorry. I never expected Carter would choose you to join her on that decapitation mission. The enemy's ambush came out of nowhere. By the time I realized, it was probably already too late to send someone for you. Later, I found the body of the soldier I'd sent to look for you in the trenches. His helmet was split open, and there was a bullet hole in his head." As he listened, a swirl of vivid images began to form in Xiaojie's mind. First, from General Phillips' words, Xiaojie realized that he and the general were acquainted. And for some unknown reason, this man seemed to take special care of him. When the fighting broke out, he even sent someone to find him. Surely, the intention was to keep him safe. At the same time, Xiaojie couldn't help but recall the moment he first arrived in this world. That soldier who dragged him through the trenches. Wasn't he sent by Colonel Phillips? The situation was still far from clear. Xiaojie weighed his thoughts carefully, but he didn't speak out of turn. Then Colonel Phillips continued, "But this is war. Every minute, every second, every moment, something unexpected happens. Today it's him who's dead, and tomorrow it could be me. Before your parents passed, they entrusted you to me, but the damned war broke out. What could I do? I wanted to protect you, but you secretly enlisted. If you hadn't been assigned to my unit by chance, I wouldn't even have known." Xiaojie couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. This was the most awkward development yet. What on earth was he supposed to do when a middle-aged man he'd only ever seen in movies and barely remembered suddenly appeared, claiming to be his godfather? Someone, please tell him, quick! He was a loss. Xiaojie fell silent, and Colonel Phillips's expression grew darker by the second. The colonel suddenly shot to his feet. "The Super Soldier Project, don't even think about it. This has nothing to do with you, because you're not even American. They would never let a foreigner become America's super soldier. And as for you, no matter what objections you have, starting tomorrow, you're going straight to the rear. Unless I die, you are never to set foot on the battlefield again." With those words, this middle-aged godfather, no colonel, turned on his heel and marched out, clearly unwilling to give Xiaojie any chance to protest. Xiaojie sat there, stunned for a long while, and after he had finished analyzing everything that had just happened, he nearly burst out laughing, almost rolling across the bed in amusement. These people had come in talking to themselves, left talking to themselves, and now, inexplicably, he didn't even have to fight anymore. Who in their right mind would want to fight in a war? Getting away from this hellish front line, nothing could be better. At this point, his only hope was that Colonel Phillips would live to a ripe old age. After the excitement faded, hunger crept back in. He finished the can of food in his hand, then sat on the bed, lost in thought. He suddenly remembered he hadn't properly investigated his golden finger, his special ability, so he decided it was time to take a closer look. When it came to cheats and golden fingers, Xiaojie was nothing short of an expert. After all, so many movies and novels had mentioned this kind of thing more than once. Usually, these items were the essential tools for a protagonist to wreak havoc on the world or save all of humanity. Their functions varied widely. Some were for leveling up, granting you hundreds of skill points in noodle making with just a bowl of ramen. Others were for cultivating plants, allowing you to effortlessly grow mystical flowers and celestial herbs paving your way to the peak of life. Some are even more outrageous, able to absorb people's negative emotions, so that the host would constantly spit out heart-wrenching comments, just to see if it would get under your skin. All in all, the variety of cheats was as overwhelming and countless as the carp crossing the river. And the real highlight was the cheats belonging to the transmigration genre. As everyone knew, these cheats were almost always in the form of a system. Xiaojiue had no idea who created so many systems, scattering them recklessly across parallel worlds. Yet, once a host acquired one, no one ever thought to complain about this cosmic litterbug. Instead, they'd guard it as a precious treasure, terrified it might be discovered and taken away for dissection or something equally terrifying. Xiaojiue reckoned that, in summary, he was the transmigration type. As for his own cheat, being something called a decomposer, it seemed quite similar to those systems. Information would pop up out of nowhere, catching you so off guard you could wet yourself in shock. Summoning the decomposer in his mind, sure enough, it appeared in Xiaojiue's consciousness. This was the first time Xiaojiue had a chance to take a good look at it. He discovered that, aside from being much more battered than the decomposers in DNF, the thing's appearance was otherwise almost identical. So, Xiaojiue quickly realized that what he'd brought with him was, indeed, a DNF decomposer. However, the functions and the items it could break down were clearly very different. On top of that, there were several floating words above the decomposer. Novice, intermediate, decomposer. The ranking system had clearly changed as well. At the bottom, there was something resembling a progress bar, but what puzzled Xiaojiue was that the text on the bar wasn't in the usual XX/XX format, but a single infinity. What on earth is this supposed to mean? Xiaojiue was baffled. Could my decomposer already be maxed out? After carefully checking, he found that the words still read Novice Intermediate Decomposer. Clearly, this thing was nowhere near the pinnacle. Besides, who's ever seen a top-tier decomposer looking so shabby, like a pile of scrap metal just waiting to be recycled? Which begged the question, where did this infinity come from? As for the trick of poking and prodding things with your mind, that was pretty much something you picked up intuitively, even without a teacher. But after poking at it for quite a while, the entire disassembler showed no reaction whatsoever. Xiaojiue came to a realization. Looks like this thing doesn't have a touchscreen. He kept fiddling with it for a long time, only to discover that this disassembler was the very definition of cold and aloof. It basically treated Xiaojiue as if he didn't even exist. No matter what Xiaojiue tried, it was utterly unresponsive. There wasn't any advanced AI built in either. Ask it anything, and it just flat out ignored you. Xiaojiue couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Other people's golden finger cheats, as long as there's some sort of system, always show up at a moment's notice, report on everything, and when there's nothing to do, even toss in a sassy line like, if you don't complete the mission, I'll erase you. Okay, dot. Sometimes they even come with the image of a cutesy anime girl or something. But his own was clearly not a system at all, just a lump of iron called a disassembler. Besides popping up some announcement notifications and spitting out skill books or the like, it really didn't do much else. Well, maybe that's a good thing. At least it won't suddenly jump out and scare me when I'm doing something I can't exactly tell people about. Thinking along those lines, Xiaojiue suddenly felt that a cold and distant golden finger was actually a lot more comfortable to use. As long as it worked, did it even matter if it could talk? Honestly, when Xiaojiue read web novels himself, those talkative system characters sometimes got on his nerves for no reason. So, this setup was actually pretty nice. Of course, that also meant he couldn't figure out anything new about the disassembler's functions, especially that infinity experience bar, which was baffling to say the least. Since there was nothing more to discover, he simply stopped trying. Xiaojiue's thoughts turned to the weapons he'd brought back from the enemy's armory earlier, and excitement welled up in his chest once again. He opened the disassembler's inventory space and pulled out a rifle. When the prompt, disassemble G43 rifle, appeared, Xiaojiue suddenly thought of an interesting question. Back in the enemy camp, whether he was speaking or listening, there hadn't been any language barrier whatsoever. Thinking about it now, that was rather strange. He definitely didn't remember learning any foreign languages. To be honest, even his English was barely passable. But now, not only could he speak and understand fluently, he figured he could probably whip up a lengthy essay in no time if he had to. Was this thanks to some hidden feature of the disassembler, or was there only one universal language in the whole world? As this thought crossed his mind, Xiaojiue couldn't help but laugh. Even in the movies, Thanos from Endgame spoke English. And here he was, having crossed over into such an utterly bizarre world, still hung up on the language issue? Wasn't that just overthinking things? Announcement. Equipment disassembled successfully. Basic rifle shooting insights, *1. Disassembly experience, +1. Equipment dismantling complete. Would you like to retrieve the items now? Xiaojie had just been smiling, but as soon as he saw this message, his mind went blank in an instant. What the heck? There was only a single copy of the basic rifle shooting manual, and not a single war soul to be found? Did that mean he just dismantled the dud weapon? He pulled out another gun and examined it closely, but found nothing wrong with it. A brand new, gleaming rifle. Xiaojie muttered this under his breath, then chose to dismantle it as well. Yet the result was exactly the same as before. All he received was a lone consolation prize of basic rifle shooting manual *1 and dismantling experience +1, and absolutely nothing else. This left Xiaojie completely dumbfounded. He'd risked his neck to raid the armory, mainly to improve himself, but now what? Could these be fake guns? That thought was pure nonsense. All the knowledge about firearms stored in his mind was telling him these weapons were the real deal, and all of them were fresh out of the factory. Brand new guns. Suddenly, Xiaojie paused. Could that be the problem? He rummaged through his dismantler's storage and found a weapon he'd stripped from a soldier, then placed it into the machine. A dozen seconds later, Xiaojie stared at his hand, now holding 7 copies of the basic rifle shooting manual and a single battered war soul. His expression was a mix of surprise and confusion. Several things had become clear to him now. First, after the dismantler leveled up, the dismantling time had been cut down drastically. What used to take over 30 seconds now took just over 10. Second, to get valuable items from dismantling a weapon, the weapon had to be one that had seen use, something that belonged to someone. Brand new weapons only yielded the meager consolation prize. What kind of twisted logic was this? Xiaojie felt like crying, but had no tears left. He'd thought that raiding the armory, even though he hadn't had time to clean it out entirely, would be enough to give his strength a massive boost. But now, he took inventory of the weapons in his dismantler's storage. Apart from the 2 he'd already dismantled, there were still 40 guns left from the armory. Among them, there were 26 G43 rifles. The rest were 98 Burmese shots fitted with high-powered scopes. Gritting his teeth, Xiaojie was locked in an intense inner struggle. So conflicted, should I just dismantle them all? Or try to find another way? There were alternatives, but Xiaojie didn't think much of their chances. All the weapons in his dismantler's storage were pristine, never fired. Having absorbed so many rifle shooting manuals, the accompanying knowledge made it clear to Xiaojie. The performance of the G43 rifle was every bit as good as that of the M1 Garand. So, if he took the brand new G43 rifle and tried to trade it with those American soldiers for an M1 Garand, would they agree to the exchange? In truth, whether or not they would swap is beside the point. The real question is, what reason could Xiaojie possibly give for wanting to trade? To ask for a weapon swap without any apparent reason? Even if your weapon is better, most people would be unlikely to agree. There are rules in the military camp, after all. Even in such chaotic times, the distribution of weapons must follow regulations. It's not something that can be changed on a private whim, is it? After much hesitation, he realized that going through official channels was almost certainly impossible. There might be only one way. Take advantage of the darkness, sneak into their tents, and steal their weapons. This was the solution Xiaojie came up with, though he admitted it was a little extreme. But considering that he would likely be sent back to the rear lines tomorrow, never again to set foot on the front, he knew he would never get such a golden opportunity again, and so his resolve hardened. If I'm going to survive by lying low, I should at least get stronger first. Otherwise, if I can't keep my head down in the future, won't I be in real trouble? From a long-term strategic perspective, tonight's action is absolutely necessary. This reasoning strengthened Xiaojie's determination. Besides, he'd slept all day, so he wasn't the least bit tired. It was the perfect time to make his move. There was still some time before nightfall, and apart from the weapons he'd obtained from the armory, he had a few others he'd stripped from the enemy. During a deadly sniper duel, he'd taken a Kar 98K from the enemy sniper. In the enemy commander's tent, he'd removed a P38 pistol from the officer clutching those documents. From a patrolman he'd grabbed in the enemy camp, he'd taken a combat knife. There had been a rifle as well, but he'd disassembled it during an earlier experiment. And of course, there was the enemy commander's uniform. With time on his hands, he decided to disassemble everything one by one. The disassembly time varied slightly. Items like the uniform or combat knife took just a dozen seconds or so. The sniper rifle took a bit longer, and the pistol was somewhere in between. The results were as follows. Basic sniper shooting insights, *9. Basic military hand-to-hand combat, *3. Basic bayonet fighting techniques, *7. Basic pistol shooting insights, *4. A dismal and shattered war soul. Shattered war soul, *3. Disassembly experience, +4. After processing his spoils, Xiaojie felt stronger than ever. It was a truly intoxicating sensation, his strength and endurance growing, his mastery of various combat and shooting techniques increasing. It all gave him a sense of fulfillment that was impossible to describe. I just don't know if this power can keep growing forever. If it really could, then what's the point of lying low anymore? When the time comes, even that so-called sunset snap, who wiped out our classmates, would be nothing. A snap of my own fingers would be enough to kill him. As his strength grew, Xiaojie felt his spirit swell along with it. He quickly reminded himself to keep a low profile, not to get arrogant. Time slipped by, and before he knew it, it was already deep into the night. No one had come to disturb Xiaojie at his resting place. He opened the flap of his tent and stepped outside, lifting his head to gaze at the sky for the first time. The sky was shrouded in darkness, thick clouds rolling overhead, and the air was heavy with moisture. Rain was on its way. But this kind of weather actually put Xiaojie in a good mood. After all, he was planning to sneak around and do something shady. If it were as bright as day outside, wouldn't that be awkward? Standing beneath this night sky, though, a strange melancholy welled up in his heart. The world I once knew is probably gone for good, Xiaojie sighed. Among the vast army of transmigrators, those who could return to their original world were few and far between. Most would settle down in these new worlds, build families, and reach the heights of their new lives. Of course, there were also those whose journeys ended halfway, mostly because the author decided to write them off. He shook his head to cast away these scattered thoughts. Seeing no one around, Xiaojie turned and slipped quietly into the darkness. And now, hiding in the shadows, Xiaojie began to plan his next move, but immediately hit a wall. In the enemy's camp, I always had a layout map to guide me. But here in my own camp, where'd I find one? Xiaojie was at his wit's end. In the enemy camp, he could come and go as he pleased, survive countless close calls, and still make it out unscathed in the end. But now, standing on his own side, he found himself completely at a loss. He didn't recognize a single place. How was he supposed to deal with this? With slumped shoulders and a defeated look, Xiaojie could only step back out of the darkness. Thankfully, no one was around to witness his embarrassment. Otherwise, he felt the shame would haunt him for life. But since this was his own camp, even without a map, he could wander around freely. At least no one would mistake him for an assassin. But before he could finish that thought, a voice barked behind him, "Freeze!" Xiaojie was stunned. Seriously? Someone couldn't even recognize their own comrade? He looked down and realized, to his frustration, that he was still wearing the enemy's uniform. He had no choice but to call out, "Captain, don't shoot. It's me." As he turned around, he found Agent Carter standing right behind him, struggling to suppress a grin. Xiaojie's mouth twitched, and he looked at the woman before him, speechless. Honestly, shouldn't you be asleep at this hour? Sneaking around at night to flirt with an upstanding young man. Don't you think that's a bit inappropriate? Agent Carter tilted her head and studied Xiaojie for a moment. Then she smiled and said, "You really do have a unique way with words. Are all people from China this witty?" Xiaojie blinked. Now, that was a tough question to answer. He cleared his throat and said, "Let's not dodge the issue. Why are you lurking outside my tent in the middle of the night? Planning to sneak in while everyone's asleep and do something you shouldn't? I'll have you know, I'm not one to fall for those kinds of tricks." "Oh, is that what you're hoping for?" Agent Carter stepped close, stopping just in front of Xiaojie, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Tell me, is that what you want?" Xiaojie wilted in an instant. He quickly took a step back. "Come on, don't tease me. An innocent young man like me can't handle this kind of flirting." Agent Carter's smile only deepened, and she bit her lower lip, amusement dancing in her eyes. "Is this famed shyness part of your exotic charm?" Xiaojie was at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. "What did Colonel Phillips say to you?" Agent Carter asked. "So that's the real reason you're circling my tent?" Xiaojie replied. "Or are you secretly wishing it was for the reason you mentioned earlier?" Agent Carter continued to tease him. "He seems very much against me staying active on the battlefield." Xiaojie deflected her banter and said, "It looks like I'll be reassigned tomorrow." "That's no way to treat a war hero," Agent Carter sighed. "Did he say we're being sent?" "No," Xiaojie replied. "I suppose I'll find out tomorrow." Both of them fell silent, wandering side by side through the camp without any particular direction. After a while, Agent Carter suddenly spoke. "You have the makings of a hero. Because I killed their commander?" "No," Agent Carter shook her head. "Or, not just because of that. The way you conducted yourself on the battlefield. That's what convinced me. To be honest, you were nothing like I'd expected. My first impression of you wasn't a good one. Really. But after yesterday's fight and the mission, I see you differently now. I shouldn't have looked down on you in the beginning. For that, I owe you an apology." Xiaojie blinked in surprise. That was certainly unexpected. Then Agent Carter spoke again. war should never be reckless. On the battlefield, raw courage is no match for wisdom. And a split-second decision can mean everything. When we encountered that sniper, in that single moment, I was taking a gamble. On that summer night, memories of the woman's fearless leap flashed through his mind, and he nodded silently. But you understood my intention in a heartbeat. In that instant, you set aside all distractions and delivered a shot that was nothing short of legendary. Agent Carter looked at Xia Jie with unwavering seriousness. Your performance in that moment was flawless, truly breathtaking. Such praise left Xia Jie a bit flustered. He replied awkwardly, "Easy with the compliments, easy. I can only take so much." Agent Carter gave him a helpless look. "I mean it. I believe you," Xia Jie responded after a moment's thought. He added, "But the idea of being a hero, that seems a world away from me." "Not at all," Agent Carter replied. "If you're willing, I can speak to Dr. Erskine. I'll report to the higher-ups that I—" Whoa, slow down. You're getting ahead of yourself," Xia Jie interrupted, exasperated. "First of all, and this is important, I never plan on being a hero. Second, you really think your people would let a foreigner become your hero? You're not a foreigner. Your citizenship is American." Xia Jie blinked, realizing that, unintentionally, his entire backstory had just been laid bare. Chinese-American, orphaned, adopted by Colonel Phillips, secretly enlisted when World War II broke out, only to end up, of all places, in Colonel Phillips's unit. He could only reply, "But nationality isn't everything, is it? Those are just words on paper. Do they really define a person? If, as you say, I one day become a hero on this battlefield, in the spotlight of the world, what do you think people will say? Hey, where did this yellow-skinned monkey come from? What a joke. If I end up taking revenge on someone's whole family in the heat of it, is that still the kind of hero you're hoping for? That would never happen." "Oh, but it will." Xia Jie smiled. "You can't expect everyone to change their attitude toward me the way you have, can you?" Agent Carter fell silent. The truth was harsh, and Agent Carter's thoughts were painfully simple. She believed Xia Jie had the potential to be a hero, but she'd forgotten. In times like these, even if Xia Jie wanted it, would those in power ever allow it? Compared to seeing a foreign hero appear before the public, people much preferred having a homegrown superhero emerge in the spotlight, someone who could bring vitality and hope to their own country. And, well, it seemed there was even the added bonus of selling war bonds. Come to think of it, at the beginning, Captain America was like a clown, always performing on stage and urging people to buy bonds. Glancing at the silent Agent Carter, he noticed she had fallen completely quiet. Clearly, she too was thinking about how this harsh reality would never allow a foreign superhero to take root. Neither the politicians nor the general public would ever want that to happen. Seeing her expression, Xia Jie sighed and had to speak up. "Even if we don't become super soldiers or superheroes, can't we still keep fighting? Do you really think one superhero alone could change the course of the war? Then what are we doing here? Just waving flags, eating sandwiches, and going home to raise children?" Agent Carter let out a soft laugh, biting her lip as she looked at Xia Jie. "You're quite an odd one. From what you say, I can tell you don't trust this country. Yet here you are, serving on the front lines. Why did you enlist?" "I've had a dream since I was a child." Xia Jie looked down, composed, then gazed up at the stars. He spoke slowly, with the calm gravity of a great man. "My dream is world peace." A running joke, of course. But Agent Carter clearly didn't catch it. Given the current climate, however, Carter's gaze became more intent as she looked at Xia Jie. "To me, you're already a hero." "Huh?" Her earnest look made Xia Jie a bit embarrassed, even a little at a loss for words. Just as he was racking his brains for something to say to ease the awkwardness, Agent Carter spoke up. "Truly, that's a noble dream. It's rare and precious. Xia, no matter what you think, your dream is something the whole world should strive for together." Xia Jie blinked and replied, "I suppose you're right." And just like that, the conversation threatened to slip back into awkwardness. Small talk could be so uncomfortable sometimes. As Xia Jie desperately searched for another topic, Agent Carter suddenly pointed to a tent nearby. "This is me." "Oh, right. Have a good rest," Xia Jie said hurriedly. "You too." With that, Agent Carter gave Xia Jie a gentle hug. "Good night." Once Agent Carter had left, Xia Jie scratched his head in resignation. "So much for being a loser. Why does it feel like beautiful women might fall for me at any moment? Is this one of those famous self-delusions?" Still, with Agent Carter gone, Xia Jie finally felt he could breathe a little easier. Thanks to the Tokat agent, the two of them wandered aimlessly around the camp and ended up touring the entire place. This left Xia Jie with a deep impression of the camp. The general layout and various details became etched in his mind. Taking advantage of a moment when no one was around, he stripped off the enemy uniform he was wearing and casually stuffed it into the disassembler. Then, without any pretense, he headed straight toward the soldiers' sleeping quarters. To be honest, it was far less complicated than Xiaojie had imagined. Wearing this uniform, and being a bona fide American soldier himself, meant that wherever he went, no one stopped him, nor did anyone suspect a thing. He strolled right into the soldiers' sleeping tent. After the brutal battle yesterday, casualties had been heavy. They'd spent the night cleaning up the battlefield, so by now, these men were sleeping like the dead. Xiaojie figured that even if he stabbed them with a knife, they might not wake up. This made his plan all the easier. He drew one gun, swapped it for another. After making the rounds through the tents, he hadn't even finished swapping out all the weapons before his disassembler storage ran out of room. Well, isn't that something? Glancing at the weapons beside the sleeping soldiers, Xiaojie let out a sigh. He couldn't very well steal their guns outright, could he? Swapping was one thing. But outright theft? Xiaojie just couldn't bring himself to do it. Even if it meant growing stronger, doing something like that just felt wrong. If they were enemies, it would be a different story, but these guys, however you looked at it, were more or less on his side. Sighing again, Xiaojie poked his head out of the tent, then walked openly and confidently back toward his own quarters. His hands were empty, no stolen goods in sight. Thanks to the disassembler's storage, whatever he did, he always had a certain air of legitimacy. Once back in his tent, Xiaojie didn't waste any time. Since he'd slept enough during the day, he decided to start dismantling weapons. His haul was as follows. Basic Rifle Shooting Insights, *156. Basic Sniper Rifle Shooting Insights, *98. Basic Rifle Melee Insights, *104. Broken Battle Soul, *40. Disassembler Experience, +40. On top of that, from dismantling the enemy uniform earlier, he'd received Basic Military Combat Arts, *3, and DIM, Broken Battle Soul, a bountiful harvest. With 156 volumes of Basic Rifle Shooting Insights, plus the consolation prizes from dismantling the 2 new guns earlier, he had a total of 158 volumes. Inside the disassembler space, he merged them directly, creating 15 volumes of Intermediate Rifle Shooting Insights, with 8 volumes of the basic kind left unused. As for the Basic Sniper Rifle Shooting Insights, when he combined 41 volumes, the system notified him that his Basic Sniper Rifle Shooting skill had leveled up. Counting the 9 volumes he had previously used, Xiaojie figured he had gone through about 50 beginner's guides. That should be enough for a level up, though he wasn't sure if upgrading from intermediate to advanced would also require 50 books. Judging by how things usually work, it'd be a miracle if they didn't at least double the requirement. After all was said and done, he was left with 57 beginner's guides on sniper rifle shooting. Once fused, they turned into 5 intermediate books and 7 beginner ones. He used them all, and once again, Xiaojie felt his skills had grown. Last up were the close quarters rifle combat guides. To be honest, Xiaojie never really understood the purpose of these. Using a rifle for close combat? Now that's some creative thinking, kid. Still, a skill's a skill. No reason to let it go to waste. He slapped down several dozen of those books in a flurry, and his proficiency level rose yet again. As for military hand-to-hand techniques, there were only 3 volumes, which he absorbed without a second thought. When he tallied up at the end, the Decomposer storage held 8 beginner's guides on rifle shooting, 7 on sniper rifles, and 3 on close-quarters rifle combat. But the best was yet to come, the real highlight. 41 battle souls, 40 battered battle souls, and one that was dim and even more broken. Each burst of white light exploded one after another, merging into Xiaojie's body. His strength, speed, endurance, constitution, every attribute surged wildly. His mind grew sharper, and a clarity washed over him, leaving him feeling utterly transparent and awake. But as the process went on, the sensation gradually faded. The gains were still there, but the improvements became barely noticeable. Is this the game's way of telling me I need to find better battle souls? From all the equipment he'd broken down so far, Xiaojie had a hunch. The original owner's status seemed to correspond to the battle soul's quality. Only big shots drop high-level battle souls. That was his guess, though something about it didn't feel quite right. There were details he still couldn't figure out. Too bad these things couldn't talk. If only he could ask them directly, it'd save him so much trouble. He got out of bed and set his feet on the floor, taking a few steps to feel the powerful energy coursing through his body. Xiaojie nodded in satisfaction. Just as he was about to bask in his own awesomeness and declare, "I'm invincible. I'll definitely survive to the end," his stomach let out a loud rumble, dragging him straight from his fantasy back to reality. "Why am I so hungry?" Rubbing his stomach, Xiaojie heard the bugle call from morning assembly. Only then did he realize an entire night had slipped by without him noticing. It was actually quite convenient, perfect timing to grab some breakfast. At breakfast, however, Xiaojia's performance left everyone stunned. He single-handedly devoured 5 people's worth of food, leaving his comrades gaping in disbelief. Yet Xiaojia felt a bit aggrieved. He still wasn't quite full, and it seemed his body's digestive abilities had improved dramatically. This meant that as soon as food entered his stomach, it was instantly converted to energy and spread throughout his limbs and bones. He remembered hearing on TV that the more energy you use, the more you eat. Now, he realized that was probably true after all. He wanted to eat a bit more, but felt somewhat embarrassed. Just then, Colonel Phillips happened to walk in, glanced at the empty cans in front of Xiaojia, and remarked, "Are you trying to stuff yourself to death as a form of protest against me?" "Actually, I still haven't had enough," Xiaojia replied, giving a helpless shrug. "Come with me," said Colonel Phillips, paying no mind to Xiaojia's words as he turned and strode out. Colonel Phillips led the way, with Xiaojia following behind. All around them, soldiers bustled back and forth. After a night's rest, these energetic fellows had come back to life, the exhausted, half-dead expressions from last night now seeming like nothing more than an illusion. "The battlefield isn't the place for you," Colonel Phillips said from ahead, while Xiaojia listened in silence. "But the mission you completed earlier was outstanding. That damn success means that, even if I wanted to kick you out of the army, I couldn't. So, you've been assigned somewhere else." At this, Colonel Phillips stopped and turned to face Xiaojia. Xiaojia looked back at him, bewildered. "Remember what I say. Don't take any chances," Colonel Phillips sighed. "There are things you might not understand, but trust me, I won't put you in harm's way. Be cautious. Be careful. If there's a chance, I'll get you out of this place. You deserve a quiet, ordinary life. This kind of world isn't right for you." Xiaojia couldn't have agreed more. He much preferred staying at home, drinking soda, playing games, and watching movies. Still, Colonel Phillips' words left him confused. What exactly was going to happen next? It was as if Colonel Phillips could sense Xiaojia's doubts, for he continued, his expression grim. "Your next assignment is to serve as a bodyguard for a very important person." "Huh?" Xiaojia's eyes went wide as he hurriedly asked, "Is he on the battlefield?" That was what really concerned him. "Drop that idea," Colonel Phillips said sternly. "If that were the case, no matter what orders I was given, I wouldn't let it happen. Your upcoming tasks will all be far from the front lines." Hearing this, Xiaojia finally let out a sigh of relief. Looking at Colonel Phillips, who was practically fuming with his mustache bristling and eyes glaring, Xiaojia suddenly felt the urge to laugh. He wasn't sure what his previous parents had been like, but the person before him truly wanted nothing more than to get him out of danger. "Let's go." When Xiaozi didn't say anything more, Colonel Phillips was a little surprised. The words he'd prepared to persuade Xiaozi stuck in his throat, so he simply turned and continued to lead the way. They crossed to the other side of the camp, where a vehicle was already waiting for them. "Your weapons and equipment have all been packed up," Colonel Phillips said. "Wait here for a bit. There's someone else who'll be leaving with you. There's no need for pointless resistance. This is an order. If you truly want to be a good soldier, following orders is your first duty." Xiaozi was speechless. Was the colonel worried he wouldn't want to go back, and might try to hide and keep fighting in secret? "Rest assured, even if you held a gun in my head, I wouldn't be willing to return to this hellhole." Xiaozi's silence left Colonel Phillips stunned again. After a moment's hesitation, he finally patted Xiaozi on the shoulder and said, "Take care of yourself. I hope I don't hear bad news about you before I die." With that, the old man turned and walked away, back straight, striding off with vigor. A faint smile played at the corners of Xiaozi's mouth. Although this heartfelt sincerity wasn't really meant for him, it still felt rather nice. As he stood by the car waiting, he suddenly heard a commotion in the distance. A soldier was shouting at the top of his lungs, "It must be a ghost. Yes, it has to be a ghost. Otherwise, no one could pull off something like this. Cut out. What? You think our enemies are haunting us after death? Swapping our weapons for theirs? What's the point of that? Are we supposed to use their guns to keep fighting their own people? That's impossible. Then how do you explain all 40 of our weapons turning into 98 Burmese Chots and G43s? The patrols didn't notice anything strange, and damn it, that's 40 guns. No one could just stroll around camp with 40 rifles. Not even a super soldier could manage that. All right, let's say you're right. But Command is already investigating, and there's no way this was the work of ghosts. Someone did this." The group kept talking as they walked away, disappearing from sight before long. Xiaozi couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Ordinary people would never think of something like a spatial pouch, let alone a disassembler storage space. So long as no one caught him in the act, even if they turned the place upside down afterward, the investigation would be pointless and nothing would come of it. "What are you laughing at?" A familiar voice sounded beside him. Xiaojie turned his head and saw Agent Carter. It's nothing. I just overheard a few people saying their guns have been swapped out for enemy weapons, Xiaojie replied with a smile. It sounded pretty amusing. Mitchum, there are all kinds of ghost stories and strange tales in the barracks, Agent Carter said, grinning as she climbed into the car. Maybe this is the start of some new horror story. Are you interested in things like that? Xiaojie stared at Agent Carter in disbelief, then glanced around. Don't tell me. You're the one I'm supposed to be waiting for? That's right. The very person you're waiting for is me. She smiled faintly. But why do I sense absolutely no anticipation from you? In fact, you look a little caught off guard. Caught off guard? Is that how you describe a soldier? Xiaojie shook his head helplessly, opened the car door, and got in. So, can you tell me what exactly I'll be doing next? Don't. Tell me I'm here to play bodyguard for you. Sticking to you 24 hours a day? What am I supposed to do when you're sleeping or in the bathroom? Show off my gentlemanly manners. Soldier, I don't need anyone's protection. Agent Carter said this with a laugh. The place we're heading next is called the Strategic Scientific Reserve. It's a brand new department, but it's already of vital importance. The person you're supposed to protect is truly significant. A beauty? No, a man. Agent Carter laughed again. A middle-aged man, to be precise. Well, there goes the fantasy, from a lovely lady to a greasy middle-aged guy. That's reality for you. Xiaojie sighed. At least things won't get awkward, Agent Carter replied with a smile. But suddenly, something dawned on Xiaojie. Wait a second, this Strategic Scientific Reserve. Don't tell me it's where that Dr. Erskine you mentioned works. Smart. Agent Carter gave him an approving nod. Colonel Phillips wants you off the front lines, but if we just let someone with your skills walk away from a fight, it'd be a huge loss for us. So, this is a compromise. You'll stay away from direct combat, but still put your talents to good use. That's good news for all of us, isn't it? Don't forget, your dream is world peace. After hearing all this, Xiaojie hesitated for a couple of seconds before asking, Can I apply to go back to front? He had sighed more than once about the absurdity of life, but never imagined it could get quite this ridiculous. All he ever wanted was to leave the front lines, mostly because he didn't want to fight at all. Why bother with war? He could have lived happily as a homebody. Yet here he was, risking life and limb in someone else's world. Was it really worth it? Colonel Phillips's relationship with him, along with his attitude, gave him a glimmer of hope that he might manage to survive until the very end. He may have left the front lines, but soon he'd have to take on the task of protecting Dr. Erskine, the very person responsible for creating Captain America and even the Red Skull, the root of all this chaos. He could already picture his upcoming fate. He'd likely witness the birth of Captain America and, with hardly any chance to escape, get swept up in the bitter feud between Captain America and Hydra. So now, instead of laying low among the regular soldiers of World War II, he'd have to keep his head down right in the heart of the storm, under the watchful eyes of truly formidable opponents. If you can survive this, you've truly outdone yourself, kid. What a wild imagination you've got. The entire way, Xiaojie was so downcast that even his appetite faded. He could barely bring himself to eat. At his lowest, he managed to eat only enough military rations for 3 people before he simply couldn't take another bite. Agent Carter would often glance at her own leftover food, look at the empty cans piling up in front of Xiaojie, and offer sincere praise for his remarkable appetite. Because Xiaojie was feeling so low, the two of them hardly spoke during the journey. Still, Agent Carter was kind-hearted, always trying to comfort Xiaojie. Don't worry. Even after you're sent to the rear, you'll still have a chance to fight. Your skills won't go to waste. Your name will strike fear into your enemies' hearts. In the end, we can all achieve that ultimate dream, world peace. Girl, if you just stop mentioning world peace, maybe we could actually be friends. And besides, you've got the whole problem backwards. I'm not upset because I have nowhere to show off my skills. If anything, I've got far too many chances to put myself in danger. I don't want anyone remembering my name, let alone caring if my enemies tremble in fear. So, where's the person I'm supposed to protect right now? Xiaojie's inner complaints ran wild, but all that came out was this question. In New York. You plan to drive all the way from here to New York? Xiaojie was stunned, but then thought, maybe that wouldn't be so bad after all. If I just take my time and drag things out on the road, by the time I arrive, the doctor might already have been killed. Wouldn't that be great? Of course not. We're taking a plane. Agent Carter replied with a faint smile. The plane landed the following afternoon. The journey itself wasn't all that bad, really. After all, when you're traveling with a beautiful woman, even if her face was a bit on the square side, life could be worse. Xiaojie had resigned himself to his fate. If you can't change your circumstances, you might as well go with the flow. Along the way, Agent Carter gave Xiaojie a brief rundown of the situation. First and foremost, the man Xiaojie was now assigned to protect, Dr. Abraham Erskine, was a leading expert in genetics. Centered around this individual, they planned to establish a strategic scientific reserve with the goal of creating a true super soldier. Moreover, if the doctor's serum research succeeded and proved to be effective, then it would become entirely possible to build an entire unit composed of super soldiers. Colonel Phillips had also played a significant role in all of this. The old man was expected to return in the next few days to start preparations for this project. With his knowledge of the Marvel Universe, Xia Zi was keenly aware of what this so-called Strategic Scientific Reserve really was. In fact, he preferred to call it by its abbreviation, SSR, Strategic Scientific Reserve, SSR for short. This very organization would go on to become the famous predecessor of S.H.I.E.L.D. Though for now, it was just in its infancy, a mere fledgling of what was to come. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Xia Zi finally met Dr. Abraham Erskine. He was a gentle-looking middle-aged man, his face warm and kind. The glasses perched on his nose added a scholarly air to his demeanor. "I've heard about you," Dr. Erskine said with a smile, looking at Xia Zi, "a sharpshooter on the battlefield. Word is that in a recent raid, you took down more than 30 enemies single-handedly. And with nothing but an M1 Garand, you managed to eliminate an enemy sniper. Later, in an infiltration strike, you even killed their commanding officer. With merits like these, if it weren't for Colonel Phillips, you'd already be a rising star." Xia Zi wasn't sure how to respond. Should he be modest? But modesty didn't seem to be much of a virtue in their eyes. Should he say it was nothing? That would sound arrogant. Really, being praised by others is always awkward. There's no easy way to answer, and joking around would be inappropriate. It was uncomfortable, to say the least. In the end, all Xia Zi could do was offer a bashful smile. Dr. Erskine chuckled. "Still just a kid, I see. No wonder Colonel Phillips worries about you so much. But in the days ahead, I'll be counting on your help." Xia Zi could only nod. What else could he say? Admit that he wasn't reliable, that he was just here to pass the time? That was clearly out of the question. The awkward conversation soon fizzled out. As a scientist, Dr. Erskine was clearly not skilled in small talk. Xia Zi wasn't much better. He was a soldier now, and before that, frankly, he had been more at home as a shut-in. But whether you're a soldier or a shut-in, handling witty banter and social finesse clearly wasn't in the job description. "All right then, suit yourself. I've still got some work to do. You can do whatever you like, just don't disturb me." Dr. Erskine stood up. There was a desk in the room, cluttered with all sorts of documents and files. A clear sign that the good doctor did his work right here in his own quarters. He scurried over to the desk and began scribbling furiously. Meanwhile, Xia Zi found himself at a total loss for what to do. His bags were still piled up at his feet, untouched. He didn't even know where he was supposed to stay. Dr. Erskine evidently didn't have the faintest concern for such matters and hadn't made any arrangements. So Xia Zi could only sit awkwardly on the sofa, not sure what else to do. At this moment, he missed his cell phone terribly, the games on it especially. Left with nothing to occupy himself, he began to look around the room. It wasn't a large space. The bed was a bit messy, and papers covered the floor in every direction, each one filled with scribbled notes and all sorts of writing. There was also a bookshelf nearby. Xia Zi reached for a book at random, only to be met with a prompt. "Would you like to decompose the genetics textbook?" "Huh? Wait, what?" Xia Zi's face was a mask of utter confusion. He stared wide-eyed at the book in his hands, then at the message from the decomposition device. For a moment, he was completely flummoxed. How could even a book be decomposed? Aren't books meant for reading? Well, that last thought was just Xia Zi being sarcastic, but the shock he felt was impossible to suppress. At first, Xia Zi had thought the decomposition device could only break down weapons. Later, he realized it could handle clothes too. Fine, maybe clothes could count as equipment, but books? Granted, this particular book was thick as a brick, and if you whack someone on the head with it, it would definitely hurt. But that was hardly a reason for books to be decomposable. And what on earth would you even get by decomposing a book? He was dying of curiosity. Would it just spit out a bunch of books? Would it turn a book meant for reading into a book meant for hitting people? Now, that would be an interesting twist. He glanced over at Dr. Erskine, wondering to himself, if I actually decompose this old man's book, would he completely lose it? By the way, Dr. Erskine seemed to remember something suddenly and spun around, startling Xia Zi, especially since he'd just been toying with the idea of decomposing the doctor's book. The book nearly slipped from his grasp and almost went flying across the room. He fumbled it in the air several times before finally catching it securely. Breathing a sigh of relief, Xia Zi looked over at Dr. Erskine. But Dr. Erskine just gazed blankly for a moment, then turned his head back around, as if he'd completely forgotten what he'd meant to say. After Xia Zi put the book back on the shelf, he turned to Xia Zi once more and said, "Oh, by the way, Your room is across the hall. Also, when you have nothing to do, feel free to move around as you like. There's no need to sit idly in my room. At least, here, we'll be safe. You can absolutely go out and do whatever you want. Maybe take a stroll around town? Of course, it's all up to you. Once I start working, I tend to lose track of time and might forget about your situation, so don't take it personally. He opened a drawer, took out a key, and tossed it to Xiaojie. Then Dr. Erskine turned and buried himself in his work once again. Xiaojie stood there for a moment, thinking things over. Then he grabbed his luggage, opened his door, and stepped out. The room across the hall was laid out almost exactly the same. After setting his things down and tidying up a bit, he finally slipped a pistol into his coat and headed back out. He needed to verify his earlier discovery. This was something of great importance to him. A bookstore. Not far from where he was staying, there was a bookstore. It wasn't very large, but walking inside gave the feeling of being adrift in a sea of books. However, there were few customers here at the moment. Given that it was wartime, the very fact that the bookstore was still open was already quite remarkable. The owner was a young man in his 20s, leaning against the counter, lost in thought. When Xiaojie entered, the young man didn't even glance at him, acting as if he weren't there at all, his mind somewhere else. Xiaojie didn't bother with the young man either. After a casual look around the shop, he slipped into a corner out of the owner's sight and picked up a book at random. He had no idea what it was about. Would you like to decompose this psychology book? It actually works. Xiaojie drew in a deep breath. This was a little unbelievable. What could he possibly gain from decomposing these items? He didn't do it right away. Instead, his thoughts began to soar. It was wartime, and he was clearly cast in the role of a soldier. What do soldiers do in times of war? Of course, they go to the front lines, fight the enemy, and dance with death. But that was the very opposite of Xiaojie's plan to survive until the end. Even though he was deep in the rear, there was still no real peace around him. Dr. Erskine himself was a highly troublesome figure. Once the super soldier serum research succeeded, this kindly man would become a thorn in Hydra's side, a target that must be eliminated. And by protecting Dr. Erskine, Xiaojie would inevitably get swept up in this chaos. On this summer night, he was growing increasingly reluctant. The saying goes, if a man dies, he points his head to the sky. If he doesn't, he could live for tens of thousands of years. Frankly, that sort of bravado only emerges when someone is truly desperate. In truth, if you added the phrase survive if you can to the end of that saying, it would be perfect. The first line, if a man dies, he points his head to the sky. The second line, if he doesn't, he could live for tens of thousands of years. The closing remark, survive if you can. But judging by how things were going, it was unlikely he'd be able to survive by keeping his head down. Yet, the strange turn of events with the disassembler suddenly gave Xiaojie a glimmer of hope. What if I changed my persona? What would happen then? He stroked his chin, pondering his next move. After half an hour, Xiaojie had carried off every book on genetics he could find from the bookstore. To be honest, Xiaojie wasn't entirely sure which books were actually about genetics. After all, it's not as if every book is titled Introduction to Genetics or has the word genetics splashed across the cover. Fortunately, he didn't need to understand the content. He only needed to place his hand on a book to sense what field it belonged to. Psychology, genetics, physics, even the occult. The bookstore was small, but its collection was impressively diverse. There were books on all sorts of subjects, but only a few of each. That was precisely why Xiaojie could carry off all the books on genetics in one go. Of course, the price he paid was almost all of his cash. He practically wiped out his entire wallet at the bookstore. Renting would have been manageable, but buying them? It was outrageously expensive. What happened to knowledge is priceless. If it's truly priceless, then why are you selling it for a set price? Don't make me report you to the Consumer Protection Agency. With a head full of complaints and his arms full of books, Xiaojie left the bookstore. He found a deserted corner and stashed everything inside the disassembler storage space, keeping only 2 books in his hands. Now, he had a small plan. The reason he'd gone after genetics books alone wasn't without purpose. In this world, just because you have talent and publish a paper doesn't mean anyone will immediately take your side. Academic debate has always been accompanied by fierce quarrels. One person calls you a charlatan, the other says you're full of nonsense. If a soldier suddenly published a paper on genetics, no one would take it seriously. Instinctively, people would think it was pure nonsense. So, if he wanted to change his persona, the first step was to move away from the image of a brute force soldier. Step 1. Transform into a well-read, knowledgeable soldier. Next, he needed a mentor to guide him into this completely unfamiliar field. And the best candidate was right by his side. That was also why Xiaojie had chosen genetics. Of course, all of this depended on what he could gain from breaking down these books tonight. Returning to his lodgings, Xiaojie felt a surge of excitement. a sensation strikingly similar to what he'd experienced before sneaking into enemy territory for an assassination mission. His whole body trembled, and he was so nervous he nearly lost control, just like back then. After coming out of the bathroom, Xiaojie took a moment to collect himself, a wry smile tugging at his lips. At the end of the day, he was still just a homebody at heart. Even after arriving in this world of blood and fire, with his hands inevitably stained by violence, that nervous thrill he felt when facing big events still clung stubbornly to his bones. Then the familiar hum of the disassembler filled the room, finally putting his mind at ease. To be honest, in this strange yet familiar world, the sound of the disassembler brought him the greatest comfort. Announcement. Item disassembled successfully. Genetics knowledge *1. Disassembler experience +1. Disassembly complete. Would you like to extract now? Extract. Even the voice in Xiaojie's head sounded a little too eager. Then, just as it always happened, a book that looked nearly identical to all the others produced by the disassembler materialized in Xiaojie's hand. He slapped his palm onto it, light flaring up, and in the next instant his mind was flooded with a wealth of knowledge he'd never known before. It really works? Eyes wide, Xiaojie couldn't help but think how amazing it would have been to have this before he'd crossed over. He could have become a CEO, married a beautiful, wealthy woman, and climbed straight to the pinnacle of life. The disassembly continued. After 10 or so minutes, every book Xiaojie had purchased had been disassembled. He discovered something interesting. First, when disassembling books, the system prompted item disassembled rather than equipment disassembled. Second, regardless of whether the book was new or old, the result was always *1. There had to be some underlying rule, but for the life of him, Xiaojie couldn't figure out what it was. What exactly was the difference between an item and equipment, anyway? Still, he didn't dwell on it. Whatever the logic, he was gaining real benefits, and that was good enough for him. Digging too deeply for answers seemed pointless. Knowing the rule wouldn't help him get more out of it. All in all, he'd obtained 12 volumes of genetics knowledge. After absorbing them all, Xiaojie had no idea what level he'd reached. He just felt like some old professor who'd spent decades immersed in the field of genetics, brimming with all sorts of information. Well, maybe that's just an illusion, he thought, when suddenly a memory surfaced in his mind, the piles of scattered files he'd seen earlier in Dr. Erskine's room. His memory, having been strengthened by the power of the battle soul, had reached a truly terrifying level. Now, as he recalled things, every detail came vividly to mind. There were equations, theoretical foundations, and the like. Drawing on the knowledge stored in his mind, he instinctively picked up the paper and, pen from his desk, doodling absent-mindedly and jotting down a few conjectural formulas. In the end, even he felt dizzy just looking at them. Time for bed, time for bed. Xiaojie yawned, unable to write any further. He tossed the pen onto the desk without a second thought, then flung himself onto the bed and pulled the covers over his head, plunging straight into sleep. Perhaps it was the sheer amount of information he'd absorbed. Xiaojie felt as though his head was practically throbbing. He slept deeply, so deeply that all awareness of the outside world simply shut down. So much so that when he woke up the next morning, he had no idea when someone else had entered his room. That person stood with their back to him, facing the desk, holding 2 sheets of paper and studying them intently, as if trying to memorize every last bit of data. Oh! A jolt of panic shot through Xiaojie's heart. This was bad. That was Dr. Erskine. Why on earth was the good doctor here in his room at the crack of dawn instead of resting in his own quarters? Was it just that people of a certain age prefer to turn in early and rise even earlier? And wasn't he holding the scribbles Xiaojie had made just last night? Even Xiaojie himself had gotten lost just trying to reread them. If Dr. Erskine saw these scrawls, he'd surely dismiss them as utter nonsense. This is a disaster. Xiaojie bemoaned his fate internally. He'd hoped to first improve his own knowledge of genetics, then, perhaps accidentally on purpose, show off his insights in front of Dr. Erskine, letting the doctor discover his hidden talents and thus naturally draw him into the world of academia. But now, the stuff he'd written would surely be worthless in Dr. Erskine's eyes. All those dreams dashed to pieces. With work like this, how could Dr. Erskine possibly see him in a new light? While he was busy spiraling into despair, Dr. Erskine had already turned around. Seeing Xiaojie staring at him with unfocused eyes, the doctor looked a bit embarrassed and said, "I did knock, you know." "Oh, it's nothing, doctor. You're up awfully early." Xiaojie tried to laugh it off, scrambling to change the subject and hoping Dr. Erskine would just forget about his doodles. "These are yours." But Dr. Erskine didn't take the bait. Instead, he simply waved the 2 sheets in his hand. Xiaojie's face darkened. At this point, what else could he do? I could only nod and force a wry smile. It's just some essays, Recently, I've been teaching myself a bit about this field. Sorry to let you see such amateur work. You only started learning this recently? Dr. Erskine glanced at the papers in his hand, then shook his head and said, Colonel Phillips really misjudged you. According to him, you're an arrogant kid, reckless and ignorant of your limits. He even said that, having lost your parents early, you're somewhat cynical. But now I see, not only are you brave and energetic on the battlefield, but your thirst for knowledge is truly tireless. And you're far too modest. Dr. Erskine came to sit by my bedside, looking at me as he continued. To be honest, I'm absolutely astonished. I never expected you to be reading books like this and teaching yourself. In fact, these few pages have completely upended my impression of you. Xia, do you realize? You're a genius. I'm a genius, and I actually needed someone else to tell me that. Xia Zi stared blankly, utterly bewildered. If you hadn't spent at least 10 years immersed in this subject, there's no way you could produce data like this. Dr. Erskine became a bit animated as he spoke. And what did you say? That you've only just started teaching yourself? Forgive my outburst. I just never imagined that, right on the verge of the greatest achievement of my career, I'd meet someone like you. The way things were going seemed to completely exceed Xia Zi's expectations. Looking at the old man before him, who was practically spitting with excitement and seemed almost delirious, Xia Zi had no idea what to say. Was what he'd written really that impressive? Xia Zi honestly had no self-awareness in this regard. All he'd done was consume a dozen books. How did that make him so extraordinary? Direction. Suddenly, Dr. Erskine declared this word with absolute certainty. Xia Zi's attention was immediately drawn. What you lack right now is a sense of direction. Wait, hold on a second. Dr. Erskine raised a finger. I still don't know enough about your situation. Yes, Xia, do you have some time now? Other than getting up for the bathroom or a meal, I think my free time is pretty much at your disposal. Isn't it? Xia Zi blinked. Excellent. Dr. Erskine exclaimed. In that case, we have plenty of time until tonight. Now, off you go. Get up, wash your face, use the bathroom, and eat. As a soldier, it's disgraceful that you let an old man like me get up before you. Come on, Xia. I want to witness the rise of a genius as soon as possible. On a summer night, he rose from bed in a daze, washed up, ate, and tried to sort through all the swirling questions in his mind. Even after he found himself sitting in Dr. Erskine's study, he hadn't quite caught up with reality. Could 12 books really wield such power? Could they truly move a brilliant doctor, someone who had dedicated years to genetics and genetic engineering, to feel such deep recognition for him? Dr. Erskine brought over 2 sheets of paper, placing them before him. Come on, he said. Let me see what you're capable of. Summer Knight glanced at the 2 sheets on the table, and his eyes widened in shock. An exam, a childhood nightmare, like stepping onto a battlefield where the stakes were life and death. Memories of his student days came flooding back. The struggle, the pressure, the vivid recollection of those grueling tests. He shivered involuntarily. Yet, as he picked up the pen, he realized the contents of the test weren't as daunting as he'd feared. From the very first question, his pen flew across the page. It wasn't until the second page that his pace slowed, just a little. He gathered his thoughts, recalling all he knew, and answered more carefully now. But even after finishing both sheets, less than 20 minutes had passed. Setting down his pen, Summer Knight looked over at Dr. Erskine. Only then did he realize the doctor had been watching him the entire time. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he began, Summer. Dr. Erskine's gaze was tinged with complexity as he spoke. I never imagined I'd meet someone like you. Everything you're working on, all of it is foundational, the most basic of basics. Yet from these basics, you've begun to branch out, and in ways that are surprisingly broad. How should I put this? It's marvelous, really. Dr. Erskine seemed to weigh his words carefully. Knowledge is a wondrous thing. It's endless. Devote your whole life to mastering a single field, and you'll still never reach the end of it. The deeper you go, the more you discover that there's an even vaster sky above, waiting for you. And when you reach old age, worn out and spent, and look up at that infinite sky, what fills your heart is a bittersweet sense of helpless regret. But the good news is, Dr. Erskine suddenly smiled. We can record our discoveries and leave that endless sky to those who are younger, more energetic, and more gifted than ourselves. Even so, generation after generation, countless people give their all, and still, no one truly reaches the end of any field. They're just too fascinating, too profound. Summer Knight's embarrassment deepened. The word profound, why did it sound so oddly suggestive? As a self-confessed geek, if nothing else, he knew his imagination tended to run wild and get carried away. Summer. Dr. Erskine's sudden call snapped Xia Zhi out of his own reverie. All that you've learned so far is just the foundation a broad foundation, and that's a good thing. You've accumulated a tremendous amount, but what you lack is a clear direction. Dr. Erskine looked intently at Xiaojiji, a primary field of research. The test I just gave you was meant to assess your basics, and it's clear you've already achieved an impressive level of mastery. Even if an ordinary person spent 10 years studying this, they'd barely reach your level. But now, it's time for you to discover your own path. Xiaojiji scratched his head, still unable to believe it. Could 12 books really have had such a powerful effect? For a moment, he was at a loss for words, and across from him, Dr. Erskine seemed to have run out of things to say as well. The two of them stared at each other in awkward silence, the atmosphere growing inexplicably tense. Finally, Xiaojiji blurted out, "But I don't have any direction for research." "I understand." Dr. Erskine answered quickly, "Yes, maybe you simply haven't thought about it yet. Otherwise, you'd already have something you want to pursue. But the fact that you haven't decided is perfectly fine. I'd even say it's a wonderful thing." This conversation was becoming increasingly awkward. In fact, up to now, Xiaojiji hadn't said much at all. It was Dr. Erskine doing all the talking, pouring out his own thoughts. In any case, Dr. Erskine looked at Xiaojiji seriously. "If you're willing, you can stay by my side and observe my research projects." Really? Xiaojiji hadn't expected the doctor to be so straightforward. "Of course it's real." Dr. Erskine let out a deep sigh. "The more knowledge you acquire, the narrower your path becomes. I know my own situation, Xia. Even you. Could you truly guarantee my safety 100%? What I mean is, you're a genius. If one day something happens to me, at least there will be you, someone who remembers everything I've studied. Isn't that a bit too hasty? You barely even know me." Xiaojiji was dumbfounded. "I know you," Dr. Erskine replied, sounding genuinely puzzled. "Why do you think I don't know you? Colonel Phillips has told me plenty about you. He even mentioned your teenage rebellious phase and how many times you fell in love. Oh, and I remember one of the girls was named—" Stop, just stop." Xiaojiji quickly interrupted, utterly flustered. What kind of mess was this? How did the doctor know things, even he didn't remember? The way things were unfolding was far beyond anything Xiaojiji had expected. The first thing he hadn't expected was just how powerful these 12 books truly were. Dr. Erskine had made it clear. These 12 volumes provided him with an incredibly solid foundation. And from here on, he could begin to delve into specialized research topics. Secondly, he was also surprised by how close Colonel Phillips and Dr. Erskine were. They were practically the best of friends, which meant that Dr. Erskine knew all about Xiaojia's so-called dark history. No wonder Colonel Phillips had ultimately decided to send him here to protect Dr. Erskine. In truth, he still wasn't entirely at ease, so he simply gave Xiaojia a new guardian. What a strange turn of events. For a moment, Xiaojia was at a loss for words. Yet, regardless of anything else, things were now developing in exactly the direction Xiaojia had hoped for. Studying at Dr. Erskine's side, under the guise of a bodyguard, became the perfect cover. This way, the enmity of Hydra would not so easily implicate him. If he was ever sent back to the battlefield, he would just wait for the right opportunity to showcase his skills. To leave the front lines, return to the rear for research, and even have someone assigned to protect him. This was far better than fighting on the front by any measure. As long as he could hold out until the end of World War II, he would have both fame and fortune, and a carefree future would be waving at Xiaojia from afar. Lost in these pleasant daydreams, Xiaojia barely noticed that Dr. Erskine was growing impatient. The doctor turned to him and asked, "We're rather pressed for time. How's your memory?" "It's decent," Xiaojia answered promptly. "Excellent. I'll get you some materials to study. Tonight, we'll need to go out. I have a very important person to meet," Dr. Erskine said. "For now, your job is still to be my bodyguard. Once our super soldier project succeeds, we'll talk about the next step." Xiaojia blinked and nodded silently. And so, the rest of the day passed in study. Dr. Erskine didn't just bring him reference materials, but also his own notes and documents. Everything he had written himself, piling them up by Xiaojia's side, telling him to remember as much as he could. Xiaojia didn't fuss over details. He tried to absorb as much as possible, though after a while his head was spinning from all the information. It wasn't until after dinner that Dr. Erskine finally organized some materials and left with Xiaojia. As they stepped out the door, Xiaojia finally asked, "Where are we going?" "To the future," Dr. Erskine replied with a smile. "Have you ever heard of Stark Industries?" "I've heard of him," Xiaozi replied. "How could he not? Iron Man. Though, in this era, it should be Iron Man's father." "That's right. Howard Stark is a brilliant genius." Dr. Erskine adjusted his glasses gently and said to Xiaozi, "If we want the Super Soldier Project to succeed, we'll need his full support." It wasn't until they arrived at their destination that Xiaozi realized the so-called World of Tomorrow was actually the World of Tomorrow exhibition hall. At the beginning of the first Captain America movie, the young Steve Rogers comes here with his best friend, and they bring along two girls for a tour. The key point is, Steve Rogers was still young at the time, and even though he offered the girls some food, he was still snubbed by them. What does that tell you? To Xiazi, it meant that in any era, it's not just about looks. You have to have the right physique, too. That's the blunt reality. Once he stepped off the car, Xiazi started paying close attention to everything around him. He didn't let Dr. Erskine's special treatment cloud his judgment, nor did he assume that a wonderful life was just within reach. Xiazi's mind stayed sharp. This world was still extremely dangerous. Even here in New York, who could guarantee that Tony Stark's father or Hydra hadn't planted spies around? Sure, in the movie, this part wasn't dangerous at all, but haven't we all heard of the butterfly effect? How many stories have we read where the main character's arrival changes the entire plot? If you let your guard down, that bright and beautiful life you're hoping for might just sprout wings and flutter away. And that was something Xiazi would never allow. Hey Xia, I think you should try to relax a little, Dr. Erskine said, noticing how tense Xiazi was. This is New York, not a battlefield. There's no need to be so on edge, is there? Today is a lively day. Everywhere you look, it's either fresh-faced recruits about to head off to war, or young, beautiful women. By the way, I still don't know what kind of girls you like. Colonel Phillips told me you're into girls with, shall we say, generous curves. Is that true? Xiazi's mouth twitched. So much for being the scholarly, reserved type, right? Where did all this chatter come from? Out of nowhere. It really is true. First impressions are meant to be deceiving, aren't they? Judging by your expression, I'll take that as a yes. Dr. Erskine chuckled softly. Do you realize how many women will become widows once this war is over? Nearly every man in this city has gone off to fight. Honestly, there's a part of me that longs to be on the battlefield, too. But I know I can't. All I can do is defeat that evil opponent within my own field. I hope that one day, the world will be filled with light, free from pain and hardship, war and death. Just like your dream, world peace. Who the hell told you that? How utterly embarrassing. Xia Zhiyue's cheeks flushed red with indignation. Of course, when that day comes, I'm sure you'll find yourself a woman with broad hips and start a family. Dr. Erskine patted Xia Zhiyue on the shoulder, making his face darken even more. Is this ever going to end? As they moved deeper into the exhibition hall, the doctor spoke to Xia Zhiyue again. All right, now you can really relax for a while. The security around this place is tight. Nothing will happen to me. Why not take a look around the exhibition? There are some truly wonderful things here. It's always fascinating to imagine a brighter future, isn't it? Even though I don't really need to imagine the future, I think you're right, Doctor. I should take a look around. Xia Zhiyue glanced at Dr. Erskine, smiling. I'll be back soon. Go ahead, enjoy yourself. There are still plenty of lovely girls around. The doctor smiled at Xia Zhiyue, a look of genuine satisfaction on his face. Xia Zhiyue's expression darkened again. Seriously, I don't want to deal with you anymore. Who's got time to have fun now? Don't you realize someone's already watching us? The World of Tomorrow exhibition hall was packed with people. Visitors clustered in groups of 3 or 5, sometimes walking in pairs, as they toured the imaginative and outlandish displays. Some exhibits were bizarre, some downright comical, and the crowd's spirits ran high. Morrison walked among the crowd, blending in like any other ordinary visitor, casually taking in the displays that surrounded him. With every piece, he made a point of expressing his feelings through his eyes, sometimes with a look of disdain, sometimes with eager anticipation, and sometimes with feigned bewilderment. In his own mind, his performance was flawless. There was absolutely no way anyone would suspect that his real target wasn't any of these exhibits, but that damnable doctor, Dr. Abraham Erskine. Hey, buddy. Suddenly, a strong arm landed across his shoulders, pinning him in place with overwhelming strength. At the same time, something hard pressed into his waist. A voice whispered into his ear, if you'd rather avoid any unfortunate accidents, I suggest you make this worth my while. Let's not let any misunderstandings get in the way of a productive conversation between us. Don't you agree? Morrison's eyes widened, and a murderous glint flickered within them. Yet his voice trembled with fear. God, if it's money you want, it's in the pocket on my left side. Excellent, but I prefer to get a little more than that, came the voice from behind him. Morrison let out a breath of relief, a small test, but it seemed he'd gotten the answer he wanted. Even in times like these, shameless little thieves like this were everywhere. That didn't matter. Find a deserted spot, and he could deal with the nuisance. And in an age like this, no one paid attention to how many pests like this ended up dead. It might cost him a bit of time, but that was of no consequence. He was certain that a petty thief like this wouldn't delay him for long. With these thoughts in mind, Morrison took the initiative, pointing in a direction as he spoke. There's nobody over there. I do appreciate someone who knows how to cooperate, the voice behind him replied, tinged with urgency and impatience. Was it because the prey was already in hand, and he couldn't wait for the spoils? Little did this greedy worm know he'd soon pay the price. At least, that's what Morrison thought, up until the moment they left the exhibition hall and stepped into the alley. But as soon as they entered the alley, his head was slammed against the wall. Before he could react, both of his pistols were stripped from him, and despair began to seep into Morrison's heart. Another P-38? The voice behind him sounded almost bored. So, you're with the little mustache, not Hydra? As the words were spoken, a strong hand spun Morrison around. The moment he saw his assailant's face, his pupils shrank in shock. You. He remembered now. This was the soldier who'd been at Dr. Erskine's side. A typically East Asian face, one Morrison had dismissed without a second thought, never realizing this man had been onto him from the start. Yes, it's me. Xiaojie answered with a smile. Let's see, first time we meet. If I cut off one head, will two grow back in its place? You. Morrison's face changed dramatically. He realized just how bad things had gotten. This man knew far more than Morrison had anticipated. So, it really isn't wise to judge someone's allegiance by their sidearm. Xiaojie chuckled again, suddenly gripping Morrison's jaw tightly. But at that very instant, Morrison lashed out with a swift, dirty kick. Is this low blow some kind of international martial arts standard? Xiaojie reacted with lightning speed. The moment Morrison's leg lifted, he was ready. Not only did he beat Morrison to the punch with a sharp kick too, the knee, foiling the nasty attack, but in a smooth motion, he yanked Morrison forward by the shoulders and drove his knee hard into Morrison's abdomen. The other man's body instantly arched backward like a giant prawn. Xiaojie took a quick step back, shook out his right hand, and delivered a fierce uppercut. Ao Liu Jing. The punch landed squarely on his opponent's chin. The man, who had been leaning forward, was sent flying through the air, his mouth full of white teeth scattering like a flurry of petals on the wind. He crashed down hard onto the ground, completely dazed and disoriented. Yet Morrison, in a sudden burst of willpower, tried to grit his teeth, only to realize he couldn't. Xiaojie had knocked out every last one. But, even without the benefit of gritting his teeth, Morrison rolled over with a desperate energy, frantically searching the floor for his lost teeth. Xiaojie chuckled. Let me guess. You're hunting for your poisoned tooth, aren't you? Laced with deadly venom. So if you're ever captured, you can end your own life on the spot. Quite an idea for a young man like you. But you're far too naive. He grabbed Morrison by the ankle and, as if dragging a sack of potatoes, hauled him away from the scattered teeth. Then Xiaojie plopped himself down on Morrison's back and asked, So, do you enjoy the situation you're in right now? Morrison twisted his neck at a bizarre angle to glare back at Xiaojie, who was perched on his back. Then he started spewing curses, though what came out was just a garbled mess. #% and *UN hashtag. When he finished, the two of them just stared at each other. Morrison was on the verge of tears. That bastard had knocked out all his teeth, and now every word whistled out through the gaps. He couldn't even understand himself. Xiaojie, meanwhile, looked genuinely surprised. Is that your own invented language? You really expect to communicate with me like that? Seems a bit unrealistic, don't you think? Overcome with rage and despair, Morrison realized he couldn't even kill himself now. He slammed his hands to the floor and, in a fit of desperation, tried to bash his head against the ground. If he couldn't die, at least he'd smash his face to a bloody pulp. That's just how ruthless Morrison was. But just as his forehead was about to meet the floor, something tightened around his neck, nearly choking him. In the next instant, someone yanked him up by the collar. So eager to die, are you? In that case, I definitely can't let you have your way, Xiaojie said, grabbing his head and slamming it hard against the wall. Thud. Xiaojie sighed with satisfaction. Now it's a sound I could listen to all day. It certainly pleased him, but Morrison just rolled his eyes, spirals spinning in both, and passed out without so much as a groan. Xiaojie stripped off Morrison's coat, tore into strips, and trussed him up like a pig ready for market. With the remaining fabric, he gagged Morrison, then opened a nearby trash bin and tossed the man right in. He finished by piling a few trash bags on top of the man, covering him up a bit. There, that's much better. Let's hope you're still here when I get back. With the watcher taken care of, Xiaojie figured it was time to track down Agent Carter. People from Hydra weren't easy to capture, not because they were slippery, but because these zealots had a fanatical devotion. If caught, they'd bite down on the poison capsule hidden in their teeth. The toxin would work instantly, like popping a mouthful of fizzing candy, and they'd be dead before you could blink. So, once Xiaojie suspected this man was likely Hydra, he didn't hesitate. He knocked out all of the fellow's teeth right away, cutting off his best chance to take his own life. Knocking him out and tossing him into a garbage bin was really a last resort. After all, He couldn't very well drag a Hydra spy along while looking for Dr. Erskine, could he? No one wants to be seen parading around with a live prisoner. It draws too much attention. So, Xiaojie made up his mind. Agent Carter was the only one he could trust to deal with this guy. When he returned to the exhibition hall, hardly any time had passed. The place was still buzzing with excitement. Xiaojie had planned to go straight to Dr. Erskine. But then, right in front of him, he saw a young man in uniform, accompanied by 2 women, about to leave. There were plenty of people like that around tonight. Word was a fresh batch of recruits was shipping out to the front lines tomorrow. Xiaojie didn't think much of it at first. But then, not far off, he noticed a frail-looking boy standing at attention, watching the trio walk away, his eyes full of longing. The scene, the atmosphere, it felt oddly familiar, almost like déjà vu. Xiaojie glanced at the young man in uniform, at the 2 girls, then at the thin boy's disappointed gaze. Suddenly it all clicked. Wait a minute. Isn't that the young Captain America? And his best pal, the future Winter Soldier? Although right now he doesn't go by that name. Xiaojie scratched his head, suddenly finding himself face-to-face with a pair of major figures from the original story. And not during some pivotal historic moment. Either, this was all so sudden. What should he do? Go ask for an autograph? Wouldn't that be a bit embarrassing? He rubbed his face and decided to play it cool and pretend not to notice them. As he passed by Captain America, all he could really think was so at the very start he really was that short and skinny, and things along those lines. And that was it. Nothing more. Meanwhile, Dr. Erskine was standing not far off, arms folded, watching Captain America. Noticing Xiaojie, he waved him over. Xiaojie walked up to the doctor. Captain America had just come back into the hall, brushing past the 2 of them. The 2 girls had left with Bucky, so Steve had nothing else to do but continue his tour. How are you feeling? The doctor asked Xiaojie. At last, the summer night found its chance for revenge and quietly murmured, Doctor, so this is who you truly are. Huh? Dr. Erskine looked at Xiaojie in confusion. What do you mean by that? Xiaojie blinked. I mean, it seems you have a preference for those handsome young men, tall, slender, and fair-skinned. Dr. Erskine's face took on a bluish tinge, clearly repulsed. Seeing Xiaojie's sly smile, he couldn't help but wag a finger at him. Are you joking with me now? No sense of respect at all. Xiaojie cleared his throat. Are you interested in him? I think he's quite impressive. Dr. Erskine nodded earnestly. In that case, Doctor, he'll be waiting in your bed tonight. Xiaojie patted the pistol at his waist for effect. Heavens, Xia, your jokes are never-ending. Dr. Erskine squinted at Xiaojie, half amused and half exasperated. Xiaojie coughed lightly. All right, but, Doctor, have you finished saying what you want to Howard? I haven't even seen him yet. Dr. Erskine replied. Tonight, he's the main event. By the way, what do you think of the idea of a hovering car? Well, it's certainly an intriguing idea. Xiaojie nodded. But right now, I think we should get in touch with Agent Carter. Is Agent Carter's figure your type? Dr. Erskine seized the chance for some payback. I've caught a spy who was watching you, Xiaojie said, shifting to a serious tone. Dr. Erskine froze, momentarily doubting his ears at this sudden change of subject. Did you say you caught a spy? Watching me? That's right. Xiaojie nodded. I'm not much good at interrogation, but I imagine Agent Carter's team has plenty of talent for that. Dr. Erskine looked a little flustered, but quickly regained his composure. Is there a second one around? At the moment, I can't be sure. But doctor, if possible, I'd prefer you stay within my sight for the time being. Dr. Erskine valued his life too much to argue. Let's go see Howard then. The meeting place was rather interesting, the backstage area of a theater. A group of young women, fresh from their performance, were bustling about the corridor, some calling out loudly, others rushing by to deliver bouquets. Inside the dressing room, Howard was changing clothes. Xiaojie and Dr. Erskine waited a while before the young tycoon finally appeared. Dr. Erskine, it's a pleasure to see you. Howard greeted him warmly with a handshake, then turned to Xiaojie. This is Xia, Dr. Erskine introduced simply. He's the one responsible for keeping this old man alive. Your life is extremely precious, Howard said. Anyone tasked with protecting you must be an exceptional warrior. I couldn't agree more, Dr. Erskine replied. Xia is incredibly skilled, a renowned sharpshooter, and beyond that, a true lone hero. He once infiltrated the enemy camp on a decapitation mission, killed their commander, and made it out unscathed. Thanks to his help, we even foiled a particularly despicable sneak attack by our enemies. As Dr. Erskine spoke, his face radiated with pride. Xiaozi felt a bit embarrassed, caught off guard by the sensation of being paraded around by a proud parent. Howard, on the other hand, was filled with genuine respect. He quickly shook Xiaozi's hand and said, I truly admire heroes like you. I never expected to meet one today. Mr. Howard, I've heard your name quite often as well, Xiaozi replied. Your speech tonight was truly impressive. This wasn't mere flattery. Howard possessed a unique charisma. The concept of the car of the future he presented tonight was compelling, and though the anti-gravity system had a few issues, its brilliance still shone through. Howard laughed heartily. One day, cars of the future will surely float. Of course, there are still a few technical setbacks for now, but that's no matter. If we succeed, I'll make sure you get one. Let's hope we both live to see that day, Xiaozi said with a shrug. Life is always full of hope. Howard smiled, completely unruffled by Xiaozi's remark. Before we get down to business, there's something I need your help with, Dr. Erskine interjected. Earlier, Xia apprehended a spy. With just a few words, he made the situation clear, and Howard became even more animated than Dr. Erskine himself. A spy? Alive? He leapt to his feet, his face alight with excitement. Xiaozi glanced at Howard in confusion. Did the mere mention of the word spy awaken some secret passion in this man? Dr. Erskine nodded. That's right, but there are only two of us here, and the place we're keeping the spy is far from secure. We need to move him as soon as possible. No problem at all. Howard rolled up his sleeves, ready for action. I'll go myself. Dr. Erskine was momentarily dumbfounded. Go yourself? What on earth? He had come here to talk, not to have Howard rush off in the middle of the conversation. How was he supposed to continue if Howard just left? He quickly grabbed Howard's arm, urging, calm down, we haven't even discussed what we came here for yet. Doctor, Howard spoke earnestly. The matter of the spy is crucial. If we can get this guy to talk, it would mean something extraordinary for us. So let me handle it. I just can't feel at ease unless I oversee this myself. Dr. Erskine was at a loss, and his gaze shifted to Xiaozi. Xiaozi blinked, and seeing Dr. Erskine looking at him so plaintively, like a child without a mother, he could only ask, Mr. Howard, do you trust me? Of course, you're the one who caught him. Howard replied without a moment's hesitation. Xiaozi smiled. In that case, could you tell me a suitable location and arrange for two trustworthy people to come with me? Let me handle the transfer. You and the doctor can discuss your business. Once I return, I'll take you there. Would that be all right? Howard hesitated for a moment, then nodded solemnly. Just don't lose him, whatever you do. Xiaozi was speechless. For some reason, it felt as though this spy was nothing more than some kind of toy to Howard. And don't kill him either. Howard added, still clearly worried. I'll do my best. As long as nothing unexpected happens, Xiaozi replied. No surprises. There can't be any surprises. Howard quickly insisted. Honestly, Mr. Howard, if something goes wrong even with me handling this, then if you went, it might actually put your life in danger, Xiaozi said helplessly, finally speaking bluntly. Howard paused, then nodded in agreement. You're right. In truth, everything went very smoothly. Morrison was safe and sound in the trash bin, and there were no obstacles during the transfer. The place Howard provided wasn't even far from the exhibition, but it was extremely well hidden. Even after Xiaozi brought Dr. Erskine and Howard to the location, nothing unsettling occurred. When he saw Morrison still tied securely to a chair, Xiaozi realized he'd been a little too tense. To be honest, the movies had greatly exaggerated Hydra's abilities. Of course, the organization was formidable, but not to the point of being omnipotent. The key was, barely an hour had passed since Morrison's disappearance. No matter how powerful Hydra was, they couldn't possibly react in such a short time. Meanwhile, the conversation between the doctor and Howard clearly went well. Their manner toward each other quietly hinted at a certain unspoken agreement. It was clear that the Super Soldier Project would not be thrown off course by the sudden appearance of a little butterfly like himself. This was good news for Xiaozi as well. What is the greatest advantage of a transmigrator? Naturally, it's their cheat ability. All right, let's put that aside for now. When you find yourself in a movie world you know well, what's the biggest benefit? Besides the so-called cheat, it's that you already know the plot. He had just watched Avengers, Infinity War, and the memory was still fresh in his mind. After being enhanced by the power of the battle soul, those scenes were even clearer, as if he could recall every detail. Although it had been quite some time since he last saw Captain America, now that he thought about it, he realized he hadn't forgotten much at all. Almost everything was still vivid in his mind, and that was the greatest advantage Xiaozi could rely on. Of course, he hadn't yet figured out exactly how to use this advantage. He did, however, recall that during the execution of the Super Soldier Project, there was a spy who suddenly erupted with a hidden strength, managing to break through. The heavy encirclement, causing chaos in the street before ultimately taking his own life, his mouth foaming from some kind of dissolving tablet in his final moments. With his foreknowledge, Xiaozi was confident he could root out that guy ahead of time, or at the very least, save the old man's life. While Xiaozi's mind was wandering in all directions, Howard had already approached the spy. The spy had come to, and was glaring fiercely at everyone around him. Howard reached out and removed the dirty rag stuffed in the man's mouth. Morrison blurted out, #UN%%, ##. What country is this guy from? I can't understand a word he's saying. Howard remarked in surprise. I'm fluent in at least 6 languages, but I still can't tell what he's speaking. Xiaojiji scratched his face awkwardly. Howard took a closer look and was even more astonished. Where are his teeth? They got knocked out, Xiaojiji replied, squinting his eyes. That's going to make communication a little tricky, isn't it? Howard said, looking a bit troubled. He can write, Xiaojiji responded confidently. After all the movies, TV shows, and novels he'd seen, a situation like this was hardly a challenge. Good idea. Howard nodded in agreement and ordered someone to fetch pen and paper. Taking advantage of the moment, he said to Xiaojiji, We've already contacted Colonel Phillips. The colonel was delighted to hear you'd capture a spy. He thinks it's absolutely necessary to strip you of all your military rank, so you can go home, find yourself a woman, get married, and settle down. To be honest, there are 3.5 million women in New York right now, and most of them don't have men. This is a great time to find a wife, especially one with a well-shaped. You know, Xiaojiji's mouth twitched. Was everyone around him just a blabbermouth? And what was with that gloating look on this guy's face as he spoke? Morrison seized the opportunity to interject at #UN added UN%%. No one paid him any attention. Dr. Erskine turned to Xiaojie and said, Don't worry, we're not going to let you leave so easily. Even if Colonel Phillips insists, it won't make any difference. In fact, this only proves your worth even more. Even if you lost every single tooth in your mouth, gruesome as that may be. At this point, Xiaojie had completely given up hope that Colonel Phillips could help him shed his identity as a soldier for good. It all went back to that life-and-death battle when he first arrived in this world. If not for those achievements, Colonel Phillips would probably have kicked him out of the army a long time ago. But now, things were only getting more complicated. Still, Xiaojie didn't feel anxious. He already had another path he could take. Worst case, he'd retreat to the rear, bury himself in some research institute, and wait the war out. He could always come back out when World War II was over. Just then, pen and paper were brought over. Howard, face alight with excitement, took the paper and strode over. I'm ready to start the interrogation right now. So, can anyone tell me what's the first step? Xiaojie was left speechless by Howard's eagerness. Howard's passion and obsession with catching spies had led Xiaojie to believe he was some kind of interrogation expert. But reality proved otherwise. Howard didn't have a clue. He stood there, paper and pen in hand, exchanging helpless glances with Morrison. After a long moment, he looked to Xiaojie for help. Xiaojie was inwardly collapsing. You don't know what to do. Neither do I. He'd never picked up any skills in interrogation. Maybe he should grab a couple of textbooks on the subject next time he hits a bookstore. Come to think of it, does that kind of subject even exist? Do bookstores even sell that? Everyone exchanged awkward looks, eyes darting nervously from one another. An odd sound broke the silence. Everyone turned to Morrison and saw him grinning from ear to ear. The embarrassment in the room was palpable. The prisoner was actually mocking his interrogators. A vein throbbed on Xiaojie's forehead and his face darkened. Are you seriously laughing at us right now? Seeing this, Howard quickly asked, Do you have an idea? I have a little trick. Can't say for sure if it'll work, though. Xiaojie said, But first, we'll need to get a few things ready. Torture devices? Sort of, but probably not what you're thinking. Xiaojie replied, Get me 2 dogs and a bottle of olive oil. Howard looked completely bewildered, and Dr. Erskine was just as puzzled. Are you planning to whip up a poisonous midnight snack for him? Doctor, with your imagination, you'd have a better shot as a novelist than in academia, Xiaojie said, exasperated. Then he turned to Howard and added, Let's start by taking off this guy's shoes. When Howard squatted down, he grumbled to himself, Never in my wildest dreams did I imagine that the first thing I'd do when interrogating a prisoner would be to take off his shoes. I really hope this doesn't come back to haunt me. As soon as he pulled off the shoes and socks, Howard's face turned a shade of green. I feel like I've just been subjected to torture. Xiaojie was equally shocked. How could anyone's feet smell this bad? Holding Morrison's socks in his hand felt like clutching a grenade full of poison gas. Morrison, meanwhile, was even more amused, laughing out loud without a care in the world. Seeing Morrison carry on like that only made Xiaojie more annoyed. On impulse, he stuffed the reeking sock right into Morrison's mouth. Let's see you laugh now. Morrison's face instantly turned green, looking for all the world like a furious Hulk. Howard, seeing how effective this was, quickly asked Xiaojie for help and stuffed the other sock in as well. Maybe happiness really is built on someone else's misery. When Xiaojie and Howard had nearly been overwhelmed by the stench, Morrison had been thoroughly entertained. Now, with the tables turned and Morrison in agony, Xiaojie and Howard were beside themselves with glee. The two men were doubled over, laughing so hard their backs wouldn't straighten, arms slung around each other's shoulders. Dr. Erskine could only press a hand to his forehead. Why am I even here? No sooner had he spoken than two of Howard's men appeared, each holding a dog on a leash and carrying a bottle of olive oil. Howard quickly asked Xiaojie, "How do we use this?" "It's simple. Just rub it on the soles of his feet, then let the dogs do the rest," Xiaojie replied. Howard hesitated for a moment. "That's it. Want to try it out first?" Xiaojie narrowed his eyes at Howard. No need," Howard replied hastily. "Let's see if it works." In fact, it worked like a charm. It was an utterly brutal form of torment, crude and childish, perhaps, but after 10 minutes, watching Morrison's face streaked with tears, gasping for breath, even Howard was stunned. "Good Lord, Xia, how did you ever come up with such a wicked, no genius idea?" "Read more books," Xiaojie replied with a shrug. He might not be an expert in these matters, but novels and movies had certainly given him plenty of tricks to draw from. Of course, most of them were complicated to pull off, so Xiaojie rarely used them. But tickling the soles of the feet was a different story. It might be a game in some circles, but its cruelty was beyond question, especially when the tickling wasn't being done by fingers, but by the tongues of two large dogs. That slick, wet sensation moving relentlessly over the soles with the occasional nip thrown in, it was not only torture, but downright terrifying. Still, Morrison was, after all, a Hydra spy. He certainly wouldn't spill all his secrets just because of a few tricks. Xiaozi hadn't expected to get any real answers out of him tonight anyway. He was just annoyed to have been mocked so openly. After giving Morrison a hard time, Xiaozi felt most of his irritation fade away. He turned to Howard and said, "The doctor and I should get going. The rest is up to you. By the way, those two dogs are good for more than just this. You'll have to figure out how to make the most of them." With a meaningful pat on Howard's shoulder, Xiaozi leaned in and whispered a few words into his ear. Howard's eyes lit up. "Xia, you're a real bastard. Wait, no, you're a genius." Xiaozi's mouth twitched. Dr. Erskine, unable to watch any longer, hurried him along to leave. Just before departing, Xiaozi added, "Honestly, our interrogation wasn't much use. There's no way for us to tell if anything he says is true or false. It's all just a game. Don't take it too seriously. And don't trust a single word of his intel, not even a letter. The best thing would be to transfer him out as soon as possible." Howard fell silent for a moment, then finally nodded seriously. He had to admit Xiaozi had a point. In the end, Howard arranged for a car to take Xiaozi and Dr. Erskine away. During the ride, Dr. Erskine turned to Xiaozi and said, "Colonel Phillips will be back tomorrow. Agent Carter has finished her preparations as well. We'll be able to move into the camp." Xiaozi hadn't expected things to move this quickly. Thinking of Colonel Phillips gave him a headache. He still hadn't shown any signs of regaining his memories, so it was likely that whatever power he'd relied on in the past had run out. The more time he spent around Colonel Phillips, the greater the risk that his true identity as an imposter would be exposed. But at this point, there was nothing he could do. Colonel Phillips' return almost certainly meant that the Strategic Scientific Reserve was officially getting underway. Soon, a new batch of recruits would be arriving at the camp, wouldn't they? And among them, the brightest star on the future battlefield would be that man with grand ambitions and a flag on his chest. Thinking of him, Xiaozi couldn't help but smile a little. Would he soon be witnessing the dazzling transformation of a scrawny underdog into a true powerhouse? The thought was oddly amusing. The next day, Colonel Phillips did in fact return, but didn't meet with Xiaozi. Xiaozi was more than happy to have some peace and spent his days with the doctor, learning what he could about genetics. But self-study was nothing compared to simply absorbing books in an instant. His progress was painfully slow. On summer nights, Xiaojie was quite tempted to devour all of the doctor's books, but considering the doctor's fragile heart, he couldn't quite bring himself to do it. Another day passed. Over the past few days, Dr. Erskine had been busy organizing information about Steve Rogers, the man who would one day become the legendary Captain America. How fascinating. Dr. Erskine said to Xiaojie he actually tried to enlist in the army 5 times. And each time he changed his place of birth, Xiaojie replied with a grin. Falsifying information on a volunteer form. That's a crime, isn't it? Oh, Xia. Dr. Erskine looked at Xiaojie helplessly and said, "But at the very least, it proves something." "What's that?" "He has an incredibly strong will." Dr. Erskine continued, "His body is frail, and he suffers from asthma, yet he still wants to go to the front lines and fight. What does that tell you? Isn't being alive a good thing?" Xiaojie thought for a moment and answered, "It means this young man has a powerful spirit." Dr. Erskine spoke with conviction. "The strong may not always understand how hard it is to gain strength, but he's different. Precisely because of his weakness, he will cherish and handle this power with extraordinary care. Xia Jia nodded in agreement. Don't be like that, Xia, Dr. Erskine said. You know, I truly wish I could choose you. Please don't. Xia Jia was so startled that even the hairs on his head seemed to stand on end. He had no desire to become a black-haired, black-eyed, star-spangled hero with grand ambitions, orphan or not. If he really became that kind of person, he was sure his parents in heaven would be so angry they'd kick the lid off their coffins. I mean it, Dr. Erskine insisted, but if I were to make you a super soldier, it would do you no good whatsoever. At least, for the first candidate, it definitely shouldn't be you. I know, and I mean it too. I have no desire to become a super soldier, Xia Jia replied. Yes, your dream is world peace. I know. Dr. Erskine nodded. Xia Jia's face darkened. It was all Agent Carter's fault for being so talkative. When did she tell Dr. Erskine? Did she mention it to Colonel Phillips too? He thought about it, and realized the whole camp probably knew about his grand dream. The thought alone made him blush with embarrassment. Just as he was thinking about Agent Carter, there came a knock at the door. Come in. Dr. Erskine called out. The door opened, and in walked Agent Carter herself. Am I interrupting something? Agent Carter glanced at the two men in the room. What a terrible choice of words, Xia Jia muttered, rubbing his forehead. Dr. Erskine smiled and said, You're here for Xia, aren't you? It's fine. I don't need him from this afternoon until noon tomorrow. Feel free to borrow him. As long as you bring him back by noon, I'll be heading out then. Of course, Agent Carter replied, her smile as radiant as a blooming flower. After leaving Dr. Erskine's room, Xia Jia and Agent Carter walked side by side down the corridor. Neither of them spoke, and the air between them felt heavy and tense. In the end, it was Agent Carter who broke the silence. Aren't you going to ask why I came to find you? You're not here to flirt with me. That much I know, Xia Jia answered. As long as I've still got this little mustache, I can't call any place home. I'm being serious here. But you haven't actually said anything, Xia Jia replied, spreading his hands helplessly. Fine, you leave me no choice. With that, Agent Carter grabbed Xia Jia's hand. Come with me. Whoa, this is a bit rough, don't you think? Listen, I'm still quite innocent. If you treat me like this, don't say things that could be misunderstood, Carter said, her face darkening. This guy really had no filter. Anything could come out of his mouth. She dragged Xia Jia outside, where a car was already waiting for them. Xia Jia glanced at her. In the car? Is that really appropriate? We'll talk in the car, Carter said through gritted teeth. Xia Jia let out a sigh of relief. Good, talking is fine. I was worried you meant something else. Would you want to? Suddenly, Carter's tone flipped completely. Xia Jia had just gotten into the car when he heard that, and couldn't help but blink in surprise. Not even a little. Liar. With a roar, the car's engine came to life, and they shot forward like a wild dog off its leash. Xia Jia was thrown back against his seat. Once they hit the road, he finally exhaled. Are you out of your mind? Only because you drive me crazy. After saying that, Carter couldn't help but laugh at herself. It's hard to believe you used to be the silent type. When did you get so talkative? Men are fickle creatures, Xia Jia replied, turning to gaze out the window, his brow furrowing slightly. So, where exactly are we going? To catch someone. So, well, that's the real reason you came to find me? Xia Jia said, exasperated. Exactly, Agent Carter explained. The man you caught before turned out to be very useful. We got a lot of interesting information out of him. And what does that have to do with me? Just listen, Carter said. After combing through the intel, we've identified 3 people who are spies planted here by that organization. We've already made 2 attempts to apprehend them. But they're both dead, aren't they? Xia Jia said offhandedly. How do you know that? Agent Carter glanced at Xia Zi. These people are fanatically paranoid. The moment they're captured, they commit suicide. The first one shot himself, so we let our guard down with the second, and he ended up dying from poison. And what does any of this have to do with me? Xia Zi blinked his eyes, feigning innocence. Just treat it as a favor, will you? Agent Carter looked at Xia Zi with hope in her eyes, blinking at him repeatedly. Xia Zi recoiled in mock horror. Ew, you're really trying the forbidden move? Acting cute. Why not? I am a woman, after all. Agent Carter's tone suddenly turned gruff. Xia Zi gave a couple of awkward laughs. The most important question is, who's the target? Just an ordinary wealthy businessman, Agent Carter quickly replied, sensing his wavering. All we have to do is sneak into his house, capture him, and make sure he doesn't get the chance to kill himself. That's simple. Xia Zi looked at Agent Carter doubtfully. If it's that easy, why do you need me? It's not easy. So far, you're the only person who's ever managed to capture a Hydra spy alive. The moment Xia Zi saw the mansion where the target lived, he knew he'd been tricked. What was that saying again? Right, the prettier the woman, the better she is at lying. Looking at Carter now, even with her rather angular features, she could still spin a tale without batting an eye. This is your idea of a simple businessman? Xiaozi pointed at the mansion in the distance, where armed guards flanked the entrance. In the yard, guard dogs prowled back and forth under watchful eyes. He looked at Agent Carter, his face a picture of disbelief. Agent Carter nodded earnestly. Goodbye. Xiaozi turned to leave. Wait. Agent Carter hurriedly grabbed his arm. He waved her off. Farewell. He hadn't made it this far in life just to be played for a fool and risk his neck for someone else. If someone wants to do this job, they're welcome to it. It just won't be him. Xia, I'm begging you. Agent Carter's voice was pleading. I really have no other options. You're the only one I can turn to. Even if you beg, it won't help, Xiaozi replied helplessly. I'm not some super soldier. Why don't you go to Colonel Phillips, get him to send in a squad? Even if the target dies, so what? One less thorn in our side is a good thing. Why risk our lives to capture him? If Colonel Phillips would approve that, I'd have done it already. Agent Carter, with no other choice, had to come clean. Xiaozi widened his eyes. So, what you're telling me is that, this time, we came here without any support from the military at all. It was just the two of us acting on our own. Was this woman not satisfied with the trouble she'd already caused herself? Most people would be desperate to run at the first sign of danger, but here she was practically serving herself up on a silver platter. Agent Carter bit her lip and said, Xia, I'm sorry. I didn't tell you the truth. We could go back and talk it over slowly, Xiaozi said. No, that's not possible. Agent Carter shook her head. Here's the situation. This man is called Lindsay Clive. He's not just a simple businessman. He's running for senator this year. What? Xiaozi was utterly stunned. It's precisely because of his unique status that, once we got his name, Colonel Phillips became very hesitant. The previous 2 spy arrests didn't go smoothly, and the colonel was worried about arresting someone like this without solid evidence. If it led to his death, it would be a huge blow to the military. The higher-ups absolutely don't want any negative press about this. So, you just decided to act on your own? Xiaozi's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. What were this woman's nerves made of, steel? I had no choice. We know he's here. Maybe there's no conclusive proof, but all the circumstantial evidence points to him being a Hydra plant, a spy. And yet, because of his position, we can't move against him. Don't you see? If he actually wins the election and becomes senator, do you have any idea what kind of disaster there'll be for us? His popularity is sky high. Agent Carter was dead serious, her expression radiating a sense of selfless resolve. Everything she did was for world peace, wasn't it? Suddenly, as this thought flashed through Xiaozi's mind, a wave of absurdity came crashing down over him. He drew a deep breath and said, If you can think of this, do you really believe that old fox Colonel Phillips hasn't thought of it too? Agent Carter was taken aback. What do you mean? It's very simple, Xiaozi said. Spies are frightening, right? But what really makes them terrifying isn't their individual skill. It's the fact that they're always lurking in the shadows. Once we know who they are, they stop being dangerous. In fact, they can become tools, pieces we can use on the chessboard. Agent Carter's eyes gradually widened. I think I'm starting to get what you mean. If you still don't get it, I really have to wonder how you ever became an agent in the first place. Xiaozi gritted his teeth and said, So, everything we did coming here today might have been pointless. In other words, even if that man becomes a senator, whatever information he gets his hands on and whatever he chooses to pass along is entirely within our control. In fact, we could use him to feed Hydra false information. Just imagine, information like that could easily wipe out one of their entire battalions, if not more. Honestly, putting the spy to good use is far more valuable than simply catching him. Agent Carter covered her mouth in surprise. I didn't think that far ahead. Letting your body act before your brain. This is something we can't afford, Xiaozi started to lecture her. But before he could finish, his expression suddenly changed. He grabbed Agent Carter's shoulder and pushed her down without warning. From Agent Carter's line of sight, she found herself staring straight at Xiaozi's crotch. Flustered and bewildered, she couldn't make sense of his intentions. Had he suddenly lost control? Her cheeks flushed bright red, and just as she was about to demand an explanation, Xiaozi crouched down beside her. Hey, why are you blushing? Xiaozi whispered in confusion. What's wrong with you? Agent Carter muttered, clearly annoyed. Xiaozi quickly made a gesture and said, Someone's coming. Following his gaze, Agent Carter's expression shifted. Why are they patrolling this far out? It just proves the owner of this house has something to hide, Xiaozi replied. We can't alert them. Everything I said earlier might just be guesswork, but it's highly likely. If we tip our hand and let him know we're on to him, we'll lose control of the situation. For now, we need to fall back. We can't retreat. Agent Carter bit her lip. There's a dog. Sure enough, there was a dog. The patrolling guard had a dog on a leash, but the animal had already caught the scent of strangers. Its glowing red eyes were fixed right on Xia Jia and Agent Carter's hiding spot. In a heartbeat, it sprang forward, its 4 slender legs carrying it almost instantly to where the two crouched. Damn it, Xia Jia cursed, barely getting the words out before the dog was upon them. With bared, drooling fangs and jaws wide open, the animal lunged straight for Xia Jia's arm. There was no time for words. Xia Jia reacted faster than thought, swinging his fist down in a powerful arc that connected squarely with the dog's head. With a dull thud, the dog yelped in pain, its body twisting as it collapsed to the ground. All 4 legs twitched uncontrollably on the ground, and both eyes were spinning in dizzy circles as if hypnotized. After staggering around for a moment, the dog simply couldn't hold on any longer. With a dull thud, it collapsed in a heap and lost consciousness. While Xia Jiji was locked in battle with the dog, Agent Carter had already sprung into action on the other side. If there was a dog, there had to be someone behind it. Xia Jiji dealt with the canine, while Agent Carter took care of its handler. This woman was exceptionally skilled at hand-to-hand combat. By the time Xia Jiji finished off the dog and looked up, he saw Agent Carter in motion. With a swift kick, she sent the guard's freshly drawn pistol flying. She lunged forward, and her knee crashed mercilessly into the man's groin. Ouch! As a fellow man, Xia Jiji couldn't help but wince in sympathy for the guard. Agent Carter's blow was ruthless, and without missing a beat, she slipped behind him, locked her arm around his neck, and threw herself to the ground. Both of them vanished from view as they fell below eye level. Xia Jiji hurried over, only to see the guard's face turning a deep shade of purple as he struggled desperately against Carter's chokehold. Without hesitation, Xia Jiji delivered a sharp kick to his head, knocking the man out cold. With both the man and the dog taken care of, Xia Jiji and Agent Carter found themselves staring at each other, wide-eyed. What now? Agent Carter spoke first, clearly sensing that things had taken a troublesome turn. Xia Jiji's earlier explanation made Carter think there was a very real possibility that this was all true. After all, Colonel Phillips wasn't an idiot. He was more than capable of setting up such a little scheme. What else can we do? Xia Jiji let out a resigned sigh. If they had just been snooping around without attracting attention, the two of them could have slipped away right now without a problem. But now they'd been discovered. Although they acted quickly enough that the patrol didn't have time to call for help, the damage was done. They definitely stirred the hornet's nest. It was naive to hope that Hydra's spies were fools, or that the disappearance of both a patrolman and his dog wouldn't raise suspicion. Even the faintest trace could make the enemy realize they'd been exposed. And if that happened, all their plans could fall apart. Xia Jiji didn't hesitate. In that case, we have no choice but to see this through to the end. You mean, we go in and tie them all up? Xia Jiji's eyes gleamed with a ruthless determination. Earlier, he had been unwilling to take the slightest risk, which was why he'd been firmly against any plan involving sneaking in to kidnap someone. But things were different now. Hydra's spies weren't just not idiots, they were dangerously clever. If they realized their cover had been blown, the consequences could be disastrous. Moreover, this kind of danger is hidden. It's impossible to predict what the other side will actually do. If you look at it from the worst possible angle, this minor setback could eventually spiral into a major disaster. Xia Jiji was unwilling to bear such risks. Between two dangers, she chose the lesser. Sneaking in was certainly risky, but given her current skills, she believed she could handle whatever might happen. In contrast, those invisible, entirely unpredictable threats felt much more dangerous, like arrows shot from the dark rather than open attacks you can see coming. That was the true reason behind Xia Jiji's determination. Don't underestimate her resolve. When Xia Jiji first arrived in this world, she had a reckless attitude. If I die, so be it. If not, I'll live forever. And now, she certainly wasn't lacking in courage. Once Xia Jiji made up her mind, Agent Carter hesitated instead. But what about Colonel Phillips' plan? The moment that damn dog spotted us, any plan we had went out the window, Xia Jiji replied. She crouched down and began removing the guard's uniform. Agent Carter listened and nodded in agreement. But when she saw Xia Jiji undressing the guard, she grew confused. What are you doing? Tying them up. You don't want both the man and the dog waking up halfway through and raising the alarm, do you? Dogs can't talk, Agent Carter said, blinking. But they can bark. Xia Jiji sighed helplessly. To put it simply, if they were all little mustaches or Hydra agents, it'd be easy to handle. But since they're not, we can't just kill them. You're a good person, Agent Carter said sincerely. Don't say that. People will call me a bleeding heart. Xia Jiji rolled her eyes. I just don't want to end up killing dozens of American citizens while trying to catch a spy. That would get us court-martialed. After tying up both the man and the dog tightly and gagging them, their appearance became quite peculiar. Agent Carter almost laughed, but felt a little embarrassed, knowing that all this trouble was her doing. She whispered, "Do you have a plan?" Xiaojiji was thinking and asked, "You've investigated this place, right? What's the general situation?" Agent Carter pulled a map from her pocket. Xiaojiji couldn't help but twitch her lips. "Now I see how you became a special agent. In some ways, you really are impressive." Agent Carter gave a snort and pointed to one of the buildings. "It's now 2 in the afternoon. Between 2 and 4, this Lindsay Clive will be dutifully working in his office. He won't come out until after 4. But his office must be heavily guarded." Xiaozi took the map and examined it closely. It detailed every corner of the mansion, even noting the approximate patrol schedules of the guards. Looking at so many guards, Xiaozi couldn't help but feel uneasy. Why do so many people need to protect just him? And he's just a spy hiding out in our rear lines. Huh. Agent Carter glanced at Xiaozi in confusion, sensing a strong note of grievance in his words. But Xiaozi let out a long breath, looking at Agent Carter with determination. "I have a plan." 10 minutes later, Xiaozi leaned against the outer wall of the mansion, sighing in resignation. How did things turn out like this? It's as if there's no choice but to go in. He was alone now. Agent Carter had been assigned by Xiaozi to handle the support work. Infiltration isn't the kind of job where having more people is better. With just 2, it made perfect sense. One person infiltrates and captures the target, while the other provides backup. Even Xiaozi was surprised by his own courage in taking on this task. He gave his face a light slap. "Today, I'll show you all. When a homebody decides to go wild, his courage can shoot for the stars." He checked the time one last time, the details from Agent Carter's map flashing through his mind, while his ears strained to catch the footsteps inside the wall. This is it. With a sudden leap, he scrambled up the wall using both hands and feet, swung himself over, and landed silently on the other side. There was no time to pause. The next patrol's footsteps could already be heard approaching. Xiaozi dashed forward, diving into the bushes to hide. Here we go again, another stealth mission. Truth be told, Agent Carter may get tangled up on some questions, but when it comes to her actual work, she's outstanding. The map she provided was meticulously detailed, marking out everything clearly. And the most brilliant part was the perfect infiltration route she had designed. As long as he followed that path and didn't run into any guards, he could reach the target's office in the shortest possible time. She managed this because the entire infiltration route was set along the rooftops. Anyway, it seemed that aside from in games, you rarely saw anyone strutting across rooftops so openly on summer nights. And the point of entry from the ground to the roof was right there, just a short distance away, at another building. The whole structure was shaped like a square enclosing a courtyard, but as for its architectural style, Xiaojie couldn't quite put his finger on it. Yet the building's different sections rose to varying heights, and Agent Carter had chosen the lowest point for his entry. He waited quietly in the grass, motionless, until the patrolling guard had moved off. Only then did Xiaojie reveal himself, bolting for the building at top speed. He planted one foot on the window ledge for leverage, sprang upwards in one swift motion, grabbed the eaves with both hands, and with a powerful pull, he was already on the rooftop. Xiaojie let out a quiet breath, then scanned the surroundings from his high perch. Once he was sure no one had spotted him, he moved on. Things were going even more smoothly than Xiaojie had imagined. Perhaps no one would ever suspect that 2 audacious individuals would dare to sneak into a place like this to carry out a capture. So although there seemed to be plenty of guards, they were actually quite lax. After all, this was the rear lines. If it were the front, the defenses could never be this slack. Exactly 7 minutes later, Xiaojie was crouched on a rooftop corner above a window. Lin Sai's office lay directly below. Lying flat on the roof, he craned his neck and peered down through the window. To be honest, Xiaojie's heart was pounding a bit as he made this move. He was nervous that, just as he poked his head down, Lin Sai might be standing at the window, enjoying the view. If their eyes met, it would be a heart-stopping moment. Fortunately, the thing Xiaojie feared didn't happen. But what he saw inside the office was even more unexpected. Not here. Xiaojie was momentarily stunned. Not only was Lin Sai not at the window, he wasn't even in his office. Was this whole trip for nothing? With his hands gripping the eaves, body pressed flat against the roof, and head hanging upside down as he watched, Xiaojie was momentarily at a loss. In truth, he wouldn't have been surprised by anything he might have found in that office. Anything except for Lin Sai's absence. That, he simply couldn't wrap his head around. Agent Carter's intel was always spot on. So how could Lin Sai not be here? He thought about backing out, but the thought of giving up so easily left him unwilling. After 2 seconds of hesitation, Xiaojie made up his mind. He flipped down onto the window ledge, curling himself into a tight ball, and stretched out a hand to test the window. It was locked. As expected. Xiaojie wasn't surprised. Of course it wouldn't be that simple. The window was locked. But just as he felt sure of this, he gave the window a gentle push, and it swung open. Xiaojie slipped into the office with a scowl on his face. Damn it, the window didn't open outward but pulled inward. The office was spacious, almost echoing with emptiness because of its size. It wasn't exactly luxurious, but every piece of furniture was tastefully arranged and refined. Xiaojie had no intention of admiring the office. After all the trouble he'd gone through to get here, he had to at least look for any trace of Lin's sigh. He thought of scenes in movies, where someone sneaks into an office, rifling through drawers and cabinets with a mix of nerves and excitement. If only he'd brought a camera, he mused, he'd practically qualify as a professional undercover agent. That thought made his fingers itch to play out a movie scene himself. Still, he had to be cautious and avoid alerting the guards outside. But before he could make a move, he heard a soft clack-clack coming from the bookshelf, a telltale whirring of gears in motion. A secret room, he thought, his heart leaping with excitement. He'd heard about these things for years, but had never seen one in real life. Without a second's hesitation, he dashed to the bookshelf. A mischievous idea flickered through his mind. What if he gripped the bookshelf door and kept the secret room from opening? The poor soul inside would probably be traumatized for life. Of course, that was just a fleeting joke for his own amusement. This was hardly the time for pranks. The bookshelf slowly slid open to both sides, and Xiaojie pressed himself against one edge, waiting until it was fully open, standing almost flush against the shelves. A man with steady footsteps emerged from the hidden space behind the bookshelf. Xiaojie instantly recognized the sound as just one person and let out a silent sigh of relief. He glanced over the objects on the shelf. The books didn't seem useful, but for reasons even he couldn't explain, he picked up a baseball bat that had been left there. The man in a suit had his entire back exposed to Xiaojie. Raising the bat, Xiaojie made a couple of practice swings at the back of the man's head, then brought it down with a decisive thud. A solid, satisfying sound echoed through the room. Xiaojie couldn't help but exclaim, "What a sturdy head! That sound is just perfect!" The man didn't collapse immediately. Instead, he spun around in place, staring at Xiaojie with a dazed, bewildered look, and even managed to speak. "It's you." Xiaojie froze. "It's you? What kind of nonsense was that? Did they actually know each other?" He was about to give him another whack, but just then, the man crumpled to the ground with a heavy thump. On instinct, Xiaojie rushed over to strip off his clothes, tearing fabric into strips and tying him up tightly, hogtie style. When he finished, he couldn't help but marvel at how much more skilled he was getting at this sort of thing. He took out the photograph Agent Carter had given him, pinched the face of the man in the suit, and studied it for a moment to confirm his identity. It was indeed the target. Only then did Xiaojie breathe a sigh of relief. He pried open the man's mouth and began inspecting his teeth one by one. After all, it's easy to imagine what a poisoned tooth should be like. It certainly can't be too sturdy. Otherwise, if exposed, and the tooth couldn't be removed quickly, leaving the person alive and flustered, how embarrassing would that be? But it also can't be too loose. If it were, imagine biting into your meal, and suddenly the tooth falls out without you even noticing, swallowed, right along with your food. That would give anyone a fright. Picture it. Everyone's calmly eating, and suddenly this fellow foams at the mouth and breathes his last. The poor chef would never clear his name, even if he jumped into the Yellow River. To avoid getting the chef into trouble, the poisoned tooth can't be made too loose either. With just the right amount of force, Xiaojie prepared to check each tooth carefully. He had only gotten to the third one when, with a simple twist, a tooth came off right in his hand. Xiaojie pondered for a moment, then stowed the tooth away, thinking he'd examine it more closely later. He wanted to figure out exactly what kind of poison it was. Then, he'd have someone develop an antidote for it. So next time they caught a Hydra agent, there'd be no easy escape. Go ahead and take your poison if you must, but once you do, I'll force you to take the antidote. Let's see how hopeless you feel then. The mission was unfolding even more smoothly than Xiaojie had expected. He'd originally planned to just grab the man and leave. But as he turned his head, he caught sight of the secret chamber again. He remembered how, moments ago, the man had barely stepped out before Xiaojie had knocked him out cold. The secret chamber door hadn't even been closed. Hesitating for a second, Xiaojie hoisted Lindsay up and strolled into the chamber. He intended to have a good look around and see what secrets it held. The secret room wasn't very deep. After a few steps, there was another door. There were no traps here. Xiaojie simply pushed, and the door swung open. To his astonishment, what lay before him was a laboratory. Actually, calling it a laboratory might be a stretch. There was only a single experiment table, sealed off behind a large sheet of glass. Most of the space was occupied by all sorts of machines. Xiaojie could count on one hand the ones he recognized. Probably only the telegraph machine, which he'd seen in movies. On the table beside the telegraph machine, there was a stack of documents. The moment Xiaozi approached and caught sight of the top page, his expression turned grim, because staring back at him was a black and white photograph of himself. Beside the photo were his personal details, and at the top of the page was the name, Yi Xia. So after all this time, my name is Xia Yi? Xiaozi blinked in surprise. Maybe it was just a hassle for everyone to use his full name, so whether it was Agent Carter or Colonel Phillips, they always just called him Xia. This was the first time Xiaozi had ever seen his full name written out. As for why he'd never come across his own file until now. Let me ask you this. Who in their right mind spends all day poring over their own personal files? But that's not the point. The real issue lies in the words that follow the files. Danger level considered high. Recommendation: eliminate. Eliminate your own damn self. What on earth did I do to deserve being targeted for elimination? Previously infiltrated our base and killed a commanding officer. Suspected of seeing through our agents' disguises, which indirectly led to the exposure of 2 or more operatives. That's what was written at the end of the report. Xiaozi's breathing grew a little rapid, his face darkening with concern. He had no idea whether this telegram had actually been sent out. If it had, there was a good chance his name had just landed on Hydra's blacklist. If that's the case, even hiding in Dr. Erskine's shadow wouldn't save him from becoming their next target. So much for his plan to lay low and keep out of trouble. Now it was all going up in smoke. Why are these Hydra people so petty? All I did was take out one of their commanders, just one, and I only blew the cover of a single spy. Is that really enough for them to come after me? Xiaozi was nearly losing it, but there was no use fretting now. The problem was already staring him in the face. After putting these documents in order, it was clear as day that Lin Sai was indeed a spy. Irrefutable evidence. Now, when he got back, there would finally be an explanation for Lin Sai's unauthorized actions. Yet none of this gave Xiaozi any peace of mind. He cast his eyes around the secret room once more. Near the laboratory bench stood 2 bookshelves, crammed full with at least 30 books. Beside the bookshelves was a table, stacked with a mountain of files. He glanced over them, understanding only bits and pieces. Picking up a book, the analyzer in his mind piped up again, eager to make itself useful. Would you like to analyze the biochemistry textbook? Biochemistry? So that's what kind of research they're doing here. Since he was already here, he wasn't about to leave empty-handed. He swept all the books from the shelves in his bag, scooped up every last file from the table, and gave the place one final, resentful look. Clenching his teeth, he pulled out a lighter, something he'd found earlier on Lin Sai. Poetic justice. Take from them, use against them. Xiaozi couldn't help but feel a small thrill of satisfaction. He found something flammable, set it ablaze, and, as the fire began to roar, he dragged his captive out of the secret room. Once at the window, he paused, momentarily unsure of what to do next. In the end, he just strapped his captive to himself and climbed up onto the roof. No sooner had he reached the rooftop than something inside the secret room ignited, erupting in a thunderous blast. A wave of heat rushed out, and much of the paperwork inside the office was swallowed by flames. In an instant, the entire mansion was thrown into chaos. The patrolling guards abandoned their rounds and started rushing toward the site of the explosion. Seeing this, Xiaozi grabbed Lin Sai and sprinted away. Below them, people were running around in confusion. No one noticed anything above their heads. After Xiaozi had put some distance behind him, he looked back. Lin Sai's former office was now engulfed in a blazing inferno. What on earth was that guy working on? Bombs. Xiaozi pondered for a moment, but figured that if it were a bomb, it probably wouldn't fall under biochemical research. He couldn't make sense of it no matter how he turned it over in his mind, so he decided not to dwell on it. Taking advantage of the chaos, Xiaozi dashed madly across the rooftops. It had taken him 7 minutes to get in, but only 3 to reach the perimeter wall on his way out. He didn't see a single patrolling guard. Everyone's attention had been drawn to the raging fire. With Lin Sai in tow, Xiaozi vaulted over the wall and landed on the outer side of the compound. No sooner had they hit the ground than the roar of a car engine filled the air. Looking up, Xiaozi saw Agent Carter's car only a stone's throw away. He hurried forward, and as soon as Agent Carter saw him, she yanked the steering wheel, swinging the car around so that the side faced him directly. Xiaozi pressed down on the car door and leapt agilely into the open-top Jeep. Damn! He'd barely climbed into the vehicle before letting out a shout. What's wrong, Xia? Did something happen? Are you hurt? Agent Carter immediately turned to check on him. Xiaozi shook his head, untied the cloth binding him to Lin Sai, and separated the two of them. Seeing that he was unhurt, Agent Carter finally breathed a sigh of relief. Xia, you're incredible. Yeah, incredible, indeed, He was practically at the top of Hydra's blacklist now. But the reason for his earlier exclamation wasn't that at all. He had suddenly remembered the bookshelf in Lin Sai's office, crammed full of books. How could he have forgotten to pack up all those books and take them with him? If he'd managed to get them out, he could have fed them into the disassembler back home. Who knows, maybe he could have become a genius in another field. But it was too late for regrets. Lin Sai's office was a sea of fire, every book reduced to ashes. With a soft sigh, Xiaozi turned to Agent Carter and said, "That guy just sent a telegram. Did you know? Looks like I'm about to become a big deal." Huh. Agent Carter was taken aback. Xiaozi quickly recounted the whole story. When she heard it all, Agent Carter's face changed dramatically. "Xia, you're in serious danger." Of course, Xiaozi knew just how dangerous things had become. What he couldn't understand was why Hydra had set their sights on him over just 2 incidents. Looking at Agent Carter, all tense and jumpy, as if an assassin might leap out at any moment, Xiaojia couldn't help but feel a strange urge to laugh. "It's fine, don't worry. In fact, I should thank you. If it weren't for this mission, I wouldn't have even realized someone was already watching me." He took a deep breath, and his gaze grew a little more profound. "Well, now that I know I'm being targeted, there's nothing to be done. Might as well accept it. If I'm not convinced, I'll just fight back." The road back wasn't entirely smooth sailing, either. There were still a few bumps along the way. When Agent Carter drove over to pick them up, she drew a bit of attention, which resulted in 2 cars tailing them. But with Carter's outstanding driving skills, she lost them with ease. The other minor complication was that Lin Sai woke up. The first thing he did upon waking was clench his teeth, though it was all for nothing. Once he understood his predicament, he even considered jumping out of the car. But with his hands and feet tied together, he couldn't even move 3 centimeters without using all his strength, never mind leaping out of a moving vehicle. In the end, all he could do was stare at the ceiling in disbelief, convinced he must be trapped in a nightmare. Yet compared to him, Xiaojie felt even more at a loss, even more helpless. He talked a big game. "If I'm not convinced, I'll fight back." But honestly, he didn't want to fight anyone at all. All he ever wanted was to lay low and keep out of trouble. Whether it was World War II or Hydra, none of it had anything to do with him. They were worlds apart. What was so wrong with keeping his head down and enjoying his promising future as a shut-in? But no, he'd been dropped in someone else's world and managed to make enemies with the kind of people you really don't want to mess with. Now, where on earth could he go to truly keep a low profile? And if he couldn't hide, what could he do? He'd just have to fight. This wasn't what Xiaojie wanted. It was what he'd been forced into. So the 2 men in the back seat wore the same helpless, silent expressions as they returned to camp. Agent Carter glanced at Lin Sai, who was bound up in a way that looked almost artistic and could only look to Xiaojie for help. With one hand, Xiaojie hoisted Lin Sai, who weighed nearly 200 pounds, up off the seat, leaving Carter staring in disbelief. Meanwhile, a group of people was stepping out of the office building. At the head was Colonel Phillips. He wasn't clairvoyant. He'd simply gotten word as soon as their car arrived. The moment he stepped outside, the first thing he saw was Xiaojie, and his face immediately darkened. He shot Agent Carter a glare, then cocked his head to glance at Lin Sai in Xiaojie's grasp. "Put him down," Colonel Phillips ordered. Xiaojie let go, and Lin Sai nearly burst into tears as he hit the ground, his spine slamming against the pavement, a pain so sharp it was almost impossible to endure. Colonel Phillips paused for a moment, then gestured to those beside him. "Untie him. We'll talk inside." Xiaojie took a file from inside his coat and handed it to Colonel Phillips. But the colonel didn't take it. Instead, he fixed his eyes on Xiaojie. "Just for acting on your own like this, I could kick you out of the army." "I'd rather not," Xiaojie sighed. He wanted to leave too, but it simply wasn't an option. And this was no joke. He truly couldn't leave the military now. In the army, you had a natural layer of protection. At the very least, you moved as a group. Once you left the army and were on your own, the consequences could be, well, a real nightmare. Colonel Phillips seemed about to say something else when, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Xiaojie's photo in the file. His brow furrowed. As he unfolded the file to look, his face instantly darkened, and he glared at Xiaojie. "Didn't I tell you not to?" But he broke off abruptly. Glancing around at the assembled soldiers, who all stared wide-eyed at each other, Colonel Phillips found himself at a loss for words. What could he say? What should he say? Was his godson's life the only one that mattered? Weren't the lives of these men just as precious? He wished Xiaojie could go home and start a family, but didn't the other soldiers want that too? All his helplessness finally dissolved into a long, weary sigh. Turning his head, he saw Lindsay standing off to the side, calm-faced and in handcuffs, flanked by 2 burly soldiers like a pair of grim sentinels. A flash of anger crossed Phillips's face. He lashed out with a fierce kick, landing it squarely in Lindsay's stomach. "How dare you? Lindsay hit the ground, stunned and speechless. You're not a U.S. citizen now, Lindsay Clive. You're nothing but a lowly Hydra spy. Why wouldn't I dare? He shot a glare at the two soldiers. I told you to bring him inside, not to roll out the red carpet. Do I need to spell out everything for you? The two men instantly understood. The old man was furious. Without hesitation, each grabbed one of Lindsay's shoulders and hauled him upright. Before Lindsay could steady himself, one of them raised his rifle and slammed the butt hard against Lindsay's knee. With a cry of pain, Lindsay crumpled again, unable to stand. The two soldiers, one on each side, grabbed his arms and dragged him inside. Colonel Phillips's anger eased a bit. Seeing Xiaojue standing there as if nothing had happened, he shot him a withering glare. What are you standing around for? Waiting for me to buy you dinner? Get back to your work. And you come with me. The last command was directed at Agent Carter. Agent Carter gave Xiaojue a helpless glance. I'll come find you once I've cleaned up things here. Xiaojue nearly felt the hair on the back of his neck stand up. If she was coming to find him, it was never good news. The first time you came to me, it was for a decapitation mission, an undertaking where survival was nearly impossible. The second time, you wanted me to go undercover and capture a spy. And this time, it was even better. Now even Hydra knows who I am. And now you're coming to me yet again? Miss, I just want to know, what kind of deep-seated grudge do you have against me? Why are you so determined to send me to my doom? As I was trying to figure out a graceful way to turn her down, Agent Carter suddenly gave me a hug and gently patted me on the back. I'm going in, she said. Even after Agent Carter walked away, my stunned expression was still frozen on my face. Don't you like women with a fuller figure? Colonel Phillips glanced at Agent Carter's departing silhouette, then sighed. I still don't approve of you looking for a wife in the army. I'd barely said a word before Colonel Phillips shook his head and sauntered into the office building, leaving me behind. Come on, I muttered, speechless. What kind of mess is this, really? At this point, it wouldn't matter how I tried to explain myself. No one would believe me. And most importantly, was Agent Carter's figure really that impressive? It wasn't exactly small. Wait, no, that's not the point. The point is, none of this really matters, does it? A hug, among open-minded Americans, that's just a normal greeting, nothing more. There's no deeper meaning behind it, right? I was hoping that was the case, but the more I thought about it, the more I wondered if I was just overthinking things and making a mountain out of a molehill. Yes, this must be one of life's 3 great misconceptions. Convinced, I turned and walked back toward my quarters. I needed some time to sort through everything that had happened today. Besides, I really did need to have a chat with Agent Carter, find out whether she actually sent that telegram and if Lindsay ever got the message. Inside the room, I placed all the books I'd found in the secret chamber onto the table. I sat there for a moment, lost in thought. As I tried to clear my mind, I also started planning my next move. Finding my own file in Lindsay's secret room had given me quite a jolt. I had to admit, it caught me completely off guard. It was like a blow had come out of nowhere, striking me square in the face before I had a chance to react. I had no idea when I'd landed on Lindsay's radar. All I could do was marvel at how Hydra really did have eyes and ears everywhere. But of course, that didn't matter now. The real question was, what should I do next? If I considered the worst-case scenario, where Lindsay had already sent out my information and I'd been added to their kill list, then I would have to change my entire strategy. Otherwise, the consequences could be catastrophic. The underlings of the little mustache are nothing to worry about, but Hydra is bound to have some advanced weaponry. Right at the start of the Captain America movie, Hydra's leader Schmidt had already gotten his hands on the Cosmic Cube. With Dr. Zola's help, they churned out batch after batch of weapons that far surpassed anything of the current era. These would inevitably bring unfathomable changes to the world as it is now. Right now, he probably hasn't fallen out with the little mustache yet, has he? All of a sudden, Xiaojie felt an urge to send a telegram to Little Mustache, tipping him off that Schmidt was planning to jump ship and strike out on his own. But this was just a fleeting thought. There was no way he could actually carry it out. I really do miss the real World War II battlefields, Xiaojie murmured, stretching lazily. He let out a quiet sigh, patted his own cheeks, then pulled himself together again. If I can't keep laying low, then I'll need to find another way. I can't embarrass all the other transmigrators. Other people travel to worlds where they face the snap, the living tribunal, those forces that defy imagination, while I'm getting stumped by a single Hydra. Honestly, I'd be ashamed to meet any fellow transmigrators at this rate. He stood up and began pacing the room. First things first, step 1. Keep getting stronger. Power is everything. The disassembler's functions are amazing. I need to make the most of them. Next, Xiaojie felt his mind growing sharper. I can't keep hiding out in the rear anymore. Sure, the battlefield's dangerous, but the rear has its own perils. A few days of peace aren't worth a lifetime of hiding. Besides, compared to the rear, the battlefield, is actually the perfect place for the disassembler. Endless weapons, equipment, all just waiting to be broken down to boost my strength. Once I'm strong enough to lift the earth with one hand, I'll be able to wipe out Hydra with a single sneeze. With his resolve hardened, he glanced at the books scattered around. He regretted not grabbing every book from the shelves back in Lindsay's office, because that tied into his third point, the disassembler's upgrade issue. My disassembler needs to be upgraded. Right now, it's only an intermediate model for beginners, nowhere near advanced. That puts me at a disadvantage, Xiaoji muttered to himself. At this stage, the only things I've been able to disassemble are books and weapons or equipment. I wonder if there are other things I could try. Taking stock of his room, a sudden idea struck him. He grabbed his blanket and called for the disassembler. This item cannot be disassembled, or the disassembler's level is insufficient. Would you like to force disassemble the bedding? Xiaoji's heart skipped a beat, just as he thought. Everything that could be disassembled, the disassembler would always jump out and make its presence known. But just because the disassembler doesn't jump out to make its presence known, doesn't mean it can't disassemble things, or that it's only limited by its current level. And speaking of the disassembler's level, that enchanting experience bar is truly a stroke of genius. But what the hell is with that infinity sign? Can someone please tell me just how much experience this disassembler actually needs to level up? If my life really is just some half-baked transmigration novel written by a brainless author, then I have just one question for them. Have you completely lost your mind? If it weren't for that reassuring +1 experience notification every time I disassembled something, I would have long given up hope of ever leveling this machine up. But now, whether I'm hopeful or not, I still have to keep going. I picked up a book and selected Disassemble. As I worked, I kept mulling over my original plan to change my persona. That plan should have been foolproof, but now, thanks to Lin Sai's telegram, everything has gone up in smoke. I was targeted too soon. Before I even had a chance to hide from Hydra's watchful eyes, I was already completely exposed. If I go and show off my talent for genetics now, Hydra will have one more reason to kill me. A plan that was supposed to save me and let me lay low has turned into a roadmap to my own destruction. Life's twists and turns are really something else. There weren't many books, just over 20. I was halfway through disassembling them when I suddenly heard a notification that made my heart race. Announcement. Item disassembled successfully. Biochemistry knowledge *1. +1 disassembler experience. Disassembler experience full. Beginning upgrade. Disassembly function unavailable during upgrade. Extraction function remains available. Disassembler upgrading. Item disassembled successfully. Would you like to extract now? In that instant, I immediately called up the disassembler, focusing on its experience bar. And then I saw it. The experience bar was showing infinity. Are you kidding me? I stared, dumbfounded, then let out a long, deep sigh. Now I get it. This disassembler's upgrade is completely random, isn't it? Grumbling, I swept all the books from the table into the disassembler's storage, getting ready to extract the biochemistry knowledge. Just as I was about to tap the books one by one, someone knocked on my door. I shivered instinctively, half afraid that Agent Carter had come calling again. Cautiously, I opened the door, only to find a drunken, middle-aged man swaying in the doorway. On this summer night, Xiaoji suddenly thought that if someone had to show up at her door, she'd much rather it be Agent Carter than this middle-aged drunk. At least Agent Carter was easy on the eyes and always smelled nice, unlike the sour, staggering figure before her, reeking of alcohol and remarkably unattractive. She opened the door, and Dr. Erskine stepped inside. You're actually here? Xiaoji was speechless. If I weren't here, why would you even come? Youth really is a wonderful thing, the doctor sighed, in that inexplicable way of his. Xiaoji couldn't help but think. Even if Dr. Erskine hadn't said it, she already knew youth was precious. But what she really wanted to know was, what on earth did these two things you just said have to do with each other, doctor? She looked Dr. Erskine up and down. He was clearly drunk, his gaze unfocused, his steps unsteady, his whole demeanor clouded with disappointment. What's going on here? Midlife crisis? She poured him a glass of water. So what happened? Did your new boyfriend dump you? Xiaoji wasn't sure when it started, but somehow this was just how she talked to Dr. Erskine these days. It wasn't that she didn't respect him. In fact, the old man was a decent person, a scholar, and someone worthy of admiration. But he could also be a bit unpredictable, always joking around for no reason. And after a while, she found herself drawn into his rhythm. Well, it's all Dr. Erskine's fault, Xiaoji told herself firmly. This is definitely not on me. Xia, do you really think the Super Soldier Project should exist? Dr. Erskine asked, unusually serious tonight. His gaze, though clouded with drink, was still sincere. Xiaoji was caught off guard. Why do you ask? I don't know. Dr. Erskine shook his head. I'm not even sure what I'm thinking. The question just took root in my heart, you know? Like a nail, suddenly driven in, trying to negate everything I've built my life on. I've poured everything I have into making the super soldier serum a reality. He held up a finger. And now, everything is nearly perfect on paper. There's just one thing left, a suitable candidate. But now, I'm starting to doubt myself. Isn't that ridiculous? Xiaojiji didn't think it was funny at all. She just wanted to say, this never happened in the movie. Uncle Erskine, what's gotten into you tonight? Of course, her complaint stayed in her heart. Xiaojiji could understand where Dr. Erskine was coming from. If the super soldier serum became real, what would happen next? If the doctor lived to see the end of this story, what unimaginable things would the super soldier serum bring about? In the language of fantasy novels, it would be as if every man could become a dragon. Just the thought of a world crawling with macho men sent an inexplicable shiver down Xiaojia's spine. The next thing that crossed his mind was whether Dr. Erskine was also worried about the whole macho business. He shook his head. As a homebody, Xiaojia figured daydreaming was practically his job. But right now, letting his imagination run wild wouldn't do Dr. Erskine any good. Just as he was about to say something, the doctor had already stood up. It's all right, I'll be fine. Really? Dr. Erskine smiled at Xiaojia, his eyes carrying a sense of release that Xiaojia couldn't quite comprehend. Go do what you need to do. If the world has already become a living hell, then there's no need to fear creating the most powerful devil to overthrow it. Even if the future is filled with countless devils clamoring, at least no one will ever be hurt again. Then he turned to Xiaojia. If only it were you. But it's all right. We still have another choice. I hope what I create won't be a devil. I don't want to see this world sink any further. With those words, Dr. Erskine patted Xiaojia on the shoulder and left his room. Xiaojia stood there for a while, feeling that perhaps Dr. Erskine's mental state wasn't all that stable after all. I've heard of prenatal depression, but could the birth of a scientific breakthrough really be no different from childbirth? Does it come with its own depression, too? He scratched his head, thinking of Dr. Erskine's metaphor, but then fell silent. He understood Dr. Erskine's fear, but there was nothing he could do. In the end, this was Dr. Erskine's own burden to bear. As a scientist, he had his responsibilities, but he was also painfully aware of what his work might bring to the world. In the short term, there was hope, but in the long run, it might just turn into despair. At that moment, someone knocked on his door again. Xiaojia couldn't help thinking that tonight, of all nights, he seemed especially busy. Was everyone planning to drop by for a heart-to-heart? He opened the door and nearly bolted on the spot. Agent Carter, what's wrong? You look awfully pale. Agent Carter eyed Xiaojia's slightly ashen face, clearly puzzled. Xiaojia couldn't exactly admit. You scare me silly, so he blurted out an excuse. I've been a bit hypoglycemic lately. Aren't you going to invite me in for a chat? Agent Carter glanced at Xiaojia, who was blocking the doorway like a sentry. Resigned, Xiaojia stepped aside to let her in. He had actually been meaning to get in touch with Agent Carter to ask if there was any follow-up intel from Lindsay's side. But when Agent Carter actually showed up at his door, Xiaojia couldn't help but feel as if the word trouble was written in bold letters across her beautiful face. There was even a dangerous red glow flickering in her eyes. And at that moment, Xiaojia suddenly wondered, why did his golden finger have to be a decomposition machine? Why couldn't it have been a danger warning instead? If only he could get a signal whenever trouble or danger was near, and just bolt as fast as he could. How wonderful would that be? Oh, Xia, your room is a complete mess. And what's that smell? Did you drink? Agent Carter's gaze bored into Xiaojia, sharp and unrelenting. Xiaojia waved his hand, trying to explain that the lingering alcohol scent was thanks to an old man in the throes of a midlife crisis, not him. But before he could get a word out, Agent Carter frowned and said, a little disgruntled, why didn't you invite me to drink with you? I'll definitely call you next time. Xiaojia's mouth twitched as he forced out a reply, then added, yeah, it's pretty messy. Have a seat wherever you like. Sit down, won't you? Agent Carter perched on the edge of Xiaojia's bed, eyes fixed on him. Xiaojia stared right back, big eyes glaring into hers, a silent standoff. With a huff, Agent Carter complained, why does it always feel like every time I come looking for you, you're less than thrilled to see me? You're overthinking it. Xiaojia shook his head vigorously. Not just less than thrilled. Try absolutely, thoroughly unwelcome. The interrogation of Lindsay is finished, Agent Carter said, rolling her eyes at him before continuing. And it was incredibly fruitful. Seriously? Xiaojia was astonished. That fast? We have you to thank for the new interrogation methods you taught Howard. There was a dangerous glint in Agent Carter's eyes as she looked at Xiaojia. He coughed lightly. So what's the verdict? The verdict is bad news. That telegram you sent? It's already gone out. There's no way to intercept it now. And your name is probably sitting on Schmidt's desk as we speak. In every sense, This really couldn't be called good news. Yet, when Xiajie heard it, he felt oddly calm. It was much like a prisoner awaiting a death sentence. Nervous and restless while waiting, but strangely serene once the sentence was finally announced. Whether he could accept it or not, it was already out of his hands. With a soft sigh, Xiajie shrugged and settled into his chair. Aside from my little predicament, is there anything else? We got our hands on a list of names. Agent Carter said, Colonel Phillips is hoping that, in your downtime, you'll team up with me to round these people up. Are they all going to be as hard to handle as Lindsay? It's not certain, but if we don't arrest these people soon, once word gets out about what happened to Lindsay, they'll probably pack up and disappear. Xiajie nodded, this time not making any excuses. After all, Hydra had made it clear they wouldn't let him go. There was no point in hesitating anymore. Since that was the case, let the confrontation begin right here. And perhaps he could gain something out of it as well. Weapons, equipment, anything that could make him stronger would be worth it. After they finished discussing this, the two of them fell silent. Once again, they found themselves in that awkward situation, each glancing at the other. It was uncomfortable, to say the least. Agent Carter stared at Xiajie for 3 full seconds, and finally, Xiajie's gaze faltered. Agent Carter stood up and said, I should get going. All right, I'll see you out. He walked her from the room, all the way to the door. Goodbye. You really are a jerk. Agent Carter shot Xiajie a fierce glare, then turned and stomped away, her footsteps sharp and quick. Back in his room, Xiajie blinked a few times. At least it's not a good guy card, right? I hear the jerk card is already considered a blue level card. The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, Xiajie received some good news. The disassembler had finished upgrading. He called up the device to take a look, but at first nothing seemed different. It was still battered and scarred, as if it belonged in a scrapyard, waiting to be recycled. The only obvious change was its name. What used to be the Novice Intermediate Disassembler was now labeled the Novice Advanced Disassembler. But as for what that meant in practice, Xiajie had no idea yet. He then remembered the agent he'd caught spying on Dr. Erskine, and the 2 P38 pistols he'd tossed into the disassembler storage space, still waiting to be taken apart. Might as well get to it now. Would you like to disassemble Walther P38 pistol *2? Xiajie paused in surprise. He could break down both at once now. That was good news. It would save a lot of time. He selected yes and waited about 10 seconds. Announcement. Equipment disassembly complete. Basic handgun shooting insights *13. Fragmented battle spirit *2. Shattered energy residue *3. Disassembler experience +2. Disassembly complete. Would you like to extract items now? Xiajie didn't extract them right away. He blinked, carefully reading the notification, confirming there was indeed something called shattered energy residue, and scratched his head. What on earth is that? Once he retrieved the items, the books and battle spirits vanished instantly, leaving only 3 little fragments in his hand. These shards were oddly shaped, with sharp edges and uneven surfaces, and they seemed unstable, constantly fluctuating. Xiajie examined the thing for a long time, but he still couldn't figure out what on earth it was. Could it be some kind of bonus that came with the upgraded disassembler? He tried slapping it with his hand, and in the next moment, a jolt ran through his entire body. It felt as if a current of electricity surged through him from head to toe with that motion. Then, just as suddenly, the sensation vanished without a trace. What the heck was that? Xiajie looked down at his hand, but there was nothing unusual. He closed his eyes to focus and sense anything different, but still, nothing at all. Then he slipped back into his imaginary remedial class for over-the-top heroes, and, mimicking Thanos, snapped his fingers. Though, of course, nothing happened. Okay, maybe wiping out half the universe is a bit much, but shouldn't there at least be a tiny spark? Where's the so-called leftover? Energy? Or maybe the fragments? Are there any complete, intact remnants? But if they're whole, can you even call the remnants? After ranting to himself for a while, Xiajie quietly accepted the fact that nothing about him had changed. Of course, that wasn't to say there was no gain at all. Right now, the disassembler could only break things down into fragmented energy residue. But what about in the future? A surge of confidence welled up in Xiajie for reasons he couldn't explain. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock at the door. Xiajie opened it to find Dr. Erskine standing there, looking thoroughly hungover. Hey, after breakfast, would you like to take a walk with me? I always imagined my bright future would involve strolling with a beautiful woman. No beauties around, I'm afraid. Just one old geezer, and you don't get to say no. Dr. Erskine's laughter was hearty and carefree, a far cry from the gloom of the previous night. What choice do I have? Xiajie sighed, grabbing his gear and following Dr. Erskine out the door. After breakfast, the two of them hopped in a car and drove away from camp, heading for the recruitment office. In fact, as soon as Xiaojie realized where they were going, he knew exactly what Dr. Erskine was up to. Sure enough, when a scrawny, pale-faced young white man walked into the recruitment center, Dr. Erskine immediately perked up. "Look, Xia, he's here." Xiaojie couldn't muster any excitement himself. After all, he'd already spent the entire day sitting here with Dr. Erskine, just waiting for this guy. "Great, now's your time to shine, Doctor. Go on, don't be nervous. Use your charm and make him follow every order you give." "I'll head in then." The excited doctor didn't actually hear what Xiaojie said. With Xiaojie's chuckle fading behind him, Dr. Erskine waited for the military doctor to finish the physical exam, then walked into the room. Xiaojie just shrugged. He had no intention of following, nor did he feel any urge to meet the young captain. After rising from the chair, he paced back and forth a couple of times, then leaned against the wall, quietly pondering his own pitiful existence. It didn't take long, perhaps 10 minutes at most. The short captain strode out from inside, brimming with excitement. "Feeling good?" Seeing him like that, Xiaojie just couldn't resist asking. "Of course, my friend." The short captain threw Xiaojie a cheerful glance and replied with a grin. "I feel an unparalleled sense of satisfaction." As Xiaojie was mulling this over, the doctor emerged from inside. "It's time to go, Xia." As they left together, the doctor leaned in and whispered to Xiaojie, "Xia, I'm more convinced than ever. He truly is the one I've been searching for." Xiaojie hesitated for a moment before responding. "So, did you two celebrate your love?" "Huh?" The doctor looked utterly bewildered. Xiaojie, clearly amused, clapped his hands 3 times in delight. Somewhere along the way, Xiaojie realized that he'd become uncharacteristically busy. It was one thing to run around after Dr. Erskine every day, but he also had to work alongside Agent Carter. Lindsay Clive's identity was no trivial matter. Even among spies, he was something akin to a king. But right now, this king seemed rather crestfallen, the kind of dejection that says, "I was once a king until someone clobbered me on the back of the head." Thanks to his loose lips, Agent Carter and the others managed to extract a genuine list of agents. This was at the root of Xiaojie's recent busyness. For 3 days straight, Xiaojie averaged less than 3 hours of sleep per night. Thankfully, the enhancements of the War Soul kept him brimming with energy and strength. Yet Agent Carter remained just as radiant as ever, which was a bit baffling. Wasn't it said that beauty comes from sleep? How could a woman look so stunning without getting enough rest? When Xiaojie finally learned the truth, he nearly wept tears of frustration. By day, Xiaojie hustled around with Dr. Erskine, while Agent Carter would simply retreat to her bed, sleeping soundly until evening, only to rouse Xiaojie for their nighttime operations, after which she'd go right back to sleep. So much for gender equality. In reality, true equality is hard to come by in this world. Some people are born with a silver spoon in their mouth, while others start at the very bottom of society. Some grow up strong and robust, while others are frail and could be toppled by a passing breeze, and might even suffer from asthma. The next time Xiaojie saw the captain, who had yet to be favored by fate, the man was standing quietly in line. The Strategic Scientific Reserve had officially begun operations, and the group before him consisted of new recruits who had been selected after a rigorous screening process. Standing among them, the future captain's height made him stand out like a solitary house nestled deep within the mountains. Colonel Phillips spoke with utmost seriousness. "You are the best of the best." But when his gaze fell upon the future captain, he faltered, his words catching in his throat. The old man was still too honest for his own good. He simply couldn't bring himself to say anything he didn't truly believe. At first, Xiaojie thought he was just there to observe and that nothing else would concern him. Yet, to his surprise, Colonel Phillips assigned him a task to train this group in marksmanship. To Xiaojie, marksmanship wasn't something one simply learned. No, it was something you acquired by copying it. Still, even if Xiaojie's shooting skills came from copying, his mind was packed with practical knowledge, so he wasn't completely clueless. He also understood why Colonel Phillips wanted him to teach these men. By now, it was highly likely that Hydra already had their eyes on him, and among these recruits, one of them was destined to become a super soldier. Building a good relationship with them would add a layer of protection for himself. This stubborn old man was always looking out for him, even if he didn't know that Xiaojie had already changed into someone else. At the very least, his name now included an extra G character. Like many stories in novels and films, unpleasant incidents were bound to happen. After all, Xiaojie was Asian. While he wasn't as conspicuously tall as the captain, compared to these strapping men, most of them well over 6 feet, he still stood at a disadvantage. Moreover, apart from the future captain, the rest of these men had all been chosen after countless rounds of elimination. In Colonel Phillips' words, they were the very best. From the start, they carried a touch of pride, so it was inevitable that a troublemaker would emerge. After all, they were soldiers and young men, living in a time when blood ran hot and tempers flared. No one would back down unless bested in a fight. But Xiaojie didn't win them over with his fists. Instead, with a single kick, he sent the troublemaker flying a good 10 feet away. And just like that, all voices of dissent vanished without a trace. This made Xiaojie sigh in imitation of Dr. Erskine. Ah, youth is a wonderful thing. As for the past 3 days, what Xiaojie had gained most was not a band of unruly soldiers, but rather the spoils he collected each night on his excursions, always returning with a weapon or a book or two. Thanks to his upgraded disassembly device, even though the fragments of energy it extracted from the items were few and far between, the abundance of weapons made up for it. Now, in the summer nights, he could feel it, a strange energy coursing through his body. Of course, it wasn't as if it was always on the move. When he was active, it flowed with him, but when he stilled, it too would quiet down. It wasn't exactly obedient, and apart from mirroring his movements, it seemed to serve no other purpose. At the very least, it hadn't made him any stronger or faster. In fact, aside from being able to move, he had no idea what else it could do. Still, he found himself looking forward to the day he could light a cigarette without needing a lighter. Then again, he quickly realized he didn't actually smoke. Strictly speaking, life during this period, though busy, was calm. It was one of the rare, peaceful stretches he'd had since arriving in this world. Each morning, he'd wake up and check if Dr. Erskine wanted to head out for a stroll. If not, he'd amble around the camp. Sometimes he'd put a few of the new recruits in their place, showing off his impressive marksmanship. At night, if there was an operation, he'd go along without hesitation. These missions were now second nature to him. And beyond all that, Xiaojie shamelessly shadowed the soldiers, learning from them by observation. The men in the camp were set to receive the finest, most rigorous, and most comprehensive training possible. This included but was not limited to the use of various firearms and melee weapons, tactics for reconnaissance and counter-surveillance, the operation of machinery and vehicles, even piloting aircraft, the list went on. They were here to become super soldiers. And a super soldier wasn't just someone with peak strength, speed, endurance, and reflexes. A super soldier was a fully equipped battle machine. So, every manner of training was essential. For Xiaojie, these were exactly the skills he lacked. With his memory, now enhanced by the war soul, he wandered the camp each day, soaking up whatever he could from the soldiers' routines. No one really knew what he was doing there. In their eyes, he was not only their marksmanship instructor, but also a combat hero. As Dr. Erskine's bodyguard, and with a close connection to Colonel Phillips, no one dared shoo him away. So, drifting from one group to the next, Xiaojie managed to memorize nearly everything. To say he had mastered it all would be an exaggeration. This was only stolen learning, after all, but as long as he remembered it, he could always study it further later. What excited Xiaojie most in this whole process was witnessing, firsthand, the moment straight out of the movies when the captain threw himself onto a live grenade to shield his comrades. To be honest, Xiaojie genuinely admired that. He figured that even in his next 8 lifetimes, he'd never be capable of such self-sacrifice. Compared to that, the captain's noble, flawless character was simply extraordinary. But I still think he's not as good as you, whispered Agent Carter, leaning close to Xiaojie's side. That's just blind personal idolization, Xiaojie replied with a laugh. New York, Brooklyn. A black sedan was cruising down the street. Xiaojie drew his gaze back from the window, still unsure why he was the one sitting in this car, with the captain, whose thoughts seemed tangled in knots, by his side. No wonder the captain's feelings were so complicated. Today was no ordinary day. This was the day the future Star-Spangled Man would, because of his own choices, face a turning point in his life. Yes, choice. A single decision in a moment can shape one's fate. When the captain decided, in that instant, to shield his comrades with his own body, it set the stage for the new life awaiting him today. But Xiaojie felt none of this had anything to do with him. He had no intention of getting tangled up with the man beside him. Not if he could help it. To Xiaojie, heroes were nothing if not a nuisance. They might possess all sorts of admirable, upright qualities, but they always tried to spread those virtues to everyone around them. And if he ever got infected by that kind of personality, Xiaojie worried he'd end up as one of those people who'd give everything up for others, fearlessly sacrificing himself. What would he do if he ever became someone like that? That was why he preferred to keep his distance from the captain. Unfortunately, the captain did not feel the same way about him. Look, instructor, I used to get into fights over there. Well, not exactly fights. I got beat up, the future captain said excitedly, gripping Xiaojie's arm and pointing toward a narrow alley outside the window. Xiaojie could only sigh at being called instructor, but there was no use arguing. After all, he really was their marksmanship instructor. With a gentle sigh, Xiaozi replied, "If it were you now, I think you could just pull the trigger and take them out." "Oh, instructor, don't joke like that," the future captain said with a wry smile. "I never kill someone over something like that. In fact, I never intend to hurt anyone." "Then why get into fights? Or rather, why get beaten up? Why let yourself be hurt?" As soon as the question left his lips, Xiaozi regretted it. Sure enough, the man beside him immediately replied, "It's exactly because I've always been bullied that I don't want to hurt anyone or bully anyone. I know all too well what a terrible thing it is to be picked on. It's awful." Xiaozi turned his head to look out the window. "Instructor," the future captain's voice drifted back to him once again. Xiaozi looked at him helplessly. "So, what exactly will I be facing next?" The future captain took a gentle breath, exhaled slowly, and a sense of calm settled over his features. Then, with a faint smile, he said, "No matter what the outcome is, I'm ready to accept it." Xiaozi blinked, suddenly realizing that perhaps this guy just wanted someone to talk to. It didn't really matter what he said in response, or what attitude he took. This was simply his way of easing his own mind. After thinking for a moment, Xiaozi asked, "Let me ask you, if you succeed and gain power beyond imagination, what do you want to do with it?" "I wanted," the captain paused, then suddenly asked, "Will I be able to grow taller?" The question came out of nowhere, leaving Xiaozi both amused and exasperated. "I suppose it's possible. That would be wonderful." The captain laughed. "If I can gain that power, I'm going to win this war, and then I want to find an ordinary woman and live a simple life with her." It was a modest dream, yet in times like these, it was almost impossibly hard to achieve. Xiaozi smiled but said nothing more. The car continued on quietly. The captain fell silent as well, focusing on steadying his breath and heartbeat, preparing himself for what was about to come. At last, the car pulled up in front of the Brooklyn antique shop. Xiaozi got out, bringing the captain of the future with him. After surveying their surroundings with a quick glance, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Xiaozi's lips. He led the captain inside the antique shop. They were greeted by an elderly lady, who beamed at them. "Lovely weather today, isn't it?" Xiaozi forced a twitching smile and replied, "Yes, but I always carry an umbrella, just in case." "Whoever came up with this ridiculous password, show yourself. I promise I won't beat you to death." "What sort of nonsense is this?" Anyone overhearing this would think we're both mad. The old lady, satisfied, smiled and pressed a button beneath the counter. Xiaozi led the captain into the back room, a cramped space with nothing but a large bookshelf against one wall. The shelf swung outward, revealing a hidden door. Inside stood someone waiting. Agent Carter looked at Xiaozi. "I thought you'd get here sooner." To be fair, the steering wheel wasn't in my hands. Xiaozi shrugged. "You two go on ahead. Make sure to take good care of the doctor. I have something to tend to outside." "Did you discover something?" Agent Carter's expression grew tense. "Just something interesting." Xiaozi shrugged again. "But it's nothing serious, just a minor detour." The captain glanced at Xiaozi, then at Agent Carter. "Is there anything I can do to help?" "Go in and accept your reformation," Xiaozi said, patting the captain on the shoulder. He offered Agent Carter a smile, then turned and walked away. In truth, as he turned, his eyes swept over the books lining the nearby shelves, and he felt an almost irresistible urge to pack them all up and take them with him. But considering that this place seemed to belong to their own side, he could only sigh with regret. "I thought you'd want to stay inside and witness everything that's about to happen." As Xiaozi walked into the main hall of the antique shop, the old lady greeted him with a warm smile. Xiaozi sighed. "I'd like to, but lately it feels like I've been constantly busy." "Whose car is the one with the license plate SM 553A? Let me take a look." The old lady responded without delay. After all, everything happening today warranted extra caution. Outside, no one could say just how many agents were lying in wait, how many pairs of eyes were watching every movement along the street with careful attention. "That car belongs to Fred. He's from the State Department, and right now he's inside." The old lady looked at Xiaozi. "What's happened?" "The snake's head has slipped inside." Xiaozi picked up a box of cigarettes from the table and headed out the door. He took a deep breath of the not-so-fresh air out on the street, pulled a cigarette from the pack, and placed it between his lips. After checking his pockets, he finally made his way toward his target. His performance was admittedly rather theatrical, but he figured those two waiting for their contact could hardly imagine they'd already been exposed. Even if the thought crossed their minds, they would never be 100% certain. At this moment, the odds of them suddenly lashing out were less than 50-50 because the person they were supposed to meet was still inside the antique shop. And all of this fit perfectly into Xiaozi's plan. Once the candidate for the Super Soldier program had been confirmed, Xiaozi had sought out Agent Carter and gone through a list of spies provided by Lindsay Clive. He had made sure that Fred's name was not on that list. After that, Xiaozi had taken no further action. He hadn't advocated for Fred's arrest, because he knew all too well There were far more Hydra spies than just Fred. Catching one Morrison, one Lindsay, or even one Fred could never solve the problem at its root. At the very least, Fred was a spy Xiaojia had already identified. So, while the threat he posed wasn't quite zero, it was close enough. But if Fred were removed, Hydra could easily replace him with someone else. Granted, who could say for sure if Hydra would really pull it off, but what if they did? If that happened, Xiaojia would be left in the dark, lost his advantage, and what he once controlled with ease would instantly spin out of his grasp. So, rather than letting things spiral out of control, it's better to act with intention now, anticipating the unexpected, and secure at least a 90% chance of success. This was the calculation running through Xiaojia's mind, and it was something he couldn't reveal to anyone. Anyone, or anything, could cause the current situation to collapse in an instant. Now, everyone and everything from his memories, from the movie itself, appeared before his eyes. He could resolve every crisis he faced today with ease. Swaggering over with a cigarette between his lips, Xiaojia strolled up to the car with the license plate, SM553A. Beside the car stood two men in suits, quietly discussing something. As soon as Xiaojia approached, they immediately fell silent. "Hey fellas, got a light?" Xiaojia asked. The two men's expressions shifted slightly. One glanced around warily, while the other slipped his hand into his suit jacket. But before he could pull his hand out, Xiaojia suddenly landed a fierce punch straight to the man's face. How strong was Xiaojia now? He tested his strength in the army these days. Maybe he still hadn't reached the limits of human capability, but even so, a punch at full force was far beyond what any normal person could withstand. With one blow, the man's face was covered in blood as he fell backward onto the ground. The other man reacted instantly, pulling a gun from under his suit and aiming it at Xiaojia, finger tightening on the trigger. But in the blink of an eye, Xiaojia vanished from his line of sight. A jolt of searing pain shot up from his jaw. The next second, Xiaojia had dropped low in a swift crouch and unleashed a powerful move. With overwhelming force, he sent the man flying, the gun slipping from his grasp and clattering to the ground. In a flash, Xiaojia grabbed the airborne man, yanked him down, and flung him aside. The first man, who'd been floored by Xiaojia's punch, hadn't died or even passed out. He was struggling to his feet just as his partner's body crashed into him headlong. The two tumbled together in a heap. Xiaojia stepped forward, and before they could stand, he slammed each of their heads down hard against the pavement. There were two heavy thuds. Both men lost consciousness on the spot. The whole thing happened in a blur. By the time the bystanders realized what had happened, it was already over. By the time the Strategic Scientific Reserve agents rushed over, Xiaojia was already standing, flicking away his cigarette. "Take them away," he said coolly. His tone was calm and matter-of-fact, but the agents didn't move. They all eyed Xiaojia warily, thinking, just who the hell are you? Xiaojia's face darkened. Turns out, not every agent recognized him. Fortunately, at that moment, the elderly lady from the antique shop stepped out and said, "Do as he says." Only then did the agents move to take the two people on the ground away. Xiaozi glanced at the old lady, who deftly snatched back the cigarette that originally belonged to her. "Wasteful," she muttered. Xiaozi chuckled and said, "I'll head inside first. Be careful." The old lady added, "All the big shots are inside." Xiaozi nodded, took a moment to steady his breath and straighten his clothes, then walked back into the antique shop. The old lady opened the door for him, and Xiaozi entered the secret chamber. Inside it was quiet. Everyone's attention was fixed nervously on the experimental area, where the future captain stood within a special apparatus. Xiaozi knew that the serum injection was just the first step. Next, the serum needed to be stimulated by Vita rays to achieve the perfect result. This method would consume at least the entire city's electricity. Xiaozi's arrival barely drew any notice, except from Colonel Phillips and Agent Carter. Agent Carter seemed to want to say something to him, but Xiaozi raised a hand, signaling her to keep quiet, and instead sat down beside a man wearing thick black-rimmed glasses. He took a seat, acting as if nothing was out of the ordinary. Agent Carter gave Xiaozi a thoughtful look, then fell silent. Time ticked by, every second stretching with tension as the experiment progressed. Through the only window in the device, the flickering light grew ever more intense, while powerful currents surged continuously from the conductors into the chamber. The testing platform began to strain under the onslaught of electricity, emitting loud bangs as arcs of current exploded and sparks flashed, causing some of the technicians to panic. Xiaozi simply watched quietly, not appearing worried at all. No matter what, his little butterfly wings surely couldn't flap away the future, world-famous Captain America. Could they? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the light inside the chamber hit its peak, then vanished in an instant. Dr. Erskine, tense and wide-eyed, suddenly called out, "Stark." Howard immediately sprang into action, opening the device to reveal the newly grown-up captain. His body was packed with muscle, though he looked a bit weak and unsteady. Even though Xiaozi had seen this moment in the movies, he couldn't help but marvel to himself. This is the legendary transformation, turning a man into a marvel right before your eyes. Applause broke out as everyone rose to their feet, offering congratulations. But just as the man with the black-rimmed glasses beside him was about to stand, Xiaozi casually wrapped an arm around his shoulders and pressed him back down into his seat. Fred looked at Xiaozi in bewilderment, only to see Xiaozi flash a wide grin at him. "Watch the magic trick. Now you want to steal the spotlight." Huh. Before anyone could voice their doubts, Summer Knight's hefty fist swung straight out. 3 punches landed in quick succession, leaving Fred so dazed he couldn't even think of running, especially with Summer Knight holding him tight. In the end, Fred was knocked out cold right there in Summer Knight's arms. Everyone who witnessed this scene was left utterly speechless, their eyes wide with shock. A man who looked rather distinguished stared at Summer Knight in disbelief, then turned to Colonel Phillips and said, "I think you owe me an explanation for this." Hearing this, Summer Knight pried open Fred's mouth. Colonel Phillips leaned in. "So what exactly are you doing?" From Fred's mouth, Summer Knight extracted a poisoned tooth and dropped it into Colonel Phillips' palm. "Here's your explanation." Colonel Phillips looked down at the bloody, saliva-streaked tooth with distaste, his brow furrowing. "You couldn't have wiped it off before handing it to me? I figured you needed it urgently." Summer Knight grinned, wiping his hands on Fred's clothes as he did so. "What is this?" The man who demanded an explanation stepped closer, and Colonel Phillips promptly passed the tooth to him. "Here's what you wanted to know." Confused, the man brought it closer and took a tentative sniff, nearly doubting his very existence in that moment. "That's foul. He probably skipped brushing his teeth this morning," Colonel Phillips remarked, chuckling. "But now, I think I'm the one needing an explanation. How did Hydra spy end up coming here with you?" The man froze, his face draining of color. "And what makes you say that?" "That poisoned tooth, for starters," Colonel Phillips replied. "Standard issue for Hydra spies." "What's going on here?" Amid the commotion, Dr. Erskine and the others came hurrying up from downstairs. "Summer just caught a spy," Agent Carter announced. Everyone paused in surprise. Howard, practically bouncing with excitement, exclaimed, "Another one? Summer, you're a regular HYDRA buster." Summer Knight's face instantly darkened. Was Howard trying to get him killed with a nickname like that? If that label stuck, how was he supposed to live it down? Dr. Erskine, more concerned, asked, "Are you all right, Summer?" "I'm fine," Summer Knight replied, scratching his head. He glanced at the doctor, then at the shirtless, newly adult captain standing nearby. He blinked, swallowing the urge to make a joke. With so many people around, it just wasn't the time or place. Colonel Phillips was still pressing the man for answers, while the others started dealing with the captured spy. Summer Knight and Agent Carter took charge of escorting the prisoner away, with Howard tagging along, eager to join in on the interrogation. The captain had planned to come over as well, but Dr. Erskine pulled him aside for a physical examination. After all, he was a freshly minted new product, and every aspect had to be thoroughly checked to see if he measured up. Only then could they issue a certificate of approval or something similar, paving the way for future mass production. Howard ended up quite disappointed. He hadn't even gotten the chance to conduct an interrogation. When Colonel Phillips returned, he promptly sent them all away, telling them to get ready for the evening's ball. Xiaozi was utterly confused. Why on earth were they holding a ball? Colonel Phillips explained that the bigwigs upstairs wanted to celebrate and congratulate Dr. Erskine on his success. As Dr. Erskine's bodyguard, and having captured 3 spies that very day, Xiaozi was also invited, with repeated insistence, to attend the ball. This left Xiaozi at a complete loss for words. Were all these American big shots out of their minds? Shouldn't they be consolidating their gains and focusing on the problems of mass production, instead of throwing a party at a time like this? Never mind the old saying, "How can one rest while the enemy still stands?" At the very least, shouldn't they wait until the captains had achieved a decisive victory before worrying about celebrations? Xiaozi's heart brimmed with sarcasm, but he couldn't refuse to show face. Reluctantly, he went with Agent Carter to prepare their outfits for the evening. In the end, however, the matter of clothing had to be left to Agent Carter. Xiaozi needed to fetch Dr. Erskine. When he saw Dr. Erskine again, the old man's face bore an unspoken exhaustion. "Xia, I've succeeded. Aren't you going to congratulate me?" The doctor said this with a smile, but there was something strangely forced about it. Xiaozi scratched his nose with his finger. "Do you think there's really a reason to congratulate you?" "Perhaps there is," Dr. Erskine replied absent-mindedly, gazing out the window. Xiaozi fell silent as well. "In truth, I should be happy, shouldn't I?" Suddenly, the doctor turned to Xia Zi and asked. Xia Zi's mouth twitched. Couldn't he just talk normally? Why spring surprises out of nowhere like that? Before Xia Zi could answer, the doctor nodded to himself and pressed on. Yes, I should be happy. Xia, have you ever considered becoming the next Steve? I can help you. Glancing at the doctor, Xia Zi shook his head. Why not? Before, you said you weren't interested. Maybe because you knew you had no chance of being chosen, or maybe you doubted the experiment's success. But now I've succeeded. Judging by Steve's condition, it's an overwhelming success. So why are you still refusing? Xia Zi thought for a moment, but still shook his head. Yet he offered no explanation. There's good reason for all this. Many reasons, in fact. First and foremost, Xia Zi didn't want some kind of serum to change who he was. Second, he had no desire to become further entangled with the strategic scientific reserve. Everything happening now could be considered an act of desperation. Yet, if the right opportunity presented itself, he still hoped to vanish from under the watchful eyes of all those powerful figures. After all, in the future, Steve would shine with dazzling brilliance, drawing almost all attention, and even hatred upon himself. That would be Xia Zi's chance, the chance to disappear. But if he used the super serum to gain the strength of Captain America, he would inevitably end up on certain people's lists. The consequence? He would never be able to truly sever ties with them. Just look at Steve Rogers. Even after 70 years on ice, upon waking, he was immediately back to serving S.H.I.E.L.D. Xia Zi had no interest in that kind of life. If he had no other special abilities, he might have resorted to using the serum out of sheer necessity. But Xia Zi had the Decomposer, a power with limitless future potential. There was no need to tie himself to anyone's chariot for the sake of short-term gains. That was what Xia Zi thought. But how could he explain this to the doctor? He couldn't say a single word, and, in the end, could only fall silent. The doctor, however, wasn't disappointed. He simply looked a little dazed, then, after a moment, suddenly smiled and said, Xia, I have something for you. What is it? As Xia Zi drove, he noticed the doctor's hand reaching over. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw that the doctor was holding a transparent container, the very super serum they had used earlier that day. What's this? Xia Zi was momentarily stunned, but instinctively reached out to take it. The only vial left from today. Dr. Erskine smiled and said, I took it with me. No one seemed to care. They all think I can provide them with more. Why are you giving this to me? Think of it as a keepsake. I have a feeling that our journey in New York is about to come to an end. A strange look of relief flashed across Dr. Erskine's face, as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Then he turned his gaze back to the window. Remember everything I taught you, Xia. Whether Dr. Erskine's New York journey had truly ended, Xia Zi didn't know just yet. But as for his own journey in New York, it turned out to end even sooner than he had imagined. That very night, Colonel Phillips, Agent Carter, Xia Zi, and even Howard, all of them boarded a plane to London. The reason was that afternoon, Colonel Phillips had spoken with the president by phone, and they were reassigned to London to join the fight against Hydra. The result? The much-anticipated celebration dance ended up with only the doctor attending, all by himself. As they were about to part ways, Dr. Erskine was still grumbling to Xia Zi. The colonel is such an old, stubborn mule. He thinks it's more dangerous for you to stay at the rear than to go to the front lines. In his mind, being on the battlefield with the main force actually keeps you safer. He even found me a new bodyguard because of this. Of course, I don't deny that your skills will truly shine only on the battlefield. Honestly, having you protect an old fellow like me is a bit of a waste of talent. But tell me, why couldn't you even wait for one more night? At this point, Dr. Erskine added with no small amount of pride, Xia, I'm quite a big deal now. At tonight's ball, I'll definitely be the center of attention, brightest star in the room. If you could attend with my connections, I'd make sure to introduce you to a beautiful woman with curves to make any man's head spin. I think you're missing the point entirely, Xia Zi replied, his face darkening. For some reason, Agent Carter, standing nearby, also seemed a bit uncomfortable. Dr. Erskine burst out laughing, his cheer echoing around them, and then he pulled Xia Zi into a warm embrace. I'll miss you, you know. I'll miss you too, admitted Xia Zi, a trace of melancholy tugging at his heart. Though their time together had been short, Dr. Erskine had never treated him as an outsider. It was never just about being a bodyguard. He'd been more like a trusted nephew, someone to confide in. Erskine had been delighted by Xia Zi's eagerness to learn, passing on all his hard-earned wisdom without holding anything back. Although the time had been brief, and Xia had only managed to take in the knowledge in broad strokes, now that they had to say goodbye, a deep sense of reluctance welled up inside him. Casting a glance at Steve, who stood beside the doctor, Xia Zi gave a final reminder. Make sure you keep the doctor safe. Yes, instructor, Steve replied, his face earnest and determined. Xiaojiji couldn't help but sigh. You really are growing up. Your voice is getting louder too. The future captain's whole face twitched with embarrassment, while Dr. Erskine roared with laughter and Agent Carter's lips curled into a faint smile. The car was already waiting, their bags loaded up. After waving farewell, Agent Carter started the engine. I always thought I'd get to go to a ball at least once in my life. You know, I've never danced before, Xiaojiji remarked offhandedly to Agent Carter, watching Dr. Erskine waving in the rearview mirror. Well, I suppose I should be grateful we didn't go, Carter replied, lips pressed together in a thin smile. Otherwise, I guarantee my feet would be aching tonight. She glanced at him and added, no need to be so sentimental. Once the doctor perfects the super serum and makes it easier to create super soldiers, we'll see him again soon enough. There'll probably be a lot more people like Steve going through a second growth spurt in the future, won't there? Xiaojie gazed out the window into the night. Why is it that your choice of words is always so unusual? Agent Carter said with a hint of exasperation. Have you ever thought about, well, having a second growth spurt yourself? Xiaojie didn't reply, but his silence spoke volumes. I really don't know what you're being so stubborn about. Maybe I'm just worried, Xiaojie said. The doctor once told me the super soldier serum amplifies a person's true nature. The kinder someone is, the kinder they become. The more evil, the more corrupt. So if I took the serum, what do you think would happen? Agent Carter shook her head in bewilderment. Xiaojie let out a long sigh. I'm afraid I might end up with a black hole in my brain for physics. The conversation drifted, meandering without any real purpose. Before long, the group found themselves flying from New York to London. The next day, they had only just arrived in London. Xiaojie was still unpacking his things when Agent Carter called him into the office. Take a look at this. Colonel Phillips, his expression dark as thunderclouds, tossed a newspaper over to Xiaojie. The first thing that caught his eye was a photograph, Steve wielding a car door as a makeshift shield. He scanned the headline and read the article. The gist was clear. There had been a spy intrusion, and the super soldier, Xingye, was in hot pursuit. When did this happen? Xiaojie's face fell instantly. The image of Steve in the newspaper was almost identical to the scene in the movie where he chases after Fred. An uneasy feeling crept into Xiaojie's heart. Last night, Agent Carter answered quietly, gently steadying Xiaojie by the arm. Xiaojie stood silent for a moment, glancing at Colonel Phillips, then at Agent Carter. At last, he exhaled slowly. Don't tell me you're about to say that Dr. Erskine, that old codger, something's happened to him? The doctor was assassinated by a spy who infiltrated the ball last night. For a moment, Xiaojie felt dazed. The doctor's words still echoed in his ears. Just yesterday, before they set out, he'd promised to introduce Xiaojie to a beautiful woman at the ball. And now today he was dead? Leaving Colonel Phillips' office, Agent Carter followed at Xiaojie's side with careful, tentative steps, as if she feared he might do something reckless. Xiaojie looked at her helplessly. Can I have some time alone? I just want to be by myself for a while. Agent Carter nodded, not asking who or what by myself meant. Xiaojie didn't go wandering off. He simply returned to his room. With a flick of his wrist, he retrieved the vial of super soldier serum from the dimensional disassembler storage. Judging by the fact that the disassembler didn't pop out to make its presence known, it was clear that, for now at least, he couldn't break this thing down. Of course, Xiaojie had no such intention, anyway. It's only when he sees certain things that he's reminded of certain people. On summer nights, everything still feels a bit unreal. He just can't believe that old man could be gone so easily. Colonel Phillips explained what happened at the ball. There were in fact 2 spies. The first one disguised himself as a staff member and carried out the first assassination attempt. Steve caught him on the spot, but in the chaos that followed, a second wave of attacks began. Once the second assassin succeeded, he fired his gun wildly, creating even more confusion before making his escape. That's how the news broke about Steve's relentless, overnight pursuit of the spy. The vial of serum rolled in Xiaojie's palm, bringing back the doctor's words. They believe I can still be of use to them. He also remembered the brief look of relief on the doctor's face as he handed over the last vial of serum. Could it be the doctor had already foreseen all this? Xiaojie gripped the serum tightly, but in the end, he could only sigh softly. Old man, you really left too suddenly, didn't you? What about those beautiful women you promised? Are you going back on your word? Time seemed to have laced up its running shoes. Ever since the day news of Dr. Erskine's death arrived, it began to sprint at a reckless pace. Xiaojie even felt as if someone had pressed fast forward on his life, at least 8 times the normal speed. Before he knew it, half a year had slipped by. The sky was dark and heavy, rain pouring steadily from above. Raindrops drummed the ground, turning it muddy and slick. Right now, Xiaojie lay flat against the wet earth, clutching a sniper rifle in his hands, as still as a stone statue. His expression was focused, eyes fixed on every movement through the sniper scope. If back when he had just arrived in this world, someone had told him he'd survive more than half a year on the battlefield, again and again brushing shoulders with death, Xiaojie would have smacked them upside the head for talking nonsense. Who were they trying to kid? After all, he'd arrived in this world with only one plan: lay low and wait out the war. Xiaojie had never seen himself as soldier material. He certainly never thought he'd make it to the end of the war alive. But as it turned out, he really could. He'd faced death more than once, and more than once he'd thought he couldn't go on. Yet somehow he always pulled through. In fact, things only seemed to be getting better. His rank kept rising. He grew more comfortable on the battlefield, deadlier with every passing day. If there was any regret, it had to be the decomposer. Returning to the front lines, Xiaojie had assumed that, in the chaos of war, his decomposer would thrive, leveling up like a wild beast finally off its leash. Yet the reality was, just half a month after Xiaojie arrived here, the disassembler began an upgrade, and it's been going on ever since. For more than 5 months, the disassembler has remained in this half-dead, endlessly updating state. What was once Xiaojie's greatest asset on the battlefield became useless for over 5 months. With no other choice, Xiaojie had to keep honing his own abilities. Beyond the shooting and combat skills he'd acquired from the disassembler, everything he learned at the Strategic Science Reserve began to come into play. By now, he could wield all of it with remarkable agility. There's a saying, isn't there? Desperation brings out the best in people. The distant roar of an engine reached his ears, but Xiaojie didn't even blink. He waited in absolute stillness. A military truck, emblazoned with the Hydra insignia, gradually emerged in the crosshairs of his scope. He drew a slow, deep breath into his chest and belly. His hands were rock steady on the rifle. Suddenly, he squeezed the trigger. Bang! The thunderous gunshot rang out, and in that instant, a bloody hole appeared in the driver's head. The truck lurched violently, swerving straight toward the roadside. Before it even rolled to a stop, someone from the passenger side leapt out. Bang! The second man barely touched the ground before a spray of red blossomed from his head. The truck crashed into a tree and came to a helpless halt. At that moment, Xiaojie threw off his camouflage, rolled swiftly into the grass, and, using the trees for cover, sprinted toward the truck with practiced speed. A handful of soldiers jumped down from the truck bed. Some checked on the driver and passenger. Others took up defensive positions. 5 of them. Xiaojie, he pressed himself against a tree, frowning slightly. That's the jackpot. He couldn't help but feel a bit resigned. After waiting here a full day and night, he hadn't expected a truck with 7 people. From his observations, these trucks usually carried no more than 5 soldiers. But in the next instant, Xiaojie stowed his sniper rifle in the disassembler's space and swapped it for an M1 Garand. He stepped out and opened fire. A burst of blood erupted from one enemy's chest. The rest instantly clustered together, unleashing a wild barrage in his direction. But when their bullets hit, Xiaojie was long gone. The shooting lasted for a dozen seconds before it tapered off. The remaining 4 soldiers stood back to back, wary and tense. They began inching their way toward the driver's seat, only for one to suddenly feel a sharp pain seize his ankle. He lost his balance in a flash, and the next moment, a cold, gleaming bayonet plunged straight through his throat. The remaining 3 men were startled, quickly swinging their guns in an attempt to fire at the ground. But before any of them could even pull the trigger, a bloody hole had already appeared in one man's head. The last 2 soldiers let loose fire from their rifles, only to see their comrade's corpse hurtling through the air toward them. Every bullet they fired found its mark in the body of their own fallen companion. In the next instant, a figure surged forward from beneath the body, still suspended in midair, bursting onto the scene. Leading with a powerful kick, he sent one soldier flying over 3 meters, leaving him sprawled on the ground. A heartbeat later, the bayonet in his hand plunged straight through the heart of another enemy. Holding his opponent by the face, he wrenched the blade free, then strode calmly to the man he'd sent tumbling away. He raised his pistol. A sharp report rang out. The truck rumbled back onto the road, and Xiaojie was now dressed in a fresh Hydra uniform. He wiped the messy water from his hair with a dirty shirt, chewing on a can of food he'd found in the truck. Though the taste of the beef was far from appetizing, Xiaojie refused to waste a single drop of its juices. He hadn't eaten anything for a whole day and night. For a foodie, that kind of hunger was almost unbearable. At this moment, Xiaojie was deep behind enemy lines. Not far away, the thunder of artillery echoed. The Allies and Hydra locked in desperate battle. He was here on a mission that many would find both thrilling and dreadful, an assassination. Perhaps the very first time he arrived in this world, that opening mission to take out an enemy leader had set the tone. In the half-year since, Xiaojie had carried out 7 such assassinations. And every single time, he'd completed the task flawlessly and walked away unscathed. That reputation had, much to his chagrin, earned him a nickname that stuck, King of Decapitation. At first, Colonel Phillips had been resolutely opposed to the whole thing, his view mirroring Xia Zi's own feelings. But after mission, each one a perfect success, even Colonel Phillips had to admit Xia Zi possessed extraordinary skills and began to rely on him more and more. Even though Xia Zi himself refused to acknowledge such talent, when everyone around you is convinced of it and starts holding you in high regard, your own opinion stops mattering. And so, once again, Xia Zi was sent out as the ace up their sleeve, this time to a Hydra munitions plant nestled between two mountains near Klausberg. His target, the Hydra leader, Johann Schmidt. Xia Zi had been here for 3 days already. For those 3 days, he'd kept to the outskirts, watching and waiting. The battle had been raging for nearly 2 weeks by now. There was no need to rush. The only problem was that the rations he carried with him had run out a day ago. In the end, the plan he settled on was simple. Hijack a vehicle and sneak in. The plan was straightforward, but actually finding a lone military truck to target was no easy task. He had to wait a full day and night before this vehicle finally appeared. What he hadn't expected was that, with a crackle and a clatter, 7 people got out of the truck. Fortunately, when it came to fighting, Xia Jie was already a seasoned hand. Even if there were 7 of them, it wouldn't make much of a difference. Of course, if there had been 70, Xia Jie would have turned and run without a second thought. After drying his hair, Xia Jie started driving and eating canned beef at the same time. The taste wasn't exactly pleasant, but after eating enough of it, there was a strange sense of satisfaction. He had already studied the route thoroughly over the past few days, and was just about to drive straight to the enemy camp when suddenly, a familiar yet unfamiliar sound reached his ears. It was the grinding of gears. Damn! Xia Jie's eyes widened in shock. The disassembler. After 5 months of silence, the disassembler finally popped up again, making its presence known. With so much time without a peep from it, it was impossible not to worry a little. Xia Jie had often suspected that his disassembler might be a knockoff, and that one day, under the pretense of upgrading, it would just go offline for good, leaving him in a terribly awkward spot. Luckily, it had sprung to life again. Disassembler upgrade complete. That familiar notification set Xia Jie's mind at ease, but then another message appeared. Mana extractor function unlocked. Huh, mana extractor? As if that makes any sense. Xia Jie was dumbfounded. Where did this mana extractor come from? Since when do I have a mana extractor? Isn't this supposed to be a disassembler? Are mana extractors and disassemblers even the same thing? He tried calling out to the mana extractor, but nothing happened. Then he summoned the disassembler, and it appeared in his mind's eye. There were changes, but not many. It was still covered in scars, battered and worn, as if it could be tossed into the trash at any moment. There were 2 main differences. The first was a name. Previously, it had been called the Advanced Novice Disassembler. Now its name had changed to Primary Stage 1 Disassembler. Just from a name, you wouldn't sense any real difference. So really, the name was just a label, wasn't it? The second change was in the lower left corner of the disassembler. There, a glass vessel had appeared, attached to the disassembler itself. From this design, Xia Jie guessed that it probably wasn't quite the same as the mana extractors you'd find in games. What he was looking at now, the magic extractor, seemed to be more like an upgraded function of the decomposition machine, not something that stood alone. So, the features must be totally different from the game. Well, that makes sense. Even the decomposition machine works differently. Who's ever heard of a decomposition machine in DNF that could break down a weapon and spit out a skill book? Xia Zi curled his lip. Changes like this didn't bother him at all. Functionality, that was what really mattered. He needed to see for himself whether the decomposition machine, which had taken him 5 months to upgrade, could really deliver a big surprise. Over those 5 months, though the decomposition machine remained silent, Xia Zi was anything but idle. On more than one occasion, he had gathered weapons and stashed them away in his decomposition space. All told, there were more than 300 rifles, sniper rifles, pistols, submachine guns, and even cold weapons. Carrying this arsenal around, Xia Zi couldn't help but feel like a walking armory. Truth be told, if it weren't for the limited space in the decomposition machine, 300 weapons would have been nowhere near his limit. With so many weapons on him, Xia Zi sometimes had the urge to dye his hair blonde, don a suit of gold armor, and strut around calling everyone he met a bastard. But he figured if he actually did that, he'd probably get himself beaten to death. Not every blonde guy is Gilgamesh, Xia Zi muttered, feeling he'd finally satisfied his urge to complain. He was just about to launch into his grand plan of decomposition when, all at once, his ears twitched. He sensed movement in the back of the truck. In an instant, Xia Zi's expression grew serious. He listened carefully. With his hearing enhanced by the power of the battle soul, it was practically cheating. Even through the roar of the engine and the drumming of rain, he could pick out the faintest threads of breathing. There's someone. Xiaozi's heart leapt into his throat. He had checked the truck bed earlier. He was sure it had been empty. There was still some distance to the Hydra munitions factory. Who could have sneaked into his truck? Wait a second. This wasn't even his truck. This was Hydra's truck, which meant someone had slipped into Hydra's vehicle, not his. Who was it, and why? These two questions sprang to mind, but Xiaozi's heart quickly settled. Whatever their reason, the odds were high this person was an ally, not an enemy. He decided to stay calm, quietly dismantling weapons in the decomposition space while paying close attention. Whoever was in the truck was also keeping very still. Aside from the faint sound of breathing, there was no hint of movement. Multitasking with practiced ease, Xiaozi drove, listened to the breathing in the truck bed, and kept an eye on the decomposition machine all at the same time. After upgrading, the disassembler could now break down as many as 5 weapons at once. He placed 5 rifles in together, and what came out surprised Xiaozi quite a bit. Announcement. Equipment disassembly successful. Basic rifle shooting insights, *32. Basic rifle melee insights, *28. Damaged battle soul, *5. Dim, colorless small crystal shard, *1. Disassembly experience, +5. Equipment disassembly complete. Would you like to retrieve items now? Colorless? Xiaozi exclaimed in surprise. How did this thing appear? Well, to be fair, it made sense in theory. It wasn't strange at all for it to show up. But why only now? He extracted the dim, colorless small crystal shard, holding it in his hand. A 1-centimeter cube, its glow faint and subdued. Within, energy ripples could be seen with the naked eye, undulating softly from its core. The texture of the shard immediately reminded Xiaozi of the shattered energy remnants he'd seen before. So that's how it is. A sudden realization dawned on him. When a colorless crystal shard breaks, it becomes those fragmented energy remnants. Or maybe, before, the disassembler just wasn't advanced enough. The extraction force wasn't sufficient to form a colorless small crystal shard. Now, with the upgraded first-tier disassembler, not only has it leveled up, but it's also equipped with a magic extractor. That's probably why it could finally create a colorless shard, even if it's a dim one. Truth be told, theories and guesses like these weren't all that important. The mechanism behind the disassembler was just smoke and mirrors as far as Xiaozi was concerned. Ever since he got this golden finger, he doubted anyone was meant to truly understand how it worked. As long as it did the job, who cared how it functioned? He clapped his hands together, and a surge of electricity seemed to shoot through his entire body. He already had a foundation built up from all the fragmented energy remnants he'd absorbed before. Now, as this new, much more potent energy fused into him, they instantly merged as one. Xiaozi snapped his fingers. Hith, hith, hith. He gave a dry laugh. Here he was, deep behind enemy lines, about to infiltrate the enemy's stronghold, and still indulging in these childish antics. It really didn't seem appropriate. What was even more frustrating was that, even with this dim, colorless crystal shard, he couldn't manage to spark a single flame. Seriously. Xiaozi, he gritted his teeth, and pressed on with the disassembly. He didn't have time to use up everything he'd gotten, and compared to these small crystal shards whose purpose was still a mystery, the battle souls that could actually enhance his physical abilities were much more to his liking. Unfortunately, he'd probably used so many damaged battle souls by now that their effect had become almost negligible. But hey, as the saying goes, even a mosquito's leg is still meat. Every bit of strength is precious. In this perilous, haunted place, even the slightest increase in power could become the last straw that saves your life. However, after absorbing dozens of battle spirits, Xiaozi reached his limit and couldn't continue any further. The gates of the munitions factory loomed just ahead. Xiaozi found his helmet and put it on. His face grew expressionless as he drove up to the checkpoint, where 2 soldiers promptly stopped him. "Hail Hydra!" The 2 men approached Xiaozi, performing a military salute so absurd it was almost impossible not to mock, and only then did they ask for his credentials. Xiaozi had always been at a loss whenever he saw this ridiculously awkward salute in movies. Shouting "Hail Hydra," while clenching both fists and stretching his arms slightly upwards in front of him, it was all so uncomfortably theatrical. If they had been shouting something like "Twin dragons emerge from the sea" or "Manhwa's dragon claw technique," Xiaozi might not have felt the urge to ridicule them. But now, with both fists clenched, Xiaozi mirrored their salute, called out "Hail Hydra," and handed over the credentials he'd already prepared in the car. Since the vehicle was a genuine Hydra car, the inspection was perfunctory. After a quick glance, the guards allowed him through without any fuss. The barrier descended slowly. Xiaojie gently pressed the accelerator and drove inside. He was quite familiar with the area's exterior, but when it came to the inside of the factory, Xiaojie knew far less. It wasn't wise to drive around aimlessly, so after going only a short distance, he noticed several trucks, just like his parked outside some warehouses. He turned the truck around and parked. At that very moment, Xiaojie fixed his gaze on the right side mirror, and there was a reason for that. There were too many people on the left. The right side had guards too, but they were more spread out. If the uninvited guest riding in his truck was truly an ally, then after disembarking, they would surely choose the right side to slip away unnoticed. Sure enough, a figure clutching a shield, hunched over and moving stealthily, flashed briefly in the mirror. It was only a fleeting glimpse, but Xiaojie clearly saw the Star-Spangled Banner on that shield. Whoa! Xiaojie nearly blurted out a curse, but swallowed it back down. After half a year of fighting, aside from the handful of people at his side, everything else had drifted so far from the movie storyline that he'd almost forgotten about it. This strange world had made him unwittingly overlook the truth. This was, in fact, the World War II plot from the first Captain America film. And in the movie, wasn't Captain America's very first mission an assault on Clausberg's munitions factory? If it hadn't been for that star-spangled shield, even after all this time, Xiaojie might never have realized that his timeline had finally converged with the events of the film. If it's him, Xiaojie murmured, momentarily dazed. Then what the hell am I doing here? As the thought crossed his mind, Xiaojie was already swinging himself out of the vehicle. He made a wide circle and followed the team leader's path, quickly catching up. He hadn't gone far when he spotted a Hydra soldier lying dead on the ground. Xiaojie's face darkened. "That's some rough work," he muttered. He grabbed the body, heaved it up, and with a flick of his wrist, tossed it under the vehicle. He took a few more steps. Up ahead was a corner, and just as Xiaojie poked his head around it, a shield came swinging wildly at his face. Xiaojie jerked backward, then lashed out with a sharp kick. The moment his foot collided with the shield, the powerful recoil sent him staggering almost 2 meters back. He was startled. What incredible strength! Right then, a man draped in the stars and stripes leaped out from behind the building, fist raised to strike. Xiaojie quickly yanked off his cap and hissed in a low voice, "Knock it off!" The moment the captain saw Xiaojie's face, he was just as shocked and barely managed to pull back his fist. "Instructor? You joined Hydra?" He hesitated, then added, "But isn't it said that after the serum injection, your learning ability and intelligence skyrocketed?" Xiaojie looked at Steve in bewilderment. "How in the world did you come to the conclusion that I joined Hydra?" Seeing the captain about to argue, Xiaojie grabbed his hand. "No time. Move." The two of them quickly scrambled under a nearby truck, just as the sound of synchronized footsteps echoed closer. Lying beneath the truck, Xiaojie and Steve watched a row of boots march past. When the coast was clear, they glanced at each other in mutual confusion. Nothing is more awkward than a sudden silence, especially behind enemy lines. Xiaojie was the first to break it. "No time to explain. Get in the truck." He rolled out from under the vehicle in one swift motion. The captain hurried after him, running to the driver's side, only to watch Xiaojie already striding off into the distance. Bewildered, he called out, "Didn't you say to get in the truck?" Seeing Xiaojie waving frantically at him, he finally snapped out of it and dashed after him. He couldn't help but wonder, after all this time apart, why was the instructor still as unpredictable as ever? Once they found a more secluded spot, Steve finally spoke. "Instructor, are you here on a mission? Isn't it obvious?" Xiaojie retorted, exasperated. "Weren't you busy running all over America selling war bonds, you big dreaming, star-spangled hero? Half a year ago, Dr. Erskine had been assassinated at a gala, and all related data was destroyed. The whereabouts of the last vial of serum remained a mystery. At the time, the higher-ups suspected it might be with Xiaojie, since he had been closest to Dr. Erskine in those final days. However, after asking around several times and conducting multiple investigations, they still couldn't find anything. In the end, pressured by Colonel Phillips, they had no choice but to let the matter drop. From that point on, Steve Rogers began his 6-month-long career as a performer. I have a friend who might have been captured by Hydra during the Battle of Azano. Although Night Summer found the phrase "the Star-Spangled Man with a plan" rather baffling, out of respect for his instructor, Steve still answered honestly. Night Summer, however, had no real interest in this. After all, he'd watched the movie and knew exactly why this kid was here. He only asked to break the ice, so things wouldn't get awkward for everyone. "So, do you have any plans, Star-Spangled Man with a plan?" "No plan yet," Steve replied, looking helplessly at Night Summer. "Instructor, could you use a different nickname?" "With a plan? Maybe try another one. Star-Spangled Man." "Instructor." "All right then, man," Night Summer said. Let's not get hung up on these little things. Now, let me ask you, do you really not have any plan at all? No, Steve could only answer honestly, and added, Instructor, I don't think man really counts as a nickname. Boy then, Night Summer looked at Steve in confusion. There are so many beautiful girls in your performing troupe, and you're tall and sturdy now. Totally unlike you used to be. You're still calling yourself a boy. Come on, you're definitely a man. Steve couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. He felt that the biggest crisis he'd faced since coming here was, inexplicably, running into his marksmanship instructor from back in the day. If you don't have a plan, then just follow mine, Night Summer said, patting Steve on the shoulder. He wasn't entirely satisfied. He used to pat Steve's shoulder with ease, but now Steve was half a head taller, and it took real effort. All right, Steve didn't hesitate for a second. Following the instructor's lead was the most natural thing in the world. Night Summer was taken aback by how readily he agreed, then shook his head and said, All right then, let's make a simple plan. First, clarify our objective. My goal is to assassinate Schmidt. Of course, that's not the most important thing. As long as we can destroy this munitions factory and cut off their supplies, those bastards at the front will be stranded and my mission will be accomplished. And your goal is to rescue your best buddy. What was his name again? Barnes, Steve said. James Buchanan Barnes. Night Summer's head spun at the name. Then he waved his hand dismissively. Let's just call him Bucky. Steve was taken aback. Instructor, how did you come up with a nickname like that? That's not important. Summer Night waved his hand again. Here's the plan. First, infiltration. I won't have any support on this mission, and we know almost nothing about the inside, so we'll have to rely on experience. I suggest we break in from above. The Hydra agents never patrol the rooftops, and that's their blind spot. Once we're in, the second phase is rescue. If they're really holding a lot of our allies here, we can free the prisoners, join forces, and seize their weapons. Then, instead of surgical strike, we'll turn it into an inside-out attack. Steve nodded seriously. Understood. The key to this plan is speed. Exactly. Catch them off guard. Summer Night said, Let's move. With a few quick words, the plan was set, and the two sprang into action. In truth, the reason for this plan was simple. Summer Night remembered that the captain had done something similar in the movies. Although there could be differences and there might not be as many prisoners in this arms factory as expected, they could always adapt if things changed. After all, no plan ever survives first contact with reality. So, as they passed row after row of armored vehicles, Summer Night suddenly crouched down and planted a bomb beneath one of them. What are you doing? Steve asked in surprise. Nothing much, Summer Night replied. In my experience, the more chaos we sow among the enemy, the better our chances. This is just preparation for later. What I really want to know, Steve said, is where you got those bombs, instructor? Summer Night handed Steve a bomb and explained, You know how it is in the barracks. Everyone's a roughneck with nothing much to do for fun. So I found myself a hobby. Learning new skills. I made this myself. Unlike the time bombs those mustachioed guys cooked up, this one's remote-controlled, about 200 meters range. Before Steve could take it all in, he and Summer Night were already planting more bombs. But they didn't get far. They only managed to plant 2 or 3 before Summer Night said he was out. No need to mention, he actually had dozens more stashed away in his disassembler space. Besides, he wasn't even sure if these would really come in handy. After all, in the movie, when Schmidt, Red Skull, discovered the captain's infiltration and saw the prisoners freed, he decided to blow up the whole arms factory, captain and all. You had to admit, Schmidt's "if you push me, I'll blow myself up just to spite you" approach was absolutely ruthless, brutal in the extreme. After planting a few bombs, the two continued to stealthily advance according to their original plan. Whether these explosives would prove useful would depend on how things unfolded later. Not far ahead, there was a row of low buildings. With their skills, climbing up was no challenge at all. Once they reached the rooftop, the view expanded vastly. Aside from the searchlights lazily sweeping about, posing some threat to the pair, the rooftop was practically theirs to command. Finally, they slipped through a rooftop vent and entered the munitions factory. It was an enormous space, likely part of the main production area. Their landing spot was atop a crossbeam suspended high above the ground. Standing there and looking down, they saw the vast factory floor below, where several Hydra soldiers were moving about, dressed like warriors from the future, wielding weapons that were clearly far beyond anything of this era. What are those? Steve whispered. Xiaozi pondered for a moment before replying. Time for step 2 of the plan. You go find your friend. I'll stay and investigate what these bastards are up to. The weapons they're carrying haven't shown up on our battlefield yet. But if I'm right, we'll be facing these soon enough. Steve glanced at Xiaozi. Be careful, instructor. Xiaozi nodded, watching Steve disappear into the shadows. Only after Steve was out of sight did Xiaozi finally break into a grin. He remembered how, just half a year ago, A single armory had been enough to thrill him for days. But now, what did he have? An entire munitions factory. Steve might not know the truth about these weapons, but Xia Zi did. After Schmidt got his hands on the Tesseract, Dr. Zola invented a conductor device that could extract its energy. Part of it was used to develop a limitless power source, but the rest fueled these new weapons, each one shimmering with a faint blue light. These new weapons might lack a warrior's soul, but who knows? Maybe Schmidt's toys, powered by the Tesseract, will offer me some unexpected surprises. He stood atop the steel crossbeam, watching for a long while. Then, Xiaozi picked his point of entry. It was a doorway, guarded by a single soldier. The area around it was narrow, cluttered with obstacles, perfect for staying unseen. Carefully, he crept above the soldier's head. The next instant, Xiaozi dropped from above. His arm looped around the guard's neck as his feet landed in the crook behind the man's knees. With a subtle shift of weight, Xiaozi's feet found the floor. Before the guard could even kneel, Xiaozi tightened his grip. There was a sharp, unmistakable crack. He scanned the surroundings. No one seemed to have noticed a thing. He opened the door beside him and peeked outside. It was a corridor. Apart from a few trash cans, there was nothing else in the hallway. Summer Night simply dragged the body out the door, laid it on the ground, and skillfully began to strip it. How am I so good at this? As he worked, Summer Night couldn't help but marvel. Back when he was just a homebody, he never had these skills. Of course, they probably wouldn't have been much use back then, either. While his mind wandered, he had already stripped the body bare in no time at all. Maybe I went a little overboard. After mulling it over, Summer Night just shrugged and tossed the body into one of the trash cans. He picked up the other man's weapon, which had a distinctly futuristic feel, and, sure enough, the disassembler popped up, eager to remind him of its existence. Would you like to disassemble spatial energy weapon? Yes. Seeing the prompt, Summer Night couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. The familiar whir of gears from the disassembler sounded almost comforting to his ears. But the process took longer than he expected. About 30 seconds passed before the notification finally appeared. Announcement. Equipment successfully disassembled. Beginner rifle shooting insights, *7. Beginner rifle melee insights, *7. Damaged battle soul. Colorless small crystal block. Disassembly experience, +1. Equipment disassembly complete. Would you like to extract now? Colorless small crystal block. Summer Night immediately chose to extract it. It was still a tiny cube, just 1 centimeter on each side, but it looked much brighter than that previous, dim little crystal. It gleamed with a gentle, almost nourishing light. He pressed his hand against it, and felt once again that jolt, like an electric current surging through his whole body. But this time, the energy inside the crystal was far more potent than before. To put it mildly, the amount of power held within this single colorless crystal block was equal to all the shattered energy fragments and the dim crystal combined, maybe even a bit more. Yet what truly astonished Summer Night was that, once the energy from the colorless crystal merged into his body, he sensed a newfound liveliness within it. It seems like I can control it. With a thought, Summer Night snapped his fingers. With a crisp snap, a tiny flame blossomed at his fingertip, swaying gently with the air currents. Oh my God! Summer Night stared in disbelief at the little flame dancing on his finger, nearly moved to tears with excitement. The flame was small, barely enough to light a cigarette, really, but it was the very first flame he'd ever conjured under his own control. What's more, the power within him was nowhere near depleted by this tiny spark. In fact, at that very moment, a new idea began to take shape in Summer Night's mind. This energy wasn't incapable of helping him create a spark. The main issue was that he didn't know how to establish a channel of communication with this energy. But now, the reason he could do it might be because the similar energy within his body had already reached a certain basic threshold. That's why he could sense his own intentions and, as a result, witness the miracle before his eyes. After all, he'd read plenty of Xuanhua novels before, where novice mages needed to chant spells to use magic at first. But later on, with even the most basic spells, they could cast them in an instant. His current situation was probably something like that, wasn't it? Of course, all of this was just Xia Zi's own speculation. In the end, this wasn't really the place to conduct research. After tossing the soldier's armor into the disassembler's space, Xia Zi's eyes practically lit up with excitement. Even though it was just a tiny spark now, what about in the future? If someday a snap of his fingers could unleash a miniature sun, then what would he have to be afraid of? All right, maybe he couldn't match the snap at sunset. But what if a single snap could conjure a sun as vast as the universe itself? A sly, delighted chuckle escaped Xia Zi as he lost himself in an endless daydream. The sound snapped him out of it. How had he suddenly started fantasizing like this? Calm down. Even if one day you really could conjure a sun the size of an entire parallel universe, you still need to keep your cool right now. He took a deep breath and steadied himself, pulling back from the edge of euphoria. Steve is definitely moving fast. Eager to rescue people, he'll free the captives as quickly as he can. That means I don't have much time, and before he succeeds, I can't afford to make any big moves and alert Schmidt. If I do, it's all over. So, assassination is the only way. He would have to eliminate every single soldier in the munitions factory and take their weapons. Once all of them were dead, he could pack up all the weapons they produced and make off with them. If only the disassembler's storage space could actually hold them all. The thought made Xia Zi sigh, but he didn't linger on it. He was just about to put his assassination plan in action when, suddenly, he was struck by an idea. He reached into the disassembler's space and pulled out the suit of armor that looked like something a soldier from the future would wear, and put it on. After all, he was already dressed in a Hydra uniform. With their helmet on, he decided he might as well try blending in first. The only drawback was that he didn't have a weapon in hand, which made the whole thing feel a bit awkward. But right now, there was no time to worry about all that. Striding boldly, he pushed the door open and entered the vast room that resembled a workshop. Based on the soldier distribution he'd observed from the rafters earlier, Xiaozi was about to head toward a particular corner. But then, all of a sudden, he changed his mind. Plans made on the fly really aren't very reliable. After all, some things simply can't be thought through completely in advance. For example, Xiaozi hadn't considered just now that, since he was already disguised as one of the enemy, and given how tightly those helmets wrapped around their heads, like rice dumplings, it was likely none of them could even recognize each other. So why shouldn't he just walk right over and help himself to those newly assembled weapons? This must be Shurchin's fault. No doubt about it this time. Xiaozi gave his head a light tap and effortlessly shifted the blame for his own lack of foresight. Plans may be beautiful, but reality is always cruel. After making a round of the workshop, Xiaozi realized that this munitions factory didn't actually produce those weapons at all. To be precise, what this factory manufactured were merely the components for those weapons. It seemed that the Hydra leader controlled multiple factories, each specializing in different parts. Components were shipped off to a single location for final assembly. Honestly, this made perfect sense. The energy extracted from the Tesseract was bound to be dangerous, which meant any weapon capable of containing it would require an intricate structure and elaborate safety measures. Otherwise, the weapon might go haywire before you even had a chance to use it, killing you before your enemy. No suicide attack could be more suicidal than that. The complexity of the weapon's design naturally led to a vast number of parts. No single factory could possibly handle producing every component and assembling the final product. Focused specialization in manufacturing was the standard approach. Still, while this factory didn't make the weapons themselves, it did produce their power source. The ammunition for the weapons Dr. Zola designed wasn't traditional in any sense. It was an energy cell, something akin to a battery, more or less. Each one was filled with a special energy drawn from the Tesseract. But here's the problem. Xiaozi had tried to break this thing down before, and for now it was impossible. It was downright bizarre. A complete weapon powered by this energy could be disassembled by the decomposer. But a single component, on its own, couldn't? Are you kidding me? Xiaozi's face darkened. This just didn't make any sense. Of course, illogical things like this happened all the time. For instance, he had never had any trouble disassembling ordinary weapons. But if he took just a clip of bullets, he couldn't break them down? Who was he supposed to complain to about that? Unless, by default, the disassembler sees a weapon as a complete whole. So a single part on its own doesn't count as a weapon. It was a barely acceptable explanation, but whether he liked it or not, Xiaozi could only comfort himself with that for now. Since this thing couldn't be taken apart, it didn't mean much to him anymore. He tossed 30 or 50 of them carelessly into the disassembler's storage space, planning to save them for future research, and decided to go look for Schmidt first. Aside from the mission, there was also a personal grudge between Xiaozi and Schmidt. Half a year ago, Dr. Erskine had been assassinated at a ball, a matter that Xiaozi had never been able to let go. It was unlikely he could single-handedly wipe out all of Hydra and then beat Schmidt to death to avenge the doctor. But if the opportunity presented itself, Xiaozi wouldn't mind making Schmidt pay, at least a little. This was, in truth, the real reason Xiaozi had risked so much to take on this mission. And now, Captain America, Steve, was here as well. If the two of them joined forces, there just might be a chance to take this guy down, to peel off his infamous redskin once and for all. Almost the moment this thought crossed Xiaozi's mind, a large crowd suddenly burst onto the scene. These people were in tattered clothes, looking utterly desperate, yet their eyes burned with a wild, reckless madness, like wild beasts set loose, crazed and unrestrained. A few of them clutched Hydra weapons, while others, barehanded and fearless, hurled themselves at the Hydra soldiers. For a moment, the Hydra troops were thrown into chaos. They fired, shooting down too, but were immediately overwhelmed by the mob. The soldiers were dragged to the ground, swallowed by the crowd, and whatever happened in the middle was lost in a chaotic frenzy. Xiaozi stared in shock at this scene of brutal savagery, and hurriedly ducked aside to strip off his uniform. He was still dressed in a Hydra uniform, and if this mob spotted him, he wouldn't even have a chance to cry foul before being executed on the spot. He shoved his armor back into the disassembler's storage, yanked off his helmet, and stripped away the Hydra uniform to reveal his American military fatigues underneath. Only then did he feel a sliver of safety. As it turned out, those who held advanced weapons weren't truly terrifying. The truly frightening ones were those who were unafraid of death, and who had numbers on their side. Just as Xiaozi emerged, a few sharp-eyed people spotted him. One of them pointed at him and shouted, "Aren't you that gutsy instructor?" Xiaozi's face darkened. What kind of nickname was that supposed to be? But now was not the time to argue. He could only nod, or else risk being tackled and pinned by a dozen burly men in the next second. That would be an unbearably miserable fate. Great news. Your companion has gone to rescue his companion. Someone relayed this to Xiaozi. Xiaozi blinked, making sure it wasn't some kind of tongue twister, and then declared loudly, "Excellent. You did a good job. Now all of you, get out there and deal with those bastards outside. I'll go rendezvous with that guy." Truly gutsy. A voice chimed in with admiration. "Move it, everyone now." Someone shouted in a rush, urgency in every word. Only after this rowdy group stormed out of the munitions factory like a swarm of locusts did Xiaozi finally slap his own face. What the hell did I just witness? Absolutely mind-blowing. My whole worldview is shaken. Rubbing his face hard, Xiaozi couldn't help but feel as if he'd just survived a disaster. He glanced upward, and after a brief 2-second pause, dashed upstairs. Based on the intel from the movie, Schmidt, upon spotting the captain, would trigger the factory's self-destruct system. And then he'd make his way to the rooftop, piloting some gigantic bamboo copter to escape. Alright, so bamboo copter was just a bit of sarcasm. It was probably some kind of aircraft or shuttle, but the thing really did look a lot like a bamboo copter. Sure, flying bamboo copters were a familiar fantasy. Doraemon and Nobita had shown Xiaozi that countless times in his childhood. But Schmidt's version would shatter every childhood dream, no question. Making his way upward, the chaos he encountered was unbelievable. The prisoners who'd been locked up here suddenly found themselves free, and the combat prowess they displayed was nothing short of astonishing. Signs of their rampage were everywhere. Without stopping, Xiaozi raced on. He had no idea where Steve was, but running upward seemed the surest bet. Boom, boom, boom. A series of deafening explosions erupted from below, and Xiaozi's face changed. He knew Schmidt had started blowing up his own base. Above him, there was nothing but steel stairways now, and below, a sea of fire raged. Xiaozi was at a loss. If Schmidt didn't want the factory, he should have just handed it over. Why make such a dramatic mess for no reason? Just then, voices drifted down from overhead. Listening closely, it was Steve and Schmidt engaged in their very first friendly conversation. Xiaozi caught a bit of their exchange, but quickly lost interest. The gist was something like this. Schmidt said, "Hello, Captain, I'm a big fan. Can I have your autograph?" The captain replied, "Get lost. Talk about not seeing eye to eye." That's exactly what this was. And just like that, the two of them were trading blows, the clash echoing through the burning factory. Xiaozi didn't climb up. Instead, he swung himself over to the other side of the escalator, where he dangled in midair, hooking his legs around the handrail, his body tilted at a dangerous angle. From this vantage point, he finally caught sight of Schmidt and the captain standing on the iron bridge. In the next instant, he pulled out his sniper rifle. Dueling or anything of the sort was meaningless to Xiaozi. If there was an opportunity, he wanted nothing more than to send this bullet straight to Schmidt. He set up his rifle and took aim. His body was now half suspended from the escalator's handrail, relying entirely on the strength of his thighs to keep steady. Yet his hands remained utterly steady. Below him, the world was ablaze, a sea of fire surging upward, flames from the explosion roaring ever higher. But Xiaozi had banished all of it from his mind. His gaze, his expression, an intensity never shown before. He was determined to hit with a single shot. Inhale deep and steady. He drew in a long, controlled breath, filling his lungs and belly. In the next moment, he saw through the scope as the captain kicked Schmidt, sending him flying backward. Now's the time. Xiaozi's will as he squeezed the trigger was even more unyielding than the iron and fire below him. A thunderous blast, a sharp crack, a massive wave of heat, and the sniper rifle's report exploded together. The violent tremor made the escalator shudder. What should have been a shot right to the forehead ended up hitting Schmidt in the shoulder. A spray of blood burst forth. Schmidt's body jerked, and he whipped his head toward Xiaozi's direction, his eyes filled with a murderous, icy fury. Short and round, Dr. Zola, wearing his signature bowler hat, realized things had gone awry. He immediately triggered the bridge's separation mechanism. The iron bridge began to part slowly above the chaos. The gunshot drew everyone's attention. For a moment, all eyes turned to Xiaozi. Meanwhile, Xiaozi was scrambling clumsily to swing himself back onto the escalator. He slung his rifle onto his back and bolted upward as fast as he could. The flames below surged even higher. Stay any longer, and he'd be roasted alive. Xiaozi liked eating chicken, but he certainly didn't want to become roast chicken for someone else's meal. By the time Xiaozi reached Steve and the others, Schmidt had already slipped away. This left Xiaozi a little disappointed. He'd come all this way for an assassination, and hadn't even exchanged a single word. He'd really wanted to ask Schmidt what it felt like to become such a red-hot figure. Instructor. Steve rushed over as soon as he saw Xiaozi. So it was you. One of the soldiers beside Steve looked at Xiaozi with genuine excitement. You're a living legend. The only legends here are men with grand ambitions and a star-spangled banner draped over their shoulders. Xiaozi shot the captain a glance. Oh wait, my mistake, it's men. Captain, would you care to explain what this fearless instructor business is all about? Instructor, is this really the time for such questions? The captain chose to avoid the subject altogether. Schmidt's escaped, the munitions factory is destroyed, and though your friend didn't pull off the assassination, at least he put a bullet in him. But this place clearly can't hold out any longer. We don't have time. Get in the car now. With that, Summer Knight took off, sprinting toward the rooftop. Steve and Bucky hurried after him. Even as he ran, Bucky called out, "Where's the car?" "Who knows?" The captain didn't even glance back. This would be one of life's eternal mysteries. Just where on earth was that car Summer Knight kept talking about? Heaven only knew. When they reached the top floor, there were no more paths forward. The exit to the roof was on the opposite side, and between them and the other side yawned at least a 15 or 20-meter gap. In the middle, only a single, not very sturdy-looking beam stretched across. The captain drew in a deep breath and said to Bucky, "You go first." But Summer Knight yanked Bucky back. "What? You don't like being alive?" "What do you mean?" Bucky stared at him. From his pack, Summer Knight pulled out 3 ropes. Though these weren't ordinary ropes, each had a grappling hook tied to the end. After half a year of facing death again and again, Summer Knight had learned to do whatever it took to survive. His gear was a jumble of odds and ends, but he was always prepared. That was why, even knowing the munitions factory was about to blow, he'd dared to come up here. He wasn't the greenhorn he'd been when he first arrived in this world. Now he had the experience, the skills, and the confidence to get out alive. "Where did you even get those?" The captain stared, dumbfounded. He was certain Summer Knight hadn't been carrying these earlier. And that sniper rifle slung across his back? He hadn't seen that before either. "Picked them up along the way," Summer Knight replied offhandedly, not caring whether Steve believed him or not. He handed the other 2 ropes to Steve and Bucky, then swung his own grappling hook in a wide arc, took aim at the rooftop across the gap, and let it fly. Thud! With a crisp sound, the hook caught fast. Summer Knight gave the rope a tug and said, "Watch and learn." He was just about to go flying across like Tarzan, howling with exhilaration, when the captain grabbed him from behind and pulled him back. Summer Knight was stunned. He glared at Steve. "What are you doing?" "No wonder they say fortresses crumble from within. Sometimes the most dangerous hands come from right behind you, impossible to guard against." The captain looked embarrassed. "This doesn't look quite as easy as it seems." Summer Knight shot a look at Bucky, mouth twitching, then handed over his own rope and took Bucky's instead. "Move fast." He helped Steve get his grappling hook set, and one by one, the 3 of them swung across to the other side. From there was nothing left to do but run for their lives. They were in a state of utter panic, fleeing wherever they could. Everywhere around them, flames roared and explosions erupted. Whenever there was a place to jump, they leapt with all their might. When jumping wasn't an option, they dashed forward in a frenzy. Yet, Xiaozi was not worried. After all, Steve was right by his side. How did that popular saying go again? This man was the chosen one of the universe, practically surrounded by the aura of a protagonist. Following someone blessed with the protagonist's halo, there was only one word for it: safe. By the time the 3 of them finally stumbled out of the munitions factory, battered and breathless, the building behind them erupted in a massive explosion. A wave of heat shot skyward, flames licking the clouds above. Feeling the fierce wind rush at their backs, Steve and Bucky glanced over their shoulders at the devastation behind them. Such a brush with death would take a while to process. Xiaozi didn't look back. nor did he care to. It wasn't so much that he'd grown used to such things over the past 6 months. It was more that he'd always remembered a certain truth he'd once heard. Real men never look back at an explosion. After regrouping with the other rescued prisoners and taking a moment to collect themselves, everyone began preparing for the journey back. As far as Xiaozi was concerned, this mission could be considered a complete success. It was just a pity about that final shot. If the blast hadn't jolted the catwalk at that crucial moment, throwing off his aim, Schmidt might have been dead by now. Well, maybe he thought. They made it back to camp 2 days later. The reason the return trip took 2 days was that they had to take a detour. Most of Xiaozi's group were former prisoners, their stamina and spirits pushed to the brink. When they were first freed, adrenaline and long-suppressed fury had fueled a surge of strength no one could have imagined. But once the excitement wore off, everyone quickly became exhausted and listless. Trying to cross the war zone with such a ragtag group would have been a death sentence. So, after some quick planning with Steve, Xiaozi managed to map out a route that skirted the danger zones just enough to keep them safe. The road wasn't easy, but at least it was secure, hence the 2-day journey. Upon arriving back at camp, they were greeted as heroes. Soldiers lined the path in salute, and Colonel Phillips himself came out to welcome them. Just how dangerous was it to rescue prisoners? Colonel Phillips had once said that, out of 10 men sent, not even one would return with a rescue. Now, seeing over 100 prisoners freed was truly an eye-opener. Xiaozi didn't care much for such occasions. When no one was looking, he slipped away. Back in his tent, he tidied up his gear and sat at the edge of his bed, listening to the cheers and celebrations outside. If he wanted, those cheers could have been for him too. But he didn't want them. He was afraid that, if he accepted that applause, he'd start a change. He'd become reckless, self-sacrificing, turn into someone he no longer recognized. I'm no hero material, not by a long shot. He rolled over onto the bed, closed his eyes, and decided to sleep. This whole mission, from start to finish, had stretched on for almost 6 days. Most of that time, he barely got any proper rest. So when he finally drifted off, Xiaozi slept as if the world had turned upside down. When he woke up, he was vaguely aware that someone was leaning over beside him. Opening his eyes, he saw Agent Carter had pulled up a chair and was sitting at the head of the bed, her face resting on her arms, fast asleep as well. His stirring seemed to wake her. She jolted up, and when she saw Xiaozi watching her, a faint blush spread across her cheeks. What is it? Is there something on my face? Yeah, drool, Xiaozi replied. Agent Carter hurriedly wiped her face, and Xiaozi burst out laughing. Tricked me again, didn't you? With that look on his face, there was no way Agent Carter didn't know exactly what was going on. She shot him a fierce glare. You're always like this, just a big kid who never grows up. Xiaozi chuckled, and after a moment, he said, You keep sneaking over here while I'm sleeping. Are you planning on doing something dastardly to me again? Agent Carter let out a helpless sigh. If bringing you food counts, then I suppose so. That's great. I've been starving for ages, Xiaozi replied, instantly perking up. You have no idea what I've been eating these past few days. Even though Agent Carter had only brought canned food, compared to the stuff Hydra served, it was pure heaven. As he ate, Xiaozi asked offhandedly, So what's up with Steve? Colonel Phillips thought you might need a helping hand, Agent Carter replied, a slight smile tugging at her lips. Huh? Xiaozi paused in surprise. After asking further, he realized that, unlike in the movie, Steve's involvement this time was mainly because Colonel Phillips didn't feel at ease letting Xiaozi handle things alone. Even though Xiaozi had shown off his dazzling decapitation skills more than once over the past 6 months, this mission was still just too daunting. Schmidt's power and unfathomable depths had left a vivid impression on everyone in the Allied forces. Even those who had the utmost faith in Xiaozi couldn't guarantee he'd succeed going solo behind enemy lines. As it happened, Steve was around for a demonstration, and remembering that this guy was a super soldier, the old man set his sights on him. Colonel Phillips knew Steve's background like the back of his hand. He took the chance to let slip a few details about the Battle of Azano, and Steve couldn't sit still. He immediately asked about Bucky's whereabouts. As expected, the news wasn't good, so Steve quietly turned to Agent Carter for help. Agent Carter had already understood the Colonel's intentions, so she took him straight to see Howard. Throughout the whole process, Steve was never told about Xiaozi's mission, yet, in the end, the two of them just happened to meet perfectly. This old man. After hearing Agent Carter's account, Xiaozi was left a little speechless. Penetrating deep behind enemy lines to carry out an assassination was already an incredibly risky endeavor. One wrong move, and everything could be lost. And in this situation, the old man still brought the captain along. He'd never even seen the movie. Where did he get this kind of confidence? Classic case of grasping at straws when desperate. If he'd known it would turn out like this, why send me in the first place? Still, Xiaojiji didn't complain. Instead, he let out a soft sigh. Is a price like this really worth it? I'm not necessarily in any danger. Steve was the only success to come out of the Strategic Scientific Reserve. If that achievement were destroyed on this battlefield, the SSR's position would become extremely awkward. Colonel Phillips was definitely taking a gamble this time. Thinking about this stern old man, risking so much all for his sake, left Xiaojiji with complicated feelings he couldn't quite describe. The cheers of the crowd can change a person, but so can genuine care. Dr. Erskine's wholehearted trust, Colonel Phillips's sincere concern, and the tenderness in Agent Carter's eyes before him. Xiaojiji felt as if he was wrapped in something all around him. It was warm, so warm it almost left him breathless. He wanted to sink into it, and yet he worried he might lose himself. But honestly, Xiaojiji wasn't all that afraid of losing himself. He just worried that, one day, he'd end up risking his life for their sake. Yet the truth was if any of them ever truly needed him, he knew he really would go all out. Otherwise, why would he willingly take on this dangerous mission, fully aware of the risks? Wasn't it because Dr. Erskine's death was a bitter thorn stuck in his heart? After all, we're only human. Xiaojiji couldn't help but mutter to himself. Like it or not, change was happening after all. What was that? Agent Carter hadn't quite caught what he said. Xiaojiji grinned and replied, I said you're beautiful. Huh, it's rare to hear such flattery from you. A smile, impossible to hide, curved at the corners of Agent Carter's mouth. Well, just chalk it up to me having a momentary lapse. Xiaojiji chuckled. Xia, you're such a troublemaker. Agent Carter, feigning anger, grabbed the can Xiaojiji was eating from, shot him a fierce glare, and stormed off. After she'd left in a huff, Xiaojiji couldn't help but laugh for a good while. It was already midnight. The military camp lay in silence, and even the laughter of a summer night gradually faded away. Scratching his head, he realized he still wasn't quite sure how to get along with Agent Carter. Half a year had passed, and yet there remained an indescribable feeling between him and Agent Carter. Xiaojiji understood what it was. After all, no matter how strong the three great illusions of life might be, they could never last as long as half a year. But even so, he still found it hard to accept. Of course, it wasn't because of her square face. That was just a joke, really. Agent Carter was a striking beauty, graceful and spirited, with an extraordinary presence. Still, there was some resistance within Xiaojiji, a reluctance he couldn't quite put into words. He stepped out of the tent and looked up at the star-studded sky. Fortunately, it was 1943. Otherwise, Xiaojiji would have worried that, upon looking up, he might see a giant purple face staring back at him. That would be a truly disturbing sight. He reached out, as if to touch the empty air, and let out a quiet sigh. It still doesn't feel real at all. This was his reality, yet he continued to resist the world around him. For reasons he couldn't explain, even after spending more than half a year in this world, he still felt completely out of place. The era, the setting, the way people thought, their beliefs, these things were supposed to be intangible, yet they surrounded Xiaojiji at every moment like a thick cocoon, wrapping him up, sealing him away, impossible to break through. He couldn't shatter it, couldn't escape, couldn't shake it off. He always felt a barrier between himself and this world, and yet he couldn't understand why Colonel Phillips' concern and Agent Carter's affection felt so genuine. Maybe deep down, it's just that I refuse to accept it? Xiaojiji smacked his lips in resignation. My heart says no, but my body is awfully honest. Am I making fun of myself now? Feeling a bit irritated, he ran his hands through his hair and wandered aimlessly around the camp. Taking a stroll after completing a mission had become his routine. Colonel Phillips' tent was brightly lit, a hive of activity. Many staff members were hard at work, some writing, some sending telegrams, each busy with their own tasks. Xiaojiji caught sight of Agent Carter, cheeks puffed out, visibly annoyed as she sorted through documents. How many of today's returning prisoners had already been listed as killed in action? Looks like she's got her hands full tonight. He smiled quietly. Perhaps sensing his gaze, Agent Carter glanced up, but before she could spot him, Xiaojiji turned and walked off in another direction. This place was so familiar to him. And yet, even now, standing here, he still felt that faint trace of alienation. I really don't understand how those predecessors who traveled between worlds managed it. The moment they crossed over, they could immediately recognize reality and perfectly blend into the new world. That's honestly quite a feat. As Xiaojiji muttered to himself, he saw Steve walking toward him from the opposite direction. Instructor? Steve noticed that Xiaojiji seemed to be in a rather good mood. Hey man, Xiaojiji greeted him as well. Didn't you and your best buddy have something interesting planned together? Steve's cheerful mood was instantly doused, as if someone had poured cold water over a blazing fire. His mouth twitched, and he spoke helplessly. Instructor, could you please stop calling me man? What? Are you a woman? Xiaojiue quickly took 2 steps back. That's not what I meant at all. Even someone as good-natured as Steve couldn't help the veins popping on his forehead at that comment. I figured as much. If you were a woman, your height and build would be a bit intimidating. Xiaojiue's self-talk was loud enough for Steve to hear. Finally, he asked, by the way, what are you doing wandering around in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? I was actually planning to come find you. There was an uncertainty in Steve's voice as he said this. Find me? What for? Xiaojiue was surprised. Well, we've run into each other, so go ahead and say it. I remember what I wanted before running into you. But after bumping into you, I completely forgot why I was looking for you. Steve was frustrated. He blamed this unreliable instructor for throwing his mindset out of balance with just a few words. Whatever he wanted to say had vanished from his mind. You black out without even drinking? Xiaojiu shot him a look of contempt, then said, there's nothing fun in the barracks and nowhere suitable to hang out. Forget it. Let's just find somewhere to sit. Where to? As Steve asked, he saw Xiaojiu simply plop down on the ground. Stunned for a moment, Steve finally stammered. This is the place you picked? Yeah. Can't you sit here too? Xiaojiu pointed at the ground. Relax. Even if the ground a bit damp, it's fine. With your body enhanced by the serum, you're not going to get hemorrhoids. No, that's not what I'm worried about. Steve felt like the thoughts he had just managed to collect were once again scattered by some overwhelming malice. The end result, 2 grown men sitting on the ground, staring at each other like a pair of monks deep in meditation. So, what did you want me for again? I wish I knew. Right after he said that, Steve slapped his forehead. Oh, right, I remember now. Xiaojiue let out a sigh, looking at Steve with an expression of deep disappointment. That's how things stand. Steve gathered his thoughts before speaking. Tomorrow, we'll return to London for some much-needed rest, and the comrades we just rescued will need time to recover as well. Xiaozi nodded in agreement. When I went to look for Barnes, Steve continued, I found a layout of Schmidt's munitions factories in his room. He paused to collect his words, then said, the weapons Schmidt has been developing are astonishing. The ones we wrested from Hydra are proof enough. These munitions factories that produce such arms pose a tremendous threat to the Allies. Right now, Schmidt may be on the back foot in this war, but if Hydra ever manages to equip their forces with these weapons on a large scale, we'll be staring down the barrel of utter devastation. That's why I have an idea, Steve went on. With the factor map I found, we could form a team and take out these facilities one by one. And, instructor, I need your help for this. Xiaozi fell silent. If this had been when he first arrived in this world, he wouldn't have even considered such a proposal. He would have turned it down without a second thought. But now, Xiaozi hesitated. At last he spoke. Once we're back in London, have Howard take a look at those energy sources and figure out what they really are. Then I'll give you my answer. Time passed quickly. In 3 days had already gone by since their return to London. In those 3 days, Xiaozi had done little aside from resting. And yet, he received a piece of bad news that hardly came as a surprise. The shot he'd fired back at the munitions factory hadn't killed Schmidt. But it might have wounded something far more sensitive, Schmidt's pride. It left the notorious Red Skull with a deep-seated hurt, enough for him to place Xiaozi at the very top of his kill list. But Xiaozi merely shrugged it off. He was used to this, one more enemy, one more debt. What did it matter at this point? To be precise, during this half-year, Hydra's hatred for Xiaozi had only grown stronger with each passing day. At least 3 battles that Hydra might have won were completely overturned by Xiaozi's actions. Perhaps because Xiaozi wasn't a super soldier like Steve, he'd never been taken seriously enough before. But this time was different. That single shot had made Schmidt realize just how much of a threat Xiaozi posed, and so he raised both his priority and danger level on Hydra's hit list. As far as Xiaozi was concerned, Schmidt's mind had been unbalanced ever since he first injected himself with that untested super soldier serum. He believed himself superior to everyone else. He saw himself above all humanity. Before Xiaoji truly appeared before him, he believed there was only one person in the world worthy of being his rival, Steve. Yet, in the end, his deepest wound came from Xiaoji. You must be careful. This time, things are different from anything you've dealt with before. Agent Carter's caution pulled Xiaoji back to the moment. He gave her a gentle smile. Don't worry. Plenty of people have made it on a Hydra's kill list, and they're still out there, alive and kicking, fighting Hydra. Simply put, this has always been a game of life and death. Both sides already have each other on their most wanted lists. Without real strength to back up that list, it's nothing but empty words, a joke, really. Half a year ago, Xiaoji wouldn't have believed he could ever say something like that. but now it felt perfectly natural. Agent Carter nodded. I've heard about Captain America's plan. He invited you to join his team, didn't he? Xiaojia nodded. Yes. And did you accept? Agent Carter looked at him, a hint of surprise in her eyes. Not yet, Xiaojia replied. How are things progressing on Howard's end? Not well, Agent Carter said, her tone grave. The energy we extracted appears stable, but it carries a destructive power we can't begin to understand. With the level of technology Howard has, it seems impossible to decipher. She paused, considering her words. He suspects that even Hydra can't fully comprehend this unique energy. The power they've managed to harness is actually beyond their control. They've barely figured out how to use it, but it's extremely dangerous. It's like handing a broadsword to a 3-year-old. Xiaojia chuckled. Of course, we can't count on Hydra messing around with this power and ending up destroyed by it themselves. You know, your choice of words is a little questionable, Agent Carter said, narrowing her eyes at him. Xiaojia whistled softly, looking up at the ceiling. Actually, there's something I need your help keeping an eye on. Agent Carter paused. What is it? Well, you have some connections with the Intelligence Bureau now, don't you? That's right, Agent Carter replied with a nod. My current assignment is to work with the Allies to locate Hydra's main base. From what we know, all of Schmidt's factories are just producing components, and every last one is being shipped to their main base in the end. Xiaojia smiled. A logical deduction. But if possible, I'd like you to keep an eye out for news about someone for me. Ooh, Dr. Zola. Hydra's Arnim Zola. On a summer night, he said, as far as I know, all the high-tech equipment Hydra currently uses basically comes from this doctor's hands. There was no need for further explanation. That one sentence alone was more than enough. Agent Carter immediately jotted down the name. In fact, back at the munitions factory, I had the chance to end his life with a single shot. Summer Night looked at Agent Carter, but I chose instead to take out Schmidt. Agent Carter paused, glancing over at him. He offered a faint smile, while she let out a gentle sigh, patted his hand, and said, You can't blame yourself. I understand why you made that choice. I just wanted to get even with that old man who never keeps his word, Summer Night said, clicking his tongue in frustration. Unfortunately, he still managed to get away. I underestimated him, and the circumstances at the time. No one could have done better than you. Agent Carter clasped his hand, her voice firm and sincere. He scratched his head, a bit sheepish. I'm all right, just feeling a little regretful. So, if there's ever a chance to catch Dr. Zola, don't let it slip by. No matter what the mission is, capturing him should be the top priority. These words drew upon the plot of the movie. In truth, his decision at that critical moment in the munitions factory was questionable. If he had chosen to kill Dr. Zola, it might have been enough to shatter Schmidt's ambitions. In the film, Schmidt's ultimate goal was to use his superweapon to destroy the world. Of course, destroy might not be entirely accurate. To be precise, he intended to terrorize the globe with overwhelming weaponry and brutal massacres, forcing the world into submission so he could rule it. All of his weapons, without exception, were based on Dr. Zola's research. How far the research had progressed, Summer Night couldn't be sure. He didn't know if killing Dr. Zola at the factory would have stopped everything, but it was a real possibility. All I can hope is that this so-called Valkyrie's wing hasn't been completed yet, he murmured, narrowing his eyes before turning to Agent Carter. I've made up my mind. Made up your mind about what? Agent Carter looked at him, puzzled. To join Steve's team, Summer Night replied with a smile. Given the current situation, we have no other choice. If the two of us join forces, maybe we'll speed up Hydra's downfall. We absolutely will. Agent Carter's confidence far surpassed his own. She looked at him earnestly. Xia, you're the only superhero in my heart. I'll never forget your dream of world peace. Her words rang with heartfelt sincerity. Yet on summer nights, he would snap out of it in an instant. World peace? Give me a break. It was all trouble stirred up by my younger self, half a year ago. Steve was a man who gave everything he had. By contrast, Xiaojia saw himself as an ordinary guy, waving a flag that read world peace, while deep down, all he wanted was to keep a low profile and survive. Of course, his thoughts had shifted somewhat by now, but even so, all he really wanted was to protect just a handful of people close to him. And so, from the very beginning, he resisted the so-called hero label. But Steve was different. What you glean from the movies is only the surface. Only after working side by side with this guy could you truly sense the unshakable conviction burning in his heart. This conviction was so powerful, it had infected everyone except Xiaojia. That is, their beliefs might not have been the same, but their goals were, and that made their teamwork smooth and effortless like water flowing around stones. When they fought together, they were a single, unified force. When they split up, each led a team, and both advanced like a knife through butter. Their battlefield had long since expanded beyond Schmidt's munitions factories. In truth, Xiaojia's performance left everyone utterly stunned. Everyone in the United States knew where Steve's strength came from. But the power Xiaojia displayed was in no way inferior to Steve's. He might not have matched Steve in raw stamina or strength. But when it came to marksmanship, tactics, hand-to-hand combat, long-range sniping, or even small unit command, Xiaojia consistently outperformed him. With the two of them joining forces, the results were remarkable. Schmidt's factories fell one after another, and their victories kept piling up. And in the process, Xiaojia himself gained a great deal. Even though, after each battle, when it was time to clean up, he couldn't just pocket every weapon for himself. Still, every fight brought some spoils. Not a huge haul, but on a good day, he could walk away with 5 or 6 cosmic cube-power weapons. On a slow day, maybe 1 or 2. After all, with so many eyes watching, Xiaojia couldn't just stuff the enemy's weapons into his disassembly device in plain sight. Even so, by his rough count, he'd collected around 20 of those colorless crystal shards. This made him feel as if tremendous energy pulsed through him at all times, though, truth be told, he still didn't really know how to use it. At best, he could turn a little spark into a small fireball. Not that he could actually throw it. And if he did manage to toss it, it would just fizzle out in the wind. So, Xiaojia mostly used the thing as a glorified lighter. His skills in the deadly arts, arson and murder, were getting more and more polished. Besides that, he'd also reaped some rewards in terms of battle spirits. Earlier, Xiaojia had carried out several decapitation missions, assassinating key enemy targets. Although, back then, his disassembly device was in upgrade mode and couldn't be used. But all of these people's weapons had already been collected by Xiaozi. Later, he dismantled them all together, and the best among the battle souls he obtained was a shining one. After that, he continued to be active on the battlefield, gathering weapons and breaking them down, amassing a wide variety of battle souls here and there. These battle souls brought Xiaozi tremendous improvements in physical strength, agility, endurance, and more. In fact, it could be said that even if he were to face off against Steve, relying solely on his physical abilities, he would never find himself at a disadvantage. The impression that he was somewhat weaker was simply a result of him deliberately hiding his true strength. After all, even now, he couldn't quite explain how his abilities had improved so much, or what exactly he was depending on. If he were to catch up to Steve, it might raise too many questions. Showing off may be satisfying in the moment, but it could lead to disaster for everyone. Xiaozi absolutely didn't want to end up in that kind of situation. As for his marksmanship, there was even less need to mention it. By now, whether it was rifles, sniper rifles, submachine guns, handguns, or any other kind of firearm, his skills had all reached an intermediate level. However, the intermediate level was like a bottomless pit. The earliest skill he developed, rifle marksmanship, still hadn't reached the advanced stage. His unarmed combat and mastery of various melee weapons had also reached the intermediate level. Let's use Steve as a benchmark. If Xiaozi stopped holding back, beating the captain would not be much of a problem. His strength had grown steadily, and his achievements kept piling up. Everything seemed to be moving in a positive direction, but then 2 unexpected pieces of news arrived, forcing Xiaozi to abandon his mission at the front and return to headquarters in London. 2 messages, one good, one bad. The good news, Dr. Zola, whom Xiaozi had been longing to capture, was finally caught by Steve and his team. The bad news came from the very same operation. Steve's close friend, known simply as Bucky, the future Winter Soldier, fell into a ravine during this battle. This sudden news left Xiaozi feeling dazed, and by the time he got back to London headquarters, he'd already extracted a major secret from Dr. Zola's mouth. The Wings of Valkyrie had been completed. It carried enough power to destroy the world, and Schmidt could take this power and unleash a devastating artistic explosion upon the world at any moment. London Operations Command Room. Xiaozi had just returned and was now sitting in a chair, his face dark and troubled. Things had developed to this point. Although it wasn't entirely out of his expectations, it still caught him off guard. He had originally thought that, with the rapid assault he and Steve led, they could at least slow Schmidt down. To do this, they even split their forces, hoping to deliver Schmidt a double blow. However, judging by the current outcome, Xiaozi still underestimated Schmidt's determination and the desperate resolve of someone cornered. After searching all around and failing to find any trace of Steve, Xiaozi turned to Agent Carter, who was sitting nearby, and asked, "Where's the man?" "The man's not doing well. He's feeling pretty down, but his girlfriend went to comfort him. This guy, always wrapped up in romance." Hearing this, Xiaozi curled his lip. No wonder he's called the man. That nickname has nothing to do with what's happening right now, does it? Agent Carter frowned at Xiaozi. And what's so wrong about caring deeply for someone? Xiaozi immediately fell silent. Agent Carter seemed about to say more when Steve walked in at just the right moment. Xiaojiji glanced at him and said, "Man, even though you couldn't save your best buddy, you did save my life. So don't let it get you down." This was Xiaojiji's version of comfort, one that was hard to take, and Steve looked puzzled. "I don't remember ever saving you." "Oomph." Agent Carter let out a cold snort. At that moment, Colonel Phillips entered the room. After glancing at everyone, he stepped up to the map and said, "Johann Schmidt really ought to be in a madhouse. He thinks he's a god, and he plans to blow up half the world to prove it. His first target is America." The meeting was straightforward. After summarizing the intelligence they'd gathered, it was clear that Schmidt had lost his mind and was preparing to unleash a grand spectacle of destruction on half the world. They also now knew that Hydra's headquarters was hidden in the Alps. In the end, there was only one thing left to do: stop Schmidt. Yet it was Steve's proposed plan of attack that sparked controversy. It was a daring plan because Hydra's headquarters lay 500 feet beneath the Alps, making a frontal assault nearly impossible. A head-on attack should never be the first choice. So, Steve's battle plan was a feint. Only Steve and Xiaojiji would break through alone from the front, attracting Hydra's attention, and they would deliberately allow themselves to be captured, all according to plan. There were two key points to this operation. First, to break through the main gate of Hydra's headquarters. Second, to be captured alive and unharmed. Only if both of these objectives were met could the next stage of the plan even be considered. Yet the moment this idea was proposed, Agent Carter voiced her strong opposition. "This plan is far too dangerous. There's no way you can guarantee you'll make it in a Hydra's base alive." She was rarely this emotional, but now she stood up in agitation. Steve stared at Agent Carter in astonishment. Colonel Phillips glanced at Agent Carter, then at Xiaozi. He rubbed his brow, a hint of frustration in his gesture. "Xiao, what's your opinion?" All eyes turned to Xiaozi, waiting for his response. Xiaozi twirled the pen in his hand and asked, "How much time do we have left? How long until Schmidt's deadline?" "Less than 24 hours, Colonel Phillips replied in a low, measured voice. Howard and Agent Carter both looked at Xiaozi. Xiaozi was silent for a couple of seconds, then broke into a grin. "I'm in." With less than 24 hours left before the world's destruction, Xiaozi sat in his room, pen and paper in hand, yet unable to decide what to write. He'd always thought that agreeing to Steve's plan would require a great deal of courage. But to his surprise, the words had come out easily, almost without thought. Courage? In that instant, it hadn't even crossed his mind. Isn't that just like a man, so quick to change? Xiaozi thought to himself with a wry smile. Here he was, a man who once dreamed only of keeping his head down until the war's end. And yet now, he was about to try and stop the villain from destroying the world. Was it for Dr. Erskine? For Agent Carter? For Colonel Phillips? After some careful thought, Xiaozi realized that while all those reasons played a part, the decision was, more than anything, his own. After all, running away wouldn't help. Unless he could somehow make it to the other side of the world in less than 24 hours. And even then, what good would it do? If Schmidt succeeded, would being on the other side of the planet really save him? As someone on Hydra's most wanted list, Xiaozi had no illusions. He knew Schmidt wouldn't let him go so easily. So, as the saying goes, if life and death are on the line, fight if you must. Ever since he'd joined Agent Carter on that supposedly simple mission, Xiaozi had accepted this reality. No fear, no anxiety, no hesitation, no unease. Not even the slightest urge to run. Is this what growing up feels like? But what if I die? Xiaozi sat quietly for a moment, then wrote 2 letters. One was addressed to Colonel Phillips, the other to Agent Carter. He placed both letters in a drawer. Then, gathering his gear, he stood up, ready to set out. But as he opened the door, he found Agent Carter standing right outside. "Want to come in and sit for a while?" For the first time, Xiaozi extended the invitation. The roar of motorcycles echoed through the forest as Xiaozi and Steve rode side by side, speeding toward Hydra's headquarters. 24 hours proved far shorter than he'd imagined. Once all the plans had been laid out, most of the time had already been spent just getting there. By now, the final hour was almost upon them. "Man!" Xiaoji shouted at the top of his lungs. Steve turned to look at Xiaoji. "Does this count as a suicide mission for us?" Steve hesitated for a moment and replied, "Instructor, if you'd stop calling me man, I'd like you even more. I'm not interested in men." Just as the words left his mouth, squads of Hydra patrols had already surrounded them. Unlike the regular Hydra soldiers, those stationed around the headquarters were all equipped with the most advanced weaponry. Fortunately, the motorcycles that Xiaoji and Steve rode were no ordinary rides either. Manufactured by Stark Industries, they were masterpieces in their own right. These 2 bikes came fitted with grappling hooks, machine guns, flamethrowers, and even self-destruct mechanisms. With the seamless teamwork between Xiaojie and Steve, the patrolling soldiers didn't even have time to organize a proper interception before all their vehicles were left in ruins, their forces wiped out. But this was only the beginning. They were almost at the gates of Hydra's headquarters now. Wave after wave of Hydra soldiers surged out from every corner, and the two could barely move forward. It was as if each step took all their strength. Xiaojie and Steve exchanged a glance and made a quick hand signal. In an instant, Xiaojie spun his bike around and charged off in another direction. At least half the enemies immediately gave chase, streaks of pale blue light crisscrossing through the air. Xiaojie knew all too well that if any of those shots landed on him, even just one, it would be the end. Come on then. Gritting his teeth, Xiaojie pressed a button on the motorcycle's console, then suddenly lay flat against the bike's frame. His hands flashed into the dimensional space of his disassembler and drew out 2 pistols, firing backwards as he sped ahead. His marksmanship was impeccable. Every shot hit its mark. The Hydra agents behind him fell one after another, but more came flanking from both sides, using the trees as cover, making it impossible for Xiaojie to target them broadly. So you think you can underestimate me? Regaining control of the motorcycle, Xiaojie fired a shot between the trees. The way he fired was unique. The moment the bullet left the barrel, Xiaojie gave his hand a sudden, forceful twist. If you could replay this moment in slow motion, you'd see the bullet trace a subtle arc through the air, weaving past layers of obstacles before piercing straight through a Hydra soldier's skull. A curved shot. Before Xiaojie's rifle marksmanship reached intermediate level, he always thought this was just something they did in the movies. But when his skill leveled up, he realized he could actually master this technique himself. That was the source of his shock, the very moment his rifle shooting skill advanced to the intermediate stage. Unfortunately, on the battlefield, such skills were of little use. What's more, most of Xiaojie's missions were assassinations. There was rarely any need for a rifle. Up until recently, his handgun skills had only just reached the intermediate level, and in this battle his secret expertise finally had a chance to truly shine. His shots were sharp and precise, his movements agile and unpredictable. The Hydra soldiers nearby were struck down before they could even figure out where the bullets were coming from. After dispatching the pursuit teams around him, Xiaojie didn't go to rendezvous with Steve. Instead, he circled back on his motorcycle, stopping next to the body of a Hydra soldier. With practiced hands, he stripped the uniform off the corpse and quickly changed into it. Then he picked up the fallen motorcycle. He fired up the engine. It still worked. Hydra's technology was in no way inferior to Stark's. In fact, when it came to these things, Hydra had always been at the forefront. Now disguised as a Hydra grunt, Xiaojie glanced at the scattered weapons strewn across the battlefield. He clenched his teeth, reluctant to leave them behind, but there was simply no time to gather up the spoils. Time was of the essence. Although he agreed with Steve's plan, Xiaojie had also proposed an alternative. The idea of both of them getting captured at once felt too staged. After all, even in the worst situations, if you're fighting tooth and nail, at least one person should be able to break free. More importantly, a single captive is valuable, but 2 captives at once? Not so much. If Hydra decided they had too many prisoners and chose to execute one as an example, the loss, no matter who it was, would be devastating. So, they would turn 2 obvious targets into one open and one covert operative. Given that the fight during capture would be intense, and Xiaojie lacked the defensive power of the Star-Spangled Shield, it was decided that Steve would play the role of the visible captive, while Xiaojie would remain in the shadows. Their earlier separation, then, was all part of the plan. When Xiaojie arrived at the gates of Hydra's main base, he saw a gaping hole blasted through the entrance. Steve was standing with his hands raised, surrounded by a squad of soldiers, looking helpless. Xiaojie touched the helmet on his head. He had a feeling not even Steve would recognize him in this disguise. He let go of the motorcycle, slung his gun over his back, and blended into the crowd. The chaos of battle had only just subsided. No one noticed that a spy had slipped in among them. Once Steve was taken into custody inside the base, Xiaojie, mingling with the ranks, drifted along and followed them right into Hydra's lair. As he moved down the corridors, he quickly realized just how cunningly the entire base had been built. The circular design of the passageways would greatly hinder any attempt at an assault. Inside, the roads twisted and tangled in utter chaos, making it impossible to figure out where anything led. At this point, Xiaojie had completely lost track of Steve, but he showed no sign of worry. After all, Steve was carrying a tracker, allowing the main team to monitor his movements at any time. This was also the only way for their squad to quickly regroup with Steve. As for the gaping hole in the base's main gate that had been blown open by the self-destruct system on Steve's motorcycle, meant to pave the way for the main force's assault. The plan was for Steve to rendezvous with the strike team and break through from the inside, while the main force stormed the gate, attacking from both sides to dismantle Hydra's headquarters as swiftly as possible. And Xiaojia's own mission? The Valkyrie. But right now, staring at the sprawling base before him, Xiaojia was faced with a much more baffling problem. Who on earth knew where the Valkyrie even was? Hydra had built the entire base like a labyrinthine hive, clearly designed to make any intruder hopelessly lost. Gritting his teeth in frustration, Xiaojia forced himself to act casual as he walked forward. He might have looked unhurried, but inside, anxiety was eating him alive. Time was running out. Once Steve met up with the strike team, and a main force charged him from outside. If Schmidt, cornered and desperate, made a dash for the Valkyrie, then everything would be lost. There was no way Xiaojia wanted to set foot on the Valkyrie. And why was that? Statistics showed that everyone who boarded the Valkyrie met a tragic end. Of the two who survived, one ended up as Thanos' therapist out in deep space. The other spent 70 years as a human popsicle. So, Xiaojia was determined not to get on that cursed thing. But if he didn't want to board it, he'd have to find it and sabotage it before anyone else did. Otherwise, he could easily end up taking a ride on the Valkyrie himself. Lost in these worries, Xiaojia was startled when a door he'd just passed suddenly swung open and someone stepped out. The man glanced at Xiaojia's back, then called out sharply, "Stop right there." Xiaojia halted in his tracks and turned to face him. "This area is off limits," the man said, eyeing Xiaojia suspiciously. "Who are you?" Before the man could react, Xiaojia's fist shot out and landed squarely on his nose and mouth. Blood burst forth instantly, splattering like ketchup from a squeeze packet. At the same time, Xiaojia clamped a hand around the man's throat and shoved him straight back into the room. He'd half expected the room to be full of people, but to his surprise, this guy was alone. Heaven must be on my side. Xiaojia nearly threw his head back and howled with delight, a wicked grin spreading across his face. "Do you know what's going to happen next?" The man's pupils shrank abruptly. In the next instant, he groped frantically at his waistband, his voice trembling with terror. "Easy, easy. Easy my ass." Even Xiaojia was disgusted. Was everyone in Hydra this perverted? He grabbed the man's neck, pressing his head hard against the wall, scraping his face along the rough surface. His voice was cold and fierce. "I'm going to ask you questions. You answer, or I'll grind you into the wall until there's nothing left of you." A minute later, Xiaojia stepped out of the room. Clearly, 1 minute wasn't nearly enough to pry any useful information from the man's mouth. But fortunately, even though he hadn't gotten any intel directly, he did manage to secure a complete map of the base. This time, Xiaojia didn't hesitate. He strode off in a determined direction, feeling as if he was finally setting off on a journey of hope. But before he'd taken 3 steps, a barrage of gunfire exploded through the air, followed by blaring alarms. "Are you kidding me?" The moment he heard the chaos, Xiaojia didn't waste a second. He turned on his heel and sprinted straight toward the Valkyrie's wing. It was obvious someone had breached the base. Schmidt was bound to make a run for it. That maniac still planned to board the Valkyrie, take off, and blow up the world. If Xiaojia hesitated now, he'd be dead for sure. There's still a chance. He kept telling himself this as he ran, heart pounding, because the Valkyrie's wing was actually very close. After just 2 quick turns, Xiaojia caught sight of the massive, black plane looming ahead, its shape almost reminiscent of a giant kite. The boarding ladder had already been lowered. Excited, Xiaojia dashed straight for the aircraft. He'd barely set foot on the ladder when suddenly someone grabbed him by the waistband and yanked him back down. He was about to curse out loud when he saw a blood-red face glare fiercely at him. "Keep up." Xiaojia was stunned for a second, and in that moment, the red man had already climbed aboard the plane. Xiaojia stood there, wind-blown, torn between going up or staying put. What now? Reality left him no time to hesitate. Hydra's soldiers were closing in behind him. If he didn't board the plane, he'd be riddled with bullets in seconds. So up he went. Inside, the Valkyrie's wing was enormous. The cargo bay held several of Hydra's most advanced fighter jets. The onboard energy weapons alone posed an enormous threat. Once the Hydra soldiers climbed aboard, they quickly scattered to their stations, each moving as if they knew exactly what to do. Of course, Xiaojia also knew he needed to sabotage the plane. But before he could decide how to act, the Valkyrie's wing roared to life. Not even an announcement before takeoff. On this summer night, Xiaojia's face was grim. At this point, there was nothing left to say. If he wanted to put an end to this problem, he'd have to sneak into the cockpit and take out the red man himself. Wait! Just as Xiaojia was stealthily making his way toward the cockpit, a Hydra soldier suddenly called out. Xiaojia froze, turning back in confusion. He noticed the Hydra soldier glancing around at the others, as if counting heads. After finishing his count, the soldier fixed his gaze on Xiaojia. "Who are you?" In an instant, Every weapon in the room was trained directly on Xiaojie. At that moment, the plane gave a slight shudder, its center of gravity tilting as it began to ascend into the sky. Xiaojie stood there, caught off guard, unsure how he could possibly explain himself. Every pair of eyes in the room was locked onto him. This was awkward, painfully, obviously awkward. It was clear that only a select few had the clearance to board the Valkyrie's wing. Each of them was entrusted with specific missions. Xiaojie had managed to sneak aboard while no one was watching, but now that everyone's attention was back, he stuck out like a sore thumb. But just then, out of the corner of his eye, Xiaojie spotted a star-spangled man with a plan creeping up onto the deck shield. Strapped to his back, moving with mischievous stealth, Xiaojie broke into a wide grin. "I'm your little sweetheart," he announced. Huh. The Hydra soldiers were so stunned by such a shameless answer that their very worldview seemed to fracture. At that exact moment, Steve's shield sliced through the air with a resounding thud. One Hydra soldier collapsed to the floor without so much as a groan. This caught the other soldier's attention. In that split second of distraction, Xiaojie sprang into action. With a flying kick, he sent one Hydra soldier hurtling away. At the same time, as if conjured from thin air, he drew a bayonet from his decomposition device. Steel flashed. In a heartbeat, another Hydra soldier's neck blossomed in a spray of blood. Clutching his throat, the man crumpled to the ground. Meanwhile, Xiaojie didn't miss a beat and called out, "What took you so long?" Steve, bashing a Hydra soldier's face with his shield, shouted back, "Agent Carter asked me to tell you. When you get back, she wants to dance with you." With the two of them attacking from both sides, the Hydra soldiers were nothing more than paper tigers, completely incapable of mounting any meaningful resistance. Amid the chaos, one of the men dashed to a control console, while the remaining Hydra soldiers scattered, desperate to reach their fighter jets. The hatch below had already been opened. If these men managed to escape, armed with the advanced weaponry on those jets, the consequences would be catastrophic. Xiaojie moved swiftly to intercept one of them, but Steve accidentally let another slip through the net. The man crawled into the cockpit of the fighter jet. Just as he closed the canopy, Steve leaped and landed right outside the cockpit. But before he could act, another Hydra soldier launched himself at Steve, trying to pin the captain down. A flying knife from Xiaojie whistled through the air, piercing straight through the soldier's throat. Yet at that very moment, both Steve and the fighter jet suddenly plunged downward, vanishing together from the wing of the Valkyrie. Damn it! In a whirlwind of violence, the two of them cleared the wing of the Valkyrie of every last Hydra soldier. With no one left to stand in his way, Xiaojie hurried forward to check, only to find the fighter jet was nowhere in sight. And as for Steve, who had been on the jet, he was gone too. There was no time to hesitate. Xiaojie turned sharply and strode toward the cockpit. He opened the hatch, and a vast, empty space unfolded before him, as spacious as a grand hall. Directly ahead stood the control console, but at the very center of the room, a strange device glowed with an eerie blue light. "I've been waiting for you a long time." A voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Xiaojie turned and found himself face-to-face with a red man. Well, to be precise, the Red Skull. "Sir," Xiaojie snapped to attention. Schmidt looked exasperated. "Wasn't I clear enough just now?" Xiaojie stood motionless, like a statue. Schmidt's face was red, not from embarrassment, but because it was always red. It could hardly flush darker. "Erskine was nothing but a fraud," Schmidt said, ignoring Xiaojie's act. "He made a fool with a shield for the world to see, while secretly creating a monster like you." Xiaojie blinked. "When you boarded the plane, I didn't recognize you at first, but I saw everything that happened just now." Schmidt pointed at the monitor screen. After glancing at it, Xiaojie fell silent for a moment. "Did I look really stupid just now?" "That's irrelevant. What matters is, I'm going to give you a choice." Before the words had fully left Schmidt's mouth, Xiaojie's fist was already flying toward him. But Schmidt was no ordinary Hydragoon. He dodged the sudden blow with ease. He grabbed Xiaojie's fist in one swift motion and, with his right hand, pulled out a pistol. It was a gun shimmering with a pale blue light, its muzzle aimed squarely at Xiaojie. With a twist, Xiaojie broke free from Schmidt's grip and darted to his other side. In that fleeting moment, Xiaojie seized the pistol from Schmidt's grasp. Yet the disassembly prompt didn't appear. Clearly, as long as the weapon was in the enemy's hand, he couldn't take it apart. But Xiaojie wasted no time and issued a command in his mind. "Collect!" A handgun instantly appeared in the decomposer space. Schmidt stared blankly at his empty hands, then glanced at Xiaojie, who was standing just a step away. Suddenly, he lashed out with a powerful kick. Xiaojie raised his forearms to block, but the sheer force sent him flying back a full meter. "He's even stronger than I imagined." A bit surprised, Xiaojie looked at Schmidt. "You seem a little stronger than Steve, you know that?" I really like that gun. Where did you put it? Want it back. Xiaozi broke into a wide grin, just about to say more when his expression suddenly shifted. Whoa, hey, your pants are falling down. What? Caught off guard, Schmidt instinctively looked down, and in that split second, a foot swung straight toward the left side of his face. The kick landed solidly, knocking Schmidt off balance and sending him crashing to the right. But before he could recover, Xiaozi was already closing in. He tried to grab Schmidt's hair, but his hand found nothing. Schmidt was bald. Thinking quickly, he pressed down on the back of Schmidt's head and drove his knee hard into Schmidt's face. There was a heavy, dull thud. Blood began to trickle from Schmidt's nose and mouth. In a flash, Xiaozi's right hand produced a bayonet, and he drove it down with brutal force toward Schmidt's head. But Schmidt's hand shot up like lightning, catching the blade mid-strike. His expression turned dark as he looked up. Is that your little trick? With a sudden twist, Schmidt wrenched the blade, bending it into a corkscrew. At the same moment, he shoved Xiaozi with explosive power, sending him flying sideways for 2 or 3 meters until he crashed into the blue device in the center of the hall. A thunderous impact echoed through the room. Xiaozi's superhuman physique, combined with Schmidt's monstrous strength, warped the metal device completely, embedding Xiaozi into its frame as if he'd been hammered into a wall. The device, glowing blue, looked as though it had been punched into the shape of a dented cake. Deep within the mangled shell, a hidden switch was triggered. With a mechanical pop, a container shot out, a blue cube that tumbled and landed squarely on Xiaozi's chest. Xiaozi stared down in shock at the cosmic cube resting on his chest. Are you kidding me? Was it even safe to touch this thing directly? Hadn't Schmidt grabbed it with his bare hands and ended up flung into outer space, left for Thanos? Thinking back over his life, Xiaozi couldn't recall doing anything truly unforgivable. Even here, on a battlefield where lives were lost by the dozens, that was the nature of war. Could he really be blamed? So why, of all places, did the cosmic cube have to land right on his chest? Wait, why his chest specifically? Don't tell me you're planning to carve a hole in my chest and fit me with an arc reactor. That was Howard Sun's business. Nothing to do with him at all, for crying out loud. Xiaojie felt completely unwell, especially as the Tesseract's energy was now in a wildly unstable state. The intense burning sensation made his chest sear with heat. The energy inside his body, which until now had served no greater purpose than that of a glorified lighter, began to move on its own. It worked to keep the Tesseract's energy from overwhelming and consuming him in an instant. Look at the mess you've made. What have you done? An angry voice suddenly rang in Xiaojie's ears. It was Schmidt. His face was twisted in fury and astonishment. Clearly, even he hadn't expected things to turn out this way. Meanwhile, Xiaojie could feel the energy within his body reacting violently to the Tesseract, being drained away at an alarming rate. This was bad news. He knew all too well what fate awaited him if his inner reserves were exhausted. He lunged and grabbed the Tesseract, ready to hurl it away. But for some inexplicable reason, the Tesseract wouldn't let go. In that split second, 1,000 fragments of memory, thoughts, and possibilities flashed through Xiaojie's mind. What would happen if the Tesseract's energy spiraled out of control? In the first Captain America movie, Schmidt's fate was textbook. Xiaojie was in no way prepared to be flung into the depths of the cosmos to serve as Thanos' therapist. So, he had no intention of accepting that ending. Cradling the Tesseract, with pale blue energy crackling across his body and a white glow seeping from beneath his skin, the two forces waged a relentless battle. The sight left Schmidt momentarily stunned. What kind of monster are you? Schmidt murmured, then suddenly broke into a grin. But it seems your fate is already sealed. Am I the only one whose fate is decided? Xiaojie snarled, lifting his head with a fierce glare. Your fate is sealed too. If doom was inevitable, then the ferocity buried in Xiaojie's heart surged to the forefront once more. In an instant, he gathered every ounce of strength in his body, sprang forward, and shot straight at Schmidt. Brandishing the Tesseract like a spiraling sphere of energy, he slammed it at Schmidt with all his might. Schmidt was caught completely off guard. He hadn't expected Xiaojie, even while being ravaged by the Tesseract's power, to unleash such terrifying speed. Nor did he expect Xiaojie's desperate move, to smash the Tesseract right in his own face. What twisted move was this supposed to be? He barely managed to throw up his arms to block Xiaojie's attack in time. With a sudden movement, the other hand of Xiaojie seized Schmidt by the collar and yanked him over. In an instant, the two men swapped positions, and without hesitation, Xiaojie delivered a powerful kick. He poured every ounce of his strength into that kick, sending Schmidt flying over 10 meters across the room. With brute force, Schmidt smashed into the driver's seat, shattering it to pieces before crashing down onto the dashboard. All the while, Xiaojie could feel the cosmic cube's corrosive power gnawing at him, yet he charged at Schmidt at blinding speed. Schmidt braced himself against the dashboard, trying to get up, but to his shock, Xiaojie, who had been 10 meters away just a heartbeat ago, suddenly blurred and in the next instant, appeared right in front of him. "Behold my ultimate jade, cosmic cube." The words burst out of Xiaojie in a wild shout, and even he felt like he was losing his mind. Damn it, his irreverent personality just couldn't keep quiet, no matter the situation. In such a grave moment, to suddenly blurt out something like that. He nearly broke character himself. Pale blue light flared up, almost solidifying into tangible flames that warped the air with their burning intensity. Xiaojie pressed the cosmic cube, engulfed in those pale blue flames, directly against Schmidt's face, roaring the line he'd prepared. "There's only one ending for you. Get lost." A tremendous force exploded against Schmidt's face, arcs of blue light crackling across every inch of the control panel. Schmidt's agonized screams echoed as a pillar of blue light shot up, and for a brief moment, the clearest vision of the cosmos unfurled overhead. Seeing this, Xiaojie's heart clenched with panic. This was clearly the prelude to a teleportation, and at this point, there seemed to be no other way out. Desperately, he called out for the disassembler. "This item cannot be disassembled, or the disassembler's level is insufficient. Would you like to forcibly disassemble the item? Cosmic Cube? Forcibly disassemble it." Xiaojie nearly screamed the words with every ounce of his being. "Alert! Forced disassembly initiated. Forced disassembly failed." What the so fast? Xiaojie was stunned. This thing gave up instantly. "Alert! Due to forced disassembly of a high-level item, energy leakage has occurred, resulting in an unknown error." As this message appeared, Xiaojie suddenly realized his hand could be pulled away from the cosmic cube. He quickly let go and staggered back 2 steps, but a pale blue glow had already enveloped him completely. "Instructor!" Steve's voice called from the doorway. Xiaojie turned his head. Behind him, Schmidt's screams, the pillar of blue light, and Schmidt himself vanished all at once. Steve stared in shock at the scene before him. What on earth just happened? "You shouldn't have come back." Xiaojie forced a bitter smile. "I screwed up. Tell Carter for me." Before he could finish, his entire body was suddenly engulfed in blue flames and vanished without a trace. The blue fire streaked across the New York sky of the 21st century, descending into a narrow alleyway. Without the slightest hesitation, it dove straight into a garbage bin. A disheveled Asian man looked up at the sky in a daze, mumbling to himself, "Actually, it's more like Chidori." No sooner had he spoken than all his senses faded away. Space. Intersecting spaces. Interacting spaces. No concept of time, only the endless, ceaselessly turning space. Then came the dizziness, a constant, unrelenting vertigo. "Ah!" With a startled cry, Xiaojie snapped his eyes open. The whole world was spinning, impossibly spinning. But gradually, the motion slowed and steadied. The surroundings started to come into focus, the images flowing from his eyes to his mind. "Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing?" He shook his head, nearly throwing up as the sensation of spinning space hit him again. Quickly, he pressed his palms to his cheeks, trying to steady his head and keep it from wobbling. "You think you're some kind of flower or something?" A cocky voice called out from not far away. He looked in the direction of the voice to see an Asian girl, around 18 or 19, her hair in a single ponytail, arms crossed, regarding him with a scrutinizing gaze. "Holding your face in your hands like that. What, you plan to do a magic trick for me?" She rolled her eyes and added, "Good, you're awake. If you're fine, then hurry up and leave." "Huh?" Xiaojie felt his brain short-circuit for a moment. As the dizziness faded, his memories returned. Just a second ago, it seemed he was still aboard the Valkyrie's wing, playing Rasengan and Chidori with the Red Man. How'd he suddenly end up here? A clean, but rather empty room. A brash-looking girl with yellow skin and black eyes. What was going on? Don't pretend you don't understand. I know all about your situation. Let me tell you, even if we're from the same country, there's only so much I can do to help. If you snuck in here and want to go underground, then don't go messing with the wrong people. Is getting thrown in a garbage bin supposed to be fun? And listen, if I hadn't been making a wish last night and caught sight of a blue fireball, there's no way I'd have gone into that alley in the middle of the night. I wouldn't have found you in that garbage bin either. There was no room at all for Xiaojie to say anything more. The girl before him fired off the explanation of how she found him in a rapid barrage, her words coming as quick and relentless as a submachine gun. The trash can? Me? Xiaojie was at a loss for words. Was he really found inside a trash can? Was this some strange karmic payback, because he'd always liked tossing people into trash cans himself? Once the girl finished speaking, An obvious impatience flashed across her face. She turned brusquely and snapped. Just wait here. Xiaojiji was bewildered. Wait for what exactly? But as the girl walked away, he finally allowed himself a small sigh of relief. He needed a moment to collect himself, to calm down and piece together what had happened. Most importantly, though he had only just awakened, the very first glance around this room told him it didn't belong to the World War II era. Scenes from the Valkyrie's wing replayed vividly in his mind. The activated tesseract, the looming threat of instant teleportation, the crisis at hand. In desperation, he'd activated the disassembler, trying to forcibly break down the tesseract. But the disassembler chickened out in an instant, flatly declaring the breakdown a failure. And then, an unknown error occurred. So what happened after that? Xiaojiji remembered the American man with grand ambitions, remembered the words he never got to say. And then, suddenly, it was as if he fell into a bizarre, dazzling world. He was tossed back and forth, swept along by shifting space, his mind clouded and nearly frozen. When he finally regained consciousness, it really did seem like he was in a trash can. But his memory after that was blank. How he'd ended up in this room, who the girl was, he had no recollection of any of it. Xiaojiji gently tapped his head. The overwhelming sense of dizziness was gone. Quietly, he called out to the disassembler. In a flash, the disassembler appeared. It's not even broken. Xiaojiji curled his lip. It looked just as deadpan and useless as ever, showing no signs of upgrading after such a massive upheaval. Taking the chance, he glanced into the disassembler's storage space, and his eyes immediately widened in astonishment. What the heck? The disassembler's storage had never been large. After stashing 300 weapons of all sorts, plus his own gear, it was packed to the brim. You couldn't have squeezed in a fly. But now, the space had expanded several times over, stretching out to the size of a basketball court. Forget 300 weapons. He could probably fit 3,000 in there now. Did the disassembler absorb part of the tesseract's power, and as a result, expand its own storage? With no evidence to back it up, Xiaojiji could only speculate blindly. Still, it seemed like a pretty reasonable guess. At the moment, there were hardly any weapons left in the disassembler's space, though everything else remained as it was. Besides that, a pistol with a faint blue sheen immediately caught Xiaoji's eye. He had snatched this piece from Schmidt's hands. From all he'd learned about the decomposer over this long stretch of time, Xiaojie had a strong hunch that this weapon was going to yield something valuable. Just as the thought crossed his mind, footsteps echoed in the hall, followed by the door swinging open. A young woman entered, carrying a bowl of noodles. I made these myself, kneaded the dough, and rolled it out. Here in America, even the food at the restaurants in Chinatown has lost the taste of home. If you want a real meal, you have to make it yourself. I imagine you haven't had anything like this since you arrived, right? Anyway, say no more. Let's just say I'm generous. Once you finish, you'd best get going. She handed him a bowl of egg noodles, fragrant with chopped scallions and a fried egg on top. The aroma alone made Xiaojie's mouth water. Heaven knows, who on earth knows, how long it had been since he'd tasted food like this. During the war, all he'd eaten were military rations. On rare occasions, a bite of steak was the height of luxury. The taste of home truly felt like a distant memory. Without another word, Xiaojie took the bowl, picked up his chopsticks, and began to eat. In just a few quick mouthfuls, half the noodles were already gone. The young woman stared at him, wide-eyed. You really are a glutton, aren't you? Where do you put all? Her words left Xiaojie a little embarrassed. As he started to reply, she muttered to herself, clearly, one bowl won't be enough. Wait here. He watched, amused, as the whirlwind of girl rushed out again. Truth be told, ever since he'd woken up, they hadn't had a real conversation. She'd simply gone about her business, chattering on, while Xiaojie still had no idea of her name. She spoke with a cold detachment, yet acted with surprising warmth. Still, Xiaojie couldn't quite bring himself to smile. His mind was a jumble. Colonel Phillips, Agent Carter, the man. Faces flickered through his thoughts, coming and going, never resting. By now, everyone must think he's dead, right? After all, from what happened in the end, he had vanished right before the man's eyes. If that didn't spell certain death, what would? Some sort of vanishing act? Thinking of this, Xiaojie couldn't help but feel a pang of melancholy. What kind of expression would Colonel Phillips wear? Anger, sorrow, and Agent Carter? Did she read the letter he'd written her? What happened to the man in the end? In his final battle with Schmidt, he'd wrecked the Valkyrie's control panel. Did the man end up frozen in ice again? Wait, why again? As these questions churned in his mind, another doubt quietly began to form. Am I still in a Marvel universe? Or have I already returned to my own time and space? Lost in thought, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching again. This time, the young woman came back impressively, carrying 2 bowls in her hands. When Xiaojie was pondering over everything, he hadn't realized he was hungry, but the sight of those noodles made his stomach rumble with longing. After polishing off 3 bowls in total, a comforting fullness settled in his stomach. With his growing physical abilities, his appetite was also increasing day by day. Still, he didn't dare ask for more. After all, he'd already eaten 3 big bowls. Was he really going to request another 10 or so? Xiaojie worried the young woman might just toss him out for that. So, what's your name? He glanced at her and asked. Why do you ask? She replied warily. Just because I help you this time, don't go getting any ideas. When you're away from home, you've got to rely on yourself. Don't think that just because you know my name, I'll keep helping you. We're not family or anything. My name's Li Xiaomi. Xiaomi, Xiaojie blinked, hesitating to say what was on his mind, debating whether to make a joke or not. If you've got something to say, just say it, Li Xiaomi said, confused. What, are you holding it in? I just ate, you know, Xiaojie replied, exasperated by her bluntness. I was just wondering, did your parents name you Xiaomi because they were afraid you'd go hungry? Li Xiaomi clearly didn't care. What's it to you? I just think it sounds nice. Anyway, what's your name? Dammy, asterisk translator's note. Dammy means rice in Chinese, playing off her name, Xiaomi, or Little Rice. We're not related, you know. Xiaojie chuckled. My name is Xiaojie. Xiaojie? Li Xiaomi stared for a moment, then burst out laughing. Xiaojie? What grudge do your parents have against you to give you such a weird name? I was born in the summer. My mom always said the night I came into the world, she had a beautiful dream, a dream of a pure, endless night sky, sprinkled with brilliant stars. They figured A Midsummer Night's Dream was fitting, but Xiaojing sounded too much like a girl's name, so they settled on Xiaojie for me. The two, each saddled with a name full of quirks, looked at each other after sharing their stories, and suddenly both burst out laughing. After their laughter faded, Xiaojie decided to get out of bed and stretch his legs. Lifting the quilt, he noticed he was wearing a set of loose pajamas. Whose are these? He asked Li Xiaomi. They belong to my dad. Belong? The phrasing struck Xiaojie as odd. He passed away, Li Xiaomi said with a small smile. He and my mom went traveling together, plane crash. Oh, and I got someone else to help change your clothes, so don't get any funny ideas. Xiaojie fell silent. Li Xiaomi suddenly exclaimed, Wait, that's not right. Why did I just tell you all that so easily? Listen, just because you know I live alone doesn't mean you can do whatever you want with me. Did you know my family runs a martial arts school? Someone like you? I could take on 3 of you at once. Watching Li Xiaomi bounce around, full of fighting spirit like a little jet fighter, Xiaojie couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. I'm not going to hurt you. You say that like you even could hurt me. Li Xiaomi pouted and said, Let me tell you, there's not a soul on this street who doesn't know what kind of person my sister Millie is. If you dare act tough in front of me, I'll have you picking your teeth up off the floor before you know it. Yeah, I do that sort of thing all the time. Xiaojie stood up, but he still felt a bit unsteady, almost as if he couldn't quite find his footing. It was a strange sensation, like the lingering dizziness after spending 3 days and nights on one of those old green trains, the kind that makes car sickness seem tame. Even after getting off for the next couple of days, the world would still spin every now and then. That was pretty much how he felt right now. Hey, are you all right? Seeing Xiaojie swaying as if he might collapse at any moment, Li Xiaomi looked a bit concerned. Xiaojie shook his head. I'm fine. I just need a moment to adjust. Mind if I take a little walk? Suit yourself, Li Xiaomi replied. But listen, once you're done, you'd better get going. Now you know my situation, and if you're really thankful for my help, just don't cause me any more trouble, okay? Xiaojie nodded. It wasn't that the girl was cold. On the contrary, she'd already done more than enough. She'd pulled him out of the trash, brought him to her home, and even cooked noodles for him, though he hadn't eaten his fill. But for a stranger she'd never met before, to go this far, just because he was a fellow countryman, that was already something most people would never do. And her parents were gone, leaving her to live alone in America. Life couldn't have been easy for her. Xiaojie knew, both logically and emotionally, that he shouldn't trouble her any further. He stepped out the door into a hallway. There was a staircase leading down, and at the corner stood a small table with a telephone on top. As Xiaojie approached, he noticed a newspaper tucked underneath the phone. He glanced at it, then quickly picked it up. Unfolding it, the headline jumped out at him. Stark Industries' unshakable position. Beneath, it was a photo of Stark Tower. Well, that settles it. Xiaojie let out a resigned sigh. It was still the Marvel Universe. Not that he was disappointed. He'd already suspected as much. But it was clear now. This wasn't World War II anymore. This was the 21st century. How did the runaway energy of the cosmic cube end up sending him from the era of World War II to this place? After all, the cube contains the space stone, not the time stone, unless... Xia Zhixiao recalled the flickering, persistent visions of space that kept flashing through his mind. He patted his head and muttered, "Unless that unknown error stuffed me directly into a gap between dimensions." And after nearly 70 years of tossing around while the disassembler slowly digested all the stray energy from the cube, only then did it finally spit me out. The disassembler offered no answers, and so Xia Zhixia could only continue to make wild guesses on his own. But does it even matter now, whether he guesses right or wrong? Regardless of what really happened, the fact remains, he's arrived in the 21st century Marvel Universe. A strange sense of loss crept over Xia Zhixia, but unlike Steve, he hadn't become a popsicle frozen for 70 years. Shouldn't he count himself lucky for that? Even as he tried to comfort himself with these thoughts, a long, heavy sigh escaped his lips. 70 years? Maybe so. Though he didn't feel any difference himself, it was as if, inexplicably, he'd crossed the threshold of 7 decades. Everything and everyone he knew must have changed beyond recognition. Yet memories of the battlefield felt as vivid as yesterday. He remembered Agent Carter standing at the entrance before the final battle at Hydra's headquarters. Wait! Suddenly, Xia Zhixiao realized something important. 7 decades into the future. This is the Marvel world now. This place is even more dangerous, for crying out loud. When he first arrived, he thought the world 70 years ahead was far too distant to worry about. Someone like Thanos would never be his responsibility anyway. By all logic, he'd have been an old man by then. Was he supposed to disguise himself as a cane-wielding elder and face off against the mad titan at sunset? Thinking back to that moment of relief, Xia Zhixia could only mutter a silent curse, unsure if it was the right time to voice it. For a moment, he felt completely out of sorts. "What are you doing just standing there?" Li Xiaomi's voice behind him snapped him back to reality. He sighed and replied, "Just reminiscing, thinking of those turbulent years gone by." Li Xiaomi's mouth twitched. "You're so weird sometimes, you know that? What's downstairs?" Xia Zhixiao changed the subject. "The martial arts school," Li Xiaomi replied. "Did you think I was joking? I told you, my family really does run a martial arts school. I come from a long line of martial artists." Huh. Xia Zhixia gave a half-hearted laugh. But then, remembering this was still the Marvel Universe, he thought wryly that if Li Xiaomi now claimed to be a disciple of Kunlun or Iron Fist Jr., he honestly wouldn't have any reason not to believe her. "You have such a punchable smile," Li Xiaomi snapped. "Even though my family's martial arts school has fallen on hard times, and my dad didn't leave me anything useful except a room full of books, let me warn you, I grew up practicing martial arts." Li Xiaomi brandished her tiny fists fiercely, trying to look intimidating. But just then, there was a thunderous crash from downstairs, followed by the unmistakable sound of glass shattering. Laughter immediately followed, and someone shouted loudly, "Anybody home? We're back again." Li Xiaomi's face turned grim in an instant. She glared at Xia Zhiya. "Stay in the room. Don't come out unless I call you." With that, she stomped down the stairs. Moments later, her voice rang out, furious and unyielding. "You punks. Don't think you can push me around." Her anger was met only with unrestrained laughter. Xia Zhiya frowned, stretching her limbs a little. She noticed that her body was recovering at an astonishing rate. Without another word, she began to make her way downstairs. As she moved, she could hear the conversation continuing below. No, we're not bullying you. We're here to talk business," one voice said, trying to sound serious but unable to hide its mocking undertone. "We just want to buy your martial arts school. That's all." "Buy? That's rich. You're just trying to take it by force," Li Xiaomi retorted angrily. "Not only is your offer unacceptable, even if it were, I'd never agree. Get out, leave now, or I'll call the police." "Please calm down. After all, calling the police won't help you," the earlier voice replied. "We haven't actually done anything to you, have we? This is still a martial arts school, a place of business. We can always say we're here to apply as students. At worst, we'll pay for your broken window. Besides, I suggest you seriously consider our offer. Our boss has shown real sincerity. $50,000. With that money, you could travel the world or do whatever you want. We won't keep bothering you either. And let's face it, your martial arts school hasn't had a single student so far. So why not?" He didn't get to finish his sentence, because at that moment, Xia Zhiya appeared at the bottom of the stairs. Clad in loose pajamas and slippers, her face still a bit pale, she looked far from energetic and her figure seemed slight and fragile. Her sudden appearance instantly drew everyone's attention. Li Xiaomi noticed the strange look on the intruders' faces, turned around, and saw Xia Zhiya standing there. His face tensed with urgency. "Why did you come down here? Get back upstairs." Xia Zi grinned, his mouth curving up. "I heard them say there aren't any apprentices at this martial arts school. How about I stay on as an apprentice? I can help you deal with a lot of your troubles." What do you mean by that? Li Xiaomi was taken aback, unsure of his intentions. Scratching his head sheepishly, Xia Zi explained, I mean, let me take care of these little thugs for you. Then, would you let me stay? Indeed, Xia Zi had changed his mind. He hadn't wanted to cause this young woman any trouble before, but now it seemed she already had more than enough on her plate. Li Xiaomi's eyes widened in surprise. Before she could respond, the group of thugs started chuckling coldly. A blonde-haired youth, clutching a baseball bat, stepped right up to Xia Zi. He crouched slightly, sizing him up with an insolent stare, their faces uncomfortably close. At this distance, the nose ring gleaming on the young man's nose was impossible to miss. Xia Zi frowned. Suddenly, the youth sprang back and, with a swift swing, brought the bat crashing down towards Xia Zi's head. Hey, Xia Zi sighed, catching the bat effortlessly with his left hand and holding it in a vice-like grip. We haven't even finished talking business. What's the rush? As he spoke, his right hand clenched into a fist, braced on his left arm, and in a single, fluid motion, he hurled it at the young man's left cheek. There was a heavy, resounding thud. The force of Xia Zi's punch sent the youth flying, not just flying but spinning through the air in wild circles. Even as he spun midair, blood and teeth sprayed from his mouth. By the time he crashed to the ground, the damage from the punch aside, just that high-speed, 360-degree spin had left him utterly disoriented. For a moment, the whole room fell silent. Li Xiaomi was the first to recover, her eyes wide with awe. You really knocked his teeth out. Her voice was practically bubbling with excitement. What's with this girl? Xia Zi couldn't help but feel a little bewildered. He'd met Special Agent Carter, a woman forged in the fires of World War II. Her being a bit violent was understandable. But this girl, she seemed just as dangerous in her own way. The next second, Li Xiaomi darted behind Xia Zi and shouted at the remaining 3 thugs, Come on, he's our school's top disciple. If any of you can beat him, I'll sell you the whole place. Xia Zi was stunned all over again. She could turn on a dime, that was for sure. How had he suddenly become the martial arts school's most senior disciple? So, you're agreeing to let me stay? Xia Zi seized a moment to whisper to Li Xiaomi. Li Xiaomi blinked her eyes. What did you say? Summer Night quickly realized that this young woman wasn't as naive and carefree as she seemed. Beneath her innocent appearance, there was a shrewdness about her. At this moment, she was probably thinking, if she could make use of him, she would, but she wasn't saying anything definite, leaving room for negotiation later. He couldn't help but find it funny. What a quick change in attitude, from claiming it had nothing to do with her to this. The truth was, the reason he'd stepped in was partly because he really did need a place to stay. He'd arrived in this world with nothing, completely lost and in the dark about everything around him. He needed help, a space where he could sort out his current situation. On top of that, as a grown man, how could he ignore a girl like Li Xiaomi, all alone in a foreign place, harassed by a few thugs? She'd even helped a total stranger like him, offering him a meal. Even without that kindness, he couldn't stand by and do nothing. If, faced with this, Summer Night still chose to lie low, even he would lose respect for himself. A true man's dignity could be as light as a feather, or as weighty as Mount Tai. Flexing his hands and feet a little, Summer Night decided to send these punks on their way and then have a proper talk with Li Xiaomi. But before he even had the chance to act, the gang of hoodlums lost their nerve all on their own. Their leader spat out a threat. You'd better remember this. With that, he dragged his companions away, not just walking but dragging. One of them, who couldn't even stand, had already tried to get up 3 times while Summer Night was talking to Li Xiaomi, only to flop back down each time, rolling helplessly on the ground. So when they left, 2 of them grabbed that guy by the legs, one on each side, and hauled him off by dragging him along. Summer Night watched, clicking his tongue in amazement. That was quite a performance. He turned back to Li Xiaomi, only for her to grab his hand and shake it up and down with such enthusiasm that he nearly lost his balance and felt sick. Only then did she exclaim, You're a hero. Summer Night's face darkened. Don't say that. Don't stick labels on me. The last thing he wanted was to be a hero. And yet, he'd somehow ended up foiling Schmidt's plan to destroy the world, sent Schmidt flying like a kite to some alien planet. And now he'd landed in this era. Was this some sort of price for being a hero? Just that one time, and he'd lost 70 years of his life. And now, in just a few years, the sunset snap would arrive. Damn it. Thinking of all this, Summer Night felt a stab of pain in his stomach. I'm not making it up. You really are a hero, just like Captain America and the instructor. Li Xiaomi insisted. The admiration in Li Xiaomi's eyes instantly shifted into a sly glint. So, hero, when are you planning to leave? My humble little place really can't accommodate such a big shot like you. This abrupt change in tone nearly made Xia Zi pull a muscle from the whiplash. He found himself caught between laughter and exasperation. But recalling their earlier conversation, he couldn't help but ask, I know about Captain America, but who's the instructor you mentioned? The instructor? Li Xiaomi's expression grew complicated. They say he was one of our own, a hero from World War II. But there aren't many stories left about him, mainly because America never officially acknowledged his existence. There are all sorts of rumors, and he's called by different names. Some say he carried out many decapitation missions on the battlefield, so people called him the decapitation instructor. Others referred to him as the night instructor or even the night slayer. Even though America denies he ever existed, if he really didn't, why are there so many legends about him? Oh, and some say he was called instructor because he was Captain America's original teacher. Captain America himself always called him that. After hearing this, Xiaozi blinked a couple of times. He couldn't quite put his finger on what he was feeling. There was something inexplicable about it. He shot Li Xiaomi a glance. Do you really like this guy? It's not exactly like just, I think he's pretty impressive, that's all. Li Xiaomi finished, then blinked at Xiaozi and said, So, are you leaving or not? You're so capable, and you handle that fight with such ease. You're clearly not an ordinary person. And anyone who could manage to throw you into a dumpster is way out of my league. I'm just a regular person. I really don't want to get caught up in whatever business you powerful folks have going on. So, could you just leave as soon as possible, please? Xiaozi paused for a moment, then shook his head at Li Xiaomi's hopeful gaze. I'm afraid that's not possible. Not possible means not possible. What does I'm afraid that's not possible even mean? Li Xiaomi nearly choked in frustration. Xiaozi flashed a broad smile. You're overthinking it. I don't have any enemies. There's a reason I ended up in that dumpster, actually. Oh, don't tell me your weird habit is sleeping in dumpsters. What do you take me for, a 3-year-old? Or just an idiot? Li Xiaomi shouted. Xiaozi quickly took a step back, dodging the spray of her words, and scratched his head. Actually, believe it or not, I do have this odd habit of sleeping in dumpsters. Besides, I just helped you out a tight spot, didn't I? But I carried you all the way home last night. And I just helped you out just now. And I even made you noodles today. Xiaozi was left completely dumbfounded. He hurriedly shook his head and waved his hands. No, I really didn't. I've never eaten it. Don't accuse me unfairly. Huh, you ate it, and now you're denying it. Li Xiaomi was furious. I even cooked 3 bowls for you. Oh, so that's what you meant. Xiaozi let out a sigh of relief. What else could I possibly mean? Li Xiaomi was on the verge of losing her mind. Xiaozi paused for 2 seconds, then added, But I did help you with a problem. Is that all you ever say? Can't you come up with something else? Li Xiaomi stared at Xiaozi in disbelief. How can anyone be so shameless in this world? Xiaozi thought for a moment, then said, I could probably help you with some more trouble down the line. Li Xiaomi blinked, fell silent for a moment, and then said, Deal. Li Xiaomi's answer came so quickly that Xiaozi felt a bit dazed, almost as if he'd just fallen into this girl's trap. With their first agreement reached, the two of them discussed the details a bit further. The main issue was that if Xiaozi wanted to live here for free, he'd have to do something in return. In just a few exchanges, Xiaozi learned Li Xiaomi's story. Li Xiaomi had moved to America with her parents when she was very young. According to Li Xiaomi, her father was a descendant of Tai Chi masters, and he'd also studied Bagwazang to some extent. After arriving here, besides his main job, he tried opening a martial arts school to promote Chinese martial arts. But things didn't go well. The place was so deserted, calling it empty would be an understatement. Nobody showed any interest at all. After both of Li Xiaomi's parents passed away, the house and the martial arts studio on the first floor were all that remained. If things had stayed that way, life would have gone on peacefully enough. But recently, a man named Randolph Harry had appeared on the street, gathering a gang of small-time thugs and proclaiming himself the boss around here. He set his sights on the inheritance Li Xiaomi's parents left her, showing up every few days to make trouble. They never actually hurt her, just broke a few things, trying to force Li Xiaomi to sell the house to them for a pittance. She called the police twice, but both times the matter went unresolved, only making the gangsters bolder. And with her university reopening in half a month, Li Xiaomi would soon have to leave this place. Leaving the house unattended only made her more anxious. Xiaozi's luck was simply that he'd shown up at this critical moment. Otherwise, Li Xiaomi would have had a hard time convincing herself to take in a man she knew nothing about. So, they revised their agreement. Xiaozi could use the house, with no fixed limit on the length of stay, at least until he could find a new place, since Li Xiaomi herself would be away most of the time anyway. There was only one requirement. He had to ensure the safety of this house. In addition, Xiaozi would need to cover the cost of utilities and food himself. Back in his room, Xiaozi finally let out a small sigh of relief. He couldn't help but chuckle. Li Xiaomi really was a clever girl. On the surface, it looked like Xiaozi was getting the better end of the deal. After all, he had a place to stay without spending a dime. But in reality, All the trouble brought by that guy named Randolph Harry had now been handed over to Xiaozi to deal with. Simply put, if Xiaozi wanted to live here, he'd have to protect the place as well. Well, that's fair enough. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Xiaozi didn't mind. For a young woman to trust a complete stranger so easily, it took a certain kind of courage. And he certainly wasn't the sort to freeload. Worst case scenario, he could find a way to earn money. If he couldn't even pay for his own utilities and meals, he wondered what right he had to keep living in this world at all. With his housing concerns settled, Xiaozi felt as if a weight had been lifted from his mind. He snapped his fingers. A ball of fire appeared in his palm. As his body gradually recovered, the energy within him was returning too. Now, it had fully replenished. Yet for some reason, Xiaozi couldn't shake the feeling that something inside him had changed in a way he couldn't quite define. At first, he'd assumed these changes came from the energy of the small crystal shard. But whenever he tapped into that power, he could distinctly sense that something else was lurking deep within his body. Something different. That something was completely silent, as lifeless as still water, with not a hint of vitality. And clearly, it was beyond his reach. Forget it. Xiaozi shook his head, flopped onto the bed, and decided not to think about it anymore. Staring up at the ceiling, he mused, what should I do to make some money? He considered all kinds of possibilities, but none led anywhere. He even wondered whether he should take advantage of the martial arts studio downstairs and open his own school. But within a second, Xiaozi vetoed that idea. Never mind that all he knew were lethal techniques. Suppose by some miracle he was a master of Tai Chi or Bagwazang. Did he really have the patience to teach disciples? Then it dawned on him. He didn't really know how to do anything else. He could shoot, fight, kill. He was even half an expert in genetics. But could any of that make him money? If he chose to work in genetics, what could one person really achieve? He couldn't exactly mass-produce super soldier serum and put it up for public sale. Could he? Even if he wanted to, it was impossible. The raw materials alone were beyond the reach of his empty pockets. Should he try his luck with a big corporation or major company? He had no form of identification now, nor any proof of academic qualifications. Who would want to hire him? After a whole day lost in fruitless thought, by nightfall, Xiaozi turned his grief into a voracious appetite, nearly eating so much that Li Xiaomi was moved to tears. In your past life, you must have been either a starving ghost or the reincarnation of a glutton. Honestly, I'm starting to suspect your stomach could swallow my entire house. Xiaozi, scolded so fiercely, only grew more indignant and hungrier still. It wasn't until Li Xiaomi chased him all around the house, frying pan in hand, that the meal finally ended. Afterwards, the two of them lounged in the upstairs living room, watching TV together. On the news, Xiaozi once again caught sight of a story about Stark Industries. This time, Tony Stark himself even appeared on camera. Amazing! Li Xiaomi exclaimed in admiration as she watched. Tell me, do you think that one day I could be that rich? Not a chance, Xiaozi replied instantly. Would it kill you to say something nice for once? Li Xiaomi nearly exploded with frustration. Xiaozi opened his mouth to retort, but at that moment, a breaking news bulletin interrupted the program. The screen showed a college campus in utter chaos. Broken tanks lay in flaming pieces, twisted armored vehicles scattered everywhere, and heavily armed soldiers were busy securing the scene. A female reporter, her expression stony, spoke into the microphone. Rumors of fierce fighting between the military and an unidentified enemy at Culver University continue to spread. 2 sophomores witnessed the entire event. Then a student with a wild afro appeared, gesturing dramatically as he described what he saw. That thing was massive, like a giant, only green. One of the students is a reporter for the campus newspaper. He recorded footage on his phone, but there was no conclusive evidence. No shot of a green giant tearing tanks apart with his bare hands. The camera returned to the reporter. A thunderstorm swept through the national forest, delaying the search for the green giant. What's going on in America? Now, there are giants running around. Li Xiaomi asked excitedly, turning to Xiaozi. What do you think the green giant actually looks like? Xiaozi pondered for a couple of seconds. Probably short, stocky, and green. You say that like you actually believe it. Come on, there can't really be a green giant, right? Li Xiaomi looked at him, half laughing, half exasperated. Stop joking. That's impossible. Probably, Xiaozi replied, though he secretly hoped there wouldn't be one. But if a green giant ever really did appear right in front of you, he hoped you'd be able to stay as calm as you are today. Well, that kind of scene would never happen. Absolutely not. On this summer night, Xiaozi suddenly found himself uncertain. Though he desperately wanted to lie low, he couldn't shake the feeling that some great cosmic will was constantly standing in his way. I'm going to take a shower. Li Xiaomi suddenly stood up. Let me make this clear, gentlemen's agreement. You can stay here, but don't get any funny ideas. You see this. As she spoke, Li Xiaomi produced a pair of scissors from behind her back. She brandished them threateningly, snapping them open and shut with a sharp, decisive click. Xiaojie stared at the scissors in surprise, having no idea where she'd conjured them from. For a moment, he was caught between laughter and exasperation, waving his hand dismissively. Go ahead, go ahead. I'm not interested in you. I like girls with bigger hips. What the heck? Li Xiaomi nearly fainted from anger. What did he mean by that? Was he saying she didn't have a good figure? After shooting Xiaojie a furious glare, she grabbed her change of clothes and rushed into the bathroom. Left alone, Xiaojie sat on the sofa, falling into a profound silence. After a while, he muttered, liking girls with big hips? Seriously, that's just a persona someone else assigned me. How'd I end up accepting it as my own? By the time Li Xiaomi emerged from the bathroom, Xiaojie had already retreated to his room. That brought Li Xiaomi a measure of relief. Taking in Xiaojie was a huge decision, and the risks she had to bear were, in truth, no less dangerous than the trouble those thugs might bring. Her father had always told her to be a good person. But if she always did as she was told, would goodness truly be rewarded? That's why, last night, she had used every ounce of strength to carry Xiaojie home. And today, though her choice was largely forced by the pressure from those hooligans, she'd also found herself another excuse to let Xiaojie stay. With motives like these, how could I possibly expect any reward? Li Xiaomi blinked, let out a small humph, and returned to her own room. Sitting on the bed, Xiaojie glanced at the bedside table. On it lay a tattered set of clothes, the ones he'd been wearing when Li Xiaomi found him. Now, they were so battered and torn, their original appearance was almost unrecognizable. He distinctly remembered that when he'd faced off with Schmidt, the outfit had still been intact. He even recalled that he'd had a Hydra uniform layered over it. But now, these rags could barely be called clothing at all. Who knew what he'd been through for his clothes to end up like this? The watch and firearms he'd once worn were also gone without a trace. In the stillness, perhaps because he'd slept for so long, he felt not a hint of drowsiness. His thoughts drifted, unbidden, to the night before battle, when Agent Carter had come to see him. That night, nothing happened. The two of them just sat in the room in silence, looking at each other. Even up to the moment of departure, not a single word passed between them. After Steve touched Valkyrie's wing, he said that Agent Carter was waiting for him to dance. Is dancing some kind of damn curse? Xiaojie couldn't help but laugh and cry. In the movie, the moment Steve made a promise to dance, he turned into a popsicle. And now he tells me he wants to dance, and I vanish from the face of the earth. This has got to be considered a strategic weapon at this point, right? After poking fun at himself for a while, Xiaojie's thoughts drifted back to today's news. So the Hulk really did show up. He wasn't all that surprised. After all, this was the Marvel Universe. It just helped him better understand which point of the timeline he was on. Midnight. Suddenly, while sleeping, Xiaojie's eyes snapped open. He frowned slightly, rolled out of bed, and walked over to the window. Pulling back the curtain for a peek outside, he saw the night was calm, with only a few people on the street. However, near the entrance downstairs, a few shadowy figures lurked, obviously up to no good. With a quiet sigh, Xiaojie slid open the window and, barefoot, leaped down from the second floor. Amusingly, these guys hadn't noticed Xiaojie's arrival at all. Ahem. Xiaojie cleared his throat. The group paid him no attention, shaking up their cans of spray paint. They began to discuss how to make their graffiti scarier. It seemed they were so caught up in their artistic creation that they couldn't pull themselves out of it. Seeing how heated their debate was, Xiaojie couldn't resist joining in. Let me tell you, painting a big skull is the best. Just imagine, a giant skull. That'd scare anyone. Skulls are old news, man. A black kid turned to Xiaojie, saying, if you really want to freak people out, you've got to go abstract. Something you can't quite make out, but the intense color contrast gives you this creepy vibe. That's the way to do it. Xiaojie was stunned. You've really got ideas? Are you an artist? I used to study art, but changed careers later. At that, the kid suddenly realized something was off and turned to Xiaojie. Wait, who are you? Then, quickly calling out to his friends, he said, hey guys, do we have a weirdo among us? The group all turned to look at Xiaojie, bare-chested, barefoot, wearing nothing but a pair of loose gray shorts, looking completely relaxed and comfortable. Xiaojie grinned. Hey there, working so late, you guys sure are dedicated. Mind your own business, kid. A freckled young man pointed at Xiaojie. Otherwise, we'll have to teach you a lesson. Xiaojie glanced at the spray paint in his hand. Looks like I've already seen your lesson in action. Still not leaving after seeing us? The young black man asked. Are you planning to stick around with us? Such a question left Xiaojie at a complete loss for words. The innocent tone in his voice almost made Xiaojie want to join in with them. Hit him. Suddenly, the freckled guy from earlier shouted, pointing at Xiaojie. His shout echoed down the street, and soon the whole area was ringing with cries of hit him, hit him, hit him. But before the echoes had even faded, Xiaozi had already knocked the group to the ground. Each one was lying there, grimacing in pain. Scratching his head, Xiaozi squatted down and looked at the young black man, whose mouth was crooked and eyes were squeezed shut from the pain. You seem like the most sensible one. Tell me, who sent you? Our boss. You're done for, man. Our boss is ruthless. He'll beat you to death for sure. And who is your boss? Don't say it. The freckled guy quickly tried to stop him. I know, the young black man said angrily. How could I possibly tell him our boss is Randolph? Exactly, we can't tell him. The freckled guy nodded in vigorous agreement. There were 4 of them in total. The other 2, at this point, looked like they wished they could bury their heads in their pants out of sheer embarrassment. Xiaozi was left speechless. Where did these 2 clowns even come from? No wonder you're thinking of changing careers. Xiaozi shook his head. Seeing how innocent and cute you all are, I almost feel bad for hitting you. Just go home already. The 4 young men scrambled away, tumbling over each other. As they left, the freckled kid shouted back at Xiaozi, You just wait. We'll be back. Xiaozi blinked, desperately wanting to retort, but the words just wouldn't come. There were simply too many things to complain about. Did they go through special training when they became Randolph's lackeys? Whenever they lost a fight and had to run, were they taught to shout things like, You just wait, or we'll be back? Maybe that really is how Randolph trains his people. Even those guys who came by earlier today left with some tough talk before fleeing. Xiaozi's lips twitched. But honestly, for this guy to survive with subordinates like these and still manage to stir up trouble, he must be made of tough stuff. A cold wind swept by, sending a chill through Xiaozi. The front door was locked, so Xiaozi grabbed onto the cracks in the wall and climbed up to the window outside his room on the 2nd floor, slipping inside. He listened carefully. There wasn't a sound coming from Xiaomi's room. As for whether she was awake or not, Summer Night really couldn't tell. No matter how sharp his hearing was, with several layers of soundproofing between them, it was impossible for him to catch Xiaomi's breathing. But I can't just let these guys run wild like this. Summer Night sat up on the bed, pondering that he really needed to sort this out. At the moment, what he needed was a relatively peaceful space to get familiar with his surroundings. If a gang of thugs kept coming by in the middle of the night, causing trouble, he'd never get a good night's sleep. Sooner or later, it would wear him down. Once I deal with these guys, I really need to think carefully about what comes next. Summer Night opened the decomposer space and tossed Schmidt's pistol inside. He'd spent the whole day haggling with Xiaomi and had nearly forgotten about the gun. The machine's gears gradually wound down, and finally, with a long hiss of air, the decomposition was complete. He did a quick calculation. It had taken about 10 minutes in total. That was unusually long for the decomposer, and he knew that the longer it took, the more precious the rewards tended to be. Announcement. Equipment decomposition successful. Basic pistol shooting insights X24. Basic pistol melee insights X18. Blood red radiant battle soul. Colorless crystal shard X3. Equipment decomposition complete. Would you like to extract now? Extract. The blood red radiant battle soul? It truly lived up to its name. An aura of crimson light enveloped it, and within the swirling red mist, a skull would occasionally materialize. The image would flash and vanish, only to form again moments later. Summer Night scratched his head. If I absorb this thing, will I end up red hot myself? With that, he slapped his hand down on it. The red light exploded, engulfing Summer Night completely. A surge of intense sensation swept through every inch of his body. Unlike ordinary battle souls, this one felt far stronger, tinged with a faint sting. Just as the feeling reached its peak, the red glow rushed into his body and disappeared. Phew, that felt amazing. With his eyes wide, Summer Night quickly checked his skin. Once he'd made sure he wasn't glowing red, he exhaled in relief. He clenched his fists, testing out the newfound strength within. It might not be a precise measurement, but he was certain that his power had grown significantly. Compared with broken or incomplete battle souls, this was a world apart. But then he remembered the green giant from TV and fell silent again. How could he possibly compare? That guy wasn't even human anymore. Speaking of which, the reason Hulk ended up like this seems to be because of the super soldier serum, doesn't it? With a flick of his wrist, Xiaozi took out that last vial of super soldier serum from the disassembler storage space. He blinked and muttered, That stubborn old man, this is your fault too, isn't it? I can't blame this on time itself. Then, an idea suddenly sparked in his mind. Almost every time Hulk transforms, he loses his rationality. Is this something that could actually be controlled? Xiaozi fell into deep thought. Judging from what he'd seen in the movies, Hulk's rampages usually stem from anger. And, according to Banner himself, when he becomes the Hulk, his mind turns into complete chaos, surrounded by endless noise. This gave Xiaozi a preliminary hypothesis. But in the next second, he shook his head. If I just go by the plots in the movies, that's not reliable. If I take things for granted, and something turns out differently in reality, what then? Even a single mistake could make everything collapse. Unless, one day, that big green brute is willing to lie down on a lab table and let me study him thoroughly, it's almost impossible to really figure this out. Casually, after absorbing the intermediate firearm skills and close combat insights he just synthesized, Xiaozi took out 3 small crystals. They were colorless, pulsing with a subtle energy, rippling with a graceful resonance. What could this kind of energy actually do? Feeling that surging power coursing through his body, Xiaozi's lips curled into a faint smile. Back in the heat of battle, I didn't have time to test every possibility. But now things are different. Now it seems I have plenty of time to try out all sorts of options. I'll need some money, but that's nothing I can't handle. Xiaozi had already made up his mind about where to earn his very first bucket of gold in this new life. After all, movies and novels have always taught a thing or two about that. With his mind at ease, Xiaozi stored away the colorless crystals, then went to bed for a good night's sleep. At the break of dawn the next day, full of energy, he marched off to borrow money from Li Xiaomi. No money to give, only my life to spare. Li Xiaomi stared with wide eyes, showing not a hint of retreat. I just want to borrow a little cash to buy a book, that's all. Xiaozi found his own tone a bit too humble, but what could he do? No one feels bold when asking to borrow money. What book do you want to buy? Something about computer operations, Xiaozi replied. Computer operations? Li Xiaomi paused for a moment, then pointed to the entrance of one of the rooms. There's a whole stack in my dad's study, but I won't give them back. No need to pay it back, Li Xiaomi snorted and said. They all went and died on their own, and I have no use for the things they left behind. You can have them, as long as you don't bother me about paying back money. You said it. No taking it back, ever. Oh, for heaven's sake, stop dawdling like an old woman and get going. Li Xiaomi shoved Xiaozi out of the kitchen. He found Li Xiaomi's father's study. As soon as he opened the door, Xiaozi's eyes widened. So many bookshelves. In the center of the room stood a desk, surrounded on all sides by rows of bookshelves. Xiaozi couldn't help but swallow. The first thought that popped into his mind was, how much could all this sell for? He had suffered the pains of poverty for so long that he couldn't even afford to buy books. The only time he ever splurged was when he bought that batch of genetics books back then. After that, he scraped by, borrowing books wherever he could. Even during those days when he was constantly on the lookout for spies, he never managed to amass a decent collection. After all, not everyone was like Lin Sai, who loved to fill his study with books. Some spies, in fact, were even poorer than Xiaozi. So now, faced with so many books, Xiaozi truly felt as if he'd stumbled into heaven. He wandered eagerly from shelf to shelf, discovering that the books spanned several categories. A good portion covered computers, programming, and other related topics. There were also a number of thin volumes on martial arts techniques, their pages filled with handwritten notes. Each one seemed to hold special significance. Besides those, the shelves held books on history, astronomy, geography, and all sorts of magazines. There was even a fine collection of world classics. But with these works of literature, even when Xiaozi touched them, the deconstruction device didn't give any notification. Looks like I don't have what it takes to be a literary giant, he joked to himself, blinking. Just then, something odd caught his eye. A section of books on one shelf was sticking out a bit further than the rest. He reached out and pulled those books aside, only to find, tucked flat against the back of the shelf, a single volume wrapped in a thick piece of gray cloth. He took it out, surprised. What could be so precious to deserve such careful hiding? Generally speaking, only the truly important things would be kept so cautiously. He guessed that Li Xiaomi's father probably didn't have the means to install a secret room, so this was his way of hiding something valuable. Could it be? Xiaozi stared at the book, his eyes suddenly wide. Is this one of those secret magazines Li Xiaomi's dad stashed away? All right, that was just him being cheeky. He unwrapped the gray cloth, and a book exuding an ancient, rustic aura appeared before his eyes. There were no words on the cover, only a peculiarized symbol. He reached out and gently touched the surface of the book. As expected, the decomposition machine appeared. Would you like to decompose the book? Occultism, Eye of Horus. Occultism? Eye of Horus. Xiaozi blinked, suddenly recalling that years ago, in a small bookstore in New York, he had seen a similar book. But back then, that book hadn't come with any extra prompts. At the time, Xiaozi hadn't paid much attention. But now a new idea suddenly formed in his mind. Without hesitating, he chose to decompose the book. The sound of grinding gears filled the air. While he waited, Xiaozi pulled out a manual on boxing techniques and sat down to read. After a while, he realized he couldn't make sense of it. The book was written in a cryptic, archaic style, full of ambiguous phrases and specialized jargon, leaving Xiaozi somewhat dizzy and overwhelmed. Just then, the hiss of the machine caught his attention, and he shifted his focus away from the book. Announcement. Item successfully decomposed. Occult knowledge, Eye of Horus, ×2. Decomposer experience, +1. Decomposition complete. Would you like to retrieve the items now? 2 books. Xiaozi blinked in surprise. He immediately accepted the 2 new books produced by the machine. In the next moment, a flood of unfamiliar knowledge surged into Xiaozi's mind. Unlike his previous experience with genetics, the knowledge from these 2 books wasn't just a foundation in occultism. There was one concept that stood out above all. The Eye of Horus. Xiaozi murmured to himself, scratching his head. What he had received was the method for using the Eye of Horus. But that left him even more puzzled. Can I really use it? He stretched out his finger and, quite naturally, traced a shape in the air, a strange eye pattern, exactly like the one on the book's cover. Though until today, he'd never even heard of the so-called Eye of Horus, drawing the symbol felt effortless. Yet after he finished, nothing happened. Absolutely nothing. Did I just look like I was back in my cringy, overdramatic phase? That was way more embarrassing than snapping my fingers for no reason. Even though no one was around, Xiaozi's face flushed bright red. He wished he could crawl into a hole and hide. But in the very next moment, a new idea popped into his mind. He exhaled softly, glanced at the door, and hurried over to lock it, just in case Li Xiaomi barged in and caught him in the act, looking like he'd just had a full-blown attack of adolescent melodrama. That would be a total disaster. If she'd kicked him out afterward, he wouldn't even have the nerve to plead his case. Bouncing in place a couple of times to get the energy in his body moving, Xiaozi shook out his hands. He wasn't sure if it made any difference, but he had a feeling that by doing so, the energy inside him might just gather at his fingertips. Once the energy in his fingers reached its peak, Xiaozi seized the moment and made a motion in the air. With a sweep of his finger, a faint trace appeared in the empty space. His eyes flew wide open in astonishment. The trace looked like ripples on water, transparent, crystal clear. Riding the momentum, Xiaozi kept his focus, carefully sketching stroke by stroke in the air. Soon, an Eye of Horus, formed entirely from that shimmering trace, floated before him. With a thought, an identical symbol appeared on his forehead. But that wasn't all. To his surprise, he suddenly gained a second perspective. One came from his own eyes, and the other from the Eye of Horus. He found he could control this magical sight, letting it pierce through walls, soar high above, or see far into the distance. He wasn't quite used to it yet, so the furthest reach of this I was about 200 meters. But even so, it was astonishing. It actually works. Barely had this thought crossed his mind when the Eye of Horus vanished, both in the air and from his forehead. In that instant, Xiaozi felt as if he'd gone blind. The sudden darkness in his second vision left him a bit disoriented. But the discomfort faded as quickly as it came. Glancing at his hands, Xiaozi gently tapped his own forehead. Could it be I've figured out how to use the energy inside my body? Maybe this power can actually be used to cast occult spells. According to what I know about the occult, the Eye of Horus has 3 uses: restoration, courage, and surveillance. Right now, it seems I can only use one. He blinked. Maybe I should come up with a nickname for myself. Something like the Crimson Warlock? Does this mean I've started practicing both magic and martial arts? Although the Eye of Horus had been an unexpected gain, it sparked new ideas in Xiaozi's mind. He still didn't know much about what kind of person Randolph really was. Initially, he'd planned to look for some computer books, mostly to learn a bit of hacking. That way, he could try to remotely monitor Randolph, and if things worked out, maybe even gather some crucial evidence. Then, on a dark, windy night, he could knock him out, toss him in a sack, and dump him at the police station doorstep. That would take care of the whole problem. But now that he had the Eye of Horus, could he use it to keep an eye on Randolph? Haha, I really am a genius. He glanced around the study one last time, feeling a sudden wave of relief that he'd found this book right away. Though Li Xiaomi talked tough, saying he could use any of the books in this room, and even keep them if he wanted, judging by how spotless the place was, it was clear she cleaned here often. If she truly didn't care, why bother cleaning so much? She's just a soft-hearted girl who pretends to be tough, he thought. Xiaozi shook his head. If he really went and dismantled all the books in this room, she would probably end up crying quietly under her covers, wouldn't she? He opened the door, just about to step out. There was Li Xiaomi, arms crossed, standing right at the doorway. In her usual brash tone, she demanded, "What sneaky business were you up to in there? And you even locked the door? When did you get here?" Xiaozi was genuinely startled. His hearing was exceptional, and yet he hadn't noticed her approach the door. Maybe his attention had been too caught up with the Eye of Horus. None of your business, Li Xiaomi retorted, squeezing past him into the room. She sniffed the air dramatically, first here, then there, and muttered in confusion, "How come there's none of that legendary, fishy smell?" Xia Zhizhi paused for a couple of seconds before asking, "Legendary? None of your business." Li Xiaomi shot back, glaring at him. "Is it a crime to have never had a boyfriend? Are the things I learned from books all wrong, or something?" "No, not at all." Xia Zhizhi raised his hands in surrender, secretly wondering, why is she so quick to react this time? Li Xiaomi shot him a glare, then walked to the bookshelf and picked out a few books. She handed them to him and said, "I'm not sure what your level is, but if you're starting from scratch, these are the best books for you. Come on, let's eat." Xia Zhizhi looked at the books, at a loss for words. Should he tell her he was already planning to leave this sea of knowledge behind? All he could do was thank her and take the books. They walked one after the other into the living room. Breakfast was simple. Sandwiches made with bread and lettuce, a glass of milk each, and 2 fried eggs. After eating, Xia Zhizhi took the initiative to wash the dishes. When he finished and wiped his hands, he walked out of the kitchen to see Li Xiaomi holding a pile of clothes. "Looks like you don't have much to wear. These used to belong to my grandpa. If you don't mind, you can have them." "Thank you." Xia Zhizhi took the books with both hands and glanced at the stack on the table. Li Xiaomi looked at him with a face full of disdain. "What a hassle." She scooped up the pile of books and stacked them on top of the clothes. "I prepared a set of keys for you. They're hanging on the wall by the door. You can go out for a walk if you like. Of course, if you're capable enough, you can try vanishing altogether. Missing persons go unaccounted for every year. One more won't make a difference. Still, I'd suggest you try to find a job while you're out, even if you don't have proper identification. There's always a way, right? And another thing, don't come barging into my room when you're bored. I'm in the middle of a great artistic masterpiece. If you interrupt me, don't blame your sister Mealy for being rude." "Absolutely. Sister Mealy's got nerves of steel and a wild streak to match." Xia Zhizhi quickly nodded in agreement. Li Xiaomi looked quite pleased, nodding in satisfaction. She only realized something was off when Xia Zhizhi, arms full of clothes, retreated to his room. "Hey, who are you calling flat-chested?" Xia Zhizhi could hear Li Xiaomi's indignant yell from the hallway and nodded to himself. "Now that's the reaction I expected." He set the clothes on the bed and looked through them one by one. They were all washed spotlessly clean, though the styles were definitely a bit old-fashioned. In the end, he picked out a pair of jeans and a plaid shirt to wear. He checked himself out in the mirror and felt like he'd aged at least a decade in this getup. He chuckled to himself and didn't dwell on it. What really bothered him was the lack of underwear. These stiff, dry jeans were pretty torturous against his skin, to be honest. Good thing my body's been through some upgrades, or I'd never survive the ordeal of these vintage jeans. He listened carefully for any movement outside. When he was sure it was quiet, Xia Zhizhi tiptoed out of the room. Li Xiaomi's room was utterly silent. She must have been deep into her so-called great artistic masterpiece. Even through the door, Xia Zhizhi could catch the faint scent of paint and turpentine drifting from her room. She was probably holed up inside, painting away. Seizing the moment, he carefully made his way downstairs. He hadn't really taken a good look yesterday, but now he saw that the so-called martial arts studio on the first floor wasn't very big at all. At this hour, it was completely empty, not even a wooden training dummy in sight. Xia Zhizhi shook his head, walked to the door, and spotted the set of keys Li Xiaomi had mentioned hanging from a hook on the wall. He grabbed them, opened the door, and stepped out onto the street. Immediately, he was struck by the drastic change in scenery, the stark contrast in style and atmosphere. Last night had just been a fleeting glimpse. Today, for the first time, Xia Zhizhi truly saw the differences between this era and the days of World War II. For some reason, Steve suddenly came to mind. In the film, after spending 70 years as a frozen relic, he finally stepped out onto the street, gazing at the people bustling by, the towering skyscrapers, the endless stream of cars flowing through the city. He took in the different sights, the unfamiliar culture. What must he have felt in that moment? Xia Zhizhi felt he could understand a little of it now, though surely not as deeply as Steve did. After all, Steve was a true native of that era, while he himself was not. With his hands tucked into his pockets, he wandered along the street, thinking it wouldn't be so easy to find the person he was looking for. But before he'd gone far, he heard some unusual sounds. It was the unmistakable thud of fists landing on flesh. Having heard that sort of commotion more times than he could count, Xia Zhizhi instantly recognized it. Without hesitation, he turned and strode toward the source of the noise. At the end of shadowy alleyway, a group of small-time thugs were busy at their usual work. And their work, of course, was bullying others. The young man being picked on was already lying face down on the ground, while a freckle-faced youth was rifling through his pockets. Xia Zhizhi arrived just in time to see this scene and was taken aback. "Well, now, I didn't expect this. You lot really are into this sort of thing? The freckle-faced youth was still busy searching the guy on the ground when Xiaoji's voice rang out. His face darkened instantly, and he turned his head. He hadn't even gotten a good look at who was speaking before his mouth opened on autopilot, about to bark, "Get him!" But when he saw Xiaoji, he was struck dumb, and the words that came out instead were, "We can't take him." And indeed, they couldn't. Just last night, this guy had flattened several of their crew in a matter of seconds. Even though he knew they were no match, his buddies were completely confused. They'd been caught in the act, and "get him" was the right call. So how'd it turn into "we can't take him"? So, should they fight or not? While they hesitated, Xiaoji had already walked up to them. He glanced at the group. Aside from the freckled youth, none of the others looked familiar. The black artist he'd admired so much the previous night was nowhere to be seen. "Good to see you again," Xiaoji said to the freckled youth. "Now, would you mind getting off your friend?" The other boys exchanged uneasy glances. Was this someone they all knew? All eyes turned to the freckled youth, and, having no choice, little Freckle reluctantly climbed off his companion. His face twisted with frustration. Xiaoji ignored him, turning his attention to the young man, still sprawled on the ground. He crouched down and patted the fellow's cheek. "You all right?" "Not great. Mind calling the cops for me?" The battered man replied, his face streaked with grime. Xiaozi's face darkened. "If you can still talk, it means you're alive. If you haven't lost any valuables, then get up and leave. This has nothing to do with you anymore. Are you planning to take him on?" The young man on the ground scrambled to his feet, still bewildered. "I admire your courage." With that, he dashed away at top speed. Xiaozi watched the young man's retreating figure, then glanced at Freckles. "Where did you find this guy?" Freckles swallowed nervously. "What are you going to do?" "Nothing in particular." After a moment's thought, Xiaozi said, "It just feels like something's off with the way we're talking." Everyone, including Freckles, looked confused. What could possibly be off about the conversation? A wicked grin spread across Xiaozi's face. "I just don't like people talking to me while standing up." About 10 seconds later, all four of them, including Freckles, were lying flat on the ground, faces lopsided and eyes unfocused, having been thoroughly thrashed by Xiaozi once more. "That's much better now." Xiaozi nodded in satisfaction. Freckles and his gang were stunned. "If you don't like people talking to you while standing, you could have just said so. If you told us you wanted us to lie down while we spoke, we would have done it. Was it really necessary to start swinging?" They felt utterly wronged, and some even shot accusatory glances at Freckles, as if to say, "What kind of friends do you have anyway?" and similar complaints. Freckles felt even more aggrieved. Who on earth is friends with this lunatic? How unlucky would I have to be for that? But what Xiaozi did next made Freckles realize that rock bottom was just the beginning. Things could always get worse. As Xiaozi crouched in front of him, reaching out with criminal intent, Freckles nearly burst into tears. "What are you doing?" His cry was shrill, almost like a startled girl. "Hold still and don't move, or I'll have to hit you again." Xiaozi's tone was unexpectedly gentle. Tears welled up in Freckles' eyes. "Please go easy." Xiaozi's mouth twitched. "Seriously? This again? Young and already up to no good." He shook his head, reached into Freckles' pants pocket, and fished out a wallet. Flipping it open, he raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Not bad. You've actually got a bit of cash." With a swift flick of his fingers, a wad of bills slipped into Xiaozi's own pocket. The move was so smooth that Freckles could only gape, dumbstruck and at a loss for words. By now, Xiaozi's eyes had drifted to another one of the street punks, a thoughtful look in his gaze. The others quickly caught his meaning. After all, there weren't many as clueless as Freckles. Without further ado, they all dug out their wallets and handed them over. "See, no need to be so formal." Xiaozi put on an embarrassed smile. "We're all friends here. There's no need for such ceremony. But since you insist, I won't refuse, I won't refuse." The thug spat blood, thinking, who the hell is your friend? This is a robbery. A robbery. Where are the police? We need to call the cops. After making the rounds, Xiaoji patted his now bulging pockets, thoroughly satisfied as he walked away. He still needed to buy some underwear. He didn't linger long on the street. Although he wouldn't exactly get lost, he suddenly felt a bit lazy and indulgent. After stretching his legs a little, he just wanted to crawl under a blanket and have a proper nap. So after aimlessly wandering for just over half an hour, Xiaoji headed back. As he opened the door, he saw Li Xiaomi standing in the middle of the martial arts studio, striking a rather baffling pose. Their eyes met, both silent. Gaze met gaze, glances exchanged. One might expect sparks to fly, but honestly, there were none. What there was plenty of awkwardness. Especially from Li Xiaomi. The embarrassment in her eyes was practically overflowing. Xiaoji blinked. "Did I interrupt your training?" "Absolutely not." Li Xiaomi huffed and stomped upstairs. "Caught in the act, and now she's mad at me." Xiaoji scratched his head. Li Xiaomi suddenly turned and looked at him. Xia Jie grinned. She marched straight up to him, grabbed his wrist in one swift move. Hey, I was only joking. No need to get physical, right? Besides, you can't beat me anyway. Save it. Come with me. I need your help. Without another word, she dragged Xia Jie upstairs. He followed, thoroughly confused, with a baffled look on his face. He watched as the girl marched up to her room and, with a loud bang, kicked the door open. Xia Jie was left staring in shock. The room itself was simple, a bed, a computer desk, and plenty of empty space. In the middle of that empty space stood a single chair, and not far from it was a sketch easel. Li Xiaomi shoved Xia Jie onto the chair, took a deep breath, then lifted her chin and, with a tone that sounded like someone collecting a debt, declared, I need you to do me a favor. Fix the door. Xia Jie glanced at her door and guessed, You have a grudge with that door, don't you? Is it because you're still not as tall as it? Li Xiaomi's mind went blank for a moment. Wait, what was I about to say? I used to have a friend who wasn't the sharpest. Every time we talked, he'd forget what he meant to say next. Xia Jie sighed in exasperation. Li Xiaomi was so angry she could spit blood. Whose fault was all this, anyway? She stood there for a while before remembering her purpose. I want to paint the instructor. Xia Jie blinked at her words, but took it all in stride. He didn't get agitated just because of the word instructor. He was simply a bit puzzled. What's it got to do with me? I want you to be my model, Li Xiaomi declared. Trying to imagine it out of thin air is just too vague. The instructor is just a figure from local rumors. Not a single photo of him has ever surfaced. So I need a model. Xia Jie stroked his chin. So that's why you were posing downstairs earlier. You weren't practicing? Li Xiaomi shot him an exasperated look. Xia Jie scratched his head. Why did you suddenly decide to paint the instructor anyway? To make money. Li Xiaomi stood with her hands on her hips, utterly righteous. I thought you were chasing a dream. Xia Jie grinned. But making money is a bit more down to earth. Exactly, Li Xiaomi said. How can you have dreams without money? Chasing a dream takes capital. I majored in oil painting at university, and there's a competition over the break with a $1,000 prize. There's less than 10 days left until the deadline, and I've wrecked my brains these past few days. But I just can't recreate the instructor's image from imagination alone, so I'll have to use you as a stand-in. Don't worry, I won't paint your face. If the instructor really existed, he'd definitely be better looking than you. Xia Jie let out a helpless laugh. He couldn't decide whether to burst into applause or burst into tears. But if she wasn't painting his face, he could live with that. Besides, for the next couple of weeks, all his meals were going to depend on Li Xiaomi, so he nodded his agreement. Li Xiaomi was highly appreciative of Xia Jie's sense of the situation and brought over a pile of clothes for him. What's all this? Props. Xia Jie looked at the outfits in surprise. Why do I get the feeling you've been planning this for a while? No matter how far ahead I plan, I could never foresee rescuing you from a dumpster in the middle of a dark, windy night. Could I? Let's not mention the dumpster if we want to stay friends. Xia Jie's face darkened. This was probably going to be the most embarrassing story of his life. Should he consider covering it up for good? These clothes were designed by a bunch of board students at our school for some bizarre contest. Their sponsor backed out, so the designs were left unused. A few guys trying to impress me gave me some of the sets. Honestly, chasing girls is one thing. That's just human nature. Yeah, but chasing guys is a bit much. Xia Jie nodded emphatically. Li Xiaomi took quite a while to react, and when she finally did, she could only say, Don't interrupt me. Every time you cut in, I forget what I wanted to say. Right, but if they were trying to curry favor with me, why would they give me men's clothes? Are they out of their minds? Seriously, teenage boys have less sense than a sack of hammers. Summer Night blinked, thinking to herself that this was actually a pretty sharp observation. Only someone like herself would understand. If you grabbed a random foreigner off the street, he might even think you were complimenting him. Besides, it didn't seem like they really got anything wrong. Summer Night grumbled inwardly. Well, the clothes are nice, so I'll keep them. It just came to me a moment ago. Sure, their competition went up in smoke, but the designs are still pretty good. You should try them on, get a feel for it. Actually, never mind. I'll help you pick something out. I doubt you have much taste anyway. She tossed the clothes onto the bed, and Li Xiaomi started rummaging through them. Nothing too bright, that won't do. And an outfit covered in stars? People would think I was painting a portrait of the captain. Muttering to herself, she sorted through the pile, while Summer Night sat off to the side, bored, taking in her surroundings. She hadn't noticed it when she first came in, but leaning against the wall was a glass display case filled with all sorts of trophies. A straight-A student, huh? Summer Night hadn't expected someone as brash as Li Xiaomi to have that overachiever side to her. All right, this is the one. Li Xiaomi picked out a black outfit and tossed it to Summer Night. The set included 3 pieces, black pants and a shirt, both sharply tailored with a hint of military style, but not quite. There was also a black trench coat, making it a complete ensemble. Go on, get changed. With that, Li Xiaomi dashed out of the room. Summer Night looked around the room, a little at a loss. She just left her room to let me change in here? Calling her a boy isn't wrong at all. She took off her old jeans and plaid shirt, slipped into the new outfit, and checked herself out in the mirror. She had to admit, it looked pretty cool. I never had clothes this nice when I was at war, she sighed, then called out, all right, you can come in. Li Xiaomi hurried back in. You didn't snoop around, did you? And you let me change in your room, even though you were worried about that? Summer Night looked at her, wide-eyed. I didn't think about it before I left, Li Xiaomi said, blinking. By the time I realized, who knows if you were halfway through changing. If I burst in and saw something I shouldn't, I'd have to gouge my own eyes out. Without another word, Li Xiaomi pushed Summer Night down into the chair. Li Xiaomi looked him up and down for quite a while, then turned and dashed off. Moments later, she returned, unexpectedly stuffing a pistol into Xia Zhiyue's hand. Strike a more natural pose. Yes, like that. Put a little menace in your eyes. Do you know what that means? I think so. Xia Zhiyue glanced at the model gun in his hand, let out a soft sigh, and shifted to a more comfortable position. He held the gun in his right hand, crossed one leg over the other, tilted his head just slightly, and fixed his gaze on Li Xiaomi. Interesting. Hold that pose. Let me think for a second. And so she stood there, lost in thought for a full 10 minutes, completely absorbed and undisturbed by anything around her. After that, she finally started sketching on her canvas. You're starting already? Xia Zhiyue blinked, exhaled quietly, and froze in place, not daring to move a muscle. Li Xiaomi painted for 3 whole hours, and during that time, Xia Zhiyue didn't so much as twitch. It wasn't that big a deal for him, but after stopping, Li Xiaomi looked at Xia Zhiyue in astonishment. What are you made of? Aren't you tired? If I were exhausted, do you think I'd tell you? You just did, Li Xiaomi chuckled. No wonder you're trained in martial arts. Your physical endurance is in a league of its own. All right, I'll treat you to something delicious tonight as a reward for your hard work. Time's about up, so I'll go get lunch ready. We'll pick up again this afternoon. It was clear that finishing an oil painting couldn't possibly be squeezed into a single day. Luckily, Li Xiaomi's work wasn't one of those massive canvases, so it shouldn't take too long. And so the day passed in this way. By evening, Li Xiaomi was still completely absorbed in her own peculiar train of thought, and the promised gourmet dinner never materialized. They made do with a hasty meal, and after eating, Li Xiaomi retreated to her own room. Meanwhile, Xia Zhiyue, eyeing the borrowed clothes he still hadn't returned, started considering that it was time to make some preparations. That afternoon, it hadn't just been about shaking down a few petty thugs and using the money to buy himself some underwear. Now that he possessed the Eye of Horus, he figured he should make good use of it. Although activating it required focus, after using it a couple more times, Xia Zhiyue realized that mastery would come with practice. In simple terms, there were just 2 steps to using the Eye of Horus. First, activation. It took energy from the small, colorless crystal shards inside his body. Second, maintenance, which called for concentration. Of course, that didn't mean Xia Zhiyue had to give it his undivided attention at all times. He just needed to make sure his awareness of the Eye of Horus never completely lapsed. Simply put, it was a bit like being able to focus on 2 things at once. During the day, after Xia Zhiyue left, he used the Eye of Horus to secretly observe those small-time thugs. He had to stop 3 times in the process, as he was still not adept at controlling his mental power. On the 4th attempt, Xia Zhiyue finally discovered Randolph's main base of operations. So tonight, his plan to go out wasn't about confronting Randolph immediately. Such hasty action would benefit no one. He intended to observe first. This was a habit formed in times of conflict. Observe first, then devise a plan, and only then take action. Around 10 o'clock that night, Xia Zhiyue appeared at a street corner. Across the street stood a club. The same group of thugs had returned here today, and Xia Zhiyue also caught sight of the legendary Randolph. This man hardly possessed any godfather-like aura. He was just a burly middle-aged guy, his body packed with muscle, yet dressed incongruously in a suit. The stark contrast between his clothes and his demeanor always left people with a sense of unease. Of course, this wasn't where Xia Zhiyue's true attention lay. Within the void, he painted the Eye of Horus and sent it deep into the club's interior. Neon lights flashed, music pulsed through the dance floor, and men and women unleashed their vibrant energy within these walls. Xia Zhiyue took a sweeping glance, then used the Eye of Horus to focus on the club's security forces. Meanwhile, he circled around the exterior of the club himself. Half an hour later, Xia Zhiyue returned to the club's main entrance and attempted to go inside. But 2 bouncers stopped him, demanding to see his membership card. Xia Zhiyue tried to negotiate, explaining that he hadn't applied for a card yet, but could do so once inside. Their answer, however, was that only those recommended by internal members would be allowed to sign up for a card. Their attitude was openly hostile. If Xiaojie pressed the issue, things would almost certainly get physical. Leaving the main entrance, Xiaojie made his way around to the back door. There, a group of people loitered, some smoking, some drinking, all with weapons at hand. The least threatening among them wielded baseball bats. Two unarmed men gave Xiaojie a distinctly bad feeling. In Li Xiaomi's words, these men radiated killing intent. Glancing at their jackets and waists, he could guess they were concealing pistols or similar weapons. The club had 3 entrances and exits in total, with the last one up on the roof. Xiaojie didn't feel like climbing up, but since he'd already observed enough of the club's interior, he simply sent the eye of Horus to the rooftop. His field of view widened dramatically, and a faint smile played at the corner of Xiaojie's lips. He clambered in through a second-floor window into his bedroom, tossing a hat and a mask onto the bed. He'd bought them on the way home. He'd surely find them useful soon. After all, if you want to deal with troublemakers like Randolph, you still have to resort to force. It's still necessary to keep a low profile when appropriate. Pulling out a small notebook from his pocket, Xiaojie sat at the edge of the bed and began to sketch. With the help of the eye of Horus, the club's overall structure was laid bare before him. Nothing escaped his notice. But the situation inside was rather chaotic. The roving security guards, known in slang as the watchdogs, were divided into 4 groups, stationed at each corner of the club. Most of the time, these men simply sat around, drinking and smoking. But the moment anything happened, they would rush to the scene at lightning speed. The second floor was a restricted area. Burly men carrying weapons guarded the entrances, and only a handful of VIP members were allowed inside. As for the stories that took place there, well, they were hard to describe. Better left unspoken. The third floor, however, was where Xiaojie's true target lay, Randolph Halley's office. But tonight, Randolph wasn't at the club. To figure out this man's patterns would take some careful observation. There was a door on the club's rooftop, a direct route to Randolph's office. The door was probably locked, but for Xiaojie, locks were hardly an obstacle. After jotting down the key points in his notebook, Xiaojie shifted his focus to observing Randolph himself. When exactly would this man show up at the club? More precisely, on which nights did he usually appear? Actually, finding out wouldn't be hard. Grab a low-level thug, rough him up a bit, and chances are he'd spill everything. Probably even quicker than Xiaojie would. But of course, there was an obvious downside. It might alert the target. What Xiaojie wanted was a clean hit, stuff Randolph into a sack, and carry him off without a trace. Even if it meant spending more time, he had no desire to spook his prey prematurely. Looks like I'll need a bit more time, Xiaojie murmured to himself. Then a faint smile curled at his lips. Fortunately, if there's one thing I have plenty of right now, it's time. The days that followed proved unexpectedly quiet. The comp surpassed even Li Xiaomi's expectations. Even the petty thugs, who normally showed up every few days, seemed to have vanished without a trace. But that was just as well. Li Xiaomi needed the peace and quiet. In this rare calm, she finally completed her painting. Once it was finished, Li Xiaomi excitedly showed it to Xiaojie. Xiaojie stared at it for ages, wrestling with himself, before finally blurting out, "How is this guy better looking than me?" "Shameless." Li Xiaomi glared at him, then added, "Other than that, can't you see anything else?" Xiaojie pondered for a couple of seconds. "It looks pretty good." Li Xiaomi shot him a look of utter hopelessness, then finally sighed. "I should have known better than to expect you to have any sense of aesthetics." With that, she promptly kicked Xiaojie out of the room. She still had the rest of her work to finish. And as for the rest, Xiaojie had his own follow-up to handle. After so many days of observation, all the necessary preparations were in place. It was time to pay the rent he owed. In this world, there are always places the sunlight can't reach. And if the sunlight can't reach, then the neon lights of the city reach even fewer corners. In the darkness, someone moved, darting between buildings, scaling the heights with swift, precise, almost effortless movements, climbing up to the rooftop with nothing but his bare hands. Bathed in moonlight, his black trench coat billowed in the wind. Beneath the brim of his dark cap, his face was shrouded in shadow. No, that was a mask. Xiaojie pulled off the mask and took a couple of deep breaths. He truly disliked this feeling. I was about to suffocate in there. He stretched his arms wide and loosened up his limbs. After bouncing in place a couple of times, Xiaojie took a long, deep breath, exhaling until his lungs were empty, feeling as if his whole body had been refreshed. He put the mask back on and sprang into action. Like a shadow sweeping across the rooftops, Xiaojie leapt and darted with uncanny agility, so nimble that he almost felt as if he'd turned into Spider-Man himself. To be honest, over the stretch of time, Xiaojie noticed some curious changes in his body. Back when he was active on the battlefield, he already possessed strength and speed as his basic traits. But coordination and flexibility, those were always his weaknesses. Now, however, he felt an extraordinary harmony in his movements, every gesture flowing seamlessly from one to the next. Things that had once been impossible now came effortlessly. Could it be that during my 70-year slumber, I secretly signed up for dance lessons? Xiaojie joked to himself as he landed atop the Randolph Club's roof. He made his way to the edge of the rooftop and peered down, head tilted, scanning the scene below. No one had noticed his presence. With buoyant steps, he approached the door on the rooftop. From his storage space, he retrieved a piece of wire, then crouched by the door and began to fiddle with the lock. This was a trick he'd picked up back in the army. But whether it was that his skills had grown rusty or the lockpicking method was outdated, he couldn't say. 3 minutes passed, and the door still wouldn't budge. Xiaojie's expression darkened. He returned to the rooftop's edge, took another look, ran a quick calculation in his mind, then let out a resigned sigh. I really didn't want to resort to this. He dashed up to the door, drew back his foot, and with a powerful kick, with a thunderous crash, a metal door was kicked so hard it warped, tearing free from its frame and flying through the air. Xiaojie surged forward. Halfway down the stairs, he grabbed the railing, twisted his body, and vaulted down to the next flight. This landing faced directly toward the entrance. At that moment, someone on the other side, having heard the commotion, swung the door open to investigate. As the door swung wide, Xiaojie and the guard locked eyes. But the guard stood there, utterly bewildered, first doubting whether he was even seeing a person. After all, these 2 flights of stairs were shrouded in darkness, meant only for emergencies. And Xiaojie, dressed head to toe in black coat, black cap, black mask, and only a pair of dark eyes visible, blended perfectly into the shadows. Anyone would hesitate to believe a person could appear so ghost-like in the gloom. While the guard hesitated, Xiaojie did not. In a flash, he was right in front of the man. The guard, snapping out his daze, fumbled to draw his pistol, but in the next instant, Xiaojie had already seized the weapon, wrenching it clean from his grasp. The guard's eyes went wide with shock, but before he could even cry out, his head slammed hard against the wall. He collapsed, instantly unconscious. Xiaojie didn't waste a moment. He'd spent plenty of time observing the layout with his eye of Horus, and knew the situation here like the back of his hand. This entire floor had only one room, guarded by a single sentry. The room itself was Randolph's office, and the guard was already out cold. But footsteps echoed at the stairwell. Clearly, reinforcements from the lower floor were on their way. There wasn't a second to lose. Xiaojie dashed to the office door in 2 quick strides and delivered a powerful kick. Brutal, absolutely brutal, he muttered inwardly. He had spent days perfecting his plan. The ideal scenario was to slip in silently, infiltrate Randolph's office without a sound, and take care of both the guard and Randolph himself. But reality had a different idea. He hadn't managed to unlock the rooftop door, and the very door he once thought couldn't stop him had become an obstacle. Talk about irony. Shaking his head at the bitter twist of fate, Xiaojie strode into the office. Inside, Randolph, a hulking man in a tailored suit, stood glaring at the doorway, eyes blazing with anger. After 2 loud bangs in quick succession, even a fool would know someone had broken in. He raised his gun, sneering coldly at Xiaojie. Whoever you are, you've come to the wrong place. Take it easy, young man, Xiaojie sighed. You have no idea how dangerous that little toy in your hand really is. But Randolph had no patience for talk. His finger tightened on the trigger, ready to fire. On that summer night, he had been watching his opponent closely, and in an instant, he gauged the trajectory of the shot and the perfect moment to dodge. The very moment the other man raised his hand to fire, Xiaojie dove forward with a sudden burst of speed. Yet just then, a mysterious force that had been lying dormant within him suddenly surged to life. Xiaojie felt the space around him twist in a dizzying ripple, and a strange sensation of passing through something swept over him. He had no idea what he had just passed through. All he knew was that when he looked up, the wall was suddenly right in front of him, close enough to touch. What the? He gasped, his heart pounding. Randolph's office was fairly spacious. Earlier, there had been at least 7 or 8 meters between him and the wall. How had he ended up right in front of it in a blink? There was no time to dwell on the impossibility of it all. He planted a foot against the wall, using the momentum to push himself up, scaling it in 2 swift steps. With a nimble flip in midair, he landed perfectly behind Randolph. Randolph sensed the danger and spun around at the same moment as Xiaojie. For a split second, their eyes locked. Randolph raised his gun ready to shoot. He didn't care how Xiaojie had pulled off this trick. In fact, the more Xiaojie was capable of, the more dangerous he seemed. To survive, he had to eliminate every threat. That logic was flawless, but Xia Zi had never been one to play by the rules. Just as Randolph raised his hand to fire, Xia Zi suddenly grabbed his wrist. And then, just like that, Randolph vanished. Amazing disappearing act. Xia Zi crowed, triumphant. But there was no time to celebrate. He darted straight to the safe in the corner, the one he'd been eyeing for days. As soon as his hand touched it, the safe disappeared as well. By now, footsteps thundered at the door, but Xia Zi didn't spare them a glance. He dashed to the office window, leapt through it, shattering the glass, and landed neatly at the front entrance of the club. The two guards at the door stared at each other in disbelief. Was it raining people now? Had the heavens started dropping strangers instead of rain? As soon as they realized that Xia Zi was definitely not a gift from above, they moved to apprehend him. But before they could even act, Xia Zi was already upon them. His fist shot out, striking the guard on the left in the throat. The man staggered back, clutching his neck. Before he could recover, Xia Zi grabbed him, swinging his hefty frame directly into his companion. Both men were burly and well-built, but now they crashed together and tumbled to the ground in a tangled heap. Their combined weight and the unforgiving pavement made even Xia Zi wince. "That's gotta hurt," he muttered to himself. Before the words had even left his lips, he was already disappearing into the crowd. As for the crowd, well, with all that commotion, it was only natural for passers-by to gather and watch the spectacle unfold. He had barely taken a step away when a group of thugs and bouncers from the club rushed out behind him, scattering the crowd as they searched for Xia Zi, but they couldn't find him anywhere. In truth, Xia Zi hadn't gone far at all. He was still hidden among the crowd. To be precise, the real reason he managed to slip away was that the thugs had unknowingly driven him out along with everyone else. He was able to pull this off because, while everyone's attention was glued to the commotion at the club entrance, he quietly stashed his entire set of black clothes into the disassembler storage space. It was incredibly convenient. He didn't even need to lift a finger to do it. To be honest, Xia Zi realized that he had never appreciated just how useful the disassembler storage space could be. It was almost like having a cheat code. He used to wonder if it was possible to store living people inside, and today he finally got his answer. Randolph, that big guy, at least 6'3", muscles bulging everywhere, couldn't even put up a fight before being sucked inside. I wonder if it would be more difficult if he tried to resist? Xia Zi mused. And then, an idea struck him out of the blue. Suddenly, he felt that even the dazzling Gilgamesh was nothing compared to this. Gilgamesh might have a trove of treasures and boast about his gate of Babylon, thinking he was unstoppable. But Xia Zi could fill an entire storage space with Randolphs and fling a horde of musclemen at anyone he pleased. Forget beating them. The sight alone would scare someone half to death. That would be a scene no one could bear to look at. On the rooftop of a building, Xia Zi had already put on his disguise and called out in a loud voice, "It's decided. Randolph Harry, you're up." In an instant, the muscle-bound Randolph appeared right in front of Xia Zi. Immediately picking up where he'd left off, he tried to raise his gun and shoot, but there was no gun in his hands. Xia Zi had only brought Randolph out. His weapons were still left inside the disassembler space. Randolph seemed dazed for a moment, looking around in confusion, and nearly blurted out the existential questions of the soul. "You okay?" Xia Zi waved at him. "You bastard, what did you do to me?" Randolph tried to swing a fist at him, but after 2 steps he just spun in a circle and collapsed onto the ground. "Ugh, I'm so dizzy." This seems oddly familiar." Xia Zi scratched his head. "Do you feel motion sick?" "I never get motion sickness. Damn it. What did you do to me?" Randolph glared fiercely, his eyes bloodshot, as if Xia Zi were his mortal enemy. Well, that wasn't exactly wrong. After pondering for a moment, Xia Zi waved his hand. "Come on out, safe deposit box." "That's mine." The moment Randolph saw it, he completely lost his cool. "It's mine now," Xia Zi said to him. "You'd better calm down. If you're willing to cooperate, just tell me the code. Otherwise, I'll find my own way to crack this thing open." Of course, he learned how to open safes before, and the one in front of him didn't look any different from the ones he'd seen in the past. Yet the door on the roof of the club still lingered in Xia Zi's mind, casting a shadow he couldn't shake. "Don't even think about it, you thief." Randolph was furious. He had never met anyone as shameless as Xia Zi. Kidnapped and robbed of his safe, and now being asked for the password on top of it. Xia Zi let out a sigh. "Fine, as expected. I'll have to do it myself if I want things done right." He crouched down beside the safe, pressed his ear against it, and began to turn the dial. In less than a minute, the safe clicked open. Randolph scrambled up in a panic. "That's mine." "Oh!" Xia Zi grabbed his wrist, and in the blink of an eye, Randolph was gone. Glancing into the disassembler's space, Xia Zi saw that Randolph was frozen in a perfectly motionless state. It was as if time itself had stopped at that moment. What's causing this? Xiaojue recalled how Randolph had behaved when he was first released, a feeling that struck him as oddly familiar. That sensation of losing your footing. He'd felt it himself before. He gave a soft sigh, too lazy to dwell on it. After all, even if his suspicion was correct, what difference would it make? The reality was, Randolph was here now, and that was all that mattered. Let's see what we got in here, oh my. Xiaojue peered into the safe and found stacks of US dollars, gold bars, and jewels, all piled together in a haphazard mess. At the very bottom, there were several packets of white powder and a few record files, which brought a faint smile to Xiaojue's lips. Just what I hoped to find. With these things here, Randolph was as good as finished. He dragged Randolph out of the disassembler once more. The man was still mid-lunge, and, losing his balance, crashed face-first to the floor. A burlap sack appeared in Xiaojue's hand, and with Randolph too weak to resist, he bundled him up. Anything you want to say? Who are you, really? Randolph glared at Xiaojue, gritting his teeth. Xiaojue was silent for a moment, then suddenly grinned. You can call me instructor. 2 mornings later, Xiaojue was jerked from his dreams by Li Xiaomi's excited shouts. He had been dreaming of dancing with Agent Carter, and couldn't quite decide if it was a dream or a nightmare. Hurry up and get out here. Big news. Huge news. Li Xiaomi was still shouting outside. Summer Night could only drag himself lazily out of bed, open the door, and look at Li Xiaomi with a helpless expression. So you finally turned into a girl? If you tease me about that again, we can't be friends anymore. At the mention of it, Li Xiaomi instantly got irritated. It had taken her 2 or 3 days to catch on to Summer Night's joke about chasing boys the last time. All right, Summer Night chuckled. So what happened? The instructor showed up. Li Xiaomi excitedly handed Summer Night the newspaper she was holding. Randolph is finished, and my painting contest is over. I took first place. I'll get my prize money tomorrow, and dinner's on me. Summer Night couldn't help but smile as he looked at this girl who seemed to be endlessly full of energy. All right. The morning light spilled over the entire street, as the whole city slowly woke up. But Summer Night had already been up for a while, standing on the rooftop, stretching his arms, inhaling deeply and exhaling slowly to adjust his state. Truthfully, Summer Night hadn't had a single idle moment lately. Apart from fighting against the forces of evil and posing as a model for Li Xiaomi, he'd also been studying the boxing manual left behind by Li Xiaomi's father. He didn't have the heart to take it apart, so he could only read it bit by bit, trying to understand it. To be honest, it was really difficult. If it weren't for Li Xiaomi noticing his dedication to learning and finding him a notebook of her father's handwritten notes in plain language, Summer Night would probably still be completely lost. Of course, the reason he was studying this wasn't because he actually planned to master it. He was searching for possibilities. The use of colorless energy could be applied to the Eye of Horus, but was that really all? What if it could be used with other techniques? Summer Night felt that if he could, he'd truly gain some skills. And just a few days ago, when he fought the leader of the forces of evil, there had been a fleeting moment, a sensation of crossing through, something like traveling through space. It was the dead, silent energy within his body that had triggered this strange transformation. But how could this energy be drawn out? Could he use what Li Xiaomi's father left behind to dig deeper? The possibility wasn't zero, and that alone made it worth a try. Following his breath, adjusting his rhythm, Summer Night finally let out a long exhale after quite some time. Then he tilted his head in thought, recalling the feeling from that night. Randolph had fired at him, and in the instant he dodged, there was unparalleled focus and a powerful urge to lunge forward. Summer Night bent his knees slightly, then suddenly dove forward. Well, he ended up on the other side of the rooftop, having simply run across. He scratched his head. Something's off. I'm missing something, aren't I? Circling once around the rooftop, a phrase suddenly flashed through Xiaojue's mind. Although Li Xiaomi's father practiced Tai Chi, he had also drawn wisdom from other schools. Among them was a saying recorded in the internal principles of Xingyi Liu boxing. Mind in harmony with intention, intention in harmony with energy, energy in harmony with strength. Xiaojue muttered to himself. In truth, he had heard this phrase more than once before. It appeared often in movies, in novels, and was quoted everywhere. To sum it up, all the essence, energy, and spirit must merge as one, channeling force toward a single purpose. But now, as he quietly pondered it, he felt something was still missing. After several more tries, Xiaojue sighed helplessly. Maybe my heart isn't urgent enough. Dodging bullets, rushing in to subdue someone, such urgency in that split second was impossible to replicate during ordinary practice. Xiaojue steadied himself once more, imagining he was now on a battlefield, bullets flying everywhere. Steve was about to be shot. I don't feel urgent at all, Xiaojue blinked. That guy's shield was just too ridiculously overpowered. The image of Agent Carter flickered and vanished. Xiaojie shook his head and finally settled on Colonel Phillips. He let out a quiet sigh and imagined the scene anew. Colonel Phillips, hard at work, someone standing behind him, pulling out a gun and aiming at his head. Committing every fiber of your being to the moment. This was difficult indeed. But thankfully, Xiaojie had a remarkable ability to focus. And after years of Chunibu Academy training, he could instantly throw himself into even the most embarrassing scenarios without a hitch. This was the pride of a late-stage Chunibu sufferer. In a flash, a sense of urgency surged through him. In that instant, a dangerous glint appeared in Xiaojie's eyes as he shot forward like a bolt of lightning. And at the very moment he stepped out, some dormant, stagnant force within his body suddenly sprang to life. Everything around him rippled outward like waves on water, spreading in every direction. In Xiaojie's eyes, space itself seemed to unfold in layers. Layers he could leap across, pass through, a strange and wondrous sight. He couldn't quite grasp what exactly was happening, but as he flashed through this moment, he realized he was now suspended in midair, plummeting fast. Thud! Xiaojie crashed onto the street below. Luckily, it was still early morning, and the streets were empty. Otherwise, passers-by might have started doubting the local weather forecast. After all, no one had said anything about raining people today. Thanks to Xiaojie's physical fitness, a fall from the third floor wasn't fatal. He shook out his legs a bit, pretending nothing had happened, and walked back home. As soon as he stepped inside, he saw Li Xiaomi cleaning. Their eyes met, and Li Xiaomi asked in confusion, "Weren't you on the rooftop? How did you come in from outside?" "I just went out for a little stroll," Xiaozi said. "I didn't see you go out." "That's because you lack a pair of eyes that know how to notice things." Li Xiaomi's lips twitched. "With the way you irritate me every single day, I really shouldn't let you keep living here. Could you really bear to let a fellow countrywoman with nowhere to go end up sleeping on the street?" When Xiaozi said this, there wasn't the slightest hint of sincerity on her face. "You're ruthless," Li Xiaomi said through gritted teeth, her expression dark. "Get ready. We're going out this afternoon. I'm treating you to a feast." She just picked up her bonus, and lately she'd been calling herself Lady Li the Rich, with her ego swelling by the day. Xiaozi didn't stand on ceremony either. After all, she just helped Xiaomi solve the huge Randolph problem. Getting a meal out of it was only fair. How do you think he managed to do it? In the restaurant, not even the steak on the table could keep Li Xiaomi quiet. Her face was brimming with excitement. "I heard he charged into Randolph's office. All alone, and no one knows how he actually got Randolph out of there. Not to mention, after he left Randolph's office, no one has a clue how he made his escape. It's a shame everything happened so fast. There isn't even a single photo left behind. If Randolph hadn't insisted that the guy called himself the instructor, we wouldn't even know that name." At this, Li Xiaomi's tone turned regretful. "And get this, I heard the instructor was dressed all in black, looking super cool. Just like that picture I drew, you know? The reason my drawing won the prize was all thanks to this news story." "Do you really believe the instructor is real? That he's the hero from World War II?" Xiaozi asked offhandedly as she sliced her steak. "Of course I don't." Li Xiaomi burst out laughing. "A hero from the war popping up in modern times as a superhero? This isn't a movie. Let's be realistic. Even if he were still alive, and the guy really existed, he'd be ancient by now, hobbling around with a cane, hunched over, taking forever to aim, and still managing to hit the pillar instead. Sorry to disappoint you, but he doesn't quite match your description." Xiaozi muttered under her breath, her lips twitching. Just then, a sudden wave of shouts, screams, and even gunshots erupted from the street outside. "What's going on?" Li Xiaomi turned around in confusion to look outside, but apart from the sight of chaotic, packed crowds, she couldn't make out anything else. Boom! A deafening blast tore through the air, and something shocking happened. A taxi, no one knew which reckless soul was responsible, was hurled straight into the restaurant. In an instant, the calm was completely shattered. Just 10 seconds ago, soothing music was playing in the restaurant. In the blink of an eye, the place was engulfed by a woman's hysterical screams. Li Xiaomi was dumbfounded. What on earth just happened? Xiaojie didn't hesitate for even 2 seconds before speaking decisively. "Looks like we can dine and dash now." "Huh?" Li Xiaomi's reactions were always a beat too slow. "What do you mean, huh?" "Let's go." Xiaojie grabbed Li Xiaomi and took off running. Someone had even thrown a taxi through the restaurant. Clearly something serious was happening outside. Everyone around them was rushing for the exit, clearly putting all their effort into skipping out on the bill as well. If they stayed here any longer, there wouldn't even be anyone left to settle up with. What were they waiting for, if not to leave now? Dragged out of the restaurant and onto the street by Xiaojie, Li Xiaomi finally saw that the entire street had descended into utter chaos. Cars were jammed together in a mess. People were dashing everywhere with their heads down, some not running at all, but instead screaming at the top of their lungs in a desperate attempt to fight the chaos. There were soldiers sprinting through the crowd, guns blazing as they fired at a bald giant towering over 3 meters tall. This guy was invulnerable. He grabbed cars and motorcycles from the roadside and tossed them around like toys. Clearly, this was the guy with zero regard for public decency. Performance art? They're really taking it this far. Xiaojie stared in disbelief. What is that? Li Xiaomi, hearing Xiaojie's words, could hardly believe it. Performance art? Who would possibly go this far? And all the destruction? How much would it cost to pay for all that? You really have a unique way of thinking. Maybe you should learn to cook from me, Xiaojie quipped offhandedly. You know how to cook, but you still make me do all the cooking every day? Clearly, Li Xiaomi's concerns were perfectly reasonable. Even as they bantered, neither of them stopped to gawk at the chaos. In fact, they were already caught in a crush of bodies, Xiaojie gripping Li Xiaomi's hand tightly, so they wouldn't get separated. To be able to carry on a conversation like this in such a dire situation, few people could manage it. Just then, the ground shook with heavy, thunderous footsteps. The 3-meter-tall bald giant was charging straight toward them. People scattered in every direction, knocked aside like bowling pins. Li Xiaomi froze, paralyzed with indecision, until Xiaojie swept her into his arms. With a burst of speed, he darted through the crowd, and the two of them made it to the edge of the street. A handful of soldiers quickly moved to shield them, unleashing a barrage of gunfire at the giant. He looks absolutely hideous. Li Xiaomi was still shaken, but she had already started speaking. Her voice was soft, meant only as a whispered secret for Xiaojie. But the big bald guy across from them seemed to have some kind of radar for ears. He had originally been charging toward the two soldiers, but suddenly he sprang up and darted straight at Xiaojie and Li Xiaomi. Li Xiaomi jolted in fright. What does he want? He probably overheard what you said and thinks you made a really good point. Xiaojie had already grabbed Li Xiaomi, and they took off running. Even as they ran, she was griping. So now he thinks you have great taste and wants to snatch you up as his bride. I absolutely don't want that. Then run faster. The two of them dashed down the street, but Li Xiaomi wasn't exactly an athlete. She'd always been small and frail, and her constant all-nighters spent drawing had left her drained of energy. After a few steps, she was already out of breath. Gritting her teeth, she said, "You go ahead. Don't worry about me." But in the next instant, Xiaojie just grabbed her by the collar and hauled her up, sprinting off with her in tow. I feel like a piece of luggage. Li Xiaomi curled her limbs up, terrified she'd scrape or bump against something. How are you so strong? Take a guess. What was wrong with this girl, still joking around at a time like this? Thanks to Xiaojie's speed, even carrying Li Xiaomi, outrunning that performance artist behind them wasn't a problem at all. They were finally putting some distance between themselves and their pursuer, when suddenly, a beast-like roar echoed from right ahead of them. Both of them looked up just in time to see a short, stocky figure barreling toward them, shirtless and painted head to toe in green. He was pounding his chest like a wild ape, charging straight for them. Xiaojie and Li Xiaomi now found themselves caught perfectly between these two maniacs. You've got to be kidding me. Are you guys trying to get me killed? Xiaojie was dumbfounded. Li Xiaomi, meanwhile, muttered, "That's a really vibrant color." The guy in front was clearly the Hulk, and the one behind must be Abomination, right? Xiaojie had seen the movie where these two duked it out on the streets of New York. But of all the days and places to pick a fight, did they really have to do it right when she and Li Xiaomi were out having dinner? Was the entire universe conspiring against her? As she ranted inwardly, Xiaojie suddenly darted toward the edge of the street. These two were basically human-shaped T-Rexes. The Hulk could toss gods around like rag dolls. Getting caught up in their fight was not Xiaojie's idea of a safe night out. Still, given that he was well-versed in the plot, he knew that once these two crossed paths, a life-or-death showdown was inevitable. If he stepped aside now and gave him room for their first battle, Abomination would probably abandon chasing him and Li Xiaomi, wouldn't he? After all, the Hulk was his true rival. But what happened next left Xiaojie completely stunned. Abomination didn't even glance at the Hulk, charging straight toward the two of them instead. "You bastard!" Xiaojie exploded with rage, swearing aloud. "What the hell was this mess? Are you even a real Abomination? Why aren't you going after the Hulk and instead coming straight for us? What's the deal? Is it just because Li Xiaomi said your color was ugly? Such a petty villain. No wonder you're the bad guy." While Xiaojie was silently ranting, he kicked the wall with all his might, sending it crashing down. He didn't care what was on the other side. In a flash, he darted through the opening. Li Xiaomi stared in shock. "Are you even human?" Thundering crashes erupted behind them as a huge hole appeared in the wall. An Abomination burst through in hot pursuit. Now someone even less human has joined the party. Without looking back, Xiaojue dashed deeper inside. Suddenly, the Hulk's roar echoed from behind them, wild and ferocious. Right on their heels, Abomination was caught by two massive green hands that grabbed his legs, yanked him back, and with a mighty swing, hurled the bald brute sideways. He smashed through the wall, bricks tumbling everywhere. With another guttural roar, the Hulk charged after the flying Abomination. Xiaojue let out a long sigh of relief. Li Xiaomi wiped the sweat from her brow and said, could you put me down now? This is actually pretty exhausting. Xiaojue was just about to set her down when, with a thunderous crash, a hulking figure smashed through the wall and landed right in front of them. It was Abomination, in all his hideous glory. The Hulk had thrown him back. Abomination shook his dizzy head, and the moment he spotted the dumbfounded Xiaojue and Li Xiaomi, he lunged without hesitation, hands reaching to grab them. Xiaojue scooped up Li Xiaomi and bolted, shouting curses as he ran. Banner, you bastard! You'd already caught Abomination, already thrown him out, so why the hell did you toss him right back at us? And what was wrong with Abomination anyway? Why not just fight the Hulk? Why was he so obsessed with catching Li Xiaomi? As Xiaojue ran for his life, he couldn't help but mutter, he's so passionate in his pursuit of you. Maybe you should just marry him. I'd never. Li Xiaomi shouted back. Li Xiaomi was furious, curling up tightly and disguising herself completely as a piece of luggage. Abomination chased after them, snatching up whatever was at hand and hurling it in Summer Knight's direction as he ran. Just then, through the hole in the wall, another green figure squeezed in, eyes burning red, charging straight at Abomination. Are you guys playing cat and mouse, or what? While sprinting wildly, Summer Knight sensed a wave of menace surging behind him. Glancing back, he saw Abomination flinging debris right at him. In that instant, rage flashed in his eyes. Damn it, good people are always taken advantage of, and gentle horses are always ridden. Do they really think I'm that easy to bully? He leapt and dodged, weaving through the chaos as Abomination's missiles kept coming, all the while cursing at the top of his lungs. Clutched in his arms, Li Xiaomi was shaken so hard she almost threw up. Hey, take it easy, will you? With a furious roar, Abomination grabbed the bar counter and tore it out, then hurled it straight at Summer Knight. Summer Knight spun and leapt aside just in time, but in the commotion, his grip loosened and Li Xiaomi was nearly tossed into the wind. At that moment, the fabric in his hands finally gave way with a loud rip, and Li Xiaomi went flying, howling all the while. Crap! Summer Knight's face darkened, while Abomination, seizing the opportunity, snatched up a chair and flung it right at Li Xiaomi. That brief pause was all the Hulk needed to catch up. He barreled into Abomination, sending him crashing away. Summer Knight had no time to worry about those two brutes. Whoever got beaten to death was none of his concern. The real problem was Li Xiaomi. There was no time to think. He shot forward with all his might. The stagnant energy inside him surged to life, sending ripples and waves through his body, and the world around him blurred into a kaleidoscopic swirl. In the next second, Summer Knight appeared right beside Li Xiaomi. He caught her in one arm and, with the other, snatched the flying chair out of the air. That was wild. Li Xiaomi looked at Summer Knight in amazement. This is way more exciting than any amusement park. Don't you feel even a little bit nervous? Summer Knight was at a loss. What on earth are this kid's nerves made of? I guess I should be nervous, but with you here, I just can't seem to get scared. Why is that? After speaking, Li Xiaomi glanced at another fresh hole in the wall not far away. Did they leave? No sooner had she asked than the roof suddenly caved in. A hulking green giant crashed down from above, and sprawled on top of him was a bald brute. The two muscle-bound men were locked in a furious brawl. Holy crap! Li Xiaomi's eyes widened in shock. Summer Knight's face darkened instantly. Seriously, not again? Your mouth must be enchanted, Summer Knight muttered, glancing anxiously around more than once. If those two giants fought in the street, they could easily turn New York's avenues into a lunar landscape. Now, battling inside a building, their destructive power was on par with a pair of unruly huskies tearing a house apart. After just a few exchanges, the entire area around them had become a wasteland of broken walls and rubble. And at that very moment, the roof, unable to bear the strain any longer, suddenly collapsed with a thunderous crash. Li Xiaomi let out a cry of despair, but Summer Knight seized the chance to press a point on her neck. As she fainted, she vanished from his side altogether. He had stowed her away in the decomposer's space. It turned out that the decomposer could, in fact, hold a person. The only downside was that, upon emerging, one would be hit by a strong wave of dizziness. The space wasn't exactly stable. But there was no time to worry now. They were at a critical juncture, and while he could manage, Li Xiaomi was in real danger. For the time being, he had no choice but to keep her inside the decomposer. After all, time stood still in there. Anyone inside would have no sense of what was happening outside. Suddenly, with a heavy crash overhead, Summer's night was buried under the falling debris. The two giants continued their fierce brawl, rumbling farther and farther away. Amid the wreckage of the building, a fist suddenly punched through, and Summer's night, clad in his black trench coat, crawled out from the ruins. He quickly pulled out a mask and hat, putting them on. This time, his fury knew no bounds. His eyes were bloodshot with rage. Bullies. Absolutely outrageous, he growled through gritted teeth, his eyes blazing red. One hand clenched into a fist, while the other now held a gun. Looking around in confusion, he realized both Abomination and the Hulk had vanished without a trace. Think you can just show off and run away? Earlier, Summer's night would have turned and left without a second thought. But now, he had no intention of leaving. He needed those two to understand. Maybe he didn't match them in brute strength right now, but the title king of decapitation wasn't handed to him for his good looks. That name was earned, built on a mountain of bones and countless lives. Like a shadowy gale, he charged forward, his coat snapping in the wind, crossing the distance in a few swift strides to reach the street outside. And as soon as he stepped outside, he spotted the two behemoths clinging to a helicopter, spiraling down toward the ground. The Hulk was the first to lose his grip, plunging from midair and crashing down with a spectacular thud. As soon as the helicopter descended, it crushed Abomination directly beneath its belly. The rotor blades spun wildly, sending shards of rock flying in every direction. Xiaojie ignored the chaos around him. His gaze locked onto Abomination, who was pinned under the helicopter and struggling to crawl out. You bastard! Weapons flashed through Xiaojie's hands. Everything from kitchen knives and bombs to pistols and grenades, but none of them seemed likely to make any real difference against the monster before him. In the end, he simply drew two military knives and charged straight at Abomination. At that moment, Xiaojie entered an extraordinary state. Everything around him imprinted itself with piercing clarity in his mind, and his body responded to his every command with flawless precision. With a single thought, he seemed to tear through layers of space, appearing instantly before Abomination. Just as he arrived, the brute finally managed to wriggle free from beneath the helicopter. With a furious roar, Abomination swung a fist downward, aiming to crush Xiaojie in one blow. But Xiaojie's intense focus allowed him to sense every ounce of force around him. In the blink of an eye, he darted backward. As the massive fist slammed into the ground, Xiaojie leapt up, springing off the monster's knuckles and landing squarely on his shoulder. He dropped into a half-crouch, reversed the grip on both knives, and struck. His movements were impossibly smooth, so fast they blurred before the eye. Abomination had no time to react. In an instant, both knives were buried in his eyes. Gripping the hilts, Xiaojie gave a vicious twist, then yanked the blades free and vanished from Abomination's shoulder, slipping through space itself. A split second later, Abomination's hands swiped at empty air. Xiaojie was already gone. Now behind Abomination's lower back, Xiaojie's blades flashed like lightning as he stabbed, chopped, and slashed, his muttered curses trailing behind every strike. He focused all his attacks on one spot, doing everything he could to break through Abomination's defenses. If you listen closely, you could catch his grumbling, "You old bastard, you miserable wretch, think you can bully me? Who gave you the guts?" He was the kind of person who, even in a life-or-death struggle, could burn with the spirit of sarcasm. His speed was astonishing. The flurry of blades left even Abomination's tough hide struggling to withstand the onslaught. But the first to falter were the knives in Xiaojie's hands. The blades began to bend and curl, and as he glanced up, Abomination was already glaring at him. Realizing it was now or never, Xiaojie swiftly retreated. Even as he fell back, he managed to toss the battered knives into his disassembler. Abomination was beside himself with rage. He was different from the Hulk. After the Hulk transformed, most of the time, he lost all sense of reason. But this one, his reason remained intact. He knew exactly what this guy had done. Not only had he stabbed out his own eyes, but he had also tried to chop off his own leg. This was absolutely intolerable. Even the Hulk had never treated him like this. Though he could no longer see, his ears still worked. He was just about to pinpoint Summer Knight's position when a sudden roaring gust swept up behind him. He spun around, lashed out with a kick, but his thick thigh was instantly caught by a pair of strong arms. An overwhelming, brute force shoved him right off the helicopter. With a thunderous crash, the two giants slammed into the ground, making quite a commotion. Summer Knight's eyes flashed. Even as his body moved, he had already appeared atop the Hulk's shoulder. To be fair, giant was no exaggeration. These two were certainly much larger than ordinary humans. but their shoulders weren't quite broad enough for someone to ride a horse on. Summer Night could only balance on 1 foot atop the Hulk's shoulder, and as he steadied himself, 2 pistols appeared in his hands. He pressed the barrels right to Abomination's forehead and fired. Bang, 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 bang. Announcement. Even in the midst of chaos, the disassembler had to make its presence known. Summer Night had no time to bother with it. Once he emptied his ammo, he was just about to switch guns. But Abomination, battered by attacks from both Summer Night and the Hulk, flew into a rage and let out a furious roar at the pair. Seeing this, Summer Night was delighted. Didn't brush your teeth this morning, did you? He pulled something from his hand and stuffed it straight into Abomination's mouth. Here you go. Have some fresh breath. As soon as he finished speaking, the Hulk sprang backward. Abomination had no idea what was in his mouth, but Summer Night flipped off the Hulk's back, hit the ground, and immediately pressed the detonator in his hand. Boom! Abomination's entire head erupted in a blazing fireball. It was a bomb, the same kind Summer Night had planted under the armored vehicle back when he'd run into the captain by chance. That bomb hadn't gotten any use back then, but he still had plenty in his disassembler. Time stood still inside the disassembler, so the bombs were as good as new. Now, they finally came in handy, turning Abomination into a supersized Ghost Rider. The Hulk, though, had no time to take advantage of the chaos. He charged headlong to the helicopter, grabbed both sides with bulging muscles, and ripped it clean in half. Then, with a mighty heave, he hurled the fuel tank section far away. After the helicopter was reduced to fragments, people were scattered across the ground. Everyone scrambled to their feet, their faces suddenly filled with horror as they pointed behind Xiaojiji and shouted, "Watch out!" But they didn't even need to say it. Ever since he arrived in this world, Xiaojiji had been inexplicably sharp, and his instincts were frantically warning him. In the blink of an eye, he leapt into the air, twisting in midair just as heavy. Rusted iron chains swept viciously beneath him. At the end of the chain, a chunk of concrete dangled like a meteor hammer, crashing squarely into the Hulk. The big guy was sent flying, but astonishingly, he got up as if nothing happened, brushed the dust off his backside, and with a furious roar, charged straight at Abomination. Xiaojiji's figure flashed, and in an instant, he appeared right at Abomination's feet. He slapped the bomb onto Abomination's calf. As soon as he figured out which direction the Hulk was charging from and prepared to face him, Xiaojiji pressed the switch. Boom! Another thunderous explosion echoed, but compared to the last time, the damage was far weaker. With skin as tough as iron, Abomination was practically invulnerable. But Xiaojiji had never intended to blow his leg off with the bomb. He just wanted to knock him down. The moment the blast struck from below, Abomination lost his footing and crashed face-first to the ground in a tangle of limbs. The Hulk paused, confused. How had his opponent suddenly vanished into thin air right in front of him? He looked down, and his anger flared even higher. In such a serious situation, you're lying down for a nap? With a furious roar, he gathered all his strength, leapt up, and drove his elbow with full force into Abomination's chest. Ouch, that's oughta hurt. Xiaojiji couldn't help but wince at the sight. Then he simply stood there, watching as the Hulk balled his fists and unleashed a relentless barrage, pummeling Abomination with wild abandon. Even Abomination couldn't withstand the Hulk's berserk strength. Soon he was beaten into unconsciousness. Xiaojiji, who had been watching the spectacle, suddenly acted on a strange impulse. In a flash, he appeared beside the unconscious Abomination, pressed his hand on him, and, just like that, Abomination vanished. The Hulk's fist struck empty air. He looked around in bewilderment, unable to fathom how his target could have just disappeared. Meanwhile, Xiaojiji, after absorbing Abomination, was just as confused. Why'd he done that? The two of them stared at each other in mutual bafflement. Suddenly, the Hulk let out a furious roar at Xiaojiji and swung his fist. Damn it! Caught off guard, Xiaojiji wondered how the Hulk had gone berserk the moment Abomination vanished. His figure flickered and disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already behind the Hulk. A sudden idea struck him. Just now, he managed to collect the Abomination while it was unconscious. Could he do the same with the Hulk while he was fully awake? Once this thought popped into his mind, it became impossible to suppress. At that moment, the Hulk turned around. Xiaojie moved quickly, once again appearing behind the Hulk, and as if guided by some mysterious force, grabbed the waistband of the Hulk's pants. Collect! The Hulk, with a face full of rage, was searching for Xiaojie when he suddenly felt a chill below his waist. Bewildered, he looked down, and his entire body turned not just green, but so green it was almost blue. Where on earth were his pants? Xiaojie was just as confused, staring at the perfectly healthy Hulk standing in front of him. Where did your pants go? The onlookers in the distance had just witnessed the two of them defeat the abomination and were still caught up in the excitement, only for the abomination to vanish in front of their eyes. When the Hulk got up, seemingly ready to pummel Xia Jie, the crowd grew anxious. They still didn't know exactly who Xia Jie was, all dressed in black, shadowy and mysterious. But it was clear he wasn't their enemy. Then, before their concern could even take shape, the Hulk's pants disappeared. To be honest, no one had ever imagined what the Hulk would look like without his pants. After all, no matter how many times he transformed, the Hulk's pants always seemed indestructible, as if they were part of him. Xia Jie had always believed that too. In the minds of the audience, the Hulk's pants were practically a legendary artifact. And now they were gone. Everyone was left utterly bewildered, while the Hulk's expression turned awkward. He glanced at Xia Jie, then at the cluster of onlookers not far away, until one woman shouted loudly, "Stop staring." Finally, the Hulk couldn't take it anymore. Letting out a furious roar, he kicked his stubby legs and leapt in a single bound onto the roof of a shabby two-story building. He cast one last look back, his eyes filled with reluctance, nostalgia, determination, along with a mixture of anger and embarrassment. Then, with a wild cry, he dashed off into the labyrinth of New York's buildings, vanishing into the wind. Xia Jie snapped out of his daze and pulled the Hulk's pants from his disassembler. "Hey, don't you want your pants?" But the Hulk was already far gone, so there was no answer. Glancing back at the gathering crowd that was just about to rush over, Xia Jie turned and melted into the darkness. Yes, still carrying the Hulk's pants. Even after he got home, Xia Jie couldn't quite make sense of it all. Looking back at the events of the night, dinner with Li Xiaomi, stumbling upon the abomination performing street performance art downtown. Driven by anger, he joined the battle with the Hulk against the abomination. In the end, they won more or less. Of course, if the Hulk hadn't helped out, winning would have been nearly impossible. But if he only wanted to get away, that wouldn't have been much trouble. No matter what strange twist of fate had led to all this, it seemed that, in the end, he had managed to collect an abomination. At the moment, it was sitting in the decomposer's storage space. He had also acquired a pair of the Hulk's pants. Seriously, a pair of pants. It was enough to shatter anyone's worldview, wasn't it? Why would the Hulk's pants end up in here? He'd clearly meant to collect the Hulk himself. Weren't the pants part of the Hulk's body? What the hell? Xia Jie's lips twitched, caught somewhere between laughter and exasperation. He brought Li Xiaomi out from the decomposer space. The girl was still unconscious, which, to be honest, was a blessing. At least he wouldn't have to explain anything for now, though he knew she'd definitely have questions tomorrow. What kind of excuse should he come up with when the time came? After all, he'd revealed his terrifying strength, crushing a wall with a single kick, carrying her, a grown woman, as if she weighed nothing, fleeing from the abomination at breakneck speed without breaking a sweat. If she connected the dots about when the instructor appeared and remembered the set of clothes he'd taken from her, it would be perfectly logical for her to link him to the instructor, wouldn't it? Yes, I'll definitely need a good excuse. But for now, Xia Jie decided to decompose something. Ridiculous as it sounded, the item in question was none other than the Hulk's pants. When Xia Jie first got his hands on them, the decomposer had already flashed a prompt. But neither the situation nor his mood had been right for it at the time. Now, after choosing to decompose the item, Xia Jie sat on the edge of his bed, eyes fixed on the abomination inside the decomposer space. I must have been out of my mind to think of putting this guy in the decomposer's space. What was I even hoping to achieve? He scratched his head. Am I supposed to yell, "I choose you, abomination," the next time I get into a fight? That would be utterly ridiculous. Just imagining it made him cringe. And yet, a strange sense of excitement bubbled up inside him. This guy's got his full faculties, his own agenda, and that monstrous power. No way he'd be happy as my pet Pokemon, right? Unless I start by smashing his reason to bits. Maybe take a heavy hammer to him while he's still out cold. Give him a couple hundred good whacks. He was still lost in wild speculation when the decomposer let out a long hiss. The Hulk's pants had finished decomposing. The process was done, but Xia Jie's feelings were complicated. Part anticipation, part pure absurdity. Announcement. Equipment successfully decomposed. Glorious green war soul. Colorless crystal, shard X2. Decomposer experience, +1. Decomposer experience maxed out. Beginning upgrade. Decomposer function will be unavailable during the upgrade. Extraction function will work as normal. Decomposer upgrading. Equipment decomposition complete. Would you like to extract immediately? Xia Jie continued to feel a swirl of complicated emotions. There were 2 colorless crystal shards, and a soul of war that looked distinctly different from the rest. Clearly, this was a bountiful harvest. Yet, seeing the name of this war soul, he couldn't help but feel reluctant to absorb it. And why did the Hulk's pants yield 2 colorless shards? What kind of absurd logic was this? Was this what they called a divine artifact? The result left Xiaozi scratching his head in confusion. But what troubled him even more was the decomposer's upgrade notification. Upgrading again? Seriously? The last upgrade took 5 whole months. How long would it take this time? 5 years? Xiaozi sighed helplessly, then proceeded to extract the items. He used the 2 colorless shards right away. He could feel the vibrant power within his body growing ever stronger. Then, as he stared at the dazzling green war soul in his hand, he drifted into a daze. This thing was actually quite similar to Schmidt's blood-red war soul. Through the swirling mist, a pair of green eyes flickered in and out of sight. All the green light radiated from those very eyes. Whatever, I won't turn green anyway. He wasn't just saying that. After all, when he absorbed the blood-red war soul, he didn't turn red, did he? With a crisp snap, the war soul shattered, and in the next instant, an uncontrollable surge of power crashed through every fiber of Xiaozi's being. What the hell is this? Pain. A wave of searing agony swept through his entire body. It felt as though a wild beast was trying to break into his flesh. Gritting his teeth, Xiaozi fought through the excruciating pain. The whole ordeal lasted less than 10 seconds, but to Xiaozi, it felt as if he'd endured a decade in that brief moment. When the last trace of power finally settled into his muscles, Xiaozi let out a long, relieved breath. He made a fist, and the muscles in his arm bulged instantly, stretching his sleeve to its limit. Even through the haze of sensation, he could tell that his overall strength had increased by at least 20%. So, are these dazzling war souls tailored to each person individually? Is that why the results differ every time? Xiaozi muttered to himself. That actually fit well with the logic of the decomposer. The same weapon, when used by different people, yielded different results when decomposed. The Hulk's war soul brought plenty of pain during the process, but the surge of raw, terrifying power that followed left Xiaozi genuinely thrilled. An uncontrollable thought suddenly sprang up in his mind. Should I catch the Hulk and pull down his pants every day? The very next second, Xiaozi hurriedly shook his head. That idea was just too outrageous. Besides, now that the decomposer has been upgraded, this tempting thought will just have to wait for now. He let out a gentle sigh, stood up, and walked over to the window. After what happened tonight, it should attract some people's attention, shouldn't it? His fingers tapped lightly on the windowsill. So, what will happen next, I wonder? As it turned out, nothing much happened after that. A few days slipped by in the blink of an eye, and Li Xiaomi, the college student, was about to start her new semester. Early in the morning, she bounced around, packing her luggage, then waved goodbye to Xiaozi. I'm off. That girl was carefree as always, never questioning what happened that night. It was as if nothing unusual had taken place at all. Xiaozi smiled and saw her off at the door, watching as she got into a taxi and gradually disappeared from sight. He turned back to look at the house behind him, blinking thoughtfully. Does this mean I can finally let loose a little? Hello. A woman's voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Xiaozi spun around. There stood a beautiful blonde woman, her gaze flickering uncertainly as she looked at him. And you are? He studied her, uncertain. He couldn't recall ever meeting her before. I'm seeking help. The woman spoke up. Xiaozi glanced at the house, puzzled. Help? I think you're looking for a detective agency, or maybe the police. No, they can't help me with this. Her eyes were urgent as she looked at him. Only you can help me. Whatever gave you that idea, you're mistaken. Anyway, goodbye. With that, Xiaozi turned to head inside. Please, just look at this. The blonde's voice made Xiaozi frown. He glanced back at her, noticing the stubborn determination in her eyes. He looked at the slip of paper in her hand, then sighed. Fine, let me see it. He reached out and took the note from her. The moment he opened it, his expression changed ever so slightly. Looking up, his eyes narrowed. Who gave you this note? May I come in and sit down? The woman asked. In the living room, Xiaozi poured her a glass of water and fiddled with the note in his hand. After a moment's thought, he shook his head. Why don't you introduce yourself first? I still don't know who you are. My name is Pepper Potts. The woman quickly pulled a business card from her handbag and handed it to Xiaozi. In truth, even without the golden embossed Stark Industries on the business card, Xiaozi knew the identity of this woman the moment he heard her name. Pepper Potts, Tony Stark's personal assistant and secretary. Xiaozi blinked, then smiled. It's a pleasure to meet you. Since you've come to find me, you must already know who I am, right? I'm sorry, I actually don't. Pepper's answer took Xiaozi slightly aback. A faint smile touched his lips. Was the person who gave you that note someone with jet black skin? I'm sorry, I don't know that either. After saying this, she seemed to realize how implausible her words sounded, and instinctively lowered her head. Xiaozi was surprised, but not to the point of disbelief, just puzzled. Someone of your standing wouldn't just follow instructions from a random note without verifying the facts, would you? The truth is, I really don't know much about this matter. Pepper lifted her gaze to meet Xiaoji's. 2 days ago, my personal computer was hacked. None of my sensitive files have been accessed, but the intruder left a letter. It described the difficulties I'm currently facing and told me to find you, saying you could help. A simple hack like that wouldn't normally have convinced Pepper to trust the sender. After all, hacking her computer was hardly what you'd call an upfront approach. But at this point, Pepper was desperate. She had run out of options. What's more, anyone capable of breaching her personal computer clearly wasn't just an ordinary person. So she began to take the suggestion seriously. The next day, the same party sent a conventional email, leaving a note in Pepper's inbox. The email contained Xiaoji's address and explained that if Xiaojie refused to help, she could simply hand him the note. Pepper had also investigated the email, but came up empty-handed. She then tried to look into Xiaoji's background, but he was a complete unknown, a blank slate, with no traceable history going back even half a month. In the end, Pepper decided to take the risk, which led to her visit today. After listening to Pepper's account, Xiaojie gently massaged his temples. All right then, tell me about the trouble you're facing. You've probably heard of Stark Industries. Pepper looked directly at Xiaojie. Xiaojie nodded. Of course. I know a lot more about it than you might think. Pepper didn't catch the note of nostalgia in his voice. She simply went on, well, the truth is, Mr. Tony Stark has disappeared. Xiaojie blinked, genuinely at a loss for an answer. Lately, his attention had hardly been on Stark Industries. He'd been busy dealing with Randolph or playing games with Abomination. Where would he find the time to keep up with the romantic escapades of an old friend's son? When did this happen? Xiaojie asked. A week ago, Pepper replied. At that time, Mr. Stark went to Afghanistan for a business deal. Then, the unexpected happened. Their convoy was ambushed. Oh, and I brought the relevant files from that time. She pulled a folder from her handbag and handed it to Xiaojie. He reached out to take it, but didn't open it. Even if Tony Stark has gone missing, surely plenty of people are out looking for him, right? Why did you come to me? They can't find him. Pepper's tone flared with emotion, but she quickly regained her composure. She let out a light sigh and said, they can't locate him, and the situation over there is extremely complicated. They can't even determine who exactly took him. Xiaojie didn't respond. For a moment, the air between them grew silent and heavy. After a while, Pepper suddenly exhaled deeply. I'm sorry, I got carried away. Maybe I've just been deceived. Maybe it's all just a cruel joke. I'm sorry for bothering you. I can help you. Just as Pepper was about to stand up, Xiaojie spoke. But you need to agree to a few conditions. We have to establish some ground rules between us. Otherwise, let's just pretend you were never here today. Of course, whatever you need, I'll do my best to make it happen. Pepper turned back immediately. Xiaojie smiled. First thing, no matter what the outcome is, our arrangement stays strictly between us. Besides that damned hacker who seems to have crawled out of nowhere, no one else can know. No one is to know you came to see me today, and you can't tell anyone afterward. Not even Tony Stark. Why not? You don't get to ask why. You can only accept or decline, Xiaojie said. I accept. Good. Xiaojie smiled. Then give me a plane ticket. Oh, and right now I'm technically off the grid. You'll have to help me sort out my identity papers. Of course. Pepper agreed without hesitation, as if she'd anticipated this already. 5 minutes later, Pepper took her leave. Xiaojie stood at the second-floor window, watching her figure grow smaller as she moved away. He let out a quiet sigh, then glanced down at the slip of paper in his hand. On it were the words, World Peace. Peace, my foot, he muttered under his breath. Xiaojie stared at the note in his hand, and the corners of his mouth twitched once again. But very soon, his helplessness melted into a deep melancholy. It had already been half a month since he arrived in this so-called world 70 years in the future. Li Xiaomi had told him then that she would be starting school in half a month. From the moment he came to this era, there were things he allowed himself to consider, and things he simply dared not to. He dared not imagine how he would face Agent Carter, now aged and frail. Every time her memory crossed his mind, an inexplicable ache seized his heart, an ache too sharp to confront. He couldn't bring himself to visit Colonel Phillips' grave, fearing he wouldn't be able to contain his own emotions. That stubborn old man, childless and alone, after he'd vanished from their lives like smoke in the wind, what kind of expression would the Colonel wear as he faced this world? Would he smile? People who love to smile aren't heartless. They simply refuse to let others see their wounds, still raw and bleeding, because that would hurt too much. And as for Xiaozi, he didn't even have anyone left to show his pain to. Seek out Agent Carter? Not to mention the layers of SHELD's protection. How could he even be certain where she was? 70 years have swept everything away. Even if they were to meet again, what meaning would that reunion hold? Perhaps it's better to let them believe he died long ago. After all, this country never acknowledged his existence, and he never truly admitted he belonged to it, either. So why force any further intersection between their lives? After all, their pain has dulled over 70 years. Even Howard's ashes have been laid to rest. He, a man who by rights should have died 70 years ago, what business did he have intruding into their lives now? Yet, even if he tried not to think about it, his mind kept circling back. So he dressed all in black and called himself instructor. It was, in part, to save himself some trouble when dealing with Randolph. Still, if some of those people were still around, perhaps. And now this note had appeared. Letting out a soft sigh, he glanced again at the slip of paper, then returned to the sofa and sat down. But why all these elaborate tests? If it truly were any of you, just a single word would be enough to convince Pepper, wouldn't it? Is it uncertainty? Or is there something else at play here? A spark flared in his palm. The note disintegrated into ashes. Tony's disappearance. Emotionally and logically, I can't ignore it. After all, he's Howard's son. In that case, this is a perfect reason for a visit. Besides, I'm rather looking forward to the birth of Iron Man myself. Then, Xiaozi turned and headed downstairs. Before he set out, there were still a few things he needed to take care of. The desert, the blazing sun, the wind howling like a living thing. He trudged across the endless dunes, each step sinking into the shifting sands. The boundless, unforgiving yellow sea inspired a primal fear and a despair that ran bone deep. Right now, Xiaojia wasn't exactly in utter despair, but he was absolutely furious. All day long, I hunt the wild goose, only to have my eyes pecked out by one in the end. Muttering under his breath, Xiaojia suddenly felt something was off with that saying. That's like an old granny of 80 trying to win. A child's game. Damn it, it's always the granny. Ugh, the sun's heat is melting away my sanity, dissolving my thoughts and cleverness. He casually grabbed a bag of water from his decomposer's storage space and poured it straight over his head. Yet, under the merciless blaze of the midday sun, the refreshing sensation vanished almost instantly. Coward, he spat, cursing loudly. Then he took out another bag of water and gulped it down, drinking until he was fully satisfied. The reason he could be so reckless was simple. His decomposer's storage space was huge. He could afford to be extravagant. Before setting out, he had already known exactly where his target was, so of course he'd made ample preparations in advance. He'd packed away a large supply of drinking water in his decomposer space, enough for him to use as he pleased. But in all his planning, he'd never imagined he'd end up trekking through the desert on foot. In fact, he did have a car. The problem was just one day ago, that car had met its end along with the desert. That damned bastard. If I ever see you again, I swear I'll beat you senseless. Xiaojia ground his teeth in anger at the memory of the person who sold him the car. He'd been in this country for 2 months now. For these 2 months, he'd been investigating an armed group known as the Ten Rings. He'd gotten the name, of course, from information in the movies. That was Xiaojia's unique advantage. But the problem was, knowing the name alone wasn't enough. The movies never revealed exactly where Tony had been hidden by these thugs. Gobi, desert, a horizon of endless despair. Where in this vast wasteland was he supposed to find anyone? So, upon arriving here, Xiaojia plunged headfirst into the world of shadows and crime. This country was chaotic enough, with armed organizations everywhere, which actually made things easier for him to move around. Yet the Ten Rings operated in deep secrecy, and very few people even knew about them. It had taken him 2 whole months before he suddenly remembered that, besides 10 Rings, these people also went by the name Freedom Fighters. Following that lead, Xiaojia finally uncovered a clue and was able to pinpoint their location. Time was of the essence. He had no idea whether anything might happen to Tony at any moment. He bought a car in a hurry, barely checking it before racing out here. And in the end, he'd been swindled. Just 1 day ago, the car had completely broken down, reduced to a useless heap of scrap in the desert. And so, Xiaojia had no choice but to begin his journey across the desert, on foot. If you're not fully prepared, you'll absolutely end up dead at someone else's hands. Xiaozi let out a sigh. Xiaozi, you must remember this from now on. Even a lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit. When your life is on the line, the slightest carelessness could cost you everything. After giving himself a pep talk, Xiaozi felt his mind clear up considerably. He pulled out his compass to confirm his direction, ready to move forward again, when suddenly the sound of an engine drifted into his ears. He turned to look, but his view was blocked by a sand dune. Taking a few more quick steps uphill, he climbed atop a dune and finally saw a convoy of vehicles making their way across the desert. With his astonishing eyesight, Xiaozi could see clearly that most of the people in the convoy were armed. Judging by their clothing and bearing, They were definitely not ordinary travelers, and considering the direction they were heading. The next moment, Xia Zi suddenly raised both hands and began shouting loudly. 5 minutes later, Xia Zi was completely surrounded by 5 vehicles. None of the people inside made a move to get out. Instead, they circled him, sending up clouds of yellow sand that billowed into the air. Xia Zi's face darkened, but he kept his cool, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. Gradually, the convoy came to a halt. A group of grim-faced men got out, guns in hand. One of them barked something at Xia Zi, the words completely unintelligible. Xia Zi blinked, then let out a long, weary sigh. This must be why he hadn't managed to learn anything about the Shihuan gang after 2 whole months of searching. Seriously, in a world where even purple sweet potato spirits speak English, why is it that here he can't understand a single word these people are saying? If you can't even understand a language, it's no wonder you keep hitting roadblocks. Do any of you speak English? Xia Zi asked. No sooner had the words left his mouth than someone stepped up behind him, jabbing him hard with the butt of a rifle. There was a heavy thud as it struck the back of his head. Xia Zi's mouth twitched. As he spun around, his eyes rolled back and he collapsed, apparently unconscious. Of course, he was just pretending. With the amount of force behind that blow, even with the added weight of the rifle, but there was no way it could have knocked him out cold. However, based on the direction this group was traveling, Xia Zi suspected they might be heading to the same place he was. If that was the case, this could be his chance to infiltrate their ranks and find Tony. It would make things much safer, too. Naturally, Xia Zi was taking a gamble. Lying on the ground, he secretly used the Eye of Horus to observe his captors. If he noticed any sign that these men intended to finish him off with a few bullets, he'd spring into action immediately. With only 20 or 30 of them, Xia Zi figured he could handle it on his own. After all, he was the kind of guy who'd once broken into a battle between the Hulk and Bald Chong and lived to tell the tale. That's right, Bald Strong was the brand new nickname that Xia Zi had been given by the Abomination. Fortunately, no one came forward to finish him off. Instead, 2 people grabbed Xia Zi by the legs and simply dragged him onto a vehicle. It took about half an hour. By the time Xia Zi was hauled out of the car, the Eye of Horus had already surveyed the area inside and out multiple times. On the outermost edge, a canopy had been set up, and underneath it were crates filled with weapons. A driveway ran through the middle, leading straight ahead to a cave. Then, to his frustration, Xia Zi realized that he hadn't been treated like a human being from start to finish. The 2 men each grabbed a leg, dragging him along as if he were just some object, hauling him straight into the cave. Bumping and jostling all the way, Xia Zi was so furious he nearly coughed up blood. They dragged him all the way to the deepest part of the cave, opened a door, and tossed him inside. The men chattered back and forth with the people inside, exchanging quick words, and got equally hurried responses. With a heavy thud, the door slammed shut. Immediately, 2 people strode over, lifting Xia Zi, one at his head, one at his feet, and set him down on a bed. Is he all right? One of them asked. He should just be unconscious. Those guys said he's here to help us. But could this be a trap? The other man fell silent for a moment before replying, I don't think so. There are surveillance cameras here. They wouldn't need to send someone in to watch us. If they really suspected something, they wouldn't go to all this trouble. Yeah, you're right. After that brief exchange, the 2 of them went back to their own tasks. Xia Zi lay on the bed, secretly using the Eye of Horus to observe the pair. He was pretty sure that one of them was Tony Stark. Xia Zi had seen him on TV before, and this guy really did look a lot like his father. But what confirmed his identity was the arc reactor glowing in his chest. As for the other man, if this really was the cave where Iron Man built his first suit, then he must be Insun, the one who would ultimately sacrifice himself so Tony could escape. Right now, the 2 of them were tinkering away, hammering and forging something by the furnace. Most likely Tony's first suit of powered armor. No doubt about it, Xia Zi murmured, stifling a yawn as he sat up in bed. The 2 men were entirely absorbed in their work, not noticing that Xia Zi had woken up. Feeling a bit exasperated, Xia Zi cleared his throat loudly. Only then did the 2 finally pause their work and turn around to look at him. They exchanged a glance, and Tony gave Ethan a signal. Ethan walked over to Xia Zi and asked, at hashtag UN percent hashtag? The corners of Xia Zi's mouth twitched. With a sigh, he replied, I don't understand what you're saying. I was asking how you're feeling, Ethan said, visibly relieved. He glanced at Tony, but Tony was preoccupied with something in his hands, appearing completely indifferent to what was happening here. I feel all right, actually. It's as if my whole being has reached a new level of enlightenment, Xia Zi answered. Ethan was left speechless, unsure how to respond. Enlightened? What next? Are you going to ascend to the heavens? He pondered for a while, but found he had run out of words. His train of thought had apparently ascended as well. What was he about to say just now? So what exactly are you all doing here? And by the way, where's this place? To be honest, I came here looking for someone, but I haven't been able to find them. I've been searching for ages. Well, I got lost in the desert. I ran into a group of people. But when I tried to ask for help, I think I was knocked out. As Xiaozi reached this point, he let out another sigh. People in this country really aren't very friendly. All I wanted was a ride. You try to hitch a ride with him? Tony looked back at Xiaozi, the corners of his lips quirking up in a faint smile. You've got guts. Thank you. Xiaozi grinned. You're a good person. Not many people compliment me like that. Ethan was at a loss for words again. Was Tony's sarcasm really that hard to catch? Is this guy for real? What are you all doing here anyway? Oh, and you haven't told me where this is yet. Where did those guys go? I still need to find someone. Xiaozi looked around before stepping down. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? And honestly, this environment is making me miserable. I'm used to the high life, you know. Doesn't matter if you were high society or low society before. Tony walked up to Xiaozi and said, right now, you're facing the same reality as us. You've been kidnapped. Wait, are you saying you're kidnappers? Xiaozi's eyes went wide, and he blurted out, Look, I'll be upfront with you. I don't have any money. Didn't you just say you were from high society? Ethan stared at him in disbelief. So what if I'm a broke member of high society? Xiaozi retorted, perfectly confident. Once again, Ethan was left at a loss for words. Doesn't matter him? Tony suddenly looked Xiaozi up and down, frowning. Why do you look so familiar? Maybe you've dreamed about me? Xiaozi said, Please, I beg you, tell me that's not the case. Being dreamed about by a scruffy guy. Now that's truly terrifying. I've dreamed of many beautiful women, but never once did I see you. Tony shook his head. We don't have time to waste here. If you want to stay alive, I hope you'll make the right choice. What choice is that? Xiaozi glanced at their workbench. What exactly are you two making? By the way, what's that pennant on your chest? It's quite pretty. Where did you get it? Tony had no intention of responding to Xiaozi anymore. He turned away and resumed his work. Perplexed, Xiaozi looked at Inson. Why is he ignoring me? Could it be that he has trouble communicating? I think he just honestly finds you annoying. Inson replied as he went to join Tony in their busy work. Xiaozi didn't mind. With his hands clasped behind his back, he strolled here and there, occasionally glancing at Tony. A faint smile played at the corner of his mouth, an odd look, almost like that of an elder watching over his junior. In the blink of an eye, Howard's son had grown up. If anyone else had said this, it might have sounded like a simple sigh. But for Xiaozi, it truly felt like just a moment had passed. Just 2.5 months ago, he'd still been attending meetings with Howard. Life is unpredictable. A wave of emotion swept through Xiaozi's heart. Yet Tony's earlier claim that he looked familiar lingered in his mind. Thinking back, he and Howard had been classic partners in mischief. They would sometimes eat and drink together. Did they ever take photos? He scratched his head, trying to recall, but couldn't quite remember. So it's not impossible Tony might recognize him. But in this pitch-black place, maybe he wouldn't. In truth, Xiaozi was torn about what to do next. Should he escape from here with his old friend's son and his companion, unleashing his might and utterly defeating the gang of bastards outside? Or should he wait for Iron Man's first suit to be completed, witnessing the birth of Iron Man firsthand? In the end, the second option sounded a lot more interesting, Xiaozi mused, rubbing his nose before climbing onto the bed and sitting cross-legged. Meanwhile, the other two were drenched in sweat from their work. Every so often they'd steal a glance at Xiaozi, and the sight nearly sent them over the edge. While they toiled away in a frenzy, Xiaozi sat there as if he were royalty. Inson took a deep breath and said to Xiaozi, Do you not understand the situation you're in? Oh, I understand very well, Xiaozi nodded. Then what are you doing? Are you? Inson glanced around warily, then lowered his voice. If we want to get out of here, that suit of armor is our only hope. Xiaozi's eyes widened with sudden realization. So our goal is to escape from here? Then, with a troubled look, he added, Do you really think tinkering with that pile of scrap metal will actually get us out? Ethan felt a tightness in his chest. Who on earth was this guy, really? So, you think just by sitting here, you'll be able to escape? You don't get it, do you? Xiaozi replied. Ever heard of immortals? Immortals were once people, just like us. All they did was sit like this, day after day, and eventually they became immortals. Once I become one, I'll take you all out of here. Who would dare stop us then? How long would it take for you to become an immortal? Xiaozi pondered for a moment. Probably around 1,000, maybe 1,800 years. Are you kidding me? Ethan couldn't help but curse out loud. A burst of laughter echoed from Tony's side. Not a bad plan. By the time we're all dead, there won't be any need to escape. That works too, Xiaozi said, unfazed. Ethan thought that if he kept wasting time talking to Xiaojie, he must be losing his mind. So, he turned away and went back to work with Tony. Xiaojie chuckled to himself, clearly entertained by the situation. He folded his arms, standing off to the side and watching the two of them work, all the while giving them that annoyingly judgmental look. Neither of them wanted anything to do with him. Who exactly Xiaojie was, they had no idea. But for what he'd shown so far, he was absolutely, unmistakably a lunatic. Time slipped by, and before they knew it, night had fallen. Xiaojie had spent the entire day idling about, growing more and more bored. If he just sat around waiting for Tony to finish building the armor, wouldn't that be far too dull? So, Xiaojie decided he needed to find some entertainment for himself. After all, this wretched place was uncomfortable to live in, the food was lousy. If he didn't find some way to amuse himself, he wasn't sure he could hold out until Tony finished the suit. Night had fully set in, though Xiaojie had lost track of the exact hour. Through the eye of Horus, he could see that the men outside were all resting. Only 2 guards remained, watching the monitors, their heads nodding as if fighting off sleep. Tony and Ethan were both sound asleep. With everything on their minds, neither should have been able to drift off so easily. But even if they had to force themselves, they knew they needed enough rest to keep working the next day. The powerful drive to survive pushed them forward. Xiaojie decided to take advantage of this moment. He slipped quietly out of bed and tiptoed to the door. The main door was locked from the outside. For Xiaojie, opening it from within wouldn't be difficult. No matter how sturdy it was, it would only take a single kick. But if he caused a commotion and woke the whole place, his plan would fall apart. So, he decided to take a risk. He would try to use his ability to see if he could phase through the door. To be honest, Xiaojie had no confidence this would work. That night, the Hulk fought fiercely against Bald Chong right on the main street. Although he had managed to master the ability to travel through space at will, when he tried on his own afterward, it still worked only sporadically. At its core, it was a delicate state of mind. Only by entering a certain wondrous mindset could he wield this power as naturally as moving his own arm. Otherwise, the ability was nothing but a still, lifeless pool. Gently rubbing his face, Xiaojie let out a long breath and settled his thoughts. In the very next instant, as his body suddenly shifted, Xiaojie was already standing outside the door. He turned to look at the door behind him and broke into a wide grin. He had worried about his powers failing him, and even more about not being able to pass through the door at all. If the latter turned out to be true, wouldn't that be absurd? He'd spent the day coolly claiming he was going to cultivate immortality. Yet at night, here he was about to ram his head against a door in desperation. What would Tony and Ethan think of him then? What a joke. Did he have no sense of dignity? He was, after all, of the same generation as Howard. If Tony ever caught wind of this and mocked him, how would Xiaojie ever show his face again? Though he was currently pretending to be a madman and was already the butt of some jokes, that didn't mean everything should be taken lightly. Just as he was about to set off, he paused, placed a hand over his chest, and in the next instant, a sleek black trench coat appeared on him. I never thought before that the disassembler space could be used like this. One-click wardrobe change. Tell me, isn't that convenient? Well, at least if I get discovered, I won't be left completely at a loss. Xiaojie was quite pleased with himself, though it was unclear exactly what he was so proud of. With his cap pulled low and a mask on his face, Xiaojie strolled nonchalantly into the camp of these so-called freedom fighters. His objective was clear, the weapons in the hands of these freedom fighters. But to accomplish that, he would first need to identify the corresponding weapons. Otherwise, when these guys woke up in the morning to find their weapons gone, they'd immediately know something was up. Before Tony finished building the armor, Xiaojie didn't want any unexpected trouble. So, he decided to head over to the makeshift shelters outside, collect some new weapons, and then return to swap them out. Yet just as Xiaojie rounded a corner, he saw a guy standing face first against a wall, his head pressed to the surface, his entire weight leaning on his forehead. He was sound asleep. A puddle at his feet and his pants still not pulled up made it clear. This guy had just relieved himself right inside the cave. Xiaojie felt a wave of disgust. How could someone have so little consideration for others? At that moment, a mischievous thought flashed through his mind. He grinned, reached out, and patted the man on the shoulder. In the next moment, the man vanished. On a sudden whim, Xiaojie blinked. Why didn't I think of this earlier? Why not just take them all at once? Lost in thought, Xiaojie didn't leave the cave. Instead, he sneaked quietly to where the freedom fighters were sleeping. He reached out and tapped someone, gone with a touch. He tapped another, gone as well. After repeating this with 4 or 5 people, Xiaojie began to feel a bit bored. Am I really about to go down the path where I end up drenched in sweat? Xiaojie mused, realizing this wasn't the way to go. Mainly, it's just too much of a waste of space. Even if the decomposer storage is big, if I keep cramming people in, eventually there won't be enough room. But looking at the few people already inside the decomposer space, Xiaojia couldn't help but smile. Still, it's not entirely pointless. Yula can take the fall for me this time. He wandered around the camp, but didn't find as many weapons as he'd hoped. Some people were more alert than expected, making it tricky. Even so, he managed to collect perhaps 50 or 60 submachine guns and rifles. And as for military knives, grenades, and explosives, there was no shortage at all. Satisfied with his haul, Xiaojia strolled back to his sleeping spot. The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, the entire Freedom Fighters camp was in an uproar. The shouting outside was deafening. Even locked away inside, Xiaojia and his two companions felt their ears ache from the noise. What on earth is going on out there? Tony looked around, bewildered. Maybe it's mating season, and they picked the wrong partners to celebrate with? Xiaojia quipped offhandedly. The chaos outside, however, didn't implicate them. After all, the door lock was untouched, and none of the three had tried to sneak out. Even the guards watching the surveillance last night had dozed off, but no one would believe this incident was the work of the prisoners. After all, if they had the means to get out, why not just escape? Why bother just taking the guns? It didn't add up. And even if the guns had been stolen, where would they hide them? There was nowhere to stash them under the ever-watchful cameras. Well, unless the guards were napping. In this confusion, the ones Xiaojia had spirited away became the scapegoats. Ethan could hear bits and pieces outside, people talking about catching up to the culprits and what punishment awaited them. He relayed all this to Tony, who was utterly baffled. Xiaojia, meanwhile, was secretly delighted, already plotting to see if these guys would be issued new weapons today. Then he could go out and grab another batch. But he couldn't help but wonder, were these weapons even worth decomposing? With the decomposer currently upgrading, there was no way to find out just yet. This time, the upgrade truly took ages. 2 whole months had passed, and the disassembler still showed no sign of coming online. And so, the days slipped by, one after another. It's worth mentioning that Summer Night had planned on coasting along, doing as little as possible. Though Tony and Ethan found it exasperating, they really didn't mind all that much. But the Freedom Fighters were far less tolerant. Their reason for capturing Summer Night was simple. They wanted an extra pair of hands. Instead, Summer Night behaved like a pampered guest, lazing about while the so-called Freedom Fighters began to think he was even freer than they were. How could they tolerate such insolence? Didn't he have any sense of what it meant to be a captive? Without delay, they barged in and seized Summer Night, threatening and intimidating him with a barrage of words. He didn't grasp every detail, but he got the general idea. Chastened, he toned down his attitude and started lending Tony and Ethan a hand with odd jobs. But aside from that, for several nights in a row, he would sneak out to pilfer around. At first, the Freedom Fighters genuinely believed some traitor had infiltrated their ranks. After all, every time Summer Night slipped away, a few men would conveniently vanish as well. But after just 3 days, even the most gullible among them could no longer be fooled by the traitor stealing guns and defecting excuse. While no one suspected Summer Night, their imaginations took a wilder turn. They became convinced the camp was haunted. After all, how else could you explain guns disappearing into thin air every night as people slept? Why did members keep vanishing without a trace? Why did no one ever see those who disappeared again? All the vehicles remained parked outside, and there wasn't a single footprint to be found. If this wasn't the work of ghosts, what else could it be? Panic spread like wildfire. People were too terrified to sleep at night, and with their nerves frayed, no one cared much about Summer Night slacking off anymore. Many even chose to sleep during the day. Had it not been for their leader's iron resolve and his execution of 2 would-be deserters, the whole group might have fallen apart. With everyone sleeping during the day, Summer Night lost his window of opportunity. Tony and Ethan spent their days working and only rested at night, which meant any attempt to sneak out during daylight would be easily spotted. Fortunately, Summer Night was ready to call it quits anyway. After all, it remained to be seen whether the makeshift weapons he dismantled would be of any use at all. There was no sense risking so much for something so uncertain. Most importantly, Tony's suit of armor was nearly complete. Summer Night was no stranger to weaponry. He'd been good friends with Howard, and during their time in the military, he'd tinkered with his share of gadgets. Homemade bombs, for example. Of course, his knowledge paled in comparison to Tony's expertise. But as for the general design of the suit of armor Tony was building, Summer Night understood it well enough. Yet when it came to the details, he barely understood even half of it. Howard truly has an extraordinary son, Xiaojia would often exclaim on Summer Nights for reasons even he couldn't comprehend, leaving himself speechless. He had clearly seen all of this in the movie already. So why was he sighing here like this? Glancing at the camera, Xiaojia broke into another grin. Tony and Insun had built that entire suit of armor from scratch right under their watchful surveillance. And yet, though the guards watched every move, they had no idea what was actually happening before their eyes. Then at last, the big day arrived. Tony's suit was finally complete. They could no longer afford to linger in this hellhole, not for even a second longer. So, the moment the armor was finished, Tony couldn't wait to begin suiting up. Insun bustled around in front of him, helping fasten every clasp and lock. They had rigged a homemade bomb to the entrance. If anyone tried to open the door, it would immediately detonate. Normally, that would buy them at least a little time, but not much. Xiaojie thought for a moment, then decided to lend a hand. He asked, "Is there anything I can do to help?" "Just stand there and stay quiet." Tony barked at him. Xiaojie was momentarily at a loss for words. As expected, the persona he had constructed for himself was bound to be disliked. But then he grinned, unabashed. "Nope, not gonna happen." With that, he strode over to the computer. "I know there's one last energy module program you need to input. Want me to take care of it?" Tony froze. "How did you know about that? Why are you wasting time talking?" Xiaojie replied. "Do you really have time to spare?" Tony relented, a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. "All right then, you fascinating little enigma." Insun, meanwhile, was visibly anxious. Under Tony's direction, he helped secure the armor, then fixed his gaze on the door, terrified that someone might burst in at any moment. But no one came. Outside, the guards were so thoroughly worn out by Xiaojie's antics that even as they watched the surveillance feed, their minds lagged behind by several beats. It wasn't until Tony had finished suiting up that they finally realized what was happening. But by the time they rushed over, it was already too late. When they flung open the door, still rigged with explosives, a thunderous blast shook the air. And in the aftermath, there stood a metallic giant facing them. Their minds barely had time to register what was happening before Tony opened fire. He was nothing like the playboy they imagined, ruthless and decisive. With every weapon and round the armor carried, he unleashed a relentless barrage, and in the blink of an eye, no one was left standing in his way. "Let's go." Tony strode forward, brimming with confidence, leading the way. Ethan, nervous and tense, followed close behind, while Summer's Knight trailed at the rear, his hands casually stuffed in his pockets. Despite the situation, Summer's Knight felt remarkably calm inside. He even found himself feeling a trace of reluctance to leave. Under Tony's lead, the three of them cut their way out of the enemy camp, encountering almost no meaningful resistance along the way. Once they were out, Tony looked bewildered. "Why do I feel like I just ran into a bunch of fake bandits?" "Teenagers in puberty tend to get mentally exhausted. That's normal," Summer's Knight replied offhandedly. "Is that so?" Tony suddenly swung his gun around, aiming it squarely at Summer's Knight. "But pretending to be clueless all the time must be exhausting too, isn't it? My intriguing immortal friend." "What's going on, Tony?" Ethan spoke up, his face a picture of confusion and anxiety. They were so close to making it out, so why was Tony suddenly turning his weapon on one of their own? Summer's Knight grinned. "Yeah, what's gotten into you? Lose your mind halfway out." "I'm not the crazy one. In fact, after seeing you, I've started to think the world itself has gone mad." Tony's voice was edged with disbelief. "How is it that someone who's been dead for nearly 70 years can suddenly appear right in front of me?" Ethan froze at those words, a chill running down his spine. Instinctively, he took 2 steps away from Summer's Knight. Summer's Knight, meanwhile, glanced toward the cave's exit. The so-called bandits inside the cave were all but wiped out, but there were still guards posted outside. "Now hardly seems like the time for this conversation. I'm not sure what misunderstanding you have, but how about we wait until we're out of here, and then we can talk it through properly?" Summer's Knight smiled gently. "At the very least, you can be sure I mean you no harm." Tony gave him a long, searching look, then turned away. And in that instant, gunfire erupted. Summer's Knight spun around, ducking behind Tony, and grabbed Ethan, pulling him in as well. "Remember, stay sharp when the time comes." "And what about you? Should I worry about you?" Ethan shouted over the chaos. Summer's Knight flashed another grin. "Me? I'll be making a run for it, of course." No sooner had he finished speaking than he was off, dashing away the instant his last word left his lips. He moved with lightning speed, a streak across the open ground, no obstacle able to slow him for even a moment. Most of the freedom fighters' weapons were trained on Tony, so Summer's Knight slipped away almost unnoticed. A few stray bullets flew his way, but none proved the slightest threat. Once he'd slipped out of everyone's sight, Summer's Knight tapped into his spatial traversal ability and in the blink of an eye, reached a commanding vantage point. This was his first time using this ability to travel, and only now, pushing himself to the limit, did he realize that the farthest he could teleport in a single leap was just 10 meters. A short-range teleportation? After arriving at a high vantage point, Xiaojia casually pulled a sniper rifle from the disassembler storage space. This was a piece of equipment he had requested from Pepper. He set up the rifle, took aim, and fired. In theory, it shouldn't have been difficult for Tony to escape from here. But Tony's real purpose was to destroy all the weapons outside. Every second those crates, stamped with Stark Industries, remained under the shelter, it was like a constant stab of pain for him. So before he could leave, he had to make sure every last one of them was reduced to ashes. In this situation, In-sun could barely move forward and had no choice but to hide inside the cave. Meanwhile, Xiaojia kept firing, picking off anyone wielding high-powered weapons ahead of time, just to make sure neither of the two would fall here, defeated and buried in the sand. Even with Xiaojia's help, Tony's suit was nearly blasted apart in a hail of bullets. It wasn't until Xiaojia took out the last of the freedom fighters that Tony finally breathed a sigh of relief. But Xiaojia didn't move. Lying prone in the sand, he waited in silence. He wasn't waiting for Tony himself. He was waiting for Tony to take off his suit. More precisely, that armor. The power of this thing was undeniable, but it lacked the finesse of the suits Tony would later build. In battle, it was a formidable shield of steel. But once the fight was over, trudging through the desert in it was another story. Of course, Xiaojia also knew the armor was equipped with a rudimentary flight system. If not for In-sun, Tony would have taken off without a second thought. But with In-sun still alive, Xiaojia was certain Tony wouldn't abandon him. That's why Xiaojia believed Tony's most likely choice was to shed the heavy armor and make a run for it with In-sun. And, as it turned out, Xiaojia was right. 10 minutes later, he watched as the two, clothes torn and tattered, found a functioning car and drove away without a backward glance. And, adding insult to injury, they shamelessly disabled all the remaining vehicles. Xiaojia's face darkened at the sight. Damn it, are they trying to leave me stranded out here? Serves me right for being greedy. He stood up from the high ground, packed away his sniper rifle, and made his way to the cave. There lay the armor, completely wrecked. It was in such bad shape that it took several tries just to get into the disassembler. Clearly, even the storage space no longer recognized it as a single, complete object. Speaking of which, the villain in the first Iron Man movie seemed to have used this very thing to cobble together a hideous monstrosity, barely managing to claim the title of Iron Man's first major villain, right? After all, he was the only one running for the position. Xiaozi curled his lip in disdain. What did any of that have to do with him? Even if he took away this entire suit of armor, leaving the villain without his gear, unable to become the final boss, what did that matter to Xiaozi? Absolutely nothing. He took it away without a second thought. There was simply no room for negotiation. Not only that, but after collecting the armor, Xiaozi strolled around the place at his leisure. He made sure to finish off anyone who was still alive, firing a shot at each one. He didn't want any of these guys popping up later to stir up trouble, even if it meant Tony would have fewer chances to play the hero. But again, what did that have to do with him? If you don't finish off the snake, you'll only create endless trouble. Both movies and novels have taught us that whenever the hero magnanimously treats the villain as nothing, that nothing always comes back to haunt them, leaving the hero green in the face and nearly poisoned to death. Xiaozi had no intention of being that kind of fool. After wiping everyone out, Xiaozi looked out over the endless yellow sands, unable to hold back a stomp and a furious curse. Back in the day, that bastard Howard should have pinned you to the wall. How would he set up his own uncle like this? Sure, you're older than me now, but when I used to hang out with your dad, you weren't even around, you little troublemaker. But ranting and raving didn't help at all. Xiaozi had no choice but to continue on foot. Luckily, there was still plenty of water and food in the disassembler storage space. And at the very least, there was a ball chong and a dozen freedom fighters in there too. Though frankly, Xiaozi had no idea what good they might be. As he walked, Xiaozi mulled over Tony's last words. It was obvious, the guy had recognized him. When exactly? Hard to say. Maybe at their first meeting, maybe later. But no matter what, Tony had managed to keep a straight face and endure for so long. He really was a tough customer. Could it be that he deliberately said all that at the end just to leave me stranded in this desert? Suddenly struck by the thought, Xiaozi gritted his teeth. If I'd known, I would have given Howard a universal crotch kick back in the day. Xiaozi trudged out of the desert with a belly full of frustration. He must have cursed and regretted his choices 100 times along the way. But what good did it do? He didn't have eyes in the back of his head. He'd only watched a handful of movies. Who could have guessed that one day, the seemingly upright Tony Stark would play such a dirty trick? After entering the city, he found a place to make a phone call. Then, on that summer night, he took a leisurely stroll to settle a score with the man who'd sold him the car, and only after that did he head for the airport. Nothing much had changed on the streets of New York, and the same could be said for Pepper. Of course, there were subtle differences. At the very least, she no longer seemed as anxious as she'd been the first time she met Xiaojiji. Tony has already called. After a bit of rest, he'll be able to come back tomorrow. Thank you. Pepper spoke first. Honestly, even without me, he would have made it back alive, Xiaojiji replied with a smile. You should have a bit more faith in him. He added silently to himself. After all, that guy is sneakier than he looks. Regardless, I still appreciate your help, Pepper said, offering him a polite bow. Xiaojiji's expression didn't change. He simply gazed at Pepper in silence. Her face remained calm as well. After a brief pause, she sighed. Is there anything else you want to ask? Xiaojiji chuckled softly. No, you got it wrong. It's not about what I want to ask. It's about what you might want to tell me. There's really nothing to say. Pepper merely took a slip of paper from her handbag and handed it to Xiaojiji. Someone asked me to give this to you. Let me guess, world peace again? Xiaojiji's lips twitched ever so slightly. Of course not, Pepper replied with a smile. Anyway, thank you again for your help. I'll keep our agreement. Besides you and me, no one else will ever know about this. Don't be so sure, Xiaojiji sighed. There are some people you just can't fool. In the end, it all comes down to who's more honest. With that, he waved his hand and walked past Pepper to the curb, where he hailed a taxi and climbed in. Pepper watched as the cab disappeared down the road. Her stern expression slowly crumbled, and she let out a tense breath. Do you think he'll believe it? No, he won't, came a woman's voice from the back seat of a black sedan nearby. And honestly, I never intended to deceive him. It's just that, given my situation, I have no other choice. No, the world has thrown me an incredible surprise. Suddenly, all my years of perseverance feel worthwhile. If I could, I'd rather not disturb him at all, but I really have no other option. Pepper turned to look at the car. The window was halfway down, and the woman inside gave a soft, rueful laugh. Anyway, thank you for handling all this. Once the last piece is taken care of, let's end our contact for good. Inside the taxi, Xiaoji's gaze grew calm. He didn't look at the slip of paper in his hand, but simply stared quietly out the window. Only after a long while did he finally let out a breath. Someone had been watching him just now. There was no murderous intent, to be sure, but that look still made his heart race with unease. He glanced at the note in his hand. After a long silence, Xiaoji didn't open it. Instead, he tucked it into the pocket of his undershirt. Folding his arms and leaning back against the seat, Xiao gazed up at the taxi's ceiling, lost in thought. He wasn't even sure what exactly was running through his mind at that moment. When the car finally stopped, Xiaoji snapped back to reality. He paid the fare, got out, and opened the door to his small martial arts studio, a place that always made him feel it should serve some greater purpose. No one had been home for 2 months, and a fair amount of dust had settled. Since he had no luggage with him, Xiaojia headed straight to the kitchen, grabbed some cleaning tools, and gave the whole place a thorough scrub from top to bottom. Huh, what's this? In a corner on the first floor, Xiaojia spotted a pull ring. Could it be a cellar? A flurry of images suddenly flashed through his mind, only for him to shake them away, knowing that most of them were far too outrageous to even describe. He reached out and pulled it open. Below was nothing more than a simple basement. Why dig a hole for a basement instead of just putting in a door? He muttered to himself, a little amused. He jumped down and looked around. The space was actually bigger than he'd expected. But inside, there was almost nothing at all. Well, that was the shortest treasure hunt ever. Am I supposed to what now? His lips curled into a smile as he surveyed the basement. Come to think of it, I probably have quite a bit of money now, don't I? Scratching his head, Xiaojia cleaned the basement and fetched a few tools. After setting everything down, he gave his Xiaomi a call. Once the call ended, Xiaojia dove back into the basement, ready to embark on a grand renovation. He just called to ask Li Xiaomi about the basement's current use. It turned out the basement had long since fallen out of use, and once Xiaojia explained his intention to claim it for himself, Li Xiaomi readily agreed, especially since Xiaojia promised to pay rent. If all went according to Xiaojia's plans, this basement would be put to great use. He still remembered the genetics knowledge he'd learned years ago under Dr. Erskine, the vial of super soldier serum he still had, and even a certain bald chong. If these resources and people were never put to use, wouldn't it be a terrible waste? Xiaojia decided to transform the basement into a small laboratory for some rather secret research. To pull it off, he'd still need to acquire a few more pieces of equipment. If this had been 2 months ago, Xiaojia would have been completely at a loss. His network was practically non-existent. The only person he'd met was Li Xiaomi, who could draw. But now, he made a quick call to Little Pepper. After hanging up, Xiaojia let out a sigh of relief. That woman agreed so readily, so quickly, in fact, that Xiaojia almost got the illusion she'd grant his every request. Shaking his head, he was about to get back to his work when someone knocked at the door. I just got home, for crying out loud. Xiaojia was puzzled. When Li Xiaomi was here before, There certainly weren't this many people dropping by. Who could it be this time? He opened the door to find a man standing there, looking rather down on his luck. The man glanced at Xiaojie, then at the address in his hand. He nodded slightly and said, "Hello, are you the instructor?" Xiaojie's face turned green in an instant. "Are you kidding me? That direct? And where exactly did my disguise slip up? Why would someone show up, holding a piece of paper that looked oddly familiar, and ask for me by name?" "Who are you?" Xiaojie asked, his face darkening. "Hello, my name is Robert Bruce Banner." The man seemed a little shy, a bit embarrassed, and maybe a touch nervous. I came here seeking help." Xiaojie picked his jaw up off the floor, and after swallowing hard, blurted out, "I didn't take your pants off." And nothing is more terrifying than a sudden, suffocating silence. But the moment Xiaojie said that, the whole room fell so quiet, it was almost oppressive. Painfully, awkwardly silent. When he's not transformed, Banner actually has a remarkable presence. Despite his destitute appearance, he had a gentle, scholarly air. After a long, awkward moment, Banner finally broke the ice. "I think there must be some kind of misunderstanding." Yeah, you're absolutely right," Xiaojie nodded hastily. "Come in, please." Even after Banner stepped inside, Xiaojie still felt a little dazed. Why on earth would this big shot suddenly show up here? Recalling the note Banner had just been holding, Xiaojie's mouth twitched. Shaking his head helplessly, he closed the door and followed him in. Watching Banner walk ahead, Xiaojie couldn't help but glance at the man's pants. He quickly smacked himself in the face. What on earth was he thinking? If this guy got angry, he could tear the whole place apart in seconds. The Hulk's ability to wreck a home is even scarier than a hyperactive husky, for heaven's sake. After looking around, Banner seemed to want to compliment Xiaojie's home. "Your place." He searched for words for a long time, then finally said, "It's very spacious." "You're right. Lately, I've been thinking about getting a table, changing the sign out front, and opening a detective agency, or maybe something like an all-purpose service shop. After all, there are people coming to me for help day in and day out. I honestly don't even know when this became my main job." Xiaojie couldn't help but complain. Banner immediately looked embarrassed. "If I've caused you any trouble, then No, it has nothing to do with you." Xiaojie sighed. "I know a little about what's been happening to you." Banner was silent for a while before finally speaking. "Before we go on, can I confirm a few things with you?" "Go ahead. There's a living room upstairs. Let's sit up there." As usual, just a glass of water. Banner held on to it, unable to settle down. "Before anything else, I want to ask, were you the one there that night?" "Well, I really didn't mean to pull your pants down." Xiaojie realized this question was impossible to dodge. "It's all right," Banner answered reflexively, then realized something was off with his response. "What do you mean it's all right? Was it really all right to have his pants pulled down?" After a moment, he added, "As long as you don't do it often. So it's fine if I do it occasionally?" Xiaojie was momentarily stunned. "Of course not." Banner was exasperated. What kind of nonsense was this? Xiaojie wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "It's a misunderstanding, all of it." In any case, Banner gathered his thoughts again. "You seem to know a lot about my situation. If you were the one there that night, then I could be a bit more at ease. Sometimes I can't control my emotions, and if something like that happens, I need someone around to stop me from doing something I'll regret." "That's pretty convoluted." Xiaojie smacked his lips. "Before we go further, can you tell me why you came to me?" "Of course," Banner replied. "I was actually planning to leave the country, but in the end, I was stopped by the military. They're really nothing like the military people I thought I knew. They didn't try to arrest me. They just want to talk. There's a bit of unpleasantness at first, but in the end, we managed to have a real conversation. They even offered a way to help me, but only if I found you." Xiaojie let out a quiet sigh. And then, I came here." Xiaojie was speechless. "That was it? Isn't that a bit too hasty? They really don't seem like bad people," Banner said. "And they told me that if there's anyone left in this world who could help me, it would have to be you. I don't ask for much. Honestly, if I could just keep my sanity in that state, if I could avoid hurting those around me, I'd be satisfied." Xiaojie fell silent. Military memos. What a mess they're making of things. From the look of things, Pepper really has been hiding quite a bit from me. So, her easy agreement to let me buy some experimental equipment. Could it be because she already knew Banner would be coming to me? But if that's the case, I can't quite figure out her true intentions. To send Banner here, it's clear they must have gotten hold of some crucial information, and they must be certain about who I really am. The birth of the Hulk was a tragedy caused by the military's experiments with the super soldier serum. And the creator of the super soldier serum was Dr. Erskine. In this world, the number of people who know about my connection with Dr. Erskine can be counted on one hand. Among those still living, there's only one person who's aware of it. Agent Carter. Only Agent Carter could have made this happen. Is it you? Xiaojie frowned slightly. But if it is, why go to such lengths to keep me in the dark? Unless, of course, there's some reason she simply can't avoid acting this way. Lost in thought, Xiaojiji suddenly took out the slip of paper from the pocket of his undershirt and unfolded it. Written in elegant script was a single line. Be yourself. No extra information, just those simple words. Xiaojiji sank into silence. In that instant, a storm of thoughts surged in his mind. 70 years is enough to change a person, but some things deep inside never change. If it really is Agent Carter, once she was sure of my identity, she would never play such roundabout games with me. Unless she's now facing a situation where she simply can't approach me directly. So something must have happened, something I never anticipated, that's brought things to this point. If that's true, then suddenly, Xiaojiji found himself a little grateful. Not rushing off in a frenzy to find Agent Carter after arriving in this world. Maybe that was the best choice after all. Using the name instructor and appearing in certain circles might have, quite by accident, handed Carter a valuable advantage. And if Agent Carter really does have a plan, then for now, my true identity is probably only known to a select few. Otherwise, S.H.I.E.L.D. would have come knocking by now. Looking at Banner standing before him, Xiaojiji was now almost certain of his suspicions. Please, Xiaojiji's lips curled into a faint smile. Do we really need to be so polite with each other? We're old comrades in arms. Banner's request was one Xiaojiji agreed to without hesitation. However, when it came to the matter of moving in, Xiaojiji knew he couldn't make that decision alone. After all, the house belonged to Li Xiaomi. So Xiaojiji had no choice but to call Li Xiaomi. After he explained the situation, the young woman erupted in a thunderous rant over the phone. But in the end, she relented and agreed. She was the kind of person who loved to put on a fierce front, but beneath it all, she was gentle and kind-hearted. Whenever he encountered someone like her, Xiaojiji always felt his own heart soften. But what's going to happen next? He wondered, a headache beginning to form. Even if everything played out as he suspected, and this was all part of Agent Carter's plan, would she really keep sending more people his way? To be honest, even if it was Agent Carter asking, he didn't want to keep taking in one mess after another. Besides, he still couldn't be sure if this whole affair actually had anything to do with Carter. Once Banner had successfully moved in, the very first thing he did was help Xiaojiji deal with the basement issues. After so much time, the basement had grown damp and musty. Some necessary repairs were definitely in order. This place was secluded enough that Xiaojiji didn't want to bring in anyone else, so the two men simply rolled up their sleeves and got to work themselves. Banner was not much of a talker, and his eyes often carried a touch of melancholy. To many, being the Hulk was an incredible power, but for Banner, it was nothing but a source of deep distress. If he had a choice, Banner would never have wanted to become the Hulk in the first place. This left him in a constant state of gloom and sorrow, perhaps longing for the carefree days of his past. After all, ever since he became the Hulk, it seemed even the pleasures of love were out of reach. It was said that a racing heartbeat could trigger his transformation, so scenes that should have been exhilarating might easily turn bizarre or even grotesque. With such worries weighing on him, Banner seemed absent-minded and somber while working, though at least he never slacked off. Combined with Xiaojiji's formidable physical strength, the two of them worked at a decent pace. Even so, it still took the pair nearly 3 days to completely sort out the basement. When it was finally done, the basement looked even better than they had imagined. Coincidentally, Pepper's shipment arrived then as well, so the two of them began moving the items in one by one. There was no way they could fit an entire set of equipment down there. Even if they managed to bring it all over, the basement simply wasn't big enough. Even the entrance to the basement was impassable. Fortunately, some basic facilities were enough to support some of Xiaoji's research for the time being. After all, he wasn't planning to mass-produce the serum just yet. Still, when Xiaoji saw Pepper, he was a bit puzzled. How did this young woman end up entangled with Agent Carter? But after thinking it over, he found it actually quite reasonable. When Pepper joined Stark Industries, Howard was still alive. During that period, anything could have happened. He chatted casually and playfully with Pepper about Tony, and Pepper told Xiaoji, Tony said when he got captured, he ran into, a lunatic? Xiaoji was speechless. Who taught this kid such bad habits? Howard certainly didn't talk like that. Seeing Xiaoji so exasperated, Pepper couldn't help but laugh. The package has been delivered. I have a ball to attend tonight, so I'll be off now. After sending Pepper off, Xiaoji sat in silence for a while. He hadn't asked her anything, and Pepper hadn't shown any intention to confide. But that, in itself, was already a kind of communication. As for the troublesome kid, he would leave him be for now. Hopefully, he'd evolve into an iron kid sooner rather than later. In the lab, Xiaoji studied the test results in silence. After a long pause, he began jotting down notes, rearranging his thoughts. Banner sat quietly by the side, not daring to interrupt. After a while, Xiaojia put down his pen, let out a sigh, and said, "Your problem is even more serious than I imagined." Banner straightened up, attentive. "Go ahead." "The biggest variable," Xiaojia began, scratching his head, "was that, during the experiment, your data was unstable. The most direct consequence is that your current state is even more unstable. Of course, in a way, that's also the root of your advantage. Your power practically has no upper limit. Your anger determines its magnitude. But at the same time, anger also strips you of your reason. This isn't just a Hulk problem, either. Even a normal person can lose control in a fit of rage. It's just that the Hulk is even more easily provoked. And since you usually transform in the midst of extreme emotion, those feelings carry over to the Hulk. That's why, every time he appears, he's in a state of extreme mental instability. Have you ever tried transforming in a state of absolute calm?" Xiaojia asked. Banner was silent for a moment, then replied, "That night. The night you fought Bald Chong." Xiaozi mused. "No wonder your objective was so clear that night. For most of the time, you must have stayed conscious, am I right?" Banner nodded. Xiaozi pondered for a moment. This could be a line of thought worth pursuing, though it's not absolute. With that, Xiaozi released Bald Chong, or, more properly, Abomination. The instant Banner saw him, he tensed up, glancing nervously at Xiaozi and then at Abomination. "Is this Bald Chong? You're picking up my habit of calling him that," Xiaozi said with a wry smile. "This isn't the time for chit-chat. I'm worried he might wake up. I'd rather not see my hard-earned laboratory destroyed by the two of you." Xiaozi carefully drew a blood sample from one of Abomination's wounds and, in the next instant, sent him back into the disintegration chamber storage space. "Where did he go?" Banner asked in surprise. "Somewhere interesting," Xiaozi replied. "Actually, I've been wanting to conduct an experiment for a while. Would you like to be my test subject?" "No way." Banner refused without hesitation. He could tell from Xiaozi's expression that this was definitely not going to be a fun experiment. Xiaozi clicked his tongue in disappointment. So boring. After diluting the blood sample, he extracted another portion and started running tests. Banner proved himself an expert in this field as well, and working together, their progress was swift. When the data results came in, Xiaozi compared their findings and couldn't help but laugh. "Interesting. Strictly speaking, you both used the same thing. Even if the serum he used was optimized in some way, there's no way it could produce such a huge leap. So why is there such a vast difference in outcome? Could it be a matter of physical constitution? Everyone's physiology is unique. The same substance will affect each person differently. The super soldier serum is an especially peculiar creation. Even a tiny variation can be amplified many times over. So, it's entirely possible that the difference in results is simply due to different constitutions. But right now, none of this can be confirmed. At best, it's a hypothesis worth considering." Banner, in his quest for a cure, had done extensive research in this area as well. But even after all their discussion, the two of them could only come up with a few plausible but unproven theories. What the final outcome might be would still require careful calculation and step-by-step experimentation to uncover. Apart from that, there was one universally accepted solution between the two of them. Control their emotions as much as possible. Maintain rational thinking and a clear mind. But in the end, this was only a temporary fix, not a true cure. After all, even the most serene monk has his moments of anger, let alone Banner, who is only human. Using this method to completely put an end to his madness would require coaxing the Hulk out for a calm and rational conversation. But the problem is, once the Hulk really shows up, who could possibly remain calm? After discussing late into the night, the two hungry men grabbed something to eat, then each retreated to their rooms to sleep. At the break of dawn, as usual, Xiaojia went up to the rooftop to practice his exercises. Although up to now, he hadn't really achieved any tangible results. The breathing techniques used to control his rhythm kept his body in peak condition at all times. Just this one benefit alone was enough to keep Xiaojia persistent in his practice. He also tried channeling his colorless energy into his martial arts routines, but so far it hadn't succeeded. It's worth mentioning that Banner, noticing Xiaojia's morning routine, initially planned to give it a try himself. But after just one day, he gave up. It wasn't because he couldn't learn it, but rather, when his breathing slowed and deepened, his blood started flowing faster, and his heart pounded so fiercely he almost summoned the Hulk. The scare left Banner pale as a sheet, and from then on, he refused to set foot on the rooftop again. With his morning practice done, Xiaojia was just about to work on his teleportation skill when Banner's voice drifted up from below. "Xia, your phone." Late at night, Xiaojia was making his way through the narrow alleys, hurrying toward the subway station. The reason he was still out at this hour could be laid squarely at the feet of Li Xiaomi. Early that morning, the girl had called Xia Jie from her school, asking him to buy some art supplies for her. She'd given him an address so remote and insisted over the phone that if she couldn't use that brand of paint, she'd hardly be able to paint at all. Xia Jie had no way to tell if she was exaggerating, but since he was staying at her place and eating her food, buying her some paint, and mailing it over didn't seem like too much to ask. As it turned out, the whole errand ended up taking him the entire day. That damned out-of-the-way address had nearly run his legs ragged. Worse yet, because he wasn't familiar with the area, Xia Jie spent the day bouncing between checking the map and searching for the subway station. Can anyone tell me where the subway station actually is? Xia Jie muttered in frustration, realizing that even with a map, he'd managed to get himself lost in the maze of New York streets and alleys. Just as he was feeling downcast, he suddenly heard a rush of footsteps echoing through the alley. The sound was urgent, and in the next second, a group of people flashed past right in front of him. Hey, stop. Don't run. I just want to ask for directions. Catching sight of them, Xia Jie couldn't help but grin. Getting lost in the winding streets and alleys of New York wasn't all that scary. What truly unsettled him was that he hadn't even bumped into a single street thug yet. Who was he supposed to ask for directions? Weren't there supposed to be gangs of unruly punks lurking in every New York alley, ready to harass women at any given moment? Finally, he'd stumbled upon a group, though they seemed a bit preoccupied. Still, Xia Jie figured he could afford to interrupt their business for just a moment. He folded up his map, then dashed after them without a second thought. After just a couple of strides, he realized the group was actually split into two factions. The first was a nimble young man in the lead. His ability to leap fences and dart through backyards was nothing short of masterful. He moved with lightning speed and an enviable coordination, every motion fluid and precise. Trailing behind were several men, quick on their feet, but clearly lacking the frontrunner's agility. What's more, every now and then, the young man would pause to strike back at his pursuers with some rather peculiar moves. The most fascinating part was that he seemed able to hang suspended from walls without any visible support, as if gravity barely applied to him. Whenever someone passed below, he'd drop down with a swift kick, sending them sprawling. Who on earth is that? Xia Jie wondered aloud, baffled by this sudden apparition on the streets of New York. But in the next instant, he felt his own thoughts might be an overreaction. After all, New York was the kind of place where you could spot Bald Chong putting on performance art in the streets, or see a short, chubby, green guy running around without pants. So why couldn't there be someone agile enough to scale walls? Someone who could, climb walls? Xia Jie's eyes widened in disbelief. In the Marvel universe, when it came to wall crawling, if there was anyone he admired, it was Spider-Man. Could that be Peter Parker? Xia Jie gasped, taken aback. If he'd run into Peter Parker here, then something was seriously off with the timeline. From what he remembered, Spider-Man didn't make his debut until the Civil War arc. And that particular event was still several years in the future, wasn't it? All right, Xia Jie admitted he didn't know the exact time frame, but one thing was certain. In the grand scheme of things, Spider-Man's appearance was supposed to come much later. Iron Man hadn't even made a proper entrance yet. So how could Spider-Man already be swinging onto the scene? This timeline is a complete mess. Xia Jie muttered, frustrated but not quite at the point of losing his cool. He reached out and grabbed the collar of the last thug in the group. The man was yanked to a halt so abruptly he nearly choked. Gasping for air, he didn't even wait for Xia Jie to speak before swinging a fist straight at his nose. Hey, what's your problem with my handsome nose? Xia Jie dodged his head aside and caught the man's wrist mid-punch. Listen, Before he could finish, the thug suddenly drove a knee straight toward him. If that landed, he'd really be in trouble. On that summer night, filled with rage, Xia Jie shook off the other's wrist, and in a sudden burst of motion, lunged forward, landing a powerful kick right into the man's chest. The man's body was sent flying, crashing against the wall with a heavy thud. Without missing a beat, Xia Jie strode over, grabbed the man by the collar, and shouted furiously, I was just asking for directions, all right? Don't you dare pass out on me. But the man in his grip was already completely limp, unable to stand, collapsing like a pile of useless mud. Damn it! Frustrated, Xia Jie tossed the man aside and continued the chase. He was exasperated. A chaotic timeline was one thing. After all, if a Marvel timeline wasn't a mess, could it really call itself Marvel? But all he wanted was to ask for directions. Why was it so difficult? For heaven's sake, stop right there. Xia Jie caught another by the collar. This time, the result was even more dramatic. The person had been running too fast, and Xia Jie's grip was too strong. The sudden force yanked the collar tight against his neck, and with the impact, the poor guy immediately passed out. Damn it! Xia Jie was about ready to Hulk out, letting out a roar as he charged after the group. The gangsters heard the chaos behind them and started to panic. The kid up front was darting around like a monkey while some mysterious powerhouse had appeared out of nowhere in the back, knocking out whoever he caught. What on earth were they supposed to do? Stop and deal with the one behind them? But then the kid in front would surely get away. Keep chasing? But the guy in the back was taking them out one by one. Their leader quickly realized things weren't going their way. Making a snap decision, he dug his heels in, turned around, and shouted, "Take him down first." His outstretched finger pointed straight at Xiaojie. Xiaojie's eyes lit up with delight. Perfect. I was just saying. Not that anyone cared what he had to say. The gang rushed in, intent on bringing Xiaojie down. Seeing this, Xiaojie exploded in anger. Are you kidding me? I just want to ask for directions. Is that really so hard to handle? He caught a gangster's fist, sent him flying with a swift kick. The second one to rush up was seized by the throat, lifted into the air, and swung around like a flail, sending bodies tumbling everywhere. Meanwhile, the young man who had been sprinting ahead took notice of the chaos behind him. With a quick glance over his shoulder, he saw Xiaojie, some kind of martial arts master who'd appeared out of nowhere, laying waste to the gangsters. Without hesitation, the young man turned back and jumped into the fray. At that moment, the gangsters' luck had truly run out. Just a single, inexperienced little spider could have run them ragged, left them with nowhere to go. Unfortunately, he was being tailed by the king of beheading, a master of martial arts with a wealth of combat experience. To make matters worse, the reckless little spider was barging around, and caught between the two of them, he was beaten so badly he wanted to cry for his mom. Xiaojie was also having the time of his life fighting, so much so that by the end, he almost forgot what he had come here to do. But luckily, when he finally managed to grab hold of the last person, he suddenly remembered he was actually here to ask for directions. He grabbed the man by the collar, ready to question him, when suddenly a foot flew in from the side, sending the poor guy tumbling and nearly fainting on the spot. Did he just pass out again? Xiaojie stared in disbelief at the young man who had just landed after that flying kick. Why did you have to kick him like that? Are you with him or something? The young man looked on guard, his shoulders tense with suspicion. Xiaojie was just as surprised. How on earth did you come to that conclusion? Is it because I knocked their teeth out all over the place? The young man hesitated, then said, "Sorry, I got a little carried away." "Never mind that. Let me ask you something," Xiaojie said. "Sorry, I don't have the time." The young man crouched down, rolled up one guy's sleeve to check his wrist, then sighed in disappointment, stood up, and turned to leave. "Wait a second," Xiaojie called out quickly. But instead of stopping, the young man sped up, and with just a few steps, he was already up on the wall, climbing barehanded, moving like a giant spider. "So it really is you." A grappling hook suddenly appeared in Xiaojie's hand. With a swift swing, he flung it to the top of the wall and, holding the rope, sprinted up the vertical surface. Little Spider, halfway up, stared in astonishment. Was this even possible? "Hey, can you wait a moment? I just need to ask you something." Xiaojie caught up, and calm and even-voiced spoke side by side with him. Little Spider grinned. "No." And as soon as the words left his mouth, he suddenly let go and leapt down from 2 or 3 stories high, landing without hesitation. Are all young people these days so impulsive? Xiaojie simply let go as well, both of them landing one after the other. But unlike Xiaojie, who landed smoothly, Little Spider was clearly less experienced. He stumbled and landed flat on his backside. As he looked up, a map was suddenly thrust in front of his face. "Seriously, what are you so worked up about? I just want to ask where exactly is the subway station? There are buildings everywhere in this crazy place, and I'm getting cross-eyed trying to find it." "The subway station?" Little Spider stood up, bewildered. "That's all you wanted to know? What else did you think?" Xiaojie rolled his eyes. With a flick of his wrist, the grappling hook dropped from the rooftop and, in the next instant, vanished from his hand. The little spider watched all this unfold, astonished. "So you're not like the others after all?" "Not like the others, my foot," Xiaojie replied. "No matter how special I am, didn't I still end up lost? Just tell me already. Once you're done, I can finally go home." Little Spider couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. "Hey, friend, I think there's been a bit of a misunderstanding between us. That's obvious. But if you don't tell me where the subway station is, I'm afraid this misunderstanding is only going to get worse." Xiaojie's face darkened. All right. Little Spider gave a helpless smile. "Where exactly are you trying to go?" 20 minutes later, on the same subway train, the two of them sat side by side in silence. Little Spider glanced at Xiaojie, then at the route map, and finally broke the silence. "Who would have thought? We're headed to the same place." "Yeah, same place." Xiaojie gazed out the window. "Come to think of it, haven't we met before?" Little Spider asked again. "By the way, my name's Peter Parker. Nice to meet you. You're happy a bit too soon." Xiaojie rolled his eyes. Little Spider almost choked, his eyes nearly rolling back in exasperation. But he went on, "But really, I think I've seen you before. Wait, 2 months ago, weren't you pinned down by a little blonde freckle face, doing some unspeakable things? I think your story's got some serious issues. They were just trying to mug me." Peter's face darkened. "And for the record, those unspeakable things were just them searching my wallet." Very convincing." Xiaozi nodded with a blank face. "Why do I get the feeling that every word you say, and your face too, is just brushing me off?" Peter was dumbfounded. Xiaozi nodded. "You're right. I'm brushing you off. You just admit it like that." Peter could only stare in disbelief. Peter was on the verge of a breakdown. Xiaozi's personality made him want to find a wall and bang his head against it. What kind of person is this? With a deep sigh, Peter decided to stay silent himself. But as he fell quiet, Xiaozi seemed less inclined to keep quiet. He turned to look at Peter, hesitated for a moment, and asked, "So what exactly were you doing earlier? Out on the street, fighting crime?" "Me?" Peter paused, then shook his head. "No, I was just looking for someone." Xiaozi blinked, but said nothing. Drawn in by the conversation, Peter couldn't stay silent. "I'm looking for someone with a star tattoo on his wrist. I don't know who he is, but he killed my uncle." Xiaozi suddenly understood. So that's what the timeline is. Spider-Man, scouring the city for his enemy? The Amazing Spider-Man? Scratching his head, Xiaoji glanced around the carriage. It was completely empty. So late at night, there were hardly any people left, even in the subway. He asked, "So you're just planning to wander around aimlessly? You don't even know who you're looking for? Just a tattoo to go on? It's not just that it's hard to find. Even if you do find someone, how can you be sure he's the one you're after?" Peter fell silent, then let out a sigh. "I don't know." He raked his hands through his hair, clearly agitated. "But if I can't find this person, I'll never forgive myself. I can't forget the way my uncle looked at me in his final moments. He wanted to say something to me, but in the end, he couldn't. There was reluctance in his eyes. He shouldn't have died so soon. He was a good man. Maybe he just needed a vent, or maybe he didn't know who else to say these things to." Originally, someone like Xiaojie, a total stranger, wouldn't have become his confidant. But Xiaojie had once taken the grappling hook in front of him, making Peter see him as a kindred spirit. And 2.5 months ago, Xiaojie had saved his life. That made the young Spider-Man, still innocent to the world, instinctively trust Xiaojie and start pouring his heart out. Xiaojie suddenly felt as if he'd become some kind of life mentor. Looking at the helpless, desperate boy with tears at the corners of his eyes, he sighed helplessly and said, "Even so, you can't just go charging around the streets like this. If you keep doing this, they'll remember your face. These people have no regard for the law. If one day your family gets dragged into this because of you, what then?" "Aunt May." Peter's head shot up. "You're right. I need to come up with a plan." "And then what?" Xiaojie looked at him. "Come up with a plan, and then keep searching blindly like this? But besides that, I don't know what else to do." Peter looked at Xiaojie, utterly lost. Xiaojie thought for a moment and said, "Well, I don't know either. When someone's this upset, could you please not act like this?" Peter had no idea what kind of expression he should wear. His feelings were so tangled, he couldn't possibly show them all on his face. "You don't know, and yet you still say all that? So frustrating." He almost wanted to punch something. All right. You should." Xiaojie sighed and was just about to offer some advice, but halfway through, he suddenly realized something was wrong. What was he doing? Banner was still staying at his place, and now he was about to get tangled up in Spider-Man troubles? Come to think of it, even before Thanos arrived, he shouldn't be so reckless. What he really ought to do is focus on getting stronger, right? Was it really wise to keep getting himself caught up in all sorts of trouble with nothing better to do? Is your method really going to work? Hearing Xiaoji's words, Peter once again turned a hopeful gaze toward him. "Oh, what if I say no? Are you going to hit me?" "Yes, I'll hit you, and I'll hit you hard," Peter replied. "Too bad you don't even know how to fight," Xiaojiji scoffed, curling his lip. "Don't underestimate me." Peter shot back, unwilling to accept it. Ever since he'd been bitten by the spider, if there was one thing he felt confident about, it was fighting. Xiaojiji just gave a mocking laugh. Peter really wanted to punch him. He wanted to punch him so much. He never realized that someone's smile alone could make him feel such an overwhelming urge to throw a punch. "All right then," Xiaojiji suddenly grinned. "How about this? If you can beat me in a fight, I'll help you find your person." "What do you say? Beat you? Seriously?" Peter's eyes practically sparkled. "You really are terrible at hiding your emotions," Xiaojiji thought, a bit speechless. This kid was so young. Every feeling showed plainly on his face. "You can't go back on your word." Seeing Xiaoji's nonchalant expression, Peter hurriedly pressed. "I won't," Xiaojiji replied, rolling his shoulders a little. "But this isn't the right place. How about tomorrow night? Let's set a place and have her fight." "Deal." Peter had been itching to fight Xiaojiji all night, but he couldn't just start a fight for no reason, and Xiaojiji's proposal was exactly what he wanted. So childish, Xiaojiji muttered to himself, though he couldn't help but smile. This kid really was quite entertaining. By the time he got home, it was already 11 at night. According to Banner's routine, he should have been asleep by now. Xiaojiji's rule for him was to be in bed by 10 o'clock every night. Only by keeping himself in good physical condition could he maintain peace of mind. Lack of sleep led to irritability, and that only made his temper flare more easily. For most people, a bad temper was just a nuisance, but if it was Banner, "I really never want to see you running down the street without pants ever again," Xiaojiji silently griped. He casually dropped the package he was carrying in the living room, planning to send it to Li Xiaomi the next day. Then he headed into the lab and began comparing data once more. After a while, he let out a gentle sigh, still no closer to an answer. If the disassembler hadn't been upgraded, I could at least go out and buy some books to brush up on my knowledge. But now, the disassembler just can't afford to break down at such a critical moment. Xiaojiji sighed again, and Peter came to mind. All that talk of fighting, truthfully, it was just an excuse. Deep down, he truly wanted to lend the kid a hand. After all, back when he used to watch movies, Spider-Man had always been his favorite. This chance encounter almost felt like fate, didn't it? Summer Knight suddenly tapped his fingers on the table as a thought struck him. The Goblin's Serum. He drummed his fingers lightly against his temple. I might be misremembering, but I feel like I read about it somewhere. The Goblin's Serum was developed using residual data from the Super Soldier Serum. Maybe, just maybe, there's something to learn from it. Maybe it could help Banner. As the idea took shape, Summer Knight's expression twisted in uncertainty. The Peter he met tonight was obviously the amazing Spider-Man from that universe. But in that version, the Green Goblin barely made an appearance before dying off. And the second Green Goblin, who showed up in the sequel, was the serum he developed connected to the Super Soldier Serum or not? That was something Summer Knight couldn't be sure of. Lost in thought, Summer Knight opened the lab computer and started searching for information about Oscorp. But the results only left him scratching his head. First off, there was practically nothing online about Norman Osborn himself. On the other hand, information about Oscorp was absolutely everywhere. Countless inventions, creative projects, design philosophies, more than he could ever sift through. But none of that was any help to Summer Knight. What he really wanted to know was, what was the current state of Norman Osborn? In The Amazing Spider-Man, Norman was a walking corpse, tormented by a hereditary disease. But in the original Spider-Man films, Norman Osborn was the picture of health, a man so confident he'd experiment on himself, leading to the birth of the Green Goblin. Yet now, the information about this man online was so vague that Summer Knight had no way of telling which version he was dealing with. The only thing he could say for sure was that such a person existed. Damn it! Summer Knight rubbed his head, feeling completely at a loss. He glanced at the data on the table, hesitated for a moment, and finally made up his mind. I'll start with some recon. If that doesn't work, I'll sneak in myself. If Peter could get in and get bitten by a spider, why can't I manage the same? Leaning back in his chair, he spun around just a little and released a quiet sigh. Truthfully, the reason he was so determined to help Banner, even willing to risk hunting down the Goblin Serum, wasn't just because of Carter. After all, that was only a theory, highly probable but never guaranteed. No, the real reason he was pouring so much effort into this was because he had his own motives, too. His growth was still far too slow. He wasn't like Steve, who seemed to have bought some kind of 50-50 cheat, relying on the peak of human strength to catch a punch from the Mad Titan himself. A true hack. So, he had to make some plans for himself. Since leaving the battlefields of World War II, there were fewer and fewer weapons in modern society that he could break down. Rescuing the Iron Kid last time had presented an opportunity, but he couldn't just linger in war zones all year round for such things, could he? The most crucial issue was that all those firearms and weapons had become increasingly inadequate to satisfy his ever-growing appetite. Only items like the Hulk's pants or Schmidt's pistol. Only artifacts like these produced soul fragments powerful enough to make him feel a real boost. But he couldn't possibly ask Banner to transform into the Hulk every other day, just so he could run over and collect his pants. Could he? After all, Banner's opinion wasn't exactly pivotal in that scenario. If the Hulk got upset, he could split the Earth in half just to show you what was inside. If he relied on collecting Hulk's pants to fuel his growth, Summer Knight guessed he'd be squashed flat by Hulk long before he ever got stronger. That simply wouldn't do. So, after witnessing the birth of Iron Man and returning, Summer Knight set his sights on the Super Soldier Serum as his next target for decomposition. Granted, the decomposition machine couldn't break down the serum back in the day, but that didn't mean it never would. Now that the machine was upgrading again, maybe once the upgrade was complete, the serum could finally be analyzed and decomposed. After all, One has to have dreams, right? That's why, upon discovering the basement, he immediately started cleaning up and preparing it as his laboratory. He intended to reproduce the super soldier serum here, using it to help his decomposition machine gain more experience. Worst case scenario, even if the upgraded decomposition machine still couldn't break down the super soldier serum, well, Summer Knight could always use it himself. Back then, circumstances hadn't allowed it, but now, holed up in a space all his own, he could tinker away however he liked. With his current physical condition, plus the enhancement from his super soldier serum, he couldn't say exactly how much stronger he'd get, but it would certainly help. Although Banner's arrival had interrupted Summer Knight's little plan, SHLD's unpredictable attitude and Banner's plea for help had revealed new possibilities for Summer Knight. If the super soldier serum could be decomposed, then what about the serum that created the Hulk? Could that be broken down as well? And now, with the possibility of the Goblin serum existing, Summer Knight felt he had every reason to strive for it. Even if we take an extremely pessimistic view, even if none of the serums can be broken down and the Goblin serum simply doesn't exist, then what if, someday, I actually managed to eliminate the drawbacks of the Hulk serum? Couldn't I give it a try then? Admittedly, the idea of turning green and bulking up is hard to swallow, but if push comes to shove, Knight of Summer is the type who'll do whatever it takes. After all, he's never lacked that desperate determination deep down inside. Alright, maybe all of this is just wishful thinking. But let's take an even bigger step back. Banner's arrival is still a great opportunity for Knight of Summer to earn some goodwill points with him. After all, fighting alone in the dangers that surely lie ahead isn't likely to turn out well. If he can help Banner control the Hulk's wild rages, even if it's just a temporary fix, that would be a huge breakthrough. By then, there's a good chance Banner's favorability could skyrocket, and that, in turn, would mean an extra layer of safety for himself. Whichever way you look at it, it's a win-win deal. From the standpoint of morality and self-improvement, Knight of Summer has every reason to give it his all. In fact, if you think of it from the free bodyguard perspective, maybe you should also consider building a relationship with that young spider guy. Well, that one's still just a kid. As for S.H.I.E.L.D., Knight of Summer really doesn't want to get too deeply involved with them, not even with Carter still around. After all, at his core, he's not from this country, and S.H.I.E.L.D. is a government agency. Getting too entangled with those people just doesn't sit right with him. There was no reason for him, before crossing over, to spend his days loafing around at home. And after traveling to this world, why should he risk his life for someone else's country? Back in World War II, he had no choice. If he hadn't fought them, they'd have killed him. But now things are different. Sure, the world's still chaotic, and supervillains seem convinced that life is unbearable and are always scheming to destroy everything. But even so, Knight of Summer doesn't see any reason to join up with S.H.I.E.L.D., sipping tea and plotting how to save the world. That's the kind of thing heroes are supposed to do. But is he really one of them? Maybe in the eyes of others, but never in his own. Heroes are fearless, selfless, willing to sacrifice themselves to save the world. Knight of Summer might have done that once, under duress. But was it ever his choice? If it hadn't been for that damned, inexplicably falling cosmic cube dropping on his chest, would he ever have done something as ridiculous as whacking Schmin in the face with it? Thinking back on it, every time, Knight of Summer is filled with regret. Why didn't I think back then to store the cosmic cube in the disassembler space? If I just put away at the time, it wouldn't have been able to stir up so much trouble. I wouldn't have had to travel across so many years, only to end up in this era, waiting for Thanos' snap to arrive. With that thought, Xiaozi let out another sigh. Where do all these troubles come from now? To put it plainly, it's still because he's not strong enough. If only he had the power to crush the Mad Titan, would he need to go to such lengths to secure his own interests and look for bodyguards? Absolutely not. Once Thanos showed up, he could have roasted him into sweet potato in minutes. But now, he could only proceed step by step. And the first step was to verify whether Oscorp really possessed the Green Goblin serum. Xiaozi had it all planned out, but when he brought it up with Banner the next day, he was met with fierce opposition. Banner was firmly against Xiaozi risking so much on his behalf. Xiaozi argued back, insisting that he had to take this risk for Banner. The two of them reached a stalemate over the issue. In the end, Xiaozi mustered his courage and snapped at the Hulk. Anyway, that's settled. This isn't just for you, it's for me too. Besides, we're only investigating, just checking things out. In his agitated state, he nearly blurted out his secret plans to Banner. Banner was silent for a long time before he finally sighed and said, I understand, but you can't do this alone. When the time comes, I'm going with you. Don't even think about it. Xiaozi almost turned into the Hulk himself, his face going green. If you get anxious or angry during the infiltration and transform, then what? Banner was left speechless, blinking at Xiaozi, unsure how to respond. Seeing Banner's attitude soften, Xiaozi finally felt relieved. Then, out of nowhere, a chill ran down his spine. What just happened? Did he really just stand up to the Hulk? If Banner had snapped back and called out the Hulk to tear the place apart, Xiaozi definitely wouldn't have survived. And Li Xiaomi would have had it even worse. She'd just gone off to school, and upon returning, she'd find the whole house turned into a pile of rubble. Who would he even complain to? Trying to ease Banner's mood, Xiaozi thought he should say something to lighten the atmosphere. But before he could, Banner spoke up with deep feeling. It's because there are people like you around that I want to keep my reason, so I don't do anything I'll regret. You don't have to say that. Honestly, I'm also doing this for myself. Hearing Banner's words, Xiaozi felt a little embarrassed. He did have his own motives. This wasn't just for Banner. No matter what, all of this started because of me. Banner looked at Xiaozi with deep seriousness. His gaze was solemn, filled with gratitude. Caught by those eyes, Xiaozi couldn't help but respond. To be honest, I'm not interested in men. Banner's gratitude melted away instantly, like snow under the sun. His face darkened as he retorted, "Neither am I." With that, he stood up and grabbed his coat. "What are you doing?" Xiaozi was a bit confused. Why did Banner suddenly look like he was about to run away from home? "I just remembered something, right? Some data." Banner explained. "I had it with me for a long time, but then, well, things happened. Anyway, I know exactly where it is. I'll go and get it." "Then be careful," Xiaozi nodded. "Don't worry." Banner looked back at him. "You're the one who needs to be careful. When it comes to sneaking around and investigating, I can't really help you. All I can do is try to keep you from taking too many wrong turns. And honestly, that's for my own sake, too." With those words, Banner strode out the door without looking back. Xiaozi knew about the data Banner mentioned. He'd seen it referenced in the movies. It was the experimental data from Banner's past. If he could get his hands on it, it would indeed save him a lot of time. After Banner left, Xiaozi sat alone on the sofa, feeling a bit at loose ends. It wasn't that he had nothing to do. He was just pondering how to confirm the existence of the Goblin's serum. He racked his brain, but no matter how he looked at it, if he tried to investigate undercover right now, he'd have no clear target. Not only would it be a waste of time and effort, but after all that running around, he might end up with nothing at all. Frustrated, he suddenly smacked his forehead. "I can't believe how stupid I am. There's nothing about this online, but Spidey has to know something." Whether it was the first version of Spider-Man or the Amazing Spider-Man, Peter was always good friends with Harry, Norman Osborn's son. In the first version, Spider-Man and Norman actually knew each other well from school. There was a close connection there. It might not be 100% certain, but at least it gave him some direction instead of stumbling around blindly. "Looks like I actually have a fight scheduled with Spidey tonight." Xiaozi suddenly chuckled to himself. Night fell. When Xiaozi arrived at the agreed meeting spot, he saw a figure squatting on the edge of a rooftop, a red hood pulled over his head, sunglasses on, a real oddball, peering out over the city. "If I didn't know who you were, I'd think you were some kind of supervillain plotting mischief," Xiaozi said as he walked up behind Spidey, shaking his head at Spidey's getup with a wry smile. The little spider turned around and noticed that Xiaozi was still dressed casually. Feeling a bit frustrated, he asked, "Why don't you even try to hide your identity?" Xiaozi blinked. "Why should I hide? I only came here tonight to give you a good beating. Doesn't seem like there's any need for a secret identity. But I feel like if I were fighting you with a mask on, I'd be even more pumped up." "A mask? You must have one, right? After all, you reminded me about that just yesterday." The little spider stepped right up to Xiaozi. Scratching his head, Xiaozi sighed. "Ah, the boy who hasn't graduated from the school of Chunibyo yet. Fine, I'll indulge you." He pressed his hand to his chest. In the blink of an eye, he was clad in black, complete with a peaked cap and a mask. Only his eyes were left showing. For a moment, the little spider was speechless, as if he was completely entranced. "What's wrong?" Xiaozi waved his hand in front of him. "Everything all right?" "That's awesome. How did you even do that? And this whole outfit? Wait, are you the instructor? How did you know about the instructor?" Xiaozi was puzzled. Other than taking care of a few local thugs and leaving behind that nickname, he couldn't recall doing anything that would make people remember him. "Heavens, do you seriously have no idea how famous you are?" The little spider suddenly grew excited, chattering nonstop. "If Ame ever finds out I'm about to spar with the instructor, she'll be so proud of me." "Are you serious?" Xiaozi was taken aback. "Well, maybe not exactly," the little spider quickly admitted. "But do you really not know how famous you are? People talk about you all the time at school. That villain Randolph? You're the one who handed him over to the police. You've become a real hero in a lot of people's eyes." Seeing the little spider so enthusiastic, Xiaozi thought for a moment and said, "So, does that mean you're giving up?" "Giving up?" Peter was confused for a second, but then realized what he meant and replied, a bit embarrassed. "Even if you're the instructor, I'm not going to just throw in the towel." "Oh, then I guess who I am isn't really that important, is it?" Xiaojiji sounded disappointed. No, it's really important, the little spider shot back. Xiaojiji was baffled. Why? Because if I beat you, that means I beat the instructor. And then, Xiaojiji pressed. And then, that means I'm awesome. That's the perfect answer. Xiaojiji gave him a big thumbs up. Of course, the little spider replied, but then hesitated. Wait, why do I feel like you're still just humoring me? Well, isn't it obvious? I thought you would have figured that out by now. I could tell, but honestly, it didn't make me very happy. Setting his backpack down and tossing it aside, the little spider looked at Summer Night, eager to get started. Summer Night smiled and said, "You're certainly ready for a fight, but before we begin, I want to ask you something." "What's the question?" "Do you know Norman Osborn?" Summer Night was direct and to the point, and Little Spider's answer was just as straightforward. "I've heard of him, but I haven't really met him. He's Harry's father, and I haven't seen Harry in years." "Huh? Why'd you suddenly ask that?" "Oh, it's nothing, just a random question." In that instant, a flurry of thoughts raced through Summer Night's mind, leaving him somewhat disappointed. According to the original storyline, Spider and Harry were always classmates and close friends. Only in The Amazing Spider-Man did the two of them lose touch for several years. Looking at it this way, it's clear there's no point pinning any hopes on the Goblin Serum. That path is all but completely blocked. After all, if we stick with the plot of The Amazing Spider-Man, the Goblin Serum doesn't even exist. Wait a second. Little Spider wasn't so easily fooled. Norman Osborn is a big shot at Oscorp. There's no way you'd ask a nobody like me about him for no reason. You must know something, or you're investigating something, right? Oh wow, for a superhero like you to suddenly ask about him. Don't tell me he's a villain. Summer Night was momentarily speechless. This kid was quick on the uptake. But remembering Spider's original character, Summer Night wasn't all that surprised. After all, Spider's always been a top student, with brains to match, practically a jack of all trades. Especially the Spider from The Amazing Spider-Man. He almost seemed capable of anything. It was only natural for him to connect the dots so quickly. Still, Summer Night didn't plan to dwell on this topic. If the Goblin Serum was just a wild goose chase, then it was best to drop it right here. He spoke up. "What's with all the wild guessing? Ever since you got that mask, you just can't stop talking. So, are we going to fight or not?" "Let's fight." The word was barely out of Spider's mouth when he leapt into the air and swung a punch at Summer Night's head. He moved so fast that even Summer Night was caught off guard. This kid really didn't hesitate. Though he had this odd habit of turning into a chatterbox whenever he put on a mask, Spider's action was anything but slow. Fortunately, Summer Night was no slouch either. With a flick of his coat, he sent his foot darting forward, landing at Spider's chest in the blink of an eye. All of a sudden, the little Spider spun mid-air, narrowly dodging the incoming kick. His left hand pressed against Xiaojia's leg, and with a slippery, agile motion, he clambered behind Xiaojia, both hands reaching to lock around his neck. But before he could tighten his grip, he felt his arms grasp at empty air. Xiaojia had vanished from his grasp. Deprived of support, the little Spider inevitably crashed down to the ground. Yet, in a move that defied belief, he twisted so that his left hand struck the floor first. As his palm touched down, his eyes caught sight of Xiaojia, who was now standing behind him. Balancing his entire body with one hand, the little Spider lashed out with both legs in a rapid double kick. "Impressive," Xiaojia exclaimed, admiration in his voice. His hands flashed out, parrying the Spider's legs aside. The force of the blows sent a numbing shock up his arms. The very next moment, Xiaojia vanished from sight once more. By now, Xiaojia had mastered the art of teleportation. In a blink, he reappeared on the other side of the little Spider, crouched low, and swept his leg out in a fluid motion. The little Spider was caught off guard. The move was simply too swift to counter. Even with his formidable spider sense, he couldn't react in time. He felt a jolt in his left arm as his body tilted sideways, suspended in midair. As he hung there for a brief instant, he saw Xiaojia spring upright from his crouch, pivoting on his right leg as his left foot shot out in a follow-up kick. The two attacks flowed together seamlessly, a relentless combination. The little Spider, already unbalanced in midair, took the blow squarely to his chest. A tremendous force sent him hurtling sideways toward the wall. Yet, with signature agility, the little Spider flipped twice in midair. In the next instant, he landed upside down, clinging to the wall, just like a real spider. "Come on, let's go again." Xiaojia grinned, baring his teeth. "Give me a second to rub my stomach. That really hurt, you know? How could you just kick a young guy like me in the gut?" The little Spider complained, his voice tinged with frustration. Though the exchange had seemed drawn out, in reality, it hadn't even lasted 10 seconds. The little Spider thought he'd played to all his strengths, his power, agility, and ever-vigilant spider sense. Yet, in the briefest of clashes, he'd still been sent flying by Xiaojie. I normally never go for the stomach, Xiaojie remarked. So where do you usually kick? The little spider asked, almost by reflex. Xiaojie's gaze turned distant and enigmatic. Alarm flashed across the little spider's face. On second thought, just stick to the stomach, okay. As his words left his mouth, he sprang off the wall in a heartbeat, and in a flash, he was right in front of Xiaojie again. The fight raged on. 10 minutes later, it was over. Xiaojie and the little spider sat shoulder to shoulder on the edge of the rooftop. Peter, still feeling sullen, pulled off his mask and sunglasses with a sigh. In fact, the sunglasses were already shattered, and a small hole had appeared in the mask, making Spider-Man look even more ridiculous. What kind of monster are you, anyway? Don't you ever get tired? Panting heavily, Spider-Man looked at Xiaojie with frustration. The fight had dragged on for 10 minutes, and while Xiaojie didn't have so much as a scratch on him, Spider-Man felt like he was about to be kicked to death, and he'd taken a punch to the face as well. Not only had he lost the fight, but after such an intense battle, Xiaojie seemed not to have spent a single ounce of energy. That imbalance gnawed at Spider-Man. So, who's the real mutant here? A real man knows how to last, you know? Xiaojie shot Spider-Man a look of disdain. I just want to let loose with a string of curses. Peter let out a long breath, bracing himself on the edge of the rooftop. He tilted his head back, staring up at the sky as if that could help him catch his breath. How are you so good at fighting? He lost, sure, but Spider-Man's pride wouldn't let him accept it without some protest. In terms of sheer strength, he clearly had the upper hand. His spider sense was also incredibly sharp. He could anticipate most of Xiaojie's moves and dodge them. Yet, time and again, he would find himself trapped in bizarre situations where evasion was simply impossible. Just like at the start of their fight, when Xiaojie used that space-bending ability to take him down in a flash, following up instantly with a devastating kick to the chest. In that moment, there was nowhere to hide. He could only take the hit. Time after time in their exchanges, he kept getting caught by attacks like that. Even if he predicted Xiaojie's moves, his body just couldn't keep up and dodge in time. Once or twice, it could be chalked up to coincidence, but when it kept happening, he started to get worried. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Xiaojie was deliberately using his attacks to herd him into inescapable situations, leaving him no choice but to take the blow, leading, inevitably, to defeat. Yeah, you just get the hang of it after enough fights. Xiaojie stretched lazily. His body, strengthened through the power of the battle soul, was perfectly balanced. He might not be as strong as Peter, but whatever strength he had, his endurance matched it. If you thought of his body as a character in a game, all his stats would be growing evenly, rising in tandem. In other words, he was the definition of well-rounded. Of course, it wasn't as simple as just crunching numbers. After all, people aren't just a pile of stats. Then you must have fought a lot of street punks. No wonder. They all say you're a hero, and I think so too. Even if you call me a hero, I'm not going to be happy about it, you idiot. Xiaojie rolled his eyes and spoke in a tone utterly devoid of interest. Besides, you didn't beat me. So, even if you try sweet-talking me, I'm not going to help you with that sort of business. Peter was at a loss for words. He let a soft sigh. Come on, cut me some slack, will you? I thought that sign meant you were ready to give up. Xiaojie looked at the little spider with a puzzled glance. Turns out you were just begging. I don't have anyone else to turn to, Peter replied, looking at Xiaojie with pitiful eyes. After thinking it over, Xiaojie said, if you want my help, fine, but you're not mature enough yet. So what should I do? Peter blinked, recalling what Xiaojie had said earlier. Am I supposed to work on my stamina? Xiaojie mulled it over, then started looking around for a brick. Maybe I should just put you in the hospital with a brick before your perverted tendencies get out of hand. You're the one who said men need stamina. Peter was still stubbornly holding on. Men need stamina, not boys. But isn't a mature boy basically a man? Peter insisted, oddly fixated on the point. Xiaojie was momentarily speechless. He thought about it, and had to admit the logic made a strange sort of sense. He scratched his head, realizing he'd finally met his match. This kid's way of thinking was really something else. A formidable opponent, on par with Li Xiaomi. In any case, forget about the stamina thing for now. Then how did you do it? Peter pressed further. That's none of your business. Xiaojie replied, exasperated. Your immaturity shows in all sorts of ways. For example, just look at that mask you wear. And you with your face mask still on. What gives you the right to say that? Peter retorted, never one to hold back. Xiaojie was once again tempted to go looking for a brick. No, calm down. Peter hurried over to grab Xiaojie's arm. Can we just keep going, please? What's there to continue between two men like us? Xiaojie felt like he was about to lose his mind because of this brat. He pulled down his face mask and took 2 deep breaths, feeling both frustrated and helpless. He wanted to swap out the mask, but he didn't have a better replacement. The mask did offer good cover, but it was ridiculously unfashionable. No style at all. Plus, wearing it too long made it smell weird and hard to breathe. On that front, he supposed he wasn't really in a position to criticize Peter. But that wasn't the point. The point was every time he tried to lay down the law, this kid had to come back. Was there anyone more unruly than this? In short, Xiaojies said, his tone firm, "You're still not mature yet, but that's something I can help you with." What exactly makes me immature? Little Spider-Man was genuinely puzzled. Clearly, Summer Night, hidden behind his mask, couldn't convince Peter with the excuse that his gear was too shabby. Then let me ask you, once you find that person, what do you plan to do? Kill him? Summer Night pressed further. Well, Peter was caught off guard. He opened his mouth, wanting to reply, but no words came out. Kill him? He couldn't bring himself to do it. Hand him over to the police? That didn't feel satisfying. Lock him up and torment him? That would make him a criminal himself. For a moment, he couldn't think of any proper way to deal with the situation. You're not seriously thinking of giving him a stern lecture and then handing him over to the police, are you? Summer Night let out a snort. Would that really be enough for you? No, it wouldn't. Peter sighed. You're right. I guess I'm still not mature enough. That's all right. Maturity comes step by step. Summer Night extended his hand. My name's Summer Night. You can call me Summer. Peter Parker. Nice to meet you. Little Spider-Man was briefly surprised, but then he smiled and shook Summer Night's hand. Then Summer Night teased. How nice is it to meet me? Very, very nice. Peter answered, honest and straightforward. Summer Night glanced around, at a loss for words after hearing such a sincere answer. He genuinely didn't know how to respond. This kid. After this pleasant exchange, Peter had completely forgotten that Summer Night had asked him about Norman Osborn. And Summer Night, in return, agreed to train Peter in hand-to-hand combat, to make him a better fighter. As for maturity, that was something only experience could bring. Summer Night could help, but most of it Peter would have to learn on his own. In the end, Summer Night watched as little Spider-Man, satisfied, slung his beloved big backpack onto his shoulders and climbed down from the rooftop. Summer Night raised an eyebrow. No matter how he looked at it, that backpack seemed hilariously out of place on Spider-Man. He's still just a kid. Summer Night mused once again, scratching his head. The information he'd gotten from Peter left him feeling a bit disappointed. At least for now, this Norman was just the one suffering from a genetic disease, not the Green Goblin who soars around the city tossing bombs. Maybe the world was better off without another supervillain, but he couldn't shake the feeling that he'd missed out on a huge opportunity. He shook his head helplessly, and then, with one graceful leap, jumped straight off the rooftop, more than a dozen stories high. Just as he was about to hit the ground, his form blurred for an instant, and in the next moment, he appeared safely on the pavement. That brief flash of spatial travel had completely erased the force of gravity, leaving no trace behind. After making that discovery, Xiaozi felt that, under normal circumstances, he was unlikely to fall to his death anymore. From the next day on, Xiaozi found himself inexplicably busy. That very night, Banner returned, bringing with him a USB drive filled with data. After Xiaozi uploaded the data to his computer, he immediately began cross-checking and calculating. He was determined to fully complete the unfinished formula. Since the path of the Green Goblin serum was practically blocked, Xiaozi had no choice but to focus all his efforts here. Relying on the knowledge he had gained from Dr. Erskine, Xiaozi was confident he could do it. It would just take some time. But that wasn't all. Every night, he still had to go out and train the young Spider-Man's fighting skills, which was by no means an easy task. Whether it was his strength, agility, or his uncanny ability to stick to any surface, the kid had remarkable advantages in combat. And then there was his spider sense. A game changer among game changers. This made Xiaozi's training sessions especially grueling. At first, he could exploit the kid's lack of fighting experience. But as time went on, their bouts gradually became evenly matched. Although Spider-Man had yet to win a single match against Xiaozi, Xiaozi knew it was only a matter of time. The only consolation was that, through this intense training, Xiaozi's own skills were improving as well. In the laboratory, Banner carried a tray down the ladder and saw Xiaozi sitting motionless at the desk. "Time to eat," he called out. He set the tray in front of Xiaozi, but Xiaozi didn't react at all. "What's wrong?" Banner asked, waving a hand in front of his face. Suddenly, Xiaozi grabbed Banner's wrist. Banner froze. "What are you doing? Trying to summon the Hulk?" "Of course not." Xiaozi quickly let go and exhaled. "It's complete." "What?" Banner almost lost control from excitement. He quickly closed his eyes and took a couple of deep breaths before asking, "What did you just say?" "I said, I completed the formula." Xiaozi handed his notes to Banner. "Take a look, see if there's anything off with this conclusion." Banner pulled out his glasses, put them on, and examined the pages carefully. After a moment, he couldn't help but exclaim, You really are a genius. The last person who said that is already dead, Xiazi replied with a roll of his eyes. And it was true. The last person who swore by his genius was Dr. Erskine. Banner nearly choked, exclaiming helplessly, Xia, I still can't grasp your sense of humor. I suppose I was just born without it, Xia replied. With a furrowed brow, Xia took the paper back. I've reorganized all the experimental data at least 3 times, and I've filled in every gap in this incomplete equation. It still feels completely off. Off? How so? Banner asked, puzzled. Xia shook his head, offering no explanation. There was no way he could tell Banner that although this set of equations originated from the super soldier serum, in truth, it was nothing like the genuine article, almost as if they were worlds apart. Calling it off was putting it mildly. In fact, they were heading in totally opposite directions. Certain elements had been retained, true, but at crucial junctures, the logic became inexplicably erratic, veering onto an entirely different path. And the most frustrating part was that changing even a single figure could cause the entire equation to collapse. Is it useful for me? Banner pressed on, less interested in what exactly was off, and more concerned with the outcome. Xia fell silent. After a long pause, Banner sighed. I see, but I have an idea. Want to hear it? He asked. Xia looked over at Banner. Banner smiled. Of course I do. I haven't given up hope yet. Satisfied, Xia nodded and stood up. He began jotting things down on the small blackboard, copying the equation they'd just been discussing. Banner watched, still confused, as Xia spoke. Suppose there's another serum equation out there. Do you think the two could be combined? And if they were to merge, would the result be something greater, or would it all come crashing down? Well, Banner shook his head. There's no way to tell. Right now, we only have this one equation. This one equation. Xia fell silent for a moment, then shook his head. No, it won't work. The outcome of this equation would create something like a monstrous brute, physically powerful with incredible healing, yes, but completely off track. It wouldn't make a super soldier. It would make a super monster. So what then? You said yourself that there's no point thinking about the goblin serum anymore. Where are we supposed to find another equation to combine with this one? There's one, Xia said, fixing Banner with a meaningful look, but said nothing more. Banner stared at Xia in astonishment. After a long silence, he finally asked, if we combined 2 different equations, what would happen in the end? I've been thinking, Xiaji said seriously. Back in the day, the super soldier serum simply pushed a normal person to the limits of human potential. But this set of formulas, its final result, goes far beyond those limits, reaching a realm that's nothing short of incredible. If we could preserve everything good and eliminate every drawback, could we finally create a truly perfect serum? Xiaji spoke with utter sincerity, clearly not joking. Maybe, Banner replied, then suddenly asked, if we really did create such a serum, would you use it? I would. Xiaji's answer was crisp and resolute, without the slightest hesitation. Back during World War II, he hadn't accepted Dr. Erskine's serum because his circumstances were too complicated. But now, if he managed to create a flawless serum himself, one that truly delivered on all its promise, why wouldn't he use it? What reason could there be for refusing to use something he'd crafted with his own hands? So Xiaji's answer was completely honest. He would use it. He craved strength. He wanted to be able to protect himself during the great upheavals of the future, and also protect those he cared about. He even wished he could snap his fingers at sunset, just to experience firsthand the terrifying power of a snap. Banner looked at Xiaji for a long moment before breaking into a smile. Then let's work toward that goal, both for you and for me. Xiaji shrugged, picked up his breakfast, and left the lab with Banner. The most valuable pieces of experimental data had been filled in by Xiaji, so they could afford to step away from the lab for a few days. Attempting to merge 2 separate formulas isn't something that happens overnight. Once a formula is complete, its structure is so tightly interwoven that changing a single part affects the whole. To alter it is almost impossibly difficult. Only someone like Xiaji, with his unique deconstruction device, would even consider such a wild idea. Anyone else would have dismissed it as madness. But even he needed to take a step back and organize his thoughts before he could make real progress. Maybe he'd have to wait until the deconstruction device upgraded, and then supplement his knowledge in this field before continuing. Sitting in the living room, Xiaye turned on the television and dug into his breakfast, while Banner sat nearby, quietly reading a book. Just then, a middle-aged man appeared on the TV screen, standing amid a sea of microphones and cameras. He began, last night around 9 o'clock there was an incident on the Williamsburg Bridge in New York. Though most of what happened remains speculation, many eyewitnesses caught sight of a crime in progress. At these words, Xiaji put down his plate. And through our preliminary investigation, we have confirmed that one individual was present at the scene of the crime. That is why I have applied for an arrest warrant today, to pursue the so-called masked vigilante, Spider-Man. Whoa! Xiaojie put down his plate. That kid told me just yesterday that his girlfriend invited him out for lemon base. Who'd have thought he'd end up committing a crime on the Williamsburg Bridge instead? Spider-Man. Banner was taken aback. He's the one you mentioned? He's gotten really famous lately. Everyone's calling him a hero, the city's protector. You know about him too? Xiaojie glanced at Banner in surprise. Of course. I'm actually a big fan. Banner said cheerfully. No way could someone like him do anything to disappoint people. Xiaojie was at a loss for words. The Hulk, a fan of the little spider? What kind of bizarre world was this? Then again, maybe it was just because Banner had offloaded all his stress lately, moving in here and finally having time to chase celebrities. Otherwise, with him always on the run or smashing up his place, when would the Hulk ever get a chance to know who Spider-Man even is? You've got way too much free time. Xiaojie rolled his eyes. I should really find something for you to do. If this keeps up, you'll turn into a complete couch potato. Banner showed no interest in responding. He simply rolled over, turning his back to Xiaojie, burrowing into the sofa with his book. Ever since he got his hands on that data set, his attitude toward Xiaojie had become more and more laid back. Xiaojie could only shake his head helplessly and turn back to the TV, but the middle-aged police officer had already disappeared from the screen. He said he was going to meet his girlfriend last night, so how on earth did he end up raising hell on the Williamsburg Bridge? Muttering to himself, Xiaojie's eyes suddenly lit up. Wait a second. It wasn't just some mischief. It was the lizard. The lizard? Is that a new cartoon? Banner lowered his book, showing half his face. Xiaojie couldn't be bothered to answer. He finished his food in a few quick bites, then stood up. I've got to head out for a bit. Go on, go on. Want me to save you anything for dinner? Anything's fine. With that, Xiaojie walked out the door in resignation. A homebody Hulk. Who's ever heard of such a thing? Well, I have. Xiaojie nearly threw his head back and howled, but there was nothing to be proud of. On the contrary, he was baffled. Spider-Man seemed more energetic than ever, so why was the Hulk, after transforming, becoming even more of a recluse? Was he feeding him the wrong way? That couldn't be it. Banner was the one cooking every day, after all. Perplexed, Xiaojie scratched his head and gave Little Spider a call. Hey! Little Spider's voice burst through, full of energy. I heard you went out committing crimes last night, Xiaojie said with a perfectly straight face. With something that fun, why didn't you invite me along? Oh, Xia, please, stop teasing me about this already. Little Spider's lively tone immediately gave way to frustration and regret. You have no idea what I went through last night. Exactly. That's what I want to find out, Xiaojie replied with a laugh. Last night, I ran into this huge, bizarre, well, I don't even know how to describe it. Little Spider pondered for a while, then said, Anyway, could we meet up tonight? If possible, I could really use your help. All right then. Xiaojie chuckled. See you tonight. Oh, by the way, that description of yours was absolutely terrible, you know? I think what's really terrible is you. After hanging up, Xiaojie, who was standing on the street, suddenly realized he had no idea where to go. Originally, he planned to find Little Spider and ask about the Lizard Man. He was quite intrigued by the guy. But now it seemed Little Spider had plenty on his plate today. As for tonight, Xiaojie could wait. But what was he supposed to do with the whole day ahead? He wandered the streets aimlessly, letting his feet take him wherever they pleased, drifting along without a plan. Watching the ebb and flow of people, weaving between the crisscrossing streams of traffic, Xiaojie suddenly felt an urge. Maybe he should buy a car and take it for a spin. Then he remembered he didn't even have a driver's license. In the end, Xiaojie didn't go anywhere special. He just found a cafe, sat down, and stayed there the whole day. His mind was blank, with nothing he wanted to think about. Just sitting quietly, listening to the music, watching a young couple argue at the next table, and catching another glimpse of the old man behind the bar, working with solemn dedication. And so, the day slipped quietly away. Looking back, Xiaojie felt as if he'd enjoyed a rare moment of rest. Night fell. When Xiaojie arrived on the rooftop, Little Spider was already there, wearing his mask, pulled up like a hood, and gnawing at a box meal. Xiaojie sat down next to him, glanced at the food in Little Spider's hand, and said nothing. Little Spider quickly pulled another boxed meal from his backpack. Still warm. So what exactly happened? Xiaojie asked, taking the meal Little Spider offered, and the two of them sat side by side, digging into their food. It's Dr. Connors. Little Spider said to Xiaojie. He's the Lizard Man. This is what a summer night is like. Anyone else would be utterly baffled by this string of fragmented, out-of-context sentences. Summer Night was just about to say something when Little Spider suddenly slapped his forehead and exclaimed, You don't know who Dr. Connors is? He's Gwen's mentor at Oscorp. Oh, and Gwen's my girlfriend. Her full name is... Stop, just stop. Summer Night quickly cut him off. If this were a novel, this guy would absolutely be the kind of character used to pad out the word count. He talked in a non-stop jumble, words pouring out like gunfire from a Gatling. Keep it simple. Just get to the point. Summer Night emphasized. Oh, Dr. Connors is an expert in cross-species genetics. My girlfriend Gwen is interning at Oscorp, and he's her mentor. I discovered a key equation from the documents my father left behind and helped Dr. Connors successfully complete a limb regeneration experiment. But now, clearly, something has gone terribly wrong. Little Spider rattled on, seemingly unfazed and sticking to his roundabout explanations. Last night, I was actually at Gwen's place, eating her mom's lemon base. You have to try it sometime. The taste is unforgettable. Summer Night shot him a look of utter boredom, as if his soul had left his body. Ahem. Little Spider had to cough awkwardly before continuing. Anyway, I suddenly heard police sirens. When I arrived at the scene, the Williamsburg Bridge was already in chaos. At this point, he wasn't just talking, he was full-on acting it out, gesturing wildly. So I did this, then that, and then like this. Summer Night felt like he was about to lose his mind. After finally listening to Little Spider's entire rambling account, he pieced together what happened on the Williamsburg Bridge the night before. To put it simply, the lizard wreaked havoc, and Spider-Man saved the day. But Gwen's father actually called me a criminal, Little Spider said dejectedly. I'm not. So what happened next? Summer Night asked, resigned. Forgive me. I truly don't know how to comfort a heartbroken Little Spider. It's okay. Gwen already cheered me up today. Little Spider perked up instantly. Did you know? I don't want to hear about your flirting. Summer Night's face darkened. Stick to the point. Oh, right, the point. Little Spider hurried on. For some reasons, I went to Oscorp to look for Dr. Connors today. Summer Night blinked in surprise. He'd spent the whole afternoon trying to get into Oscorp without success. And here Little Spider just waltzed right in. Was that really okay? So that's what it means to have connections on the inside. As it turned out, I discovered that something had definitely gone wrong with our experiment. The lab mouse we used turned into a monster and devoured its own kind. You really wouldn't want to witness that scene. It was a gruesome, bloody mess. Get to the point. Focus. Xiaji Yue sounded completely drained. I went to find Gwen's father, but he didn't believe a word I said. But that's all right. You know, Dr. Connors injected himself with lizard cells. So it stands to reason he would inherit some lizard traits. At this, Spidey's eyes lit up with excitement. So now I'm guessing he's hiding somewhere in the sewers. That's why we should go after him. Let's drag the guy right in front of Gwen's dad and clear my name. Xiaji Yue scratched his head, let out a helpless sigh, and said, You just had to make a simple thing sound so complicated. To put it plainly, a bad guy turned into a giant lizard and is about to cause trouble. Now we have to catch this guy, right? Why go through all these twists and turns? Are you just showing off that you have a girlfriend? I do not. Spidey shook his head furiously. I think having a girlfriend is perfectly normal. Next time you get a boyfriend, come brag to me, and I promise I'll be totally floored. Oh my gosh, Xia. So you like men? Spidey acted as if he'd just made a groundbreaking discovery. I seriously want to kick you off this rooftop. What do I do? Xiaji Yue's face darkened. So what's the plan? How are you going to do this? We build a web. Spidey declared with absolute confidence. Xiaji Yue blinked, staring at the enthusiastic Spidey. And then, Spidey blinked back, thinking for a moment. Maybe you didn't quite get what I meant. I plan to weave a sprawling web with my webs. In the heart of the sewers, any disturbance to a single strand, and I'll know instantly. That way, we'll be able to track him down. So that's why I'm asking. Then what? Then we catch him, of course. And you think he's your pet or something. Like you can just catch him whenever you want? You think he won't fight back? Xiaji Yue nearly spat out blood in frustration. Well, there are two of us. Spidey replied earnestly. I think as long as we work together, we can definitely pull it off. Optimism is a good thing. Xiaji first acknowledged Spiderling's upbeat attitude, then added, but blind optimism can be a bit foolish. According to what you said, this lizard man, Dr. Connors, has razor-sharp claws that can shred metal with ease. He also has terrifying strength, enough to throw cars around like toys. And as a lizard, he definitely has an incredible regenerative ability. While that's mostly seen in a lizard's tail, since he completed that experiment, regardless of how it turned out, we can't underestimate his defenses or his power to heal. Now, tell me, even with the two of us together, are you truly 100% sure we could just catch him outright? Now that you've laid it out like that, I'm starting to feel like we're totally outmatched. Spiderling spun around in confusion, then looked at Xiaji. So, what do we do? What do we do? We stick to your original plan, make a web, but we need to make some preparations. What kind of preparations? Spiderling pressed for details. Do you know the biggest difference between humans and animals? Maybe humans look better? That's not exactly wrong, Xiaji blinked, but I still think the greatest difference is that humans use tools, and animals don't. With that, Xiaojiji pulled out a heap of weapons and explosives from his disassembler space. As Spiderling stared in disbelief, he sat cross-legged on the ground. We'll also need some special capture nets, and I got flash grenades here. Just in case, maybe we should plant a couple of landmines too. The next morning, the two met as planned in the sewers. To be honest, Xiaojiji had never imagined he'd end up in a place like this. It reminded him of a cartoon he'd watched as a kid, a big rat leading 4 little spiders. No, wait, for little turtles, eating pizza in the sewers. Alright, truth be told, even just one spiderling was enough to make Xiaojiji feel like his ears were constantly filled with a chorus of voices. If there were 4, he'd probably go mad. After last night's discussion, Spiderling had completely surrendered to Xiaojiji's high-yield plan. Still, he felt a little guilty about using landmines against someone he once knew. So after a night of tinkering, Xiaojiji had whipped up a few gadgets in his lab, and was now busy installing them in the sewers. Meanwhile, Spiderling truly resembled a giant spider, shooting webs in every direction down the sewer tunnels. Of course, this wasn't real spider silk. Its true name was Green Goblin Biocable. It was extraordinarily tough, and within a tiny sliver of steel, you could store hundreds of meters of this stuff. Peter installed the cable into a device much like a wristwatch, strapped to both wrists, ready to fire at any moment. This allowed him to swing through New York's steel jungle like a trapeze artist. As Spiderling's instructor, he made 2 special versions as a tribute to Summer Night, but Summer Night never quite got used to them. Not only could he not pull off Spiderling's agile maneuvers, he actually found them rather awkward and restrictive. Incidentally, this little gadget was also an invention of the Osborne group. After firing a line of web into every passageway, Spiderling had spun his web to perfection. He crawled across the web, and at first glance, looked every bit like a giant red spider. You look. In the midst of his busyness, Summer Night glanced up at Spiderling, momentarily at a loss for words. I look cool, don't I? Spiderling flipped over and lay on the web, grinning at Summer Night. Confidence is a good thing. Summer Night pumped his fist. You have to be confident. Yeah, confidence. Spiderling echoed, pumping his fist as well. Then puzzled, he asked, but why does it sound like you're scolding me? You're absolutely abusing your spider sense right now. After setting up his little present beneath the surface, not just on the ground, but below the water, Summer Night turned his attention to his pistol. In a sewer environment like this, a handgun was naturally the most flexible weapon. Beyond that, he still had plenty of military daggers in his disassembler storage space, so at least he wouldn't have to panic if things came down to close-quarters combat. As for the sniper rifle, that wasn't something he could use recklessly. Summer Night actually had other plans for this lizard man. He hoped to catch a lizard man alive, not just end up with a dead body. Truthfully, Summer Night wasn't all that confident about this operation. Even though Spiderling had received some training, he was still a bit green. And judging from his performance in the movies, this lizard man could absolutely overpower Spiderling when it came to strength and defense. Having himself there certainly raised their odds, but the lack of solid intel on the lizard man still left Summer Night worried that something could go wrong. But with the arrow notched, there was no turning back now. Tonight was, without a doubt, their best shot at catching the lizard man. With everything ready, Summer Night gripped a military dagger in one hand and his pistol in the other, and stood silently in the darkness, waiting. The little spider lay bored on his web, playing mobile games, occasionally chatting with Xiaozi. Coach, are you really not coming up to lie down for a bit? It's honestly so comfortable up here. I have absolutely no interest in sharing a bed with a man. Xiaozi's voice was low and deep, but his words still made people roll their eyes. It really is comfortable, though. The little spider remained stubbornly insistent. Xiaozi extended a finger. Silence. Wait. Time slipped by in this wordless vigil. Xiaozi was already well accustomed to this kind of silence, but the little spider grew restless. Seeing that Xiaozi hadn't uttered a word, even his mobile game began to lose its appeal. He kept glancing instinctively at Xiaozi, and each time he found him still standing there in the darkness, he would breathe a little easier. Yet Xiaozi's silence always gave the little spider a subtle, unsettling feeling, as if at any moment the darkness might swallow him up, erasing him from existence altogether. And just as this thought surfaced, the little spider looked over again, only to find that Xiaozi had vanished. Was that an illusion? With a jolt, the little spider wondered if he was seeing things. But at that very instant, a strand of web suddenly went taut. There was no time to wonder where Xiaozi had gone. Peter immediately crouched low on the web, waiting in utter stillness. But in that moment, webs from every direction began to tremble all at once. While Peter was still trying to make sense of it, he saw a huge, dark shadow emerge within the sewer pipe. He focused, hardly daring to breathe, his eyes locked on the approaching darkness. But the result was utterly baffling. A small lizard appeared on the web, swaggering boldly toward the web's center where all the strands converged. At the same time, from the ends of every trembling web, more of these little lizards began to appear. They marched forward without hesitation, fearless and determined. They passed right by Spider-Man, not even considering him a threat. Peter was completely bewildered. Then he realized these lizards weren't moving at random. They were gathering together, all heading in the same direction. Just then, a sudden, inexplicable chill stabbed through him. The little spider snapped his head up and saw a hulking creature, its entire body a sickly green, dropping down without warning. In a flash, its razor-sharp claws slashed straight for his throat. It all happened in a heartbeat. There was no time to escape. He barely managed to intercept the claws slashing toward his neck, but the creature's other claw lunged in immediately, and for a moment, they were locked in a deadlock. "You stopped me once before. This time, you won't interfere again." The lizard hissed. The struggle of strength was tilting out of the little spider's favor. Those vicious claws were about to strike his chest. In an instant, without a sound, another figure appeared atop the lizard man. It was Xiaozi. Gripping his combat daggers in a reverse hold, Xiaozi plunged both blades into the sides of the lizardman's neck with sudden, lethal force. The blades bit deep into flesh, locking firmly in place in a heartbeat. Xiaozi's expression shifted. He knew the lizardman's defenses were formidable, which was why he'd abandoned the idea of a ranged attack with his pistol. Even when the lizardman first appeared, Xiaozi had held back, biding his time until the creature believed victory was certain. Only then did he strike with a sudden ambush. Yet to his shock, the blades could not penetrate any further. The enemy's muscles were as hard as steel, tensing abruptly and trapping Xiaozi's daggers in an unyielding grip. His killing blow had failed. In the next instant, the lizard man let out a furious roar. A surge of brute strength exploded from its body as its massive tail whipped around, aiming a ferocious strike straight at Xiaozi's back. We all know, of course, that tails grow from the base of the spine. Xiaozi had appeared behind the lizard man, and its tail now lay between his legs, positioned right behind him. So, the tail's target was indeed Xiaozi's back. The killing blow had missed, but the wounded lizard man was now consumed by rage. With a wild bellow, its arms shook violently, throwing Xiaozi off balance. At the same time, the tail lashed through the air, splitting the silence with a menacing, bone-chilling whoosh. The force in the air made it clear. The lizard man meant to tear Xiaozi apart with a single blow. But in that very instant, Xiaozi vanished. His twin daggers remained, still embedded in the lizardman's neck. The tail, having suddenly lost its target, couldn't stop its deadly arc. Not that it had any way to halt its momentum, so it crashed straight into the back of the lizardman's own head. Even the lizard man broke out in a cold sweat at that moment, barely managing to curse, "Damn it!" And with a resounding crack, the heavy tail struck the back of its head. If that had knocked him out cold, it would have been a masterpiece. Xiaozi's voice rang out along with his reappearance. He now hovered just above and in front of the lizard man. With perfect timing, he landed a flying kick, driving his foot hard into the lizardman's skull. Assaulted from both front and back, the lizard man was left utterly dazed, battered by the combined assault of Xiaozi and its own tail. Its body slumped, falling toward the edge of the web. Just as it was halfway down, its eyes, moments before about to close, snapped open, and with a furious roar it shouted, "Never!" With a desperate lunge, it grabbed the spider silk. The strand snapped and unraveled under the strain. With the silk now unable to support the weight of all three, they all plummeted together toward the floor of the sewer. Below them, at the very center, yawned a massive drainage hole where water from all directions converged and poured into the opening. Around it, narrow platforms lined the chamber, but even those were awash with rushing water. The three of them plummeted down, and the moment the lizard landed, he rolled to his feet. Looking up, he caught sight of Summer Night falling straight toward him. Peter, on the other hand, fired a web at the wall as he fell, yanking himself sideways in an instant as the web snapped taut and swung his body away. Just as he reached the wall, he shot another strand of web straight at the lizard. The lizard, with no time to bother with the little spider, glared up at Summer Night, his eyes blazing with fury. He was ready to tear the man to pieces the instant he hit the ground. His razor-sharp claws were poised and ready to strike, but just as they were about to make contact, Summer Night vanished. Where did he go? The lizard let out a furious roar. Over here. It was the little spider who answered. The lizard turned just in time to see him launching forward, one foot swinging hard at his neck. The lizard quickly raised his arm to block. In the blink of an eye, Spider-Man planted one foot on the lizard's arm, the other already pressing onto his shoulder. His hands shot out twin webs, and in a flash, the lizard's upper body was wrapped up like a giant dumpling. "AR!" The lizard bellowed, his massive arms bursting free in an explosive surge of strength. The web snapped like threads. The shockwave from his power sent Spider-Man flying, and the lizard lunged, reaching out to grab the young hero by the ankle. But at that very instant, a combat knife silently drove toward the lizard's armpit. The armpit, a natural weak spot. By the time the lizard noticed, it was too late. Half the blade was already buried deep. Pain shot through his nerves, and his eyes instantly turned blood red. Roaring, he clamped his arm tight, trapping Summer Knight's right hand in the process. With thunderous force, his claws slashed toward Summer Knight's back. A split second from disaster. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. Peter was still tumbling through the air. The lizard's claws were already at Summer Knight's back. But Summer Knight's mind was ice cold. He pressed his left hand onto the lizard's back, and in that split second, commanded, "Absorb." Absorption failed. WTF. A thousandth of a second later, panic gripped Summer Knight. If those claws landed, it might not kill him, but he'd be gravely wounded for sure. But right then, ripples of energy shimmered between the lizard's back and Summer Knight's palm. Suddenly, an indescribable force blasted out, sending the lizard hurtling backward. With a thunderous crash, he smashed into the wall of the sewer. What just happened? Summer Knight stared blankly at his left hand. Is my left hand really this powerful? Meanwhile, the little spider twisted his body in midair, planting both feet firmly against the slanted wall above. He hung there, bewildered, staring at Xiaojiji. Where's the big lizard? With a furious roar, the lizard hauled himself up from beneath the wall. He yanked a military dagger from beneath his arm, glanced at Xiaojiji and then at the little spider, and hesitation flickered in his eyes. Xiaojiji took a closer look at the lizard and couldn't help but laugh. "Are you cosplaying Deadpool?" It was mainly because of the two daggers stuck in his neck, which made the lizard's appearance seem unexpectedly comical. The lizard was furious. He reached up and tore the two daggers from his neck, then turned around and began scrambling up the wall. There was another pipe above. If he managed to crawl into it, catching him would become nearly impossible. Xiaojiji's expression changed. "Stop him." Without a second thought, the little spider sprang into action, the rapid thwip-thwip of webbing filling the air. He shot over a dozen strands of web that wrapped tightly around the lizard's back, then gave him a sudden, powerful yank. Never underestimate the little spider's strength. Though he was still growing into his powers, the burst of force he generated in that instant was enough to be measured in tons. The lizard was violently yanked back, his body flying through the air. The moment he hit the ground, he tore through the webs binding him. He hardly had time to react when he heard the mechanical snap of two triggers. In the blink of an eye, two small black cylindrical devices landed at his feet. At the same time, the figure in black, face hidden except for a pair of eyes, called out, "Wrong spot." Wrong spot? What did that mean? Before he could puzzle it out, the two cylinders exploded in a blinding flash of light. A guttural scream tore from his throat, a sound of pure agony. As a nocturnal creature, the sudden, searing light was excruciating to his eyes, while his vision burned and everything around him dissolved into a sea of white, making it impossible to tell up from down. A hand suddenly seized his tail. With a tremendous swing, his body was hurled through the air and crashed down in another direction. As one claw hit the ground, he felt something beneath his palm, a small object slick with water. The instant he loosened his grip, it tried to spring out of the water. Though blind, his instincts remained razor-sharp. He snatched the object from the air and, in a fit of rage, crushed it in his fist. A surge of electricity, accompanied by a spray of sticky webbing, erupted from the little device clutched in the lizard's hand. In less than a second, his upper body was bound tight. It was one of Peter's gadgets, a gift to Xiaojiji, used to full effect in this moment. The webbing, capable of stretching hundreds of meters, wrapped the lizard's upper body so thoroughly that not a single gap remained. The powerful bolts of electricity were a special edition Summer Knight had made, instantly sending jolts through the lizard man's body, making him convulse uncontrollably. But that's where the real problem began. When he was crafting this device, Summer Knight's full attention had been on maximizing its lethality, so he figured an electric shock was absolutely necessary. Yet now, in the heat of the moment, Summer Knight was suddenly struck by a fatal realization. The ground beneath their feet was water. Even worse, he himself was standing in that water. The intense current surged along the water surface, and with a series of rapid crackling sounds, all the little presents Summer Knight had prepared were set off. Webbing exploded throughout the entire sewer, and the wild electricity began to rage, threatening to whip itself into a full-blown electrical storm in mere moments. Holy crap! In that instant, Summer Knight was on the verge of a meltdown. With a flash, he vanished and reappeared midair. A split second later, he was clinging to Peter's back, arms wrapped tightly around Peter's neck to steady himself. Hey, take it easy. You're about to choke me to death. Peter yelped, both startled and amazed by the spectacular scene unfolding. Below, after a moment of stunned silence, he stammered, Instructor, I think your real strength lies in being even more ruthless than I am. Summer Knight's face darkened. This was a catastrophic mistake, and he hadn't seen it coming at all. The storm of lightning and webbing didn't last long. After 2 or 3 seconds, everything fell quiet. With Summer Knight riding piggyback, the two of them shielded their eyes with their hands and peered down. Amid the curling wisps of smoke, the scene below looked almost peaceful. So harmonious, Summer Knight breathed, then burst out in fury. But where's the lizard man? Peter let go, and the two of them dropped from above. In a blink, Summer Knight had landed back in the water. The current had fully dissipated. Exchanging a glance, they made their way to where the lizard man should have been. All that remained were shredded webs and scorch marks on the walls, but there was no sign of the lizard man. So, I guess we can conclude that this guy got away. Peter announced cheerfully to Summer Knight. Summer Knight let out a deep sigh. After all that work, the bastard still slipped through our fingers. It's all right, Instructor. I think we should be happy. At least if we team up, he probably can't beat us, Peter replied, unfazed and even a little delighted. In battle, things can change in an instant. Never underestimate any opponent, Summer Knight warned. Peter nodded earnestly, then asked, So what do we do now? Let's go find his lair, Summer Knight said. I remember exactly where he came from. Oh my God, you were watching the whole time? Little Spider exclaimed in shock. I thought you went to the bathroom. No, I was there the entire time. So you just stood there and watched him pin me down? Yes, I saw with my own eyes as he pinned you and did some things I can't even describe. I think you have a seriously mistaken idea of what indescribable things actually means. As they bantered back and forth, the two of them followed the sewer pipe to a new area. It wasn't too far away. Here, there was a computer and a lot of laboratory equipment scattered around. Before they could even process their surprise, they found another staircase leading down. Below, there was an even larger room, its walls covered in all sorts of data and records of experiments, along with video files of the procedures. He's been experimenting on himself. Peter pulled off his mask, feeling suffocated by everything he saw in this place. He might have already lost his mind. Xiaojia walked up to the computer and started going through all the experimental data. But when he came across one particular set of equations, his expression froze for a moment. He tapped his fingers lightly on the desk, lost in thought. Instructor, what do you think he's planning to do in the end? Peter's question forced Xiaojia to snap out his thoughts. After quietly memorizing the set of equations, he finally replied, I'm not sure. But if he really has gone mad, then there's no limit to what he might do next. He glanced at Little Spider and shrugged. But for us, the most important thing is to find him as soon as possible. Yeah. Peter looked around at the surroundings. So what do we do about this place? Leave it for now. Xiaojia said, this isn't the time to deal with it. Once they left the sewer, Peter and Xiaojia went their separate ways. Peter's excuse was so ridiculous it pulled Xiaojia right out of the moment. He had to go home and do his homework. Just a short while ago, the two of them were battling the lizard in the sewers, and now, in the blink of an eye, one of them needed to rush home to finish homework. Seriously, what a bizarre twist. By the way, aren't American kids supposed to have hardly any homework? Peter was already out of earshot and couldn't hear Xiaojia's grumbling. After enjoying his own quick-witted commentary, Xiaojia glanced once more at the entrance to the sewer. He probably won't come back that quickly, right? Scratching his head, Xiaojia turned and headed home as well. He had no intention of going to chat with the lizard alone. After all, given the current situation, it was clear that neither side had particularly friendly intentions. Now that Peter wasn't around, if he went off to chat with the lizard by himself, what if the conversation got out of hand and he ended up getting torn apart? In a lab, Xiaozi wrote another string of equations on the small blackboard. Then he folded his arms and sank deep into thought. What's this about? Banner, who was munching on a hamburger in the back, handed one to Xiaozi as he asked. It's what I've gathered from tonight. Xiaozi took the burger and started eating as well. Although it goes in the opposite direction from our main research, I can't help but feel there are some similarities. The self-repairing ability, cross-species genes. Some traits are just too blatant. Humanity could be replaced by wildness. He shook his head, then turned to glance at Banner. He hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. Honestly, Banner, you really shouldn't stay cooped up at home all the time. Your face has gotten a full size bigger. Banner had clearly put on weight recently. His face was rounder, his figure was gradually losing its shape, and he was heading straight toward that middle-aged, greasy look. Banner brushed it off. You must be jealous of my perfect physique. Xiaozi opened his mouth, but then just sighed. I really admire where you get such confidence from. It's a mystery to me. He finished the burger in a few quick bites, then sat down in front of the blackboard again. Occasionally, he scribbled down a number, then launched into another round of calculations, only to end up shaking his head once more. What are you doing? Banner couldn't help but ask as he watched Xiaozi busy at work. Does that equation have anything to do with our research? Not much, really, Xiaozi replied. But it's fascinating. From the structure of the equations, you can see it's a really interesting idea. Research into cross-species genes, using animal cell traits to make up for what humans lack, and ultimately reaching a perfect result. A perfect serum? Banner looked at Xiaozi. Xiaozi shook his head. It's just a line of thought. It might not be useful. Could you let me work for a bit? Of course. Banner asked. What do you want for breakfast tomorrow? Xiaozi was silent for a long time before finally answering. Anything. The lab was left with only Xiaozi. The tapping of the keyboard, the occasional scratching of pen on paper, his sighs, and sometimes even laughter, filled the air. He was busy all night, and by the time morning came, he stared at the scattered data on the paper, frowning deeply. This doesn't make sense. How could it turn out like this? He had spent the entire night doing just one thing. Calculating. Calculating what effect this set of equations might have, then applying them from the perspective of an ordinary person to Banner, and even to his own physical data. But in the end, the results were still a failure. Even someone like him or Banner would never be able to perfectly fuse the serum within their own bodies, gaining the kind of marvelous abilities Spider-Man possesses. On the contrary, the calculations told Xiaozi that if he forced the integration, the consequences would be catastrophic. He rubbed his head fiercely, then crumpled the papers in front of him into a ball and tossed them into the trash can. I keep feeling like I'm caught in a dead end, with no way out. Maybe what I really need is some special talent. An expert in cross-species genetics? Should I rope in the lizard to help me with the research? But as soon as he thought of the lizard, Xiaozi suddenly remembered how, in the movie, the lizard went to Peter's school looking for him. Maybe this could actually be an opportunity. With that, Xiaozi stood up and left the lab. Meanwhile, Banner came in carrying a heaping plate of spaghetti. Seeing the empty laboratory, he sighed helplessly, then sat down and ate Xiaozi's breakfast while muttering to himself. This is exactly how I keep putting on weight. Peter's school was called Midtown. In their casual chats, that chatterbox of a kid had practically told Xiaozi everything about himself, which was why Xiaozi couldn't understand why. When Peter saw him at school, he looked so shocked he nearly dropped his eyeballs onto his shoes. What are you doing here? Peter stared at Xiaozi in disbelief. This is my school. Of course I know this is your school. That's why I decided to come by for a visit today. Naturally, Xiaozi couldn't tell Peter that the lizard was planning to pay him a very friendly visit soon, and he was just here to scout things out ahead of time. Looking around at the young men and women bustling through the school, he couldn't help but smile. This really is a wonderful place. I guarantee, if you don't rein in that look in your eyes, a whole pack of strong young guys will come over for a little heart-to-heart with you, Peter said dryly. Xiaozi blinked. You've gotten cheeky. And whose fault is that? It's all Tokiomi's fault. Who's that? Peter asked, puzzled. A villain, the very incarnation of evil in this world, Xiaozi replied solemnly. A supervillain? We should totally go take him down, Peter said, clenching his fist. No need. Other heroes of justice have already dealt with him for good. The two of them wandered around the school, chatting idly as they went. The campus wasn't closed off, which made things much more convenient for Xiaozi. The problem was, Peter really seemed to treat him like a tourist, leading him all over the place. Here's the gym, here's the nurse's office, here's the girls' locker room. Peter knew the layout of the school like the back of his hand. Xiaozi was more than happy to waste time with Peter this summer night, mainly because he had no idea when the lizard man would actually show up. Hey Peter! A girl's voice suddenly interrupted Peter, who had just been about to give Xiaozi a tour of the women's bathhouse facilities. Both of them turned around at the same time and saw a pretty blonde girl walking towards them. Gwen! Peter's face immediately lit up with a beaming smile. As the girl came over, he introduced her to Xiaozi. This is Gwen Stacy, the one I told you about. Oh, and what exactly has he said about me? Gwen asked Xiaozi with a playful smile. Xiaozi pondered for a moment before replying. He said you're a gentle, beautiful, kind, and generous young lady. Peter instantly shot Xiaozi a discreet thumbs up, relieved that Xiaozi hadn't unleashed his notorious talent for snarky remarks in this situation. Oh my! Gwen's eyes sparkled with sugary warmth as she looked at Peter. standing there like a single old dog at a wedding banquet. Xiaojie felt that he really didn't belong here any longer. The air was thick with the scent of romance, a flavor he found almost nauseating. You two carry on, I'll be on my way. Wait, I haven't introduced you yet. He's Xiao, my good friend. Nice to meet you. Gwen shook Xiaojie's hand with a bright smile. If you don't mind, why don't we all have lunch together? And so, quite inexplicably, Xiaojie found himself joining them for lunch. Throughout the meal, he barely tasted a thing. He spent the entire time wondering, was the school cafeteria food actually this good? Or was it just the dog food, this heavy dose of public affection, that was so hard to swallow? It was pure torture. Wasn't he here to keep watch for the lizard man? How did he end up sitting here, feasting on a steady diet of second-hand romance? To be fair, Gwen was a delight, cheerful, easy to talk to, and even when she and Peter were all sweetness and light, she didn't forget to include Xiaojie in the conversation. But the problem was the looks those two exchanged, those unguarded, love-struck glances, lit a spark in Xiaojie that made him want to set something on fire. Long live the glorious FFF Brigade, he muttered inwardly, barely restraining his urge to ignite the entire scene. After lunch, Xiaojie made a decisive escape. It wasn't just that he couldn't bear to stay there and keep eating dog food. He'd also suddenly remembered something important. It was just a small detail, but it struck him out of nowhere. Peter's camera. In the movie, when Peter went after the lizard man, he'd mounted his camera on the wall to try and get a photo of him. But after losing the fight, Peter was swept away down the sewer, and his camera was left behind. Later, it was because the lizard man found Peter's name on that camera that he realized Peter was Spider-Man, which led to that dramatic showdown at the school. This time, because he was only with Xiaojie, he hadn't brought his camera along. And Peter hadn't been swept away through the sewers. Instead, it was the lizard himself who had to flee in panic. The result was that the lizard, who should have appeared at the school, could no longer show up there. It's true what they say. Success or failure hinges on the smallest details. Xiaojie sighed, realizing he had overlooked something again and ended up wasting half a precious day. The only gain, perhaps, was getting to know Gwen, but what did that even matter? He kept worrying that, in the future, he'd be forced to witness more and more of their sickeningly sweet moments. Back in the lab, he continued with his research, but progress was so slow that Xiaojie felt like tearing his hair out. Finally, when he checked the time and decided to go find Spider-Man to stretch his legs, he received a sudden call from him. "Xia, I know what the lizard is planning." Spider-Man's voice was frantic, as if he was in the middle of some wild chase. On top of that, gunfire crackled faintly through the phone. Xiaojie was taken aback. "What do you mean you know? What happened this afternoon that I don't know about?" He showed up at the school, and my identity was exposed. Peter managed between ragged breaths, gunshots, and shouts echoing in the background. "Now I'm tangled up with the police. Gwen's gone to Oscorp to make the antidote. You have to help me. Go save." Before he could finish, the call was abruptly cut off. What the heck? Xiaojie leapt to his feet, grabbed his jacket, and dashed out of the lab. Banner, who was just about to enjoy a hearty dinner, stared after him in shock. "Eat dinner yourself. I have to run out for a bit," Xiaojie called out hastily, already halfway out the door. Left holding his plate, Banner let out a deep sigh. "If you ever call me fat again, I'll have the Hulk smash you." But as soon as Xiaojie reached the doorway, he was struck by a wave of confusion. He realized he had no idea what to do next. Sure, he knew where Oscorp was, but he had no clue how to get there. He didn't even know the way. Even if he did, he couldn't exactly sprint all the way there, could he? By the time he arrived, it would all be over. It wasn't that he was worried about Gwen. After all, from what he'd seen in the movies, the lizard actually treated her pretty well. No, what really worried him was missing out on the epic showdown between Spider-Man and the lizard. If he arrived only to find the police had already taken the lizard away, then his plan to capture the lizard, pressure him, and get his help with his research would be ruined. That's right. He wasn't joking. Xiaojie really was thinking exactly that. Moreover, Xiaojie didn't think this task would be particularly difficult. The real challenge lay in the unstable mental state of the lizard man, which could turn out to be the biggest obstacle. He stood in front of the door, staring for quite a while. At last, growing impatient, Xiaojie stuck out his hand and hailed a cab. "Hey there, buddy. Where you headed?" A young black man with a wild afro rolled down the window and called out to Xiaojie. He paused for a moment when he got a good look at Xiaojie, dressed in a pitch-black trench coat, wearing a mask and a wide-brimmed hat. Xiaojie opened the door and got in. "Take me to Oscorp Group." "Instructor?" The driver kept glancing at Xiaojie through the rearview mirror, clearly trying to confirm his suspicion. Finally, he blurted out, "Can't believe a hero like you would be riding in a cab. Why are you heading to Oscorp? I just heard on the radio that things are getting pretty dangerous over there. You must be in a real hurry, huh?" Xiaojie was a bit taken aback. This guy's mouth ran almost as fast as Peter Parker's. No time to wonder why his name seemed to be known on every street corner. From here to Oscorp, how long will it take? 10 minutes. Huh. Xiaojia barely processed the answer before a sudden surge of power pinned him to the back of his seat. The force was overwhelming, washing over him in an instant. The car shot forward at breakneck speed. Xiaojia was left utterly stunned, fumbling for his seatbelt as the world outside became a dizzying blur. This was like living out a scene from Fast and Furious. And how on earth did this little taxi start feeling like a rocket ready to launch? But that wasn't all. The driver weaved through the city streets with unmatched skill, treating every alley and shortcut as if he'd grown up playing in them. No matter what kind of roadblock appeared, he found a way through with ease. Even with all the cars Xiaojia had taken apart his life, he doubted he could ever match this level of driving. In the end, 10 minutes weren't needed at all. In just 5, the cab screeched to a halt. Traffic ahead was utterly jammed, crowds and cars packed every inch of the road. Unless this cab could sprout wings, there was no way forward. As Xiaojia stepped out, he noticed smoke still curling from all 4 tires. He hurriedly shoved some cash at the driver. "Keep the change." Without a second glance, he made a hasty escape, worried that if he lingered any longer, he might lose his lunch right there in front of the driver. The young driver leaned out the window, calling after him, "Keep the change? You still owe me $2. Xiaojia pretended not to hear, silently swearing never to take a cab so easily in New York again. These seemingly normal drivers all harbored a wild, reckless spirit beneath the surface. Looking ahead, he saw the traffic jam was impenetrable. With cabs at a standstill, Xiaojia doubted he could get through on foot, either. After a brief moment of hesitation, he darted swiftly to the side of a tall building. The street was in utter chaos, and no one noticed his presence. He glanced up overhead, and in the next instant, he vanished. When he reappeared, he was already suspended 5 meters above the ground. But it was only a fleeting flash. Again, he vanished and reappeared another 5 meters higher. During the previous fight, he had already tried phasing directly into midair to land a kick on the lizard man. So, the idea of climbing higher by leaping through space repeatedly was theoretically possible. Now, putting it to the test in real action, he found it truly worked. People are only pushed to their limits when they're desperate. Xiaojia breathed out softly, his entire figure flickering upward like a faulty light bulb, blinking as he rose. In less than a minute, Xiaojia was already standing triumphantly atop the building. What a feeling! Standing at the rooftop's edge, Xiaojia could hardly believe his own success. This is incredible. Taking a deep breath, he looked in the direction of the Osborne group, took a running start, and with a powerful leap, his figure vanished. 10 meters away, he materialized for a split second before disappearing again, as if he were running across thin air. Suspended midair, Xiaojia's mind was blank, empty of thought. The only thing driving him forward was a singular impulse. Move ahead, keep moving ahead. That thought became like a melody, looping endlessly in his head. When he finally snapped back to reality and glanced back, he realized, damn, the Osborne group was already behind him. He had overshot his target. Hastily, he doubled back. Looking down, he saw the rooftop below was deserted. Neither Little Spider nor the Lizard Man had made their appearance. Clearly, neither had arrived yet. Does this count as arriving early? If I clock in ahead of time, does it still count as full attendance? With another flicker, Xiaojia was already inside the next floor down. The main theme here was darkness, with only temporary lights flickering uncertainly. Throughout the building, a shrill alarm blared incessantly. For all the trouble I had getting into the Osborne group, I can't believe I actually made it in. But if the goblin serum really doesn't exist, what's the point of getting in here anyway? He continued descending, floor by floor. Since neither Little Spider nor the Lizard Man had shown up, maybe there was still time to check on Gwen. Even though the movie assured him Gwen would be fine, there's always that just in case. If anything happened to her, how would a weeping little spider ever be comforted? It's not something you could just post online and expect a quick answer. With each use of his phasing ability, Xiaojia grew more adept at controlling it. Now, all it took was a single thought, and he would appear wherever he wished. Descending rapidly, after dropping more than a dozen floors, Xiaozi felt his vision blur for a moment. It seemed as if he glimpsed a vaguely familiar device on one of the levels as he passed. But what exactly that device was, the fleeting image left his memory hazy and indistinct. He had no time to ponder it further, for as soon as he reappeared, he was greeted by a chilling sight. Inside the office building, a monstrous creature, glowing in eerie green, was brandishing its razor-sharp claws, trying to tear a blonde girl in a white lab coat to pieces. "Hey, you bastard!" In a flash, Xiaozi produced 2 pistols, firing off 4 shots in quick succession, each bullet striking the lizard creature squarely in the head. His appearance was sudden, his attack even more so. The lizard man, caught off guard by this unexpected intervention, staggered back under the barrage of bullets. It glared fiercely at Xiaozi, but after a moment's hesitation, as if unwilling to tangle with him, it turned and fled. It lunged toward the window, shattering the glass with its body, and in the blink of an eye, vanished from sight. "Are you all right?" Xiaozi stepped up to Gwen. "I'm fine." Gwen was remarkably resilient. She didn't even need Xiaozi's help to get up. Looking at him in astonishment, she blurted out, "Instructor?" Xiaozi blinked, wondering, was he really becoming famous without even realizing it? "It's really you?" Gwen's excitement was unmistakable. "Can I have your autograph?" "I think you should probably leave this place before asking for an autograph," Xiaozi replied, glancing over at the gaping hole in the window. "By the way, where's the antidote?" "What antidote?" Gwen blinked, feigning innocence. "Come on, don't play games with me." "I know you have it," Xiaozi said. "Your boyfriend already told me." "I have no idea what you're talking about," Gwen answered, her tone guarded. "But you're right about one thing. I should definitely get out of here right now." This girl was cautious to the extreme. Clearly, even the legendary instructor's appearance wasn't enough to win her trust. After all, rumors are just rumors. Xiaozi's timing was a little too perfect. It was only natural for her to be suspicious. Yet Xiaozi had no intention of wasting time arguing with her. In a swift motion, he appeared behind Gwen, reached in her pocket, and pulled out a vial of reagent, grinning as he said, "Lying isn't very becoming, you know." "You thief." Gwen, full of spirit, clutched at her now empty pocket and glared at Xiaozi with outrage. "If I were you, I'd leave right now," he said, tucking the reagent safely into the decomposition chamber. "If anything happens to you, your boyfriend will be in tears." "You really know him? Have we met before?" Gwen was quick to pick up on the details. Xiaozi remained silent. "Has anyone ever told you that your mask is incredibly lame and unbelievably ugly?" Gwen spat out those words, turned on her heel, and stormed off. In that instant, Xiaozi's face grew even darker than his mask. "Seriously, is this a case of birds of a feather flock together? Why do these two always have something to say about my mask?" Glancing at the reagent in his hand, Xiaozi tossed it into his decomposition space. Now it was time for a serious talk with the lizard man upstairs. Earlier, when he'd stepped out, he'd still been carrying a device on his back. That must be the so-called canary device. As soon as this thing starts up, it creates a reflection cloud, spreading whatever it holds across the entire city. From the look of things, the lizard man was still barreling down this path of no return. With a thought, Xiaozi made his way back up the way he'd come. His method was much faster than the lizard man's, so by the time Xiaozi reached the rooftop, the lizard man hadn't even arrived yet. But he didn't have to wait long. When the lizard man finally hauled himself up to the roof, he saw Xiaozi waving at him. "Hey there." The lizard man grinned wide. "Hey yourself." Even as the words left his mouth, Xiaozi's figure vanished, and the spot where he'd stood was slammed by a huge, sweeping tail. Missing his target didn't faze the lizard man. He grabbed the edge of the building with both hands and vaulted up in a single bound. "Look, can we not start fighting the second we meet? That's not why I came." Xiaozi hadn't even finished his sentence before he saw the lizard man glancing around, just like he himself would when searching for a brick. There were no bricks on the rooftop. The lizard man wrapped his tail around a metal pipe, ripped it free with brute force, and with a snap of his tail, sent it hurtling towards Xiaozi with a piercing whistle. "That's not very smart." Xiaozi reappeared behind the lizard man. "I'm hoping we can reach some sort of understanding, instead of this endless fight every time we meet routine." "No way. You stabbed me before." The lizard man protested, sounding for all the world like a 200-kilo overgrown child. "And you laughed at me, too." Watching the lizard man bellow like this, Xiaozi almost felt guilty, almost. If, in the very next second after all that shouting, the lizard man hadn't grabbed an antenna the size of a pot lid and swung it at him, Xiaozi might have actually tried to apologize. But now, Xiaozi just flickered out of harm's way, appearing behind the lizard man, dagger in his right hand and pistol in his left. It's true, words alone are always powerless. Clearly, this lizard man wasn't about to be talked into turning over a new leaf. Persuasion alone just wouldn't cut it. At least until he put down the antenna in his hand, Xiaozi couldn't fully unleash the power of his sharp tongue. Up on the rooftop, two figures, one cloaked in black, the other in green, flashed back and forth, constantly shifting their positions. Gunshots rang out, angry shouts echoed, and sparks burst again and again from clashing metal, the sounds overlapping in a relentless symphony. With a blur, Xiaozi emerged into view. He hadn't even caught his breath before he saw the lizard man hurl the antenna in his hand at him like a throwing blade. In the next instant, Lizard Man appeared behind him, driving a military dagger towards his back with fierce determination. But before the blade could reach him, A massive tail swept across in a wide arc. Xiaojie dodged once more, reappearing directly above the lizard man. In his hand, the weapon shifted to a pistol. Without hesitation, he fired several shots straight at his opponent's head. The lizard man didn't so much as glance up. Lowering his stance, he suddenly leapt into the air, one clawed hand reaching out for Xiaojie. Just as those claws were about to close in, Xiaojie vanished again, reappearing directly below the lizard man. His pistol now transformed into a submachine gun. Bullets danced, muzzle flashes lit up the night, and the lizard man became a mid-air target. With a crash, he hit the ground, body streaked with bleeding wounds. Yet those wounds began to heal at a pace visible to the naked eye, a frenzied regeneration. As I thought without Spiderling here, this is so much harder. Xiaojie muttered to himself. His own stamina hadn't diminished much, thanks to his ever-changing tactics, but the lizard man was still as lively as ever. Fighting this creature up close was perilous in the extreme. Whether it was strength, agility, or reflexes, Lizard Man was in no way inferior to him, especially when it came to raw power. Xiaojie estimated that even compared to Spiderling, he was a tier or two weaker in strength, making any comparison with Lizard Man pointless. Moreover, he had no control abilities, relying solely on his spatial traversal to keep moving and striking. His attacks might be varied and sudden, but after fighting him so many times, the Lizard Man had developed counters to his tricks. Given his enemy's abilities, and with Spiderling absent to create distractions, landing a decisive blow was nearly impossible. He couldn't go blow for blow either, and the result left Xiaojie feeling utterly at a loss, like a tiger trying to eat the sky. No place to sink his teeth. If only I had Steve's shield with me right now. Xiaojie found himself missing the man's shield more than ever. With that in hand, at least he wouldn't be so completely on the defensive against the Lizardman's attacks. With his own defensive capabilities, Xiaojie hardly dared to take a direct hit from the Lizardman. Logically speaking, his defenses should be impressive. After all, he was the bucket, but no one in their right mind would stab themselves. Just to test it, especially in a situation like this. Taking an attack head-on might mean the fight would be over in an instant. Two grenades slipped from Xiaozie's hands, and with a sweep of the Lizardman's tail, the grenades were sent flying straight towards Xiaozie's face. But Xiaozie didn't dodge. Instead, he suddenly crouched down and closed his eyes. The next instant, a blinding flash erupted. The Lizard Man, startled, was struck by a sharp pain in his eyes, and his vision turned hazy. These aren't flashbangs. They're just modified. Suddenly, Xiaozie appeared behind the Lizard Man, reached out, and pressed his hand against the device strapped to the Lizardman's back, the canary device, claiming it for himself. As the weight vanished from his back, the Lizard Man erupted in a furious roar. "Give it back." "I'm afraid that's not going to happen." Even as Xiaozie's voice echoed behind him, the Lizard Man whipped around to grab him, but caught only empty air. He spun his tail in a defensive blur, wary of a sneak attack from Xiaozie. When his sight slowly cleared, he looked around in confusion, but Xiaozie was nowhere to be seen. A sudden whoosh came from overhead. Looking up, he saw a massive red spider descending from above. With two sharp snaps, web strands shot out and stuck fast to the Lizardman's arms. In a fluid motion, the big spider flipped through the air, landed, and yanked hard, forcing the Lizard Man into a deep backbend like an iron bridge. The very next moment, Xiaozie appeared out of nowhere, dropping from the sky, not with a gun, but with the antidote he'd gotten from Gwen clutched in his hand. "No!" The Lizardman's eyes widened in shock. Summoning every ounce of strength he had, he kicked out ferociously at Xiaozie in midair. Gritting his teeth, Xiaozie twisted his body as he fell, but still took the full force of the kick, feeling as if he'd been hit by a speeding train. Instead of stopping his fall, the blow launched him skyward again. After that mighty kick, the Lizard Man landed hard on his backside. But the instant his back hit the ground, he rolled over, grabbed the webbing, and with a powerful tug, yanked Peter straight toward him, trapping Spider-Man in a chokehold with his tail. But then, a strange rush of air brushed past his ear. He turned just in time to see Xiaozie coming at him once more. Instinctively, he lashed his tail again, flinging the young Spider-Man aside. In a flash, he seized Xiaozie by both arms, gripping them like iron shackles. "Finally got you." The Lizard Man was almost giddy with triumph, as if he wanted to throw his head back and roar with laughter. Laugh at your own mess. But then he felt a powerful force surge through Xiaozie's arms, a strength so fierce it threatened to rip him apart. In that instant, Xiaozie tried to slip through space. His figure blurred for a second, but he couldn't break free. "Retrieve." Xiaozie's face flushed, pain searing through his arms, but his mind remained icy calm. Retrieval failed. The disassembler still flashed the same message. Yet where Xiaozi's arms met the lizardman's grasp, space rippled and shimmered. In a burst of unfathomable force, the lizardman's grip was blasted apart. The moment Xiaojia managed to break free, he vanished from right in front of the lizardman. The lizardman whipped his head around and saw the little spider, who had been thrown aside, leaping back into the fray. Xiaojia appeared right next to Little Spider. "I have a plan. Spit it out." Little Spider was panting for breath. It hadn't been easy for him to make it here, and he was limping from an injured leg. "You keep him restrained. I'll take him down." Xiaojia's words were crisp and to the point. "All right," Little Spider replied automatically, then quickly asked, "And then?" "Once we give him a good beating, we pin him to the ground and give him the antidote." That was the ultimate goal, the finishing move. The lizardman's transformation was driven by the serum. Injecting him with the antidote wouldn't just reverse his current state. It might even restore his sanity. As soon as Xiaojia finished speaking, the lizardman charged, his tail sweeping up a metal pipe from the ground. He gripped it in his hand and swung it, the air whistling with each arc. With a powerful sweep of the pipe, Xiaojia instantly disappeared. Little Spider shot a web up to a piece of metal equipment overhead, launching himself away in a single bound. As the pipe sliced through empty air, Xiaojia appeared behind the lizardman and delivered a fierce kick. Xiaojia wasn't lacking in strength. Caught off guard, the lizardman was sent flying into a recessed area littered with metal canisters. Without missing a beat, the lizardman grabbed one of the canisters and hurled it at Xiaojia. The moment Xiaojia's hand touched it, he activated his ability. Retrieve. The canister vanished, perfectly stored away in the space of his disassembler. While the lizardman was still puzzling over how the canister disappeared into thin air, a giant spider suddenly dropped from above. Without hesitation, it grabbed another canister and tossed it at Little Spider. Little Spider kicked it away, sending the metal container crashing into an iron pillar. It exploded on impact, releasing a cloud of white vapor that instantly froze a layer of frost onto any metal it touched. Liquid nitrogen? Xiaojia's eyes swept the scene. He spotted a pipe attached to a connector on the ground and burst out laughing. "Who says I don't have control skills? Ever heard of ice magic?" In a flash, he was at the pipe, wrenching it free. Liquid nitrogen poured out like a billowing white mist, and Xiaojia aimed it straight at the lizardman. At that moment, Little Spider was still locked in combat with the lizardman. When he saw Xiaojia rushing over with a thick pipe, spewing mysterious white gas, he quickly leaped out of the way. With his opponent gone, the lizardman spun around, only to be blasted head to toe by the torrent of liquid nitrogen. The moment the freezing liquid hit his skin, the lizardman's scales iced over in an instant. Yet his physical prowess was even more terrifying. Even with the surface of his body frozen, he could still move, and with a furious roar, he swung a massive hand towards Xiaozi. Little Spider reacted with lightning speed, shooting out a strand of web that latched onto the lizardman's claw. As the two forces collided, the frozen claw was instantly torn into pieces. But in the blink of an eye, a brand new claw regenerated before their very eyes. Little Spider darted forward, and with a sharp flick, another web stuck to the lizardman's newly grown claw. With a swift yank, he managed to bind the other claw as well. Strands of web shot out in rapid succession, and soon both of the lizardman's hands were tightly bound together. Seeing this, Xiaozi immediately tossed aside the ice-type magical device and pulled out the antidote that Gwen had brought from his disassembler space, preparing to inject the lizardman. Bang! A gunshot rang out, startling Xiaozi and Little Spider, who quickly leapt aside. Out of nowhere, a middle-aged man in a police uniform appeared, wielding a shotgun and firing repeatedly at the lizardman. "Are you seriously trying to steal the kill? Even if you do this, you're never getting MVP." Xiaozi was exasperated. He couldn't help but complain, but the real problem was that after all their effort to subdue the lizardman, the barrage of gunfire shattered the ice holding him down. In the struggle, the restraints on his back broke as well. With a sudden leap, the lizardman landed and charged forward on all fours at incredible speed, reaching the middle-aged officer in an instant. The officer was completely dumbfounded. What on earth was this thing? With a weapon like this, a single shot should be enough to take down any normal person, let alone so many. He stood frozen in place, unable to react at all. "So you weren't here to steal the kill. You're here to get yourself killed?" Xiaozi was on the verge of losing it. Webs flew through the air as Little Spider launched over a dozen strands, wrapping them around the lizardman's back. He pulled with all his might, but instead of flinging the lizardman away, he only managed to drag him back a few meters. The lizardman's razor-sharp claws dug straight into the ground, puncturing deep holes with every step. As Little Spider dragged him, a harsh screech echoed across the ground, leaving several deep gouges in their wake. The middle-aged officer snapped out of his daze and hurriedly reloaded, firing wildly at the lizard man. Xiaozi appeared in front of him in a flash, grabbing hold of his weapon. I admire your courage, but I can't say the same for your reckless moves. If you keep this up, I swear I'm reporting you. With that, he grabbed the officer by the collar and, without hesitation, flung him aside. Just at that moment, the lizard broke free from Spiderling's webs and came right up to Knight of Summer. Had Knight of Summer not thrown that middle-aged man out in advance, he would have been forced to face the furious lizard head-on. The instant they met, Knight of Summer was already prepared. But to his surprise, the lizard didn't even glance his way and charged straight for the middle-aged man. Fast and close, the lizard seized the man by the neck, hoisting him up with one hand, and in 2 strides reached the edge of the building. Give me back the canary device, or I'll throw him off. Knight of Summer turned to Spiderling. Is this the teammate you brought? Spiderling was close to tears. Think of something, please. I've got it. Knight of Summer pulled the canary device out of his disassembler storage. A trade 1 for 1. The lizard fixed Knight of Summer with a deadly stare. Come here. Knight of Summer shot Spiderling a look, then stepped forward with the canary device. The moment he set it down, he broke into a grin. Ever tried bungee jumping? What? Stunned, the lizard was caught off guard as Knight of Summer vanished in a flash, reappearing right in front of him. With a full body tackle, he slammed into the lizard, who hadn't expected this move. Startled, the lizard released the middle-aged man and immediately grabbed Knight of Summer by the shoulders, trying to wrench him away. They were already teetering at the building's edge. This sudden impact sent all 3 tumbling down toward the street below. No! Spiderling cried out, firing a web that stuck to the middle-aged man. With a mighty tug, he yanked the man safely back to the rooftop. Without hesitation, Spiderling darted to the edge and leapt right after them. He was going to save Knight of Summer, but as he shot downward, there was no sign of Knight of Summer or the lizard. After firing off a dozen webs to slow his fall and hanging in midair, he scanned the ground below. Seeing no blood, he finally let out a relieved sigh. Meanwhile, at a window on one of Oscorp's floors, Knight of Summer watched Spiderling clinging to the building, feeling a twinge of emotion. This kid didn't even hesitate to leap after him. Truth be told, he was the real hero. As for himself, he wasn't. At the very moment he tackled the lizard, Knight of Summer had already injected the hidden antidote into his opponent. Once the transformation faded, the lizard reverted back to Dr. Connors, just an ordinary man, and easy for Knight of Summer to handle. Then, using his spatial teleportation, he slipped away to this spot for a quick breather. All the while, he'd watched Spiderling leap off the rooftop without a moment's thought. Summer Knight has never been unable to understand what it means to be a hero, nor has he ever looked down on heroes. In fact, they're a group of people truly deserving of admiration, selfless and fearless, willing to give their lives for strangers. He can understand it, and deeply respects it, but Summer Knight still can't bring himself to do the same. After all, life isn't just poetry and distant dreams. There's also the struggle right in front of us. Glancing at Little Spider, Summer Knight pulled out his phone and made a call. Oh my God, Xia, are you alright? What about the lizard? Little Spider's voice was filled with worry. I'm fine. As for the lizard, Summer Knight hesitated, searching for the right words. Faced with someone as pure as Little Spider, Summer Knight actually felt a pang of guilt at the thought of lying. But before he could speak, Little Spider continued, As long as you're okay, we can always figure something out with the lizard. With a sigh, Summer Knight said, A lot of the cops who tried to catch the lizard got infected. They've turned into half-human, half-lizard monsters. Don't worry, Gwen will know what to do. The canary device is still around, isn't it? Little Spider said, But what's wrong with your voice? You don't sound so good. Yeah, I'm a bit banged up, Summer Knight admitted. I think I'll need to bow out early and get some rest. That's all right. I probably shouldn't show up for what's coming next anyway. See you next time. The call ended, and Summer Knight scratched his head. It seemed, before he'd even tried to come up with a convincing story, Little Spider had already found plenty of reasons for him, and wrapped up the conversation perfectly. He stood there for a moment, realizing the rest of this mess really had nothing to do with him. Gwen could make an antidote for the infected cops, and as for the damage to Oscorp Tower, there was no reason for him to disguise himself as a repairman and help them rebuild. But something amusing did cross Summer Knight's mind. That middle-aged guy on the rooftop, he'd seen him on TV before. He was probably Little Spider's future father-in-law. In the first Amazing movie, the old man didn't make it, but this time Little Spider had managed to save him. The primetime family drama is about to unfold. Let's wait and see. Nodding to himself, Summer Knight decided he would keep an eye on things, then melted away into the shadows. When he got home, he found Banner sitting in the living room, watching TV. Beside him was an open pizza box, 2 slices conspicuously missing, no doubt already assimilated by Banner. Grabbing a slice, Summer Night stuffed it in his mouth, sat down on the couch, and joined Banner in front of the TV. On screen was the chaos at Oscorp. Police, reporters, the crowd. The host spoke with unstoppable eloquence, words flowing like a river, and from time to time, images of himself and Spider-Man flashed across the television screen. Meanwhile, our young Spider-Man, along with the ever-surviving old Tarzan, faced a barrage of reporters and their relentless questions. So, how does it feel to be a hero? Banner suddenly turned to ask Xiaozi. It's probably going to be a huge hassle, Xiaozi replied, stuffing the last of the pizza into his mouth before grabbing another slice. I need a favor from you tomorrow. What's up? I caught someone, and I want the two of us to put a little pressure on him. That's really not what heroes are supposed to do. Who did you catch? Him. Xiaozi pointed at the television, where a photo of Dr. Connors had just appeared. Back in his room, Xiaozi felt a deep ache throughout his entire body. Tonight's battle had been grueling. The lizard was truly a formidable opponent. Stronger than Spider-Man, every bit as agile, with terrifying resilience and regenerative powers. It's just impossible. Xiaozi shook his head in resignation, enduring the pain throughout his body with a silent sigh. If I can't even handle a lizard on my own, then when the big purple guy finally shows up, even if I've got an oven ready, it won't do me any good. But there was no use worrying about that now. The only comfort was that the purple menace wouldn't make his appearance for a few more years. He still had time to grow stronger. Tomorrow, he'd have a serious talk with Dr. Connors. If the doctor refused to join them, he'd let the green giant out and go at it head-on. I just don't believe I can't do it. With frustration and pain churning inside him, Xiaozi drifted off into a restless sleep. In the laboratory, Xiaozi changed the dressings on his arms. Last night's fight against the lizard had been brutal. The creature nearly tore him apart. His arms had been all but ruined, but after a night's rest, they'd recovered somewhat, though he still needed some medication to keep the pain at bay. Banner tossed his jacket over to Xiaozi. Ready? Yeah. Xiaozi pulled on the jacket. Let's do this. That was a terrible line, Banner remarked, dumbfounded. Or wait, is that some kind of magic phrase for your powers? Honestly, I don't need to say anything at all, Xiaozi replied quietly, then summoned Dr. Connors. And there the doctor appeared, completely unclothed, since all his clothes had been destroyed in last night's fight. Unlike the green giant, who had his trusty enchanted pants, Dr. Connors had nothing. Plus, when Xiaozi stored him away in the decomposition machine space, the doctor had still been lost in sorrow over his own physical regression. Now, as soon as he appeared, he broke down in tears. Banner nearly jumped in surprise at the sight. You went and caught someone, but couldn't even give him some clothes? Besides, this grown man was crying like a little girl. What on earth did you do to him? Banner stared at Xiaozi in utter bewilderment. Xiaozi blinked back at him, as if to say, I swear I didn't do anything. Do you believe me? After their eyes met for a moment, Connors clearly sensed that something was off. He glanced around the room. Where am I? Who are you people? Ahem. Xiaozi cleared his throat, then reached into his disassembler storage and handed Connors a pair of pants. Hello, Dr. Connors. We're delighted to have you visiting our lab. I'm Xiaozi, and this is Banner. Maybe the name doesn't ring a bell, but I'm sure you've heard of the Hulk, yes? Banner eyed the pants Xiaozi had produced, scrutinizing them for a long while to make sure they weren't his. Only then did he cough quietly and give a small nod. Hello. After that, he fell silent, doing his best to maintain an aloof air, even if he was a little on the chubby side. The Hulk? I've heard the name, Connors replied. That battle on the streets of New York not long ago. It caught everyone by surprise. He then turned his attention to Xiaozi. But I can't say I've heard of you. I'm the guy who put a sack over your head and dragged you here, Xiaozi said, a service cap suddenly appearing in his hand. He popped it onto his head with a grin. So, do you know me now? Dr. Connors, now released, actually seemed to be in pretty good shape. Despite the abrupt change of scenery, he wasn't acting flustered or nervous. His mental state seemed surprisingly stable. That's why Xiaozi spoke so lightly, not thinking he'd said anything inappropriate. But no sooner had he donned the cap and finished his sentence, Dr. Connors, acting purely on instinct, snatched a pen from the table and lunged at Xiaozi, shouting at the top of his lungs, You stabbed me with a knife. Banner was so taken aback, he completely forgot to react. Xiaozi was stunned for a split second as well, but quickly grabbed Dr. Connors by the wrist. Why so worked up? So I stabbed you, did you die? You're acting like I committed some heinous crime against you. In his current state, Dr. Connors was no match for Xiaozi, not like when he transformed into the lizard. Within seconds, Xiaozi had disarmed him. As he returned the pen to its place, he even remarked, That's my favorite pen. If you broke it, then I'd really have to go after you. Only then did Banner snap out of his daze. Even as he tried to piece together what to do, he came up empty. After all, his abilities required him to transform. And once that happened, he lost all control. So, even with Dr. Connors getting worked up, there was nothing Banner could do to subdue him. His main worry was that if he did transform just to keep things under control, there'd be nothing left of the place by the time he turned back. After thinking it over, he simply decided to keep up his aloof persona. Dr. Connors, however, quickly regained his composure. He rubbed his forehead and said, "Sorry, I didn't mean to. You know, some after effects just take time to wear off." "It seems you've been through quite a bit of emotional trauma," Xiaojie remarked, blinking. The lizard man from last night had been just as agitated. He promptly pulled up a chair. "No worries, please have a seat." Dr. Connors glanced at Xiaojie, then at Banner. "Why? That's a great question." Xiaojie nodded approvingly. "So why what? Do you have to make every conversation this difficult?" "I think you know what I mean." Dr. Connors looked over at Banner, who, being the silent type, seemed reliable. On the surface, Banner seemed cool and distant, but in truth, he was preoccupied with what he should have for lunch. He completely ignored the plea for help in Dr. Connors' eyes. Dr. Connors couldn't help but feel that people here were particularly unfriendly. With a sigh, he said, "Why didn't you hand me over to the police? Why am I here? Where's this place? Some kind of laboratory?" As he spoke, his gaze fell upon the two equations written on the small blackboard. His expression shifted slightly. "I think I know why you brought me here. I thought you were a superhero, but it seems you're not as pure as I imagined." "You're right about most things except for one," Xiaojie replied with a smile. "I'm not a superhero. That honor belongs to the little red spider. Peter Parker." A faint smile appeared on Dr. Connor's lips. "He's a good kid. I don't think I'm quite at the age where I need to discuss the next generation with a middle-aged man," Xiaojie shrugged. "In fact, the reason we invited you here is because we hope you can assist us with a research project." Dr. Connors showed little surprise. Of the two equations on the blackboard, one looked somewhat familiar, but the other he recognized immediately. That was the very formula Xiaojie had taken from his computer. From those two equations alone, Xiaojie's intentions were perfectly clear. After a brief silence, he asked, "Who are you working for?" Xiaojie glanced at Banner, but Banner was already lost in his own world. With the slightest twitch of his lips, Xiaojie answered, "We don't work for anyone. We're just trying to save ourselves." "Save yourselves?" That answer took Dr. Connors by surprise. He found it hard to believe. "Why? What's happened to you?" "It's not me. It's my friend." Xiaojie glanced at Banner and said, "I suppose you can tell as well. He's not exactly the sharpest tool in the shed." Banner looked at Xiaojie with a cool, detached expression. Dr. Connors was shocked, and then his face showed a hint of regret. "So, the Hulk is actually—" "Hey!" Banner could no longer stay silent. "Are you two trying to make me angry? I really don't like myself when I'm angry. And trust me, you shouldn't like it either." "All right." Xiaojie shrugged and turned to Dr. Connors. "Don't be fooled by his calm appearance. When he's angry, he's terrifying. He turns into this massive, green muscle man. In a rage, he could punch the earth in half. If you hadn't added that last part, I might have believed you." Dr. Connors was left utterly bewildered. "The truth doesn't change just because you choose not to believe it." Xiaojie let out a gentle sigh. "This kind of suffering, I think you, of all people, can understand. A lifetime dedicated to research. And in the end, what did it lead to? You turned into a monster. With a swinging tail, trying to make everyone in the city into giant lizards. When you became the lizard, that sense of helplessness, losing control over your own actions, didn't you feel it keenly?" Those words were spoken in a much more serious tone, and Dr. Connors fell silent for a moment. Now that he had returned to his normal self, the effects of the drug had faded from his mind. His thinking was no longer extreme, and looking back on everything he had done, he could not help but break out in a cold sweat. "My friend is tormented by the same kind of agony," Xiaojie continued. "He was a casualty of a military experiment, a flawed formula, an immature human trial, and, in the end, the Hulk was created. When he becomes the Hulk, he loses control, easily enraged, with violent impulses. Isn't that quite similar to what happens when you turn into the lizard?" "I understand now." Dr. Connors let out a quiet sigh. "So, this is what you mean by not the sharpest tool in the shed. That's one way to look at it. If you can't control your own mind, isn't that pretty much the same thing?" Xiaojie shrugged. "Your choice of words is truly baffling." Dr. Connors blinked. "So, is the purpose of this lab to develop some sort of psychiatric medication?" A faint smile played at the corners of Xiaojie's mouth. "No, we're trying to create the perfect serum." When he finished explaining the concept of the perfect serum to Dr. Connors, the doctor was left utterly stunned. "This idea, it's completely insane. How could anyone even imagine something so mad?" Dr. Connors' expression flickered with doubt and hope. After a long pause, he looked down at his own arm. "If the serum is perfected, then my arm, It can be restored. Xiaoji's reply was unwavering. Dr. Connors joined them. Although his mind was still plagued by doubts and concerns, he found himself moved by the blueprint for the perfect serum. Besides, he really had no other choice. On one hand, if the research succeeded, his arm would be restored to that of a normal person, and he'd have a scientific achievement that could benefit countless generations. On the other, there was a life of mediocrity burdened by infamy and imprisonment. Between these two paths, he chose the former. That was all there was to it. Another morning dawned. Xiaojie stood atop the rooftop, watching the sunrise in the distant sky. He exhaled softly. His palms moved gracefully, executing each movement of his martial arts routine with practiced ease. Every motion flowed naturally, as if his body and mind were one. As he finished the final move, Xiaojie closed his eyes. In that fleeting instant, he didn't notice a taiji symbol quietly appearing before him, only to dissipate into nothingness just as quickly as it had come. When he opened his eyes, he muttered to himself, "It feels like every time I practice taiji lately, the energies within me grow more lively." He didn't think much of it. He'd been persistent with his martial arts training, never giving it up, not even when he was off saving the Iron Kid. Even when trapped in the cave, he made sure to go through a full set every day. This, in turn, further convinced Tony and Ethan at the time that he truly deserved his crazy nickname. But today was different. After finishing his practice, Xiaojie didn't go back downstairs right away. Instead, he closed his eyes and let his mind replay scenes from his fierce battle with the lizard. His remarkable memory allowed him to recall every detail. All things considered, he had performed quite well. He made full use of nearly all his abilities. Yet the lizard's strength was undeniable. Even with Xiaojie giving his all, he still couldn't inflict any significant harm. If not for Spider-Man lending a hand, Xiaojie was sure he'd be doomed if he'd been fighting alone. But there was one detail he couldn't ignore: his unusually strange left hand. The first time it happened was during their battle in the sewers. He tried to ambush the lizard with a combat knife, only for the lizard to clamp down on his arm, making escape impossible. In that critical moment, he attempted to absorb the lizard, but the disintegration device only offered a cold message. Absorption failed. The same thing happened again during the rooftop fight atop Oscorp. And every time absorption failed, a ripple of spatial energy would spread from the point where their bodies touched, releasing a mysterious force that knocked his opponent away. These two incidents made Xiaojie realize something important. First of all, the storage space of his disassembler was not entirely without limits. Judging from his failure with the Lizard Man and his success with Bald Chong, the condition of the target seemed to be one of the criteria. The most likely reason Bald Chong could be easily stored was that he had been knocked unconscious by the Hulk. While the Lizardman's abilities might not surpass Bald Chong's, the fact that he was still conscious caused some subtle clash with the disassembler's collection ability. As a result, some kind of spatial energy was triggered, causing ripples to spread through the space and force the Lizard Man away. And this, in fact, was the origin of Xiaojie's so-called powerful left hand. If I can master this move and use it flexibly in combat, it might produce some rather interesting effects. Isn't this basically a repel function? He mused. At the same time, Xiaojie realized he really needed to set aside time to test a few things for himself. For example, the disassembler's collection restrictions, its upper limits. And also, did his twinkling, shimmering ability to traverse the void have any real limits at all? Where exactly was the boundary? Otherwise, what if one day he was gleefully leaping through the void, only to suddenly plummet to the ground, ending up as a puddle of mush, too dead to even cry foul? Disassembler upgrade complete. Just as this thought crossed Xiaojie's mind, a sudden notification appeared in front of him. Xiaojie didn't pay it much mind and turned to head downstairs. So the upgrade was done. Well, so what? Were they expecting him to throw a party or something? For goodness sake. It took ages to upgrade and didn't even bother to give him a heads up. Didn't have any sense of how long he'd been waiting? Rather than feeling excited, Xiaojie went downstairs grumbling to himself. The infamous Hulk was gone. Now, Bruce Banner was more like the gracious host. And this guy really was hospitable. Every day he'd think about what to cook, how to cook it, and after a spin in the kitchen, he'd emerge with all sorts of delicious food in his hands. That was a talent in itself. Because of his sensitive status, Dr. Connors couldn't easily leave the lab and mingle. So it fell to Banner to deliver food back and forth, his aloof scientist demeanor long gone, replaced by an amiable, almost goofy side. After finishing breakfast with Banner, Xiaojie headed out. If the disassembler hadn't finished upgrading, he would have had to stay in the lab with Dr. Connors, buried in data and research. But now that the upgrade was complete, Xiaojie could no longer suppress his urge to disassemble. As he walked down the street, he planned to break down the weapons he'd acquired from the freedom fighters. After roughly sorting through the spoils at the time, there were a total of 312 firearms, rifles, pistols, and submachine guns combined. As for military daggers and combat knives, there were 216 in all. Other weapons like grenades and landmines couldn't be broken down, so there was no point in counting them. On the other hand, they hadn't managed to get any sniper rifles or RPGs. Those guys simply didn't carry such weapons with them. But even so, this was an astonishing haul. No wonder the freedom fighters were driven to the brink of madness. Day after day, losing weapons like this, they were traumatized, haunted by the constant losses. And with so many weapons vanishing into thin air, what else could it be if not ghosts at work? Although the battered battle soul, Summer Night, no longer caught his eye, the improvement it offered him was negligible, almost not worth mentioning. He still considered the skill books found among these weapons to be quite valuable. He casually picked up a weapon, intending to break it down. But the prompt from the disassembler gave Summer Night a slight pause. Do you want to disassemble rifle-type weapon, White? Huh. Summer Night blinked. What does that mean? With a thought, realizing that the street wasn't the best place for this, he slipped into a deserted alley and began inspecting the guns one by one. Sure enough, each gun triggered a prompt, though the text in the parentheses at the end differed from one to another. Of the 312 weapons and 216 knives and daggers, the vast majority were marked as white. The rest were all blue. The only one marked purple was the set of armor stripped from the Iron Bear kid. Could this be an equipment tier system? Summer Night was a bit bewildered. It seemed that after the disassembler's latest upgrade, some new features had appeared. For now, Summer Night could see two changes, both reflected in the prompts during disassembly. First, instead of displaying the specific name of the weapon, the prompt now showed only the category. Rifle type, submachine gun type, pistol type, and so on, much like how disassembling books would simply show history books or genetics books. It was much more concise and straightforward, but also seemed to reveal the disassembler's utter lack of expertise. It probably had no idea what these weapons were actually called, so it just lumped them into broad categories. Of course, that was just Summer Night's own sarcastic thinking. The second change was the appearance of white and blue in parentheses. Seeing those words, the first thing that came to Summer Night's mind was the weapon tiers in DNF. White, blue, green, purple, pink, orange. But if that guess proved correct, a sense of unease crept into Summer Night's heart. It wasn't hard to verify. He only had to give a single command. Disassemble. The familiar sound of gears grinding filled the air, and Summer Night prepared to wait quietly. Within just 2 seconds, the disassembler had already broken down the weapon, while Xiaozi was still in the midst of preparing, quietly waiting for something that hadn't even begun. Before he could even be amazed by the speed of the disassembler, Xiaozi blinked at the beginner's rifle shooting insights booklet that had appeared in his hand. A consolation prize. Those items labeled in white in parentheses, every single one of them had to be consolation prizes. And in the space of his disassembler, those telltale white prizes, symbols of consolation, made up at least 2/3 of his haul. What the heck kind of outcome is this? Xiaozi was left utterly speechless. But, thinking about it carefully, it wasn't actually that hard to figure out. He'd spent 3 days stealing this batch of weapons from the freedom fighters. On the first day, he had snatched up their oldest, most well-worn weapons. On the second, most were relatively new. And by the third day, every weapon was brand new. Xiaozi had already considered that this might happen. But he couldn't help but hope that, by being in their hands a bit longer, those weapons might warm up and gain some value. Looking at it now, that was pure wishful thinking. Still, the new function of the disassembler saved him quite a bit of trouble. With such a large pile of mixed weapons, it was impossible to tell at a glance which ones were worth taking apart and which ones weren't. But now everything was perfectly clear. He tapped the screen again and nearly burst into tears. Among the weapons labeled blue, there were 45 rifles, 31 submachine guns, 39 pistols, and 75 military bayonets and knives. Altogether, that made 115 firearms. Xiaozi was practically weeping as he broke them down. The disappointment was just too much to bear. He'd thought this would be a huge windfall, but it turned out he'd just been fooling himself. After its upgrade, the disassembler could now break down 5 weapons at a time, and its speed was remarkable. Whether it was 1 weapon or 5, it finished in 2 seconds flat. In no time at all, those 115 guns and 75 bayonets and knives were fully processed. Once everything was merged into intermediate-level insights, the summary was as follows. 31 intermediate rifle shooting insights. 28 intermediate rifle melee insights. 21 intermediate submachine gun shooting insights. 23 intermediate submachine gun melee insights. 27 intermediate pistol shooting insights. 25 intermediate pistol melee insights. And finally, 52 intermediate military knife combat manuals. As for the scattered beginner's insights, he simply tossed them all into the disassembler's storage without a second thought. It was also worth mentioning that the haul of small crystal shards was unprecedented. He'd collected a record-breaking 63 of them. And when it came to the broken war souls, the total spoke for itself. Exactly 190. All the items were temporarily stored in the decomposer's space, to be sorted out after he got home. After all, it wouldn't be appropriate to applaud himself while walking down the street. Passers-by might just call the asylum. But with all these things tucked away in the decomposer's space, Xiaojiue couldn't help but stand a little taller. Perhaps it was the illusion that he was about to become truly capable. As for Tony's suit of armor, Xiaojiue still thought it best to wait until he got home to take it apart. The thing was in pieces anyway. Who knew if the decomposition would go off without a hitch? Having collected his thoughts and his spoils, he set off through the city, searching high and low for a bookstore. Right now, the most important task was the calculation and development of the perfect serum. Since the decomposer had been upgraded, there was no reason to let it idle. Bookstores were still everywhere, so he picked one that looked decent and went in, only to come out empty-handed moments later. The reason was simple. Nothing could be decomposed. Every book in that shop was brand new. Xiaojiue made a round, touching each one, but the decomposer never gave him a single prompt. This left Xiaojiue feeling quite helpless. He hadn't seen this coming. Standing by the bookstore entrance, Xiaojiue reflected on all the books he'd touched in the past. The first time was in Dr. Erskine's room. Those books were practically falling apart from age and use. The second time was in an old bookstore in New York, where every volume was well-worn and decades old. The third was in the Hydra spy's secret room. Not only had every book been read, but Lindsay had even filled many with notes. And then there was the time he'd helped Agent Carter catch spies. He'd picked up a few books in the process. Thanks to his terrifying memory, he recalled none of those were new, not a single one. The last time had been in Li Xiaomi's father's study. He'd leafed through every volume. Any new books were just novels. And even then, the decomposer hadn't given any prompts. So the answer was clear. Xiaojiue scratched his head, feeling rather helpless. Coincidence or fate? Ever since discovering the decomposer could break down books, every one he'd tried had been an old book. New books couldn't be decomposed. A simple, obvious fact, but thanks to various circumstances, he'd only realized it just now. I was even planning to make copies of Li Xiaomi's father's martial arts manuals and then decompose the originals, he muttered with a sigh of regret, before continuing his search for more bookstores. More specifically, old bookstores. All day long, Xiaojiue crisscrossed every street and alley in New York, searching for all sorts of old bookstores. Such bookstores weren't rare, but books on genetics were few and far between. Although there were many old books he could break down, to be honest, Xiaozi didn't dare to do so recklessly anymore. Especially when it came to knowledge that might or might not be useful. If he broke those down, the experience the decomposition machine gained could push it into another upgrade. After all that trouble, not a single book he truly wanted to decompose would be processed, and instead the machine would level up again. And once it did, it would be out of commission for another half a year or several months. Who could stand that? So for now, Xiaozi had to fixate on books about genetics, though his efforts had yielded only meager results. Even so, he had come across a few intriguing books that could be decomposed. For example, he discovered a handwritten volume titled 5,000 Everyday Life Tips. When he touched the book, the decomposition machine flashed a prompt. Would you like to decompose this occult book, Green? Xiaozi thought he must be seeing things, so he double-checked the cover. It really did say 5,000 Everyday Life Tips. What's more, after flipping through it, he found several rather eye-popping titles. One that stuck in his mind was Hemorrhoid Self-Massage Techniques. What on earth was that? Then there were other gems like bird droppings as a cure for hemorrhoids, which nearly made Xiaozi want to cover his face and run. Was this really a book of 5,000 life tips? Or 5,000 hemorrhoid remedies? Whether looking at the title or the contents, there was absolutely nothing mystical about this book. And yet, the decomposition machine insisted. This was an occult book. Given that the label was green, Xiaozi mulled it over and decided to buy it anyway. After a full day of searching, Xiaozi took stock of his haul. He had 3 books classified as occult. 2 of them were blue, and the green one was that infamous collection of 5,000. He also found a total of 24 books on genetics. That was an impressive number, 3 of which were green, the rest all blue, which made Xiaozi rather eager with anticipation. Aside from those, he'd also picked up some old books in other categories, like history and chemistry, and stored them in the decomposition machine space. He figured he wouldn't need them anytime soon, since he wasn't sure what they might be good for. Maybe he'd need that knowledge someday, or perhaps, in desperate need of the machine's upgrade, he could use them to give it the experience boost it required. After all these upgrade issues with the decomposition machine, Xiaozi suddenly realized something important. While its upgrades were largely out of his control, to some extent, whether the machine leveled up or not was still in his hands. The machine's upgrades were like a roll of the dice, but if it happened to upgrade at a moment when he desperately needed it, that would be truly awkward. So, Xiaozi decided that from now on, whenever possible, he would even avoid decomposing weapons unless absolutely necessary. The shattered battle spirits now meant as little to him as a feather. The power of firearms was limited. Even a sharpshooter with perfect aim would still be helpless against the lizard men at close range. And as for their usefulness on the journey ahead, in dealing with the purple yam fiends, the effectiveness of guns was even more questionable. So, Xiaoji had decided that, for now, he would stop dismantling firearms. Unless he came across some high-level gun equipment in the future, at least of the green grade or above, he wouldn't consider breaking them down. Ordinary guns, even if disassembled, offered little benefit. Not only would the improvement be minimal, it would also push the dismantling machine toward an upgrade sooner. Upgrading was a double-edged sword. This was something Xiaoji suddenly realized as he wandered the streets and alleys of New York today. Night was the time for reaping rewards. When Xiaoji got home, he didn't waste any time. He locked himself in his room right away and began dismantling the genetic books he'd bought during the day. Besides that, he took out all the intermediate skill books he'd obtained from disassembling weapons earlier. One by one, he slapped them together. As the familiar sound of gears grinding reached his ears, and books slapped together in his hands, Xiaoji felt a rare sense of tranquility and peace. That feeling lasted until he saw several prompts appear before him. Intermediate rifle shooting skill upgraded. All insights from intermediate rifle shooting are now fusing into advanced rifle shooting insights. Not enough intermediate rifle shooting insights. Fusion failed. Less than 10 books. As the information flooded in, Xiaoji's mind was instantly filled with knowledge he'd never heard of before. Holy! After he finished digesting this new knowledge, he nearly jumped out of his chair. You can actually do that. Mastery of basic rifle skills boiled down to the art of aiming and shooting. At the intermediate level, he'd gained the ability to shoot along a curved trajectory, and as he kept stacking up skill books, this technique became more and more refined. Now, breaking through to the advanced level, everything took a dramatic leap forward. He'd acquired a new skill, energy shot. After thoroughly understanding and internalizing this knowledge, Xiaoji let out a long breath. He could feel the energy constantly flowing within his body, and a smile involuntarily curled at his lips, growing wider and wider, until he broke out in wild laughter. Never thought I'd see the day. His spirits soared, though he couldn't help but feel that the line sounded a bit off. Whether hero or villain, people only seemed to say things like that after a streak of bad luck. He shook his head and switched to a different catchphrase. I'm finally overpowered. Yes, Xiaoji believed he had finally broken the game. Even though the disassembler had always been by his side, he never really felt like he was cheating the system. At least compared to other people's golden fingers, his own required real effort to unleash their full potential. To be honest, it was only because he found himself in a World War II battlefield, surrounded by all kinds of firearms, that he was able to take his first steps so easily. If he had landed straight in the 21st century, Xiaozi figured he'd have nothing to do but muddle through life, waiting for the days to pass. He wouldn't dare hope for anything more. After all, his personality was just that cautious, that conservative. But now, as the saying goes, the heavens never disappoint those who strive. His long-awaited cheat skill had finally come online. Energy shot. Simply put, this meant channeling energy into his shooting skills, transforming ordinary bullets into something extraordinary. If regular marksmanship dealt physical damage, now, with this skill, it became magical damage. His firepower skyrocketed. And the energy for this energy shot skill came from the crystal shards. The knowledge in his mind told Xiaozi exactly how to draw on that energy and infuse it into his shots. In other words, the crystal shards and this skill complemented each other perfectly. So, it's really turned to DNF, huh? Xiaozi blinked. Does this count as a crystal shard skill? Strictly speaking, yes it did. But unlike a true crystal shard skill, which would consume the shards themselves, Xiaozi's ability didn't. He only used up the shard's energy, and once that energy became his, it was now a part of him. He could expend it, but after use, it would gradually recover. Though he was itching to test his new skill's power, Xiaozi forced himself to hold back. He took a deep breath and went back to slapping his books. Today was definitely a day of gains. Not only had his rifle marksmanship skill leveled up to advanced, but his rifle close combat skill had also reached the advanced tier. The only problem was, the name of this skill made Xiaozi cringe. Energy melee. Seriously? Energy melee? Xiaozi's face darkened. Was this supposed to be a matching set of skills? An energy set, maybe? The names practically dripped with sarcasm. Still, there was one advantage to them. Simple, straightforward, and the usage was pretty much the same. To put it plainly, it was about channeling energy into rifle close combat. But Xiaozi couldn't help but think. If he swapped out the rifle for a staff, maybe, just maybe, he could actually fulfill his dream of using a cane to smack Thanos around. In fact, he even thought that if he ever got the chance, he'd have to try channeling the skill into a staff, just to see if it worked. Though, to be honest, he had his doubts. When there's much to say much. When there's little, keep it brief. Xiaozi kept slapping books and disassembling as he went. Time slipped by bit, and when every last book had been slapped shut, he tallied up the results as follows. First of all, both close quarters and shooting skills with the rifle have reached an advanced level. Besides these, the only other skill to reach the advanced tier is pistol shooting. All other skills remain stuck at the intermediate threshold, showing no signs of progress. The advanced pistol skill is the same as that for the rifle, so there's no need to elaborate. Now comes the yield from book disassembly. There were a total of 24 books on genetics, but after disassembly, they resulted in 27 genetic knowledge volumes. For the books with the word green tagged after their titles, each one yielded 2 knowledge books upon disassembly. As for the 3 books on the occult, it was only natural that they produced 4 occult knowledge books after disassembly. 2 of these were standard, simply titled Occult Knowledge. The other 2, however, were named Occult Knowledge, Mind Control. These latter 2 came from a single book, the one called 5,000 Everyday Life Tips. From the title alone, the words mind control sent a chill down one's spine. But when he thought of where this power originated, Xiaojie couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. After using up all 4 occult knowledge books, a torrent of occult insight surged into Xiaojie's mind. The first 2 provided only the basics, broad coverage, but without any particular depth. But the ones labeled mind control made Xiaojie's spirit stir with excitement. This was a form of black magic that allowed one to use their own magical energy to control others. Yet the casting conditions were exceedingly harsh, and the very first requirement was daunting enough. The target had to submit willingly. If the person to be controlled is already willing, what's the point of controlling them at all? Xiaojie was left utterly speechless. Still, since he'd already absorbed the knowledge, there was no way to spit it out again. At least, he supposed, it was another skill under his belt, even if it didn't seem particularly useful. And now, the real show began. All 27 genetic knowledge books were absorbed in one go. A vast reservoir of information began to flood Xiaojie's mind. By the time he had absorbed the 10th book, Xiaojie felt as if he had become a master of genetics, knowing everything there was to know. When he reached the 20th book, his mind slipped into a peculiar state of confusion. He was so deeply immersed in genetic theory that he couldn't even describe the sensation. His entire mind seemed to grow numb, saturated with an unfathomable complexity. He couldn't quite say what this feeling was, but suddenly, it seemed as if his very understanding of the world was undergoing a profound transformation. At this point, Xiaojie should have stopped. He really shouldn't have pushed any further. It was obvious, even with his brain enhanced by the battle soul, that he had reached his absolute limit. But for reasons unknown, in that instant, it was as if he'd been possessed, caught up in a frenzy he couldn't resist. He picked up the remaining 7 books, and without pause, swept them all off the table in one determined motion. In an instant, Xiaojie's consciousness faded into darkness. This can't be. Is it really possible to do that? This is simply unbelievable. I've never even thought of such a thing. Xia, you're an absolute genius. Dr. Connor's voice filled Xiaojie's ears, but he was still drifting in a haze, caught between waking and dreaming. It felt as if he were lost in a dream, a vivid, otherworldly dream, full of wonders beyond imagination. Yet when he awoke, everything he had seen in the dream vanished like morning mist. No matter how hard he tried to recall it, not even the faintest fragment would return to him. Did we really succeed? Banner's voice sounded close by. What time was it now? Hadn't he gone to bed? We did it. This is practically a master key. No one has ever achieved such a breakthrough in the field of genetics, but he has. Dr. Connor's tone was laced with unmistakable excitement. Xiaojie shook his head hard and forced his eyes open. What exactly happened? Xia, you're awake? Banner's face loomed right in front of him, beaming with concern. Xiaojie shook his head again, glanced at Banner in confusion, then looked around to get his bearings. They were in the basement laboratory. Dr. Connors walked over as well. Xia, we did it. Did what? What did we accomplish? His mind felt like a chaotic storm, countless figures and formulas swirling endlessly, tumbling through his thoughts. We've finally laid the cornerstone for the perfect serum. Dr. Connor's voice trembled with excitement. How did you manage to pull it off? Good question. I'd like to know that myself. Xiaojiji took a deep breath and pushed himself up from the chair. So, what exactly happened last night? Half an hour later, after draining the coffee Banner had brewed for him, Xiaojiji's mind finally began to clear. Dr. Connors and Banner gave him a brief rundown of what had happened the night before. Mostly it was Dr. Connors explaining. Banner, after all, had only come down this morning, drawn by Dr. Connors' jubilant laughter. Apparently, that laughter had been so wild it startled Banner. He'd almost thought Dr. Connors had lost his mind from the pressures of the experiment. According to Dr. Connors, Xiaojiji had come into the lab in the middle of the night. He hadn't looked well, muttering equations under his breath, chalk in hand. He began writing out formulas on the blackboard, erasing, then writing again. He repeated this process 3 times, until at last, an entirely new equation emerged on the board. Then, as if she had used up the last of her strength, Xiaojie collapsed onto the desk and fell asleep right there. Dr. Connors was now clearly in a state of excitement, his words tumbling over each other, making little sense and growing increasingly incoherent. After listening in a daze for a moment, Xiaojie finally patted her forehead and said, "Right now, I need to sleep." According to Dr. Connors, after finishing that equation last night, she had gone straight to bed. But Xiaojie felt certain that probably wasn't sleep at all. Most likely, she had simply passed out. With Dr. Connors so caught up in his excitement, he probably hadn't had the time to check carefully. Although Xiaojie was awake now, she felt absolutely awful. Not even the coffee she'd just drunk could revive her, and if anything, it left her head feeling heavier and fuzzier. So, after hearing Dr. Connors' explanation, Xiaojie didn't waste another word. She climbed up and walked straight out of the basement. She tried to piece together what might have happened the night before, but just thinking about it made her head pound. Clearly, in her current state, she wasn't fit to unravel this mystery. She turned down Banner's offer of breakfast and returned to her room, collapsing onto the bed and instantly falling asleep. It was the kind of sleep that almost seemed as if it would last forever. When she finally opened her eyes, the moon was already hanging above the slender willows outside, the evening deep and quiet. Still groggy, she blinked awake to see 2 burgers on her nightstand. Banner had left a blunt little note. "This is food. Well, if it's food, then I'd better eat." Xiaojie grumbled inwardly. What kind of note is that? At least call it dinner or something. She finished the burgers, staring off blankly, not because Banner had poisoned them, but because she simply couldn't make sense of what had happened the night before. Had the sheer weight of knowledge from 27 books left her so dazed? She remembered nothing after that, only some vague, misty impressions, as if she'd been dreaming. No, it felt even less real than a dream. Now, whenever she tried to recall anything about genetics, an endless stream of theories and possibilities flooded her mind. As I thought, this must be an issue of magnitude. Xiaojie tapped her own head. There's no way the effect of 12 books is the same as 27. Leaving her room, she made her way back to the basement. She had expected to find the place buzzing with energy, but instead, the atmosphere felt strangely deflated. Dr. Connors and Banner each sat in their own corner, and looking at the 2 of them, Xiaojie thought that if they'd had pens, they'd be doodling circles on the ground. Her arrival didn't stir the slightest reaction from either of them, so Xiaojie had no choice but to clear her throat and ask, "What happened?" Both of them turned to look at Xiaojie. With a sigh, Dr. Connors said, "We don't have any money. There's no way to get what we need, either." Banner shook his head in agreement. Xiaojie was confused. "What do you mean?" "You've written out the formula," Dr. Connors explained with a deep sigh, "but right now we have no funding. We're missing the equipment to make it, and we don't have the raw materials." Banner nodded along. "And on top of that, we don't have any channels to purchase those materials. So we can't even run the experiment, let alone produce the serum." "So that's what's going on," Xiaojie said, turning his gaze to the blackboard, where he'd scrawled the formula the night before. After staring at it for a long moment, he finally said, "Let me see if I can figure something out about the money and the connections." Marbury Beach. In the darkness, a shadowy figure arrived. Xiaojie pulled off his mask and drew in a few heavy breaths. "To be honest, I really didn't want to come here." As far as money went, Xiaojie did have a bit saved up. Before he rescued the Iron Kid, he'd asked Pepper to help him buy some shares of Stark Industries. He hadn't bought at the lowest price, but after Tony came back, those shares still fattened his wallet nicely. But that small fortune was nowhere near enough to support the experiments needed for the perfect serum. So, Xiaojie found himself here, at the edge of Marbury Beach, in front of Tony Stark's luxurious mansion. Xiaojie now stood right at the doorstep of the Iron Kid's home. He thought about it for a moment, then pressed the doorbell. If you're here to borrow money, you have to be polite. Only when someone owes you and refuses to pay back can you be unreasonable. Xiaojiji figured that even if he was the son of an old friend, he should lower his posture a bit. After all, he hadn't traveled all this way just to act like some distant elder to Tony. He was here to borrow money. But after the doorbell echoed for a long while, no one answered. Out visiting someone? Now Xiaojiji was a bit frustrated. He'd come all the way from New York, really across half the country, and Tony wasn't even home? What was he supposed to do now? Go back to New York and come again in a few days? That sounded ridiculous. Wait here? Standing at the door, dressed in all black with a cap and a mask, he probably looked pretty suspicious. After hesitating for a moment, Xiaojiji decided to teleport. In the next instant, he appeared inside Tony's house. Honestly, waiting inside might look even more suspicious, but at least I won't have to deal with the police. He had barely finished speaking when he spotted a pale-faced man struggling to his feet from the floor. In a split second, the two found themselves face to face. The summer night felt a bit awkward. He thought the owner wasn't home, so he just walked in. But as soon as he entered, he found himself face to face with Tony, and for a moment, it was as if he'd been caught red-handed, like a thief discovered in the act. Help me. Tony, however, didn't bother with any of this awkwardness. In fact, at that very moment, he was in terrible shape. Xiaojie quickly realized something was wrong. The pallor of Tony's face was alarming. Even if someone had a penchant for cross-dressing, they wouldn't paint themselves to look quite so ghastly, like a zombie. A glance told him everything. The arc reactor in Tony's chest was no longer glowing. Xiao's mouth fell open in shock. No way. What are the odds? Wait, this can't be right. How did things end up like this? Tony, seeing that Xiaojie wasn't moving to help him, staggered off on his own, determined to head in one direction. With no time to figure out what was going on, Xiao rushed over and scooped him up. Tony was stunned. He'd only ever carried others in the classic princess hold. Never in his life had he been carried this way. I think you should put me down. Are you serious? Xiao was just as surprised. Was Tony really so ready to face death? Seeing that Xiao looked ready to drop him, Tony quickly blurted out, "The elevator's that way." With that, he closed his eyes, his expression utterly hopeless, as though he'd given up on life. Xiao hurried to the elevator, opened the doors, and the two of them stepped inside. As he turned around, he accidentally bumped Tony's head against the wall. Tony's face went even paler. He was speechless, glaring at Xiao as if he were his mortal enemy. Sorry, that was an accident. Xiaojie was embarrassed, racking his brain for something to ease the tension. But clearly, he wasn't very good at talking to the younger generation. After an awkward pause, he finally blurted out, "You're a lot heavier than your dad." The moment he said it, Xiao realized he might have sparked a huge misunderstanding, especially given Tony's face, which had gone from deathly pale to a strange mix of white, green, and blue. If Xiao didn't say something quick, he might just drive Tony over the edge. It's a misunderstanding. Just a misunderstanding. Kids these days always thinking of the weirdest things. Xiao quickly explained, "Back in the day when I'd drink and brag with your dad, he'd always end up too drunk to get up. I had to haul him home by the collar. So I know how much he weighs. That's all." "Who are you?" Tony could barely get the words out, breathless. It was hard to tell whether it was from a failing heart or Xiao's comments. At that moment, the elevator doors slid open. Xiao's eyes swept the room and immediately landed on the arc reactor, sitting on the table. It was enclosed in a glass case, looking for all the world like a museum exhibit. On a summer night, Xiaojie approached, holding Tony in his arms. With a swift motion, he smashed the glass and retrieved the arc reactor inside. After quickly adjusting the wiring, he pressed it firmly against Tony's chest. Ah! As the surge of energy coursed through him, Tony cried out. The sweat beading on his forehead gradually faded away, and color slowly returned to his face. Who are you, really? The first thing on Tony's mind was the identity of his savior. Xiaojie blinked. If I told you I was here to borrow some money, would you believe me? Mr. Immortal? Tony's brow furrowed in suspicion. Xiaojie looked surprised. Is my voice really that recognizable? No, I recognize you by the way you talk, Tony replied, his gaze sharp and unwavering. Besides, out of everyone I know, only you would speak of my father like that. Xiaojie paused for a moment. So, are you going to call me Godfather now? Tony started searching around, prompting Xiaojie to ask in confusion. What are you looking for? I remember leaving a wrench around here. Where did it go? Tony stood up, his face darkening, as if prepared to settle the score with Xiaojie. Now might not be the best time for a showdown, don't you think? Xiaojie remarked. I don't know exactly what happened, but judging by the situation, you're probably in quite a predicament. Just as he finished speaking, a loud voice rang out. Tony! Tony! I'm here! I'm fine! Tony quickly called back. Soon, a black man hurried in. When he saw Xiaojie, he paused, a flicker of surprise on his face. Who are you? Immortal! Xiaojie replied. The newcomer blinked, clearly baffled by the odd answer. Where's Pepper? Tony had no intention of introducing the two. In fact, if it were up to him, he'd rather nobody know about Xiaojia's existence. She took 5 agents to arrest Stain. Trust me, 5 agents won't be enough. Where did those agents come from? Xiaojia asked, blinking. If he had kept quiet, it would have been better, but now the black man turned to him again. Who exactly are you? A monster, Xiaojia answered. Huh. In any case, I need to leave immediately. Tony cut off their conversation, striding purposefully to a corner of the basement where his suit waited. To be honest, it was an awesome sight. Planting his feet, the armor unfolded and, piece by piece, encased Tony from head to toe. The arc reactor on his chest glowed with a brilliant light, and the suit's helmet came to life, its eyes shining bright. What about you? Tony looked at Xiaojia. I was hoping to hitch a ride, Xiaojia said, stepping behind Iron Man and grabbing hold of his shoulder. Is there anything I can do to help? The black man asked. Keep the air route clear. As the words left his mouth, Tony pressed his palms downward. A flash of energy burst forth, and in an instant they soared into the sky. There was a roof overhead, but whether Tony meant it or not, he shot straight upward, bursting through layer after layer of roofing with Xiaozi in tow, punching their way into the open air. Tony, clad in his armor, emerged unscathed, but Xiaozi was left looking like he'd crawled through a war zone, his face and clothes covered in dust, as if he'd just escaped a disaster. You're just settling a personal score? Xiaozi clung to Tony's armor with one hand, rubbing his head with the other. It wasn't enough to seriously injure him, but it hurt a lot. You really aren't normal. Tony's voice echoed as they hurtled toward New York at a truly mind-boggling speed. And at this speed, Xiaozi could still talk as if nothing unusual was happening. Definitely not normal. If I were a normal person, I'd be dead after what you just did. Your father would never play guessing games like you do every day. Xiaozi added, I actually came to see you for something important, though it looks like you don't have time right now. Stop bringing up my dad. Iron Man sounded annoyed. You came to see me. Was it really just to borrow money? As he spoke, he started making a phone call. Xiaozi didn't seem to mind. Of course it's true. After all, you're the only rich guy I know. No way. Then, Xiaozi heard a familiar woman's voice, confused and asking, no way what? No, I wasn't talking to you. Pepper, you need to get out of there now. Hey, Pepper, long time no see. Xiaozi chimed in, joining the conversation. Oh my god, Xia, is that you? How do you two know each other? Tony was utterly dumbfounded. In the middle of this banter, Xiaozi suddenly realized that, without even noticing, they had traveled from Malibu Beach all the way to the skies above New York. What insane speed. It had taken Xiaozi almost 2 hours to fly here by plane, but now, barely 10 minutes. Tony suddenly slowed down, his voice coming through the suit. Let's hope you don't die from falling out of midair. What? Before Xiaozi could react, he felt Tony's downward thrust intensify, and at that very moment, a hulking mass of metal loomed into view. Tony's next move was to charge straight at the object, hurtling forward with unstoppable force. You're ruthless. Xiaozi let go abruptly, vanishing from midair. At the same moment, there was a heavy thud. Tony slammed the metal behemoth straight into the ground, leaving behind a massive crater. And at the edge of that crater, Pepper stood frozen in shock, eyes wide with disbelief. A shadow flickered, and Xiaoji appeared at Pepper's side. He let out a gentle sigh and said, To be honest, this plane ride was way too intense. Xia. Hearing his voice, Pepper turned around and caught sight of his getup. So you were the instructor fighting the lizard on the rooftop earlier? Xiaoji blinked. So how did the name instructor even get so popular? I feel like I only used it once. No, Tony. Pepper ignored Xiaoji's question and, without missing a beat, abandoned any thought of catching up with him. She started scanning around for Tony. Xiaoji glanced at the crater on the ground, but quickly realized neither of the two men were there. At that moment, the sounds of gunfire, explosions, and roaring engines echoed from the nearby street. In just a few swift moves, Xiaoji appeared beside the highway, looking on as Tony battled it out with Ironmonger. Alright, so the guy did have a proper name, Ironmonger. But Xiaoji couldn't help feeling that Ironmonger sounded less impressive than Little Tyrant, and even Little Tyrant paled in comparison to the sheer punchiness of Iron Chrome Dome. He crossed his arms and watched as the two armored titans fought. Their battle was basically a series of exchanges, blasting at each other, then grabbing whatever was at hand to hurl at the other. The highway had turned into their personal playground, especially for Iron Chrome Dome, who was clearly having the time of his life. He snatched up cars and motorcycles as if they were toys, swinging them at Tony without a second thought. No wonder superheroes always seem to be at a disadvantage in situations like these. It wouldn't have been so bad if the vehicles were empty, but if there were people inside, Tony couldn't just blast them apart. He even had to try and catch the cars, even if it meant getting run over. He'd do it without a second thought. Xiaojiji watched for a while and got the sense that Tony was holding back, clearly unable to go all out in this setting. So he called out, "Need some help from your uncle?" "No way." Tony shot back fiercely, as if he'd ever accept help. "And who's your uncle anyway?" Xiaojiji could only shake his head and keep watching. Then, suddenly, Tony took to the skies, and Iron Chrome Dome followed. Xiaojiji couldn't help but cringe a little. Tony flying was one thing. His style might be a bit quirky, but he looked good doing it. But Iron Chrome Dome's takeoff was another story entirely, a wild spectacle. Billows of smoke poured from his feet, flames blasting out as he rumbled skyward with a thunderous roar. The most ridiculous part was how awkward and slow Iron Chrome Dome's ascent was. Xiaojiji, with a thought, vanished in a flash and reappeared 5 meters up in the air. "Flicker, flicker, twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are." Xiaojiji hummed the nursery rhyme to himself as he soared after them. And so, he clung directly to the back of the iron-balled strongman. At this moment, the ascent continued, and although the iron-balled strongman had started off a bit slow, he was now gaining momentum, accelerating faster and faster. Xiaojie pondered for a moment. Although Tony had said there was no need for him to interfere, why should he listen to Tony? After all, Tony wasn't even willing to lend him money. He reached out and pressed his hand against the iron-balled strongman's back, in a heartbeat, as he intended to collect a piece of the armor into his disassembler, the iron-balled strongman, who had been roaring skyward, simply vanished without a trace. Left behind was a bewildered, middle-aged bald man, flailing in midair, thoroughly disoriented. At that instant, the middle-aged man's forehead practically screamed the 3 fundamental questions of life. But before he could find any answers, gravity extended its unrelenting embrace. He didn't hesitate and headed straight back toward the ground. Xiaojie glanced at the ironmonger now stowed in his disassembler space. Lost in thought, he too began plummeting straight down. The process of collecting the ironmonger had gone so smoothly that even Xiaojie was a bit surprised. Yet, after retrieving the ironmonger, the middle-aged bald man was suddenly exposed for all to see, something Xiaojie hadn't expected. Why did they separate? As Xiaojie mulled over this question, Iron Man found himself in an awkward predicament. He'd meant to carry his enemy sky high, but halfway up he glanced down only to find the space behind him completely empty. The enemy had vanished. Weren't they supposed to ascend together, be each other's guardian angels? Irritated, he immediately activated his scanner, finally locating Xiaojie and the middle-aged man, both plummeting earthward. Without delay, he spun around and shot toward them. His boosters roared, and in an instant, he was right by Xiaojie's side. "Grab my back. My dear nephew, you're such a good boy." Xiaojie couldn't resist taking advantage with his words. Tony couldn't be bothered to reply. In a flash, he reached the bald man, then said to Xiaojie, "Grab him." "What if I don't want to?" Xiaojie hesitated. "I'll lend you money." "Deal." Xiaojie abandoned all principles, grabbing the middle-aged man without a second thought. When you've got money, you really can do whatever you want. The middle-aged man was startled, but once Xiaojie caught hold of his arm, he finally steadied himself. He looked up at Xiaojie, but didn't recognize him. Draped in darkness, Xiaojie almost seemed like someone avoiding the light. Without further ado, the bald man lashed both hands onto Xiaojie's arm and started climbing upward. He climbed with true determination and effort. When he finally managed to grab hold of Iron Man's armor with one hand, he turned vicious, kicking at Xiaojie. "Let go." But he kicked nothing but air. He kicked again. "Let go." Again, he missed. 3 times in a row, and the middle-aged man was completely baffled. "You?" Xiaojie grinned. "Had enough kicking? Then it's my turn. In you go." "Huh." A note of endless confusion and bewilderment echoed in his voice. Before he could even process what had just happened, he vanished from Iron Man's back. "What just happened?" Tony exclaimed in shock. "What did you do to him?" "Nothing much. I'll give him back to you once we're down there." When they touched down, the arc reactor in Tony's chest was almost completely drained of power. Xiaojie walked over to him and casually released the bald man, who still wore a thoroughly baffled expression. The bald man was still caught up in inexplicable confusion, probably wondering why he'd come inside, rather than gone down. He tried to ask another question, but his mind felt like it had turned to mush, dizzy, and muddled. He spun around twice before plopping down on the ground. Incredible ability. What is that exactly? Some kind of spatial device? An alternate dimension? Tony stared in amazement at the bald man who had appeared out of thin air, then looked at Xiaojie. "Wait, where's that hideous suit of armor he was wearing?" "Lovely weather today." Xiaojie looked up at the sky. "I think I should head home and get some sleep." "So it really is with you. I could have just paid for it." Tony's expression darkened. How much? Xiaojia asked, turning to Tony. Tony's face was now fully visible as his mask slid open, revealing his frustration. Well, you're the one who's supposed to name a price. Xiaojia thought for a moment. In that case, we'll have to talk this over properly. After counting on his fingers for a while, Xiaojia suddenly realized he wasn't really cut out for this. He wasn't some all-knowing business elite. Aside from being an expert at killing, his greatest skill was gaming. So after a long pause, all he could say was, "It'll probably cost a whole lot of money." Tony was nearly driven to swearing. What kind of shakedown was this? There wasn't even a hint of subtlety or technique. A whole lot of money? What does that even mean? You don't even have a number in mind. Are you just waiting to see how much I'm willing to offer? Facing someone like Xiaojia, Tony really wanted to turn around and walk away. But then he thought of Ironmonger, and that tempting idea had to be buried deep in his heart. He still didn't know Xiaojia well enough to predict what would happen if Ironmonger was taken away. Given this guy's character and his obvious need for cash, it wouldn't be surprising if he sold it to the highest bidder. And if the Ironmonger's design and advanced technology ever made it onto the open market, copied and distributed by those with ill intentions, the future would be unimaginable. So he fought back the urge to turn and leave, and instead spoke to Xiaojia in a gentle tone. How about this? We find somewhere to sit down and have a proper talk. What do you think? Well, since you put it that way, I guess I have no choice but to listen to you, dear nephew, Xiaojia replied, shrugging indifferently. Tony's eyes widened at the word nephew, but there was nothing he could do about it except glare. Somehow, Xiaojia had become the one holding all the cards, and Tony absolutely needed what he had. The feeling of being at someone else's mercy in every way made Tony want to throw caution to the wind and just go head-to-head with Xiaojia. Yet, when it came to Xiaojia, Tony's heart was tangled with a very special, very complicated emotion. He fixed Xiaojia with a long, searching look. Let's go. The place they chose to talk was one of Tony's houses in New York. Pepper came along as well, though she seemed preoccupied. After all, tonight had been eventful, not just the freeway battle, but also the issue of Bald Stan's identity and what to do about him. Bald Stan was a founding member of Stark Industries, and now, with this mess, if they couldn't come up with a perfect explanation, the company's reputation would inevitably suffer. So, Pepper was on the phone nonstop, barely having a moment to pay attention to Tony and Xiaojia. That left Tony and Xiaojia sitting across from each other, locked in a silent staring contest. You look at me, I look at you. One gaze was brimming with defiance. The other radiated gentle benevolence. But the gentler the look became, the more defiant the opposing gaze grew. And the more rebellious Tony's stare, the warmer Xiaojia's became. It was like they'd fallen into an endless cycle, a snake eating its own tail, and this silent battle of glances could go on forever. In the end, neither said a single word. Tony finally gave in, rubbing his eyes. After staring for several minutes, his eyes were bloodshot and stinging, tears actually welling up. Pepper returned just then, and seeing Tony like this, she sighed and said to Xiaojia, "He's always been sentimental." Xiaojia nodded. "Can't be helped. I'm practically like his godfather at this point." Pepper didn't seem surprised by this claim, simply falling silent. "Who exactly are you?" Tony couldn't hold it any longer. He glared at Xiaojia with red, watery eyes, his expression fierce. "You can call me Xia. I was good friends with your father. Back when we used to drink and chat, he always said he was in no hurry to have kids. Turns out he wasn't exactly true to his word. Look at you now, all grown up in the blink of an eye." Xiaojia shook his head with a sigh, a look of nostalgia clouding his face. Tony glanced at Pepper. "Can we call the police? Say this guy broke into our house? Or maybe I could just take him out right now and blame it on the security team. What do you think?" Pepper slapped her own face in exasperation. "I think we all need to take this a bit more seriously." "I'm being serious." Tony and Xiaozi spoke in unison, then turned to look at each other, one glaring fiercely, the other smiling with serene kindness. Pepper was at her wit's end. "Can you two please stop acting like children?" Immediately, Tony shot Pepper a wounded look. He didn't say a word, but his expression made it clear. "How could you say that about me? It's obviously the other guy causing all the trouble." Meanwhile, Xiaozi whistled softly and stared up at the ceiling, his gaze gradually returning to normal. Then he asked, "Are all the cameras and surveillance equipment in the house turned off?" Tony glanced at Pepper, who responded with a small smile. "Give me a moment." She turned and went inside. A short while later, she returned and said, "All set." Without hesitation, Xiaozi took off his oversized hat and slipped off his mask, letting out a long breath of relief. You know, wearing a mask for too long gets really uncomfortable. "I wouldn't know. I don't want to find out," Tony replied darkly. "Let's cut to the chase. How much do you want?" "How tacky. Is this really about money?" Xiaozi replied, dead serious. "It's about not having any money." For a moment, Tony was at a loss for words. Actually, it's pretty simple, Xiaozi continued, raising a finger. Let me lay it out, and maybe you two can help me figure out a solution? Tony nearly exploded. So now you're blackmailing me, and you want me to come up with your blackmail demands for you. It doesn't cost anything to brainstorm. Come on, help me out. Xiaozi suggested, testing the waters. Tony looked him up and down, then turned to Pepper with a sigh. This is, without a doubt, the most shameless person I've ever met. Thank you for the compliment, though it doesn't make me happy in the least, Xiaozi replied with a grin. First off, I have a genetics research project. I can't reveal the details. At this, he gave Pepper a meaningful glance before continuing, but the theoretical groundwork is basically complete. Now, as with all things, theory needs to be tested in practice. The problem is, we don't have any funding for experiments. So, that's why you came to ask me for money. Tony raised an eyebrow, then sneered. Why on earth should I fund some experiment that means nothing to me? Especially when you won't even tell me what it's about. Xiaoji shrugged. I think I acted impulsively too. At first, I thought facial recognition would be enough. But now it seems that's not the case. So, how about we make a deal instead? With a mere thought, Ironmonger appeared by his side. Actually, I'm really curious. How did this guy come about? The first suit you designed in the cave has always been with me. It was never leaked out. So how could another suit like this one be made? Pepper glanced at Tony and let out a gentle sigh. Insun, he disappeared. When we finally found him, he was in a bad way. Insun, Xiaojia murmured, blinking, he was a good man. Absolutely, Tony replied. But he was just an ordinary person. In this world, there are things even worse than death. Xiaojia nodded, not pressing further about what happened next. Instead, he changed the subject. All right then, let's get back to business. How much are you willing to pay to buy this big guy and the little one you made before? If he could help it, Tony would rather not discuss this at all. He could throw away a fortune on something utterly pointless, something he might not even bother to look at. But he despised being extorted. So now, caught in a web of inner conflict, Tony watched as Xiaojie regarded the ironmonger suit with open admiration. This is a remarkable piece of work. The design is unique, ugly, maybe, but the core technology is beyond imagination. If I sold it to someone else, even to a country, I'm sure they'd pay me a vast sum without hesitation. Xia, please, that's enough. Pepper's tone was exasperated. Just tell us what you want. Well, Xiaojie mused for a moment. To be honest, money alone isn't enough for me. No one can predict how far my research might go. Science is full of surprises. So besides a large sum, I also want some shares in Stark Industries. Do you even realize what you're asking? Tony stared at Xiaojie in disbelief. If my father knew that his friend was using what his son built to threaten him like this, that's much too harsh, Xiaojie quickly interrupted. And besides, I never planned to do anything with those shares. I don't need any power, just the dividends. You know what I mean. All you have to do is pay me a sum each year, and if you don't want to see me, you never will. These two suits, consider them my technical investment, all right? Technical investment. What a joke. Tony clenched his jaw, shaking his head. Impossible. You're asking too much. I can't agree to that. Should I just ask for fewer shares? Or maybe take a smaller bonus each year? Summer Night blinked playfully. That's not the point at all. Tony waved his hand in frustration. If you like these two, you can take them any time. But for now on, wait. Just as Tony was about to make an irreversible decision, Pepper suddenly spoke up. Actually, what you want isn't impossible to get, but what you're offering isn't nearly enough. Tony was taken aback and looked at Pepper. Pepper gave him a conspiratorial wink. Tony's trust in Pepper was nearly absolute. Seeing her speak up, he suppressed his urge to say more and fell silent, waiting patiently. All right, it's a negotiation. Go ahead, tell me, what do you need? Summer Night smiled, inviting her to continue. Your experiments and your research. We won't interfere with any of that, Pepper said with a gentle smile. What we need are your finished products. If you're willing to provide that, then this experiment of yours could become your contribution as a technical partner. Summer Night blinked, then shook his head. Let me say the same to you. That's impossible. If I'm lucky enough to succeed with this experiment, it will be historic, something that could change the whole world order. Just as Tony doesn't want these two to end up on the open market, I can't let my finished product get out there either. At least, not without my explicit approval. The perfect serum. If it ever hit the market, the consequences would be every bit as catastrophic as if the ironmonger were unleashed. In fact, the impact could be even greater. It's easy to imagine. If a truly perfect serum was created, optimizing genes so that everyone could become a Steve Rogers, or worse, a Hulk, the world would be thrown into chaos. We wouldn't have enough Earths to contain the fallout. It's no wonder Dr. Erskine was tormented with doubt on the eve of his experiment all those years ago. Why did he entrust the last vial of super soldier serum as if it were his dying wish. And why did he seem so relieved afterward? He feared exactly what Summer Knight now feared. Even Tony shared the same concern. Tony's dread about the ironmonger flooding the market was no different from Summer Knight's apprehensions. As the conversation unfolded, Tony's expression changed. He leaned in and whispered to Pepper, "Do you have any idea what kind of crazy experiment he's actually doing?" "I know a little," Pepper whispered back, then turned to Summer Knight. "Maybe I didn't make myself clear. We don't need full control over your finished product. All we need is to." "What I'm really curious about," Summer Knight cut in, looking at Pepper with interest, "is just how much you actually know. Do you really know what I'm up to?" "What I know so far is all inferred from what I already understand." Pepper gave a gentle laugh. "The part one know is precisely what you know. If it's only for that purpose, I don't think you really need shares in Stark Industries. Since you require enduring financial resources and dividends, that means what you're after must be something beyond imagination." A clever woman, indeed. This time, it was Xiaoji's turn to make a choice. He pondered for a moment before saying, "I can only give you one finished product." "That's acceptable, but it's not enough," Pepper replied. "Actually, I've been following some things about Dr. Connors. They say he disappeared after that night. If possible, I believe you must have developed some related auxiliary products. When the time comes, we'd like to have the rights to market them." Xiaojia drew in a sharp breath. He realized he had completely underestimated this woman. Beneath her smart appearance was a shrewd and formidable spirit. With just scraps of information, she had managed to deduce so much. What should he do? Deny it? Of course he could, but that would be the end of this negotiation. Because, in her view, the offer wasn't enough. By contrast, if Dr. Connors was working with him and he'd promised certain things, then his research direction was as good as set in stone. That's what this woman truly valued. So Xiaojia blinked. "You only want the rights to operate? All the profits go to me." "That's certainly not possible. In fact, I believe we could split the profits 90-10. Pepper said, "We'll take 90. You must be dreaming." Xiaojia was stunned. How could someone so elegant and beautiful say something so shocking? The so-called auxiliary products she mentioned were, in essence, gene serums for limb regeneration that he might develop if the perfect serum failed or didn't fully achieve its purpose. If such a product ever hit the market, the profits would be unimaginable. And this woman wanted the lion's share, practically getting something for nothing. Seeing Xiaojia's hair stand on end, Tony immediately chimed in with delight. "No way. We're taking 90. Then, lowering his voice, he whispered to Pepper, "What exactly are we after here?" When Tony asked this, it wasn't just because he saw how flustered Xiaojia was. It was also because he'd suddenly realized there might be a treasure trove hidden in this matter that he'd never even imagined. Merchants are driven by profit, and at this very moment, Tony could already smell the scent of wealth in the air. Xiaojiji was so angry that his face darkened. He glanced at the pair of scheming conspirators before him, shook his head, and said, "No, I absolutely cannot agree to this. If you insist on these terms, then there's nothing left to discuss." Even as he spoke, Xiaojiji felt a sense of helplessness. Originally, he had only come here for a one-off deal. How did he end up embroiled in a tug-of-war negotiation out of nowhere? And now, it even seemed as if they were about to establish some kind of long-term partnership. What troubled him the most was realizing that when negotiating with Pepper, he was completely outmatched. He was so flustered he nearly bolted from the room. If he had left earlier, Tony would have gladly waved him off with both hands and feet. But now, just seeing Xiaojiji fuming and exasperated brought Tony immense delight, not to mention the prospect of a lucrative opportunity knocking at his door. As a result, instead of driving him away, Tony did everything he could to make Xiaojiji stay, hoping against hope to seal the deal. The three of them talked through the night, only reaching a preliminary agreement by sunrise. 10% of the shares. Of course, this wasn't a handout. Xiaojiji would have to deliver a finished product within 3 months, or the contract would be null and void. The so-called finished product wasn't even the perfect serum Xiaojiji had been researching. What he'd promised was simply highly efficient healing, with some degree of limb regeneration. Dividends would be distributed annually, and if Xiaojiji failed to present a satisfactory product within 3 months, it would all have been for nothing. Furthermore, any such products could only be released to the market with Xiaojiji's consent, and he would claim 50% of the profits. This was already the best deal Xiaojiji could secure after standing his ground with solid reasoning. Pepper's reasoning was simple. Stark Industries specialized in weapons. They'd never ventured into this kind of business before. Breaking into a new market or forming partnerships with major corporations would require significant upfront investment. She crunched the numbers with Xiaojiji relentlessly, and in the end, her calculations showed that even with his 50% share, Stark Industries wouldn't keep the other half. By the conclusion, Pepper was nearly in tears as she told Xiaojiji they'd be lucky to walk away with a mere 10%. Xiaojiji didn't believe a word of her sob story. Just from this one night, he could tell that this woman possessed a terrifying acumen for business. Much of what she said went over Xiaojiji's head, and if he hadn't stuck to his principles, who knows how badly he might have been swindled. Overall, this was the general direction they agreed upon. The finer details would have to wait a couple more days. It was easy to imagine that the events of last night would send shockwaves through Stark Industries, inevitably stirring up a host of issues that would take some time to resolve. So that night, the discussion was mostly about matters that required confidentiality, and Xiaozi was absolutely unwilling to make a public appearance. Tony, on the other hand, wished he would show himself. If a dead man who's been gone for 70 years suddenly pops up, I think that would make for fantastic publicity. Those were Tony's exact words. But on this issue, even Pepper didn't agree with Tony. She was fully willing to support the agreement to keep Xiaozi's identity a secret. The look Tony gave Pepper at that moment said it all. We have company now, but when this guy leaves, you owe me a proper explanation. After that, there was no time to discuss the smaller details. As dawn broke, Xiaozi rose to take his leave. At the end, just before looking at Tony, Xiaozi's expression shifted slightly, and he smiled gently. Actually, this is pretty good. With those words, his figure flickered and vanished without a trace. Tony stared at the now empty spot, paused in silence, then suddenly spoke. I never imagined he'd be that kind of person. Pepper looked at Tony with curiosity. His disappearance was the strangest of all. From the final communication with that star-spangled captain, all my father and the others ever knew was that he vanished, simply vanished. A disappearance doesn't necessarily mean death. He turned and walked toward the wall. Suddenly, a secret door opened where there had been no scene before. Inside was a safe. After Tony's face was recognized, the safe unlocked. After he was declared dead in the line of duty, my father made a decision. He gave 10% of his shares to Colonel Phillips. They say he was a heartbroken old man, and those shares could always be inherited. As long as Stark Industries existed, they'd be able to live as wealthy men. Unfortunately, Colonel Phillips had no children, so the shares returned to my father. They've been sealed here ever since, waiting for someone who, if you ask me, will never return. Pepper covered her mouth, astonished. Something like that really happened? Just a coincidence, I guess. Tony stood up. I used to wonder how I could reclaim those shares, but now it seems I no longer need to. Even if my father never imagined that a dead man would suddenly reappear in this world and have dealings with me, what he wanted and what my father gave were essentially the same. That's the real reason I agreed to such an outrageous request, even without knowing the whole story. Pepper took the contract, looking at Tony with surprise. So you had everything prepared all along. Does that mean your reluctance earlier was just an act? An act? Tony snapped out of his nostalgic mood at once, shaking his head vigorously like a rattledrum. You'll never understand what it feels like when your idol falls from grace, when your faith in them completely collapses. Do you know, in my father's stories, he wasn't like Captain America at all. There weren't all those halos around him. He liked to keep to himself, to drink and brag, and he was so real. That's why I thought he was a hero. But now, damn it, the guy's nothing but a despicable scoundrel. Can you believe it? He actually threatened the son of his best friend. Tony glared accusingly at Pepper. Pepper wiped the spit from her face with resignation and said, but didn't he also leave you stranded in the Afghan desert and destroy all your vehicles back then? If it were him, he'd definitely have made it back. Tony snorted coldly. Besides, Mr. Immortal isn't like him at all, even if they look the same. So this is the real him, right? The kind of hero you always admired. No. Did I just say hero? No, not at all. Absolutely not. Tony turned abruptly to leave. Give him what you're holding. And make sure I never see that thing again. All right. Pepper turned to go. Wait. Tony stopped her again. There's no rush for that. He'll have to come back anyway. Why don't we talk about what's really going on between you and him? Later tonight. There will be a later update tonight, and probably only one chapter today. I need a bit of time to reorganize things. Thank you all for your support. I haven't been defeated, just need a little breather. By the time the contract was officially signed, a week had passed. In the conference room that day, only Xiaojie and Tony were present. The whole process was rather uneventful, except for when Xiaojie suddenly thought of a few new terms he wanted to add to the contract, which sparked a brief debate. Apart from that, the overall mood remained calm and subdued. The only thing that truly caught Xiaojie off guard was the 10% stake in Stark Industries. In fact, when that long-sealed share transfer agreement was handed to Xiaojie, his face registered sheer surprise. He had never expected that, after his supposed death, Howard would make such a decision. No wonder Tony was so quick and willing to transfer 10% of the shares to him. This kid really did manage to pull off something for nothing. All right, maybe that's a bit harsh. Xiaojie didn't let the prospect of enormous wealth cloud his judgment. His mind remained crystal clear and calm. The share certificate stated plainly that it was a gift to Colonel Phillips, and that his descendants had inheritance rights. But was Xiaojie Colonel Phillips' son? He wasn't. Whether it was back then or now, Colonel Phillips' relationship with him has never had any legal standing. Especially now, when the United States doesn't even acknowledge the existence of instructors, let alone recognize a story as far-fetched as a man who's been dead for 70 years suddenly coming back to life and inheriting a fortune. And regardless of whether Howard's decision to gift those shares all those years ago had anything to do with him, after Colonel Phillips passed away without an heir, it would have been perfectly reasonable for Stark Industries to take those shares back. But they never did. Both Howard in the past and Tony in the present have always preserved the unique status of those shares. That alone was enough to move Xiaojie. Over the years, those shares have faithfully served the purpose Colonel Phillips wished for them, supporting charitable causes. Although there was never a formal charitable foundation set up, the funds have always been strictly managed, never ending up in anyone's pocket. But because of this, the dividends accumulated over the years have been minimal. Apart from a pile of remittance records and paperwork, all that's left in cash is about $300 million US. It may sound like a fortune, but for Stark Industries, it's little more than a drop in the bucket. Beyond that, those shares also brought Xiaojie 13 welfare homes, all bearing the name Phillips. All 13 of these fully self-sufficient institutions were transferred under Xiaojie's name, though in truth, he doesn't need to do anything for them. With state subsidies and donations from all corners of society, these welfare homes have long since found steady footing. Turning a profit is out of the question, but running at a loss isn't likely, either. They came under Xiaojie's care simply because each of the 13 was built using funds from those very shares. Originally, they belonged to Colonel Phillips. After his death, Stark Industries took over their management, and now they're in Xiaojie's hands. To be honest, when Xiaojie saw all these extras, he felt a pang of emotion. All this from a few drinks makes me feel I didn't teach Howard all those cruel punishments for nothing. But what am I supposed to do with so many welfare homes? That's not my concern, Tony replied, eyes fixed on the scenery outside the window, not even turning his head. Sitting in his chair, Xiaojie gazed at Tony's back for a long moment before breaking into a gentle smile. You really got the short end of the stick. Tony turned to look at him. Grown a conscience, have you? It's just that I'm a little surprised, that's all. Xiaojie shook the contract in his hand. Every product entering the market has to have my approval. In other words, if I don't agree, not a single item will make it to market. That so-called 50-50 split will be nothing but empty words. Tony said nothing, simply watching Xiaojie in silence. After a moment's thought, Xiaojie continued. And let's be clear, on top of all this, you're not just handing over 10% of Stark Industries. You'll also need to provide at least $50 million in research funds for me to buy equipment and raw materials. Tony remained silent. He turned his head, gazing out the window once again. The contract's contents were crystal clear. Xiaojie dictated, he filled in the details, and Pepper handled the printing. Black and white, clear as day. What Xiaojie was saying now, Tony of course already knew. But that's not all. Xiaojie went on. Let's get back to my right of approval. After giving up so much wealth, the final outcome might well be that not a single product ever sees the light of day. Owen, 3 months from now, I'll hand you a sample of a byproduct. With that, I can keep a tight grip on billions in annual dividends and conduct my research however I like without ever worrying about funding. Tony turned back to look at Xiaojie. What are you really trying to say? I thought I was here to talk business, but it turns out we're really talking about personal favors. Xiaojie shrugged his shoulders. Business? Tony stepped right up to Xiaojie, looking him in the eye. You know, businessman, if you try to negotiate properly, you'd end up with nothing at all. So what would you call this? Xiaojie blinked. Filial piety? No, this is the resolve of 2 generations of Starks. Tony stared at Xiaojie, his expression dark. My father believed you deserved all this, so you get it. And honestly, the reason we had that long negotiation that night was just because I love seeing you lose your cool. It's hilarious. As for whether this contract will actually make any money, that doesn't matter to me in the slightest. He dragged over a chair and sat down. $50 million isn't much to me. The equipment and raw materials you need aren't much either. As for that 10% stake, it was never really mine to begin with. I haven't lost much, and you haven't gained much. Doesn't that make it all a bit dull? Xiaojie folded his hands behind his head, letting his whole weight sink into the chair as he stared at the ceiling. I thought I'd become some sort of business prodigy, negotiating directly with a Stark Industries executive. That sounds pretty impressive, doesn't it? Tony's face twisted into a strange expression. Honestly, I expected you to be a lot more infuriated by now. Why? Xiaojiji looked at Tony with a puzzled expression, then suddenly burst out laughing. Do you think you've managed to outsmart me in this affair? And that because my little tricks didn't work as I expected, I should be furious with embarrassment? Watching Tony's face slowly freeze, Xiaojiji laughed and said, Don't be silly. You're just a kid. Why else do you think I agreed to give? You want the main products for my research? That was always meant for you. Don't you realize the arc reactor has already poisoned you? Tony's stiff expression was practically set in stone. You're just a kid. You're just a kid. You're just a kid. He couldn't even spare a thought for the talk about poisoning. Those words echoed in his mind like a spell, wrapping around his heart, impossible to shake off. When you met my father, he wasn't even as old as I am now. Tony was so flustered he could barely string a sentence together. So you're saying he wasn't qualified to be your father? Xiaojiji's expression was strange. That's not what I meant. Tony felt like he was about to lose his mind. Then are you trying to say you're actually older than your father? Xiaojiji nodded thoughtfully after speaking. Looking at you, you do seem a bit older than he was. Tony almost choked on his own frustration, not knowing whether to let it out or swallow it down. He glared at Xiaojiji for a long moment, and only then did the word poisoning start to register. His eyes darted back and forth. Palladium? Xiaojiji patted him on the shoulder. But don't worry, kiddo. As long as I'm here, nothing's going to happen to you. Get out. Tony pointed furiously at the door, his face a picture of wrath. Let me be serious for a moment, Xiaojiji said. For you, palladium poisoning is almost insoluble. Because it's right here. He pointed to the arc reactor embedded in Tony's chest. And if you lose it, well, I don't need to spell out what will happen, do I? Tony took several deep breaths before he finally managed to calm down. His face grew serious. After a moment of silence, he asked, How much do you want this time? Why do you always talk about money? It's so tacky, Xiaojiji said. Before, I only brought up money because I had no other choice. Otherwise, why do you think I didn't ask for payment when Pepper asked me to go to Afghanistan to save you? You didn't ask? Tony narrowed his eyes suspiciously. That night, Pepper told me you bought a lot of Stark Industries stock while I was gone. When you sold those shares, you made at least tens of millions. Money isn't the point. Xiaojiji waved his hand dismissively. The point is, no, this isn't right. You're making my head spin. Stop always bringing up money. Seriously. The relationship between your father and me isn't something that money could ever buy back. Tony took a deep breath. People often said he was tough to get along with. But how did this guy show up? Someone even more irritating than himself. In any case, you can relax. Palladium poisoning may seem incurable for you, but it's not impossible to solve. At the very least, I know of 2 solutions. Xiaojiji raised a finger. First, there's an organization you should know about. It used to be called the SSR, but now it's known as the Strategic Homeland. Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. More simply, SHIELD. In fact, you're already in contact with them. Within S.H.I.E.L.D., your father left behind something valuable, which can completely resolve your problem. The other solution depends on me. Once my research is finished, all it'll take is 1 injection, and the hole in your chest will be gone, cured in an instant. And as for Iron Man's existence, surely it's not just because of that hole in your chest, right? Tony was left utterly bewildered, his face a picture of confusion, filled with 1,000 unanswered questions. Seeing this, Xiaojiji sighed and patted Tony's shoulder. That's why I say, you're still a kid. You don't really understand how the world works yet. With that, he casually gathered up the contract and smiled. All right, I'll head out first. You're not going to drop dead anytime soon, so take your time with S.H.I.E.L.D. Don't rush into any decisions. Just watch and see. Whatever you choose in the end, it doesn't matter. After all, you'll always be the child I care for most. Child. The word landed twice in a row. Tony was nearly ready to Hulk out from the remark. Thankfully, he couldn't actually transform, or he would have by now. By the time he snapped back to reality, Xiaojiji was already at the window, waving at him. Then, pressing his hand to his chest, he donned a black outfit, hat and mask. Oh, by the way, if you've got time, make me a mask, will you? As for those 2 little gadgets of yours, I'll hang on to them. There's nothing about them in the contract, so I'll take care of it for you. Save you the trouble. As his words faded, Xiaojiji's figure flickered and he was already outside the window. Before Tony could get a clear look, Xiaojiji answered the call of Mother Earth and vanished from sight in an instant. Get back here! Tony roared, dashing to the window to check, but there was no trace of Xiaojiji. Frustrated beyond measure, he muttered, Who's the kid here? I'm older than you. At least 10 years older. After Xiaojiji returned home, he went straight into his laboratory. At this very moment, 2 pairs of eyes were waiting anxiously. Xiaojiji had originally planned to put on an air of deep gloom and suffering, hoping to give them a double blow to their spirits. But in the end, he couldn't keep up the act and simply announced the result outright. Banner, upon hearing the news, was so overwhelmed with excitement that he almost transformed on the spot, frightening both Xiaojiji and Dr. Connors into a cold sweat. Once everyone had calmed down, Banner dashed off to cook, declaring that tonight's dinner simply had to be a celebration. Dr. Connors agreed that this was a moment worth celebrating, so he decided to dive back into refining his equations. Xiaojiji, meanwhile, returned to his room. So in the end, the two heavyweights weren't left to the troublemakers after all. Xiaojiji chuckled to himself. If that's the case, then I won't hold back. I'll just break them down. Would you like to dismantle Mark I, Purple? Dismantle it. After issuing the command, Xiaojiji picked up a martial arts manual from the table and began reading. The sound of gears grinding together became a rhythmic backdrop to his reading, a sensation he found utterly delightful. The dismantling took a while. After a full 5 minutes, the massive Mark I vanished, and the machine's display popped up. Dismantling successful. 21x basic reinforced iron bones. A steel-willed warrior's soul, gleaming with white light. 6x colorless crystal shards. Dismantling machine, EXP +3. Dismantling complete. Would you like to retrieve the items now? Xiaojiji blinked, but chose not to extract them immediately. Instead, he decided to dismantle the ironmonger next. Would you like to dismantle ironmonger, Purple, and arc reactor, Purple? Huh. Xiaojiji paused in surprise. The arc reactor? He had nearly forgotten about that thing. It was embedded right in Ironmonger's chest. And it was rated purple as well? Well, it had been used by Tony, after all. Although it was a fine item, Xiaojiji wasn't particularly attached to it, so he decided to dismantle it as well. This time, the wait was even longer. Bored, Xiaojiji glanced at the dismantling machine as it worked on the gear. The whole machine was shaking, and a magic extractor beside it was pulsing with streams of light. 10 minutes later, dismantling successful. 35x basic reinforced iron bones. 2x bald steel-willed warrior's soul. 50x colorless crystal shards. Dismantling machine, EXP +6. Dismantling complete. Would you like to retrieve the items now? 56 basic reinforced iron bones. 3 warrior's souls. 56 colorless crystal shards. After extracting all the items, Xiaojiji simply stared at the reinforced iron bones in utter bewilderment. What on earth is this? Isn't this a DNF skill? Why would something like this come out of dismantling those suits of armor? Just because all of this stuff is made of metal? Xiaojiji scratched his head. But aren't guns made of metal too? All right, I'm just being argumentative. Without any hesitation, Xiaojiji began to clap his hands in the room. 3 claps formed a beat, and after 18 beats plus 2 extra claps, all 56 of these iron and steel books merged completely into Xiaojiji's body. And then, Xiaojiji realized something new. This was indeed a skill, activated by utilizing the colorless energy within his body. The moment he activated it, his body was immediately reinforced, boosting both his strength and his defenses. Steel bones and iron skin. Xiaojiji triggered the skill. Of course, there was no need to shout the skill name out loud, but he did it anyway. After all, it was that time of year again at the academy for wannabe heroes. In an instant, Xiaojiji felt the colorless energy that filled every cell of his body shift in a remarkable way. The energy concentration and activity in his bones and muscles surged. At the same time, every major tendon in his body brimmed with vibrant, colorless energy. Most astonishing of all, a layer of metallic armor formed outside his skin. He flexed his hands and feet, feeling an endless surge of strength, and the steel armor on his skin didn't cause even the slightest discomfort. Does this finally make me invincible? Xiaojiji looked at his hands, thrilled, then scratched his head again, a little conflicted. Should I test it and see what happens if I stab myself with a knife? This steel bones iron skin skill looked incredibly promising, but what if he tried stabbing himself and accidentally killed himself in the process? That would be quite the joke. Xiaojiji had often suspected that his life was like some story written by a second-rate novelist. If his protagonist ended up stabbing himself to death, would that be a brand new way to botch an ending? After wrestling with himself for a while, Xiaojiji finally pulled a combat knife out from the disassembler's storage space. He measured the blade against his finger for quite some time, then gently poked at it. Clang! The instant the knife tip touched his fingertip, a clear, ringing sound of metal striking metal echoed out. It was crisp, bright, and unexpectedly pleasant to the ear. His confidence growing, Xiaojiji started slashing his palm faster and faster with the blade, and before his very eyes, the knife's edge began to wear down. At the same time, he noticed the colorless energy inside him was being consumed at a slightly faster rate. A realization dawned on him, and he suddenly brought the combat knife down hard on his palm. Clang! A sharp, pure note sounded out, then silence returned. The steel armor was unscathed, while the blade was completely ruined. So, a little knife like this stands no chance of breaking my defenses. Xiaojiji nodded in satisfaction, then took out a gun. After a moment's thought, he tucked it away again. Now, that would be going too far, way too far. In the end, he chickened out. Just poking himself with a knife was already pushing his limits. Xiaozi thought that, unless someone had a level 3 brain deficiency, no one would actually pull a gun on themselves. Sitting at the head of the bed, he picked up 3 more battle souls. One was the steel battle soul, gleaming with white light. The other 2 were the bald and steel battle souls. To be honest, Xiaozi was dying to complain. He really wanted to vent. What kind of ridiculous names are these? Bald and steel battle soul? Why not just call it light bulb and steel battle soul? He picked one up and examined it, hesitating a little. Am I going to turn into that weird bald guy who says, I lost my hair, but I became stronger? With a slap of his hand, a surge of white light filled the room. In the next second, it merged into Xiaozi's body. It was like electricity coursing through every inch of him. Not as painful as the Hulk's battle soul, but instead a wave of coolness rushed straight to his brain. What a rush! Xiaozi felt as if he'd just eaten an ice cream cone in the heat of summer. His whole mind felt as refreshed, as if it had been wiped down with a cloth and then rinsed with cold water. He slapped on the next one, and the same sensation washed over him, but it was clearly not as effective as the first. My physical strength is up, but not by much, he murmured, patting his head lightly. Is this battle soul some kind of fusion between Tony and that bald guy Stan? Maybe it's mainly for boosting intelligence. He shook his head, then took the gleaming steel battle soul in his hand. With another slap, Xiaozi closed his eyes to savor the feeling. His mind, his body, his spirit, even his willpower. When Xiaozi opened his eyes again, the battle soul's effect had fully unfolded. The boost to his strength and stamina was still just average. But his mind felt astonishingly clear, though he was still puzzled. What exactly is the main point of this battle soul? He puzzled over it for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. In the end, he slapped away 56 small crystal shards, just as Banner called him for dinner. Before heading out, Xiaozi was still scratching his head. These battle souls had been absorbed in such a haphazard way. Sure, his physical strength had increased, but only a little. Not as good as the one Schmidt gave him, and nowhere near the Hulk's. But the steel body skill still made Xiaozi feel it was worth it. The next morning, visitors arrived at the house. When Xiaozi came down from the roof, Banner and Tony were deep in cheerful conversation. As an old man, I really admire your dedication to exercise. Maybe in 40 years, I'll be doing the same thing as you, Tony said, looking up at Xiaozi coming down the stairs, his voice full of laughter. Looks like you've finally woken up to reality and realized you're still just a kid. Xiaozi picked up the glass of milk from the table and drank it all in one go. Sighing with satisfaction, he said, I don't recall inviting you. Are you here on your own initiative to hand me some money? It's not just about the money. Tony stood up, offering Banner a friendly smile. If you ever get the chance, I hope you'll visit Stark Industries. The top 10 floors are dedicated entirely to research and development. I think you'd really like it there. Then his gaze shifted back to Xiaozi. The first batch of raw materials you requested is already in place. As for the equipment, it may not be the very best because, let's face it, you're still a bit short on funds. But the basics are all covered. Everything's ready for you to start your experiments at any time. And the arc reactor I asked for, is that ready too? Xiaozi asked with a smile. That was the latest addition to yesterday's contract. Gene experiments require a tremendous amount of energy. Back when Steve transformed into Captain America, the whole city's power grid practically collapsed. Now that similar experiments are about to begin again, Xiaozi wasn't about to risk New York's electricity supply for a laugh. So, the arc reactor was the first thing he thought of. Of course, it was only borrowed. But Tony's next words caught Xiaozi a little off guard. Is just the arc reactor really going to be enough? Xiaozi blinked at Tony. So, you brought me a surprise today, haven't you? Whether it's a surprise or not, I can't say for sure. What I brought you is, well, a letter. As Tony spoke, he took an envelope from his pocket and handed it to Xiaozi. Xiaozi reached out to accept it, noticing that Tony was watching him intently, eyes bright, and even gave a little wink. Tony cleared his throat. Nice weather today. Aren't you going to open it and have a look? I can always read it after I see you out, can't I? Xiaozi replied with a chuckle. Tony pursed his lips. Even old folks should keep their curiosity alive. But whatever, I'm not all that nosy myself. I brought you everything you need for your experiment. I'm really looking forward to seeing you start. With that, he turned to go, but after a few steps, he paused. Hey, you don't think there's a bomb in that letter, do you? Why not open it now, and let's see if you can blow up on the spot? Xiaozi gave him a deadpan look. Tony reconsidered, then cleared his throat again. Well, it's a great day for surfing, and I've got a date with Pepper. I'll head out now. This time, he didn't stop for any more excuses. He simply walked out the door. Banner and Xiaojie exchanged a glance. Then Banner said, I think he's really hoping you'll read that letter. Probably. Xiaojie opened the envelope, finding it contained more than he had expected. The first thing he pulled out was a map. As he unfolded it and glanced over it, his expression subtly changed. What's that? Banner walked over and asked. It's the defense layout of a certain SHIELD research facility. As he spoke, he committed every detail to memory, then closed his eyes to think for a moment before looking at the map again. Once he was sure he had memorized every detail, flames flickered to life in his hand. In an instant, the map was reduced to ashes. Banner let out a sigh and said, You could at least have done that in the bathroom. Then I wouldn't have to sweep the floor. Xiaojie glanced at the blackened ash on the ground, turned, and went into the bathroom, where he opened the letter. But calling it a letter was generous. It was more like a scrap of paper. The message was brief, just a single line. Trust me. He conjured fire again, and both the envelope and the note were consumed, vanishing into smoke and cinder. This is starting to feel a bit like a spy novel. He stood up, looked at the pile of ash on the floor, swept it up, and flushed it down the toilet. Then he hesitated for a moment. The map's location and all the details were marked out with absolute clarity. Most crucially, one spot was marked with a special symbol. A cube was drawn there. Is that the location of the Tesseract? Xiaojie scratched his head. How necessary is the Tesseract, really? In the new laboratory, Xiaojie and two others huddled together, watching intently. A vial of pale blue serum sat on the table, under the scrutiny of 6 eager eyes, seeming almost lonely. This was the first completed product since the lab had started proper operations. Just to produce this, the data had been revised 3 times, wasting 35% of their total resources. So, understandably, the 3 of them were being extra cautious. After a while, Dr. Connors said, Honestly, I almost can't bear to use it. It's just too beautiful. No matter how beautiful it looks, if it doesn't produce real results, it's meaningless. Xiaojie glanced at the other 2. Should we use a lab mouse? To his surprise, both Banner and Dr. Connors shook their heads. No way. It's not just the serum's inherent energy. Even just the auxiliary energy is too much. A mouse couldn't possibly handle it. Banner spoke up. We need a larger test subject. It's still too soon for human trials, Dr. Connors said hesitantly. But where are we supposed to find a suitable subject? I do have a few bad guys from the freedom fighters locked up. Xiaojie looked at the other 2. But if we go down that road, doesn't that make us the classic villains, baring our teeth, tails in the air? At least they're still normal people. They can be brought to justice and held accountable under the law. Banner rubbed his scalp, a hint of frustration in his voice. Why don't you let me give it a try? That suggestion didn't even warrant a discussion. But Summer Night was reminded of someone. Actually, I might have a suitable test subject. What? Both of them turned to look at Summer Night. Abomination, Blonsky. Summer Night explained, the guy who wrestled with Hulk on the streets of New York. He's practically lost all sense of reason. Brutality has completely taken over. Anyone who can swing a taxi around as performance art in the middle of Manhattan is beyond saving. If our serum works, maybe there's a chance he could return to normal. Abomination was a different case from Banner. Letting this guy out would be like unleashing a wrecking ball on the world. Keeping him locked away in the decomposer's holding space was becoming a problem too. If Summer Night ever wanted to store something large in there, Abomination would be taking up all the room. So, why not use him to test the very first batch of serum and see what effect it might have on a monster like him? After all, even if he were handed over to the authorities, he'd just end up being a guinea pig in some laboratory. The group discussed it for a while and finally reached a decision. Abomination would be the test subject. However, that meant they had a lot to prepare. He was huge, aggressive, and the experiment could go sideways in any number of ways. If they weren't thoroughly prepared, it might turn into a repeat performance of Hulk versus Abomination. In the end, it took Summer Night and the team 3 full days to make all the preparations. 3 days later, the experiment officially began. Abomination was retrieved from the decomposer's holding space, his massive body limp and unconscious. For Dr. Connors, it was his first time seeing the creature, and he couldn't help but marvel. This is nothing short of a miracle. Are you talking about his spinal discs? Summer Night joked, securing the giant onto the restraining platform. Anesthetic and serum were ready at hand. As he raised the platform and sealed the experiment chamber, he kept up the banter. A guy whose herniated discs are bulging out through his skin. Now that's a miracle. If his bones keep growing like this, do you think it hurts? Maybe that's why he's always tearing everything apart, just trying to cope with the pain. No one responded to Summer Night's quips. Once he'd finished his tasks, he and Dr. Connors retreated to a safe distance. He signaled to Banner, who was waiting upstairs. Banner immediately activated the controls. The serum pierced Abomination's thick skin. On the adjacent computer, the percentage of serum injected began to climb, alongside real-time data from Abomination's body. When the progress reached 50%, Banner began to emit Vita rays. The bright lights inside the chamber started to flicker wildly. Banner kept an eye on the serum injection progress while slowly turning the Vita rays up to their maximum setting. The arc reactor roared into action, flooding every corner of the lab with an intense, blinding radiance. This guy might just be the most comfortable test subject we've ever had, you know? Siaki suddenly turned to the anxious Dr. Connors and said, "By the time he wakes up, the whole experiment will probably be over." Dr. Connors was taken aback, the corner of his mouth twitching. "Thanks to you, I'm not even nervous anymore, unless he suddenly wakes up right now." No sooner had he finished speaking than a deafening crash thundered from inside the chamber. The whole pod shuddered, and a pronounced bulge appeared on its surface. "Are you jinxing it with your words?" Xiaozi's eyes went wide. "That chamber cost me $5 million US. Banner, what's the progress?" 95%. Banner's voice was tinged with tension. He'd always expected this guy to wake up, but he hadn't thought it would be now. Still, he continued, "Maybe it's for the best. If he's conscious, the serum might fuse even more smoothly. Anesthetics would compromise the serum's precision." Dr. Connors, the unwitting jinx, piped up, "As long as he doesn't break out of the MMPH." Before he could finish, Xiaozi quickly covered his mouth. Meanwhile, the weapons were already in place, and he'd activated his reinforced steel defense. One hand gripped his gun, the other pressed against Dr. Connors' back, ready, should anything go wrong, to whisk the doctor into the disassembler's spatial compartment at a moment's notice. To be honest, Xiaozi didn't feel half as apprehensive facing Abomination now as he had the first time. With reinforced steel bones and energy blasts in his arsenal, he finally had some cards up his sleeve to handle any unexpected turns. "Ever since I got these upgrades, I haven't had a real fight yet." There was even a hint of eager anticipation in Xiaozi's eyes. But after that outburst, Abomination fell eerily silent. When the last drop of serum was injected, the Vita ray intensity dropped, and the arc reactor's glow faded. The chamber became still and silent. All three of them stared at the pod, not daring to let down their guard. Seconds ticked by, each one landing like a hammer blow against their chests. Banner was on the verge of losing control and hulking out. But after a full minute, the chamber remained unchanged, utterly calm. Thinking it best to play it safe, Xiaozi decided to store Dr. Connors inside the disassembler spatial compartment. Before Dr. Connors could utter a single word in protest, he vanished without a trace. Banner poked his head out from the second floor. "What do we do now?" Xiaozi replied. "Just keep yourself under control." Having said that, he strode toward the experiment chamber. Banner began to steady his breathing, consciously relaxing his nerves, all the while watching Xiaozi's every move in silence. He could only watch as Xiaozi reached the chamber, opened its heavy door, and felt his own heart leap into his throat. He quickly shut his eyes and held his breath, doing everything he could to keep the Hulk at bay. Meanwhile, on Xiaozi's end, opening the experiment chamber gave him quite a scare. Inside, the bald-headed Abomination was glaring back at him, one arm torn free from its restraining strap, frozen in a pose as if he were about to strike. And yet, the creature wasn't moving at all. Startled, Xiaozi took 2 steps back, only to notice something odd. He looked again, now completely baffled. This really is a magic trick, transforming right before my eyes. The Abomination inside the chamber had changed completely. Though still massive in size, the bony spikes protruding from his body had completely retracted. His skin had returned to a normal human color, and his huge bald head shone so brightly it nearly outmatched the intensity of the Vita rays. Xiaozi quickly rubbed his eyes and called out to Banner, "Check his vitals." "Let me see." Banner immediately opened his eyes, and seeing that all was calm, turned to the computer monitor. "Everything's normal." "Normal." Xiaozi waved his hand in front of the bald Abomination's face. The creature's eyes followed the motion of Xiaozi's hand, but aside from that, there was no reaction at all. "Are you sure this guy's normal?" "He looks brain dead to me," Xiaozi muttered, only to suddenly exclaim, "What the he's drooling?" A huge glob of saliva almost landed on Xiaozi's hand, and he jerked it back in alarm. Banner came down from the second floor to join Xiaozi in peering curiously at the creature. They exchanged puzzled glances. In the end, Xiaozi decided to let Dr. Connors out as well. After spinning around in place several times, Dr. Connors felt as though the whole world was spinning with him. How did the experiment go? All he could think about was the experiment. he managed to speak with difficulty, adding, "I really hope you won't put me away like that again. We'll discuss the storage issue later. As for the experiment," Xiaozi found this a tricky question and paused before replying. "At the very least, we cured his herniated disc." "What?" Dr. Connors looked completely bewildered. An hour later, the three of them gathered again, forming a little audience of their own. They were back to spectating the bald abomination, as if it were a group activity. Dr. Connors was flipping through the physical data on bald abomination as he watched, murmuring, "Everything's normal, but his mind has collapsed." "Well, not entirely collapsed," Banner interjected. "At least he's still showing the most basic reactions to external changes. Let's say 99% collapsed." "You're starting to sound more and more like Xia," Dr. Connors remarked in surprise, glancing at Banner before nodding in agreement. "But you're right. What on earth is going on here?" Xia Jie was baffled. "Are you kidding me? After all this work, we ended up creating a simple-minded brute." "In fact, that's the only bad news," Dr. Connors said, scanning the data in his hands. "From what we can see, we've actually achieved most of our experimental goals. Bodily functions are normal. Cell vitality meets the projected values, and his muscles and bones have been greatly strengthened on top of the original foundation. He's even gained automatic regenerative abilities. The only thing we can't figure out is why his mind is completely gone." Xiaojia poked the drooling, grinning bald abomination before him, discovering that apart from rolling his eyes and drooling, the creature was now incapable of anything else. "It's over. Bald abomination has undergone super evolution and turned into a bald fool," Xiaojia sighed, then tried to store him in the molecular disassembler. To his surprise, he encountered no resistance whatsoever. This proved that the creature's mind was almost completely dormant. Dr. Connors' earlier report had made it clear. The perfect serum had further enhanced Abomination's physical abilities beyond their original level. That meant he was now an even more terrifying creature than the lizard. Back then, even capturing the lizard had ended in failure. Yet this time, collecting Abomination was effortless. The only explanation was that Abomination had been stripped of even a shred of resistance. The bald oaf just stood there slack-jawed while Xiaojia and the other two went back to organizing the data and constructing models. After reviewing everything, the three exchanged glances. "There's nothing wrong." Dr. Connors was the first to speak. "There's no problem in the data, not a single one, no matter how many times I check." Xiaojia stared at the data, lost in thought. Banner looked from one to the other before finally saying, "Could it be the intensity of the Vita rays?" Xiaojia and Dr. Connors both turned to look at Banner. Banner thought for a moment and said, "There are countless possible reasons for a total mental collapse, far more than we can rule outright. Now, but at least, according to the data, we can eliminate the serum as the cause. So, I think we should focus on the issue of the radiation." Xiaojia scratched his head, thinking that Banner's assessment, while close, wasn't entirely complete. There might be nothing wrong with the data itself, but the moment it's applied to real-world situations, all sorts of bizarre problems can arise. Given the current situation, instead of getting bogged down with serums that show no obvious issues, shifting focus to the rays where problems are more likely to occur indeed seems like the right approach. But if that's the case, how exactly should we control the intensity of the Vita rays? Dr. Connors spoke up. "And what is it that actually causes the mental breakdowns? Is it a sudden, massive drain, or a slow, relentless wear? Or could the problem lie with the Vita rays themselves?" Suddenly, Xiaojia turned to Banner. "Gamma rays." Banner simply nodded, silent. Dr. Connors glanced between Xiaojia and Banner, frowning slightly. "Is there something I don't know about?" "It's probably about the origin of the Hulk," Xiaojia replied, clearing his throat. "If we switched to gamma rays, do you think things would turn out differently?" "I don't know." Banner shook his head without hesitation. Dr. Connors thought for a moment. "We shouldn't rule out any possibilities." Soon, Xiaojia was the only one left in the lab. Banner drove Dr. Connors back to their place to sort out their food situation. Xiaojia stayed behind, left alone with Baldy, the big, clueless brute. After a long, silent stare, Xiaojia let out a sigh. "You really are clueless. Weren't you supposed to be fierce?" He stood up and paced in a small circle, then reached out and placed his hand on Baldy's back. In an instant, the brute vanished, neatly stored away in the deconstruction space. There's always this lingering sense of doom, like the moment you get mixed up with the cosmic cube, nothing good is going to happen. He sighed softly and made his way to another level of the lab. At a door secured by a keypad, Xiaojia entered a voice command, and the door immediately slid open. There, a set of black combat gear was waiting for him. After all the banter and nonsense with Tony the other day, that guy had actually remembered his words. Not only had Tony made a new mask for Xiaojia, but he'd also crafted a whole suit of brand new gear. The style hadn't changed much. It was still the signature black trench coat with inner lining. But thanks to its special materials and the cutting-edge electronics woven within, the suit's defenses were now formidable. His fursuit had really just been a project thrown together by a bunch of students. Only now could this truly be called a battle suit. Layer by layer, Xiaojiu put it on, pulled up the hood, and picked up a jet black mask. That's right, Tony had always thought masks were hopelessly uncool. Getting him to make one was nearly impossible. He'd sooner die than craft something so tacky. At least, by his standards, no such thing should ever come from his hands. The mask that ultimately appeared before Xiaozi was exactly like this. Crafted from a metal as black as ink, it felt astonishingly light in his hand despite its appearance. Inside the mask were 6 slightly raised pads, made from a special material. When fitted to his face, these pads adhered snugly to his skin, ensuring the mask would never fall off by accident. The mask was also equipped with a basic anti-theft feature. When the wearer put it on, it performed a facial scan. Only after confirming the user's identity would it grant vision through the eye openings. In other words, if the person behind the mask wasn't Xiaozi, no scene from the outside world would be visible at all. The lenses over the eyes contained simple scanning and night vision capabilities, features that were, frankly, quite impressive. Wireless communication was, of course, a standard function, though Xiaozi doubted he'd have much use for it. All in all, Xiaozi was thoroughly enamored with this mask. When he put it on, his eyes glowed with a jet black light, like 2 streaks of midnight ink piercing the darkness. Anything Tony makes is bound to be a masterpiece, he couldn't help but exclaim, admiring himself in the mirror for a moment. With a spin, he sauntered out, humming a little tune. Beyond those mountains and seas, there lives a band of pesky elves. The United Dark Energy Action Research Facility. From a distance, the facility resembled a bizarre beast lurking in the heart of darkness. Behind the mask, Xiaozi's eyes silently observed its every move. To think that even after ending up in modern society, I still have to pull off stunts like this, he mused, tapping his own head. Though honestly, this kind of infiltration no longer gets my heart racing. Still, I doubt I'd ever have imagined, back in the day, that I'd one day sneak in SFLD's very own base. The United Dark Energy Action Research Facility was jointly established by S.H.I.E.L.D., NASA, and Project Pegasus. As for its original purpose, Xiaozi couldn't care less. He was here for one thing and one thing only, the Tesseract. Just thinking about the Tesseract left Xiaozi with mixed emotions. If it weren't for that blasted giant jade, the Tesseract, would he ever have found himself suddenly flung 70 years into the future? He could still remember wielding the Tesseract and smacking Schmidt's bear-like face, as if it had happened only a few months ago. Well, considering Xiaozi's own perspective, it really had only been a few months. As for why the Tesseract had hurled him 70 years through time, Xiaozi had pondered this from time to time. Coupled with the bizarre properties of the disassembler space, he'd more or less pieced the answer together. The most likely explanation was that, after coming into direct contact with the cosmic cube, he simply couldn't withstand the spatial power seeping from it. In the end, this triggered certain mechanisms within the decomposer, which pulled him into its internal space. Although time stood still within that space, who could say what changes might have occurred there? He speculated that the decomposer had helped him fully digest the spatial energy lingering within his body. Of course, it was also possible that the decomposer had simply divided up that energy, but the process outside had cost nearly 70 years in the real world. It was a blessing in disguise. Upon finally seeing the light of day again, not only did he possess the ability to teleport instantly, but the internal space of the decomposer had also expanded to an astonishing degree. There wasn't much evidence to support Xiaoji's theory, but he could never forget the feeling he had upon waking from his coma, an overwhelming dizziness like the worst case of motion sickness, exactly the same as those who were now taken into the decomposer space and released again. But there was little point in dwelling on such things now. Instead, Xiaoji's mind was busy conjuring up every detail from the security map, sketching out a perfect route for infiltration. The target is located on the 3rd underground level of the entire facility. In his mind, Xiaoji mapped out a three-dimensional image of the research institute, noting every guard's position and the timing of each patrol shift change. But there was still one unknown factor. He cast his gaze upwards. Among the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, someone with combat abilities far beyond the norm will be stationed here. Are they taking turns to guard the cosmic cube? This was the single unpredictable element in the entire infiltration plan. Neither Xiaoji nor the person who provided him with the map knew which agent would be on duty the day he attempted to sneak in. Should I have a little preemptive fight with one of the Avengers? He mused. Tony, that troublemaker, would never take on such a mundane assignment. Banner is probably at home, worrying about not having dinner. Steve is still frozen in the Arctic. If we're following the movie universe, the only possible agents here are Black Widow and Hawkeye. So, will it be one-on-one, or will I have to face both? A strange excitement bubbled up in Xiaojie. He drew a deep breath, and his figure melted into the darkness. Now that he had committed every aspect of the facility's structure to memory, infiltration was a piece of cake. He hummed a little elven tune under his breath, activated the Eye of Horus, and switched perspectives with ease, effortlessly scanning everything within a 300-meter radius. That's right, 300 meters. As Xiaojie's own abilities had grown, the power of the Eye of Horus had evolved as well. Now, he could send Horus's eye out to a distance of 300 meters, and his field of vision had expanded considerably as well. In fact, Xiaojie realized that this skill was practically tailor-made for infiltration. With the boost from this ability, Xiaojie could easily slip past all the defenses on the first floor. Moreover, he didn't even need to fully enter the building itself. Standing at the back of a building, Xiaojie used Horus's eye to observe the area repeatedly before activating his teleportation. The moment his body vanished from where he stood, he appeared in midair on the first basement level. This floor was bustling with people, researchers, and patrolling soldiers alike. Xiaojie landed precisely in the split second when two patrolling soldiers crossed paths, appearing perfectly between their backs. But before his toes even touched the ground, his figure vanished again. The two soldiers felt a sudden breeze behind them and instinctively turned their heads, only to find themselves staring into each other's eyes. Their gazes locked, silently puzzled. On the third basement level, inside the laboratory, at this moment, a large group of researchers in white lab coats were busily moving about, both inside and outside the lab. They were processing data, debating the feasibility of their theories. At the very center of the lab stood a metallic apparatus. The device was hollow, and within it, a blue cube flickered with extraordinary light. The Cosmic Cube. Research on the Cosmic Cube demanded constant vigilance. Ever since Schmidt's incident in World War II, people had never ceased their relentless pursuit of harnessing the cube's power, hoping to uncover a way to use it safely. Yet to this day, no one had truly managed to wield the power of the cube. It was like a wild, untamable stallion, sometimes unreasonably stubborn, other times running rampant without restraint. It drove every scientist involved in its study utterly mad with frustration. Tonight was supposed to be just another ordinary evening, frustrating yet thrilling. But everything took a bizarre turn when a man dressed in black suddenly appeared, seemingly out of nowhere, above everyone's heads. Flashbang. The masked man in black announced his arrival without hesitation, and began hurling flashbangs around the room with reckless abandon. Before the flashbangs went off, the man in black had already dashed toward the lab entrance. A burst of blinding light erupted, throwing the entire lab into chaos. None of the scientists had ever faced something like this before. The air was instantly filled with shouts of alarm and cries of pain, echoing one after another without pause. Meanwhile, Xiaojie had reached the main entrance of the lab, which swung open at just the right moment as two soldiers tried to enter. But as the first soldier stepped halfway through, a hand suddenly shot out from the side, grabbing hold of the gun in his hands. The man was stunned. He looked up and found himself face to face with a dark face. Before he could make out whether this was some demon or monster, his hands were suddenly empty. What he was holding had just been snatched away. At the same time, a sharp pain shot through his neck. He collapsed to the ground without even making a sound. The second person, witnessing this, was immediately taken aback. They had merely heard a commotion coming from the lab and entered to check things out. But now, it was clear to him just how serious the situation was. Without hesitation, he tried to use his wireless communicator to send out a reflections on the laboratory riot message. Yet before this heartfelt report could move all of humanity, a villainous hand silenced it forever, crushing it in his throat. Xiaojie clamped a hand over the man's mouth, stifling the words on the verge of spilling out. His other hand pressed against the man's neck, and the soldier instantly fell unconscious. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Xiaojie had dropped in from above. Flashbang grenades exploded. Soldiers charged in. All in all, less than 5 seconds had passed. At this moment, chaos reigned in the laboratory. Through the Eye of Horus, Xiaojie kept a constant watch on the situation outside the lab. Looks like I still have a little time. It was clear that the nearest guards hadn't noticed the chaos inside. By the time the security room caught on, he would already be long gone with the Cosmic Cube. What a pity, he muttered to himself. No matter how hard I try, someone's bound to discover me in a mess like this. As he moved toward the Cosmic Cube, Xiaojie grumbled quietly, Even with a flawless infiltration, there's no way I could just walk off with the cube. Right under everyone's noses. I could try a disguise, but wouldn't my face give me away? With a face this handsome, why should I let them see it for free? Though his words dripped with mock arrogance, Xiaozi's hands never slowed. In a few rapid blinks, he was already in front of the cosmic cube. He glanced at the special containment box on the floor, then at his gloved hand. As long as I don't touch it with my bare skin, things shouldn't go too wrong, right? But just then, a cool, crisp woman's voice sounded behind him. If I were you. She was clad in tight black combat gear, her face both striking and stern, a pistol leveled at the back of Xiaozi's head. If I were you. However, before she could finish, Xiaozi suddenly vanished. She hesitated for just a split second, but reacted with a high kick that shot up to a breathtaking height, followed by a muffled thud. Thud! Xiaozi's arm met her calf in a swift, close-quarters clash. Before the woman could turn around, Xiaozi's figure flickered once more. No words wasted. He launched straight into the fight. After this woman appeared, the only thing Xiaovan needed to do was defeat her as quickly as possible. Yet, the woman's reaction was even faster than Xiaojia had expected. In almost an instant, she had already locked onto Xiaojia's position. The moment his figure appeared, the muzzle of her gun was already aimed at him. A military knife appeared in Xiaojia's hand, blade flicking upward. The woman raised her arm and took 2 steps back in quick succession, refusing to give Xiaojia any chance to press the attack. But just as she stepped back, her back bumped into someone's chest. Completely unfazed, she clenched her fist and jabbed her elbow backward, at the same time lifting her left foot and lowering her head to search for Xiaojia's own foot. Catching her elbow strike with his right hand, Xiaojia instantly took note of her movements. The situation was on a knife's edge. His right hand blocked her elbow, but his left hand still gripped the military knife. With the current distance and angle, not only was it impossible to strike at her back, but even if he could, Xiaojia was reluctant to go that far. If he accidentally stabbed this woman to death, he'd truly become a mortal enemy of the Avengers. The moment she appeared, Xiaojia had already guessed at her identity. The legendary Black Widow. In a split-second decision, so his left foot wouldn't get stomped, Xiaojia suddenly lifted his left leg and, seizing the momentum, drove his knee directly into her backside with tremendous force. Without a word, Black Widow's body was sent flying, limbs sprawled, about to crash face first onto the ground. But at the very last moment, she adjusted her center of gravity, rolled expertly, and landed in a prone position, bracing herself with one hand on the floor. She snapped her head up, shooting a sharp glare at Xiaojia. But there was no sign of him. She quickly turned to check the location of the Tesseract. There she saw the man in black, already storing the Tesseract inside its special containment case. Put it down. Black Widow raised her gun. Xiaojia, holding the case, flashed to the entrance of the lab in a single motion. He seemed to hesitate for a moment, then said, "That's a lot of meat. Never mind the physical pain." Those words struck a blow to the heart that was almost unimaginable. For a split second, Black Widow's eyes turned red with rage, but Xiaojia had already vanished. "I'm Natasha." The woman got to her feet and immediately activated her radio. "The target has taken the Tesseract. Male, around 180 centimeters tall, dressed in black and masked, can shift his position in a strange way. Recommend immediate lockdown and a full search of the base." After speaking, she limped out, rubbing her backside as she went. "Who are you calling a lot of meat?" Almost every alarm in the entire research facility blared to life. The place erupted in chaos, every bit as lively as a New Year celebration. Amidst the layers of security, Xiaojia found himself confronted by an unexpected complication on this summer night. His original plan was simple. Once he slipped underground, getting discovered and exposed was inevitable. But after that, all he'd need to escape was a set of their uniforms and a car. In his mind, during this whole process, he wouldn't be carrying the case at all. Yet, to Xiaojia's surprise, the case refused to be stored in the disassembler's dimensional space. This threw his whole plan into disarray. He'd intended to rob someone for their uniform, but now, as an Asian man lugging a silver metal case and driving out in a stolen car, he'd stand out like a sore thumb. Other than revealing his own face, there seemed to be no advantage in this approach. Am I really supposed to play hide-and-seek with him here? At the moment, Xiaojia was hiding inside a car parked in the underground garage, a spot with a tunnel that led straight to the outside world. He hesitated, torn. Driving out in a dash wasn't hard, but the real challenge would be how to shake off any pursuers afterward. But if he stayed hidden here, he wouldn't lack food. But what about going to the bathroom? Relieving himself right here wasn't an issue, but the smell would soon give him away. As he wrestled with his dilemma, suddenly, a car shot past him like a bullet, speeding out of the garage. What the heck? Xiaojie stared in disbelief as the car vanished down the tunnel, the red afterglow of its taillights flickering in the darkness. Who's this bold hero making such a decisive move? The scene left him completely bewildered. Before he could make sense of it, hurried footsteps reached his ears, along with frantic voices. The target has broken through the first security layer. He's changed clothes, no longer in black. He's wearing a researcher's uniform now. The weapon in his hand is the Institute's latest prototype. He can't be allowed to get away with it. No sign of the cosmic cube. Search the Institute immediately for its whereabouts. He's breached all our defenses. Speed up the pursuit. Mouth agape. Xiaojie had the distinct impression they'd gotten some crucial details completely wrong. Just then, footsteps approached rapidly. With a flash of thought, Xiaojie slid into the back seat, tucking the case at his feet and hiding himself as best as he could. Thanks to his all-black outfit. Unless someone looked very closely, even those passing by wouldn't notice a person concealed there. Still, Xiaojie was dissatisfied. Tony's inventions, and yet they can't even turn me invisible? That's a fail. Absolutely a fail. But even as he mentally grumbled about Tony's handiwork, he couldn't help but feel a surge of inexplicable delight. At first, he had truly run out of options, when out of nowhere, a so-called hero appeared, boldly taking the lead and breaking through the research facility's blockade. Now, as long as nothing unexpected happened, all he had to do was hitch a ride for a while, and he could leave the Research Institute with ease. Indeed, lurking in the shadows is always full of surprises. Xiaojie chuckled to himself. He had already worked out his next move. Even if 4 people suddenly boarded this car, he could instantly slip into the trunk without the slightest worry about being discovered. But as it turned out, Xiaojie was overthinking it. Only one person got into the car. The moment that person sat down, without a word, they started the engine, and the car shot forward the speedometer, instantly soaring past 100 kilometers per hour. If Xiaojie hadn't been gripping tightly, the force would have flung him right off the back window. What the hell? Fury rose in Xiaojie's heart. He glanced at the driver's seat and felt his blood run cold. There sat a woman in close-fitting black, her features sharp and beautiful, but her expression cold and forbidding, eyes fixed dead ahead. No way, that's Black Widow. Relentless as a ghost. Xiaojie felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. Out of all these cars with so many choices, why did she have to get into this one? Was this fate, or was she doing it on purpose? Did the universe itself have it out for him? He couldn't help but recall how he'd been quietly having dinner with Li Xiaomi at a restaurant, only to end up smack in the middle of Hulk battling that bald lunatic. It really feels like the whole world is out to get me. Xiaojie grumbled inwardly, though before they left the Research Institute, there was nothing he could do but stew in his thoughts. But once the car left the confines of the Research Institute, the sky would be the limit. He'd be free as a bird, able to go wherever he pleased. Yet, for some reason, Xiaojie couldn't shake the feeling that things wouldn't be so simple. Something told him there was more trouble waiting for him down the road. With a tangled mix of emotions, Xiaojie waited in silence. The way Black Widow drove could hardly be called ordinary. She was driving with a purpose, and that purpose was clear. Floor it to the max. Relying on her lightning-fast reflexes, she drove the car like it was a rocket, weaving through the roads. When they reached the checkpoint, she didn't even slow down, blasting straight through in a roar. But oddly enough, once they'd cleared the checkpoint, the speed began to drop. Peering through the eye of Horus, Xiaojie surveyed the surroundings. They'd already put some distance between themselves and the Research Institute. He was about to make his escape when he realized that Black Widow had veered off from the rest of the convoy, speeding off in a completely different direction. What the hell? Xiaojie was stunned. But he didn't take it to heart. Why should he care what tricks she was up to? If not now, then when was he supposed to get out? If I were you, I wouldn't choose this moment to get off. The helicopter overhead hasn't gone far, and you could be spotted at any time. Out of nowhere, the Black Widow, who was driving, spoke up. Xiaojie blinked. Was she talking to him? Well, there was definitely no third person in the car. At this point, he simply sat up. After a cough, he found himself at a loss for words, so after a pause, he asked, "Does your butt still hurt?" The roar of the engine thundered, a perfect reflection of Black Widow's anger. Xiaojie hurried to say, maybe you should let me out first? I don't think this is the way to the kindergarten. Sit tight. As she spoke, Black Widow tossed him a metal box. Xiaojie caught it on reflex and heard her say, "There's a tracking device on the box. For now, I can fool the others, but once we leave the signal zone, the tracker will reactivate. Open the box, look at the second compartment below, use your knife to pry it open and take out the tracker, then put it inside. The box will block the signal perfectly." Without another word, Xiaojie opened the box. At this point, she had no reason to lie to him. Pulling out his combat knife, he followed her directions. Sure enough, he found an intricate little device inside. Disabling it was easy. He just had to grab it and pull. After shoving the entire device into the metal box, Xiaozi smiled. So, what am I supposed to say now? Do I need to thank you? No, you need to apologize. Black Widow glanced at the rearview mirror, then pressed her radio. This is Natasha. Situation under control, no backup needed. I can handle it. With that, she pulled off the headset and tossed it onto the passenger seat. Then, without warning, she slammed on the brakes and spun the wheel. The car spun several times before finally screeching to a halt. Xiaozi was nearly thrown into the front seat. He stared at Black Widow in shock. What was that for? Get out. Black Widow opened the door and beckoned to him. My job was to extract you. I even sacrificed a pawn just to create a diversion. As Xiaozi got out, he couldn't help feeling that this woman was practically crackling with energy. He was a bit exasperated. When did you realize I was here? The car was heavier. It was obvious. Black Widow stretched her arms, and then, without warning, swept a kick at him. How quick was Xiaozi's reaction? He blocked her with a slap and took 2 steps back. What's with you now? I want you to apologize. Black Widow scowled. You actually kicked a lady's behind. As the words left her lips, she lunged forward, taking 2 quick steps and swinging a fist straight at Xiaozi's forehead. With a sidestep and a smooth glide, Xiaozi planted one hand firmly on the Black Widow's back and, following her momentum, pushed her 3 meters away. I think you might have misunderstood what it means to apologize. Though she landed awkwardly, the Black Widow quickly turned to face Xiaozi again. I'll beat an apology out of you, and I won't be wrong about it. There's a premise here, and a crucial problem. Xiaozi said, a little helplessly. The premise is, you have to be able to beat me. The crucial problem is, you have to be able to catch me. What? The Black Widow froze for a split second, only to see Xiaozi vanish from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already sitting in the driver's seat of the car. Having just been shoved over 3 meters away by Xiaozi, the Black Widow could only watch, powerless to stop him. When she got out of the car, she never expected this twist, so naturally, she hadn't brought the car keys with her. By the time she rushed over, Xiaozi had already floored the accelerator and slipped away. As he sped off, Xiaozi called out, I'm off to kindergarten now. All that remained was a furious Black Widow, left to curse and vent her frustration on the grass at her feet, her mind spinning as she muttered, Kindergarten? Which one? Even after returning home, Xiaozi still felt a little dazed. Everything that happened tonight seemed almost surreal, especially the fact that the Black Widow helped him escape. The wild highs and lows of the night made his head spin. But from her words, he learned that the so-called Vanguard hero wasn't just someone who appeared out of nowhere. What exactly does dark chess mean? Xiaozi raised an eyebrow. Either it refers to someone they planted in the research institute as a hidden piece, or it's an enemy they know about hiding within. The Institute. In either case, whoever is called dark chess can be used. Too bad that woman was so wild about fighting me. Otherwise, I might have learned more. He glanced at the box resting on his nightstand and fell into contemplation once again. Clearly, the Black Widow hadn't helped him for no reason. She'd said it herself. This was her mission. So, when she revealed herself to stop him, it must have been because of the particular circumstances at the time. If he'd been the one carrying out this operation, he would have shown his full strength when a moment called for it. And once the target had temporarily escaped, he'd have immediately called for the Institute to be locked down. During the process, he'd release the dark chest to draw attention, and in the end, let the real target slip away. From start to finish, it could have been a flawless performance. Thinking about the origin of the Research Institute's defense map, the Black Widow's actions now seemed to make sense. So complicated, he sighed. Xiaozi laced his hands behind his head, about to lie down, when he suddenly sat up and pulled the box closer. He reached out and opened it. A blue cube shimmered inside, glowing with a wondrous, almost otherworldly brilliance. Xiaozi gazed at it quietly. He extended a finger, tempted to touch it, but then shook his head and abandoned the reckless idea. I hope this won't take up too much of my time, he muttered. He closed the box, but uncertainty still lingered in his heart. His ears twitched at a faint sound. Instantly, he slid the box under the bed. At that moment, a knocking came at the door. Come in, he called. Banner stepped inside. With a helpless shrug, Banner managed a wry smile. Do you have a moment? If it's convenient, I'd like to talk. Of course, Xiaozi replied, blinking. It's nothing, really. Banner hesitated, searching for words. I'm mainly worried you might be feeling some pressure. Xiaozi scratched his head. Well, no need to say anything, Banner interrupted gently. It's perfectly normal to feel under pressure, especially when you're carrying the hopes of both Dr. Connors and myself. I just want you to know, it's okay to slow down and take a breath. Honestly, Your progress has already surpassed anything any of us imagined. None of us thought you could complete the universal formula. It's like a miracle in the entire field of genetics. He paused, then patted Xia Zhizhi encouragingly on the shoulder. So what I really want to say is, I believe in you. It may take some time, but time is something we're not short of, right? After a moment's thought, Xia Zhizhi nodded. Banner let out a sigh of relief, about to say something more, when Xia Zhizhi spoke up. Since you're here, let me show you something. Banner's eyes widened in alarm, and he instinctively started to shake his head. But then he watched as Xia Zhizhi pulled a box out from under the bed. What's that? Banner looked visibly relieved, but curiosity got the better of him. Xia Zhizhi shrugged and opened the box. Oh my God! Banner could hardly believe what he was seeing. He rushed to the window, peered down at the street, checked the windows opposite and the rooftop to make sure no one was spying with binoculars, then hurried back to Xia Zhizhi. Where did you get this? The United Dark Energy Operations Institute, Xia Zhizhi replied. Remember that map Tony gave us? Banner blinked in confusion. Is there something that happened that I don't know about? It's a long story, Xia Zhizhi said. Not as complicated as this thing, Banner replied, eyes still fixed on the box. So what exactly happened? It's a long story. I'll tell you about another time. Now that we have this, our gamma rays shouldn't be a problem anymore, right? Xia Zi looked at Banner, confident in his remarkable achievements in this field. I'll need a bit of time, Banner replied after a moment's thought. But I promise, I'll make sure nothing can possibly go wrong. In truth, Banner's role had always been somewhat peculiar. Despite holding 7 doctoral degrees and being a super genius, he preferred to spend his days experimenting with recipes in the kitchen. Yet, as soon as he stepped out of the kitchen, his brilliance was undeniable. Setting up the transmitter, verifying safety protocols, designing the gamma ray transfer system. He completed all of it in less than a week. A week later, the 3 of them gathered in the laboratory once more, ready to restart the experiment. During this period, most of the work had fallen to Banner. The only thing Xia Zi and Dr. Connors had done was use the lab equipment to create a perfect new serum, preparing for today's trial. Now that everything was ready, Xia Zi summoned Bald Dullard. Yes, he would once again be the test subject. If all the calculations were correct and the experiment succeeded, Dullard would regain a normal person's reason and intellect. But for now, he still looked as blank as ever, his eyes dull, drool hanging half a foot from his mouth, an unsettling sight. They placed him inside the experimental chamber Banner had modified, closed the door, and Xia Zi turned to face Banner and Dr. Connors. Guys, Xia Zi began, but he was cut off before he could finish. We're not leaving, Banner said immediately. Dr. Connors nodded in agreement. This is our experiment. Xia Zi scratched his head, tempted to say, since you're both so brave, why don't you run the experiment while I wait outside? But what actually came out was, then both of you go up to the 2nd floor. I'll stay here to deal with any emergencies that might come up. Who could say what would happen when using the Tesseract as a power source? Even Xia Zi was only staying because the Space Stone's power within him gave him some measure of confidence. At least if something unexpected happened, he wouldn't be caught completely off guard. Dr. Connors and Banner exchanged a look and didn't insist on staying behind with Xia Zi. Especially Dr. Connors. Now, just an ordinary man missing an arm. If anything went wrong, not only would he be unable to help himself, but he might even become a burden to Xia Zi. The memory of how, last time, Xia Zhizhi had unceremoniously stuffed him into the disassembler's compartment still sent a chill down his spine. A wave of nausea threatened to overwhelm him. And as for Banner, if he turned into the Hulk, the most likely outcome would be that Xia Zhizhi would find himself hurled out, rocketing across the sky like a shooting star. Once both of them had gone upstairs, Xia Zhizhi gazed at the experimental chamber before him and declared, Perfect serum. 2nd trial. Begin. Banner immediately activated the console, and the first step was to inject the serum. Repeated injections of the perfect serum would not create a doubled effect. The ultimate aim of this serum was to optimize, to refine the genes to their best possible state, and to confer certain special abilities. After the initial injection, a 2nd round of serum would only seek out and enhance whatever minor imperfections remained, since the genes were already at peak condition. And if, by chance, the genes were already flawless, the serum would lose its effectiveness. The first half of the experiment proceeded smoothly. When the gamma rays were introduced, nothing happened apart from the chamber glowing green. All else was calm. Yet, for reasons he couldn't explain, Xia Zhizhi suddenly felt his nerves stretched to an unbearable tension. At that moment, Banner suddenly noticed the gamma ray progress bar on the monitor surging wildly. No. Something's wrong. Banner's face drained of color, and he shouted anxiously to Xia Zhizhi, Xia, unknown error. Get out of there. Just as Xia Zhizhi registered Banner's warning, The chamber before him erupted with a series of explosive cracks. The once green glow shifted to a pale blue, growing ever brighter. The blue light filled Xiaoji's entire field of vision. The chamber itself began to turn transparent, and the very air seemed to ripple and distort. "It's an energy surge," Dr. Connors shouted to Xiaoji. "Get out of there now, it's about to blow." Banner's breathing grew ragged as he clenched his teeth and said, "All calculations were normal. How did it suddenly go so wrong? If this thing explodes..." Xiaoji's voice rang out, startlingly calm in the chaos. "What will happen then?" His tone was utterly composed. Even in the face of disaster, he appeared unshaken, as if nothing could stir his heart. Banner seemed to be at the edge of his endurance, but he still gritted out, "Most likely, the blast would take out our entire lab, along with everything for dozens of miles around." Upon hearing this, Dr. Connors bolted toward the power unit. With a flurry of actions, he managed to shut down the energy source completely. "I've turned it off." He paused, then added uncertainly, "But it doesn't seem to have made any difference." Xiaojia let out a soft breath into the summer night, the blue radiance before his eyes still flickering, growing ever brighter. It seemed they were on the verge of reaching a critical point. Glancing back at Dr. Connors and Banner, Xiaojia wondered, if they retreated now, could they really make it out unscathed? In that instant, Xiaojia realized he didn't actually struggle much within himself. He could only sigh with a touch of resignation. "I knew it. Once you get tangled up with something like this." Before he could finish, he was already striding toward the containment chamber. "Oh my God!" Dr. Connors stared, dumbfounded at Xiaojia's actions. "I always thought he was some kind of supervillain." A deafening roar erupted. Not Banner's voice, but the furious bellow of the Hulk. Dr. Connors' face went ashen. Suddenly, he realized that in this situation, he might just be the one in the most danger. On one side, a transformed green giant. On the other, the cosmic cube's energy running wild. If he were still the lizard, maybe he'd have a fighting chance, but as himself. By now, Xiaojia had already activated his ironclad strength, grabbing hold of the cable in one swift motion. The cosmic cube's energy filled every inch of the circuit. The moment Xiaojia's hand touched the cable, blue light surged across his whole body, arcing and crackling like living lightning or twisting fire serpents. With a shout, Xiaojia yanked the cable apart. Instantly, the rampaging energy around them pivoted, forming a shimmering blue force field. At the same time, the Hulk leapt with a roar, slamming into the barrier with a thunderous crash. Yet he couldn't break through. Sliding to the ground, the Hulk struggled back to his feet and hurled himself at the force field again and again in a fit of rage. Xiaojia watched him, feeling the space energy surge and swirl across his skin. Though he wasn't being torn apart this time, the sense of danger hadn't lessened at all. Looking at the Hulk, Xiaojia suddenly smiled. "Honestly, I've always wanted a chance to sit down and talk with you, Hulk." The Hulk stopped mid-attack. His gaze on Xiaojia was strange, part startled, part panicked, mostly just lost. "Looks like there won't be a chance after all." Xiaojia exhaled softly, lifting his head to the sky. Then his expression suddenly shifted. A pillar of blue light shot straight toward the heavens, as if the cosmic stars were within arm's reach. "No way." Xiaojia's pupil shrank as he saw Banner leap up, landing right beside the energy device. With a furious roar at Dr. Connors, so fierce it nearly blew the man's glasses off, he reached out and seized the cosmic cube. In an instant, its energy danced and flickered around his fingertips. It seemed to make Hulk feel as if he were holding something scalding hot. After fumbling the cube in his hand a couple of times, he suddenly hurled it away with all his might. Once he had done this, Hulk looked over to where Xiaoji had been, his face full of anticipation. But all he saw was a blue glow fading away. Xiaoji, who had been standing there just moments before, along with the experimental pod beside him, had vanished without a trace. The hope in Hulk's eyes flickered out, like a flame slowly being snuffed. His massive body shrank back to its original form. Banner's eyes were hollow as he gazed at the wreckage of the lab around him. Powerful surges of electricity and magnetic fields had fried and crippled every piece of electronic equipment in the vicinity. Banner's face was wooden as he muttered, "It's my fault. I got him into this." The world spun wildly. If Xiaoji had to describe how he felt at this moment, it was as if someone had stuffed him into a spin cycle on a washing machine, cranked it to the fifth gear, and floored the accelerator, spinning him around at a dizzying pace. Throughout the ordeal, he kept colliding with some unknown object. If not for his body of steel and iron, which was still holding up, he suspected he would have been smashed to pieces by now. In the end, Xiaoji could only grab hold of the thing and stash it away in his disassembler storage space. He forced his eyes open, but his vision was completely blurred. Xiaoji even thought that if his spinning went on much longer, his brains would soon start oozing out of his nose, it was just a matter of time. Yet, just as this thought crossed his mind, the wild spinning came to an abrupt halt. A sudden sensation of falling kicked in. With a heavy thud, he seemed to crash onto something extremely hard. He tried opening his eyes again, but the world was still spinning at 120 kilometers an hour, so he quickly shut them tight. His hands were trembling so badly, he couldn't even manage to draw the eye of Horus. He reached out to feel the ground, attempting to stand, but immediately toppled over with another solid thump. Just then, the sound of orderly footsteps reached his ears, along with the hiss of some sort of equipment, and a booming voice called out, "Whoever you are under arrest. Stand up and don't move." Xiaozi wanted nothing more than to stand, but his legs simply wouldn't cooperate. He opened his mouth to speak, but his tongue was in knots. He couldn't get a single word out. "Well, if you don't want to stand, then just stay down," the voice continued. Right after that, Xiaozi felt two people approach, pull his arms behind his back, and fasten something tight around his wrists. He struggled to open his eyes. The spinning world was gradually slowing, though everyone still appeared in double vision. Even so, Xiaozi could tell this was not a good situation at all. He was surrounded by a group of people in black uniforms, all armed with weapons that looked anything but friendly. On the outskirts, a crowd of bizarre figures dressed in identical yellow uniforms were watching from a distance. Hovering in midair, several flying machines had their barrels extended, spitting fire. At this moment, without exception, every muzzle was aimed directly at Xiaozi. What the hell is this place? Xiaozi's mind was spinning. Dizzy and confused, he was dragged away by two men in black, each gripping him by the arm. 2 hours later, Xiaozi sat in a room, his hands cuffed. In front of him was a round table with 7 chairs, but at the moment, only a large, blue-skinned man sat behind it. In the blue man's hand was a metallic device. From the side of the instrument, he pulled out a virtual screen, its flickering text completely indecipherable to Xiaozi. The blue man glanced at Xiaozi, then at the screen in his hand. After a long pause, he put the device down and fixed his gaze on Xiaozi's face. Earthling, what else could Xiaozi do but nod? Should he complain that he couldn't read their writing, but somehow understood their speech? Of course, the whole universe must speak the same language. Well, except Afghanistan. The initial dizziness from his arrival had faded completely. His weakened limbs were regaining their strength, and Xiaozi now looked around with curiosity in his eyes. Then the blue man spoke again, his voice rumbling in Xiaozi's ears. "So, Earthling, why did you suddenly break into the Nova Empire's kind maximum security prison?" "That name rings a bell." Xiaozi blinked. His enhanced memory instantly sifted through the information and found the relevant details. Kind maximum security prison, Nova Empire? Handar? Guardians of the Galaxy? As these familiar terms surfaced, Xiaozi relaxed a little. At least he wasn't completely clueless about his current predicament. Thank heavens for the generosity of the cosmic cube, he thought. It hadn't thrown him onto some godforsaken weirdo planet, only to have a giant purple brute show up to ask him about the love in his heart. "Answer my question." The blue man's stern voice snapped him back to the moment. Xiaozi looked up at him. What should he say? Should he admit he'd been experimenting with the cosmic cube when it accidentally whisked him away like a runaway kite? That he drifted all the way here and ended up touring their prison by sheer dumb luck? All these thoughts flashed through his mind in the span of about 2 seconds. Then Xiaozi replied, "Why don't you guess? I do not appreciate your sense of humor." The blue giant remained unmoved and simply said, "In fact, your intentions are already painfully clear. Right now, we're conducting a reasonable interrogation based on Nova Empire's fundamental rights for all species. This is your one and only chance to clear your name. If you keep up this attitude, you're looking at a minimum of 20 years in prison." Xiaozi shrugged. It wasn't that he was unwilling to cooperate. The truth was, no matter how much he cooperated, it wouldn't help. The most crucial point was, he simply couldn't explain the situation. He couldn't talk about the perfect serum experiments, nor could he mention the cosmic cube. What was he supposed to say? That he was an interstellar traveler who, in passing through a certain galaxy, happened to run into a wild Thor and ended up thrown straight into the high-security prison on Chien after taking a hammer blow? Who would actually believe such a ridiculous story? Absent-mindedly, he sketched the eye of Horus, and for a moment, he felt as if the colorless energy within him was somehow blocked by something. But it was just for a split second. Everything quickly returned to normal. He immediately activated the eye of Horus, using it to observe the situation outside the room while saying, all right, I'm willing to cooperate. Just please, don't lock me up in prison." "Then, your name." The blue giant didn't notice Xiaozi's subtle movements. He picked up the metallic device on the table again, flicked open a holographic screen, and got ready to take notes. Xiaozi didn't bother hiding anything. After all, nobody here knew who he was. Xiazi? The blue giant frowned so deeply his face nearly twisted into a knot. I just can't understand earthling logic. How could a normal person have such a strange name? Xiazi's face darkened. He could let Li Xiaomi's teasing slide, but to get mocked for his name after being flung across the universe? Did he really have to put up with this? Was there no end to it? Age. The blue giant seemed to move on quickly, raising the next question. 23, Xiazi replied. Are all earthlings this long-lived? The blue giant stared at him in disbelief. You're only 2 years younger than me. Xiazi felt the conversation was hopeless, but obviously this was beyond his control. After running through a series of bizarre questions, name, age, height, weight, mental health history, love life, and so on, the blue giant finally grew serious. All your information has now been uploaded to the Nova Empire's criminal database. You may now begin your own defense against the charge of prison break. Of course, you may hire a lawyer, if you have the money, that is. Will US dollars work? Xiazi asked. What's that? Some kind of weapon? A powerful weapon that lets you do whatever you want. In this place, weapons can't be used as currency, the blue fatty replied with a dead serious tone. Now, you may present your own defense. As soon as he finished speaking, the empty seats around them flickered with holographic projections. 6 colorful figures appeared on the chairs surrounding the round table, sitting there as if they were physically present. Xiaji paused for a moment, then said, Forgive my bluntness, but everyone here is trash. There was no way he could mount a proper defense. He'd never even read the relevant books. He couldn't afford a lawyer either. That left only one obvious option, breaking out. So, as soon as he finished speaking, the handcuffs on his wrists vanished without a trace. In an instant, his form disappeared from where he'd been, disregarding all distances, and reappeared right beside the blue fatty. One hand clapped the man's shoulder while the other produced a pistol, which he pressed to the blue fatty's head. Honestly, I really didn't want to do this, but why force me to explain things I have no idea how to explain? As his words faded, Xiaji fired a shot at the door of the room. A blast of energy. He had no idea what kind of metal the door was made from, only that it was about 15 centimeters thick, and with a single shot, he blew open a gaping hole. The blue fatty stared dumbfounded. You better not point that thing at my head. That powerful. Xiaji was just as surprised. He fired 2 more shots, completely demolishing the door, then grabbed the blue fatty by the collar. What's your position here? I'm the warden, the blue fatty bellowed. How dare? Before he could finish, Xiaji grinned with delight. Perfect, you're exactly who I need. If he had a choice, Xiaji would rather not have taken this route. Even though he'd killed countless people during World War II, and even though he wasn't exactly a law-abiding citizen after landing in the 21st century. Still, just because he ended up in this prison, does that mean he should randomly be accused of breaking out? He didn't even have a target to break out for. The heart of the matter was, he simply couldn't explain himself. And if things continued on their current path, he'd probably end up thrown straight into a cell. He had no intention of starring in some real-life version of Prison on Fire or Rikki-O, the story of Ricky. So, without hesitation, he made his move to escape right then and there. The blue fatty's identity as the warden was a pleasant surprise, but not altogether unexpected. After all, anyone qualified to host a virtual video trial here couldn't be in a low position. But that didn't really matter. He had other uses in mind. Throughout the earlier back and forth, Xiazi had already used the Eye of Horus to survey the situation outside. Drawing on the many scenes he'd witnessed in Guardians of the Galaxy, Xiazi felt confident he could escape from here. There was only one problem. Do you know how to pilot a spaceship? He pushed the big blue guy forward, using him as a makeshift shield, all the while asking the question. Of course not. Halfway through his answer, the big blue guy seemed to realize something. Xiazi grinned. The warden of a prison, and you can't fly a ship? Who are you trying to fool? The logic might have been shaky, but given the way this world worked, becoming a warden surely required some expertise. And in a place where everyone and their neighbor could hop into a spaceship and take off, a warden who couldn't fly would truly be a rare sight. As soon as he finished speaking, a low hum filled his ears. Looking up, he saw several weaponized metal boxes buzzing through the air in their direction. Xiazi let out a quiet breath, raised his gun, and pulled the trigger. Every energy shot he fired was infused with his own colorless energy, and the destructive force of each blast even shocked him. The metal boxes hovering midair were nothing but target practice. Before they could fire a single shot, they'd already been reduced to scrap and crashed to the ground. Xiazi winced a little at the sight. He wondered if these things could be taken apart for parts. If so, his actions just now might have been a bit too wasteful. But thoughts of salvaging could wait until later. Orderly footsteps echoed from ahead. Without saying a word, Xiaozi rapped the blue guy on the neck. The poor fellow didn't even make a sound before passing out cold, then vanished from sight. At the same instant, Xiaozi's figure disappeared as well, reappearing beneath the ground. From a movie, Xiaozi already knew that this entire Kaian high-security prison was basically a massive, floating metal fortress in space. And through the eye of Horus, he discovered there were plenty of hiding spots in the foundations of the building. Unfortunately, a regular prisoner wouldn't stand a chance of prying up a single tile down here without special tools. The floors themselves were far too thick for anyone to break through easily. Thankfully, with his teleportation ability, Xiaozi could slip between spaces with ease. He searched for gaps with the eye of Horus while moving forward, teleporting from one point to the next. 10 minutes later, Xiaozi materialized inside the prison's hangar. This was even easier than I thought. With a single thought, Xiaozi summoned the blue fatty to his side. Grabbing it by one hand, he climbed aboard a spaceship. It took him a moment to locate the button for the hatch, but in the end, he managed to get it open. Once inside the ship, Xiaozi took in the overall structure and couldn't help but marvel, clicking his tongue in amazement. This is actually my first time seeing a spaceship that really works. Then, without warning, he yanked the blue fatty over and delivered several resounding slaps, one after another. Before long, the blue fatty's face was so red from the blows, he looked more like a red fatty than a blue one. At last, he slowly regained consciousness, looking around in confusion. Where am I? A wonderful place. I'm taking you out for food, drinks, women, and gambling. With that, Xiaozi dragged the blue fatty to the pilot's seat, pressed a gun to his head, and said, "Now, let's go." "You won't get away with this," the blue fatty growled, recalling everything that had happened. He shouted in fury, "And I absolutely refuse to help you." Before he could finish, a knife flashed and stabbed clean through his palm. Xiaozi drew a deep breath, leaned close to the blue fatty's ear, and whispered, "Please, don't make me do something I'll regret. You have to understand, my nerves are already stretched to their absolute limit. If you push me any further, I can't even predict what I might do." He pulled the knife from the blue fatty's hand and finally exhaled, releasing the tension he'd been holding in. The truth was, he was far from as calm and carefree as he appeared. This was no game. He was a living, breathing person, plucked from Earth and thrown straight into the depths of the universe. So what if this was the high-security prison of Kaian? So what if this prison had been featured in the Guardians of the Galaxy? So what if everyone here spoke the universal language of the cosmos? The sense of strangeness, alienation, and isolation had reached an all-time high. Since World War II, Xiaozi had never felt a true sense of belonging in this world. Even after traveling to modern times, that feeling never faded, no matter how familiar his surroundings became. His relentless pursuit of the super soldier serum was nothing more than a way to give himself something to hold on to keep from losing his mind in this absurd world. He liked to joke, to make light of everything around him, to appear calm and indifferent, but that never meant he was genuinely happy inside. This feeling had nothing to do with the era, nothing to do with wealth, not even with the threat of Thanos that might descend upon Earth in a few years. It was simply that, deep within, he was an inexplicable outlier that made him fundamentally incompatible with this world, never able to find a shred of true security from beginning to end. Back on Earth, there were still morals and laws that could reign in his increasingly unhinged mind. But once he was cast adrift in the universe, thrust into this utterly unfamiliar place, surrounded on all sides by these blue-skinned, red-skinned monsters and demons, Xiaozi felt his sanity teetering on the brink of collapse. Otherwise, he would never have chosen such a drastic course of action. At the very least, he wouldn't have attempted such a reckless escape in a place he knew nothing about. There was no hint of planning in it. And certainly, when the blue brute showed even the slightest hint of reluctance, his hand wouldn't have moved before his brain, driving a blade straight through the man's palm. By now, Xiaozi could feel an indescribable, almost maddening bloodlust welling up from deep within, threatening to consume him with rage. His eyes burned red, a dangerous aura swirling around him as he growled in a low voice, "Set sail?" Why did all of this have to happen to him? Looking back over his life, Xiaozi had asked himself this countless times. Why him? He was just an ordinary person. His parents had died young, and he scraped by on the rent from the house they'd left behind, living life as simply as possible. He never had grand ambitions or extravagant hopes. His ideal future was to drift through life like a salted fish, maybe find a wife who wasn't too pretty or too plain, and have a daughter, perhaps not the brightest, but definitely the cutest. But all of that was cut short before it could even begin. The echo of war from the Second World War still hung around him, as if the smoke and gunfire lingered in his ears. He could still recall the face of the first soldier who died before his very eyes. That man had been sent by Colonel Phillips to protect him. Xiazi had never planned on becoming the one who held the cosmic cube and shouted at Schmidt's bear-like face. But he did what had to be done, and for that he spent nearly 70 years trapped in the space inside the disassembler. Not that it mattered much, he barely felt the passage of time. He could blend in naturally, living in the 21st century, 70 years after he'd vanished. After all, he no longer belonged to the world of 70 years ago. The only reason he quietly let out word of his existence was because he had no way to announce himself openly. America didn't officially recognize that he had ever existed. If the wrong people caught wind of him, the consequences could be unpredictable and dire. Take HYDRA, which had already wormed its way into every corner of America. Would they ever let go of the man who had once shouted down Schmidt? He'd seen enough movies to know, even within S.H.I.E.L.D., Hydra's agents were everywhere. In such a situation, keeping a low profile and staying far away was barely enough. Why would he run headlong into their arms like a fool? Did he have a death wish, hoping to speed up his own demise? Reality is never as simple as it is portrayed in anime, comics, or movies. Xiazi had never expected people's hearts to be as clear and radiant as crystal, not for a single night. Even the most likely events weren't as dramatic as facing a Hydra. Sometimes, even the attitude of the American government toward him teetered on a knife edge. So, he could only try to reconnect with his past in subtle, roundabout ways. It wasn't just the pain of seeing how everything had changed over 70 years that held him back. It was also the helplessness buried beneath the surface of reality. Later, the appearance of the note and Little Pepper gave Xiazi a reason to head for Afghanistan. And when Banner showed up, Xiazi suddenly had the idea of a perfect serum, something that could very well become his way to evolve. As long as he could strengthen himself, make himself truly fearless, maybe then he could finally live more freely. But when the cosmic cube became necessary for another experiment, Xiazi was struck by an ominous premonition. And sure enough, he was launched straight out into the depths of space. So, can anyone tell me why I have to go through all of this? Even if I wanted to let loose, isn't this just a bit much? With his grip tight on the pistol, Xiazi pointed it right at the blue brute's head. I'm telling you, I didn't come to your high-security Qian prison of my own free will. Why slap a prison break charge on me and, even more absurdly, try to sentence me? Is it a crime to not have the money for a lawyer? Grinding his teeth, Xiazi pressed the gun harder against the blue brute's head. So if you're rich, you can do as you please, is that it? Why you need to calm down? The blue brute could sense that Xiazi was barely holding it together. Forgetting all about his own safety, he hurriedly set the ship into motion. Xiazi took a deep breath, but no matter how many he took, he couldn't calm the storm inside. He'd done nothing but try his best to survive all this time. Cautious didn't even begin to describe it. Yet reality seemed to delight in toying with him again and again. If he could, Xiazi honestly wanted to flip the world the finger and tell the damn will of the universe to go to hell. But that wouldn't change a thing. The ship shot into the launch corridor, speed climbing relentlessly. And when everything reached its peak, Xiazi saw stars and the vastness of space laid out before him. They were surrounded by a belt of asteroids. The moment the ship exited, it found itself in the empty stretch between the rocks and the prison. Head for the nearest wormhole jump point. Forcing himself to calm down, Xiazi kept his pistol raised as he took slow, steady breaths. Don't try any tricks with me. He didn't specify which jump point, nor where he wanted to go. Partly because he had no idea. Partly because he was afraid that saying too much would reveal just how clueless he was about everything around him. Turning back, the blue fatso executed a jump point and dashed straight to Chita Star. There wasn't even a need for the Nova Corps to show up. Xiazi would be forced to his knees regardless. Trust me, I won't mess this up. The blue fatso's eyes darted nervously. One hand was bleeding profusely, yet he kept struggling to steer the ship in the right direction. The ship was moving at breakneck speed, but Xiazi couldn't sense any of it from the environment around him. Suddenly, the radar lit up with countless red dots. Xiazi narrowed his eyes. Pursuing troops? Faster. Step on it. Xiazi bellowed. This is already top speed. Are you sure you can even fly this thing? If you don't like it, come and do it yourself. The blue fatso snapped, completely losing his cool. You stab me with a knife and yell at me too? You think being crazy makes you special? Damn it. Xiazi glared, incredulous at his audacity. Does this guy really dare to joke with me right now? Doesn't he see I'm on the edge of a breakdown? What, being crazy isn't impressive enough for you? Xiazi's eyes flashed red with rage, ready to teach the blue fatso a lesson. But before he could act, a voice crackled over the comms. Prisoners ahead. Immediately halt your vessel and return the warden. The message repeated twice. The blue fatso had just opened the comms, about to say something, when Xia Zi snapped, finally losing his last shred of composure. He roared, "Your warden? I already killed your warden. If you've got what it takes, come and kill me too." With that, he slammed the comms off with a sharp click. He had seen the blue fatso's hand on the controls and just reached over to shut it down himself. The blue fatso stared at Xia Zi in utter despair, his face saying, "What fresh hell is this? What's wrong with you? Drive like your life depends on it." Xia Zi yelled, eyes bloodshot. The blue fatso tried to turn the comms back on to explain, but the ship suddenly shuddered twice in quick succession. Data on the screen lit up, showing where they'd been hit. Damn it. Now, the blue fatso was truly panicking. If you want to gamble with your own life, fine, but why drag me into it? Faster. Faster. Xia Zi couldn't stop shouting. Driven to the edge, the blue fatso fumbled around the cockpit and tossed a book at Xia Zi. Either fly this thing yourself, or shut up. We're both about to die anyway. What's left to be scared of? Would you like to decompose the piloting blue manual? Decompose what now? Xia Zi, whose nerves had been shot, suddenly snapped back to normal for a split second. Where the hell did this come from? How should I know? The blue fatso was in a foul mood. Because in the time it took to argue, the ship had been hit twice more. One of the wings was now on fire. If this kept up, they'd soon be nothing but cosmic dust. And to make matters worse, after the last attack, the comms system had gone dead. He was now unable to communicate with the pursuing troops behind them, which meant he couldn't let those men know that among the people they were chasing and attacking was their beloved warden Blue Fatty. And the true culprit behind all this still had the nerve to complain that his piloting was too slow. Earlier, he had been staring wide-eyed at the controls, clinging to a few desperate hopes. But now, all fantasies were useless. Those bastards behind them clearly had no intention of showing this Earth kid any mercy. Poor me, he thought. Just to survive, I can only charge forward, eyes bloodshot. While Blue Fatty was gritting his teeth and pushing the ship to its limits, Xia Zi had already made a decisive choice. He chose to disassemble. 2 seconds later, the disassembler pinged with a notification. Acquired a book of piloting knowledge. Disassembler experience +1. Extract, assimilate. Suddenly Xia Zi's mind was flooded with all kinds of piloting skills. He opened his eyes, and everything that had seemed alien before now felt utterly familiar. Xia Zi couldn't help but grin. Who the hell said my golden finger was useless? Who the hell said my golden finger didn't count as a cheat? In the midst of all this chaos, Blue Fatty turned to glance at Xia Zi. What? Just then, he saw Xia Zi dart over to the co-pilot's seat, deftly activate the weapon controls, lock on, fire. Holy crap, what are you doing? Blue Fatty was utterly stunned by Xia Zi's sudden actions. I'm going to blow those bastards to pieces. Xia Zi gritted his teeth and shouted, eyes blazing. They want me dead? Then I'll send them to hell first. Stop it. Blue Fatty suddenly lunged at him. They're all my men. Get out of my way. Xia Zi had reached his breaking point. He didn't care about Blue Fatty's dignity, or anyone else's, for that matter. With a flick of his arm, Blue Fatty was thrown aside. Perfect timing. Thanks to Blue Fatty's blunder, the pilot's seat was now free. Xia Zi's figure flashed, and in the blink of an eye, he was in the captain's chair. A moment ago, he'd used the rear auxiliary weapons to fire, but now Xia Zi spun the ship around, ready to go head-to-head. If I'm going down, I'm taking them with me. Let the dead soar, the living endure forever. Xia Zi roared. In this modern world, the ferocity he'd kept hidden deep within was now bursting out once more. Even if he was a homebody, he had never lacked the courage to fight for his life. Back in World War II, his first time on the battlefield, after a moment of shock, he'd been able to pull the trigger and shoot the enemy right between the eyes. The first time he infiltrated the enemy camp, cornered in a narrow passage, he hadn't hesitated to strike a lethal blow. Now, being hounded and attacked like this, never mind that Xia Zi's mental state was shaky, even if he'd been totally fine, there was no way he could swallow this humiliation. In the throes of rage, how could he care that the idiots behind him were actually more seasoned veterans than he was? With a furious roar, he took aim and fired. Perhaps his sudden turn was simply too abrupt this time, or maybe the relentless pursuit had become such a habit that none of them considered the possibility that he might strike back. This unexpected assault completely blindsided the lead wave of the pursuing fighters. The ship at the very front was hit dead on, exploding on the spot and dissolving into cosmic dust. In the next instant, instead of retreating, Xia Zi pressed forward, steering his ship recklessly and barging straight into the heart of the pursuit squad. He didn't care about precision, spraying a wild barrage of fire. He was possessed by a mad determination. If he couldn't kill them, he'd at least scare them out of their wits. Is he out of his mind? Watching Xia Zi charge through the swarm of enemy ships, laughing maniacally all the while, Blue Fatty broke into a cold sweat. Ignoring his own battered body, he had no interest in dealing with Xiaozi at the helm. He rushed to the co-pilot's seat, recalibrated the ship's coordinates, then yanked open the console on the right and hammered in a stream of commands, forcibly seizing control from the main pilot. He threw the thrusters to maximum power. With a thunderous roar, the ship broke free from the encircling fighters, tearing off into the depths of space. By the time the stunned pursuit squad tried to give chase, Xiaozi's ship had already jumped through a wormhole, vanishing into the void. The universe stretched vast and infinite, stars shimmering without end. A battered ship drifted alone through the emptiness. Xiaozi slumped in the pilot's seat, head tilted back, gazing upward, lost in thought. Blue Fatty checked the ship's status, grinding his teeth. The comm system is fried, the power core's basically dead, and overall damage is at 85%. Unbelievable, this pile of junk actually survived a wormhole jump? I can hardly believe it. If I had another choice, I'd rather ram this thing straight into Qian maximum security prison. Xiaozi slowly came back to himself, turning to look at Blue Fatty. So why didn't you, in that situation, if you tried flying back? That would have been a death sentence. Blue Fatty's face was grim as he stared back at Xiaozi. Thanks to your actions, you're now classified as top-tier dangerous. They'll put a kill order out for you. Not even a sliver of a chance to sneak into Qian prison. A bitter smile curled at Xiaozi's lips. And what, exactly, have I done that warrants a death sentence? You infiltrated Qian maximum security prison. I told you, I was forced into it. I didn't choose this. Then explain yourself. Even if I tried, who'd believe me? I can't afford a lawyer, and you're just planning to lock me up for 20 years anyway. On that summer night, Xiaojia looked at the chubby blue fellow and asked, All right, if it were you, what would you do? Oomph. The blue guy let out a fierce snort. You're nothing short of a walking disaster. With that, he grabbed his tools and started trying to fix the ship's communication system. Watching the blue guy struggle, Xiaojia couldn't help but feel a strange sense of satisfaction. Amused, he watched as the guy wriggled under the console to remove a metal panel and asked, By the way, I still don't know your name. Jeff. HM, you really lucked out with that name. Xiaojia curled his lip. Is your sister pretty? What makes you think you could just go around calling yourself someone's brother-in-law? Are you out of your mind? Listen, don't call me crazy again, or else. Or else what? The blue guy, Jeff, tossed his tool aside and glared at Xiaojia with open anger. You need to understand, both of us are stuck in this godforsaken place now. If we can't get the ship running, sooner or later we're both going to die here. If we can fix the communications, there's still a chance someone could rescue us. Otherwise, unless those raiders come back, nobody's going to give a second glance to a wreck like ours. Jeff roared at Xiaojia. And all of this is your fault. Yes, it's all my fault. Xiaojia stretched out his arms, gave a big yawn, and said, Blame it all on me, if that makes you feel better. What are you going to do about it? Jeff was stunned for a moment, and a wave of grief swept over him. He nearly burst into tears. He'd been a perfectly fine warden, living a peaceful life, just 2 years away from a comfortable retirement. Everything was set. But then, out of nowhere, Xiaojia showed up, and somehow, unbelievably, dragged him into a prison break. This really was trouble falling from the sky while sitting at home. Looking at Xiaojia now, so shamelessly unbothered by it all, Jeff felt a surge of frustration. He almost wanted to strangle him. Unfortunately, he was no match for him. After weighing the odds for a while, Jeff grumbled and went back to tinkering with his work. Xiaojia sat in the pilot's seat, dazed for a moment, then slapped his own cheeks. Giving into despair for a bit was one thing, but letting it drag on forever just wouldn't do. Dying out in space. He hadn't even considered that as an option. It was understandable to panic in a crisis, but now that the immediate danger had passed, if he kept sulking, he'd end up despising himself. Taking a deep breath, Xiaojia began to assess their situation. Staying stranded in space was pointless. He had to figure out a way to get out of here. Just because they were lost in the cosmos didn't mean there was no way home. At least, if the Marvel movies were anything to go by, there were plenty of ways to make it back. And among those options, he turned to Jeff. Do you know about Asgard? The realm of the gods. Jeff glanced at Xiaojiji. Why are you asking about that? Do you know how to get there? Xiaojiji, suddenly excited, grabbed Jeff by the collar and hoisted him off the ground. Jeff stared at Xiaojiji as if looking at a lunatic. How would I know how to get to the realm of the gods? Xiaojiji pursed his lips and let go of Jeff's collar. Still fuming, Jeff went back to tinkering with the communication system, grumbling, Why are you even asking? The realm of the gods isn't somewhere you can just waltz into. Besides, legend has it that it's unimaginably far away. As far as I know, if you set out from Chidar Star, it only takes 18 months to reach what you call the realm of the gods. Xiaojiji let out a deep sigh. but I don't know which direction it is. Otherwise, I could just fly blind for 18 months, and maybe, if I'm lucky, I'd stumble upon it. Why do you want to go to the realm of the gods? Jeff looked at Xiaojiji puzzled. A criminal like you. Aren't you afraid of the gods' judgment if you go there? Do you want to see if I hand down my own judgment first? Xiaojiji's expression darkened, but since there was nothing else to do and no one else to talk to, he said, Asgard has the Bifrost. I could use it to return to Earth. Why would you want to go back? Jeff said, from what I've heard, no one from Earth ever wants to return there. It's a backward, even savage planet. They don't even know there's other life in the universe. If they weren't under the protection of some powerful beings, they'd have been playthings for the other overlords long ago. So, you met a lot of Earthlings? Xiaojiji looked at the chubby blue guy. Yeah, 2, counting you. The blue fellow replied, earnestly. Xiaojiji's mouth twitched. 2 people. And he dared to say he'd met a lot of Earthlings? He decided to ignore this guy, who seemed to enjoy playing the brother-in-law to everyone. Hands clasped behind his head, Xiaojiji tried to sort out his thoughts. But what he saw made him abandon that idea instantly. You said before that, unless they're Ravagers, no one would give our ship a second glance, right? Xiaojiji asked Jeff. Jeff didn't even look up. Of course. Only they might rummage through a wrecked ship for something valuable to sell. Think of them as the universe's scrap collectors. Some say they're adventurers, always poking around strange places, hunting for anything valuable. There are even people who post special requests for them. Why are you asking? I just think if you have the time, you should raise your head and take a good look at this starry sea before us. Summer Knight's lips twitched. Jeff looked up in confusion. He only glanced outside, but the sight nearly made his eyes pop out of their sockets and drop to the floor. At some point, an enormous vessel had appeared outside, hovering silently. It was cast in dark gold, radiating an air of desolation and decay, yet it emanated an indescribable sense of oppression. When did that show up? Jeff's face paled in shock. Summer Knight blinked. About the time I asked you the question. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Jeff was so anxious he started hopping from foot to foot. Summer Knight looked puzzled. Can our ship even move? No. Then what's the point of saying anything? Summer Knight continued. Our communication devices are destroyed, so there's not even a chance to talk to them. Oh, what's that? He suddenly noticed their own ship was silently drifting toward the massive vessel, as if some invisible force was pulling them in. It's a tractor beam. Jeff forced a bitter smile. We're probably about to become trophies for these raiders. Are they good guys or bad guys? Summer Knight really didn't know much about these people, apart from Yondu from the Guardians of the Galaxy, and that whistling arrow trick of his was truly something. Whether they're good or bad depends on our luck, Jeff replied, thoroughly dejected. Summer Knight, on the other hand, grinned. Relax. Don't forget I'm still here. If they turn out to be villains, I'll just take them all out, seize their ship, and we'll head straight for Asgard. Hearing this, Jeff suddenly realized, now that you mention it, I think you might actually be the bad guy here. Jeff glanced at the massive spaceship looming ahead, then back at Summer Knight. He couldn't shake the feeling he was caught between a rock and a hard place. Wolves ahead, tigers behind. Either way, at this point, he couldn't afford to provoke either of them. Summer Knight, amused by Jeff's remark, gave him a pat on the shoulder, and in an instant, stowed him away in the disintegration chamber space. He then found a quiet corner to hide, waiting patiently for the moment they'd be salvaged by the newcomers. Biting his lip gently, Summer Knight had already donned his battle robe, masked his face, and gripped his weapon tightly. If their intentions proved hostile, he had no qualms about unleashing a massacre. Under the pull of the opposing ship, Summer Knight's vessel drifted through a massive entryway into the belly of the giant craft. The outer hatch sealed behind them, and in the next moment, jets from every direction released thick white vapor. The mist swirled around the ship's hull, as if disinfecting it. Summer Knight made no rash moves. Instead, he traced the Eye of Horus, using it to observe the environment outside. Whether his guess was right or not, he was certain these white vapors couldn't penetrate the hull and reach the ship's interior. As he adjusted his breathing and steadied his nerves, the white mist soon dissipated, its work complete. The wait wasn't long. Less than 30 seconds after the white mist had completely dissipated, another layer of the hatch slid open. Through the feed from the Eye of Horus, Xiaojishi caught sight of a young man wearing headphones stepping out onto the deck of the spaceship. He danced his way over to the ship, tapping its surface lightly as he mumbled something to himself. The Eye of Horus could only relay his appearance and the surrounding environment. It had no way of picking up what he was actually saying. Then, Xiao watched as the young man, agile and quick, leapt up onto the ship, made his way to the cockpit, and reached out to open. Headphones on, a Walkman slung over his shoulder, probably in his 20s. After sorting through his thoughts for a moment, Xiaojishi realized that this figure did seem familiar. In fact, this person was famous not just across the universe, but also among Marvel fans everywhere. Star-Lord? Xiaojishi's expression twitched. All his previous composure vanished in an instant. He instinctively holstered his pistol and clenched his fists. As the young man jumped through the hatch, Xiaojishi flashed forward, appearing right in front of him. Without bothering to admire the shock on the newcomer's face, he raised his fist and spoke in a low voice. Ever seen a fist the size of a soup pot? Nope. The young man blurted out instinctively. Before Xiaojishi could throw his punch, the newcomer sprang backwards. He barely got airborne before Xiaojishi grabbed him by the front of his jacket and yanked him right back. No matter how I feel about this, I have to throw this punch. Not the face. He hadn't expected someone to be hiding inside the ship, much less someone who would attack him out of nowhere. Even as he tried to reach for the weapon at his back, Xiaojishi's punch landed squarely on his face. It was a brutal hit. He felt as if his face had been twisted sideways by the blow. The sheer force hurled him through the air, spinning him a full 360 before he crashed to the ground with a heavy thud. Yet this guy was even tougher than Xiaojishi had imagined. He pushed himself up with both hands, shaking his head vigorously. Not even my dad ever hit me like that. He will someday. Xiaojishi rushed forward, ready to throw another punch. But at that moment, the Eye of Horus reported a group of people flooding in through the hatch. With a thought, Xiaojishi hauled Star-Lord up by his collar. Who are you? He was pretty sure he knew, but still felt it necessary to ask. Oh, come on. I can't believe my ears. You almost pounded me, so hard my own mother wouldn't recognize me. And you don't even know who I am? The young man felt that his worldview was being shattered far beyond what he could handle. Seeing how cheeky this guy was acting, Xiaozi was even more certain about his identity. She gave him a push and asked, Are all the people outside yours? Hey, buddy, I have to say, if you keep pushing me like that, I'll... The cold barrel of the gun pressed against the back of his head, and he immediately changed his tune. Let's just talk this out, okay? There's no need for anyone to get hurt, right? I think we could even be friends. Xiaozi's lips twitched. Suddenly, she realized this guy might actually be even less reliable than herself. Just at that moment, a blue head popped up at the hidden entrance of the spacecraft, peering inside. Anything to report? His gaze immediately landed on the young man with a gun to his head and the masked, black-clad Xiaozi. The blue-haired man considered the scene and said, Am I interrupting something? Should I just let you two carry on? Yondu, the young man, now more frustrated, clenched his fists and shouted, Can't you see I'm being held hostage here? Kid, I honestly don't think anyone would bother taking you hostage. Yondu vaulted into the ship, smiling at Xiaozi. If I were you, I'd put down that toy of yours. You should know, what you're doing isn't smart at all. Yondu Ravagers? Xiaozi glanced at his waistband, her eyes narrowing as layers of thoughts raced through her mind. While she was deep in thought, Yondu opened his jacket, revealing a small golden arrow hanging at his side. I think we can have a proper conversation. Yondu's gaze was icy. Xiaozi nudged the young man's head with the gun and smiled. Sure. How would you like to talk? Hey, can we just talk without you sticking a gun in my face? The young man was clearly annoyed. Xiaozi smacked him on the back of the head. When the grown-ups are talking, kids should keep quiet. Suddenly, a sharp whistle cut through the air. In a blink, Xiaozi vanished, and the golden arrow shot through where she had just been standing, leaving a flicker of red in its wake. At the same time, Xiaozi reappeared right in front of Yondu, landing a punch on his face. Yondu's head snapped to the side, and though he staggered, he didn't fall. Just then, the young man lunged at Xiaozi from behind, locking her arms and pinning her in place. Yondu wiped the corner of his mouth, then whistled again. The golden arrow traced a perfect arc, appearing at Xiaozi's side, and lunged forward in a sudden attack. In a split-second decision, Xiaozi tried to teleport away, but the young man's grip was too tight. If she wanted to teleport, she'd have to take him with her. As it turned out, the final result was that Xiaozi's figure flickered and then reappeared in the same spot. With a low shout, she abruptly activated her steel-like resilience, lifted her leg, and stomped down hard on the young man's foot, a move she had learned from the Black Widow. The young man cried out in pain and instinctively let go with one hand. Xiaozi's arm was freed, and in a swift motion, she spun around, grabbed his shoulder, and with a powerful effort, hurled him away. If he wanted to teleport again, it was already too late. The golden arrow was just inches away. Xiaozi raised her arm to shield herself. Her battle suit and the golden arrow clashed, and in just 3 seconds, a hole was punched straight through. Yet when the arrow touched her skin, it made a crisp metallic ring. Xiaozi felt a tingling numbness in her arm, immediately followed by a tremendous force pushing against her. She staggered back 2 or 3 steps, but the golden arrow only gained momentum, and Yondu's whistling grew more and more urgent. The young man, scrambling to his feet, stared in disbelief. He had never seen Yondu's golden arrow meet such resistance. Xiaozi could sense the golden arrow's strength growing fiercer and fiercer. Though her steel-hard body held fast, the colorless energy within her began to drain at an alarming rate. Clearly, the sturdier the defense, the more powerful the energy needed to sustain it. If this kept up, once her inner reserves ran dry, defeat would be only a matter of time. With a thought, her right hand conjured a pistol, and she fired 3 shots in quick succession at Yondu. Yondu hastily dodged aside as 3 explosive gunshots thundered through the cabin, leaving 3 gaping holes in the walls. "What the hell is this weapon?" he exclaimed. The young man's face changed. With Yondu distracted, his whistling ceased for a moment. In a flash, Xiaozi vanished and reappeared behind Yondu, pressing the muzzle of her gun to his head. "I think now we can have a proper conversation," she said coolly. At the same time, she produced a combat knife with her other hand, brandishing it before Yondu's face. "Let me see that arrow of yours, or I won't hesitate to make a new hole in your mouth." "If you kill me, you'll die too," Yondu retorted. "You might want to look outside." She didn't need him to say it. Xiaozi already knew the ship was surrounded by a ragtag group of wild-looking strangers, all brandishing weapons she didn't recognize. They had encircled the ship she'd commandeered, their guns trained on every exit. The young man looked from one to the other and spoke up. "I think we can all calm down. There's really no need for this to turn into a fight to the death, right?" Yondu let out a sigh of relief and said, "That's right. There's no real grudge between us. Violence isn't the answer to everything." Xiaoji's lips twitched. "But who threw the first punch?" "You slapped me in the face first," the young man immediately replied. "See? You hit him in the face." Yondu quickly chimed in. Xiaoji was taken aback. "That was for all the Marvel fans out there." "What fans?" Yondu and the young man asked in unison. "None of your business," Xiaoji replied. He sheathed his combat knife and holstered his pistol, but the eye of Horus remained fixed on that little golden arrow. "If possible, I'd prefer if we could reach an understanding." A sharp whistle pierced the air, prompting Xiaoji to raise his gun, aiming squarely at Yondu. Yondu caught the golden arrow with a swift motion. "No need to get so worked up. I can't just let it float there forever, can I?" After carefully stowing the golden arrow away, Yondu turned to Xiaoji. "If you don't mind, perhaps we could find somewhere more comfortable to talk things over. And by the way, what's the deal with this ship?" "Just an escape pod," Xiaoji replied, giving Yondu a long, searching look. The eye of Horus stayed alert as he continued. "I think a proper conversation would do us good." "Of course. After you." Yondu gestured politely. The 3 of them left the ship, leaving the gathered Ravagers utterly bewildered by the sudden appearance of this unexpected black guy. They had surrounded the vessel, but had no clue what had transpired inside. "Is he some kind of loot?" someone ventured. "Looks like he could fetch a decent price." Another began speculating on Xiaoji's worth. Yet another exclaimed in admiration, "That outfit looks amazing, except for that hole in the sleeve." Glancing at his torn sleeve, Xiaoji turned to Yondu and said, "You owe me a new shirt. This one's expensive." Yondu's lips twitched in response. After a brief explanation, Xiaoji found himself escorted by the group into a spacious chamber. He took a quick look at the dilapidated surroundings, raising an eyebrow. In every respect, these Ravagers were the very definition of a ragtag mob. They fit every stereotype to a T: ugly, filthy, chaotic, and menacing. The eye of Horus never left Yondu, especially the corner of his mouth. Though the movies had left Xiaoji with a certain fondness for Yondu. After all, this was a man who'd sacrificed everything for his adopted son. He reminded himself of an important fact. That was someone else's son, the protagonist of the Guardians of the Galaxy, not Xiaoji. If he lost sight of that and naively assumed Yondu was just a soft-hearted good guy, he'd have no idea how he'd end up dead. Although he had considered it before, since he had arrived in the universe, he wondered if he might run into Star-Lord, Yondu, and their crew. This sudden encounter happened so quickly that Xiaozi's thoughts were thrown into disarray. Somehow, a few chairs had appeared from who knew where, and Xiaozi now sat facing Yondu. "Now, can you explain your origins, stranger?" Yondu fixed his gaze on Xiaozi, surrounded by a ring of Ravagers that made his presence all the more intimidating. "You may call me instructor." Xiaozi adjusted his mask. "I come from Earth." "Heavens, he from Earth." "Earth? Don't they mostly produce food there?" "Quill's from Earth too. Who was it that said they wanted to eat him back then? After all, none of us have ever tasted an Earthling before." Xiaozi whipped around, staring directly at the one who'd spoken about eating someone from Earth. His eyes narrowed, a deadly aura radiating from him. "Could you please repeat what you just said?" His voice was calm and even, but his words were full of quiet menace. For reasons no one could explain, the calmer and more composed Xiaozi's tone, the more unsettling it became. His sincere, steady voice felt like a summons from death itself. The Ravager who'd spoken instinctively stepped back 2 paces. And no, that wasn't me. Xiaozi gave a silent nod, then turned his gaze to Yondu, speaking quietly. For some unknown reason, I found myself in this universe and suddenly landed in the Nova Empire's prison. I've only just escaped, and now I've run into you. If my words or actions have seemed rash, I hope you'll forgive me. Huh, Earth you say? Yondu licked his lips and said, so instructor from Earth, what do you plan to do next? If possible, I hope to leave here as soon as I can and return to my homeland. As Xiaozi looked at Yondu, a thought suddenly struck him. Yondu should know the way to Earth. After all, he was the one who took Star-Lord from there all those years ago. But how could he bring this up? Logically speaking, someone like him, an outsider, someone who had just appeared in the universe for some unknown reason, should have no way of knowing about this. So, after thinking for a moment, he finally spoke. If possible, I'd like to figure out exactly how to get back. The way back to Earth. Yondu grinned, showing a mouthful of white teeth. To be honest, it's not as easy as you might think. Earth has always been a very special place. Despite its abundant resources, very few are willing to set foot there. It's practically a forbidden zone. Naturally, a star map leading to Earth isn't something you can just get your hands on so easily. Xiaozi paused in surprise. This wasn't quite what Jeff had said. Do different people have different views about Earth? That actually made sense. After all, to them, Earth was still an unknown world. Yondu had probably only been there once in his whole life. People always cast their own colors on the unknown. Whether they're from Earth or from another planet, there's really no difference. After mulling it over, Xiaozi smiled and said, from what you're saying, it sounds like you know exactly how to get such a star map. He's got one. Right on him. Star-Lord suddenly shouted with no restraint. Xiaozi blinked. What perfect timing. He'd been racking his brain, trying to steer the conversation in that direction, and Star-Lord had just blurted out the answer. He immediately turned to Yondu. Behind the black mask, it was impossible to tell what expression he wore. Yondu's face darkened, and he shot Star-Lord a fierce glare before turning to Xiaozi. Well, isn't that a coincidence? I do, in fact, have a star map to Earth in my possession. But tell me, why should I just give it to you? Xiaozi eyed Yondu thoughtfully, shrugged, and said, I remember you once told me violence can't solve everything. But when words fail, sometimes violence is the only way to settle things. Yondu's expression instantly turned grim. He narrowed his eyes at Xiaozi, but beneath that pitch-black mask, there was no way to read what he was thinking. For a long moment, Yondu let out a deep sigh. If they fought, he wasn't confident he could escape unscathed. That brief exchange on the ship had made it clear. This instructor from Earth possessed terrifying abilities. Teleportation, those fearsome firearms, and defenses so strong that even his golden arrow couldn't break through in an instant. All these powers made Yondu wary. If things really fell apart, and Xiaozi slipped out of his sight, the whole ship would be shrouded in the shadow of death. How could he possibly defend against a sudden, lethal attack from behind, delivered in the blink of an eye? After Xiaozi said his piece, the tension in the air tightened to the breaking point. The cold in the room was so intense it felt as if it could freeze a person's very soul. At last, Yondu finally spoke up. The map can't just be handed over for nothing. Whatever it is, we need to make a trade. That's actually quite reasonable. Xiaozi thought for a moment and said, but I don't really have anything valuable enough to trade. Oh wait, would you be interested in a live person? A live person? Yondu was taken aback. What do you mean, a live person? The warden of Qian's high-security prison. A big, blue, fat guy, Xiaozi replied. You kidnapped Warden Jeff? Yondu, ever the seasoned old hand, instantly guessed the blue fat man's identity. His eyes sparkled with intrigue and excitement. That's interesting. He's worth quite a lot. In fact, if you use him to trade for the map, you're the one getting the short end of the stick. I appreciate your honesty. With a thought, Xiaozi summoned the blue fat man to his side. Because this time he hadn't been knocked unconscious, Jeff felt as if the world was spinning the moment he appeared. His eyes reddened as he glared at Xiaozi. Dear heavens, you devil. What are you planning to do to me now? He barely finished his sentence before the room fell silent, and his words seemed to echo like a spell in everyone's minds. A moment later, everyone was looking at Xiaozi with rather peculiar expressions. Xiaozi pondered briefly and asked Yondu, would you prefer him dead? No, absolutely not. Yondu replied at once. No need to be so hot-tempered, young man. He crooked his finger. A young man who had been staring intently at Xiaozi immediately leaned in, never taking his eyes off Xiaozi, and ended up blocking Yondu's entire face. Yondu's face turned an even deeper shade of blue. He gave a young man a sharp slap on the head. Don't block my view. Go fetch whatever he needs and escort our distinguished guest out. The young man, still rubbing his head from the slap, nodded quickly and grabbed Jeff. Follow me. Xiaojie watched coldly from the sidelines, making no move to stop them. Yondu grinned and said, Aren't you worried I'll just break the deal once I have the man? Trust is the foundation of any partnership, Xiaojie replied. This is the first step in our acquaintance. Ha, I'm liking you more and more. Yondu's eyes gleamed. Suddenly, I have a rather brilliant idea. Would you care to hear it? Xiaojie made a gesture of invitation, signaling he was all ears. How about you join us? Yondu said, You possess great power, and you're incredibly clever. In fact, you're the smartest earthling I've ever met. Star-Lord glared from the side. Those words sounded like a sweeping generalization. Xiaojie chuckled. That's only because you've met too few humans from Earth. There are plenty who are much smarter than me. All right, but that isn't the point. Yondu spoke up. What I'm trying to say is, you're very capable. But right now, you don't have any money. You can join us for now, and together we'll take on some meaningful jobs. These jobs will let you quickly amass enough wealth. With that wealth, you'll be able to buy a ship and enough fuel to fly yourself back to Earth. Xiaojie sat there in quiet silence, his expression hidden behind his mask. Because of this, nobody noticed that he'd been sneaking glances at Star-Lord all along, while an amusing idea took shape in his mind. A playful smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. I think we'll need a reasonable system for sharing the spoils. Because I won't be your subordinate. We're partners, right? Right, partners. Yondu burst out laughing. I like that word, I really do. Then here's to our partnership. May it be a fruitful one. Xiaojie finally drew his gaze away from Star-Lord's face, his words full of meaning. Author's note on going live. I always feel like writing a note for going live is something sacred, since you really can't say anything before you're officially up. So I won't ramble too much. Let me just say, as soon as the access goes live at midnight tonight, I'll be dropping 15 chapters in one go. I've heard there can be a slight delay when activating VIP access, so if the chapters aren't released right on time, those of you who aren't in a hurry to sleep can wait a little longer. If you're feeling sleepy, then just check it out tomorrow. The book started at the end of May, and now it's launching on August 1st, a solid 2 months, give or take. I wouldn't have made it this far without the help of my editor, Wakaba, and the support of all of you. I truly have to thank you. Now, I'm not really sure what else to say. I actually want to pour my heart out to you all, maybe complain a bit, beg for some subscriptions. But at this moment, I find myself a loss for words. My feelings are complicated. All right, let's talk about the update plans moving forward. After the launch, updates won't be split up anymore. There will be at least 3 chapters every day. They'll all be released together around 8 p.m. in the evening. That way, you won't have to deal with one chapter in the morning and another at night. That always made for a frustrating reading experience. From now on, everything will come out at once. So, once again, thank you all for your constant support, and I hope you'll stick with me in the future as well. I'll do my best, and after fulfilling the guaranteed 3 chapters a day, I'll surprise you with bonus chapters whenever I can, always with quality as my top priority. As for the rules about extra updates, I won't be making any. Honestly, I don't think I can stick to them, so let's just rely on my own lazy self-discipline as an author and see how it goes. Finally, my heartfelt thanks to everyone who has supported me. Thank you all. I'm your cutest little pure heart ha-ha. Xiaojie quickly got what he wanted. It was a device he had once seen in the hands of the blue, chubby Jeff, a metallic, cylindrical instrument. You could pull out a virtual screen from the side, much like a personal computer, though with even more features. However, inside Xiaojie's device, there was only a single map. When he opened it, he found it contained nothing but records of interstellar jump points. To jump from here to Earth would take even longer than Xiaojie had imagined. It would require at least half a year of continuous travel. After reading that, Xiaojie couldn't help but curse inwardly. No wonder Yondu believed that only by working with them could he earn enough travel expenses to get home. But Xiaojie quickly hid his frustration, and with the mask covering his face, no one could tell what he was feeling. After discussing some details of their future cooperation with Yondu, he was led away to rest. And it was none other than Star-Lord who escorted Xiaojie to his quarters. The whole way there, Star-Lord didn't say a word. It wasn't until they reached the door of the rest pod that he finally turned to Xiaojie. You're from Earth. Xiaojie considered for a moment and ignored him, stepping into the pod and about to close the door, when Star-Lord burst in ahead of him. I'm asking you, are you really from Earth? Star-Lord looked at Xiaojie with intense seriousness. Xiaojie, helpless, nodded. And then, what do you mean, and then? Star-Lord looked confused. No, I'm asking, are you really from Earth? You've asked that 3 times already. Do you think I have trouble hearing? Xiaojie replied, exasperated. Yes, I'm from Earth. So what? The Earthlings I remember don't look much like you. He stared at Xiaojie's mask, puzzled. Or is it that Earth has started some new, evolutionary project in the past 20 years? Seems like too much space travel has scrambled your brain. Xiaojie reached up and removed his mask, saying, can't you tell this is just a mask? Well, who would have guessed? That thing looked like it was part of your face. Star-Lord waved his hand dismissively. But that's not important. What matters is if you're from Earth, I have to warn you, not to think of Yondu as some kind of good guy. You know, he took me from Earth. We're from the same place. You're from Earth too? Xiaojie did his best to look utterly shocked. Why do you look completely unsurprised? Star-Lord eyed him curiously. Don't you believe me? I do. I'm also very shocked. Xiaojie replied with a perfectly blank face. All right, I don't know if it's some side effect of evolution, but it seems like everyone from Earth these days has a poker face. Star-Lord sped up. Anyway, what I'm trying to tell you is don't trust Yondu. That guy's no good. You hear me? When I was taken away, I was only 8. 8 years old, do you get that? I know what being 8 means. You don't have to keep repeating it. Xiaojie said helplessly. Anyway, they even wanted to eat me. Star-Lord exclaimed. So, buddy, I've always had a plan. You're planning to go back to Earth? No. That place is just a pile of heartbreak for me. I'm not going back. But we can escape from Yondu. Star-Lord glanced toward the door, then lowered his voice. Originally, I was going to do this on my own, but hey, buddy, you showed up. Another Earthling. You're a natural ally. If you're up for it, we could tear through the galaxy. Together. Trust me, teaming up with me is much better than working with Yondu. At least I won't sell you out. The two of us will strike it rich in no time. And if you want to go home after, I'll even help you pick out the fastest ship. And then, Xiaojie blinked. Why do I get the feeling you're only mildly interested? And all you can say is and then. Star-Lord looked at Xiaojie baffled. Listen, Yondu just took on a job. He's supposed to explore some primitive planet and look for something. It's happening in a week, and that's our window. Once we get off this ship, there's a jump point nearby. We can take it and leave. Yondu won't be able to catch up. How long have you been cooking up this plan? 3 hours. Star-Lord's face was full of excitement. Xiaojie was stunned. He'd suspected as much, but it still caught him off guard. This guy was a real character. Then a thought struck him. You don't try to run away from home every other day, do you? This isn't home at all. I'm just cargo to Yondu, cargo. Star-Lord said, sure, he taught me to shoot, but he also taught me to steal. He raised me, but only because I was useful. The day I'm not useful anymore, he'll kill me without a second thought. You know that? He'll kill me. No, he wouldn't. Xiaojie let out a quiet sigh, but he didn't turn down Star-Lord's invitation. In fact, this was exactly what he'd been hoping for. Xiaojie wasn't exactly sure how Yondu treated outsiders, but anyone who could become the leader of this band of beasts and birds was certainly not someone to be trifled with. To say that working with him was like asking a tiger for its skin might be a bit of an exaggeration, but partnering with such an old fox, well, getting tricked was just par for the course. He was no Peter Quill, raised under Yondu's watchful eye. He was just a stranger, freshly arrived from Earth, completely clueless about this new world he'd landed in. He didn't even know the price of things here. How could he possibly expect Yondu to treat him fairly or honestly? By comparison, the goofball in front of him felt far easier to trust. So, when Yondu proposed a partnership, Xiaojie's mind was already racing with a mischievous plan of his own. He'd encourage Peter Quill to run away from home. After all, they were both Earthlings. Even though they'd started off with a bit of a scuffle, at the end of the day, they were from the same hometown. Once he agreed to Yondu's proposal, he would naturally become one of the Ravagers. Then he could chat with Peter Quill whenever he wanted, nudging him bit by bit toward his own little rebellion. What Xiaojie hadn't expected was that, before he even put his plan into action, Peter had already brought it up himself. It was a little strange that Peter would so casually share his runaway scheme with a complete stranger and even want to rope him in as a partner in crime. But considering their shared Earth origin and the fact that, despite being a total goof, Peter really did have that superhero spark. In him, it made sense. Seeing a fellow Earthling stranded in a foreign land, wanting to lend a helping hand was only natural. And of course, Peter had seen Xiaojie's abilities firsthand. Teaming up could only help him, never hurt. Whether it was fate or simply a happy accident, Xiaojie's arrival happened to coincide perfectly with Peter's plan to break away, right as everything was falling into place. The timing couldn't have been better. All right, let's do it. We'll work together. After pretending to think it over for a long while, Xiaojie finally nodded, agreeing as if it were only natural. Soon he was left alone in the rest pod, lying on a bed that was far from comfortable, hands behind his head, staring up at the ceiling overhead. After a long while, he couldn't help but let out a sigh. Whether it was breaking out of prison, outsmarting Yondu, or striking a deal with Peter Quill, none of it could change one simple fact. Right now, he was out here in the vast universe. Outside the window, the endless sea of stars stretched on forever, dark, silent, and lonely, dotted here and there with starlight, yet still so empty. No matter how wild his thoughts, no matter how close to madness or despair, none of it could change his situation. The super serum experiment on Earth was unfinished. What would become of it, now that he was gone? He had no way of knowing. Would the energy burst from the Tesseract destroy the data stored in the computer? Although there were emergency protocols in place, the Tesseract's energy was unlike anything else. And now that he was leaving, he wouldn't be able to return for at least half a year. Even with the star map as a guide, it would take at least 6 months to travel back. Before that, he'd have to spend who knows how long earning enough money for the journey. I hope it won't take too much time. Xiaojiue rubbed his forehead, his thoughts turning once again to Dr. Connors and Banner. When the energy erupted, Banner's transformation into the Hulk had caught Xiaojiue off guard. What if, from the very beginning, I hadn't tried to solve the problem with the serum? What if, from the start, I just sat down and had a calm talk with the Hulk? He tapped his head. By the time of Thor, Ragnarok, Hulk already had a fully independent personality. He might be a bit slow, but he's not impossible to communicate with. If I'd been willing, could I have dealt with Banner's hidden dangers much sooner? There was always the risk of being smashed into a pancake by the Hulk, but maybe it wasn't impossible after all. In the end, it all comes down to not being strong enough. Xiaojiue rolled over. If I were powerful enough, I wouldn't need to suppress the Hulk. If I could match him blow for blow, things wouldn't be so passive. Thinking of Banner brought his thoughts back to the Hulk, and from the Hulk to Dr. Connors. With him gone, what kind of situation would Connors be facing? All the hopes he once had evaporated like a waking dream. Could he handle it? If the data was still intact, maybe things wouldn't be so bad. With his ability, the universal formula shouldn't slip his mind, right? But even if he remembered it, how would he solve the final problem in the experiment? After mulling over it for a long time, Xiaojiue realized there was no use worrying about it now. He wasn't going back anytime soon. Yet for some reason, Li Xiaomi suddenly popped into his mind. He'd stayed at her place for months and had yet to pay a single cent in rent. Now he'd left without a word, heading off to who knows where. When he finally returned, shouldn't he at least say something? If she asked where he'd been, what would he say? Took a trip across the galaxy? Seriously, with Li Xiaomi's temper. Well, with her personality, there was nothing much she'd do anyway. She was the type to be tough on the outside, but soft at heart. Thinking about this made him smile unconsciously. Back on Earth, they call each other every so often. She'd always tell him about things at school. This and that, all sorts of random stories, never mind whether Xiaojiue was interested or not. But for some reason, listening to those stories, so far removed from superheroes and their world, always brought him a quiet sense of peace. Perhaps this was what he had never admitted to himself. The fear of being utterly alone and helpless was finally soothed. A remarkable girl. Xiaozi's eyes were half closed, and, for no apparent reason, Carter's face surfaced once more in his mind. Still a little anxious, though, he muttered under his breath. Half asleep, drifting between dream and reality, Xiaozi suddenly snapped his eyes open. Instinctively, he shot out a hand, seizing the collar of the person in front of him. With a swift motion, he rolled off the bed, pinning the intruder down. In a flash, his other hand produced a combat knife, the blade poised to slice through the intruder's throat. "It's me." Star-Lord's voice broke in, tinged with panic. Only then did Xiaozi narrow his eyes and fully awaken from sleep. He released his grip on Star-Lord and frowned. "It's the middle of the night. What are you doing here?" "What? That's it? You almost killed me just now." Star-Lord hissed in a low voice. "Oh, sorry," Xiaozi replied. "Call it a side effect of being a battle-hardened veteran. In a place where I don't feel safe, I could kill even in my sleep. That's pretty badass." Star-Lord straightened his rumpled clothes. "But I don't like it." "Suit yourself. But if I were you, I'd answer the question I asked earlier." Xiaozi raised an eyebrow at him. Star-Lord thought for a moment. "Right, I actually came to make you a new mask. Yours as well, it looks cool, but it's useless in space. At the very least, it doesn't help you breathe." Xiaozi nodded and sighed. "Thanks. My God, did you just say thank you?" Star-Lord exclaimed in mock disbelief. "I was sure you'd just say, and then. You have no idea how much that would have scarred me." "About this much?" Xiaozi gestured with his hands. Star-Lord stared at him for a moment, then burst out laughing. "Ew, you're a lot more interesting than I thought. I mean, if you kept that icy look all the time, I can't imagine what a nightmare it'd be to work together. That'd be even more depressing than this prison. No, this is good. You're all right, man." Xiaozi blinked in surprise, unable to hold back a silent grumble in his heart. "Of all the compliments, that's the last thing I wanted to hear from you." Come with me. Suddenly, Star-Lord clapped him on the shoulder. I want to show you something. His pleasant dream interrupted. Xiaozi could only follow. Speaking of which, what exactly had he been dreaming about just now? He vaguely remembered dancing. Was Carter's face there? The details were already slipping away. Following Star-Lord, he wove through various hidden corners of the ship. Star-Lord had grown up here, and he knew every nook and cranny like the back of his hand. There were secret passageways everywhere, tucked away in the most unexpected places. Xiaozi had followed along all the way, and in doing so, had broadened his horizons quite a bit. As he walked, he began sketching a mental map of the terrain, instinctively plotting how he might hide or strike in a place like this. But as soon as those thoughts surfaced, Xiaozi frowned. Why have I been thinking about killing people so much lately? We're here. Star-Lord's voice suddenly broke into his thoughts. Xiaozi glanced over as Star-Lord tapped at the keypad beside the hatch. With a soft hiss, the door slid open. Hey, this is the Ravager's storage room. Most of this stuff was salvaged from across the galaxy. Some things are valuable, some aren't, but a lot of it is useful. If you want to make a mask, you'll have to find your materials here. Yondu guards the code to this place like a dragon with its hoard. But he has no idea. I've known it for ages. Xiaozi blinked, struck by the feeling that Yondu probably knew every one of Star-Lord's tricks, and had simply chosen to indulge him. The more he thought about it, the more he envied that relationship. His own parents had died when he was very young. Fate had forced him to grow up quickly, and he'd never really had the chance to be a mischievous kid. Watching Star-Lord now, Xiaozi couldn't help but feel that this guy was the very image of a troublemaker raised by Yondu. Digging holes all over the house, constantly plotting to run away. If that wasn't the definition of a brat, what was? If Star-Lord hadn't been raised by Yondu himself, Xiaozi suspected Yondu would have strangled him long ago. Hey, check this out. Star-Lord's voice pulled Xiaozi out of his reverie. He looked around and couldn't help but be amazed. The warehouse was massive, piled high with all sorts of strange, battered objects. There were blasted-apart spaceships, mysterious machines, heaps of broken-down weapons, junk crammed into every corner. Impressive, isn't it? Star-Lord boasted. Not all of this was picked up from cosmic debris. Some of it came from planets, too. Some wild, some abandoned. You know, we've traveled all over, always finding the oddest things. And Yondu? He always manages to find a buyer. The truly valuable stuff gets turned into cash. But what we need now is just some electronic components from here. Interesting. Xiaozi smiled, casually picking up a very postmodern-looking firearm. Suddenly, a prompt popped up from the disassembler. Would you like to disassemble this rifle-class weapon, Green? It can even break down weapons? Xiaozi was surprised. While Star-Lord was distracted, he swiftly stashed the weapon into his disassembler's space, then reached for one that looked even more battered. But this time, there was no prompt for disassembly. So, is it determined by how intact the weapon is? Xiaozi blinked. Even though there were quite a few abandoned weapons here, very few of them retained a decent appearance. Still, if he searched carefully, he might be able to dig up a good number that could be disassembled, right? A green rifle? Xiaozi suddenly chuckled. It was starting to feel more and more like a video game. But in games, if it's green, doesn't that usually mean it's part of a set? While Star-Lord continued to rummage through the pile, Xiaozi simply let himself go and searched around at random. As expected, weapons that were too badly damaged couldn't be disassembled. After searching for quite a while, Xiaozi only managed to find 13 weapons that were eligible for disassembly. Of these, 7 were handguns, 2 were rifles, and 4 were submachine guns. These were the only ones Xiaozi could find that were still relatively intact on the surface. What's more, all of them had green tags. That sparked an idea in Xiaozi's mind. If these weapons had been carefully maintained and never damaged, would their grade have increased by now? But that thought was fleeting. After all, you couldn't expect everyone to be an avid collector of antiques. Speaking of collecting, Xiaozi suddenly remembered the illustrious collector from the Guardians of the Galaxy, Taneleer Tyvan. For some reason, I kind of want to rob his collection room. Xiaozi scratched his head. But most of the stuff the guy collects is just plain bizarre. I remember in one scene from Guardians of the Galaxy, he even had a dark elf in his collection. His taste and the disassembler's standards are probably never going to align. Hey, look what I found. Star-Lord suddenly waved excitedly at Xiaozi. Xiaozi turned his head, but his gaze was immediately drawn to what was behind Star-Lord. He hurried over and, staring at a row of armor, asked, "What's this?" Armor. Star-Lord's answer was so textbook that Xiaozi almost wanted to compliment his proficiency in the universal language of the cosmos. The row of armor standing behind him looked incredibly refined. With solemn engravings and unique materials, they exuded an ancient and majestic aura. Even though all these suits of armor appeared rather battered, Xiaojie still couldn't tear his eyes away. The moment he reached out and touched one gently, the disassembler's prompt popped up. Would you like to disassemble Asgardian military armor? Purple. Where did you guys get these things? Xiaojie asked Star-Lord. Oh, these? We picked them up on an abandoned planet. Star-Lord said. Why did you leave them there? Xiaojie was momentarily a loss for words. There were just too many things to complain about. He asked helplessly. Can I take these things with me? Of course you can. They won't sell anyway. I mean, wouldn't Yondu notice if I took them? No, not at all. There are no cameras here, and unless there's something new to collect or to sell, Yondu doesn't check on these things every day. After Star-Lord answered, he glanced at Xiaojie. But are you planning to carry all of them out yourself? Xiaojie smiled, reached out, and with a pat, one of the suits of armor simply vanished. Where did it go? Star-Lord was dumbfounded. Have Earthlings really evolved this much? I've only been gone about 20 years, not centuries. How could things have changed so much? Wait, you're not going to make me disappear too, are you? Xiaojie hesitated, then asked earnestly, Want to give it a try? No. Star-Lord waved his hands frantically. I think I'll pass. That's not really my style. What a shame, Xiaojie sighed. Not a shame at all, okay. Star-Lord rolled his eyes, already forgetting what he'd wanted to brag about to Xiaojie. He simply said, Looks like we found almost everything. Can you hand me that mask of yours? The mask instantly appeared in Xiaojie's hand. Star-Lord's expression shifted. He extended a finger and, after hesitating, tapped the mask lightly. You're sure this thing won't make me vanish? It's honestly hard to imagine that in such a technologically advanced universe, someone as clueless as you could exist. Xiaojie finally couldn't hold back. Oh wow, Star-Lord exclaimed in surprise. You actually know how to insult people? I thought you only solved arguments with knives, or, failing that, with a gun. Sorry to disappoint you for not living up to your expectations, Xiaojie sighed softly. He'd always been the one leaving others speechless, but now, had he finally met his match? No, wait. The truth was his own state of mind wasn't right. Lately, he kept having this inexplicable urge to play the aloof cool guy. This is bad. My inner heartthrob is showing. Xiaojie was suddenly alarmed. No, Star-Lord quickly said. Trust me, you do not have that kind of potential. Really? Star-Lord had a secret workshop on this ship. It was hidden right inside his room. He dug a hole in the floor and made a narrow passage, which led to a spacious area below. There he'd set up a workbench and surrounded it with some equipment that looked old but was absolutely reliable, perfect for building whatever he needed. After bringing Xiaojie over for a brief tour, Star-Lord immediately got busy with his work. Xiaojie watched for a while, and Star-Lord explained the principles behind his modifications, many of which were things Xiaojie had never even heard of before. There were a lot of tiny, yet exquisitely crafted components, even involving theories of spatial folding. Overall, to Xiaojie, Star-Lord's explanations sounded like an unintelligible torrent of words, a blur of concepts swirling in his mind. The knowledge gap was simply too vast. Even if he tried to absorb it all at once, it was almost impossible to digest. Since he couldn't make sense of it anyway, Xiaojie decided to tinker with the weapons and armor he'd just acquired. But when he glanced at the disassembly device's storage space, he froze in surprise. With a single thought, he summoned forth an enormous creature, towering over 3 meters high. Star-Lord, who had just been showing off in front of Xiaojie, nearly popped his eyes out at the sight. Hey, let's talk this out. Don't scare people like that. Xiaojie ignored him, focusing intently on the massive creature before him. Abomination? Yes, it must be Abomination. He remembered, when the Cosmic Cube had set his dreams loose, he'd clashed with this behemoth several times, and in a fit of desperation, had stored it away inside the disassembly device. Looking back now, it had to be this very creature he was facing. After the first experiment, Abomination's size hadn't changed, still towering and broad, and even his slip disc had been fixed. Aside from his inhuman stature, he was otherwise not so different from a normal person. But after the second experiment, why had he suddenly become like this? Now, Abomination stood nearly 3.5 meters tall. The room couldn't contain him standing upright, so he sat curled up on the floor, his huge eyes staring blankly ahead, with little spark of intelligence in their depths, and a string of drool hanging half a foot long from his mouth. His mind still shows no change, so what exactly happened to him? Xiaojie reached out to touch the creature's skin, which was now a color no human should possess. It was a pale gray, every inch covered in a thick, hardened layer, giving the impression of incredible toughness. Without hesitation, Xiaojie drew a military knife and tested it against the creature's skin. It was like stabbing solid steel. What do you mean, what happened? Wasn't this thing you're doing? Star-Lord, Unable to hold back any longer, blurted out, "Seriously, man, are you really from Earth? Has the human survival environment gotten this harsh?" Xiaojisha shot him a glance. "Just get back to your work." Star-Lord glared and shouted, "Fine, I'm going. No need to snap at me." Xiaojisha wanted to retort, but just didn't have the energy for it right now. With a helpless sigh, he tore his gaze away from Star-Lord and looked back at the hulking brute before him. "So you were acting like a fool before, and now you've turned into Iron Kid again?" At this, he let out another sigh. "Besides, at least the other guy looks cuter than you. Tell me, what use do you even have left?" There was no response. The creature's eyes rolled slightly, following Xiaozi's hand, then returned to their blank, dazed stare. Xiaozi simply sat on the floor, locking eyes with Abomination. Star-Lord, busy tinkering with something, glanced up at them, then went right back to work, but his mouth never rested. "Honestly, if it weren't for the size difference, I'd think you two were a thing." Xiaozi didn't reply, just drew a pistol and set it down beside himself. Star-Lord immediately shut up, not uttering another word. With a bit of peace at last, Xiaozi was left alone with his inner turmoil. But it didn't take long before he extended a finger, bit it until blood welled up, and pressed it to Abomination's chest. "Let's give it a try." He was about to use mind control. After 2 failed attempts, each worse than the last, Xiaozi had nearly lost hope in this ability. Now, here he was, somewhere out in the universe, a universe full of marvels, endless dangers. He'd gotten lucky running into Yondu and Star-Lord. If his luck turned, a meeting with the Mad Titan would be a whole different story. Not to mention Thanos' current strength. Just his Black Order alone was more than a match for most. Xiaozi knew that if he faced them now, he wouldn't stand a chance. So, experiments could wait until he was back on Earth. For now, he needed to grow stronger. Seeing Abomination in this state reminded Xiaozi of that almost useless skill he'd acquired before, mind control. As for whether he met the first requirement for using mind control, the target's willingness, that would have to be tested by Xiaozi himself. Moving like it was second nature, Xiaozi channeled his colorless energy while painting a complicated circular sigil on Abomination's chest with his own blood. The symbols within were intricate, unfathomably mysterious. As he finished the last stroke, he whispered softly, "Into the deepest dark, let the pulsing tide arise, gaze down upon the crimson pale." With each line he spoke, the runes on Abomination's chest flared with light. Each symbol, as it lit up, spun rapidly. And with Xiaozi's final command, "Open your eyes." As the words fell, Abomination's chest erupted in light. The red runes wove themselves into a net, wrapping his entire body in a web as fine as silk, as deep as blood from which it was drawn. Abomination didn't even struggle a bit inside that web. When his entire body was wrapped up in its mesh, all the red threads twisted into countless knots, then melted away, flowing right into Abomination's body. At the same moment, a single crimson thread extended from Abomination's chest, snaking its way towards Xiaojie. Xiaojie reached out his palm. The red thread touched his hand, then faded into nothingness. But in the center of his palm, a vivid blood red that remained, like a drop of cinnabar, a birthmark glowing deep as blood. Xiaojie studied it for a while, a strange sense of discomfort gnawing at him. Yet, at the same time, an inexplicable feeling welled up inside him, as if, with just a thought, this hulking brute before him would obey his every command. "Come on, shake hands." Xiaojie extended his hand. "Come on, shake hands." He beckoned to Abomination. Abomination's huge hand immediately reached out. Xiaojie gripped his fingers, nodded in satisfaction. "My grandpa used to train dogs just like this," Star-Lord chimed in, barely glancing up from whatever he was fiddling with. Xiaojie's mouth twitched. "Damn, is there anywhere you don't show up?" He'd been so focused he'd actually forgotten about this guy. Should he silence him for good? He glared darkly at Star-Lord. Their eyes met. Star-Lord grinned. "So, the big guy's under control now?" "Yeah," Xiaojie nodded. "Black magic did the trick." "Impressive. You're a magician." Star-Lord asked. "That thing before, was that space magic? Teleportation? And you're handy with weapons too. Are you a gun mage or something?" Suddenly, Xiaojie found the question surprisingly hard to answer. "Gun mage? Where did that come from?" "A gun mage? Seriously? Why not just call me a weapons specialist while you're at it?" And this guy, after all he'd just seen, he wasn't even the slightest bit worried? "Aren't you afraid I'll use that trick on you?" Xiaojie looked at Star-Lord. "Aren't we on the same team?" Star-Lord stared at him, blinking in disbelief. "Hey, I'm still working on your gear. And you're here, actually thinking of using that freaky black magic on me. Wouldn't any normal person be at least a little worried?" Xiaojie asked, blinking back. "I never even considered it till you brought it up." Star-Lord stared back, wide-eyed. "Come on, you wouldn't, right? We're teammates." "Teammates my ass. You're not the Straw Hat King, and you're definitely not some orange-haired punk with a massive sword slashing monsters left and right. So why are you throwing the whole comrade routine at me? If you really mean it, go ahead and whip up a spirit bomb or something. Maybe then I'll buy into your nonsense. Xiaojie ranted inwardly with frustration, and finally let out a helpless sigh. You should really thank Yondu for the fact that you're still alive. Star-Lord looked at Xiaojie, puzzled. After a moment's thought, Xiaojie asked, how much longer will you need over here? This is a long job. I need absolute precision. Star-Lord replied, glancing at the task in his hands. It'll take at least another 3 days. Xiaojie no longer harbored any thoughts of silencing him. He got up, put away Abomination, and said to Star-Lord, all right, I'll head back and wait for you then. You're not planning to stick around and chat? Star-Lord asked. Honestly, I'm really curious about Earth these days. I've been away from home for over 20 years. What's it like now? Does everyone commute with teleportation? Do people like you stash their luggage in some mysterious place? And what about humanity's survival? Are there still big monsters like the one you released, with people wielding huge wooden clubs, roaring outside the city walls, and threatening our existence? Xiaojie suddenly realized that the reason Star-Lord accepted him controlling Abomination so easily was because he never really regarded Abomination as a person in the first place. After mulling it over, Xiaojie replied seriously, it's a real shame you're here, making masks. You should be writing novels. Hey, have you been snooping in my diary? Star-Lord shot back. I'll have you know, The Galactic Adventures of Peter Quill is my own creation. Xiaojie was already climbing out, but when he heard this, he nearly slipped and fell. With a dark, exasperated expression, he trudged back into Star-Lord's room and closed up the entrance behind him. In the days that followed, Xiaojie gradually adapted to life aboard the ship. There weren't many rules here. Most of the time, everyone just gathered together to drink and brag. Once the booze started flowing, brawls inevitably broke out, and when they were too tired to fight, they'd find a spot to crash and sleep. Being new to the crew, Xiaojie might have had Yondu's attention, but not everyone was convinced about him. So, at first, whenever Xiaojie showed up, the crew would greet him with an especially enthusiastic invitation to drink. The alcohol was some strange brew, strong, with a terrible taste and an even worse kick. But Xiaojie's unique constitution made him immune to alcohol's effects. When the crew realized they couldn't take him down with drink, they decided to try their fists instead. Words can hardly describe the chaos that followed. Under Xiaojie's steel and sinew, the entire crew found themselves scrambling for cover, clutching their heads. Still, this turned out to be a good opportunity for Xiaojie. Ever since modern life had granted him all those skill books and crystal shards, he hadn't really had a chance to cut loose and enjoy a proper fight. Ever since the battle with the Lizardmen, he hadn't even fought a petty thug. He never quite figured out where his abilities truly stood. But now, after using his own 2 hands to send a whole boatload of monsters and demons fleeing in panic, Xiaojie finally got a clearer sense of his own strength. And that was when he fell in love with this kind of exercise. When the Marauders started losing their enthusiasm for brawling, Xiaojie, on the other hand, became even more spirited. He'd go out looking for drinking buddies whenever he had nothing to do. After a few rounds, he'd pick a fight, and he wouldn't stop until he'd knock someone out flat. Eventually, the gang decided not to drink with Xiaojie anymore. That only made him happier. He'd just use the excuse, refusing to drink is disrespecting me, and deliver a righteous punch or two. Yondu simply turned a blind eye to all of it. As long as no one got killed, he never made a fuss. In fact, on these long voyages, drinking and brawling were good ways for these guys to blow off their pent-up energy. Bottling it up would only cause bigger problems. Of course, Xiaojie wasn't out looking for trouble every single day. When the night grew quiet and everyone else was asleep, he'd head to the storage room, searching for items worth dismantling. That place was a real treasure trove. Though at first glance it seemed filled with nothing but battered weapons and junk, there were hidden gems buried within, far more valuable than they appeared. For example, Xiaojie once picked up a stone covered in strange symbols he couldn't read. As soon as he held it, the disassembler immediately popped up a message. Would you like to dismantle a mysterious item? Purple. Xiaojie didn't dismantle it right away. Instead, he stored it in the disassembler space, planning to sort through everything. First, once he was sure he hadn't missed any hidden treasures in the storage room, he'd consolidate them for dismantling all at once. He was cautious for a reason. He worried that dismantling too many random things would rack up experience for the disassembler too quickly. If it leveled up before he got to the really good stuff, that would be a real shame. 3 days later, Star-Lord, who had been holed up and hardly seen these days, finally emerged from his workshop, dark circles under his eyes, and handed something to Xiaojie. Here, this is for you. It was a small device, much like an earpiece, placed directly into Xiaojie's palm. Xiaojie stared at it for a bit, then asked in confusion, "Where's my mask?" "Put this on," said Star-Lord. "There's a fingerprint scanner. Use whichever finger feels most natural and hold it there for 3 seconds." Xiaozi did as instructed. After 3 seconds, a cold, mechanical voice rang in his ear. Fingerprint registered successfully. In the very next moment, as if conjured from thin air, a jet-black mask materialized over Xiaozi's face. "Your mask design is incredible." After seeing that Summer Knight had successfully put on the mask, Star-Lord spoke up. "Honestly, that's pretty impressive, even if it's just a bit short of my level. So, overall, I didn't change much. I just swapped out its original AI system. The fingerprint scan only works this one time, just this once. Only your fingerprint can activate it. Of course, the first scan takes 3 seconds, but after that, it'll respond instantly. In addition, I installed a breathing filtration system and a miniature oxygen supply. With both, you'll be able to survive in a vacuum or oxygen-free environment for at least 2 hours. When you activate it, it'll temporarily shield you from the vacuum. But since there's a time limit, if you can't get to a ship or some place where humans can survive quickly, you'll still die." Summer Knight tested out 2 of the features Tony had installed for him earlier, and, finding everything in order, nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad. Hey man, don't set the bar so high. I thought you'd be a lot more excited." Star-Lord shot him a glare. Summer Knight tapped the activator with his finger, and the mask instantly retracted, transforming back into that earpiece-like gadget. He tucked it away into his disassembler storage, then turned to Star-Lord with a deadpan expression. "I am happy. As if I believe that." Star-Lord yawned loudly. "You know, I haven't slept for 3 days working on this little gadget of yours. That's it. I'm going to sleep for 3 days straight. When I wake up, we'll get moving." Summer Knight pinched the bridge of his nose and nodded. "Get some good rest." After seeing Star-Lord off, Summer Knight took out the mask again, hooked it over his ear, and gave it a light tap. He checked himself in the mirror. Still looks pretty cool. Though, let's be real, it's mostly because I'm good looking. He didn't bother considering whether the mask's appearance had anything to do with his own looks. After admiring himself for a while, Summer Knight, feeling quite satisfied, finally took off the mask. He then reviewed the contents of his disassembler storage and selected a set of Asgardian military armor for dismantling. He'd just about cleared out Yondu's warehouse, and among everything he'd found, the highest grade items were purple. There were 9 in total. 5 sets of Asgardian military armor, a stone tablet inscribed with mysterious runes, and 3 seemingly unremarkable, broken crystals. The familiar grinding of gears echoed out again. Summer Knight let out a breath he didn't know he'd been holding, rubbed his forehead gently, and after a moment's thought, took out the earpiece to fiddle with it. Surprisingly, dismantling the Asgardian armor was taking even longer than he'd expected. About 7 minutes later, the decomposer finally let out a jet-like hiss. Equipment decomposition successful. Beginner Asgardian military combat technique *17. Beginner iron body technique *12. Pale gold ancient battle soul. Colorless crystal shard *31. Decomposer experience +5. Equipment decomposition complete. Would you like to extract the items now? Extract. He immediately extracted the items and examined them one by one. The purple armor yielded even more than he had imagined. The haul of colorless crystal shards was an especially delightful surprise for Xiaozi. An incredible 31 pieces. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, then picked up a copy of the beginner Asgardian military combat technique and pressed it to himself. In the very next moment, a series of combat maneuvers flooded Xiaozi's mind, settling into his body as instinct. What surprised him most was that the Asgardian military combat technique included not just hand-to-hand combat, but also the use of various weapons. Most of it, in fact, focused on cold weapons. After absorbing all 17 copies, he moved on to the 12 beginner iron body technique manuals. He had already absorbed 68 copies of this skill, yet still hadn't touched the threshold of the intermediate level. Will it turn into an invincible diamond body technique once I reach the advanced stage? He wondered, then smirked and shook his head. There were fewer beginner iron body technique manuals than in the Mark I Hall, but the colorless crystal shards were more abundant. Both items were purple, but was it simply due to differences in their focus? Xiaozi mused idly, then picked up the pale, gold ancient battle soul. Taking a steadying breath, he pressed it to himself. In an instant, a wave of gentle warmth enveloped his whole body. At first, it felt like a warm bath, but soon the heat intensified until it was nearly scalding. Just as Xiaozi felt he could barely endure it, all the sensations vanished in a heartbeat. He touched his forehead and found it dry. So it was all just an illusion? He clenched his fists. The surge in strength was undeniable. While not as dramatic as the boost from the Hulk's pants, It was far superior to what he'd gained from decomposing Mark I. So even when it's a battle soul, and the enhancement is for overall physical attributes, there can still be different areas of emphasis, he mused, a glimmer of understanding dawning on him. After stretching a bit, he had the distinct impression, perhaps just his imagination, that his muscles had grown firmer. Not lingering on this thought, Xiaozi began absorbing the colorless crystal shards while continuing to decompose the remaining pieces of armor. From a total of 5 suits of armor, Xiaozi received 171 colorless crystal shards, 76 beginner-level Asgardian military combat manuals, 57 beginner-level steel body manuals, and 5 pale, golden ancient battle souls, plus 25 experience points for the decomposition machine. It was that last 25 experience points that made Xiaozi's heart ache. The higher the quality of the equipment, the more experience you gain from dismantling it, which also means the decomposition machine will reach its next upgrade sooner. To be honest, waiting half a year for a single upgrade is simply inhumane. Other people's cheat devices take a day or 2 at most to level up, so why does this take so long each time? With a sigh, Xiaozi tapped on the crystal shards, feeling the colorless energy flooding through his body, almost as if every cell was pulsing with that energy. Faintly, Xiaozi sensed there might be a limit to how much colorless energy his body could hold. But for now, he had no idea where that limit was. And when he finally reached it, what kind of transformation would await him? From another perspective, every end is also a new beginning. Xiaozi didn't feel anxious, just a subtle sense of anticipation. After absorbing everything from dismantling those 5 suits of armor, Xiaozi felt like a prawn just lifted from boiling water. The main reason for this was the 5 pale, golden ancient battle souls. These things were frighteningly powerful. Although they didn't boost his strength as much as Hulk's pants, every time he used one, Xiaozi felt as if he were being tossed in a molten lava and rolled around. It was a scorching heat that started from within and radiated outward, and just when Xiaozi thought he couldn't endure it any longer, the feeling would recede like a tide. When it was over, Xiaozi vaguely sensed that the true effect of these 5 battle souls wasn't to increase strength, but rather to enhance his physical resilience, or perhaps his endurance. Of course, he had no solid proof of this. It was just a gut feeling. With a thought, Xiaozi began to decompose the stone tablet inscribed with arcane knowledge. At the same time, he turned his attention to the 3 shattered crystals. They were called crystals, but in fact, they'd also popped out from decomposition. To Xiaozi, though, they looked more like 3 lumps of coal. Pitch black, unremarkable, and irregularly shaped, something you'd toss aside without a second glance if you saw it on the ground. But they were, without a doubt, genuine purple-grade items. That's why they say, until you've given it a try, you'll never know what something's really worth, Xiaozi muttered to himself, focusing his thoughts once more on the stone tablet. In the Marvel Universe, there are countless wondrous races. Aside from all the monsters and demons aboard this ship, there were also entities of the ghostly and divine kind, a purple-skinned being like Thanos, and sinister sorcerers such as Dormammu, who appeared in Doctor Strange. In short, this universe was vast beyond measure, teeming with powerful beings of every imaginable kind. So, when Xiaozi discovered a slab inscribed with arcane knowledge here, he wasn't surprised in the least. What had taken him aback, however, was that the object was actually of purple rarity, making him wildly curious about the rewards he'd gained from dismantling it. Roughly 5 minutes later, the dismantler's notification arrived right on time. Item dismantling complete. Occult knowledge, teleportation circle, times 3. Dismantler experience plus 3. Xiaozi blinked repeatedly, his breath catching in excitement. A teleportation circle? A teleportation circle? He leapt to his feet, so thrilled that he momentarily forgot to claim the reward. If I had a teleportation circle, wouldn't that mean I could build something like the Bifrost and travel straight from here to Earth? His mind raced feverishly through the possibilities. But soon, he doused his own enthusiasm with a dose of reality. That can't be right. Even in Asgard, the Bifrost is heavily guarded. Could I really master such a power just from a knowledge distilled out of a single stone slab? That's a bit too far-fetched. Besides, the Bifrost and a teleportation circle are 2 entirely different things. Taking a deep breath, Xiaozi finally chose to claim his reward. 3 books materialized in his hands. Gritting his teeth, he used all 3 in succession, and they vanished one after another. It was as if the fog clouding his mind had suddenly lifted. Mystic knowledge about teleportation circles flooded his consciousness. But the moment he understood it all, his expression turned to one of exasperation. As expected, it's nowhere near as simple as I'd hoped. He sighed softly, but because he'd already tempered his expectations, he wasn't too disappointed. To create a teleportation circle, you need certain key items. At the very least, You need to draw a magic diagram and channel energy into it. He organized his thoughts. Also, teleportation circles operate in pairs. Drawing a circle on just one and won't let you teleport anywhere. 2 circles have to be linked before the portal can be activated. The type of materials used determines how much energy the circle can store, which limits the number of times it can be used. If the materials are subpar and energy leaks away, the circle might fail prematurely. At this point, Xiaojiji let out a long, deep sigh. Depending on the distance, teleportation circles have their limits. With my current abilities and understanding, interstellar travel is out of the question. Not to mention, there isn't even a teleportation circle on Earth yet. After that wave of disappointment, Xiaojia quickly pulled himself together. But it doesn't matter, he said. Just because I can't use this thing now doesn't mean it won't come in handy. Down the road, when I get back to Earth, I'll set up teleportation arrays everywhere. And if I can advance my teleportation array skills, maybe I'll achieve even better results. Who knows? After comforting himself for a bit, Xiaojia was re-energized as if he'd been revived with full health. He allowed himself a brief moment of disappointment, but he refused to stay in that mood for long. With his spirits restored, his gaze shifted to the final 3 crystals. Experience had taught Xiaojia that even items of the same rarity, such as these purple ones, could have vastly different focuses. Take these 3 crystals, for example. They didn't bring him any new skill books, but they did provide a staggering 275 colorless crystal shards. Not to mention, they also contributed a hefty 15 points of experience for his decomposition device. And so he found himself staring at those colorless crystal shards, momentarily dazed. With so many of them, just how long would it take to absorb them all? That day, every person passing by Xiaojia's room couldn't help but prick up their ears. From inside, they could faintly hear a curious sound, like rhythmic clapping. It got to the point where people started wondering if Xiaojia was hiding a woman in his room. When Xiaojia heard about these rumors later, he had no way to explain it. If he said there was no woman hidden inside, would they start imagining something even more scandalous? He didn't trust these people's sense of decency one bit. Once he'd finished breaking down all the purple items, Xiaojia decided not to decompose the green and lower quality weapons and objects for now. At this stage, he wasn't so desperate for strength that he was willing to go to any lengths. After all, he'd already brought the abomination under control, strengthened his own body once again, mastered his guardian military combat technique, collected 5 battle souls, and amassed an enormous pile of colorless crystal shards. His strength had skyrocketed, not just a little but by leaps and bounds. The surging colorless energy within him filled Xiaojia with confidence. At the very least, if he had to fight Yondu now, he'd be much more at ease. And his instincts told him that if Star-Lord's plan succeeded, their upcoming adventures would surely lead to even more valuable items worthy of decomposition. The universe was vast beyond measure, full of mysteries and ancient relics, endless treasures in Xiaojia's eyes. With the decomposition device by his side, he would no doubt thrive in this place. Honestly, if he hadn't been whisked away so suddenly this time, if he'd had a little warning, a chance to pack his bags and plan his journey, he'd have set out into the cosmos with nothing but excitement. Speaking of travel plans, shouldn't I make one for myself too? Xiaojia rubbed his nose thoughtfully. In the original story, wasn't the Power Stone discovered on that abandoned planet called Morag? The first thing that came to mind was the Power Stone, naturally because of a certain purple skin titan. After several days of interacting with Yondu's crew, Xiaojiji felt his mental state had gradually steadied, allowing him to regain the ability to think calmly and plan carefully. What Xiaojiji found interesting was that, whether his mind had collapsed or recovered, he could perceive these changes with remarkable clarity. The difference was, this calmness wasn't strong enough to dictate his actions. It was as if he were observing his mental state from a godlike vantage point. Everything was laid bare in his heart, yet he chose not to interfere. This peculiar state of mind was something Xiaojiji himself couldn't fully interpret. He had never tried to understand others who had suffered mental breakdowns, so he had no idea if they experienced the same thing. As for his own self-reflection, he felt that the breakdown he suffered after escaping prison was really an emotional outpouring. Not only did it fail to cause further turmoil in his mind, but it actually helped loosen nerves that had been stretched to their breaking point. However, it was only in the days that followed that Xiaojiji managed to make sense of all this. At the time, he hadn't realized it. This made him wonder if that was the true purpose of the War Soul he'd obtained from Mark I's disassembly. With no evidence to support this, Xiaojiji could only keep speculating. Then he began to ponder his next journey. If given the chance, he absolutely had to visit Morag. On that abandoned planet, the Power Stone lay hidden, Even if he wouldn't be able to use it, or if, like the Tesseract, the Power Stone couldn't be broken down or stored inside the disassembler, he doubted he'd be able to do so either. But none of this would stop Xia Zhiji from trying to claim it. If he could get hold of the stone ahead of time, the Purple Titan would never be able to collect all 6 Infinity Stones, and that infamous snap at sunset would be wiped from existence. But this has to be done in secret. If possible, even Star-Lord mustn't know. Xia Zhiji murmured to himself. It wasn't that he distrusted Star-Lord, but he did have doubts about the man's ability to keep a secret. Given his personality, there was a high chance he'd boast about it to impress some alien girl, spilling every detail. And once a third person knew, it would be as if the whole universe knew. That Purple Titan had eyes and ears everywhere, not to mention the meddling will of the cosmos itself. If word leaked, trouble would surely follow. With that resolved, Xia Zhiji found his mind turning to other plans. But soon he furrowed his brow again. In the first Guardians of the Galaxy movie, that so-called orb was actually the Power Stone, encased in an intricate shell. This thing wasn't unlocked until Star-Lord and his crew brought it to the Collector. If I can't open it, then it's not of much use to me, is it? Xia Zi mulled it over for a long while, then finally shook his head. Whether he could use it or not, he had to get his hands on it. There was no doubt about that. He even started to consider whether, when the time came, he should leave a fake in its place to fool Star-Lord a few years down the line. At the thought, he couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Mischievous, far too mischievous. Yes, that's exactly what I'll do, he muttered, grinning. As he idly fiddled with his earpiece, a new idea struck him. The Tesseract itself represents spatial energy, so when the disassembler's storage space tried to contain it, there were complications. But the Power Stone represents pure force. The storage space might just be able to hold it. If I can stash it there, then nothing can go wrong. With a gentle sigh, he set that speculation aside for now. Next are the purple disassembly items. I need to gather as many as possible. Once my strength reaches a certain level, even if the disassembler upgrades, I won't have to worry about getting squashed like a bug. And then there's the travel expenses for getting home, and money to buy a spaceship. Well, I could just steal a ship, but I'd have to buy the fuel. Robbing fuel along the way? That's a bit much. I don't want to end up a fuel thief or a fuel bandit wanted across the galaxy. Even if I made it back to Earth, I couldn't brag about that. And finally, should I visit the Mad Titan before heading back? His thoughts spread out endlessly, but Xia Zi quickly shook his head. Too soon, far too soon. Even Thanos, without the Infinity Gauntlet, isn't someone ordinary. People can handle. As I am now, the Black Order alone could wipe me out. Can't just go looking for trouble for no reason. Even protagonists can die if they get reckless. With everything sorted out, Xia Zi finally let out a breath of relief. Vast and boundless, the universe stretched before him, rivers of stars flowing in the void. Looking out through the rest pod's small porthole, the starlight shimmered in Xia Zi's eyes. This is the real world, he murmured. He reached out, tapping the glass with a fingertip. The illusion broke like a dream, leaving him feeling as if he stood between worlds. Time slipped by, and soon the day he'd arranged with Star-Lord would arrive. According to these ravagers, it would take no more than 12 hours to reach their destination. Summer Knight couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation in his heart. If he hadn't already decided to work with Star-Lord, he would have been quite curious to see how this band of ravagers operated. As for Star-Lord, who had promised to sleep for 3 whole days, after just 1 day of rest, he found himself unable to keep his eyes closed any longer. With nothing better to do, he kept dragging Summer Knight into aimless conversations, trying to bond, and claiming it was to lay the groundwork for when they'd eventually be assigned to a ship together. No sooner had Summer Knight seen Star-Lord off, someone else came knocking. He glanced over and saw it was a blue-headed figure. Opening the door to his quarters, Yondu strode in with a grin. How's the rest been these past few days? Getting used to space travel yet? Summer Knight nodded. I really like your crew. Haha, that's just what they say too. Really? Summer Knight smiled. Not a chance, Yondu replied. They can't wait for you to get lost. That sounds about right. Summer Knight shrugged. No one likes being on the receiving end of a beating all the time. Exactly. If someone hits you, you gotta fight back. Yondu said earnestly. And if you can't win, then bide your time, gather your strength. No matter what you're doing, always keep a cool head and make thoughtful decisions. That's how you avoid mistakes. This universe, this galaxy, is breathtakingly beautiful, but beneath all that brilliant light, there's an endless sea of hidden dangers. Summer Knight shot Yondu a puzzled look. Was he really the one who needed this pep talk? Then Yondu stood up and said, Get some good rest. Tomorrow's going to be quite the show. With that, he strode out of the cabin, boots echoing in the corridor. When the ship finally came to a stop, floating in the vastness of space, a deep crimson, celestial body appeared before Summer Knight's eyes. It was massive, profound, burning with a fiery red that struck at the very core of his worldview. He'd seen countless exotic and bizarre planets in science fiction films, even in Guardians of the Galaxy itself. But nothing on a screen, not even the biggest one, could compare to the awe of being this close in real life. Like all the Ravagers, Summer Night gathered in the cavernous hall with the others, eyes fixed on Yondu at the front. Yondu mulled things over for a while, thinking he ought to say something to rally the crew. But after a long pause, he simply broke into a wide grin and barked, "Let's go." So straightforward, so brisk. Summer Night couldn't help but give silent thumbs up. Though, hadn't they agreed to split into teams? Wasn't something missing here? And just where had Star-Lord run off to? As everyone surged toward the hangar, only Summer Night and a few others remained in the hall, exchanging confused glances with Yondu. Yondu looked at Summer Night with hesitation, while Summer Night, a little bewildered, looked right back at him. For a moment, both seemed to share in the awkwardness of the situation. At last, Yondu spoke up. "How about you come with us?" "No, no, no." Star-Lord's anxious voice rang out. "He's with me. The two of us are the Earth Squad, remember?" Yondu shot Star-Lord a fierce glare, then nodded and said, "Don't cause me any trouble." With that, he turned and walked away, the young man who'd been trailing behind him following close at his heels. As they walked, the young man muttered under his breath, "Boss, I can't shake the feeling that those two are a little odd. Don't go learning things you shouldn't be learning." Yondu thumped the young man sharply on the head. The youth immediately clutched his head and agreed without protest. Suddenly, Xiajia had the urge to draw his gun and put a bullet in the back of Yondu's head. Wasn't it obvious that Yondu was the one handing out so-called forbidden knowledge? "We're free now." Star-Lord threw an arm around Xiajia's shoulders, his voice bubbling with excitement. "Let's go, I've got everything ready." Xiajia blinked in confusion. "So your sudden disappearance was to get everything ready? Then what have you been up to these past few days? And seriously, what the hell is going on? How do we just get permission to leave out of nowhere? Is this what happens every time Yondu sends people on a mission? If so, couldn't you just leave whenever you wanted?" Unable to hold back his curiosity, Xiajia finally asked his question. "How could it be like this every time? That's why I'm telling you. Your luck is incredible." Star-Lord replied with utter seriousness. "I only just got the qualification to captain my own ship. Now I actually have my very own spacecraft. The only problem is the color. I'm really not a fan. But it's fine. I'll definitely change it out later." Xiajia felt the conversation had wandered far from the point. With a head full of unanswered questions, he jogged with Star-Lord over to the hangar. When he finally laid eyes on Star-Lord's spaceship, he immediately understood why Star-Lord was so desperate to get it repainted. The ship structure looked perfectly fine, no different from any other model. But for some unfathomable reason, the entire craft was coated in a glaring shade of green, a color that no man could possibly stand, surely? Yet, when Xiajia glanced at Star-Lord, he couldn't help but wonder if this guy really cared about things like color. After all, his girlfriend was green, wasn't she? Shaking his head to clear away the confusion, Xiajia followed Star-Lord up onto the ship. Once they'd settled in the pilot and co-pilot seats, Star-Lord, clearly excited, was about to explain what all the buttons did. But before he could get started, he realized Xiajia had already flipped the switches and was waiting for him to engage the thrusters, faster than he could react himself. "You know how to fly a spaceship?" Star-Lord stared in disbelief. "Does that mean humans on Earth are already able to break out into the universe?" "Sort of." Xiazi thought for a moment and said, "I only know how to pilot a plane, but the controls here are pretty similar." "Seriously?" Star-Lord looked utterly unconvinced. "Why do I get the feeling you're pulling my leg?" Xiazi put on his mask. "Look at my sincere expression." Star-Lord was speechless. With a deep roar, the thrusters engaged, and the spaceship suddenly surged forward, rocketing into the launch tunnel. Once they blasted out from the launch tunnel and entered the cosmos, they saw dozens of other ships around them, all heading straight for the Crimson Planet ahead. "Set your coordinates. Everyone follow my lead." Yondu's voice crackled through the communicator, reaching every single crew member. A burst of hearty laughter came from Star-Lord as he abruptly slowed down, letting the gap widen between his ship and the others. Then, roaring into the comms, he called out, "So long, suckers." With that, he spun the spaceship around and, with another thunderous burst, shot ahead. On Yondu's ship, the crew on standby immediately fired a forward gravitational field at Star-Lord and Xiazi's battered green ship. But they simply couldn't catch up. The ship was just too fast. Helplessly, they could only watch as it vanished into the depths of space. "Boss, Star-Lord's betrayed us. He took off with that newbie. Does this count as eloping? That's so romantic. Oh, please, you're making me sick." Yondu let out a quiet sigh, murmuring to himself, "This universe is so breathtaking, so dazzling. yet filled with danger and terror. But I can't protect you forever. Go on, fly as wildly as you want, be reckless and free. With a bodyguard like that by your side, at least I don't have to worry you'll get yourself killed too soon. Boss, what did you say? The young man at his side asked. Star-Lord's betrayed you. That's right. No one who betrays me gets away with it. Yondu shouted. Once we finish this job, we're hunting him down. He'll learn what it means to cross me. A chorus of roars answered him. Music filled the cabin. With their destination set, the ship switched from manual to autopilot. Star-Lord, grinning, danced around and expertly grabbed a bottle from the liquor cabinet. This is my private stash. Good things are meant to be shared with friends. He poured 2 glasses and handed one to Xiaozi. To our brilliant future. Xiaozi accepted the glass of wine with a resigned sigh. After taking a sip, his eyes lit up. This was certainly much better than the stuff those marauders drank. Nodding in satisfaction, he listened to the pulsating dance beats from the 80s, shook his head with a smile, and asked, So, what's the plan after this? Of course I have a plan. Star-Lord immediately replied with great enthusiasm. First, I've got to come up with a nickname for myself. Xiaozi opened his mouth, puzzled. And what does that have to do with the rest of the plan? Hey, don't you get it? Star-Lord replied with the utmost seriousness. Having a nickname is how we make a name for ourselves. Xiaozi mulled it over for a while, but just couldn't see the logic behind it. Think about it. You have a nickname, right? Don't tell me your real name is Instructor. Star-Lord continued. See, once you have a nickname, people can say, oh my gosh, you're that legendary raider, the Instructor. But without a nickname, they'll just say, oh, so you're Peter Quill. As much as your nickname, Instructor, sounds a bit weird, at least you have one. I don't have anything yet. So, help me out. What kind of nickname should I give myself? Star-Lord looked at Xiaozi with a face full of earnest anticipation. With a sigh, Xiaozi said, Star-Lord. 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 Star-Lord's eyes sparkled for a moment. Then he frowned. Seriously? That's the nickname you're giving me? It sounds terrible. Are you kidding me? Xiaozi stared at him. Wasn't it the nickname you came up with yourself? Well, I suppose it's better than nothing. After muttering the name to himself a couple of times, Star-Lord nodded and said, all right, Star-Lord it is. You think fast. What else could Xiaozi say? With a couple of awkward laughs, he asked, so what's next? What's next? Next, we need a name for our team. Star-Lord looked deadly serious. Otherwise, people will. Okay, stop right there. Xiaozi really couldn't take any more of his brilliant theories. Is this where all the extra words in this conversation are coming from? He quickly cut in. Just get to the point. Why don't you think of one? Star-Lord suggested. You might not be quite as smart as me, but you're close enough. Besides, we each have our own. Well, let's say special talents. Yes, you're better at coming up with names. Xiaozi almost teared up. This was the first time anyone had ever complimented his naming skills. He racked his brain for a while, then blurted out, how about the Star Instructor Guard? But as soon as he said it, he felt something was off. He quickly shook his head. No, that doesn't work. The Instructor Star Guard? Why does it have to be a guard anyway? Yeah, why does it have to be the Guardians? I don't want to guard anything, said Star-Lord. How about the Star-Lord Strike Team instead? I'd rather call it the Roaring Strike Team. That's lame, man. I think I overestimated your talent for naming things. Get lost. Xiaozi's face darkened with annoyance. And so the two of them started bickering over the name, going back and forth for an entire hour without settling on anything. An hour later, they finally called a truce. They looked at each other, Star-Lord rubbing his stomach. I'm hungry. I'm starting to miss Banner. Xiaozi sighed. I hope you've prepared enough food. Of course. I'm always prepared. Then Star-Lord suddenly put on a mysterious look. Actually, I've got a big surprise for you. Xiaozi had a sinking feeling. Why do I get the sense it's more like a shock than a surprise? How could it be? Star-Lord opened the hatch to the lower deck and called out, Come here. With a puzzled look, Xiaozi followed him downstairs. This level was mainly the living quarters, the lounge, kitchen, and dining area all fully equipped, enough for 2 people to live comfortably. But as soon as Xiaozi set foot on the lower deck, he was met with an unbelievable sight. There, right before his eyes, was a blue, chubby man, bound tightly from head to toe, a filthy rag stuffed in his mouth, so securely he could barely breathe. At that moment, the man was struggling, his eyes rolling back, teetering on the verge of passing out. Jeff! Xiaozi stared in shock. Why did you bring him here? He's a real catch. Star-Lord replied. That's the warden of Cayenne's high-security prison, an important figure. The Nova Empire will definitely pay a fortune to get him back. Instead of handing him over to Yondu, why don't we take this job ourselves? That actually makes sense, but do you even have the connections? Xiaozi asked. Connections? Of course. Star-Lord said, soon, we can head to Chidar. I'll get in touch with a buyer, sell this guy at a decent price, and then the buyer can negotiate a ransom with the Nova Empire's top brass. Are you sure this plan is foolproof? Xiaojie couldn't help feeling uneasy after hearing that. The whole idea of trafficking a prisoner just felt wrong. He walked up to Jeff, the blue chubby man, and yanked the dirty rag from his mouth, only for a prompt to pop up from the disassembler. Would you like to disassemble Star-Lord's privacy green? Disassemble your grandpa. Privacy, my foot. This was clearly Star-Lord's underwear. With a look of utter disgust, Xiaojie immediately flung the offending garment right into Star-Lord's face. In that instant, Star-Lord reacted with lightning speed, dodging away. That was close. You'll never guess what that was. I've been wearing those underwear for 10 years. There was just too much to process. Xiaojie looked down at his own hands in horror. These hands? I don't think I even want them anymore. Jeff was on the verge of tears. I don't think I need my mouth either. Then the chubby blue guy did his best to lift himself up, bringing his face closer to Xiaojie. Please, I'm begging you, save me. He's a total demon. Xiaojie quickly took 2 steps back. Let's talk this out, but you really need to do something about your breath. Hearing that, the blue guy's eyes instantly dulled with utter despair, as if something precious inside him had just been lost forever. Xiaojie shot him a sympathetic look, patted him on the shoulder, then turned to Star-Lord. Are we really going to sell this guy? Why does it feel like something only a villain would do? Maybe we should just keep him. No way. Star-Lord and Jeff spoke in unison. Xiaojie glanced back and forth between them, baffled. It made sense for the seller to be so insistent, but why was the one being sold so determined as well? But then it dawned on him. If they sold Jeff to the Nova Empire, that would basically be sending him home. Of course he'd be all for it. As for Star-Lord, why would he turn down easy money? Thinking it over, Xiaojie shrugged. All right, sell him if you must, but I still have a feeling your plan is a little sketchy. Really? Then what do you suggest? Star-Lord replied. Besides, if we go through a middleman, we'll definitely lose a chunk of the profit. Xiaojie was completely clueless about this sort of thing, so the two of them just huddled together and scratched their heads. It was Jeff, the blue chubby guy, who timidly spoke up. I might have an idea. Both Xiaojie and Star-Lord turned their eyes to Jeff. Seeing he'd finally got their attention, Jeff cleared his throat and said, If you really want to sell me. He was nearly in tears again. Was there no justice or decency left in the universe? Here he was, helping his own kidnappers sell him. Where could he possibly go to complain about this? With a heavy sigh, he continued, All you need to do is contact any Nova Empire official and negotiate a price. Next, set up a meeting point, ideally on a colony world right at the edge of Nova Empire territory. If you go too far outside their borders, the officials won't risk sending anyone. And even if they do, it could trigger the Nova Corps to mobilize, and that would make things a whole lot messier. So, a border colony close to the frontier, somewhere you can retreat from at any time, is the best option. Even if something goes wrong, as long as you leave the territory of the Nova Empire, you can get away at any moment. The Nova Corps won't chase 2 wanted criminals beyond their borders. After saying this, he paused for a moment, then added, As for how the deal will go down when the time comes, that's entirely up to you. After all, even if I told you what to do, you wouldn't listen anyway. Star-Lord nodded. Makes perfect sense. Xiaojie shot him a glare, then walked over to Jeff. Jeff looked at Xiaojie with an expression of complete sincerity. Xiaojie grinned, showing his teeth, and clapped Jeff on the shoulder. Jeff vanished instantly. That's so handy. Star-Lord watched, full of envy. When are you going to get me one of those? I'm probably the only person on Earth who's got something like this. Xiaojie asked, Do you think what he said is believable? Star-Lord shook his head so fast he looked like a bobblehead. Not at all. Not even a little. He's definitely got his own agenda. But what's that got to do with us? We just want to make money. He wants freedom. There's no conflict between us. But if he's pulled any tricks along the way, it might be easy to get in, but getting out could be a lot harder. Xiaojie stroked his chin thoughtfully. I have a feeling this situation isn't as simple as it seems. So we need a plan, Star-Lord said with a serious face. And that plan starts with contacting the Nova Empire's top brass. Xiaojie suddenly felt inexplicably exhausted. Was this guy really so obsessed with money? Listen, Xiaojie stepped up to Star-Lord, speaking earnestly. We can do this, but we need to map out every detail carefully. And given our current situation, I don't think we understand the Nova Empire nearly as well as you think. So, if we want to pull this off without any hitches, sell off our trouble, get our payday, and walk away clean, we need to deepen our knowledge of the Nova Empire. First, we need to find out if they've ever paid for hostages before. If they have, how do they get their people back? When it comes down to it, what they really want isn't just a hostage. It's also us, the 2 shameless kidnappers, and the big stack of money they're about to spend. Star-Lord looked like he just had an epiphany and nodded at once. Yeah, you're absolutely right. So what's the next step? That sounded so familiar. Xiaojia blinked. Learn it from you. Star-Lord laughed heartily. Relax, I'll dig up all the info I can on the Nova Empire and their past cases. This kind of thing is right up my alley. Very well, Xiaojia said. Then let's divide the work. You look up case files and information, and I'll work out the action plan. Star-Lord thought for a moment and said, Why am I not the one making the battle plan? Do you think you're smarter than me? No, of course you're smarter. I'm just more of a specialist, Xiaojia replied. I've actually taken specialized courses on this sort of thing. Star-Lord nodded in sudden understanding. Fair enough. We should let the experts handle what they're best at. Xiaojia breathed a sigh of relief. If he dared to suggest that Star-Lord still wasn't mature enough, so naive and reckless, just like a young man striking out on his own, this kid would probably forget about the whole mission and spend the entire day pestering him about it. He really didn't have time to waste on pointless arguments. He'd much rather get the money quickly, buy a ship, stock up on fuel, and head home as soon as possible. In fact, Jeff had turned out to be a real surprise from Star-Lord. Originally, he traded Jeff for a star map, one that marked the route home. As for how much profit Jeff himself could bring in, Xiaojia really didn't care about that. But as it turned out, that profit had come right back into his own hands. True, he didn't have Yondu's smooth connections for deals, but as long as he was careful, there was no reason he couldn't make a small fortune from this. That would seriously cut down the time needed to get home. Star-Lord was genuinely skilled at intelligence gathering. He managed to collect all kinds of Nova Empire case files by various means, then sorted and handed them over to Xiaojia. But when Xiaojia picked up one of the files to study it carefully, he nearly choked in exasperation. I can't understand a thing. He was fluent in the universal language of the cosmos, but these alien characters were utterly incomprehensible to him. All he saw were bizarre and colorful symbols, with no clue what any of them meant. With no other choice, he had to ask Star-Lord for help, which only earned him Star-Lord's merciless, uproarious laughter. Xiaojia clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles popped. Star-Lord glanced at his fists, then at the file in his hands, and, out of sheer self-preservation, finally began to explain things to Xiaojia. And he didn't just explain, he even offered to teach Xiaojia how to read the language. At first, Xiaojia wasn't interested in learning, but then he realized he had no idea how long he'd be stranded in space. Picking up another language could only be helpful, so he decided to buckle down and study. His memory and his ability to learn were both top-notch. In just 3 short days, he had completely mastered these cryptic, rune-like characters, which unintentionally dealt another blow to Star-Lord's self-esteem. For a moment, he grew glum and silent, which in turn put Xiaozi in an unexpectedly cheerful mood. 2 days later, Xiaozi finished reading all the documents one by one. After pondering for a long while, he summoned Star-Lord for a meeting, directly capturing enemy officials and then demanding ransom. Such things have only happened a handful of times in the entire history of the Nova Empire. Now, their opponents, the Kree, are not known for leaving survivors. But, judging from those rare cases, the Nova Empire does recognize the concept of exchanging ransom for hostages. In fact, they put the lives of hostages above all else. Star-Lord sat across from Xiaozi, nodding repeatedly as he listened. And then, a vein throbbed on Xiaozi's forehead. Was his karma coming back around? He exhaled slowly, suppressing the urge to lash out, and continued. Based on all the cases so far, first, they're willing to exchange ransom for hostages. Second, they absolutely will not let the kidnappers go easily. Third, given these 2 points, our plan must focus on being fast and precise. We need to complete the exchange as quickly as possible. And then, Star-Lord nodded, pouring Xiaozi a glass of water. Xiaozi took a sip to soothe his throat. Since he'd received the water, he decided to keep going. According to current intelligence, if necessary, the Nova Empire won't hesitate to mobilize the Nova Corps to apprehend the kidnappers. Remember, I said if we were to choose the capital, Xander, as the exchange site, we'd have no chance of escaping. With the Nova Corps stationed there and their military might, our movements would be immediately restricted. Star-Lord opened his mouth, about to blurt out another, and then... But when he saw Xiaozi's raised fist, he swallowed the words and blinked innocently. Satisfied, Xiaozi nodded and continued. But the Nova Corps aren't spread throughout the entire Nova Empire. Given their ongoing war with the Kree, there are many colonial planets on the borders where the Nova Corps have little or no presence. At this point, he switched on the projector on the table, and the entire expanse of the Nova Empire appeared vividly before their eyes. He let his gaze sweep over several of the Nova Empire's colony worlds one by one, then singled one out. Every planet bordering the Kree is engulfed in flames of war. For us, that's absolutely not good news. Most of both sides' military forces are concentrated there. Whether it's the Nova, Corps, or the Kree, if we get caught in a large-scale assault by either, the outcome for us would be unimaginably grim. In comparison, this planet sits deep in the rear, bordering a neutral zone. Its development is rather slow, and its military presence is sparse, a perfect point of entry. I know this place. Star-Lord looked at the planet in Summer Knight's hand and said, I've been there before. What left the deepest impression on me was a massive second-hand trading market. You can hunt for all sorts of great stuff there. Honestly, if we had time, we could really dig around for some useful gear. Summer Knight smiled. That's exactly why I chose this place. It's the largest second-hand market in the surrounding star systems, a true melting pot. Because of the ongoing war, the forces assigned here are just enough to maintain local order. In fact, if this planet weren't part of the Nova Empire, it would have been plundered countless times by now. By arranging the deal here, they won't be able to muster enough strength in a short time to intercept us. Otherwise, the planet's own security would collapse. That makes a lot of sense, but there's one thing. Star-Lord thought for a moment and asked, how exactly are we supposed to pull off this trade? We can't just drop onto the planet and loudly announce that we're trading a person for cash, right? Of course not. Summer Knight shook his head. Once the transaction begins, we can't set foot on that planet. If you want to browse the second-hand market, you'll have to do it before the deal starts. The trade itself has to take place in the emptiness of space, somewhere completely deserted. We'll link into the Nova Empire's video network and broadcast the entire exchange live. That way, there's no chance for the Nova Empire to stall, not even for a second. The whole deal can't take more than 1 hour. If it isn't finished within the hour, no matter what, we leave. That's a pretty high-stakes play. Star-Lord exclaimed. Does this mean we're about to be on TV? No, just me. Summer Knight's face darkened. I'm already wanted by the Nova Empire. No point in hiding my face at this point. But you need to stay out of sight. After all, once I'm gone, you'll still have to scrape by in this galaxy. Although it does make sense, I can't help but feel like I'm hardly even human in this scenario, Star-Lord said, gazing at Xiazi. You never were, Xiazi muttered under his breath. Then he patted Star-Lord's shoulder and said, actually, if this deal really goes through, I'll just about have enough for my travel expenses. After that, all I need is to get a ship from the neutral zone, and I can finally go home. The Nova Empire's bounty on me will have nothing to do with me anymore. That's why I'm not bothered by it at all. Well, all right then. Star-Lord blinked, looking rather pitiful. I didn't expect our parting would come so soon. But it's fine. We'll still be under the same stretch of stars. If I miss you, I can even visit Earth to see you. The only problem is the map. Yondu's copy was given to him by someone else. And in all my years roaming the galaxy, I've never seen another star chart showing the way to Earth. Not that I'm really itching to go back, anyway. He kept dragging out the conversation, clinging to Xiazi as if this were a final farewell, making it seem like Xiazi's days were numbered. Just as Xiazi was about to lose his patience and resort to violence, Star-Lord finally made his way to the pilot's seat, recalibrated the coordinates, and plunged them through another wormhole. Not every wormhole starts outside a planet. In fact, most of them are scattered throughout deep space. After emerging from the wormhole and spending another 2 days journeying across the void, a dusky planet came into view before Xiazi and Star-Lord. They steered the ship toward a satellite port, where their vessel would be docked for a short stay to refuel. This gave them a window of time to leave the ship and browse the groundside flea markets, searching for anything they might need. Everything went smoothly. The authorities on the other end only asked for some basic information for registration, and then their ship was clear to dock. Once they disembarked, Xiazi tightened his mask across his face and followed Star-Lord toward the checkpoint. No need to be nervous, Star-Lord whispered. They won't make you take off your mask. Xiazi nodded silently. He'd already researched this beforehand, and after observing what had just happened, he noticed that masks were the least of anyone's concerns here. Even folks with their heads entirely covered up, practically advertising themselves as suspicious, were waved through by the inspectors without a second glance. This must be what they call a lawless zone. Xiazi exhaled softly, following Star-Lord toward the checkpoint with complete composure, ready for inspection. Nothing unexpected happened during the inspection, except, perhaps, for the pink, chubby woman conducting a quick pat-down on Xiazi. She gave him a playful pat on the rear as she finished. Aside from that, the whole process was quite satisfactory. Hey, I can tell. She likes you. Star-Lord was waiting just outside the checkpoint for Summer Knight. As soon as he saw him approaching, he threw an arm around his shoulders and said, So, what do you say? Want to have a little deep cultural exchange with a girl of a different complexion? She's more your type, Summer Knight replied with a stony face, resisting the urge to just shoot someone then and there. No way. She's way too heavy. She'd crush me to death. Summer Night shot Star-Lord a helpless look. And you think, if she could crush you, I'd be any better off? You're tougher, Star-Lord replied, as if it were obvious. Even Yondu's arrow couldn't pierce your skin. Not wanting to waste another breath on such nonsense, Summer Night ended the conversation with a dark look, thoroughly done with the topic. Once they passed through the inspector's station, it was time to catch the shuttle. The shuttles came every 5 minutes, and after paying the fare, they blended in with the crowd, joining a throng of interstellar travelers bound for the planet's capital. What met Summer Night's eyes as he stepped out of the shuttle station was a scene both bustling and meticulously organized. Crowded streets designed with clear order, towering steel. Buildings that seemed to pierce the clouds, trains floating and howling overhead, and on the ground below, a sea of aliens of all shapes, colors, and sizes flowing in every direction. This was the very first tableau Summer Night laid eyes on after leaving the shuttle station. Both sides of the street were lined with stalls, each neatly separated by a yellow line. No goods could cross that line. The boundaries were sharp and clear, creating a patchwork of fascinating little squares. Most of the people in the streets kept their heads covered and faces hidden, weaving through the market. Whenever something caught their interest, they would stoop down to ask the price in whispers. With a subtle gesture, Summer Night released the Eye of Horus and let it operate at full capacity. He couldn't help but marvel. Now I see why this place is called the largest second-hand trading market in the surrounding star systems. Their entire capital is one massive market. Though the Eye of Horus couldn't see the whole city, what he could glimpse from here already spoke volumes. Not bad, huh? Star-Lord sidled up to Summer Night with a sly grin. To be precise, the whole planet is basically one giant junk trading world. What about those buildings? Summer Night asked, glancing up at the steel towers scraping the sky. Housing, bars, hotels, shuttle stations, you name it, Star-Lord replied with a shrug. The city streets are packed with buyers and sellers. No room for vehicles on the ground. The entire metropolis is divided into zones, each specializing in different types of goods. If you want to get around fast, the floating trains are your best bet. Summer Night nodded. Back when he looked into this planet, he'd only bothered with its military background and armed forces. As for local customs, city management, or shopping tips, he had never really checked any of that. All right, let's go. It's shopping spree time. Star-Lord grinned from ear to ear and said, we're going to spend every last credit we have. Xiaozi blinked at Star-Lord and replied helplessly, you'd better take it easy. The Great Cosmic will always seems to meddle with me, and that could lead to some unexpected situations. Huh, what's that? It's the malice of the entire universe coming at you. Xiaozi shrugged. That's rough, Star-Lord sighed. Suddenly, Xiaozi found himself itching to punch someone again. Only by being in this city could one truly sense its wonder, or perhaps the wonder of the entire planet. Everywhere you looked, there were sellers and buyers. The sounds of haggling filled the air at every turn. But what truly fascinated Xiaozi were the bizarre and unusual people brushing past him on the street. Some stood 2 meters tall, with faces like chiseled stone, their bodies completely covered in rock, clutching ancient weapons, their expressions as cold and unchanging as granite. Right beside them might be a creature that looked just like a giant toad. It was as if the rocks and the toads themselves had come to life, an utterly mind-bending sight. Strolling along with Star-Lord, Xiaozi casually looked around for anything that might be useful to him. But the haul was far less impressive than he'd hoped. Much like the fake antiques you'd find at a flea market, this marketplace was overflowing with knockoffs. For instance, barely into their shopping adventure, Xiaozi spotted something incredibly familiar. It was a square, translucent blue cube, dazzling to the eye. For a moment, Xiaozi was completely thrown off. Before he crossed over, the last thing he remembered seeing was the Hulk tossing the cosmic cube away. Could it have ended up here in the universe by accident? If not, then why was he seeing it on the street? But when he showed interest in the item, the stall owner picked up the cosmic cube with empty hands and spun a wild, mysterious tale about its origins. Xiaozi's expression fell apart. He gave the cosmic cube a casual tap, and the decomposer's notification popped up cheekily. Would you like to decompose the item? Cosmic cube, imitation, white. Xiaozi turned on his heel and left, his sleeve swishing, while the vendor raised a racket behind him, shouting that Xiaozi didn't know a treasure when he saw one, and had just passed up his chance to become the overlord of the universe. Resisting the urge to smack the guy in the face with the fake cube, Xiaozi continued searching for something that caught his interest. But barely a few steps later, he spotted yet another familiar-looking stone tablet at another stall. He bent down to glance at some of the other wares, and quite unintentionally picked up the stone tablet. Instantly, the decomposer's prompt appeared. Do you want to break down the occult item, Eye of Horus Violet? For a fleeting moment, Xiaojie's breath almost caught in his throat. There was no doubt about how much the Eye of Horus had helped him. It made infiltration almost effortless. To anticipate your enemy's moves before they act, nothing could be better than this. He had actually thought about searching for other versions of the Eye of Horus before, but after combing through every old bookstore in New York, he'd come up empty-handed. He'd never expected to stumble upon a stone tablet inscribed with the Eye of Horus right here. "How much is this?" Feigning nonchalance, Xiaojie casually asked. The stall owner glanced at him, then held up 3 fingers. After a moment's hesitation, realizing he only had 3 fingers, he raised his other hand, curled in 1 finger, making 5 in total. Xiaojie took out $5 and handed it over. The vendor hesitated, then shook his head. Seeing this hesitation, Xiaojie was certain the seller either had no clue about the tablet's origins, or else did, but simply found it worthless. With a slight shift in his thoughts, he produced another $5. "That's the most I can do. After all, it's just a decorative piece." The vendor pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. In a flea market like this, most things didn't have a fixed value. Prices rose and fell, often determined by nothing more than a negotiation between buyer and seller. Different items held different worth in the eyes of different people. Something utterly worthless to the stall owner might be a priceless treasure to someone else. The very act of holding up fingers instead of naming a price was a way of probing how much the buyer valued the item. If Xiaojie had assumed the gesture meant 500, 5,000, even 50,000, the seller wouldn't have batted an eye. He'd have simply accepted the money. For the stall owner, seeing someone pay $10 for a weathered stone with a drawing on it was probably the height of foolishness. But to Xiaojie, landing such a precious item for so little was proof that the vendor lacked an eye for real value. In truth, both of them walked away feeling as if they'd gotten the better deal. Star-Lord looked on, a little puzzled. Why'd you just spend money on a rock? One man's treasure is another man's trash. Having scored a major bargain, Xiaojie couldn't help but feel pleased with himself. He tossed out a phrase that left Star-Lord completely baffled. "What language is that?" "It's from a great and ancient nation." Xiaojie chuckled. "Anyway, you don't have to tag along with me anymore. Let's just pick a time and meet up later." "My thoughts exactly. Shopping together is just way too inefficient." Star-Lord nodded repeatedly, tapping his earpiece and saying, "Keep the comms open." "All right." With that, the two of them went their separate ways, Star-Lord off to buy what he needed, while Xiaojie flitted through the market like a busy little bee, browsing here and there, searching for potential treasures. By the end of a whole day's wandering, Xiaojie wasn't exactly in high spirits. It wasn't that he didn't find anything good. The problem was he found some real gems, but just didn't have enough money. After all, it was impossible to scoop up every valuable item at a rock-bottom price, and not every vendor was as lacking in confidence as the very first one. Take the same kind of stone tablet. The first vendor was willing to sell it for $10, but the second insisted on at least 10,000, refusing to budge no matter what. This left Xiaojie feeling quite helpless. All his funds had been borrowed from Star-Lord, and he only had 5,000 in total. When haggling proved fruitless, he simply had to walk away, defeated. Night had already fallen by this time, but none of the vendors seemed ready to close up shop. As the lights flickered on, the whole city transformed, revealing a face utterly different from the bustling day. Xiaojie let out a quiet sigh and took stock of his haul in the disassembly space. One stone tablet inscribed with the Eye of Horus, purple grade. 2 handwritten books on genetics, said to be the work of a certain master. Though Xiaojie had no idea who this person was, he did know that both books were graded purple. Those 2 alone had cost him a hefty 500 credits. 250 each. There was also a necklace of unknown origin, unremarkable in appearance, with a pendant made from a diamond-shaped stone, also purple grade, for which Xiaojie had paid 300. In addition to these, his disassembly space still contained a 2-handed sword from Asgard, and a helmet once worn by Thanos. Yes, a helmet used by Thanos. The helmet was already battered and bent, most likely from some fierce battle, when someone had landed a serious blow on the big purple guy. Eventually, Thanos had tossed it away, and through a twist of fate, it ended up in the hands of this vendor. Xiaojie had spent a full 1,000 credits for that helmet, an agonizing purchase. It, too, was rated purple. If it hadn't belonged to Thanos, Xiaojie would never have bought it. But now, just for the chance to extract a battle spirit from it, he couldn't possibly let it slip away. Of course, that meant most of his money was gone. He had less than 1,000 left in his pocket. Apart from that, Xiaojie had wanted to look for a star chart of Earth at the market, but came up empty-handed. Many vendors didn't even know where Earth was. This left Xiaojie feeling quite resigned, but he had to admit, finding a star chart of Earth was not going to be easy. With his money nearly spent, and everything he needed already bought, he was ready to go meet up with Star-Lord. Yet after taking just 2 steps, an overwhelming sense of impending danger surged in his heart. It felt as though some catastrophic disaster was about to descend. Instinctively, he looked up at the sky, and to his shock, it was ablaze with light. No, that's not lights. Those are warships. In that instant, Xiaozi's eyes went wide with disbelief. At the same time, Star-Lord's voice crackled through the communicator at just the right moment. "Instructor, things are looking pretty bad. Did you see what's up there?" "Unless I'm blind," Xiaozi replied, his brow furrowed. "But we can't." He hadn't even finished his sentence before a series of explosions burst across the sky, flashes of fire lighting up the heavens. Almost immediately, shrill alarms began to blare throughout the city. "What can't we do?" Star-Lord's voice came through again. Xiaozi exhaled deeply and said, "It's nothing. Let's regroup fast." Star-Lord acknowledged, and their communication was temporarily cut. By now, chaos had erupted on the streets. Buyers looked around in confusion, while sellers frantically packed up their goods. This scene jolted the buyers out of their days. All of them hailed from different corners of the universe, and seeing such turmoil, their masks of civility were quickly discarded as they rushed to snatch whatever they could. Xiaozi's expression darkened slightly. This chaos was spiraling out of control. The city's defenses were clearly incapable of handling such large-scale disorder. Not that they had time to deal with it anyway. That behemoth in the sky was surely about to unleash its might. But before the threat above could act, Xiaozi suddenly sensed someone right in front of him. Looking up, he saw a hulking brute, origin unknown, muscles rippling all over his body. With a savage grin, the giant swung a weapon like a meteor hammer and bellowed, "Hand over anything valuable." Xiaozi nodded, and in the same breath, a pistol appeared in his hand. He fired 3 shots in rapid succession, each bullet striking the brute's head. The bullets, charged with colorless energy, unleashed devastating power, obliterating the attacker's head completely with those 3 shots. Before Xiaozi could even reach for the fallen enemy's weapon, the chaos around him escalated even further. In the blink of an eye, he realized it was becoming nearly impossible to move. Damn it all! He clenched his teeth. No matter where I go, trouble follows. Am I secretly a harbinger of disaster? As the thought flashed through his mind, a towering figure, well over 3 meters tall, materialized at his side. "Mind control," Xiaozi commanded silently. With a roar, the bald colossus beside him clenched his fists and slammed them into the ground with tremendous force. As that raw power shook the earth, Xiaozi leapt up, landing atop the giant's broad shoulder. A mighty gale whipped up as the ground trembled beneath them, resounding with a thunderous crash. Amidst the tremors, those around lost their footing and tumbled to the ground. With a single thought from Xiaozi, Bald Fool sprang upright, leaping hundreds of meters into the air. He soared with a whistling rush, then plummeted back toward the earth. Boom! As he landed, a cloud of dust erupted around him. Chaos still reigned where they landed. People fired wildly at each other, brandishing their weapons in a frenzy, desperate to turn their enemies into nothing but mangled flesh. No sooner had Xiaozi and Bald Fool touched down than bullets started flying their way. "They're all completely insane." Xiaozi's forehead veins bulged as he activated his iron body. Bullets struck him, but he remained utterly unharmed, the impacts clattering harmlessly off him. With a furious roar, Bald Fool swung his fist and smashed a burly man, who just charged at them with a battle axe, into pulp. Xiaozi flicked his wrist, scattering a handful of homemade bombs across the ground. Without hesitation, Bald Fool leapt skyward again. As they soared, a cacophony of screams echoed through the air. Xiaozi glanced back just in time to see a man flailing wildly, limbs splayed as he hurtled toward them. Bald Fool caught him effortlessly. Xiaozi looked closer and nearly tossed the man aside in annoyance. It was the slime merchant who had stubbornly demanded 10,000 for the stone tablet. The merchant recognized Xiaozi too, and pleaded desperately, "The tablet is yours. Just save me. Hand it over." Xiaozi snapped. Even as he spoke, Bald Fool touched down once more. Across the street stood a gigantic green-skinned monster, clad in gladiator's armor, its massive tail lashing behind it, and its head unmistakably that of a dinosaur. The creature was enormous, monstrously strong, scattering hapless people in every direction with effortless tosses. "Here." The merchant's anxious voice broke Xiaozi's concentration. He produced the stone tablet and handed it over with trembling hands. Xiaozi brushed his fingers across the tablet, and it vanished instantly. "Please, save me," the merchant begged, his voice quivering with fear. Xiaozi clapped him on the shoulder, and the man disappeared into the decomposer's space. At that moment, Under the watchful gaze of the Eye of Horus, the dinosaur-headed beast also spotted Xiazi and Bald Fool. With a guttural roar, its blood-red eyes burning with murderous intent, the monster charged straight at them. Seizing control of Bald Fool, Xiazi let out a mighty bellow and strode forward to meet the creature head-on. As the two colossal beings hurtled toward each other, the ground shook violently, rumbling as though an earthquake had struck. With a thunderous crash, both sides threw their punches at the same time. The immense force turned into a raging gale, sweeping wildly in all directions. Summer Night's black trench coat flapped violently in the wind as she prepared to fire her gun, when suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from the dinosaur-headed foe. His entire hand, mangled by the powerful blow, twisted into a grotesque arc. In that instant, with a single thought, the big oaf grabbed the enemy by the neck with one hand, hoisted him into the air, and hurled him skyward. The massive body tore through the air, producing a sharp, whistling rush. Summer Night looked up and saw a swarm of bizarrely shaped spaceships speeding down toward the ground. These ships were rotund and ashen gray, each sporting a pair of mischievously cute wings, making them look uncannily like locusts. "Kree ships," she exclaimed. Summer Night's expression shifted. She had gone out of her way to avoid the war zones, traveling deep into the Nova Empire's rear sector. How had this lot managed to appear here? In truth, even if they were Kree, it shouldn't have mattered. Her arrival and the Kree's presence didn't necessarily mean conflict. But as luck would have it, the dinosaur-headed brute collided headlong with one of the ships, and with a sudden explosion, burst into a dazzling firework in the sky. The fleet, which had been heading toward their destination, seemed to freeze for a moment in midair. Then, without hesitation, they all veered straight towards Summer Night and the big oaf. "Damn it," Summer Night cursed. With a flick of her wrist, she tossed the vendor out from her disassembly space, ignoring his dizzy, carsick state. The big oaf leapt high, racing toward the rendezvous point she'd agreed on with Star-Lord. But the ships behind them clung tightly to their trail, firing wildly with abandon. Summer Night took 2 hits, feeling the colorless energy within her fluctuate uneasily. Her face changed. I can't just sit here and take it. If the enemy managed to lock onto her, a full salvo would come, and she had no idea how many of those blasts she could withstand. Just then, the big oaf landed. Responding to her command, Summer Night spun around, propelling herself back into the air. The pursuing ships hurtled forward at breakneck speed, only to be met head-on by the gigantic big oaf. He wrapped his arms around one ship, his enormous weight forcing it backward. The pilot immediately increased thrust to counter the impact, but once the force was neutralized, the big oaf had already found his footing. With fists spinning like wheels, he pounded mercilessly, each blow resounding through the air. The ship, utterly unable to withstand his monstrous strength, began to billow black smoke as it plummeted toward the ground. Summer Night glanced up. Not waiting for that ship to crash, she was already guiding the big oaf toward another target. At the same time, she flicked her wrist. An energy bullet arced gracefully through the air, curving mid-flight and drilling straight into the propulsion system of another ship. With a thunderous explosion, the spaceship's power system gave out on the spot, spinning wildly as it crashed to the ground. A violent tremor shook the earth. Erlungzi had just shot down another ship, but without Xiazi's guidance, he didn't attempt a second leap. Instead, he landed directly on the ground. In a flash of thought, Erlungzi let out a tiger-like roar, swinging his arms with wild abandon. The downed ship was smashed to pieces under his relentless blows. The pilot inside was already beyond recognition, a tangle of blood and flesh. Every other soldier in the cabin was dead as well. Erlungzi grabbed a chunk of armor plating, its metal unknown, hurled it with all his might, and with a piercing whistle, struck another ship in midair, sending it crashing down. This squadron had started with 6 ships. One was destroyed by the Crocodile Head's charge. Erlungzi took out 3, and Xiazi had crippled another. Now only one ship remained. Witnessing the carnage, it made no move to flee. Engines screaming at full power, it charged straight toward Erlungzi. A hail of ammunition poured down, striking Erlungzi in the chest and sending sparks flying. Xiazi flipped onto Erlungzi's back, hooked herself in place, and, taking control, urged him forward in great strides to meet the oncoming ship. The howling engines of the ship and Erlungzi's furious roar collided in a sudden, violent clash. Erlungzi was a giant, but even so, he was dwarfed by the massive spacecraft. Yet, despite the ship's engines straining at full force, it could barely budge against Erlungzi's might. With a guttural, earth-shaking roar, Erlungzi gripped the hovering ship with both hands and pressed it ruthlessly to the ground. A heavy, muffled crash echoed, the ship and the earth colliding with brutal force. Ammunition still poured forth in a mad torrent. Erlungzi reached in, ripped out the onboard weapon system, and tossed it aside, not caring where it landed. The next moment, bellowing with unrivaled fury, he began pounding the ship with his fists, blow after blow. The hull shattered, exposing the pilot inside, his skin an odd, bluish hue. He leapt out, desperate for a last stand, but Erlungzi caught him in one hand, squeezed hard until blood spurted, and tossed the corpse aside. Not waiting for the soldiers within to emerge, he gave another furious roar and smashed the entire ship flat, crushing it into a sheet of twisted metal. At that moment, chaos consumed the planet. Ships streaked across the sky, engines screaming as they tried to escape into space. Most were intercepted, blasted apart, and burst into brilliant fireworks against the firmament. In the distance, gunfire rattled endlessly. Buyers and sellers battled each other. Some joined forces to fight the Kree, while the planet's own defenders resisted the Kree invasion with all the strength they could muster. Battles raged everywhere. Fear and chaos, slaughter and madness had become the prevailing theme of this planet. Xiaojie pressed a hand to his earpiece. "Where are you?" "I'm right now." Star-Lord's voice was urgent, gunfire and explosions echoing all around him in immersive surround sound. "I'm being enthusiastically welcomed by a group of extremely passionate folks. Really, their hospitality is wild. They're trying to hand me a one-way ticket straight to hell." Xiaojie couldn't help but laugh. "Is this really the time to laugh?" Star-Lord's voice cut off, then crackled back after a moment. "You're heartless, you know that? I just barely avoided getting killed." "I have faith you'll make it through just fine," Xiaojie replied. "I've got my own problems over here. Send me your location. We need to regroup, fast." "Got it." As Star-Lord's voice faded, a red dot appeared in Xiaojie's visor, indicating direction and distance. Mounting his hulking companion Erlungzi, Xiaojie called out, "I'm on my way. In the meantime, you'd better think up a way to get out of there." "Head to me. There's a hot zone of ships for sale, right next to me." Star-Lord replied. "Trouble is, I'm tangled up with these blue-skinned maniacs. They won't even let me board a ship. Maybe they're just looking out for your health. Flying can be bad for you," Xiaojie quipped. "Huh." Star-Lord, crouched behind cover, was breathing heavily. Every so often he'd pop up to exchange fire with the enemy, but he was clearly running out of options. There were just too many of them. If the numbers weren't so overwhelming, Star-Lord was confident he could outmaneuver the Kree and wipe them all out. But right now, he was barely keeping his head above water, unable to mount any real counterattack. As he watched a fresh wave of blue-skinned fighters closing in, he couldn't help but shout in his comms, "Are you here yet? If you don't show up soon, you'll miss my grand finale." "I'm here." Xiaojie's voice came, right on cue. "Where?" Star-Lord asked quickly. "Look up." The moment Star-Lord lifted his head, his face turned pale. There, descending in his direction, was a towering behemoth over 3 meters tall, with Xiaojie in black, standing atop its back. Star-Lord dove, rolled, jets flaring at his heels, launching himself over 20 meters away. After tumbling to a stop, he shouted, "Are you trying to crush me? Whose side are you on, anyway?" Boom! Erlungzi landed with a thunderous crash, sending dust and debris flying in all directions. A fierce wind whipped up sand and grit. Star-Lord hurriedly put on his mask, grumbling, "When I came over just now, I saw a spaceship dealership nearby," Xiaojie said. "You go get us a ship. I'll hold them off. Let's get out of here as fast as we can." "Are you sure?" Star-Lord asked. "There are a lot of them." He had barely finished speaking when a furious roar cut through the chaos. Erlungzi charged straight into the enemy ranks with a wild howl, swinging his massive arms and sending Kree soldiers flying in all directions like ragdolls. At the same time, Xiaojie raised a semi-automatic rifle in his hands. The muzzle spat flames as he fired, and every burst of energy rounds left Kree soldiers dead or crippled where they stood. Erlungzi's rampage threw the enemy into confusion, keeping them too busy to notice anything else. Xiaojie seized the opportunity, picking off enemies with deadly precision. All the while, the all-seeing eye of Horus circled overhead, relaying every shift on the battlefield straight to Xiaojie's mind. Star-Lord's eyes went wide with shock. "You're a madman. Just hang in there," he shouted, then bolted for the dealership as fast as his legs would carry him. No sooner had Star-Lord disappeared than the whole squad of Kree thugs fell to Xiaojie and Erlungzi's flawless teamwork. But this was only the beginning. More Kree soldiers had already landed nearby. Everywhere Xiaojie looked, the area was crawling with them. The fight was drawing too much attention now. Wave after wave of Kree troops had surrounded the entire area. But that was exactly what Xiaojie wanted. He was the decoy, drawing their fire, while Star-Lord went to secure a ship. In this moment, it didn't matter who was buying or selling. Getting a ship was all that counted. High overhead, Flashes of light split the sky, while screams and gunshots echoed all around, pounding relentlessly at Xiaozi's mind. Suddenly, he closed his eyes, shutting out the chaos, focusing only on the perspective fed to him by the Eye of Horus. The eye soared high above, granting him a bird's-eye view of the scene. Xiaozi saw himself dressed in black, standing next to Erlingzi. Across from him, squads of Kree soldiers massed, and in the distance, fighter craft were lifting off, racing toward the battle. Time's up. The show starts now. His eyes snapped open. With a swift motion, 2 pistols appeared in his hands, and he leapt onto Erlingzi's shoulder. Gunfire cracked, and Erlingzi's roar thundered through the air. The big brute jumped high, crashing down in the midst of the Kree, crushing. One underfoot, he spun his arms like massive wheels, and with each swing, his tremendous strength sent soldiers hurtling through the air. Xiaozi's black coat billowed behind him as he vaulted from Erlingzi's back. Both pistols flashed with muzzle fire, every shot finding its mark in the head of a Kree soldier. Each bullet claimed another Kree life. A sudden surge of cyan light shot in from all directions, the concentrated fire of the Kree soldiers. Xiaozi didn't take the attack head-on, though his body was as tough as steel, shielding him from harm. The drain on his colorless energy was simply too great. Unless absolutely necessary, he could not afford to withstand their attacks directly. Erlingzi's massive figure sprang from the ground, dodging the barrage and landing squarely in the midst of the distant Kree ranks. Xiaozi's form flickered, and in an instant, he reappeared 10 meters away, now surrounded by another squad of Kree soldiers. Before the Kree could realize a traitor was among them, Xiaozi gave his wrist a subtle shake, scattering over a dozen Earth-made grenades across the ground. His silhouette darted away several times, slipping clear of the blast zone. The relentless roar of explosions echoed behind him, filling the air with chaos. Then came the whine of jet engines. A Kree fighter jet swooped low, skimming the battlefield. Yet, before it could lock onto Xiaozi or Erlingzi, Erlingzi let out a thunderous roar, leapt skyward, and seized the aircraft in midair. With a mighty crash, he slammed it down onto the earth. A tremendous explosion followed, the shockwave hurling Erlingzi's body clear across the field. Every Kree soldier caught in the blast radius was obliterated. None survived. The scene was utter devastation. Never in their wildest dreams had the Kree soldiers imagined they would face such a fate. The combined power these two enemies unleashed, one towering, one small, was almost beyond belief. Yet the Kree were a fierce and warlike breed. Even faced with overwhelming odds, not a single one showed the slightest sign of retreat. With a furious battle cry, most of them charged straight at Xiaozi. They had already learned the hard way that Erlingzi's brute strength and immunity to attacks made him a foe best avoided. By comparison, the nimble youth in black, darting from place to place, seemed like the softer target. Beneath his mask, Xiaozi's face showed no emotion. As he watched the next volley of Kree fire bearing down on him, his form flickered. He appeared behind one of the Kree soldiers, a grenade seeming to materialize in his right hand. Pressing it against the enemy's back, he flung the soldier into the crowd with a quick flick of his wrist. As the Kree turned, searching for Xiaozi's whereabouts, his figure suddenly appeared in midair. In 2 swift flashes, he soared another 15 meters upward and pressed the detonator in his hand. Down below, the Kree soldier with the bomb stuck to his back struggled to tear it off, but the explosion arrived right on time. He, along with several comrades nearby, was blasted into utter disarray, sent sprawling across the ground. Yet Xiaozi's brow furrowed in concern. Aside from a soldier with a bomb strapped to his back, the others had suffered surprisingly little in the way of casualties. Even the Kree soldier, strapped with explosives, wasn't killed instantly, but was left writhing in agony on the ground. While Xiaozi was deep in thought, his hands had already switched to his pistols. As he dropped from midair, sparks flashed from his barrels, swiftly finishing off all those enemies who were still alive. Before he even landed, his figure flickered again, and he was already perched on Erlingzi's shoulder. Erlingzi, in a display of unstoppable might, grabbed a Kree soldier by the ankle, spun him around like a giant windmill, and finally hurled him straight into the sky. A sudden, uneasy premonition flashed through Xiaozi's mind. The last time Erlingzi had done something like this, he'd crashed a Kree spaceship into pieces. Now, as he unconsciously guided Erlingzi to repeat the move, Xiaozi couldn't help but look in the direction the Kree soldier was flying, worried he might crash into something important again. And sure enough, he saw the Kree soldier shooting skyward like a missile, right as a yellow spaceship was passing overhead. Hey, Xiaozi was dumbfounded. Was Erlingzi destined to hit something every time he threw someone into the sky? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the spaceship dodged with remarkable agility, avoiding a collision. Immediately, Star-Lord's voice crackled through the communicator. What the heck is going on? Why am I seeing a Kree soldier flying without a thruster? Have they evolved again? Sacrificed intelligence for the ability to fly? Aren't they worried about running into walls? You sure have a lot to complain about. Xiazi blinked, holding back a laugh. So was Star-Lord after all. Seeing the endless tide of green-skinned soldiers, he decided not to linger. He commanded Erlangzi to leap high into the air, heading straight for the spaceship. I'm coming up. You. Star-Lord, of course, spotted Xiazi. With that hulking Erlangzi bounding into the air, you'd have to be blind to miss him. Spotting him only made Star-Lord more anxious. Are you trying to knock me out of the sky? As Erlangzi soared past the spaceship, Star-Lord braced himself for impact, boosting the ship's thrusters. Yet, to his surprise, there was no sudden crash. While he was still confused, Xiazi's voice sounded right beside him. What's going on in that head of yours? Holy, how'd you get in here? Star-Lord nearly jumped out of his skin. And where's your big guy? I put him away, Xiazi replied. I had him jump up. Then when he reached the right height, I retracted him and teleported myself in here. Any problem with that? No problem. Impressive move. Star-Lord whistled in amazement, then muttered under his breath. So what if you can teleport? Impressive. Knight of Summer nodded approvingly from the side. Star-Lord's face darkened. He ignored the comment and pushed the thrusters forward, rocketing toward the sky. Knight of Summer stood up, trying to check on the Kree soldiers lying on the ground. But the moment he got to his feet, a wave of dizziness washed over his mind. He paused in surprise and shook his head, and the feeling faded as quickly as it came. What was that about? Hold on tight. Star-Lord suddenly called out. They're catching up? Knight of Summer didn't have time to figure out the cause. He quickly took the co-pilot seat. Kree interceptors. They're not letting anyone leave this planet alive. That sounds just like them. The Kree have always had big appetites, Star-Lord replied. Can you shake them off? Of course. Do you know who you're talking to? Solo flight certification isn't something just anyone can get. As if to prove his point, before the words had even faded, the ship lurched sharply. Fire streaked past their hull, blazing so close it nearly scorched the plating. They opened fire without so much as a warning. Knight of Summer's expression turned grim, but trapped inside the ship, there was little he could do. All he could manage was assisting Star-Lord at the controls, helping to keep the ship steady. Star-Lord's piloting skills were even more formidable than his combat abilities, or at least, that's how it seemed to Knight of Summer. Under his hands, the entire ship darted and jerked like a wild animal in a fit, each jolt somehow slipping them just out of reach of the deadly attacks from the interceptors behind. As the pursuing squadron finally dropped further and further behind, both Knight of Summer and Star-Lord breathed a sigh of relief. Star-Lord let out a hearty, satisfied laugh and slammed the thrusters to maximum. The sudden surge pinned Knight of Summer to his seat, the force so strong he could barely move. A surreal sensation of tearing through space washed over them, and as quickly as it had come, the crushing force vanished. Now, adrift once again in the vastness of the galaxy, Knight of Summer felt an odd sense of security. A wry smile tugged at his lips, but before he could even let it show, his expression changed. Before their eyes, a battlefield lay in chaos. Every ship that had broken through the first blockade now faced the Kree's unyielding assault. At the same time, ships bearing the insignia of the Nova Empire were mounting a desperate resistance. The heat of battle was everywhere. In other words, they had barely escaped the planetary battlefield, only to find themselves thrust straight into the crucible of war in open space. The communication system flashed wildly. Star-Lord switched on the communicator and immediately heard a voice say, "This is the Nova Empire, 7th Defense Command. I am Communications Officer 10086. I'm issuing you a warning. You have entered a combat zone. Please leave at once. I repeat, this is Communications Officer 10086. You have entered a combat zone. Leave immediately.